Chapter 1: The test taker accidentally enters the awakening ceremony. The third affiliated high school of Dragon Soul College in Tianjin City, the Third Awakening Center. The dome was made of a special material that emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. The air was filled with the slightly sweet scent of disinfectant mixed with a strange energy, like a cross between a hospital and an internet cafe. Hundreds of young people aged 18 and above lined up in a crooked line, their faces showing a mixture of nervousness, excitement and confusion about the unknown. Wang Xiaoluan stood in the queue, feeling like a poor guy who had strayed into a large card drawing event. He rubbed his brows, his mind already filled with barrages of comments. "No, man, is that right? I've studied hard for 12 years, and the questions I've practiced all night are more than the hairs I've lost. I'm about to get into a university with one foot on the verge of 985, and at the very least, the other foot will be on the verge of getting into a university with 2 feet on the 211. And then, the second I opened my eyes, I was transferred directly to a world of advanced martial arts and supernatural powers? The college entrance exam at least has a range, but this nationwide awakening is simply metaphysical, purely based on luck. What if I awaken an E-level ability called accelerated nail growth? Should I cosplay Wolverine or work as a model at a nail salon?" He sighed. When it comes to time travel, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run away. You might as well make the best of it. But the problem is that the power system of this world makes him, a test taker in his previous life, useless. It's a very complicated world. To put it simply, it is equivalent to the Earth being a little weaker in military power, and a sudden epical mutation occurred in the 2000s. The space was disrupted, and powerful beings called alien beasts appeared and wreaked havoc. The human front was defeated and was on the verge of extinction. At the same time, intelligent alien races such as elves, vampires, orcs and half-orcs also arrived. But the emergence of superpowers became a turning point. After awakening their superpowers, the first group of people successfully defended and began to retake the city. At the same time, in order to cope with the crisis, all citizens need to participate in an awakening ceremony at the age of 18 to stimulate their supernatural powers, replacing the college entrance examination as the key to determining their destiny. Superpowers, rated from S to E, determine the trajectory of a person's life. S-level geniuses are the pillars of the country. A-level elites or local heroes. B-level are also the best of the best. As for the E-level, it is most likely to be used to tighten screws in the factory, but it is a version with greater strength and faster speed. Next one, Wang Xiaoya. The broadcast interrupted Wang Xiaoluan's wandering thoughts. He looked up and saw his sister, the energetic girl with the standard bob haircut that reached her neck, walking towards the platform in the center of the hall with her head held high. "No matter how hard we try, we can't achieve any scale." Wang Xiaoya walked to the black awakening stone that was more than 1 meter tall, but did not put her hand on it immediately. Instead, she made a strange gesture. I saw her covering her right eye with her right hand in a cool manner, with her left hand on her waist, muttering to herself. "In the name of Wang Xiaoya, answer my call. The terrifying power that sleeps deep in my blood." The crowd around suddenly started whispering. "What is that girl doing? Is she worshipping a god? Does anyone still believe in that these days? This new school of metaphysics, maybe it's actually useful?" Wang Xiaoluan held his forehead helplessly. Others didn't know, so how could he not know? This middle school girl is 100% sure she's just reciting lines from anime. Her mind isn't filled with metaphysics, but with anime, novels, and games. By the way, his form of time travel is somewhat similar to what is called body travel in some works. It started yesterday morning. I woke up and realized that although I still looked like myself, my family and social environment were exactly the same as I remembered. But my worldview was like a switch, completely different from what it was before I went to bed the night before. Just as everyone was talking, Wang Xiaoya finished her lines and suddenly pressed her hand on the cold awakening stone. Buzz! The awakening stone instantly burst out with brilliant purple light. The light was as rich as an indissoluble nebula, tinging the entire hall with a mysterious hue. The rating indicator light above the stone began to jump wildly, and finally stopped steadily on the letter B. B level. It's a B level ability. This purple light, could it be an extremely rare special type? A staff member in charge of recording stepped forward quickly, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the data appearing on the instrument. His voice trembled slightly. Test results. Spatial ability. Growable. Initial rating, B. Wow. The whole audience exploded instantly. Space. It is recognized as one of the most powerful supernatural power series, mysterious and unpredictable, with infinite potential. What's more, it is a growable type, which means that as long as resources can keep up, it is not a dream to reach a level or even the legendary S level in the future. There is no need to say much about the S-level space system, it is so awesome. For a moment, countless envious, jealous, and shocked eyes were all focused on that small figure. Wang Xiaoya proudly puffed out her slightly barren chest, and like a proud little peacock, she skipped off the stage and headed straight for Wang Xiaoluan. Brother! She raised her little face, her eyes sparkling, and shook her little fist to show off, see? I am indeed the chosen one. This wave is stable. She leaned close to Wang Xiaoluan's ear, lowering her voice but unable to conceal her excitement. I'll protect you from now on. Even if your awakened superpowers are a little worse, it doesn't matter, I'll support you. When the people around heard this, their looks became even more complicated. Some envied Wang Xiaoya's talent, while others envied Wang Xiaoluan for having such a promising and adorable sister. This kid is really lucky. Yes, my sister is a B-level space type. Even if he is an E-type, he will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. These discussions were like little hammers hitting Wang Xiaoluan's heart. He was happy for his sister, but also felt an unprecedented pressure. Now that he has traveled here, he certainly hopes that he can awaken powerful superpowers instead of having to rely on his sister for support. Next one, Wang Xiaoluan. Finally, it was his turn. Wang Xiaoluan walked up to the stage amidst a crowd of complicated gazes, and every step felt like he was stepping on cotton. He stood in front of the awakening stone, and the cold touch from his fingertips calmed his troubled mind a little. Come on, this is the time to decide whether it is a mule or a horse. He pressed his palm down hard. The next second, something strange happened. The awakening stone did not emit any single color of light. Instead, it was like a television with a poor signal. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple lights flashed wildly, interweaving into a chaotic light and shadow. The rating indicator light at the top was like crazy, jumping back and forth between S, A, B, C, D, and E, so fast that only a series of afterimages could be seen. Everyone in the hall was stunned. What was going on? A disco? Just as everyone was in confusion, all the lights went out with a snap, and the rating indicator light stopped flashing. Drop! After a shrill beep, a line of scarlet, shocking words popped up on the screen above the awakening stone. Warning, unable to define. The whole place was dead silent. After a brief silence, there was an uproar even more violent than when Wang Xiaoya woke up just now. Undefinable? What the hell is this? Damn it! I've been doing awakening for almost 20 years now, and I've never heard of a result like this. Is the machine broken? I guess, there's no superpower at all? But if it doesn't have superpowers, the awakening stone shouldn't react at all. That's bad. Those who don't react are ordinary people, and they get special treatment. But what's going on when he reacts but can't be evaluated? Wang Xiaoluan was also confused. He didn't feel anything special in his body, as if everything was normal. Hiss. Am I a loser after traveling through time? No, if that's the case, I might as well go back and study for the college entrance exam. If it really doesn't work, I can even accept repeating 3 years of high school. No, this won't work. It would be better to just kill him directly. Several staff members in charge of the test also gathered around and looked at each other. Brother Zhang, how about, let him try again, a young staff member suggested. Why try? It's a complete waste of time. Zhang Wei, a middle-aged man known as Brother Zhang, glanced at Wang Xiaoluan impatiently. He could have had a day off today, but was forced to increase his workload. Moreover, he had long been disgusted with this awakening ceremony, which was obviously very simple but had to be made troublesome and lengthy for the sake of a sense of ritual. The main reason is that he himself is an E. He pressed the awakening stone with great expectations, but it turned out to be a useless E ability. After working so hard for so many years, I have only become a middle-level manager in a school, and I am assigned all kinds of messy work all day long. To be honest, he would be happy to see someone who was even worse than him. He curled his lips, and his voice was transmitted to the hall through the loudspeaker. The energy of this awakening stone is extremely precious. Anyway, this student should wait for follow-up processing. Don't waste time. Next. Huh? Aren't you even going to take the retest? So I came here just to get scolded by the onlookers? After all, he was a hard-working student in his previous life, and what he heard most were praises and flattery. At worst, he could accept his ordinariness, but he could not tolerate such groundless contempt and humiliation. A nameless anger rose from the bottom of his heart, burning his head. But isn't this plot a bit too classic? Aren't you afraid that he will do something that will happen over and over again for 30 years? And this idea seemed to really ignite something. At this moment, Wang Xiaoluan felt as if something deep in his soul had shattered with a click. It was an invisible barrier, a shackle. As the shackles broke, a mysterious feeling surged in his heart. He felt like he could do something. It's a pure intuition, an impulse that comes from instinct. Subconsciously, Wang Xiaoluan relied on that feeling, raised his hand, and waved it violently at the air in front of him. Crack! A crisp sound like breaking glass suddenly rang out in the silent hall. At the same time, a crack flashed in the air in front of Wang Xiaoluan. The entire Tianjin City Third Awakening Center fell silent in an instant. Everyone froze, including Zhang Wei, who was about to call out the next name with an impatient look on his face. Chapter 2, The Novice Gift Package is the Sword Fairy's wife? The invisible crack flashed in the air, as if it had never appeared. However, the sudden drop in temperature in the hall and the cold yet noble aura that seemed to emanate from the depths of an ancient glacier constantly reminded everyone present that what had just happened was not an illusion. Just when everyone was in shock and confusion, not daring to even breathe, something strange happened again. The space in front of Wang Xiaoluan began to ripple like water waves, the light was distorted, and a slender figure turned from virtual to real and emerged out of thin air. She just stood there quietly, as if she had existed from the Big Bang billions of years ago to the birth of the world. Her black hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a white dress as white as snow, spotless and completely incompatible with this modern, metal-clad hall. In her hand, she held a simple long sword. The scabbard bore no ornate ornamentation, yet it exuded a sharpness that could cut through time. She didn't have any earth-shattering aura, but just by existing there, she naturally became the center of the world. Her cold temperament seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. There was no expression on that beautiful face, like a lifeless jade sculpture, or like the legendary Nine Heavens mysterious lady who was detached from the world and had descended to the mortal world. Fuck! Someone gasped, breaking the dead silence. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be thrown into a depth charge and completely exploded. What kind of supernatural power is this? Creating a person out of thin air? Summoning? My second uncle is a summoner, but he can only summon a brainless fire elemental. When will he be able to summon this level of, beauty? Could it be an illusion? Am I under an illusion? No, look carefully, it's not an illusion, it's real. It has a shadow. Could it be a special spatial ability? It teleported the person directly here? You must be joking. There's no such thing as a supernatural power. There were discussions one after another, and everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Sister Wang Xiaoya opened her mouth wide, her cute face full of shock. This style, isn't it just right? Isn't this the standard heroine template from a cultivation novel? White clothes, long sword, three-faced. Wait, how did she appear in front of my brother? Is this my brother's special ability? As the person at the center of the incident, Wang Xiaoluan's brain was completely turned into a mess. He could feel that there was a wonderful connection between himself and the woman in white in front of him that could not be described in words and came from the depths of his soul. What's going on? Heroic spirit summoning? Did I get a cheat? Are all newbie gift packs this hardcore? Just as Wang Xiaoluan was complaining inwardly and trying to understand the current situation, the woman in white moved. Her eyes, as clear as a cold pond, swept across the room calmly. Wherever her gaze fell, the noisy discussions subsided unconsciously. She frowned slightly, as if a little uncomfortable with the surroundings. The spiritual energy is so thin, yet strange. She whispered to herself, her voice as clear and cold as the collision of jade, very pleasant to hear. Finally, her gaze passed over the crowd and fell precisely on Wang Xiaoluan. Their eyes met. At that moment, the eternal frost in her eyes melted quietly like a glacier under the spring sun. A barely perceptible look of astonishment first flashed across that beautiful face, and then a captivating smile appeared, like a blooming snow lotus, instantly lighting up the entire hall. Amidst everyone's petrified gazes, she nodded slightly at Wang Xiaoluan, her red lips slightly parted. Husband. Su Muqing of the Qinghuan realm's Hanjian sword sect has been summoned by heaven. This body and this sword will henceforth be wielded by my husband. Boom. These few words were like thunder from the sky, striking directly on the top of Wang Xiaoluan's head, completely shutting down his already unclear brain. Husband? Who? Me? Oh awesome, there is such a gift package for beginners. Do you want a wife right away? If Wang Xiaoluan was experiencing an internal outage, then the entire Awakening Center hall was experiencing an external physical silence. The crowd that was so noisy just now seemed to have collectively pressed the mute button, and even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, staring at Wang Xiaoluan and the woman in white, with extremely wonderful expressions on their faces. Puff. Wang Xiaoya almost vomited blood. Husband? My brother? Countless comments flashed through her mind instantly. What's going on? When did my brother find a sister-in-law behind my back? That's not right, this sister-in-law was summoned on the spot. So, my brother's special ability is summoning his wife? Or is it a limited edition Xiuxian edition? Then wouldn't it be like, I just got an extra sister-in-law for nothing? My sister's little head is a mess. However, the woman who called herself Su Muqing did not stop there. After showing her only smile to Wang Xiaoluan, her gaze turned, and the frost that had just melted condensed again, even colder than before, and shot straight at the person in charge, Zhang Wei, who was slumped in the chair with an equally confused look on his face. Zhang Wei was swept by this gaze and felt his whole body shudder, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. A chill rushed from his tailbone to his forehead. What were you saying just now? Su Muqing's voice was still cold, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty. I didn't. Zhang Wei subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but under the cold gaze, he felt his tongue tied. Su Muqing obviously didn't have the patience to listen to his nonsense. She didn't even move her feet, but just moved her right wrist slightly, which was holding the hilt of the sword. Clang! With a slight dragon roar, the ancient long sword was unsheathed an inch, and a silver light flashed by at an extremely fast speed. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, as if something passed by. Next second. Sizzle! A sharp cutting sound was heard. The invisible sword energy brushed Zhang Wei's cheek, and he could even feel the cold touch of his facial hair being severed. The sword energy's remaining force slashed fiercely at the wall behind him, made of a special alloy and claimed to be able to withstand the full force of a sea-level psychic. There was no violent explosion, no blinding light. On the wall, there was only an obvious straight sword mark that was as smooth as a mirror and gleamed with a cold metallic light. The entire hall fell into absolute, deathly silence again. If the summons and husband just now were magical, then this sword was naked in deadly terror. Gudong! Zhang Wei swallowed hard, his eyes wide open, pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He could feel that death had just brushed past him. Thump! He could no longer hold on, his legs went limp, and he slid off the chair and collapsed to the ground. At least I didn't wet my pants on the spot, and I managed to save a bit of face. Su Muqing glanced at him coldly and slowly sheathed the sword. She turned around and faced the entire audience. Her cold voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying with it an unquestionable dominance and majesty. How can you, a mortal, blaspheme my husband's name? As soon as the words fell, those who had been whispering and mocking Wang Xiaoluan before, quietly shrank back, fearing that the unpredictable sword would fall on their necks next. Seeing that the effect of the shockwave had been achieved, the lines of Su Muqing's lips seemed to soften. She turned her head and looked back at Wang Xiaoluan, who was still in a daze, and her eyes softened again. My name is Su Muqing. Thanks to some strange connection, I already know a lot about my husband. From today on, please give me your guidance. Her introduction was brief and direct, yet packed with a wealth of information. Okay. Wang Xiaoluan's brain was still restarting, and he could only respond subconsciously. At this moment, a voice came from the ceiling of the Awakening Center. It was a male voice with a strong voice and unquestionable majesty. The awakening ceremony continues. All non-essential personnel maintain order. Please have Wang Xiaoluan, the student who was rated undefinable earlier, and his guardian, come to the principal's office on the top floor immediately. Chapter 3: The Principal's Goodwill. Under the gazes of countless people filled with awe, fear, and envy, Wang Xiaoluan, in an eerie silence, led Su Muqing, who instantly switched back to the keep away from strangers mode when she wasn't facing him, and slowly walked towards the elevator to the top floor. He had only seen this place in the school brochure before and never thought that he would set foot here in this way one day. It felt like a student who was caught cheating on an exam and was called to the academic affairs office. Although he didn't cheat, this situation seems even more special than cheating. Throughout the whole process, Sumuching followed him closely, keeping half a step behind him. Although the ancient long sword had been sheathed, her hand holding the hilt never loosened. Her cold eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as if any movement might bring about her devastating blow. Soon, the two arrived at an ancient wooden door on the top floor. There was a simple sign hanging on the door, Principal's office. Wang Xiaoluan was just about to raise his hand to knock on the door, but Sumuching behind him stepped forward first and almost silently stood in front of him, with his other hand already on the hilt of the sword. "My dear, this trip is not without fraud. Let me go in and take a look." It looked as if behind the door was not a middle-aged principal with a Mediterranean hairstyle, but some kind of prehistoric giant beast. "There's no need to be so nervous." Wang Xiaoluan felt that her expression of being as if facing a great enemy was a little exaggerated, so he gestured for her to relax. "There's just someone in charge in there, it's not some dangerous place." Upon hearing this, Sumuching turned her head to look at him. The vigilance and murderous intent in her eyes melted away like ice and snow the moment she looked into his eyes. She nodded slightly, lowered her hand from the hilt of the sword, stepped aside obediently, and spoke in a low voice. "Yes, husband." "Wow, so obedient?" Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement again. "I thought I was going to be a waste, but I didn't expect to be given a sword fairy wife who looks super powerful and whose favorability seems to be full from the beginning. Now I have it in this life." Wang Xiaoluan's confused thoughts were completely cleared up at this moment. Is there any need to doubt about giving a beautiful wife? Just enjoy it. He collected his thoughts, stopped thinking, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy door. The scene inside the office was pretty much as he had imagined, spacious and bright, with a calm and elegant decoration style, and a sign that read "Great Ambition" hanging on the wall. A middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting suit and with a typical local support for central government Mediterranean hairstyle was sitting behind a huge desk. When he saw him come in, he immediately showed a shrewd and kind smile. "Student Wang Xiaoluan, please take a seat." The principal stood up and pointed to a sofa in front of his desk. His attitude was surprisingly polite. He looked at Sumuching behind Wang Xiaoluan and said, "Miss, please take a seat as well." Sumuching just glanced at him coldly, shook his head slightly, and stood behind Wang Xiaoluan's sofa without saying a word, with his hands hanging naturally, but his posture obviously still maintained a hint of just the right amount of vigilance. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoluan could only smile bitterly in his heart. The Sword Immortal still seemed a little too vigilant, but this was for his own good, so he had to bear it. The principal seemed to notice Sumuching's aloofness, but he didn't mind it. His smile only deepened. He sat down again, crossed his hands on the table, and looked at Wang Xiaoluan with a burning gaze. "Student Wang, don't be nervous. The main reason I invited you here today is because your awakening is, well, very special. In order to better prepare your profile and match you with the most appropriate resources, I'd like to conduct a simple test on your guardian. Is that all right with you?" As he spoke, he pointed to a silver-white instrument in the corner of the office that looked very sophisticated and full of science fiction. Wang Xiaoluan did not answer immediately, but subconsciously turned around and looked at Sumuching, as if asking for her opinion. Sumuching's cold eyes seemed to soften a lot when she looked at him. She nodded slightly, and the meaning was very clear: "I will listen to my husband in everything." After receiving the authorization, Wang Xiaoluan turned back and nodded to the principal, "Okay." The principal's shrewd smile deepened, and he immediately pressed a button on the desk. The silver-white instrument then activated, emitting a slight hum. A soft blue beam of light shot out from the top of the instrument, slowly enveloping Sumuching's body and beginning to scan her from head to toe. However, a strange scene happened. The blue beam of light that should have been running smoothly began to flicker violently the moment it touched Sumuching's body, as if the signal had been strongly interfered with. The humming sound of the instrument also became rapid and harsh, changing from a steady buzzing sound to an intermittent sizzling sound. The place on the screen where the data should have been displayed was now a chaotic mess of snowflakes and garbled characters. The whole process lasted for nearly a minute. Finally, the instrument made a long beep sound and stopped working completely. The light beam disappeared and the screen went black. There was a brief silence in the principal's office. "Ahem," Wang Xiaoluan said, looking at the expensive instrument that had obviously stopped working, and he was the first to break the awkward silence. "Principal, how's it going? Any results?" A thin layer of sweat seemed to appear on the principal's shiny forehead. He scratched his few hairs in embarrassment, with a complicated expression on his face. But not long after that, he seemed to have figured something out. Not only did he not show any disappointment at all, but he looked very happy instead. Even if people of this generation have not read any novels, they have heard of some famous online works. In short, this special ability is sure to shine in the future. All he needs to do now is to make a generous investment to show his goodwill and make the other party remember him, then he will have an extra guarantee in the future. Even if he doesn't achieve anything in the future, it doesn't matter. Just think of it as a failed investment or charity. It doesn't matter anyway. I've never heard of this, never seen this before. He muttered to himself, and then looked at Wang Xiaoluan with eyes full of fiery light, like a chicken that had discovered a basketball. Wang Xiaoluan also felt a little uneasy after seeing this. Student Wang, I can tell you clearly that your ability is definitely not some low-level ability that cannot be defined. On the contrary, its value, its potential may simply be beyond the current rating system's ability to recognize, and may even far exceed the system's cognitive ceiling. You, Wang Xiaoluan, are definitely a talent with a promising future. These words were spoken with absolute certainty, full of unquestionable assertions. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned by his sudden high praise. This principal is obviously a man of action, or in other words, an extremely shrewd investor. After judging the great value of Wang Xiaoluan, he did not hesitate at all and immediately began his recruiting operation, fearing that this uncut jade that fell from the sky would be snatched away by others. He slammed the table, stood up, and announced in a loud voice, "Student Wang Xiaoluan, on behalf of Tianjin City's top institution, Dragon Soul Academy, I now formally extend a special recruitment invitation to you. Chapter 4, don't miss it." Without waiting for Wang Xiaoluan to react, the principal pressed the internal communicator on the table in front of Wang Xiaoluan and gave orders in an unquestionable and majestic tone. Notify the Human Resources Department. Zhang Wei, a tester at the Awakening Center, has been shown to have poor conduct and is narrow-minded. He openly insults and suppresses awakening talent at work. This is extremely despicable. Immediately dismissed, the file is on record, and no organization under my Dragon Soul system will ever hire him again. After dealing with Zhang Wei, the principal's plan to show goodwill officially began. He looked at Wang Xiaoluan, and his smile was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Student Wang, you've just awakened, and now you have another guardian to look after. I'm sure your life will be quite inconvenient. Well, I'll personally approve a talent resettlement allowance of 1 million yuan, as well as a fully furnished villa in the upscale Jingting Lakeside residential complex, as a welcome gift for you. It just so happens that the villa is very close to Dragon Soul Academy. It only takes a few minutes to walk there. I hope you can settle down in Tianjin City, and I also hope you can formally accept our Dragon Soul Academy's invitation. 1 million? A villa? Wang Xiaoluan was completely confused. He felt like he was not conducting a post-awakening inquiry, but rather attending an awards ceremony for someone who had won a big prize. Doesn't this happiness come too suddenly? Moreover, this world's currency not only did not depreciate, but also appreciated after the counterattack began. He knew that the world valued talents very much, but he didn't expect it to be so high. Giving money and houses as soon as they met was simply inhumane. Or maybe it can be said that rich people don't care about this? It would be better to just give him another car. Although he hasn't learned to drive yet. Looking at the principal's sincere face that was full of "promise me quickly," Wang Xiaoluan's mind was quickly calculating. Dragon Soul Academy is the best university for people with special abilities in Tianjin City, and is even ranked among the best in the entire Dragon Country. If nothing unexpected happens, my sister, who has just awakened a rare space-related ability, will probably go there as well. If I go there too, my brother and sister can still be in the same school and take care of each other. As for the money and the house, they are given to you for free, why not take them away? He knew very well that the principal's investment was definitely for investment purposes, a gamble on his future achievements. But who can predict the future? At least from the current perspective, the principal shouldn't ask for the money and house back when he finds out that he has accomplished nothing in the future, right? That scenario is too abstract. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoluan no longer hesitated, stood up and bowed slightly to the principal. Thank you for your consideration, principal. I accept your invitation. When Wang Xiaoluan brought Su Muching out of the principal's office, a familiar figure outside the corridor was running around anxiously like an ant on hot pan. Brother! Wang Xiaoya rushed over as soon as she saw him, looking him up and down. Only after confirming that he was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Did the principal give you any trouble? What could possibly happen to me? Wang Xiaoluan smiled and rubbed her head. Not only is nothing wrong, but it's also a great thing. He briefly recounted how the principal had recommended him for admission to Dragon Soul College and given him money and a house. After hearing this, Wang Xiaoya was stunned for half a second, then her big eyes widened instantly, and then she jumped up suddenly, hugged Wang Xiaoluan's arm, very excited. Wow! Really, bro? Then I'll definitely go to Ryuan too. Then we can go to the same university. That's awesome. Seeing Wang Xiaoya and Wang Xiaoluan interacting so intimately, Su Macheng, who was standing behind Wang Xiaoluan, seemed to frown slightly, but when she thought that she was just Wang Xiaoluan's sister, she returned to normal and no one noticed. At this moment, the principal came out of the office with a smile on his face and happened to hear what Wang Xiaoya said. He looked at the brother and sister with a smile and said approvingly, I just heard about Wang Xiaoya's awakening results. She has a rare and growing space-based ability. Not only is her current rating of B quite good, but she also has a promising future. She is also a rare talent. Both brother and sister are outstanding people. What a happy occasion, what a happy occasion. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Shaoli, send a special car to the gate of 3rd High School. Yes, the highest quality one. Take these 3 distinguished guests to the villa area by Jingting Lake. After a while, outside the school gate. Seeing the slowly approaching black luxury car, a trace of vigilance flashed in Su Macheng's cold eyes, and the hand holding the hilt of the sword tightened subconsciously, as if it was not a car, but an iron-skinned monster that was about to devour someone. Don't be nervous, Wang Xiaoluan hurriedly pulled her back and whispered in her ear, this is called a car. It's a means of transportation. It's not dangerous. Upon hearing this, Su Macheng looked at the car, then at Wang Xiaoluan. The vigilance in his eyes slowly faded away. He nodded and responded in the same low voice. Don't worry, my husband. I have learned from my contact with you that this object is called car. It's just that, even after seeing it with my own eyes, I still feel that its shape resembles some kind of iron monster, which is quite strange. Wang Xiaoluan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this cultural gap would have to be bridged slowly. He opened the car door and gestured for someone to come in. Come on, just sit on it and try it out. Upon hearing this, Su Macheng nodded without hesitation and followed Wang Xiaoluan into the car. The vehicle started smoothly and quickly picked up speed. After arriving at the destination and getting out of the car, Su Macheng looked at the quiet villa area behind him and gave his own evaluation. This thing is much more stable than a carriage, and it's also much faster. It's truly a rare item. It's just that it's still not as good as a flying sword. Unfortunately, Mu Qing's current cultivation level is not yet at the level where she can freely control a sword. I hope my husband will forgive me. Is that so? Then what is your current level of cultivation? It's probably equivalent to the early stages of foundation building. In fact, at this level, I should be able to fly a sword, but after arriving in this world, I seem to have been restricted in some way, so I feel a little bit behind. Ha, that's nothing. When you can fly a sword again, just take me flying for a few laps. Well, thank you, husband. It's a deal. Wang Xiaoluan was even more satisfied when he walked into the villa that belonged to them. The interior decoration of the house is of low-key luxury and modern simplicity, with all kinds of high-end furniture and appliances available, so you can truly move in with just your luggage. Wow, bro! We're rich! Wang Xiaoya cheered as she entered the door and ran around in the spacious living room like a happy little bird. After awakening once, I earned a huge villa and 1 million. I was thinking about cultivating hard-to-earn money to support you in the future, but now, I can start right away. As she spoke, she leaped forward and sank into the soft leather sofa. She picked up the remote control familiarly and turned on the huge LCD TV on the wall, sighing with satisfaction. Ah, it feels so good. I feel like I'm almost forgetting my dream of saving the world. Su Macheng was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, full of curiosity about everything around her. She first stretched out her slender fingers and carefully touched the cold glass window, then looked at the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Finally, her eyes were firmly attracted by the big iron box in the center of the living room that was emitting sound and light. On TV, the channel I just opened was playing The Bear's Mouth. Wang Xiaoya didn't mind it either. The first channel she turned on after turning on the TV in her new home was this one. It was fate. She watched one episode before changing the channel. And the bear mouth is also very beautiful. Su Muqing frowned, staring seriously at the two bears on the screen, which were jumping up and down and speaking human language. She slowly turned her head and asked Wang Xiaoluan her question in a serious tone, as if discussing an academic issue. My dear, the monster sealed in this iron box is so lively and can even speak. What kind of magical power does it have? Chapter 5 Inside the Villa. Wang Xiaoluan looked at Su Muqing's beautiful face, which was full of seriousness and inquiry, and almost couldn't breathe. Sealed monster? Still so lively? He glanced at the big bug and the blonde girl on TV who were rolling on the ground being chased by Brother Chang, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Hey, Muqing, this isn't called an iron box, it's called a TV. Wang Xiaoluan cleared his throat and tried to explain with an equally rigorous scientific attitude. There are no sealed monsters in here. It's just playing some pre-recorded lights and shadows. It's a tool for telling stories to people. Light and shadow? Su Muqing turned her head, her long inky hair falling over her shoulders like a waterfall. She looked at the screen again, with a hint of understanding in her eyes. I see. She nodded. Through my contact with my husband, I learned that there is indeed such a thing as a television. It is said that it can show scenes thousands of miles away and record events from ancient times. Just a description in words is not as shocking as seeing it with your own eyes. I see. Wang Xiaoluan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about how this thing does all this. Not only you, but 99% of the people in this world won't understand it either. All you need to do is learn how to use it. After hearing this, Su Muqing looked at the TV thoughtfully, as if he accepted this statement. Seeing her curious expression about this modern villa, Wang Xiaoluan had an idea in his mind. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well take my wife, who just traveled from the world of immortal cultivation, to familiarize herself with these modern things. It's a good opportunity for him to get familiar with this new home for free. Xiaoya. He turned to look at his sister who was completely collapsed on the sofa, looking completely disfigured. Don't just enjoy yourself. Call your parents to let them know you're safe. And ask them if they want to move in with you. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaoya then reluctantly sat up from the soft sofa, yawning and groping in her pocket. The cell phone she took out had a retro feel to it in Wang Xiaoluan's opinion. Although it was also a smartphone, the body was much thicker than he remembered, the screen border was wide enough to park an aircraft carrier, the system interface also had a sense of simplicity, and there seemed to be a slight lag in operation. The technology tree of this world seems to be a little crooked. Wang Xiaoluan withdrew his gaze and ignored her, but smiled and extended his hand to Su Muqing. Come, Muqing, I'll show you around and familiarize you with our new home. Su Muqing's cold eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, she placed her slightly cold hand in his palm. Wang Xiaoluan took her and started from the living room. This is a remote control for controlling the TV. He picked up the remote control that Wang Xiaoya had thrown aside, pressed a few buttons on the TV, and switched channels. You see, you can change the light and shadow content it plays at will. Su Muqing watched the screen switch rapidly, from a cartoon to a news report, and then to a costume drama, with a glint in his eyes. He pointed to the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling. That's called a lamp. It can replace candlelight and provide light at night. As he spoke, he pressed the switch on the wall, and the entire living room was instantly enveloped by warm and bright light. The crystal reflected countless tiny spots of light, which was very beautiful. Su Muqing squinted her eyes subconsciously, feeling the brightness that far exceeded that of a candle, and hummed softly. Then, Wang Xiaoluan took her into the open kitchen connected to the living room. A whole set of brand new kitchen utensils gleamed with metallic luster under the light. This is the kitchen, where we cook. He pointed at the large silver gray double-door thing. This is called a refrigerator. The temperature inside is very low. It can preserve food for a long time and prevent it from spoiling. He opened the refrigerator door and a cool breeze hit him. It was empty inside, but the blue light had come on automatically. Su Muqing stretched out his finger and carefully touched the cold air on the inner wall of the refrigerator, feeling the chill. Ice cave where corpses are hidden. Ahem, please don't give me a weird name, but if I think about it, it seems like it could actually be called that. A refrigerator can actually generate its own cold air without ice? Yes, it uses electricity, a type of energy. Almost everything in our house is powered by it. Wang Xiaoluan pointed to the microwave oven and induction cooker next to him. This one can heat food quickly. That one can be used for cooking. It's not like your stoves over there, there's no open flame, so it's much safer. As he introduced the villa, he became familiar with its structure and felt more and more satisfied. The design of this villa is quite user-friendly. The first floor has a spacious living room, dining room and kitchen, as well as a small guest bathroom. Speaking of the bathroom, Wang Xiaoluan felt that this might be the place that had the greatest impact on Su Mucheng. He took her into the bathroom at the bottom of the stairs. The space is not large, but it is neatly and cleanly furnished, and the white tiles are spotless. This is a convenient place. Wang Xiaoluan carefully chose his words. He first turned on the faucet on the sink, and clear water gushed out. Look, just turn this on and water will flow out. This side is cold water, and that side is hot water. Su Mucheng stretched out his fingers, caught the water, and felt the instantaneous change in temperature. His cold eyes were filled with surprise. This convenience of having water just by waving your hand without having to go to the well to fetch it or light a fire to boil it was undoubtedly a revolutionary realization for her. Even if you have acquired relevant knowledge in advance, you will still find it amazing when you actually see it. He pointed to the shower head on the wall and the bathtub that looked incredibly comfortable. Finally, his eyes fell on the snow-white toilet. The atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment. Wang Xiaoluan hesitated for a moment, but still felt that there were some things he had to ask clearly, as they were related to their future life together. There was a hint of awkwardness on his face, and he tried his best to make his tone sound like he was having an academic discussion. Mu Ching, although it may be a bit rude, I would like to ask. This is a toilet. Simply put, it's for convenience. Do you need to use this? Su Mucheng followed his gaze and looked at the toilet, her face still with that cold and indifferent expression, as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with this question at all. She shook her head, her tone calm and composed. My husband, please feel free to ask me anything. There is no need to worry about being rude. As for this thing, I don't need it. She paused, as if organizing her words, and continued in a serious tone, as if explaining a technique. My body seems to have been reshaped. There is no mundane impurity in it. I don't need to go through the cycle of reincarnation. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned when he heard this, thinking that she is indeed a fairy, even her physiological structure is so advanced. However, Su Mucheng looked at Wang Xiaoluan and added another sentence, and there seemed to be some other meaning in his voice. However, all the necessary functions are available. Wang Xiaoluan nodded subconsciously, wondering what functions it should have. Does it refer to the basic physiological functions of being a human being? He naturally thought of another subtle meaning, but looking at the other person's temperament, he just thought she was emphasizing that she was no different from ordinary people. Anyway, you will know what it is like later, hee. Okay, I understand. After visiting the first floor, Wang Xiaoluan took her up the suspended staircase leading to the second floor. Walking up the solid wooden steps and holding onto the cool glass railings, they arrived at the second floor area. The second floor is mainly the bedroom area, with a master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, a study, and a larger bathroom with a large bathtub. Wang Xiaoluan first pushed open the door of the master bedroom. A whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows provides excellent lighting for the entire room, and outside the window is the tranquil green landscape of the villa area. A 2-meter wide king-size double bed is placed in the middle, covered with soft velvet bedding, which looks like it makes you want to jump on it. If mom and dad don't come, this will be our room from now on. If you come, we'll use one of the second bedrooms, but it's just a little smaller. Wang Xiaoluan said this very naturally, having already accepted the fact that he should sleep with Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng's gaze fell on the bed, then looked at Wang Xiaoluan. An imperceptible blush seemed to appear on her fair cheeks, but she quickly returned to her calm expression. She just nodded slightly without saying anything. Wang Xiaoluan didn't notice her abnormality and continued to introduce. This is a wardrobe. You can put clothes in it. He opened the huge built-in wardrobe and saw several brand new bathrobes hanging inside. This is a bedside lamp. You can turn it on when you get up at night. The light is softer. He pointed to the simple lamp on the bedside table. Su Mucheng listened quietly, keeping all of this in mind, like a student trying hard to learn new knowledge. She walked to the big bed, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently pressed the soft and elastic mattress. The touch from her fingertips was completely different from the cold and hard jade bed in her immortal cave in her memory. It was a warm, reassuring softness. Chapter 6, After Shopping, What to Do for Dinner. After looking at the master bedroom, Wang Xiaoluan took Su Muqing to take a quick look at the two secondary bedrooms. He knew it very well. Because his social circle is no different from his previous life, the parents in this world should be the same as in his memory, and they will most likely not come to disturb the lives of the younger generation. So these two secondary bedrooms are basically exclusive spaces prepared for his sister. Su Muqing did not express any opinion on the two rooms that were obviously smaller. He just followed Wang Xiaoluan's footsteps quietly, his eyes passing calmly as if he was just confirming the structure of the building. Then, Wang Xiaoluan pushed open the door of the study. A scent mixed with solid wood, new book paper and ink hits you in the face. It is not unpleasant, but rather gives you a sense of peace and tranquility. A huge bookshelf covering an entire wall almost occupied the entire field of vision. Many books were placed on it in an orderly manner. Judging from the covers, there were both classical masterpieces before the Blue Star era and research monographs on superpowers and strange beasts in recent years. A large pearwood desk is placed in the center of the room. The tabletop is as smooth as a mirror, and next to it is an ergonomic chair that looks quite comfortable. The moment Su Muqing's eyes fell upon the wall full of books, they seemed to brighten. For the first time, a kind of pure love other than that shown when facing Wang Xiaoluan was revealed in those clear eyes that were as calm as a still pond. She walked slowly to the bookshelf, and her slender fingers gently brushed the spine of a hardcover book. Her movements were gentle, with a natural sense of cherishment. "I like it here very much." Her voice was still cold, but with a hint of warmth than before. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her like this, and a question suddenly popped up in his mind. "You should know these words, right?" Su Muqing turned his head and nodded slightly. "Don't worry, husband. My literacy level should be about the same as my husband's." As she spoke, as if to prove her point, she took a heavy book from the bookshelf with her bare hands. Wang Xiaoluan took a glance and saw that it was a famous book from his previous life. It did exist in this world, 100 Years of Solitude. Su Muqing opened the book, her eyes fell on it, and she read softly word by word in her clear voice. "The first person in the family is tied to a tree, and the last person is being eaten by ants. The pronunciation is standard, the words are clear and there is no hesitation." Wang Xiaoluan nodded. "This is very convenient and saves the trouble of teaching from scratch." However, a thought suddenly popped up in my mind without any warning. If all her common sense about the world came from her own cognitive library, then did she also? Cough cough. Wang Xiaoluan quickly shook his head to drive this dangerous idea out of his mind. If she doesn't say it and he doesn't say it, then it's as if nothing happened. Yes, no. He maintained a calm expression and pointed to the chair next to him. "You can come here anytime you want to read a book. This is your territory." Su Muqing nodded lightly and carefully put the copy of 100 Years of Solitude back to its original place. "The last place we visited was the bathroom on the second floor with an extra large bathtub. The space is much more spacious than that on the first floor. In addition to the toilet and sink, the most eye-catching thing is a white ceramic bathtub that can almost accommodate 2 adults. There is also a thoughtfully designed groove next to it for placing bathing products. I don't need to introduce it, right?" Wang Xiaoluan pointed at the big bathtub with a hint of ridicule in his tone. "You can tell what it's used for just by looking at it." Su Muqing's gaze fell on the white bathtub and he nodded calmly. Her gaze lingered on the size of the bathtub for a moment, then turned to Wang Xiaoluan, her lips curled slightly. "Later, Mu Qing can bathe with her husband. It will also help me cleanse my husband from his dust." Her words were direct and straightforward, as if she were stating something perfectly normal, like, "It's time for dinner." Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Bathing together? A bath together? That's interesting. Countless beautiful images flashed through his mind in an instant, and then he was brought back to reality by Su Muqing's cold and extraordinary face. There's always a subtle sense of incongruity when she says this, but it's also incredibly stimulating. Any normal man would not refuse such a good thing. Sure. Wang Xiaoluan cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound calm and reliable, rather than like a young boy who had never seen the world. "Let's try it tonight." "Good." Su Muqing nodded in agreement and said nothing more, as if he was just confirming an ordinary schedule. At this point, the internal structure of this villa has been thoroughly introduced. Wang Xiaoluan took Su Muqing down the suspended stairs, thinking silently in his mind. The decoration and design of this villa are indeed quite different from those top-notch mansions in his previous life that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. It is less luxurious and complicated, and more simple and practical. But in today's era, the war against alien beasts by humans has only been going on for a few years, and there are still dangers lurking outside the city. Being able to own a villa with an independent courtyard in the main urban area where every inch of land is valuable is the top-notch life that countless people dream of. And it's free, so why would you need a bicycle? Wang Xiaoluan was extremely satisfied. When the two returned to the living room on the first floor, Wang Xiaoya was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with her cell phone aside. It seemed that she had just finished talking to her family. As soon as she saw the two people coming down, she immediately jumped up from the sofa, with a little excitement on her face, mixed with a little depression. "Brother! I've told my parents." Wang Xiaoluan raised his eyebrows and motioned her to continue. "They said they couldn't come to live here anymore, so they asked the two of us, no, the three of us to live on our own. They said it would be more comfortable for us and would also make it more convenient for them to work. Then I told them about my awakening of a B-rank space power and your awakening of a unique power. I thought they would be shocked, but guess what?" Wang Xiaoya's tone was full of expectation of "ask me quickly." Wang Xiaoluan asked cooperatively, "What's going on?" They were just happy, praised me for being awesome, and that was it. Not even a shocked reaction. It was so boring. Wang Xiaoya puffed out her cheeks, obviously very disappointed that she failed to shock her parents. "With your special ability, brother, so powerful, sister-in-law, it feels like it will be easy for us to become a big family in the future." But they didn't even show any surprise. They just told us to live well, prepare ourselves, and then report to Dragon Soul Academy together when the time comes. He also said that when he's free in a few days, he might come visit us and drop off our things. We'll talk more about that later. After listening to this, Wang Xiaoluan understood. Sure enough, as he expected, his parents did not come to live with him. However, their indifferent reaction to the two people's special abilities caused a ripple in his heart. His ability is so special that if you don't see it in person you might not know what it is like, so it's normal that there is no big reaction. But Xiaoya's B level is mainly about the potential for growth in space-related abilities. Although it is not as rare as the S level, it is definitely at the genius level, enough to make any ordinary family ecstatic. Their reaction was too calm. Could it be that his parents in this world are some hidden bosses? Maybe it's just like what I remember, or he remains calm and composed. But right now, another more realistic problem is facing us. If the parents don't come, it means there is no one to cook. He subconsciously glanced at Su Muching beside him. Let her cook? What a joke. I'm a Sword Immortal who has never done housework. It's just the first day I was summoned to this world, and you asked me to cook. That's too inhuman. So? His gaze slowly and maliciously turned to his defenseless sister who was immersed in the loss of their parents' indifferent reaction. It was getting late, and someone had to take care of dinner. His dear sister will be responsible for tonight's meal. Chapter 7, Brother-Sister Rivalry has always been like this. Wang Xiaoya's little face was full of disappointment, and the depressed mood had not yet completely dissipated when she was locked by a pair of slowly moving, malicious eyes. She shuddered all over, instantly waking up from the sage moment of "my parents are so ordinary that I feel embarrassed," and looked at her brother warily. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Xiaoluan crossed his arms over his chest, raised his chin slightly towards the kitchen, and had a matter-of-fact smile on his lips. "Look at the sky, isn't it getting late? Look at our three stomachs, aren't we hungry too?" "Husband, I'm not hungry." "No, you're hungry too." "Okay, my dear. I am indeed hungry." "Ahem, look at you. As the only ordinary human being in this family besides me, shouldn't you take the initiative to shoulder the glorious mission of filling our stomachs?" A series of soul-searching questions made Wang Xiaoya step back repeatedly, shaking her little head like a rattle. No. I don't cook. She wants to start the show. She wants to watch TV. Why? Wang Xiaoluan feigned confusion and asked, moving closer step by step. "You are my dear sister. Isn't it only natural for you to make a loving dinner for your brother who has worked hard all day and your new sister-in-law?" "No." Wang Xiaoya puffed out her cheeks and refuted righteously. "Brother, you can obviously cook, and your cooking skills are much better than mine. Why should I do it? Just because I'm your brother." Seeing that a war within the family was about to break out, Wang Xiaoya's eyes turned and she suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. She cleared her throat, struck a pose that she thought was very handsome, and pointed her index finger at Wang Xiaoluan. Since neither of us can convince the other, let's settle the matter using the most ancient and sacred method. Wang Xiaoluan raised his eyebrows and became interested. Oh? What's the solution? Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, as you say. One round will decide the winner. On the side, Sumacheng, who had just said a few words and then watched quietly, had a hint of curiosity in his cold eyes. She silently watched the brother and sister, watching them hold their breath and concentrate, as if facing a mortal enemy. Rock, paper, scissors. As the two shouted in unison, their hands met briefly in the air and then quickly froze. The stone provided by Wang Xiaoluan. The cloth produced by Wang Xiaoya. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Yeah. I win. Wang Xiaoya looked at her open palm, which perfectly wrapped around Wang Xiaoluan's clenched fist, and suddenly burst into earth-shaking cheers. She was so excited that she almost did a backflip on the sofa. Wang Xiaoluan looked at his completely defeated fist and sighed helplessly. Never mind, it's goddess will. He rubbed his eyebrows. His craftsmanship was indeed much better than Xiaoya's half-baked one, but he was just simply lazy. Looking at my sister cheering, she looked like she had won a world-destroying battle. Sibling rivalries have always been like this. Just as he was about to walk towards the kitchen resignedly, a cold and pleasant voice sounded behind him. Husband, I'm here to help. Sumacheng had already moved to his side, her white clothes as white as snow, her posture elegant, as if she was not going to the kitchen filled with oil smoke, but to dance with a sword under the moon. Wang Xiaoluan immediately turned around and waved his hand, his tone gentler than ever before. No, Mu Qing, you just arrived, just have a good rest. Leave this kind of small matter to a grown man like me. You and Xiaoya can just watch TV in the living room, chat, and wait to taste my cooking skills. Yes. Wang Xiaoya also came over immediately, affectionately took Su Muqing's arm, and nodded vigorously. Sister-in-law, just sit and wait for your meal. My brother cooks delicious food. Su Muqing looked at Wang Xiaoluan's sincere eyes, then looked at Wang Xiaoya's warm smile beside him, and the coldness in her heart seemed to melt a little. She nodded slightly and didn't insist. I'm looking forward to my husband's cooking. After saying that, she followed Wang Xiaoya's force and sat down on the sofa again. Now it was Wang Xiaoya's turn to be excited. She picked up the remote control and began to change channels frantically on the huge screen, muttering to herself. I'll look for it. I saw the trailer yesterday, it should still be airing today. Light and shadow switched rapidly on the screen, and finally, the picture froze in front of a mountain gate surrounded by fairy air. Several actors dressed in ancient robes and holding swords are speaking lines with their own characteristics. At the bottom of the screen, a line of large, flamboyantly written characters stood out, the legend of the strange swordsman. That's it. Wang Xiaoya slapped her thigh excitedly. Sister-in-law, you must see this. Su Muqing was slightly stunned when he heard this. She first glanced at her cousin. She does look somewhat like my husband. Then, her eyes turned to the box called TV. In the picture, a male actor is speaking corny lines to the heroine with a loving look on his face, while the special effects lightsaber behind him is flashing with the light of a 50-cent coin. This sword is named Infatuation. It was born for you and is crazy for you. Logically speaking, this scene, which seemed like a child's play to her, should not have aroused any interest in her. But for some reason, when she watched the people on the screen flying with swords and talking about the so-called kendo and heaven's way, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and novelty intertwined together, making her unable to take her eyes away for a while. On the other side, Wang Xiaoluan walked into the kitchen. Humming a little tune, he ambitiously opened the door of the double-door refrigerator. Then the smile on his face froze. The refrigerator was empty, with nothing in it except the soft light from the lamp. Depend on. He slapped his forehead and remembered that he and Su Muqing had discovered when they were visiting just now that there was nothing in the refrigerator at all. I was just thinking about showing off my cooking skills in front of my wife and sister, but I didn't even have the most basic ingredients. He sighed, took out his equally old-fashioned smartphone, and prepared to search for nearby fresh food supermarkets. But at this moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up and a strange number dialed in. The note is, Dragon Soul Academy Principal Zheng Qingda. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Wang Xiaoluan? Principal Zhang Qingda's gentle and cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Principal. Ha, you don't have to be so polite. I called because I remembered something. I almost forgot. There shouldn't be any food in the villa, right? Look at my memory. I've just arranged for the logistics department to go shopping. They've got the freshest ingredients, including meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, and fruits. They should be arriving soon. I've also transferred the purchase fee to your account. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID card. Consider it a welcome gift from the school to you and your sister. Wang Xiaoluan listened to the words on the phone and sighed in his heart. This principal is so thoughtful. Principal, this is too much trouble for you. No trouble, no trouble. You are rare geniuses, and this little thing is what you should do. After a few more pleasantries, Wang Xiaoluan hung up the phone. He leaned against the cool glass countertop and couldn't help but sigh. He has a house, money, and a sword fairy wife. University hasn't even started yet, but I feel like I've already reached the peak of my life. Or, can we just start like this? He was happily imagining his future peaceful life when a crisp doorbell suddenly rang throughout the villa. Ding dong. In the living room, Su Machang, who was originally fascinated by the scene, reacted faster than expected. Her eyes instantly shifted away from the glowing screen. 1 second she was still a little curious about the plot, but the next second they became as sharp as 10,000 years of ice. Buzz. A slight sound of sword. The simple and elegant long sword appeared in her hand out of thin air, and the cold light flowing on the blade seemed to make the temperature in the living room drop a few degrees. She dodged without making any sound, like a white ghost, and instantly rushed towards the gate. Sister-in-law? Wang Xiaoyao was startled by her sudden action and dropped the remote control in her hand onto the carpet. Mu Qing, wait. Wang Xiaoluan in the kitchen was also startled by the noise. He reacted immediately and called out to her. Don't be nervous, I'm here to deliver something. It's the principal I just met not long ago. He notified me. Hearing Wang Xiaoluan's voice, Su Muqing's swift figure suddenly stopped at the entrance. The fierce aura around her slowly subsided, and the sword in her hand disappeared in an instant, disappearing without a trace. I see. She responded softly but didn't stop walking as she continued walking towards the door. My husband, just wait here. I can take it, and at the same time, I can ensure my husband's absolute safety. Chapter 8. It's time to show real skills. Su Muqing's movements were quick and decisive. Her fair fingers rested on the cold metal door handle, and with a light twist, she opened a crack in the heavy door. A young man wearing the blue uniform of the logistics department was standing outside the door. He had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had completed a task. His cart was piled with shopping bags and insulated boxes of various sizes. He was just about to follow the usual practice and tell the person who opened the door Wang Xiaoluan's name for confirmation. However, when the door was completely opened and he saw who opened it, all the words he had prepared were stuck in his throat. Why is the person coming a woman in snow-white clothes? Her long, inky hair cascades down, free of any modern accessories, yet more striking than any carefully designed hairstyle. There is no trace of makeup on her plain face, but her skin is as smooth as jade and her facial features are so delicate that they seem not to belong to this mortal world. What is most frightening is her eyes. She was cold and indifferent, as if she contained ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. Just by being glanced at by her, the young man felt that the blood flow in his body slowed down by half a beat. Who is this? Is she Wang Xiaoluan's sister? But with this figure and temperament, she doesn't look like a girl who has just reached adulthood. Is this some kind of ancient-style cosplay? But this is too real, that aura can't be acted out. Delivering something? Su Muqing's cold voice rang out, breaking the momentary silence. Her tone was calm and emotionless, as if she was just stating an established fact. Ah, yes, yes. The young man woke up as if from a dream, nodded quickly, and took out a work terminal from his pocket to check the information. Excuse me, is this Wang Xiaoluan's residence? The Dragon Soul Academy Logistics Department has sent a batch of fresh food on the orders of Principal Zhang. Su Muqing nodded slightly, confirming his question. She turned sideways to make room behind the door. Put the things in. Her eyes fell on the mountains of supplies, and she added. I can collect it on my husband's behalf. Husband? The guy's brain completely shut down. However, Su Muqing had no intention of clearing up his confusion. She was even too lazy to even look at this insignificant mortal in her eyes. She walked over to the cart and picked up a heavy insulated box full of meat with one hand, and with the other hand she easily picked up 2 or 3 large shopping bags full of vegetables and fruits. He looked so relaxed, as if he was holding a few balls of cotton instead of something weighing dozens of kilograms. The young man's eyes almost popped out. This woman was so strong. Su Muching ignored his ghostly expression, quickly moved the first batch of supplies into the entrance hall, turned around and walked out again. She repeated this process over and over again, and in just half a minute, all the supplies that had been piled up like a mountain were moved into the villa by her smoothly. During the entire process, she didn't even have a trace of breath disorder, and her steps were so light as if she was walking on clouds. When the last bag of rice was put into the door, Su Muching stood at the door, and his cold eyes fell on the stunned young man again. "It's over. You can go now." After saying that, without waiting for any response from the other party, the heavy wooden door was closed cleanly with a bang, leaving only the young man from the logistics department, alone and disheveled in the breeze. In the kitchen, Wang Xiaoluan was leaning on the glass countertop, trying to figure out whether the villa had a smart home control system. Suddenly, there was a light sound of footsteps. He looked up and saw Su Muching walking in. After putting down a batch of things, she looked at herself, gave a beautiful smile, and then went to the entrance again. He went back and forth between the entrance and the kitchen again and again, moving all the big and small bags and boxes of food over. A box of milk, a box of eggs, various parts of beef, pork, and chicken are packed in fresh keeping boxes, as well as those juicy vegetables that seem to be still covered with morning dew, and various fruits that exude tempting fruity aroma. Soon, the originally empty kitchen island was filled to the brim. "Mu Qing, let me help." Wang Xiaoluan felt a little embarrassed and hurried forward, trying to take a net bag full of potatoes and onions from her hand. However, Su Muching just turned slightly to avoid his hand. "You don't have to work hard, my husband. It's just a small matter, I can handle it. My husband, just wait here and we'll prepare dinner later." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the entrance to move the last few remaining things. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her slender back that seemed to contain infinite power. His outstretched hand stopped in mid-air, and finally he could only retract it helplessly. He watched Su Muching effortlessly carry in a whole box of mineral water with one hand, and only a series of exclamation marks remained in his heart. Really? This wife is not only incredibly beautiful, but also so capable. The key is to have a high level of favorability from the beginning. This is great too. Soon, all the ingredients were moved to the kitchen by Su Muching. Looking at the complete range of products, Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but admire Principal Zhang Chengda again. The quantity and variety of these things are neither too much nor too little. It is obvious that the logistics department purchased them after accurately estimating the capacity of the large double-door refrigerator. This amount is just enough to fill the refrigerator. No matter what the principal was thinking, his thoughtfulness and meticulousness in dealing with people were enough to make Wang Xiaoluan feel good about him. If I really make it in the future, I will definitely never forget this favor. Come on, Mu Qing, let's put these in the refrigerator together. Wang Xiaoluan opened the refrigerator door and began to give orders. Under Wang Xiaoluan's classification and guidance, Su Muching demonstrated amazing learning and execution abilities. Keep meat in the freezer, eggs and milk in the refrigerator, and fruits and vegetables in the fresh keeping drawer. After listening to it only once, she remembered the location of everything exactly, and put the ingredients back in their places with great efficiency. In a short while, the originally empty refrigerator was filled to the brim, exuding a rich and tempting atmosphere of life. Okay, done. Wang Xiaoluan clapped his hands in satisfaction and closed the refrigerator door. He turned to look at Su Muching. She was standing quietly by the side, her white clothes as white as snow, spotless, as if the one who had just carried the dozens of kilograms of objects was not her. "Thank you for your hard work, Mu Qing." There was genuine tenderness in Wang Xiaoluan's tone. "Go to the living room and rest. Watch TV with Xiaoya. Leave dinner to me." Su Muching didn't say much, just nodded slightly, then turned and left the kitchen. In the living room, Wang Xiaoya was sitting cross-legged on the soft sofa, staring at the motionless screen. Seeing Su Muching coming over, Wang Xiaoya chuckled and spoke. "Sister-in-law, you're back. I saw you really enjoyed watching it, so I paused it for you. You can continue watching from where you were just now." Su Muching's gaze fell on the still picture, and a hint of genuine curiosity revealed in his cold eyes. "This thing can actually freeze the light and shadow?" "Yeah, you can even fast forward and rewind," Wang Xiaoya introduced enthusiastically. Su Muching nodded thoughtfully. "This television is truly amazing." She then turned to Wang Xiaoya and nodded slightly. "Thank you very much." "Oh, sister-in-law, you are too polite. It's nothing. Wang Xiaoya felt a little embarrassed by her solemn thanks. She waved her hand, giggled, and then pressed the button to continue playing. In the kitchen, after seeing Su Muching off, Wang Xiaoluan took a deep breath and tied on the apron prepared in the villa. Now that the ingredients are in place, it's time to show some real skill. He opened the refrigerator, glanced at the dazzling array of ingredients, and quickly constructed tonight's menu in his mind. First of all, there are the cola chicken wings that young people can't resist. He expertly slit the chicken wings several times in the middle and marinated them in cooking wine and ginger slices to remove the fishy smell. He then heated up some oil in a pan and pan-fried the wings until golden brown on both sides. The pleasant sizzling sound filled the kitchen with the aroma of burnt meat. Then, without hesitation, he poured a whole can of Coke into the pot. The dark brown liquid boiled instantly, wrapping around each chicken wing, and the sweet aroma immediately intertwined with the aroma of meat. Next, it's the national home-cooked dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The golden egg liquid rapidly expanded in the hot oil, and he used a spatula to stir-fry it into evenly sized chunks before serving. He then added the chopped tomatoes, pressing them repeatedly with the spatula to release the vibrant red juices. The air was instantly filled with a sweet and sour aroma. Finally, he returned the eggs to the pan and briefly stir-fried them, coating each piece in the rich tomato broth. For the last dish, he chose to make a refreshing dish of garlic broccoli. After blanching, the broccoli, still retaining its vibrant green color, is neatly arranged on the plate. In another pot, sauté a generous amount of minced garlic. Its pungent, overpowering aroma is the soul of this dish. The sizzling hot garlic oil is poured over the broccoli, instantly bringing out the ingredients' true fragrance. 3 dishes in one go. There was also a soft beep sound from the rice cooker, indicating that the rice was steamed. Wang Xiaoluan breathed a sigh of relief and carefully plated the last dish. He took off his apron, filled 3 bowls of steaming rice, and shouted towards the living room. Dinner is ready. Chapter 9: The Best Wife. Wang Xiaoluan took a deep breath and carefully placed the last dish of garlic broccoli on the plate. The emerald green vegetables were soaked in crystal oil and filled with the aroma of garlic. He took off the apron from around his waist and casually draped it over the back of a chair beside him, then served 3 bowls of steaming rice. Everything is ready. He shouted towards the living room. Dinner is ready. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the TV stopped abruptly. Wang Xiaoluan was about to walk out with 2 plates of food when a white figure appeared silently at the kitchen door. Su Muching walked up silently and took the plate of tempting cola chicken wings from him naturally, and picked up another plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, her movements gentle and steady. There was not a single unnecessary word during the entire process, yet there was a natural tacit understanding. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her graceful back and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Having such a virtuous wife who can go to heaven and earth and help with cooking is a blessing that one should have earned in 8 lifetimes. And it happened suddenly, it must be a blessing in 9 lifetimes. He followed behind with the remaining broccoli, and looking over Su Muching's shoulder, he saw Wang Xiaoya jumping off the sofa and running to the dining table in slippers. The girl's eyes lit up as she stared at the dish in Su Muching's hand, muttering meat incoherently. Xiaoya, you're just waiting to eat. Wang Xiaoluan put the dishes on the table and couldn't help but complain. Look at your sister-in-law. She came over to help without me having to tell her. When Su Muching heard this, she was putting down the dish gently, and the corners of her mouth seemed to rise up very quickly, but the smile disappeared in a flash, so quickly that people thought it was an illusion, and she returned to her cold and expressionless look. Wang Xiaoya pulled out a chair and sat down, refuting with confidence. You didn't ask me for help. As she spoke, she smiled sweetly at Su Muching. Besides, my sister-in-law is so capable, why would she need me? Anyway, tomorrow. I'll make dinner tomorrow, that should be fine, right? Wang Xiaoya patted her slightly barren chest and promised solemnly. Well, that's pretty good. As expected of my sister, she's aware. Wang Xiaoluan nodded with satisfaction and handed her the last bowl of rice. Let's eat first. Thank you, bro. Wang Xiaoya took the bowl, and couldn't wait to pick up the largest chicken wing, stuffed it into her mouth, and praised it incoherently. As expected of you, brother, this tastes amazing. On the other side of the dining table, Su Muching stood quietly until Wang Xiaoluan sat down on the chair next to her, then she sat down. Wang Xiaoluan looked at his sister's bold eating habits, which were completely inconsistent with her cute appearance, sighed helplessly, and then turned his gaze to the side. Su Muching just sat there quietly, without touching the dishes at hand. You can try it too. Wang Xiaoluan said softly. The cooking methods of these dishes may be different from what you remember, but taste is something that should be universal in every world. He picked up the serving chopsticks, his tone filled with confidence. I'm still very confident in my seasoning. Su Muqing nodded slightly, looking at him with clear eyes. Muqing has no doubts about my husband's craftsmanship. Her voice was still cold, but it carried a kind of trust that could not be questioned. It's just that I should wait for my husband to start eating before I can start. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that this sword immortal from the world of immortal cultivation would still abide by such ancient etiquette. Don't worry about the red tape. It's not that complicated now. He smiled and shook his head, picked up a piece of cola chicken wing covered with thick sauce, and gently put it into Su Muqing's bowl. We're all family now. The three words family seemed to have some kind of strange magic. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly, and a gentle ripple appeared in her eyes, which were always calm, and her originally cold temperament softened. She nodded slightly, as if she was genuinely happy about what she had just said. She lowered her head, picked up the chicken wing with chopsticks, and put it into her mouth gracefully. Be careful with the bones. Wang Xiaoluan reminded softly from the side. She chewed in small bites and nodded slightly. Soon, her expression changed slightly, and a hint of genuine surprise appeared in her cold eyes. It tastes very good. The skin of the chicken wings was soaked in sauce, which was salty and sweet, but the meat was still tender and juicy. The unique caramel aroma of cola blended perfectly with the aroma of meat, forming a wonderful flavor that she had never experienced before. It tastes good. She swallowed the food in her mouth and exclaimed sincerely. As far as I can remember, I've been fasting for many years, so I'm a bit unfamiliar with eating. She raised her eyes and her gaze fell on Wang Xiaoluan's face. But I still feel that once you take one bite of this, you can't help but want to take a second bite. She paused, her tone softening. Actually, in my current state, I don't really need to eat to replenish my energy. However, if I can dine with my husband and taste the food he cooks, no matter how many times, I will look forward to it and be delighted by it. These words, plain and sincere, were like a warm current that instantly broke down all of Wang Xiaoluan's inner defenses. Oh my God! How can my wife be so good? This feeling of being fully relied upon and cherished made him, a guy who had lived two lives and had never had a serious relationship before because of his studies, feel for the first time how wonderful it was to have a perfect partner. For her, let alone cooking a meal, he would be willing to cook for the rest of his life. Of course, although I thought so in my heart, it was already agreed that my sister would cook tomorrow. Even if you need to be lazy, you still have to steal. The dinner ended in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The three dishes were very filling and there was quite a bit left at the end. Wang Xiaoluan quickly sealed it with plastic wrap and put it in the refrigerator. Say no to waste, start from every family, the leftover food can be heated up and eaten for 2 more meals tomorrow. I'll wash the dishes. Wang Xiaoya was very considerate this time. She took the initiative to take charge of the aftermath and walked towards the kitchen with a pile of dishes. In the living room, Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing sat side by side on the soft sofa. The TV was still stuck on the paused screen. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, with only the sound of running water coming from the kitchen. It's just right, now I have time. Wang Xiaoluan turned his head and looked at Su Muqing beside him. She just sat there quietly, her posture upright, her white clothes as white as snow, like a perfect jade sculpture, but because of him, she was tainted with the worldly air. Muqing, I have something I want to ask you. Wang Xiaoluan's expression became a little serious. Although he has always been very receptive, he does have many questions about his own abilities and about her that need to be answered. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing immediately turned to him, her cold eyes full of concentration. Husband, just ask. Her voice was as calm as ever, yet it held a reassuring power. As long as Muqing knows, I will tell you everything without reservation. Chapter 10 Question and Answer Session. Wang Xiaoluan nodded slightly. His wife's high favorability did make many things easier to deal with. He then asked the question that he was most curious about. He had actually almost figured out this problem, but he couldn't avoid it after all. That Muqing. He organized his words, trying not to sound so strange. Why, did you call me husband as soon as you appeared? Although he accepted it quickly and was even secretly happy about it, this unreasonable beginning was still like a small thorn that pricked his curiosity. When Su Muqing heard this, the faint light of the lamp above the sofa seemed to be reflected in her cold eyes. The corners of her mouth curved upwards in an almost imperceptible arc. It was not a smile, but more like a natural reaction to reminiscing. Because the moment I saw you, my husband, I felt attracted to you. Her voice was flat, yet carried an unmistakable sincerity. It's as if the entire strange world pales in comparison to my husband. The title husband wasn't something I deliberately considered, it just slipped out of my mouth subconsciously the moment I opened my mouth. I cannot fathom the reason, but perhaps there is some kind of inexplicably deep connection between me and my husband. She raised her eyes and stared at Wang Xiaoluan with pure and focused gaze. The only thing I can be sure of is that my feelings for my husband are genuine and not false. After these words, Wang Xiaoluan felt a little embarrassed because of his frankness. Indeed, from the moment the summoning was successful, he felt that there was some kind of wonderful resonance between the two of them, almost at the soul level. The other party obviously felt the same way. And to be honest, putting aside Su Muqing's perfect external and internal conditions, when he looked at her, he did have an inexplicable sense of closeness and a natural liking for her. Could it be some mysterious thing like fate from a previous life? Wang Xiaoluan muttered to himself. After all, this world has superpowers, elves, and vampires, so having multiple past and present lives doesn't seem to be something to be surprised about. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. The result will be good anyway. He cleared his throat and asked the second question. You mentioned before that you gained a lot of knowledge about this world from me. So I want to know, what level of knowledge did you gain? When Wang Xiaoluan asked this question, his eyes were a little vague. Did he only gain the common sense that matched my understanding, or did he even know some of my personal matters? This issue is not that important, but it is absolutely impossible to say that it is not important. He originally wanted to just not ask and let it go. But then I thought, this is my wife, and I will be living with her day and night in the future. It would be too socially destructive if she knew all my previous immature thoughts that I couldn't show on the public, or some academic research records that I only dared to conduct secretly in the dead of night. Hearing this question, Su Muqing did not answer immediately this time. She was silent for a rare moment, as if sorting out the information that was flooding into her mind. The air in the living room seemed to be stagnant because of her silence. Only the sound of water splashing as Wang Xiaoya washed dishes in the kitchen could be heard persistently. Wang Xiaoluan's heart also began to lift. After a moment, Su Muqing spoke again, his voice still steady. The knowledge I have gained should be basically consistent with my husband's understanding. But it seems that this is not all that my husband knows. Most of it is limited to the common sense necessary to understand this world. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan's heart was half relieved. Fortunately, his entire body and the hard drive were not copied together. However, Su Muqing's next words made him take back his half-heart. But she changed the subject. Besides common sense, I do know some other things. Wang Xiaoluan's breathing stagnated. But please don't worry, my husband. Su Muqing looked at his expression that changed instantly, his eyes firm and serious. Everything I know is beneficial to our relationship. Mu Qing believes that those insights will only make the connection between us closer. Looking at her clear eyes without a trace of impurities, as if they could see through everything, Wang Xiaoluan took a deep breath and swallowed back the 3 words for example that were about to come to his lips. Never mind. He decided not to ask any more questions. Since my wife said so, I will believe her. In fact, what he was most worried about was whether her favorability towards him would decrease after she knew his messy and dark thoughts. Now it seems that such concerns were unnecessary. Even from what she said, it seemed to have the opposite effect. I can't figure it out, let alone dare to think about it. He quickly adjusted his attitude and asked the third and currently final main question. You've mentioned this several times, saying that your body structure is different from that of ordinary people. So, what is your current condition? This question was out of pure curiosity. After all, when the toilet was introduced to her earlier, she said she didn't need it, and when she was eating just now, she also said she didn't need to eat. Su Muqing seemed to be thinking about how to explain it in a way that he could understand. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a light shadow under her eyes. After a long while, she raised her head and described it in the simplest language possible. If I were to explain it in words that my husband would understand more easily. The essence of my current body may be more like a form composed of special energy. Energy body? Wang Xiaoluan repeated it subconsciously. Su Muqing nodded slightly. Its external structure is no different from that of an ordinary human being. It has a complete set of senses and can touch, feel, and taste everything in the world. But its inner self is completely different from flesh and blood. She raised her fair, slender hands and looked through the pages under the light. Just like when I ate just now, the food entered my body, not through normal digestion, but was directly analyzed and transformed into a kind of pure energy that can restore me slightly, or even give me a slight improvement. Wang Xiaoluan understood immediately. Isn't this really similar to summoning useless heroic spirits? It possesses the real world, feeds on magic power, has a physical body, but is not human in nature. The only difference is that the person he summoned wasn't some celebrity from history or mythology who might be difficult to get along with, but a beautiful and capable wife with a high favorability rating. Thinking about it this way, my golden finger is really a conscience. I see. Wang Xiaoluan nodded, and all the doubts in his mind were answered at this moment. Let's just ask these few questions for now, and we'll talk about the rest later. He looked at Su Mucheng and said sincerely. Thank you, Mu Qing, for explaining this to me in such detail. Su Mucheng heard this and shook his head slightly. Between my husband and me, there's no need to thank me. Her gaze softened, and her cold temperament seemed to be melted a little by the warm light. If you have any questions in the future, you can always ask me. As long as Mu Qing knows, I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 11: A relaxing after dinner time. Wang Xiaoluan had just digested the information brought by Su Mucheng when he heard the clicking sound of slippers on the floor from the other end of the living room. Wang Xiaoya came out of the kitchen carrying a small plate of cut fruit. It seemed that she had already cleaned up the dishes. She walked briskly to the sofa, put the fruit plate on the coffee table, and curled up in the soft corner of the sofa like a cat. She picked up the remote control and pressed the play button on the TV screen. The picture that was paused just now started moving again. On the screen, the fairy-like costume drama, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, continued to perform Grievances in Love. The melodious ancient-style music once again filled the entire living room, the lights were soft, and the atmosphere was warm and a little unreal. Wang Xiaoluan turned his head and saw Su Mucheng also staring at the screen quietly. The lines of her cold profile seemed softer under the changing light and shadow of the TV screen. For a moment, the brother and sister, plus a wife summoned from another world, the three of them sat side by side in harmony, watching the evening fantasy drama together. This overly comfortable family atmosphere made Wang Xiaoluan almost forget that the world he lived in was a dangerous era in which human civilization was struggling to survive under the threat of alien beasts. Perhaps at this moment, in those wilderness ruins isolated by high walls, countless soldiers and people with special abilities are fighting a bloody battle with the roaring monsters. However, these thoughts only flashed through my mind. For the time being, he is just a student who has just awakened his superpowers and has not yet entered university. The so-called mission that really requires him to face danger will have to wait until school starts in a few days. Moreover, Tianjin City, as the core hinterland of the Human Alliance, can be said to be the safest place among existing cities. In the short term, he really does not need to bear any heavy psychological pressure. Putting aside those grand crisis narratives for the time being, Wang Xiaoluan turned his attention back to the TV series in front of him. He looked at the male protagonist on the screen, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his hands making a gorgeous but not necessarily practical sword gesture, muttering something, and then a special effect light wave was shot out. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. He turned his head to look at Su Mucheng beside him and asked with a bit of pure curiosity. Mu Qing, what do you think of this drama? As soon as the words fell, Wang Xiaoya on the other side immediately pricked up her ears, and a pair of bright eyes followed over, full of anticipation. When she first recommended this drama to Su Mucheng, wasn't it because of the idea of letting real gods evaluate mortals playing gods? Facing the gazes of the two people, Su Mucheng's eyes remained on the screen, as if he was examining an ordinary file. She watched carefully for a while, until a fight scene on the screen ended, then she slowly spoke. Among the people in the picture, two have fairly solid footwork and movements, which suggests they have some basic martial arts skills. Her evaluation was objective and calm. But in my opinion, most people's actions are full of loopholes. Especially the male protagonist. His flying fairy move just now was just a show, but the defense was wide open. In a real fight, the enemy would have many different ways to kill him the moment he launched the move. After hearing this professional review that could be described as a dimensionality reduction attack, Wang Xiaoya suddenly felt a little discouraged. But this is already recognized as the best fairy tale drama of its kind. She muttered softly. Sure enough. Is the gap between acting and real skill still that big? Wang Xiaoluan fell into deep thought. Su Muqing's evaluation indirectly confirmed that her identity and strength were not false. Then, a very critical question arises. He cleared his throat, looked at Su Muqing, and his tone became more serious. Muqing, can you please reveal your current strength? Upon hearing this, Su Muqing withdrew his gaze from the TV and instead stared at Wang Xiaoluan seriously. She nodded slightly, as if weighing how to describe it. If we were to discuss it, my current strength is probably not even 1/10 of what it was at its peak in my memory. There was no trace of discouragement in her voice, she was simply stating a fact. Also, I can no longer practice the methods I remember. Muqing, I feel very sorry to my husband about this. At the end, there was a hint of guilt in her tone. It was as if not being able to come to him in the strongest possible manner was a dereliction of duty. Before Wang Xiaoluan could comfort her, Su Muqing continued speaking, with an unquestionable determination in her eyes. But I can feel that fighting can help me improve again. As long as I accumulate enough, I believe that one day I will be able to reach or even surpass the realm in my memory. She paused, looked into Wang Xiaoluan's eyes, and spoke clearly, word by word. By then, if you wish, even if it means fighting against the entire world, Muqing will have enough confidence to protect you. Wang Xiaoluan took a breath when he heard this. Against the whole world? He quickly waved his hand and interrupted her overly grand blueprint in a relaxed tone. It's not like we're against the world or anything like that. We're not villains. It doesn't matter if you're not strong enough now. It's just like playing games and leveling up. Take your time and don't rush. His words effectively dispelled the slightly heavy atmosphere. Su Muqing looked at the relaxed smile on his face, and the determination in his eyes softened. She nodded slightly. Well, Muqing will work hard for her husband. After getting the promise, Wang Xiaoluan nodded with satisfaction. Silence returned to the three of them, with only the sound of the TV echoing in the living room. They watched together for a while until the end credits began to scroll on the screen, and today's The Legend of Sword and Fairy officially came to an end. The clock hands have quietly slid towards 10 o'clock. Ha! Wang Xiaoya yawned delicately, stretched, and stood up from the sofa. It's getting late. It's time to take a shower and go to bed. She rubbed her eyes, then subconsciously turned her head to look at Wang Xiaoluan, and asked casually as she had done every day for the past 10 years. Brother, you first or me? Wang Xiaoluan was stunned for a moment. As a rule, he usually comes first because he takes a shower quickly. But today, things are a little different. His gaze drifted uncontrollably to Su Muqing beside him. Su Muqing was still sitting quietly, as if she understood something from his pause just now. She looked at him, then nodded slightly, with a hint of understanding in her clear eyes. After getting some kind of tacit consent, Wang Xiaoluan turned around and said to his sister. You go first. Wang Xiaoya was also stunned when she heard this. She glanced suspiciously between her brother and the incredibly beautiful sister-in-law next to her, catching the silent eye contact between the two. A suspicious blush quickly crept up her cheeks. Tsk tisk. Wang Xiaoya's eyes suddenly became mischievous, and a sly smile appeared on her face. We're having a bath together on the first day? You know how to enjoy it, bro. She glanced at Su Muqing again and found that although the other party's expression did not change, his ears seemed to be slightly red. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Besides, sister-in-law is spoiling you too much. She waved her hands with an expression that said, I don't care about you guys. Forget it, forget it. Do whatever you want. I'll go wash first. After saying that, she hummed a tuneless little tune and slipped into the bathroom with light steps. Chapter 12 The Most Beautiful Woman in the World. The living room became absolutely silent. Before, with the sound of the TV as background music, the silence was not too obvious, but now, the silence was infinitely magnified, like a thin veil, covering between Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing. There seemed to be a lingering trace of my sister's teasing in the air, with a hint of ambiguous heat, making the atmosphere subtle. Wang Xiaoluan could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat, beat by beat, steady yet with a hint of uncontrollable acceleration. He didn't dare to look at Su Muqing. Even without looking, he could feel that clear yet focused gaze, quietly falling on him. Time passed by minute by second in this delicate confrontation. Not long after, perhaps just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the sound of running water came from upstairs, and then it quickly stopped. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xiaoya's clear yet deliberately prolonged voice came down. I'm done, the bathroom is empty now. The corners of Wang Xiaoluan's mouth twitched slightly. This girl usually takes at least 20 to 30 minutes to take a shower. Today, she was taking a shower so fast that it was like a combat shower, as if she was afraid of delaying something. After the voice fell, the silence in the living room became more concrete, as if it had weight, gently pressing on the hearts of the two people. Finally, it was Wang Xiaoluan who spoke first. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound more natural. Well, then, let's go up too. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and met Su Muqing's gaze. Su Muqing's eyes were as calm as ever, like a deep pool without any ripples. But after hearing his words, a very faint ripple seemed to appear in the depths of the pool. She didn't say anything, but nodded gently and solemnly. Then, she slowly stood up, with light movements, and silently followed Wang Xiaoluan, half a step behind him. Wang Xiaoluan took the lead and walked towards the stairs. The bathroom door on the second floor was ajar, and you could see the warm yellow light coming from inside and smell the moist warmth mixed with the floral scent of shower gel and steam. Wang Xiaoluan pushed open the door and was greeted by a stronger wave of heat. The bathroom wasn't large, but it was immaculately clean. Tiny drops of water still clung to the tiles on the wall, shimmering under the light. The mirror was covered in a layer of white mist, blurring the silhouettes of two people. He swallowed, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously. The blood in the body seemed to start heating up due to the temperature in the bathroom, and it began to flow a little faster. He turned around and started to take off his t-shirt. But just as his hand was halfway raised, the movement stopped. Su Muqing was standing behind him, looking at him with a pair of clear eyes without blinking. Being stared at by her like that, Wang Xiaoluan felt his cheeks getting a little hot. Su Muqing seemed to understand something from his momentary stiffness. She tilted her head slightly, and her eyes flashed. If my husband doesn't like it, Muqing can go in first. As she spoke, her eyes turned to the shower room separated by frosted glass. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan immediately shook his head, and the inexplicable tension in his heart was dispelled by her words. Fine. We're already in this kind of relationship, there's nothing we can't see. After saying this, he was stunned for a moment, and then gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Yes, that's the kind of relationship. He looked at Su Muqing, then his eyes fell on her spotless white dress, and asked a very practical question. But, don't you need to take off your clothes? Su Muqing followed his gaze and looked down at herself, then explained calmly. This body of clothing, like Muqing's body, is created by thought. The same goes for the sword before my husband. She raised her bare hand, and the ancient long sword appeared in her hand without warning. The sword body was clear and bright, and the coldness was restrained. The next moment, the long sword turned into specks of light and disappeared into thin air. Come when you call, go when you wave. Wang Xiaoluan was amazed and nodded. That's really convenient. Su Muqing also nodded, seeming to agree with what he said. But then, there was a slight ripple in her voice, and she added something out of the blue. Husband, do you want to see it? Wang Xiaoluan was about to unbuckle his belt when his movement came to a complete halt again because of her words. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. So, proactive? He originally thought that with Su Muqing's fairy-like and cool personality, even if they had agreed on the so-called Mandarin duck bath, they might still be a little evasive and shy in the actual implementation. But he never expected that she would be so direct and put the right of choice in his hands. My heart started beating wildly, like a drum. Wang Xiaoluan felt his mouth was dry, but he was not a eunuch. What's more, the other party is Su Muqing. A peerless beauty who had already been identified as his husband asked him in an almost pious tone whether he wanted to appreciate her body. If I refuse this, am I still a man? That's not a question of politeness, it's a question of being a human being. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then nodded heavily to Su Muqing. Think. I miss you very much. After receiving a positive answer, a faint blush appeared on Su Muqing's unchanging cold face. The red color spread from her cheeks to her fair ears, like a drop of the most gorgeous rouge on flawless white porcelain. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, seeming a little embarrassed, but more of it was a sense of calmness. In Muqing's memory, he hasn't cared about the quality of this body for a long time. Her voice was soft, with a hint of reminiscence. But I vaguely remember that when I was still young, I was quite confident about the beauty of this body. After saying that, she stopped talking. Under Wang Xiaoluan's nervous and expectant gaze, Su Muqing slowly raised her fair and slender right hand. No complicated movements, no hesitation. Just a gentle wave. In an instant, the holy white clothes and the ribbon that tied her hair seemed to be instantly disintegrated by some invisible force. They turned into crystal clear snowflakes flying all over the sky, sparkling with a dreamy luster under the warm light, and then melted silently into the air. A waterfall of ink-black hair instantly fell down, like the deepest silk in the night sky, hanging on her smooth shoulders, sliding across the graceful curve of her back, and extending to her waist. Wang Xiaoluan's breathing stopped at this moment. Before his eyes was a picture so perfect that it would put any painter to shame. It is not sexy and hot in the ordinary sense, but an ultimate beauty that transcends desire and is almost like a work of art. Her skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing, so delicate that there was not a single flaw, and as soft as warm jade. Under the dim light of the bathroom, it glowed with a soft halo. The shoulder line is round and graceful, and the clavicle line is clear and delicate, stretching like a butterfly wing. Her figure wasn't like those deliberately trained to be toned, but rather a naturally symmetrical and harmonious one. A little more would have made her look plump, a little less would have made her look thin, and every curve was just right, as if it were the creator's most proud masterpiece. The long black hair and snow-white skin formed the most extreme contrast, and the visual impact made Wang Xiaoluan's mind go blank. He was completely distracted. In my eyes and heart, all that remains is this otherworldly beautiful scene. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet it also seemed like just a moment. Su Muching looked at Wang Xiaoluan's dazed look, and a hint of joy and shyness flashed in the depths of her eyes. Being stared at by him with such pure and ardent eyes, she did not feel offended at all. Instead, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in her heart. It was as if she was born this way, just to be fully displayed before him at this moment. She parted her red lips slightly, her voice so soft as if she was afraid of disturbing something. "Husband?" This soft call was like a stream of clear spring water, instantly pulling Wang Xiaoluan back from his trance. He suddenly came back to his senses, and his face suddenly became hot, 3 times redder than Su Muching's cheeks just now. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed twice in embarrassment, hurriedly organized his words, and began to boast without thinking. Beautiful. So beautiful. It's art. No, art isn't enough to describe it. Perfect. Yes, perfect. I've never seen anything so perfect in my life. As he spoke, he took off his clothes and pants at the fastest speed in his life. His movements were as smooth as if he was going to participate in a 100-meter sprint. In no time, he became as frank as Su Mucheng. He opened the frosted glass door on the inner layer and gave a bright smile to Su Mucheng, who was still a little stunned. The previous embarrassment and distraction were swept away, replaced by a kind of heroic attitude of giving up everything. No more words. Let's fast forward to the couple's bathing scene. Chapter 13, Couple Bath. Warm steam rose up, shrouding the entire bathroom in a hazy atmosphere. The light filtered through the mist, becoming soft and ambiguous, and sprinkled into the spacious bathtub, reflecting a pool of warm ripples. Wang Xiaoluan leaned against the side of the bathtub, the water just covering his chest. The warm feeling enveloped him from all directions, relaxing his tense nerves a little. Opposite him, Su Muching sat quietly with her back to him. Her long black hair was loosely tied on top of her head with a hairpin that she had appeared from nowhere. Only a few knotty strands of hair hung down, stained with moisture, and stuck to her slender white neck. The water rippled gently, and her silhouette in the flickering light and shadow seemed so beautiful that it seemed unreal. The smooth curve of the back, extending from the slender neck to the waist submerged in the water, seemed to have been calculated with the utmost precision, smooth and elegant. The air was filled with the fragrance of shower gel, mixed with water vapor, and a faint and elegant body fragrance that was unique to Su Mucheng. Wang Xiaoluan felt that his heartbeat was still a little fast, and his previous bold words seemed a little pale and powerless in the quiet atmosphere at this moment. He had thought he could act more calmly, but when it came to this stage, he found that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Every breath I took seemed to be her breath. Awkwardness fermented in the silence, and Wang Xiaoluan felt that he had to say something to break the silence that was almost drowning him. He cleared his throat, his voice muffled by the steam. Do you need help? It's just a back rub. Su Mucheng's body seemed to stiffen slightly. She didn't look back, but after a second or two, she let out a very soft response from her throat. After receiving a positive answer, Wang Xiaoluan became even more nervous. He picked up a brand new bath sponge next to him, dipped it in water, squeezed shower gel on it, and gently rubbed it into fine foam. He took a deep breath, as if he was about to do something extremely sacred, and slowly moved closer to her. When his fingertips touched the skin of her back for the first time through the soft sponge, both of their bodies trembled slightly at the same time. Wang Xiaoluan's hand stopped in mid-air. Su Mucheng's back was stretched into a graceful arc. The feeling was far more amazing than I had imagined. It was warm, delicate, and smooth without a single flaw, as if he was not touching human skin, but a piece of peerless warm jade that had been soaked in hot springs for 1,000 years. He could even clearly feel the subtle tremors caused by tension beneath her skin. It turns out that she is not as calm as she appears to be. This realization inexplicably dissipated the tension in Wang Xiaoluan's heart, and was replaced by an indescribable pity and tenderness. His movements became gentler. The foam moved slowly along her smooth back with his hands, causing waves of slight itch. Su Muqing's tense body gradually relaxed under his gentle treatment. She lowered her head slightly, and the loose hair on her forehead covered her eyes, making it impossible to see her expression at the moment. Only the faint blush on her snow-white earlobe revealed her inner unrest. Wang Xiaoluan didn't dare to have any distracting thoughts. He was fully focused as if he was treating a rare treasure. "Husband." She suddenly spoke, her voice as light as a wisp of smoke, accompanied by the sound of water. I'm here." Wang Xiaoluan responded immediately. "In my memory, bathing was just for cleansing the body and washing away the dust. I never thought it would be like this." Wang Xiaoluan understood what she meant. For a cultivator who has only the sword as his companion throughout his life, bathing is a ritual, a part of his practice, which purifies his mind and desires and keeps him away from worldly matters. And at this moment, the two of them were taking a bath together, their skin touching. This kind of intimacy full of worldly touch was a brand new experience for her that she had never had before. "So, how does it feel?" Wang Xiaoluan continued with his hand movements and asked tentatively. "It's strange." Su Muqing was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "My heart was beating fast, my body was a little hot, and I felt a little overwhelmed." She paused, as if searching for the right word. "But it's not annoying." Wang Xiaoluan smiled. He could imagine the inner struggle she was going through when she said these words. The same is true for him. He reached out his other hand, scooped up a handful of warm water, and gently washed away the foam on her back. The water flowed over her skin, carrying away the last trace of foam and bringing about a slight shudder. "Me too, actually," Wang Xiaoluan said frankly. "My heart was beating really fast, and my palms were sweating from nervousness, though you can't really tell now that I'm in the water." His honesty seemed to make Su Muqing feel more relaxed. "Husband, aren't you afraid of me?" she asked. "Afraid of you? Why?" Wang Xiaoluan was a little confused. "Although I was summoned by my husband, I am ultimately from another world. Besides, I've killed a lot of people." Her voice was calm, yet it revealed a suppressed uneasiness. Wang Xiaoluan stopped. The bathroom returned to silence, leaving only the sound of rippling water. He walked around her body and sat in front of her. The water rippled and the two people's knees almost touched. It was not until this moment that Wang Xiaoluan was finally able to look her face straight in the eye. Her cheeks were flushed with an alluring blush, and the steam rising from them made her even more charming than before. Her cold eyes were now covered with a layer of water, like the sky after rain, clear yet hazy. She avoided his gaze in a panic and lowered her eyes slightly. Wang Xiaoluan reached out, held her face, and forced her to look at him. Her eyelashes were very long, covered with tiny water droplets, and trembled gently like butterfly wings. "Su Muqing." His voice was serious. "I don't care where you come from, who you were, or what you did. From the moment you appeared in front of me, you were you, Su Muqing, and mine, Wang Xiaoluan." It's mine. So, don't say that. I'm not afraid of you, ever." Su Muqing's eyelashes trembled even more violently. A drop of crystal clear water slid down her cheek, and it was hard to tell whether it was tears or condensed water vapor. She didn't answer, but just looked at him silently. The entire starry sky seemed to be reflected in her clear eyes. After a long time, she nodded gently, and then took the initiative to rest her forehead against Wang Xiaoluan's forehead. The contact of my cold forehead with his warm forehead brought a strange sense of security. "Husband." She called out again, this time with a hint of sob in her voice, and an unprecedented dependence. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom door, a petite figure pressed its ears tightly against the cold door panel like a gecko. Wang Xiaogao's face flushed red and her heart was beating like a drum. A couple's bath. It's his brother and his suddenly appearing beautiful fairy sister-in-law. As a girl deeply influenced by ACG culture, she instantly imagined countless subtle scenes in her mind. Curiosity overcame shame. She tiptoed over and put her ear to the door, ready to eavesdrop on some of the conversation. Husband, is the water temperature still suitable? This is my sister-in-law's voice, unspeakably gentle. Yeah, it's very comfortable. No need to adjust it. This was her brother's voice, and it sounded gentle in a way she had never heard before. Husband, let Mu Qing cleanse you too. Sure, come on. Wang Xiaoya. That is it? That is it? You two have been hanging around in there for quite some time, just talking about this? It's even plainer than boiled water. Disappointment. But, for some reason, it seemed that I also had some inexplicable feelings. Then she heard the sound of water, as if someone was about to get out of the bathtub. That's enough. If I keep soaking for a while, I'll get wrinkles. It was her brother's voice. Wang Xiaoya shuddered and was instantly scared out of her wits. It's coming out. She almost rolled and crawled out of the door, and ran towards the second bedroom at the other end of the corridor using her hands and feet. With a bang. She rushed into the room she had chosen, closed the door behind her, and then leaned her back against the door, breathing heavily. The heart is still beating wildly. Half of it was out of fear, and the other half was due to a complex emotion that even she herself couldn't explain, a mixture of disappointment, relief, and a hint of bitterness. Chapter 14, Husband and Wife Matters. Wang Xiaoluan had just walked out of the misty vapor, and water droplets were sliding down his still strong muscles. He subconsciously reached out to grab the bath towel hanging on the wall. A slender white hand gently pressed his wrist. Husband, there is no need to be so troublesome. Su Muqing's voice was as fresh as after a bath. The ending tone was very light, but it carried an unquestionable meaning. She followed closely behind, her bare feet as white as jade, stepping on the slightly cool non-slip tiles, with undried water droplets hanging on her body. She just put two fingers together and waved them gently at the two of them. A warm and dry breeze came out of nowhere and gently blew across Wang Xiaoluan's whole body. The feeling was extremely strange. There was no burning sensation at all, only a warmth that came from being enveloped by the afternoon sun. In just a second or two, every inch of his skin, even every strand of his hair, became dry and clean. The refreshing feeling from the inside out is 100 times more comfortable than wiping with the softest towel. Wang Xiaoluan looked down at himself, then looked at Su Muqing beside him, whose hair was also dry instantly, without even a drop of water on the ends, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. This is so convenient. I don't even need a hairdryer anymore. Su Muqing heard this and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her cold eyes glowed softly under the bright light of the bathroom. In fact, as far as I remember, after practicing for a long time, I rarely even washed my body, let alone bathed. If your body is stained with dust, a dust purification technique will clear it up. She paused, turned her head, and looked into Wang Xiaoluan's eyes seriously. But if I bathe with my husband, no matter how many times, Mu Qing can feel unprecedented joy and relaxation. Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat again. Oh my god. Who can stand this? A peerless swordsman who is as cold as frost and snow, speaks the most alluring love words in the calmest tone, and the target is only you. He felt his cheeks starting to heat up again, and could only laugh dryly to hide his excitement. Well, me too, me too. He hurriedly picked up a pair of clean underwear from the side and put it on, then grabbed a loose robe and put it on. You don't even need to wrap a bath towel around you, it's really convenient. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently swept over Su Muqing. She didn't know when she had put on a light red belly band. The exquisite embroidery and simple laces outline her perfect curves just right, and her fair skin looks even more delicate against the red background. Wang Xiaoluan's Adam's apple rolled subconsciously. This is a bit too bitter. Then, he seemed to remember something, and curiosity overwhelmed those romantic thoughts. Mu Qing, can your clothes change at will? Su Muqing looked down following his gaze, then shook her head. That's not the case. I only have one set of clothing that I can summon or hide at any time. As she spoke, a flash of light appeared on her body, and the light red belly band disappeared, replaced by the spotless white dress she wore during the day. Then the light flashed again, and it turned back into the cool belly band. Except for the one I have now, there is the one my husband saw during the day. Perhaps they are a matching set? Wang Xiaoluan nodded, and had a rough idea in his mind. This is what is called the initial equipment, and it also comes with a set of underwear. He asked again. Then can you wear something else? Like what we're wearing now? Okay. Su Muqing's answer was very straightforward. Except for being able to summon a set of clothes at any time, I am no different from ordinary people. I don't have those restrictions. Hearing this answer, Wang Xiaoluan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Tomorrow we'll go buy you some modern clothes. Although you look as beautiful as a fairy, it's still too eye-catching when you walk outside. Su Muching chuckled softly, and the sound was like the gurgling of a mountain spring. Everything is up to my husband. She took a step forward, naturally took Wang Xiaoluan's arm, and leaned her head lightly on his shoulder. However, no matter how others view me, in Muqing's eyes, there is only my husband. Wang Xiaoluan felt that he was about to be overwhelmed by this sudden sense of happiness. He could only grin and laugh secretly as he led her out of the bathroom. The two of them slowly walked back to the master bedroom on the second floor. Wang Xiaoluan could hardly wait to throw himself onto the Simmons bed that looked incredibly comfortable. The mattress was soft and springy, gently embracing his entire body. He let out a sigh of satisfaction, feeling as if all the fatigue of the whole day had been absorbed by this bed. Su Muching also sat down on the edge of the bed. Although he had tried it before, he still stretched out his fingers and pressed the soft mattress, feeling the wonderful touch. Call. Wang Xiaoluan let out a long breath, put his hands behind his head, and looked at the exquisite chandelier on the ceiling. Looking back on today, a lot really happened. Especially the awakening ceremony this afternoon. I almost thought I was going to become a useless person without any decent superpowers. His tone was filled with self-mockery and fear. Su Muching turned sideways and looked at him quietly, with a touching curve unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. To me, today's importance is even greater than the moment I ascended to the immortal throne in my memory. Her voice was soft, but very clear. Because I met my husband. Wang Xiaoluan felt that his heartbeat was about to break the limit. He was afraid that if she continued to say this, he would have a myocardial infarction on the spot due to his overwhelming happiness. He quickly sat up from the bed and said in a concealing manner. Yeah, me too. It's just because today was so full, so I feel a little tired. Muqing, you may not need sleep, but please sleep with me and recuperate. After he finished speaking, he prepared to lie down. Su Muqing was silent for a moment. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her with some confusion, but found that her cheeks had been stained with a beautiful blush at some point. Those eyes that were always clear were now covered with a layer of mist. Their look was a little evasive, yet seemed to hold some expectation. Husband. She spoke softly, her voice lower than before and trembling slightly. Now, are we going to rest? Don't you do something that a husband and wife should do at this time? The expression on Wang Xiaoluan's face froze instantly. He stared at Su Muching blankly, his brain completely shutting down at this moment. What do you mean? What should couples do? Is that what I thought it meant? Holy crap! Is it really possible? Right now? But isn't this a little too fast? Strictly speaking, today is only the first day we meet. And to be honest, I'm a little tired today, why not? In his heart, there was a struggle between heaven and man, and two little men, one holding a fork and the other holding a halo, were fighting fiercely. It seemed as if she saw his hesitation. The light in Su Muching's eyes dimmed slightly for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She took the initiative to lie down next to Wang Xiaoluan, her soft hair spread on the pillow like a piece of fine black satin. Then she reached out and gently but firmly held Wang Xiaoluan's hand on the bed. Her hands were a little cold, but very soft. If you are tired, then you can rest first. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Her voice returned to its usual gentleness, with a reassuring thoughtfulness. Wang Xiaoluan felt the warmth from his palm, turned his head, and met her tender eyes. The beautiful cheeks so close to her were flushed with a tipsy look, and there was no reluctance in her eyes, only pure concern and love. He suddenly felt that if he really fell asleep like this, that's not really a man. The next second, he suddenly turned over and covered Su Muching in his shadow. Under the beauty's surprised and delighted gaze, he pressed the sub-switch of the overhead lamp beside the bed. Pa! The room was instantly plunged into a soothing darkness. Then, a clear and beautiful laugh sounded in the darkness, carrying endless joy. Chapter 15. Talk about it later. Time flows slowly, and I don't know how much time has passed. Wang Xiaoluan breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if all the bones in his body were taken apart and reassembled, with a strange feeling of soreness and satisfaction. Everything that happened just now, no, it should be said that everything that happened today, was like a bizarre yet extremely beautiful dream. A refreshing spring dream. However, the extremely clear perceptions that still remained in his body were reminding him unequivocally that this was not a dream. Of course, it's not just his own body that can remind him. A sweet fragrance came up gently from behind, and soft hair brushed against his back, bringing a slightly itchy touch. Sumuching hugged him from behind, and the feeling was even more comfortable than lying on the expensive memory foam mattress. Her breath was light, with a hint of orchid fragrance, and the warm breath sprayed on his earlobe. "Husband, how did you feel just now?" Her voice was very low, with a hint of shyness that comes from a virgin, but also with a strange frankness. Even if I take into account the long years in my memory, this is still the first time. If there's anything I didn't do well, I hope you can forgive me. You can also, just point it out. Mu Qing will continue to improve for you." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously began to recall the scenes just now in his mind. Not to mention that it was not done well, he racked his brains but couldn't even find a single point that was even slightly unsatisfactory. It's simply perfect. He suddenly remembered the question he had tentatively asked her after dinner. At that time, he was also worried that his private preferences hidden deep in his heart, which were somewhat dark and even not to be made public, would make her think that he was a pervert. Now it seems that not only did she know it a long time ago, but she also used the most direct actions to prove the two sentences she said at the time. "Everything I know is beneficial to our relationship. It will only make the connection between us closer." So that's what it means. There were only 3 words left in Wang Xiaoluan's mind at this moment. Marvelous. Not only did she not dislike his deep-seated habits, she even took the initiative to guide him to try and experience them out of pure curiosity and exploration. In every detail and every step, she would stare at him intently with her eyes that were usually as cold as frost, but now filled with tenderness and affection. Then, in a tone almost like a whisper, she softly asked him how he felt. There was a clear look in his eyes without a trace of force or disguise. There is only the purest love and a tenderness that is enough to melt steel. To be honest, Wang Xiaoluan felt like he was floating in the clouds the whole time, in a dreamlike state of almost melting. It was precisely because of this extreme sense of unreality that he felt as if he were dreaming. He cleared his hoarse and dry throat, trying to make his voice sound less like a child who had just been given candy. "Feel." He paused, as if searching for a word with enough weight. "Perfect. There's nothing wrong with it, not a single flaw to be found." Hearing this comment, Sumuching seemed to let out a soft moan of extreme satisfaction, and the arms around his neck unconsciously tightened a little more. She rubbed her cheek against his back gently, like a contented cat. "Mu Qing is really happy that my husband can say that," she muttered to herself. "So, this is what husband and wife are like. It's really an incredibly wonderful feeling." Wang Xiaoluan could no longer suppress the curve of his lips, and the happiness and satisfaction in his heart almost overflowed from his chest. He smiled, slowly raised his hand, covered the back of Sumuching's hand that was folded in front of him, and held it gently. Almost the moment he grasped it, Sumuching's fingers responded. It was an almost instinctive reaction. The 5 slender jade fingers separated on their own and clasped tightly with his 10 fingers. Tight fit, perfect fit. It's so sweet that it kills him. Oh, it's him, then it's okay. It's so sweet that it's killing others. Wang Xiaoluan smiled, slowly turned around and held her in his arms. Their eyes met. In the hazy moonlight coming in from the window, the touching blush on her beautiful cheeks seemed to be even more intense. In those eyes, as clear as a cold pond, there were shimmering lights at this moment, as if they were filled with stars in the entire night sky, and all the stars were shining only for him. Wang Xiaoluan's heart seemed to be grabbed by a soft hand and squeezed gently. He couldn't hold back any longer and bent down to kiss her. Sumuching closed his eyes in perfect tacit understanding. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, revealing her inner shyness and anticipation. She responded awkwardly but sincerely. It's not just gentleness, but also carries a certain irresistible demand and declaration, full of lingering love and possession. It's as if they want to completely rub each other into their own souls. After a long time, their lips parted. A crystal thread slowly appeared under the moonlight, and then quickly broke off quietly. Sumuching put his hand on Wang Xiaoluan's face. My husband must be very tired now. There was a hint of obvious pity in her voice. It's obviously because of me that you've worked so hard for so long. She looked into Wang Xiaoluan's eyes, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, including reluctance, fascination, and a desire to turn this moment into eternity. If this continues, I'll start to want to continue being intimate with my husband. But my husband is different from me after all. He needs to rest. Her fingertips gently stroked Wang Xiaoluan's cheek, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. So, tonight, let's stop here. Wang Xiaoluan nodded slightly. He did feel the double fatigue from both mental and physical aspects. Today's experience was too complicated and contained too much information. His brain and body needed a complete shutdown and restart. Well, it's time to rest. He smiled and reached out to tuck a lock of her hair behind her ear. After a good sleep on this comfortable big bed, I'll be full of energy. If Mu Qing wants to feel it again, I'll be there for you anytime. Su Muqing's eyes curved into beautiful crescent shapes. She leaned forward and placed another gentle kiss on his cheek. Then, Wang Xiaoluan lay back down on the bed, feeling the comfortable support provided by the mattress. Su Muqing also turned sideways and lay down next to him like a docile kitten. She stretched out her arms, gently hugged one of his arms, and then closed her eyes contentedly. Wang Xiaoluan turned his head and took a last look at his wife's flawless sleeping face in the darkness. Serene, quiet and beautiful, with a pureness that is free from all worldly desires. He smiled and slowly closed his eyes. Tired. I am really tired. Chapter 16, Beauties of All Worlds Part 1. The softness of the mattress and the warm touch from his side were like a powerful sedative, quickly dragging Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness into a deep sea of sleep. But this time the sinking did not reach the usual unconscious darkness. His consciousness was suspended in a strange space. Everything around seemed to be separated by a layer of frosted glass, presenting a blurry stack of colors. It was as if the whole world was covered with a mosaic that was not too thick, but enough to make him unable to see anything clearly. The only thing clear in his vision was what he held in his hand. It was a small booklet with a red cover and a texture somewhat like some kind of hard velvet. At first glance, it looked like a marriage certificate, but it was slightly larger than the marriage certificate he knew. There are 5 big words written on the cover in an ancient yet elegant font. The beauties of all worlds. This booklet is very thin. Looking from the side, it seems to be only a few pages thick. Wang Xiaoluan felt that his consciousness was unusually clear, and he could even clearly feel the subtle texture of the cover when his fingertips touched it. Since there was nothing else to study in this mosaic world, his attention was naturally focused on the booklet in his hand. He tried to open the cover. The movement went smoothly without any obstruction. The first page of the booklet appeared before him. What comes into view is a portrait of a woman in the style of ink painting. He recognized the person in the painting at a glance. Su Muqing. Compared with her real self, she appears less flesh and blood in the painting, but has a more detached charm. Simple ink lines outline her cool and elegant figure, and a few strokes of light ink render the flowing white dress that is whiter than snow. Only her eyes were painted with the thickest ink, but a trace of blank space was left at the key point, which made her possess the clarity on paper that seems to see through people's hearts. Ink and color paintings have a unique style. The corners of Wang Xiaoluan's mouth unconsciously curled up. The real-life version of his wife is probably sleeping soundly with her arms around him like an octopus. He. Cough cough. His thoughts quickly drifted away from the beauty and refocused on the booklet itself. If the first page is Su Muqing, then this book Beauty of All Worlds can be almost 100% confirmed to be closely related to his supernatural powers. In fact, this thing itself may be his superpower. The clearly visible remaining pages at the back of the booklet pointed to a guess that made his heart beat faster. It is very likely that Su Muqing is not the only one he can summon. And just listen to the name, Beauty of All Worlds, doesn't it clearly tell him that the characters he can summon later will all be female? That's really great. An irrepressible ecstasy surged in Wang Xiaoluan's heart. If the new characters summoned later can be like Mu Qing, then he can. You can completely ensure your own safety. That's right. In this world where strange beasts roam rampant and dangers lurk on every side, having one more powerful teammate is equivalent to having one more trump card to save your life. This is the most tangible improvement. With a strong enough force as a backing, he can live more safely and comfortably and protect the people he wants to protect. Mainly, protect himself. Wang Xiaoluan nodded vigorously in his heart, feeling very satisfied with his own foresight. Of course, in addition to security issues, there are indeed many other things to look forward to. For example, will the new character also be like Mu Qing, with his favorability at this high level from the start? For example, will they also have their own characteristics and bring different life experiences? Well, these are secondary, very secondary. Safety first. While Wang Xiaoluan was seriously convincing himself in his mind, he couldn't wait to stretch out his fingers and pinch the edge of the first page, wanting to open it and get a glimpse of the stunning beauty of his future teammates in advance. However, the touch from his fingers made him slightly stunned. Can't turn it over. The last few pages seemed to be firmly glued together by some strong glue, forming a solid whole. He applied a little force, and the pages only bent slightly, with no sign of being opened. He didn't dare use any more strength. What if this thing is a unique copy and is accidentally torn? It would be a huge loss. Although his reason told him that as the core of superpowers, this thing should not be so fragile. After the brief attempt failed, he did not feel too disappointed. After all, the supernatural power is in him, and he can't escape it. Just because it can't be opened now doesn't mean it can't be opened in the future. Perhaps some special conditions need to be met? Or maybe the level is not high enough and the permissions have not been unlocked yet? In short, eat your meal one bite at a time and walk one step at a time, don't be in a hurry. Since I can't read the rest for now, I'll first study the page about Mu Qing in front of me. In addition to the beautiful ink painting, there seemed to be some small words written next to it. Just when Wang Xiaoluan completely shifted his attention from turning the page to studying the contents of the first page, the blurry mosaic world around him suddenly changed dramatically. The blocks of color in front of him seemed to be wiped away in an instant by an invisible hand, and the clear scene came like a tide, swallowing him up. The feeling under your feet is no longer of floating in nothingness, but the touch of stepping on solid bluestone. The air was filled with a cool scent with a hint of pine resin and moist water vapor. The wind blew past my ears, bringing with it the unique chill of the mountain top. Wang Xiaoluan slowly raised his head and looked around. He found himself standing on the summit of a solitary mountain above a sea of clouds. The terrace beneath my feet was paved with giant bluestones, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the cold, lonely, and proud moon in the sky. At the edge of the terrace, several ancient, sturdy pines took root in the cliff face like dragons, their needles gleaming a faint green in the moonlight. Looking around, there is an endless sea of rolling clouds. The moonlight shines on the clouds, as if coating this surging white ocean with a layer of holy silver frost. The entire world was reduced to just 4 colors: black, white, blue, and silver. It was silent, vast, and had an otherworldly aura. Wow, there's also a scene switching function. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but sigh. Now it feels right. This cold and aloof aura is a perfect match for the temperament of his sword fairy wife. He lowered his head again and looked at the still crystal clear copy of Beauty of All Worlds in his hand. Under the cool moonlight, the ink paintings and texts in the booklet seemed to have a unique charm. He fixed his gaze on the small words next to the portrait. Chapter 17, The Beauty of All Worlds Part 2. He fixed his gaze on the small words next to the portrait. At the top are 3 words written in elegant and restrained handwriting. Su Muqing. Below the name, there is a smaller note. Qinghuan Realm, Hanjiang Sword Sect. Wang Xiaoluan repeated it silently in his mind. For some reason, these words always gave him a subtle sense of familiarity, as if he had heard them in some forgotten corner of a dream. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't recall any relevant memories. Perhaps, this is just a kind of cognitive resonance brought about by the invisible connection between him and Mu Qing. He didn't hesitate too much and continued to look down. The column below is more intuitive and more interesting to him. Rating, 15-100. Is it level 15 initially? Wang Xiaoluan seemed to be lost in thought. Behind the level bar, there is also a line of notes explaining how to improve. The level will be improved through combat, killing units, and special actions. The first 2 are quite classic settings and are easy to understand. What the hell is special behavior? Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Eat experience fruit? Read experience books? Watch battle replays? He temporarily suppressed these unfounded speculations. Anyway, the answer to this question will come out one day. All in all, this grading system gave him a relatively clear quantitative idea of Mu Qing's strength. Although he has no idea at the moment what level this level 15 combat power is in this world. You can try going to the nearby psychic training ground tomorrow. He made up his mind. His eyes moved away from the level bar and fell to a position further down. Favorability, 100-100. It was indeed full. Seeing this number, Wang Xiaoluan's mood inexplicably improved. Starting off with a wife who is very favorable to you, this kind of treatment is probably the top configuration that all senior time travelers dream of. However, just when he was satisfied and ready to turn the page, he discovered that below the line of words favorability, there was an entry that he had previously overlooked. Special value, 1-5. What is this? Wang Xiaoluan's curiosity was aroused again. Does this mean that there is still room for improvement beyond 100% favorability? His gaze continued to explore downwards, and he seemed to have found the answer soon. Below the special value is the last content of this page, and the title consists of 4 words that are quite meaningful. We are in tune with each other. Below the title are 5 parallel entries. 4 of them appear gray and locked, making it impossible to see their contents clearly. Only one, the first, was clear and bright. First acquaintance with the sword. Wang Xiaoluan stared at these 4 words, his brows slightly raised. Bond skills? Or some kind of shared talent? The first person he thought of was Mu Qing. But on second thought, I felt that it was not right. Who is Mu Qing? He is a top swordsman from the world of immortal cultivation. Even though her strength has not yet recovered to its peak, her attainments in swordsmanship are definitely not something that can be described as first acquaintance. If this entry was directed at her, it would be an insult. So, after ruling out this possibility, there is only one answer left. This, first encounter with sword intent, is not directed at Su Mucheng. But it's him, Wang Xiaoluan. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt as if there was something inexplicable in his body. A completely new understanding of the concept of sword appeared in his mind out of thin air, as if it was innate, profound, and clear. He probably knows that he can now do things that he could never do before. Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and imitated the swordsman in his memory, making a sword-pointing gesture. He didn't even think about it, but just followed the new feeling in his heart and gently thrust forward towards an ancient pine tree on the cliff not far away. The movements are casual, even a little lazy. However, at the moment when his fingertips extended, an invisible sharp energy suddenly condensed. Call out. A slight but extremely clear sound of breaking through the air was heard. On the branch of the ancient and vigorous pine tree not far away, a green pine needle broke silently into 2 pieces. The broken half of the pine needle drew a thin green line under the cold moonlight and fell quietly on the mirror-smooth bluestone ground without making any sound. The whole process was so fast that it was difficult to react. Wang Xiaoluan slowly retracted his fingers, looked down at his fingertips, and then looked at the intact ancient pine tree in the distance. That's kind of cool. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Now, all the clues seem to be connected. Every time that special value increases, he can unlock a core ability related to Mu Qing. Mu Qing is a Sword Immortal, so the ability he obtained is Sword. Although it's just the initial acquaintance stage, I already feel pretty good about it. The remaining question is, how is this special value unlocked? Was it given a little at the beginning, or? Wang Xiaoluan's mind involuntarily emerged the beautiful scenes between him and Mu Qing before he fell asleep. Could it be that? He fell into deep thought. If it's true, then this cheat code unlocking method is a bit too humane. However, this is just speculation now. Don't be in a hurry. Wang Xiaoluan quickly adjusted his mentality. Eat your food 1 bite at a time, walk the road 1 step at a time, and take your wife 1 step at a time, cough. In short, this matter is easy to verify. Next time, after interacting with Mu Qing, I'll come back here to see if the special value has changed, and everything will be clear. He was not anxious about it. Even if this thing can never be unlocked again, it's no big deal. Just focus on your wife's development. My wife is a peerless sword immortal, and I am just an ordinary person with no cultivation. It is natural and not shameful for me to be a gigolo. After figuring this out, Wang Xiaoluan felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He carefully read Su Muqing's page several times, as if he wanted to engrave every word into his mind, and then he closed the beauty of all worlds in his hand with satisfaction. The moment he closed the book, the cold and lonely world of immortals around him seemed to have been deleted. The solid bluestone ground beneath my feet disappeared, replaced by the familiar feeling of floating in the void. The cool pine scent and moist water vapor in the air also disappeared without a trace in an instant. The cold mountain wind no longer blows past my ears. The lonely bright moon before my eyes, the surging sea of clouds, the vigorous ancient pines, everything collapsed and faded in an instant, turning back into the blurred mosaic composed of countless blocks of color. The scene switch ended and he returned to his original consciousness space. So, a new problem arises. He knew very well that in the real world, he was lying in bed and sleeping soundly. But his consciousness was pulled to this strange place. Although the scene on the top of the mountain just now felt very real, now that I am suspended in the mosaic, I still feel tense. How can I rest like this? The consciousness also needs sleep, right? Do I have to wait here until dawn and wait for my real body to wake up naturally? That's too boring. You can't expect me to silently say I want to sleep here, right? A nonsensical idea popped up in Wang Xiaoluan's mind. However, the moment this thought arose, he really felt that the blurry mosaic world before his eyes began to darken rapidly. An irresistible, deep sleepiness surged from all directions like a tide, gently enveloping his entire consciousness. The last ray of light before my eyes was completely swallowed by the darkness. So convenient. This was his last thought before his consciousness fell into complete sleep. Chapter 18. Good morning. When Wang Xiaoluan opened his eyes again, his consciousness seemed to slowly rise from the deep seabed, finally breaking through the water surface and coming into contact with the soft morning light. Every cell in the body seemed to have been ironed, filled with indescribable vitality and fullness, and the fatigue in last night's consciousness space disappeared. It seems that the incredibly soft bed under me is exerting force. He was slightly awake for a few seconds, and then he felt a warm and soft touch on his arm, which made him subconsciously turn his head. Su Muching had opened her eyes as clear as autumn water at some point and was lying quietly beside him. Her long, inky hair spread out on the snow-white pillow like a waterfall, and a few strands fell playfully on his chest. She just looked at him quietly, as if she had been looking at him for a very long time, until she was sure that Wang Xiaoluan's eyes were completely focused on her. Then the corners of her lips rose slightly, outlining a smile that was enough to make all the flowers pale in comparison. "Husband, are you awake?" Her voice was soft, with the tenderness unique to the early morning, like a feather brushing against the tip of the heart. "Good morning. Did you rest well last night?" Wang Xiaoluan felt that whenever he saw her impeccable face and heard her gentle voice, he felt as if he was soaked in warm water, and he felt comfortable from the inside out. "Very nice." He smiled back, his voice still a little hoarse from waking up. "Besides, I dreamed about you last night." Su Muching's eyes brightened instantly, and the smile in them deepened. "Really?" Wang Xiaoluan nodded, recalling the scene in his consciousness space. "Yes, on a very high mountain top. There's the moon, a sea of clouds, and pine trees. It feels like that place might be one you've been to before." Upon hearing this, Su Muching's smile became even gentler, and the arm that was holding him subconsciously tightened a little. "Is this what it means to be in tune with one another?" she whispered softly, her tone filled with unconcealable joy. "Very nice. It would be even better if I could dream about my husband too." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved, and he asked curiously, "Speaking of which, did you fall asleep last night? I remember you said that you don't need sleep. I can't just close my eyes and rest all night, right? That would be too boring." Su Muching first shook her head, then buried her cheek deeper into his arms, her movements filled with a hint of dependence and attachment. "Muching is not unable to sleep. In fact, she did fall asleep last night. She just woke up a little earlier than her husband. However, she probably didn't have any dreams. Besides, as long as I stay by my husband's side, I can see his sleeping face as soon as I open my eyes." Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. "Not to mention just one night, even if it's calculated for a whole year, I won't feel bored at all." Wang Xiaoluan's heart felt like it was gently grasped by a warm hand. "I just got up and I got hit with such a straight ball. Do you want him to stay in bed all day and not get up?" He complained helplessly and sweetly in his heart, but raised his hand honestly, and gently stroked her smooth and delicate cheek with his warm palm. "The skin beneath my fingertips feels smoother than the finest silk." He didn't say anything else, but just looked deeply into her eyes that seemed to contain the stars and the sea. Su Muching also looked back at him quietly, her eyes like water, gentle enough to melt steel. The only sound in the air was the intertwined breathing of the two people. After a moment, the two faces slowly approached each other in a silent understanding. Finally, the warm lips touched each other. This was a kiss different from the charming and exploratory one of last night. It carried the tranquility and purity of the early morning, without any impurities. It was just the simplest and most direct expression of emotion. However, in this warm and quiet moment, squeak! The door of the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open. A voice full of energy, but still a little confused, sounded. "Hey, bro, wake up." At the door, Wang Xiaoya was rubbing her eyes. She was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and her hair, which reached her neck, looked like a messy bird's nest. It was obvious that she had just climbed out of bed and was still in a half-asleep state. Subconsciously, she planned to rush in and lift her brother's quilt as usual. But her voice stopped abruptly after she saw the scene in the bedroom. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Wang Xiaoya's eyes widened little by little. What did she see? Her brother was lying in bed with his incredibly beautiful sister-in-law whom he had just met yesterday. The point is, they were still kissing. Wang Xiaoya was completely awake. My brain froze for about 3 seconds. The next moment, she slammed the door shut like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her movements were so fast that it seemed as if some ferocious beast was chasing her. Immediately afterwards, a series of frantic footsteps sounded in the corridor. Wang Xiaoya rushed into the bathroom on the second floor, turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of cold water with both hands, and splashed it hard on her face. The cold stimulation made her shudder all over, and also made her heart, which was about to jump out of her throat, calm down a little. She raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror, her face covered with water droplets and her cheeks flushed. Her mind was in a mess. They were like this, so early in the morning? Doesn't that mean they might have already? Aha! What did she miss? Wang Xiaoya scratched her messy hair in annoyance, and her heart was in turmoil. She had made a good plan last night. After they came out of the bathroom and returned to the master bedroom, she would quietly run to the door and eavesdrop. What's the result? As a result, she just lay in her bed for a while, waiting for them to come back, and accidentally fell asleep. I slept until dawn. A feeling of regret for missing out on hundreds of millions instantly overwhelmed her. That was a super exciting first-hand gossip scene. She just fell asleep like that. Wang Xiaoya's mood now is extremely complicated. My heart is still pounding because of the shocking scene I just saw. I feel a little regretful that I didn't hear anything exciting last night. I feel a little bit regretful. I regret why I can sleep so well but fail at the critical moment. At the same time, there is also an indescribable and very subtle discomfort. How to say it? Although the family suddenly had such a beautiful and capable sister-in-law, she was also very happy for her brother. But, after all, my brother has never been in love since he was a child. Even when some girls in school who she thought were very beautiful mustered up the courage to confess their love to him, he rejected them without hesitation. To be honest, she once secretly wondered in her heart whether her brother was not interested in girls. Or, he planned to live with her, a no-marriage, no-love person, in the future. As a result, if you don't make a sound, you will be a big hit. Just skip all the unnecessary steps and get it done in one step. Wang Xiaoya sighed, scooped up a handful of water and washed her face, trying to calm her confused thoughts. But then again, a thought popped up from the depths of her mind without any warning. Sister-in-law, was she summoned by my brother using his supernatural powers? That can give birth to a child? Chapter 19, The Psychic Training Ground. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing's lips parted with the sudden sound of the door closing. For a moment, the only sound in the bedroom was the sound of each other's breathing. There was still a hint of awkwardness in the air from being interrupted, but more than that, there was a tacit ambiguity quietly flowing. After a moment's silence, Wang Xiaoluan looked at Su Muqing's eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, in which his slightly helpless face was reflected. He didn't say anything, just moved closer again. Su Muqing obediently raised her head slightly and met his lips. This time, there was no disturbance from the outside world, only the morning sunlight shining through the gaps in the curtains, casting tiny specks of light in the air. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Wang Xiaoluan stood up and casually put on the clothes he wore yesterday, his movements lazily as if he had just woken up from a hangover. Su Muqing's mind moved, and the familiar, snow-white clothes that were not stained by dust appeared on his body. As they walked down the first floor one after another, the rich aroma of tomatoes and eggs wafted from the kitchen. Wang Xiaoya was wearing a cartoon apron and standing in front of the stove, stirring the noodles in the pot. Her pretty short hair was sticking up uncomfortably because she hadn't had time to comb it. She heard footsteps and turned around with a forced, normal smile on her face. Brother, sister-in-law, good morning. The noodles will be ready soon, please go sit down first. Her tone was light and lively, just like usual, but the blush on her cheeks that had not yet completely faded and the slightly wandering look in her eyes silently betrayed her inner unrest. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing looked at each other, but they kept their understanding to themselves and didn't expose it. Good. Wang Xiaoluan responded and pulled Su Muqing to sit down at the dining table, as if the accident in the morning had never happened. The atmosphere of breakfast was created in this subtle tacit understanding. The tomato and egg noodles were sweet and sour and appetizing. The three of them ate quietly, with only the occasional slight clash of chopsticks and porcelain bowls. After breakfast, Wang Xiaoya took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Wang Xiaoluan leaned on the sofa in the living room, took out his mobile phone and opened the banking app. A clear string of numbers lies quietly in the account balance. 1 million. The reward promised by the principal arrived faster than he imagined. Now that we have the startup capital, last night's plan can be put on the agenda, he said to Su Mucheng and Wang Xiaoya, who was wiping the table. Let's go out later. Upon hearing this, Su Mucheng put down the teacup in her hand and looked at him softly. Wherever my husband goes, Mu Qing will follow. Wang Xiaoya also came over immediately, her eyes sparkling. Where are you going? Shopping? Wang Xiaoluan smiled and put his phone away. Let's go to the psychic training ground first to see how strong Mu Qing is now. Then we'll eat out at noon, and then go shopping for clothes and daily necessities in the afternoon. Today is Saturday, so I can make some arrangements. I have to register at the university next Monday. In this world, from high school graduation to college enrollment, there is no happy 3-month summer vacation like in previous lives. Everything is for the sake of efficiency. When Wang Xiaoya heard that she was going to test her superpowers, she became even more excited. Okay. I just wanted to try out my spatial ability. I can buy a few more nice clothes this afternoon. The plan was set. After a little preparation, the three of them went out and headed straight for their first destination, the psychic training ground. In order to cope with the ubiquitous crises and maximize the potential of every citizen, the world's urban construction has been turned upside down. Many of the original public facilities have been adjusted and transformed accordingly to accommodate the existence of people with special abilities. The most common of these are the public psychic training grounds of varying sizes established in various urban areas. These training grounds are open to all citizens free of charge. The villa area where Wang Xiaoluan's new home is located is close to Dragon Soul College, one of the top colleges in the country. It is a school district villa, and the surrounding supporting facilities are naturally top-notch. After walking for only 10 minutes, a huge building with a very modern and technological feel appeared before them. The area of this training ground is extremely astonishing. Just looking from the outside, its scale is no less than a large stadium that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. In fact, it is very likely that it was directly transformed from the original stadium. The building's exterior walls are made of smooth silver-gray alloy, with a cold metallic luster at the joints, and the huge curved glass curtain wall reflects cold light in the sunlight. The entire building looks like a steel behemoth lurking in the city, presenting a strange sense of separation from the surrounding residential buildings and greenbelts. This is a direct reflection of the skewed technology tree in this era. Walking into the automatically opening alloy door, the scene inside is even more shocking. The training ground is divided into 3 floors. The first floor they were on at the moment was an extremely spacious space with a dome that was high enough for those with flying abilities to fully display their abilities. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone, mixed with the remaining scent after the collision of various energies. This is the most basic training area. In the distance, someone was practicing his supernatural powers against several hard target walls made of special alloy. The walls were covered with scorch marks of varying depths, ice crystal fragments, or holes corroded by strong acid, as well as other signs of supernatural powers. In addition to the target wall, there is also a shooting area specifically for practicing freehand shooting accuracy, which is similar to the shooting range used for practicing shooting in the previous life. On the other side, some people with body-strengthening abilities were undergoing high-intensity combat training, beating up training dummies, and the collision of their fists and feet made dull sounds. The entire first floor was bustling with people, but it didn't seem noisy. Everyone was immersed in their own training rhythm, and a tense and efficient atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. Wow! Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a small exclamation and looked around curiously. Wang Xiaoluan took the two of them and took the floating elevator next to them directly to the second floor. The spatial layout of the second floor is similar to that of the first floor, but the number of people is obviously much smaller and the training facilities are more sophisticated. The outer layer of the energy target wall here is covered with a faint energy shield, which can better absorb the impact, and can also intuitively display the intensity of the received attack, simulating non-harmful counterattack energy. The targets in the supernatural shooting area can move, and the moving speed can be adjusted by yourself, and the fastest speed can reach a state where after images are almost left. The training dummies in the fighting area are no longer dead objects, but intelligent robots that can attack and dodge according to preset programs. The psychics trained here are clearly a level higher than those on the first level, both in terms of the intensity of their energy fluctuations and the proficiency of their moves. Wang Xiaoluan's gaze did not linger on this floor for too long. He led the two of them directly to the entrance leading to the underground. Unlike the open elevator leading to the second floor, going to the basement requires passing through an independent, more secure gate passage. The elevator door opened and a gust of cold air hit me in the face. The light on the underground floor was noticeably dimmer, with the main colors being deep blue and black, filled with a calm and solemn atmosphere. This is no longer an open hall, but rows of neatly arranged independent compartments, each with an indicator light indicating in use or free at the door. This is the high-fidelity combat simulation area. Wang Xiaoluan explained softly. It can simulate battles with various levels of monsters. He pointed to a young man who had just walked out of a cubicle not far away. The young man's face was still pale with a hint of lingering fear, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He took off a pair of sci-fi black glasses on his head and breathed a long sigh of relief. Through those special glasses, the training system will transmit information directly to our brain nerves, generating images, sounds, and even the aura of the alien beast. Except for the lack of pain simulation, everything else is almost the same as a real fight. This is one of the highest crystallizations of the distorted fusion of technology and superpowers of this era. It is no longer just virtual reality, but a deeper neural interaction. It allows people with special abilities to accumulate the most valuable experience in fighting monsters from other dimensions in an absolutely safe environment. Chapter 20 Divine Power. Wang Xiaoluan seemed to know this place very well, but it was certainly not because he had been here before. Instead, on the way here, he had already looked over the official 3D map of the training ground on his mobile phone over and over again. Thanks to his spatial sense that always allowed him to get full marks in solid geometry problems, the complex structure of the entire training center had already been clearly constructed in his mind, almost to the smallest detail. After he took Su Mucheng and Wang Xiaoyao on a general tour of the main areas, the three of them finally took the suspended elevator back to the most lively first floor. The whole morning seemed to be quite plenty of time, so Wang Xiaoluan suggested doing some simple exercises here to get a feel for it. Anyway, there is no need to rush. After the warm-up, you can go directly to the basement to experience the simulated combat, which sounds very exciting. Su Mucheng had no objection to this. Her cold gaze swept across the special ally target wall in the distance that was covered with traces of battle, and her voice was as calm as ever. Alright, I can use this wall to sharpen my sword. It looks pretty tough. Before she finished her words, her simple and elegant longsword appeared out of thin air in her hand. A faint glow flowed on the sword, which seemed out of tune with the noisy energy aura around her. Wang Xiaoya immediately raised her hand to express her agreement. I agree. Ever since I found out yesterday that I have space-related abilities, I've been wanting to try something. Her face was filled with an almost fanatical excitement, and after she finished speaking, she ran to an open area and approached a high-intensity training dummy that stood there alone. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng's eyes were involuntarily drawn to her, with a bit of pure curiosity. Wang Xiaoya stopped, took a deep breath, and struck a pose that he thought looked extremely handsome. She gently covered her right eye with her left palm. The next second, her left eye suddenly widened, and invisible energy seemed to gather in her pupils. Then she used all her strength to shout out the word that she had practiced in her mind countless times. Divine power. The moment the words came out of his mouth, the space around the neck of the training dummy, which was made of special materials and could withstand continuous impacts from heavy trucks, actually began to visibly twist. The air seemed to have turned into a sticky liquid, being twisted by an invisible force, making a teeth-grinding crunching sound. The dummy's hard metal neck actually began to slowly deform in the face of this strange force, as if it would be directly twisted off by the distorted space in the next moment. The unreasonableness of the space-related supernatural power was fully revealed at this moment. The noise here was so loud that for a moment, many nearby psychics who were sweating and doing boxing and kicking training in front of the training dummies were attracted by Wang Xiaoya's shouting that was full of a sense of middle school and the weird scene before them. What the hell, what is that? A space distortion? A muscular bald man stopped punching and his eyes were as big as copper bells. It's a spatial ability. Wow, such a rare ability can actually be seen here. This girl is no ordinary girl. A young man nearby who was roasting the target wall with flames couldn't help but glance sideways, his face full of surprise. At his age, he seems to have just awakened, yet he can achieve this level of precise positioning. This talent must be at least B level. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. It's the name of the move she called out. It sounds a little familiar, yet a little weird. Various discussions and exclamations came one after another, which gave Wang Xiaoya a little satisfaction to her vanity. However, the handsome posture could not last long. When the training dummy's neck was twisted by about 1/3, the excitement on Wang Xiaoya's face quickly collapsed. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead and her whole body was trembling slightly. No, no, no. She couldn't maintain that handsome posture and quickly let go of her hand. My eyes are bleeding. After saying this serious-sounding sentence, she ran straight to a row of rest seats at the edge of the venue without looking back. After sitting down, she buried her face in her arms, looking as if she had exhausted all her strength. Seeing this, a rare trace of concern flashed across Su Muqing's cold eyes. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan and asked softly, "Will using that kind of space-related ability cause damage to the eyes?" Wang Xiaoluan looked at his sister's back, which looked like she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He suppressed his laughter, shook his head at Su Muqing, and explained in a low voice. That was just her joke. Whether it was that loud yell just now or the excuse that her eyes were about to bleed, they were all just imitating some 2D character she had seen. She probably just overused her supernatural power. It was her first time using it, and she couldn't control the consumption, so she reached her limit immediately. Then she felt a little embarrassed that she only lasted a few seconds in front of so many people, so she found an excuse to run away. He knew his sister too well. Wang Xiaoya's current condition was almost the same as what he had described. However, Wang Xiaoluan was still a little surprised. Of course, it's quite impressive that I can achieve this level of performance on my first official use of a newly activated superpower. After hearing Wang Xiaoluan's explanation, the worry in Su Muqing's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by a new confusion. Second dimension? She accurately captured the unfamiliar word in Wang Xiaoluan's words. After being summoned, she quickly acquired most of the common sense of this world through the wonderful connection between her and Wang Xiaoluan, based on his cognition, but she was still blank about some deeper cultural concepts. Well. Wang Xiaoluan scratched his head, and for a moment he didn't know how to explain the all-encompassing and controversial concept of two-dimensional to a genuine ancient swordsman. This is hard to explain now. I'll tell you slowly when there's a suitable opportunity. He complained silently in his heart that if he spoke broadly, Su Muqing could also be considered a two-dimensional character. However, he remembered that in his previous life, due to the existence of some abstract elements on the internet, the term 2D was seen as highly biased by many people outside the circle. Even more, many older generation online readers look down on the so-called two-dimensional world. But in his own understanding, online novels can actually be regarded as a branch of two-dimensional culture. Of course, this kind of definitional debate is actually meaningless. Everyone has their own opinions, as long as we don't argue with each other. Wang Xiaoluan's thoughts wandered a little, and he quickly came back to his senses. He turned his gaze back to Su Muqing, looking at the long sword in her hand that was emitting a clear light. Let's not talk about that. Muqing, didn't you say you wanted to try that target wall? Let's go over and take a look now. After hearing his suggestion, Su Muqing no longer worried about the new term that was difficult to understand at the moment, and she nodded slightly. Good. She agreed very readily, and then she gently turned her wrist holding the sword, pointing the tip of the sword at an angle to the ground. Then please enjoy my husband's first sword technique that I have learned in my memory. Her voice was not loud, but it had a unique charm that was enough to silence the surrounding noise. This sword technique is called the First Snowsword Style. Chapter 21 First Snowsword Style. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing walked towards the row of target walls with a cold metallic glow at the edge of the training ground. In order to allow her to express herself freely without any worries, Wang Xiaoluan deliberately kept a distance of about 10 meters, leaving himself an excellent viewing position. Brother, is sister-in-law going to show off her skills? A vigorous voice came from behind. Wang Xiaoya had recovered from her limp state at some point. At this moment, she was like a kitten, with her hands on Wang Xiaoluan's shoulders, her head sticking out from his shoulders, her bright eyes full of curiosity and expectation. Wang Xiaoluan nodded, his eyes never leaving the figure in snow-white clothes. Your chakra recovers quite quickly. He made a casual joke. Of course. Wang Xiaoya puffed out her chest and retorted with confidence. That was just my first time using it. My body wasn't familiar with the rhythm of energy output yet, so I couldn't control it for a moment. Besides, I have a rare ability that can grow. After I practice for a while, I will definitely be able to easily break the neck of a dummy like this. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and even made a gesture of unscrewing a bottle cap. Maybe I can easily absorb it into my divine power space in the future. Is there really such a place? Wang Xiaoluan's complaints are accurate and timely. Wang Xiaoya's cheeks puffed up slightly, as if she was seriously considering this possibility. Maybe if I develop it, I'll have it. After all, when we were studying superpower theory in high school, didn't our teacher say that the development of superpowers depends largely on the imagination of the superpower user? Then you are invincible. Hey, I think so too. While the brother and sister were chatting, Sumacheng in front had already made preparations. She walked to the target wall made of high-strength alloy. The wall was as smooth as a mirror, enough to reflect her cold and elegant figure. She stretched out her sword-holding hand, and the tip of the ancient long sword lightly touched the hard wall. Bite. A crisp sound, like the collision of jade, was inconspicuous in the noisy training ground, but it was clearly heard by Wang Xiaoluan. Sumacheng didn't look back, but her voice had a strange penetrating power and sounded directly in Wang Xiaoluan's heart. Husband, please look at me carefully. The moment she finished speaking, her entire demeanor suddenly changed. If she was a piece of warm ancient jade just now, introverted and quiet, then at this moment, she was a peerless divine weapon unsheathed, sharp and cold. The air around seemed to drop a few degrees as a result. First snowsword style, plum blossoms in the cold. As she spoke, the sword in her hand moved. It wasn't a wild chop, but a series of extremely fast clicks. The tip of the sword turned into countless afterimages in the air, like the winter plum blossoms quietly blooming on the branches in winter, falling down silently. Tat-a-tat. A series of light sounds, so dense that they were almost continuous, exploded on the alloy target wall. Wang Xiaoya subconsciously opened her eyes wide. She couldn't even see the movement of Su Mucheng's wrist. She could only see that on the smooth wall, there appeared one after another deep dots that were finer than a needle tip out of thin air. Each small dot is precisely distributed, forming a sparse and orderly plum blossom pattern. The wall was so hard that the strong man could only leave a shallow fist mark even with all his strength, but now, countless deep holes were pierced in it so easily. The second move, flying snow returning wind. Su Mucheng's figure began to turn, and her white sleeves fluttered like snowflakes swirling in the wind. Her sword strokes became smooth and round, the tip of the sword no longer stabbed but gently slid across the surface of the target wall. The movement seemed to be effortless, just like drawing lines on canvas with a brush, elegant and freehand. However, a perfect circular sword mark was deeply imprinted on the alloy wall, and the cut was smooth and flat without a trace of burrs. The third move, the biting north wind. The sword's momentum changed again. The graceful spin came to an abrupt end, replaced by an unstoppable slash like the bitterest wind in the northern winter. Zhung. There was a sharp and piercing sound of metal friction, and sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying cut more than 1 meter long and several centimeters deep appeared in the middle of the target wall. The sharp energy that came towards him made Wang Xiaoluan, who was more than 10 meters away, feel a slight sting on his skin. The initial sword intent in his body became extremely active at this moment, allowing him to feel more clearly than others the determination and domineering power contained in this sword that could cut through everything. The fourth move, glacier shattering. Su Mucheng pressed down his wrist, and the long sword suddenly chopped down from top to bottom. This time, she didn't just strike with one sword. The sword flashed, and it slashed around the same point several times in succession. Crack! Crack! The alloy target wall groaned under the heavy burden. With the sword's landing point as the center, several irregular cracks spread out in all directions, like the surface of a frozen river shattered by a huge force in winter. These 4 consecutive moves, from point to line, from circle to surface, from precise control to unparalleled dominance, have caused many students around who noticed the movement here to stop their training. Hey, look at that girl in ancient costume over there. Is that cosplay? You're so dedicated, wearing that to the training ground? The point isn't the clothes, okay. Look at that target wall. Holy shit, that swordplay is real. What kind of superpower does she have? Weapon enhancement? Or swordsmanship expertise? At first, the discussion was a bit of a curiosity, but as Su Mucheng displayed his sword skills, each one stronger than the last, the noise around him gradually died down. Everyone's attention was attracted by the figure in white, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They are all psychics who have awakened their special powers, so their eyesight is naturally not bad. That is definitely not some fancy trick, but a skill that truly contains terrifying lethality. Just when everyone thought this was the limit, Su Muqing's aura rose again. Fifth style, Snowstorm. Her sword seemed to have disappeared. Or rather, her sword turned into millions. Her body remained motionless, only her wrist was vibrating at high speed, and the long sword danced in front of her, creating a dazzling light curtain. The next moment, countless tiny, pale white energy beams visible to the naked eye gushed out from the light curtain like a blizzard, shooting towards the target wall in an overwhelming manner. Puff, 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 puff. It was not the sound of metal colliding, but the dull sound of a sharp blade cutting into an object. The entire target wall seemed to have been hit by a sudden hailstorm. In the blink of an eye, it became riddled with holes, densely packed with tiny sword marks of varying depths. Sword energy? A boy who was standing nearby had a trembling voice and almost dropped the supernatural spear in his hand. Are you kidding? Isn't that something that only exists in novels? How could anyone possibly use it in real life? Hey, your thinking is a bit behind the times. This is the age of superpowers. Maybe her superpower is the ability to release sword energy? But what level of supernatural power is needed to produce such a powerful sword energy? Wang Xiaoya was completely stunned. Her hands on Wang Xiaoluan's shoulders tightened unconsciously, her knuckles turning white, and her mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. Her ability to control space was like child's play compared to the exquisite and sharp swordsmanship in front of her. However, this is not the end. Su Muqing slowly raised his sword, with the tip pointing straight ahead. The sharp aura that permeated the surroundings began to converge towards the tip of the sword frantically, and a dazzling, almost tangible pale light condensed and compressed on the tip of the sword. The temperature in the training ground seemed to drop again. Final move, a frosty sword. There were no unnecessary movements, just a simple straight stab. The pale light that was condensed to the extreme broke away from the tip of the sword and turned into a stream of light, arriving in an instant. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a slight hiss sound. A circular hole the size of a bottle mouth appeared out of thin air on the indestructible alloy target wall. The edge of the hole was extremely smooth, and even lingered with a trace of white cold air. A thin layer of frost condensed on the surrounding metal surface. The whole set of sword techniques is smooth and flowing, and is completed in one go. The target wall, which was originally as smooth as new, has now completely changed its appearance. It is covered with dots, lines, circles, cracks and countless tiny holes. The hole in the center that is emitting cold air is even more shocking. Everyone knows how strong this wall is, but now it looks like a piece of tofu that has been trampled on. Amidst the dead silence and countless shocked, horrified, and unbelievable gazes, Su Muqing flipped her wrist, and an ancient scabbard that matched the style of the long sword in her hand appeared out of thin air in her left hand. Clang! The long sword returned to its sheath, and the clear sound seemed to be the closing sound of this magnificent performance. She slowly turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoluan, with a hint of expectation in her cold eyes. Husband, how is it? Chapter 22. Show off your skills. Snap, snap, snap. Wang Xiaoluan applauded sincerely, breaking the silence, with admiration and pride on his face. It's very exciting, much more powerful than I imagined. Is this really only level 15? This is the level at level 15, he doesn't even dare to imagine what it will be like at level 100. Sister-in-law. You are so handsome. Wang Xiaoya finally came back to her senses. She jumped up excitedly and looked at Su Muqing with admiration. You haven't just awakened yet, you've already reached the maximum level. You're going all out right from the start. Her brain circuits turned rapidly, and then she grabbed Wang Xiaoluan's arm and shook it hard. Looking at this, brother, your ability to summon my sister-in-law should be considered a level or even S level, right? At this point, her tone collapsed again and she muttered softly. Compared to this, my current B rank doesn't seem to be enough. I feel a huge psychological gap. Don't worry, you are a growth type, and there are endless possibilities in the future. I'm waiting for you to create a divine space for me. Wang Xiaoluan smiled and held his sister's head, rubbing her hair. And Muqing actually still has a lot of room for improvement. Is this true? Can it be improved further? Wang Xiaoya was shocked. This could be further improved. Could it be that her sister-in-law could really cut mountains and seas with a single sword like in the novels about cultivating immortals? That's an exaggeration. Su Muqing nodded slightly and stated the facts calmly. The only thing I can fully display right now is the first snowsword style. Although I still master the form and meaning of other higher-level sword techniques, I lack the strength to unleash their full power. Even if I were to use them, they would only be for show. There's no rush for this. Wang Xiaoluan comforted. Anyway, we will return to our peak sooner or later. And given our current situation, we don't need to deal with any troublesome things that require crossing several realms to solve. Su Muching nodded slightly, with complete trust in Wang Xiaoluan in his eyes. Su Muchang and Wang Xiaoya's warm-up came to an end, but the shocking atmosphere in the training ground lingered for a long time. I feel like hitting that ridiculously hard dummy is so boring. It won't even move. Wang Xiaoya's face was full of excitement as she was eager to try. Brother, sister-in-law, let's go to the basement and play. Although I can't twist the dummy now, I should be able to catch a low-threat monster easily. Su Muching nodded slightly, and his cold eyes swept across his white palms, as if he was feeling the power flowing in his body. I also want to try to see what level of beasts I can match in this world now. She paused, turned her gaze to Wang Xiaoluan, and added a hint of matter-of-fact firmness to her tone. This way, I can be more confident in protecting my husband. Okay. Wang Xiaoluan nodded in agreement subconsciously, but then seemed to suddenly remember something and raised his hand to stop the two people who were about to take a step forward. Wait a moment, wait a little longer. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the shooting range on the other side. His action made both of them stunned. Su Muching took light steps and followed quietly, with a hint of inquiry in her clear eyes. My dear husband, do you want to see the accuracy of my sword energy? As she spoke, her right hand naturally rested on the hilt of the sword held in her left hand, as long as Wang Xiaoluan nodded, the sword would be unsheathed again. No, I don't doubt your accuracy at all, Muching. Wang Xiaoluan waved his hands quickly with a sincere smile on his face. I believe that you can easily hit even a high-speed moving target. Hearing this unquestioning trust, the coldness in Su Muching's eyes quietly melted a little, turning into a hint of joy, and the hand on the hilt of the sword also loosened. So what are you going to do, brother? Wang Xiaoya came over curiously, her big eyes rolling around, flashing with gossip and inquiry. Could it be, you're hiding something as well? As expected of my sister. Wang Xiaoluan nodded approvingly, a mysterious smile on his face. I did learn a move through my connection with Muching. When these words were spoken, Su Muching was obviously stunned. She subconsciously closed her eyes, sensed carefully for a moment, and then opened her eyes with some surprise. I do feel that the connection between me and my husband has subtly deepened. Well, didn't I dream about you last night when I was sleeping, and then I learned it? Wang Xiaoluan explained casually and stood behind the shooting line of the shooting area. He stretched out his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and aimed at a stationary circular target in the distance. A thought came to my mind. A strange feeling flowed down my arm to my fingertips. There are no fancy lighting effects and no terrifying noises. Wang Xiaoluan gently stretched out his arm towards the target. Call out. An invisible force that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye burst out from his fingertips, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters. The next moment, the target in the distance made a muffled sound, and the entire target body suddenly leaned back and slowly fell down. After a moment, the target rose automatically again, and a number popped up on the electronic screen next to it. 78 points. The results are pretty good. Is this sword intent? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Muching's eyes. She saw clearly that although the attack Wang Xiaoluan had just launched was only the most superficial release of energy in form, its core was clearly the prototype of the sword intent that kendo practitioners dreamed of. Wow! No way! Wang Xiaoya screamed in surprise. She rushed to Wang Xiaoluan in 2 steps and looked him up and down as if he were a monster. Brother, your supernatural power is too unfair. Not only can you summon such a powerful sister-in-law, but you can also learn this ability that is no different from supernatural power? She exaggeratedly covered her chest, looking deeply shocked. My noble space system suddenly seems to be no longer so attractive in comparison. It's just some superficial knowledge. If you really encounter problems, you still have to rely on Muching. Wang Xiaoluan chuckled and shook his head. He had a good idea of his own abilities. The previous attack, though seemingly graceful, had actually drained the insignificant reserves of sword intent in his body, and now he couldn't do it again. But I can probably come back after waiting for a while, and it feels like I can recharge quite quickly. My husband, there is no need to belittle yourself. Su Muching walked up to him and took his hands naturally, with only tenderness and joy in her eyes. Just feeling my connection with my husband deepen makes me incredibly happy. Even if my husband doesn't know anything, it doesn't matter. I will definitely protect you. As she spoke, she stared into Wang Xiaoluan's eyes. The air between them seemed to become sticky, and the atmosphere gradually heated up as they looked at each other affectionately. Judging from the situation, if they just stare at each other for a few more seconds, they'll kiss in public. Brother! This is a public place. Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and realized that the crowd that had been attracted by Su Muching's beautiful swordsmanship not only did not disperse, but instead had a tendency to gather more and more. At this moment, dozens of eyes were focused here from afar, each with a different look, but without exception, they were filled with strong curiosity and exploration. Cough! Wang Xiaoya immediately rushed forward and forcibly grabbed Wang Xiaoluan's other hand. Let's go! Let's go to the basement first. I can't wait to fight monsters. After saying that, she didn't care about Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muching's reactions. She used all her strength to pull Wang Xiaoluan and ran towards the elevator. Although Su Muching was stunned for a moment by the sudden interruption, he just chuckled and immediately followed, his steps light and unhurried, following behind the two of them. The three of them quickly disappeared at the elevator entrance. Only a group of dumbfounded passers-by were left in the first-floor training ground. In the dead silence, I didn't know who spoke first. Just now. I seem to hear that peerless beauty holding the sword calling that man, husband? That's nothing. Didn't you see what they did just now? They were showing off their affection in public. It was unbearable to watch. Another person replied sourly. Damn, who is that guy? He looks so ordinary, how could he find a girlfriend of this level? More than just a girlfriend, judging by the name, we're already an old married couple. If I could have a woman like this, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Byangda doesn't want to suffer at all, right? Discussions were heard one after another, full of envy, jealousy, and bitterness. Chapter 23 Highly Fidelity Combat Simulation System. The elevator door slid open smoothly, and a completely different smell from upstairs hit me in the face. I just took a quick look at it just now, but now I have time to take a closer look. Different from the bustling first floor and the technological feel of the second floor, the underground floor appears exceptionally quiet at first glance, even with an inexplicable coldness. The air was filled with the unique smell of disinfectant and metal. Rows of heavy metal doors with a cold silver-gray glow were neatly arranged on both sides of the corridor. The electronic screens above the doors displayed the green word vacant. The entire space was so quiet that only the light footsteps and breathing of the three people could be heard. Wow, this place feels so professional. Wang Xiaoya looked around cautiously, with a pure excitement like a game player entering a new map. Wang Xiaoluan glanced at her and understood everything in his heart clearly. The reason why this girl pulled him away in such a hurry just now was probably not because she was really in a hurry to fight the monster, but because she couldn't stand him and Su Muching showing their affection up there as if no one was around, and she was afraid that staying any longer would cause public outrage. However, he had to admit that he actually had great expectations for what he was going to experience next. So, man, how do you use this thing? Wang Xiaoya's gaze finally locked onto a shelf on the wall of the corridor that was specially used to place equipment. Dozens of pairs of black glasses that looked very futuristic were neatly placed on it. I guess I should just put on a pair of glasses and then find an empty cubicle to go into. Wang Xiaoluan touched his chin, his tone a little uncertain. After you enter, there should be a system prompt telling you how to operate. This is my first time here too, and this is what the manual says. I understand. Wang Xiaoya immediately showed an expression of I already completely understand and took a pair of black glasses from the shelf with swift movements. She couldn't wait to put on her glasses, her eyes flashing with anticipation behind the lenses, and then she randomly picked the cubicle closest to her that showed vacant. At the door, she turned around and waved to Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng, like a warrior about to go to battle. I'll go in and scout the way first, you guys follow me. Before she finished speaking, she turned and walked into the compartment. The heavy metal door closed silently behind her, and the electronic screen on the door instantly turned from green to red with the words in use. This girl, once she finds something that interests her, she's like clockwork. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the closed door and smiled helplessly. Husband, does the training room here only accommodate one person? Su Mucheng's cold voice sounded beside her. She looked up at the closed doors with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Wang Xiaoluan shook his head and explained patiently. No, this kind of cubicle should only hold 4 people at most. It can be used for teamwork training. If you want multiple people, they should all go in at the same time. He glanced again at the door of his sister's compartment, which was closed and marked as in use side, and then pointed further into the corridor. There should be larger ones further in, ones that can accommodate a dozen or even dozens of people at a time, used to simulate fighting against medium to high-level threatening large-scale alien beasts or alien beast clusters. Su Mucheng nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. This training method is quite ingenious. It can not only improve personal abilities, but also hone team cooperation. She then turned her head, her eyes fell on Wang Xiaoluan's face, and suggested softly. Then let's find a place to go in. Wang Xiaoluan responded and walked to the equipment rack. He first took a pair of glasses, then picked up another pair and handed them to Su Mucheng very naturally. Su Mucheng took it without hesitation and put on the glasses like Wang Xiaoluan. The two then walked into the room next to Wang Xiaoyao's, which also showed vacant. The metal door slowly closed behind him, blocking out all sounds from the outside world. Even though it is a so-called small compartment, the interior space is much more spacious than imagined. It is a full 100 square meters. The surrounding walls, ceiling, and floor are all a seamless milky white color. There is no trace of any gap, giving people the feeling of being in a scene from a science fiction movie. This reminded Wang Xiaoluan of some of the suffering games he had played in his previous life. This size was just a standard boss room. It's a pity that there should be no invincibility frame when rolling here. The two stood in the middle of the room, waiting quietly. About 10 seconds later, a female synthesized voice with a slightly mechanical texture suddenly rang in the ears of both of them at the same time. Welcome to the highly realistic combat simulation device. System startup. Please select the threat level of the monster you want to challenge, low, medium, high, or catastrophic. Wang Xiaoluan chose low level. Everything should be done step by step, starting with the simplest test first. Threat level selected, low. Please select a specific type of exotic animal, or select a random match. Random. Wang Xiaoluan felt that this was more challenging and would test Su Mucheng's ability to cope more comprehensively. Random matching has been selected. Is it necessary to simulate a specific combat scenario? The system's additional question made Wang Xiaoluan stunned for a moment. He originally thought that he was just fighting monsters in a white space. Unexpectedly, the functions of this device are more complete than he imagined. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Then, let's simulate a dungeon-style scene. Scene command received, generating the dungeon environment. As soon as the system sound fell, the scene the two people saw through the glasses changed drastically. The originally flawless white walls and ground, after a slight visual distortion, quickly transformed into rough walls made of huge stones. A cold and damp breath seemed to be transmitted through the glasses, and even dark green moss was spreading in the corners of the walls. The soft light source above their heads disappeared, replaced by ancient torches burning with blazing flames that appeared at intervals on the wall. The flickering flames stretched the shadows of the two people very long, swaying constantly on the uneven ground. This technique can actually change the world? Su Mucheng looked at the almost lifelike scene in front of him, and a rare hint of surprise appeared in his cold voice. In her past understanding, those who could achieve this level were all illusions or formations performed by powerful people who knew everything. This is the power of technology. You can think of it as a very complex television, or an illusion. Wang Xiaoluan explained to her with a smile. It just transmits specific information to our brain through the glasses, allowing us to see these things. As long as we take off the glasses, everything will return to normal. Upon hearing this, Su Mucheng, with some confusion and curiosity, raised his hand and gently took off the black glasses on his face. The next second, the flickering flames, the damp stone walls, and the swaying shadows disappeared without a trace, and the surroundings returned to the empty, bright, pure white room. She looked at the glasses in her hand in a daze, then put them back on. The gloomy and dark underground prison once again appeared before her eyes. The wonders of technology are beyond belief. Su Mucheng sighed sincerely. This time, when she looked at Wang Xiaoluan, in addition to tenderness, there was more admiration for the world. At this moment, the mechanical female voice sounded again, interrupting the communication between the two. The scene has been generated, and the monster is about to be spawned. Please prepare for battle. Chapter 24, A Small Test of Wife's Knife. As soon as he finished speaking, the open space in front of the dungeon, where the firelight cast a long shadow, swayed slightly like the surface of water into which a stone was thrown. A distorted black shadow emerged out of thin air and quickly solidified. It was a small strange beast, no more than half a human's height, resembling a giant skin lizard. Its entire body was covered with a dark gray keratin layer, and its limbs were thick with razor-sharp claws at the ends. Its pair of scarlet eyes emitted an ominous light in the dim light. The moment it appeared, Wang Xiaoluan felt a stream of information pouring directly into his consciousness. A recognizable target has been detected. Do you want to activate the identification function? Start up, he muttered to himself. The next second, a translucent data box popped up in the lower right corner of his vision, and the text on it was extremely clear. Name, Crypt Lurker. Threat level, low. Characteristics, dark loving, swift action. Main threat, claw assault. Weaknesses, fear of light, low shell defense. I see. It's an agile monster with low defense. Wang Xiaoluan understood that this kind of strange beast was a relatively common cannon fodder type among low-level threats. As long as he could keep up with its speed, it would not be difficult to deal with it. He was just about to remind Su Muching to pay attention to the opponent's speed advantage. Mu Qing. Just as he uttered the two words, a sharp sword light flashed before his eyes without any warning. It was so fast that he couldn't even see when Su Muching drew the sword. The crypt lurker that was showing its fangs and claws just now froze in place, and there seemed to be a trace of confusion in its scarlet eyes. Immediately afterwards, a thin line of blood spread from the top of its head to its tail, and its entire body silently split into two symmetrical halves, then turned into countless points of light and dissipated in the air. It was not until then that Wang Xiaoluan heard the sound of a long sword being sheathed. Su Muching turned around, her black hair fluttering slightly with her movements, and there was a hint of inquiry on her cold and pretty face. Husband, what happened just now? Wang Xiaoluan looked at her calm and composed look, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's okay, he waved his hand and coughed dryly. I just wanted to say, well done. The target has been cleared. Do you want to continue generating strange beasts? The system's voice sounded at the right time. Continue, still random. Wang Xiaoluan answered without hesitation. He originally wanted to test how strong Su Muching could be in this simulation device. For the next few minutes, a one-sided carnage unfolded in the dungeon scene. Whether it's the rotten slime dripping with disgusting mucus, or the shadow bats that generate a small group at a time and roar towards you, or the rock armor goblins with thick skin and flesh, none of them can survive a single round under Su Muching's sword. They didn't even have the chance to get within 3 meters of Su Muching. By the way, Wang Xiaoluan discovered that the names of the strange beasts in this world seemed to be based on some original literary and artistic creations. He then tried to increase the number of monsters generated from 1 to 2, and then to 3. The result did not change. Often, those strange beasts had just emerged from the distorted space and had not yet time to take an attacking posture when they were killed by Su Muching's sword energy like a roadside beast. The whole process is as neat and smooth as cutting vegetables. It was not until the threat level was slightly adjusted to the lower category, which was slightly more severe within the low level, that it finally caused Su Muching a little trouble. A giant bull with a body size of nearly 2 meters managed to withstand the first sword energy, and was then cut into pieces by the second and third sword energies that followed. Just a little bit. Su Muching had never been approached by anyone until now. Wang Xiaoluan scratched his head helplessly. Su Muching put away his sword and stood up, his white clothes as white as snow, spotless, then looked at Wang Xiaoluan. Husband, how do you feel? Handsome, clean, and neat. Wang Xiaoluan praised sincerely. Then he raised his head, as if talking to the air. System, give us the most powerful one, the top tier of low-level threats. Instructions received. Generating the highest level individual in the low threat sequence for you, Shadow Hunter. The system's mechanical female voice fell, and on the ground in the center of the dungeon, a thick black shadow began to wriggle, gather, and stretch. Eventually, it became a strange beast with an elegant and agile body, like a black panther. At first glance, the body of this strange beast seemed to be made of pure shadows and rotten flesh, but at the same time, one could see the muscle lines faintly visible in the shadows, and a pair of eyes burning with scarlet flames were fixed on Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muching. This one is indeed stronger. Su Muching tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword. Wang Xiaoluan was a little curious when he heard this. Can Mu Qing even directly sense the strength of a simulated monster like this? Su Muching shook his head slightly and answered honestly. I can't feel it. It was this magical instrument called glasses that directly displayed its strength information before my eyes. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned. He looked at Su Muqing's cold and picturesque face, coupled with this serious answer, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. I feel like she has an inexplicable talent for telling dry jokes. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the shadow hunter moved. Its body instantly turned into a blurry black line, tearing through the air almost in the blink of an eye, and rushed straight towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing's eyes flashed, and his wrist shook slightly. Two condensed sword energies shot out one after another, obviously wanting to test the opponent's strength first. However, the black line drew an incredible arc in the air and avoided the first sword energy by a hair's breadth. Immediately afterwards, it did not dodge or evade, but collided head-on with the second sword energy. Swish! The sword energy left a deep wound on its body that was visible to the bone, and black mist escaped from it, but its speed was hardly affected at all. Not only that, the hideous wound was still wriggling and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Xiaoluan had retreated to the edge of the venue, and the data box in front of him also refreshed the content in time. Name: Shadow Hunter. Threat level: low close to medium. Features: extreme speed, regeneration, shadow stealth. Main threats: extremely fast movement speed and charge ability, powerful self-healing ability. Weaknesses: low attack power, single attack mode. Recommended countermeasures: use absolute force to instantly destroy its core to avoid a war of attrition. Do not underestimate the enemy due to its low attack power. It turns out to be a high agility, high recovery type, with a weakness of insufficient attack power. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the red mark, "Don't underestimate the enemy," and seemed to be thinking about something. This kind of strange beast is specially designed to test the challenger's burst output ability. If it cannot be dealt with quickly, it will consume the challenger to death. Just as he was thinking about this, the situation on the field changed again. The Shadow Hunter, with its amazing speed and strange footwork, finally succeeded in breaking through the blockade of sword energy and became the first strange beast that could get close to Su Muqing. A hint of violence flashed in the scarlet eyes, and the white bone claws grabbed Su Muqing's throat with a scream that tore through the air. However, what greeted it was a sword light that was faster and colder than it. Only a series of crisp cutting sounds were heard. The next moment, the Shadow Hunter's limbs and head flew into the air at the same time, and Su Muqing's figure appeared like a ghost several meters behind it, once again keeping a safe distance. The entire process of offense and defense conversion was so fast that it was dizzying. Wow, he is so fierce and cautious, not giving his opponent any chance at all. Wang Xiaoluan secretly praised in his heart. But his gaze immediately fell on the pile of dismembered remains on the ground, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Even after the limbs and head were removed, the black fragments scattered on the ground were still wriggling, as if they had independent life and were trying to gather together again. Chapter 25: Su Muqing's Worries. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the dark, twisted, and crawling parts of the strange beasts. He turned his head and looked at Su Muqing, who was still standing upright. "Muqing, do you have a move that can crush it to ashes in one go?" When Su Muqing heard this, a very subtle fluctuation flashed in his cold eyes, and then he shook his head slightly. "My current cultivation is still lacking, and I can't use the few ranged killing moves I have mastered in my memory. And what I'm good at isn't large-scale attacks." Her voice was still calm, but it seemed to have an indescribable sluggishness than usual. "My swordsmanship is more inclined to concentrate strength on a single point, pursuing the ultimate penetration and slashing." "So that's how it is." Wang Xiaoluan understood and had a better understanding of Su Muqing's current position. Although the single target attack power is extremely terrifying, when facing an enemy with such incredible recovery ability, it will indeed fall into a passive war of attrition. He was just quickly analyzing Su Muqing's current combat characteristics in his mind, thinking about how to provide her with auxiliary means in the future, or finding teammates who could make up for her shortcomings. However, his silence seemed to have a different meaning in Su Muqing's eyes. She saw Wang Xiaoluan sitting silently, as if lost in thought. His eyes, which always held a gentle smile, were now staring at the wriggling remains of the monster. His gaze was so deep that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. An indescribable panic suddenly surged up from the deepest part of Su Muqing's heart. "Husband, do you think I'm useless? Are you disappointed that I can't even deal with such a low-level monster?" Once this thought appeared, it was like a wildly growing vine that instantly wrapped around her heart. No. Absolutely not. She couldn't let her husband down. The next moment, before Wang Xiaoluan could open his mouth to express his thoughts, he felt the air temperature beside him suddenly drop. Sumuching tightly gripped the ancient long sword in his hand, and an almost paranoid determination appeared on his cold face. But there is a solution. The moment she finished speaking, she moved. The figure was like a flash of white lightning, instantly rushing to the pile of fragments that were about to reassemble. First snow sword style, fifth style. Snow is falling all over the sky. A cold and murderous voice echoed in the training ground, accompanied by endless sword light. All that was seen were dazzling afterimages of sword light, like the most violent snowstorm in winter, completely enveloping the shadow hunter that had just barely gathered into a human form. The air was filled with dense, hair-raising cutting sounds, as if thousands of invisible blades were madly torturing something. The shadow hunter didn't even have time to let out a wail before its newly gathered body was chopped into pieces in the storm of sword blades. The whole process lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the sword light dissipated, Sumuching's figure reappeared, and only a thin layer of black powder remained on the ground in front of her. As the breeze blew by, the powders could no longer maintain their shape and turned into spots of light, completely dissipating into the air. The shadow hunter has been completely eliminated. Wang Xiaoluan looked at this scene and was about to praise her by saying beautiful when Sumuching's figure turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of him in an instant. Her breathing was unusually rapid, and her fair cheeks were faintly flushed due to the rapid circulation of spiritual power. Her eyes, which were always calm, were now looking at him closely, filled with tension and anxiety that Wang Xiaoluan had never seen before. More than the fifth form. The fourth move, Glacier Shattering, should be able to achieve the same effect, but it requires more precise control. Also, when my level is higher, I will be able to use many of the sword techniques in my memory. Then I will have more direct and effective means of dealing with the problem. She said a lot in one breath, and her speaking speed was somewhat unlike her, as if she was trying hard to prove something, fearing that she would be completely denied if she was a second late. Husband, please don't despise me. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible when she said the last sentence, with a slight tremor and a hint of pleading that she herself did not even notice. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned. He looked at Sumuching in front of him, whose face almost had the words "I'm panicked" written on it. He was stunned at first, and then an indescribable heartache and warmth surged in his heart. It turns out that she had misunderstood. He said nothing, but stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly and forcefully. The body in his arms stiffened slightly at first, then softened instantly as if it had found a harbor to anchor. Fool! Wang Xiaoluan gently rested his chin on the top of her head, feeling the silky touch, and his voice was so gentle that it could drip water. How could I possibly dislike you? You've done a really, really good job. Sumuching buried herself in his arms, as if she wanted to say something, the inexplicable grievance and uneasiness still surging in her body. But Wang Xiaoluan did not give her the chance to continue speaking. He lowered his head slightly and used his lips to block her lips as she tried to continue her argument. Soft and slightly cool. With her unique cool aura. There was no lust in this kiss, just pure comfort and cherishment. Feeling the warmth and tenderness on his lips, all of Sumuching's uneasiness, anxiety, and fear seemed to be instantly soothed at this moment, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind immediately returned to calm. She fell silent, and just stretched out her arms, hugging him back awkwardly but with great determination. After a long time, their lips parted. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her eyes that had regained their clarity and brightness, raised his hand and gently wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, and spoke softly again. You are already very impressive, Muqing. And you still have a lot of room for improvement, so there's no need to rush. He stared into her eyes, taking every word seriously. Just like you said, even if I can't do anything, you will still protect me. This also applies to me. I summoned you into this world. This is the deepest bond between us. Even if you were just an ordinary person like me, without any power, I would only feel that I was lucky to have you. I wouldn't even have time to celebrate. How could I possibly have the slightest dislike for you? Listening to Wang Xiaoluan's heartfelt words, Sumuching took a deep breath, then buried his cheek deeper into his shoulder and exhaled slowly. The warm and down-to-earth atmosphere made her feel completely at ease. I'm sorry, husband. Her voice returned to its usual coolness, but with a hint of dependence and softness. I was too impatient. Just now, when I saw that strange beast, many countermeasures from my memory instantly emerged in my mind, but I can't use those methods with my current strength. And seeing you, my husband, remain silent, I thought that it was my incompetence that disappointed you. She explained softly, with a hint of annoyance. I originally thought that exploring my current strength wouldn't cause any emotional upheaval for me. But I didn't expect such a small thing to cause such a disturbance. Once I was involved in a battle, I subconsciously placed too much emphasis on strength, and instead overlooked the closest connection between my husband and me. So that's how it is. Wang Xiaoluan chuckled and stroked her soft long hair, understanding what she meant. He patted her back and explained, I was silent just now, not because I was disappointed, but because I was thinking. Since I know your current weakness is insufficient ranged attacks, I should prepare some countermeasures for you. For example, take the time to memorize all the information about exotic beasts in the Federation's records and learn their characteristics and weaknesses. Then I can act as your eyes and brains, assisting you in battle. This way, you'll be better equipped to handle various battles, right? He paused and added in a half-joking tone. At worst, if we really encounter an enemy that even you find difficult to deal with your speed, it would be easy for you to run away with me alone, right? Su Mucheng in his arms moved slightly. She raised her head and nodded slightly in understanding. It turned out that her husband was thinking about her. It turned out that he was not thinking about her weakness, but how to strengthen her. A warm current flowed through her heart, and she hugged him tighter. I see. Husband, I will work hard to become stronger. I will regain my original strength as soon as possible, at least strong enough, so that my husband doesn't have to worry about me at all. Wang Xiaoluan could feel her determination, so he just chuckled, stroked her back again, and said nothing more. The two hugged each other quietly for a while. After a moment, Wang Xiaoluan gently let her go and spoke softly. Okay, let's continue testing. Su Mucheng responded softly, the confusion and uneasiness in her eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by clear determination and gentleness. Chapter 26 Test completed. The following tests verified Wang Xiaoluan's guess. Although the first few medium-threatening monsters were able to force Su Mucheng to get close or pull them away, it was not difficult for her to defeat them. Until this time, the newly generated monster was a crustacean monster of even larger size. Its sturdy limbs were deeply embedded in the metal ground, and every movement made a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Its hard carapace was covered with jagged spikes, emitting a dull metallic luster. A threatening monster, the rock armor earth dragon. Su Mucheng's figure moved the moment it appeared. Her speed was still so fast that only a shadow remained. The long sword in her hand made a series of cold sword flowers and accurately stabbed at the joints and gaps of the rock armor earth dragon's body. Ding! 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 A series of crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed in the closed compartment. Sparks flew. Su Mucheng's sword failed to penetrate instantly the first time. Those seemingly fragile joints were covered with a layer of extremely tough soft tissue. Her sword could only leave pale scratches on them but could not cause any substantial damage. The rock armor earth dragon turned its body slowly, and its thick tail swept across with a whistling sound, trying to smash the fly flying around it. Su Mucheng tapped her toes lightly, and her body floated back like a feather, easily avoiding the powerful blow. She didn't attack blindly again. His figure moved at high speed around the strange beast, his cold eyes reflecting every clumsy movement of the rock armor earth dragon, searching for the real flaw. She began to pull. Using its unparalleled speed advantage, it constantly harassed the rock armor earth dragon. The sword blade repeatedly cut through its shell from all kinds of tricky angles, and the harsh sound made the beast even more manic. Wang Xiaoluan stood in the distance, his arms folded across his chest, his expression showing no sign of nervousness. His eyes were fixed on Su Mucheng and the rock-armored earth dragon that was waving its limbs in vain. Sure enough, after the defense power was increased to a certain threshold, Mucheng's current attack power seemed a little insufficient. But this is not a bad thing. On the contrary, this gave him a clearer and more surprising understanding of Su Mucheng's strength. The stalemate lasted nearly 10 minutes. The rock armor earth dragon's body was covered with dense white sword marks, but none of them were fatal. As for Su Mucheng, not even the corner of her clothes was touched from beginning to end. She also seemed to be losing her patience. After dodging the earth dragon's charge, she did not distance herself from it, but suddenly stopped where she was. The white clothes moved without wind, and the long black hair fluttered gently. The ancient long sword in her hand began to glow with a cold light like frost and snow. An extremely sharp sword intent instantly filled the entire compartment. Wang Xiaoluan even felt a slight tingling sensation in his skin. First snow sword style, final style. She whispered softly, her voice ethereal and clear. One sword, frost. The moment the words fell, Su Mucheng's figure disappeared. The next moment, she appeared without warning right above the rock armor earth dragon's head, her body parallel to the ground, the long sword in her hand raised above her head, the tip of the sword pointing straight down. The frosty light gathered into a point at the tip of the sword, so dazzling that it seemed to dispel the darkness in the entire compartment. Her entire body, along with the sword in her hand, turned into a white meteor that tore through space and fell to the ground with a loud bang. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only a slight crack sound, as if ice was breaking. The streak of light flashed from the top of the rock armor Earth Dragon's extremely hard head and went straight through its entire huge body. All of the rock armor Earth Dragon's movements froze at this moment. Immediately afterwards, with the point where the sword tip pierced as the center, fine ice blue cracks spread rapidly. Cracks appeared all over its shell, and finally with a loud bang, the entire beast, along with its proud solid defense, collapsed into blue spots flying all over the sky, slowly dissipating into the air. Sumuching landed lightly on the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly, calming his slightly disordered breathing. She raised her hand and waved it, and the sword in her hand turned into a point of light and disappeared. Wang Xiaoluan walked over quickly. "That's all I need to do here." There was undisguised surprise and admiration in his voice. Sumuching nodded slightly after hearing this, and a faint blush appeared on her cold cheeks because of the full strength attack just now. If it was before the previous episode, she might still be a little unwilling and would stubbornly say that she can still continue to fight. But now, there was only peace in her heart. Her husband will not despise her. Her current strength is by no means the end. Then, there is no need to be anxious. Looking at the test results, Wang Xiaoluan was no longer surprised, but almost shocked. As for superpowers, it's not like you can just rush into a group of strange beasts and become invincible as soon as you awaken the S level or a level ones. The rating of the awakening ceremony represents more of a quality and potential ceiling. Many high-rated psychics do not even show strong combat capabilities when they first awaken, and require a long period of training and development. Wang Xiaoya's growable ability does not mean that her ability will become stronger through training and development. All abilities can do this. The so-called growable means that her rating can be improved and the upper limit can be increased. And what about Sumucheng? Her level cap is level 100. Although he is only level 15 now, he can already use the last killing move in his existing skills to forcibly defeat monsters with good defense at a medium threat level. More importantly, she was almost unharmed from beginning to end. This means that even if she really can't win, with her speed, it will be easy for her to escape and no one can stop her. This is only level 15. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't even imagine what the situation would be like when Mu Qing reached level 90 and approached the strength of the Sword Immortal in her memory. I'm afraid it's no problem for him to fight against high-threat monsters alone. As expected of a cultivator, this combat system is different. Wang Xiaoluan sighed silently in his heart, and while praising Sumucheng again for the amazing sword move she had just made, he walked out of the dungeon-style compartment side by side with her. The bright lights in the corridor outside formed a sharp contrast with the dimness inside the compartment. Wang Xiaoya was sitting bored on a bench by the corridor, her legs swinging back and forth. When she heard the door open, she suddenly jumped up from the chair as if she had been electrified. "Brother! Sister-in-law! You finally came out." She ran over in 2 steps. "I thought you were going to stay in there forever." Wang Xiaoluan found her exaggerated look a little funny. "There were quite a lot of tests, so it took a while before I realized it." "I see." Wang Xiaoya blinked, her big eyes rolling around between the two of them, but she was muttering in her heart. After testing for so long, a man and a woman alone in a room. Or in this completely soundproof private space. Could she reasonably suspect that her brother was actually in there with his beautiful sister-in-law under the guise of testing? Ahem. Wang Xiaoluan naturally had no idea what kind of nonsense was going on in his sister's mind, so he asked casually. "How about you? How's the measurement going?" When this was mentioned, Wang Xiaoya's face immediately fell, and her energetic expression instantly turned into a wilted look. "Don't mention it." She waved her hand weakly. "The worst kind among the low-threat ones, I can even kill them with space distortion. But if they were a little stronger, I couldn't defeat them no matter how hard I tried." She gestured, her tone full of depression. "Also, I can't use my ability continuously for now. After using it at full strength once, I have to wait a while before I can use it again. During that time, I was chased and beaten by the monsters, and my motor skills, you know that, brother." Listening to his sister's complaints, Wang Xiaoluan chuckled. "That's perfect. Once school starts and you enter the academy, you can work on your physical fitness." "Absolutely not." Wang Xiaoya's reaction was as violent as a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her little head shook like a rattle. It would be better for me to die than to let me exercise. If I had that much time, I might as well study how to develop the etherealization. Chapter 27, Position Transfer. The soundproof door of the elevator leading to the basement level slowly closed behind him. The midday sun poured in unreservedly through the glass window at the end of the corridor. The dust particles floating in the air were clearly visible in the beam of light, dividing the world inside the door, which was full of fighting atmosphere, into two completely different time and space. After taking just a few steps, Wang Xiaoluan and his group officially bid farewell to this training venue specially designed for people with special abilities. By noon, my stomach was already empty. Brother! Sister-in-law! Wang Xiaoya's voice was filled with suppressed joy. She jumped in front of the two men in 3 or 2 steps, her eyes bright and amazing. Let's go have a good meal. She excitedly waved her phone, and on the screen was a page for a stylishly decorated restaurant. This restaurant has super high ratings online. People say it's the best in terms of both ambience and flavor. I've wanted to go there for a long time, but never had the chance. Anyway, our family is not short of money now. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her little face that seemed to be eager to tell the world, and said with a smile that he would agree with her. The restaurant is not far away, and the environment is indeed as elegant as the online promotional pictures, with natural wood color and beige as the main colors. Soft light shines from the uniquely shaped lampshades on the ceiling. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of wood and food, and soft music flows slowly in the space. This place doesn't feel like a restaurant, but more like a quiet art gallery. Wang Xiaoya took the beautifully designed menu and introduced it enthusiastically like a professional food blogger. This is Burgundy slow braised beef ribs. They say they use top quality Angus beef, slow cooked for 72 hours at low temperature. The meat melts in your mouth. And this, pan-fried Hokkaido scallops with black truffle sauce. They say they're fresh scallops flown in from Sakurajima every day. Every one of them has the sweetness of the ocean. As she spoke, she ran her finger across the menu, as if she had already tasted the delicious food. With her strong recommendation, several signature dishes were quickly served on the table. Each dish was exquisitely presented, like a work of art, making people reluctant to pick up their chopsticks. Under his sister's expectant gaze, Wang Xiaoluan cut off a small piece of beef ribs and put it into his mouth. The meat is indeed tender and the sauce is quite rich, but the so-called melt-in-your-mouth texture is ultimately an exaggeration. It's okay, but far from amazing, and certainly not worth its slightly high price. He looked at Su Muqing, who was elegantly cutting off a small piece of scallop with her knife and fork in an impeccable manner. She put the scallop into her mouth and chewed it carefully. There was no emotion on her cold face, neither enjoyment nor disgust. How's it going? Wang Xiaoya came closer, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sister-in-law, is it delicious? Isn't it super good? Su Muqing put down the silver fork, making a crisp sound. She did not answer Wang Xiaoya immediately, but turned her gaze to Wang Xiaoluan. Her clear eyes only reflected his figure. Fine. Her voice was calm, yet filled with undeniable seriousness. But it's nowhere near as good as my husband's. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang Xiaoya's expectant expression froze on her face. She looked at Su Muqing blankly, then at her brother. Is this true? With full of doubt, she also picked up a piece of beef ribs and tasted it. After chewing for a few times, the expression on her face changed from anticipation to thought, and finally collapsed, just like Wang Xiaoluan just now. The taste is good, but it's not much better than what my brother cooks. Alas, it turns out that you can't trust everything you see on the internet. Wang Xiaoya lost interest instantly, poked the side dishes on the plate with her fork, and muttered softly. Especially when these influencers recommend something, they exaggerate it to the sky. Wang Xiaoluan's heart felt as if it were soaked in warm water, soothing and warm. It feels so good to be praised by my wife. On the surface, he just smiled modestly and said nothing, but the curve of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Su Muqing seemed very satisfied with his reaction. She picked up a piece of crystal clear shrimp with a serving chopstick and gently put it into Wang Xiaoluan's bowl. With this service from his virtuous wife, Wang Xiaoluan felt that the food on the plate became much more delicious. After lunch, the three of them hailed a taxi and headed to the largest shopping mall in the center of Tianjin. As the capital of Dragon Country, Tianjin City, during the era change that swept the world, relied on its strong defense and a bit of luck to become one of the few super cities that had never been conquered by alien beasts. Therefore, the most prosperous modern urban scene before the alien beast crisis has been almost completely preserved here. Sumuching cast a brief, curious glance at the steel forest through the car window. Those bizarre scenes flashed before her eyes, but did not leave much trace. Soon, her gaze returned to Wang Xiaoluan beside her. It was as if the splendor and prosperity of the entire world were just a 480p black and white background, and his figure was the only 4K full-color existence in her vision. After entering the mall, Wang Xiaoya felt like a fish returning to its home turf, instantly regaining her energy. She went straight to her target area with familiarity, lingered in the anime-related stores, her eyes shining at the new action figures, and swept through the snack area to buy all kinds of puffed foods with unique flavors. Finally, she found some uniquely designed but affordable hairpins and pendants in a small shop specializing in cute accessories. After a sprint, she didn't spend much money, but her hands were full of bags of different sizes. She had a great harvest and was very satisfied. On the other side, Wang Xiaoluan took Sumuching straight to the high-end women's clothing area on the top floor of the mall. According to the plan, he would buy her some clothes suitable for daily wear in this world. However, when he actually stood in this area composed of gorgeous clothes, fragrances, and exquisite decorations, a serious problem lay before him. I had difficulty making a choice. He looked at the skirts, coats and shirts hanging on the hangers, which were shining softly under the light, and his mind was in a mess. This moon-white long dress, when worn by Mu Qing, must make her look ethereal and untainted by dust. That windbreaker and the jacket on the side, combined with her cool temperament, make her look like a cold and beautiful female killer. And this daringly cut, tight dress that shows off her curves is just. Wang Xiaoluan's inner monologue was constantly scrolling across the screen, and he felt like his brain was about to overload. Oh my! My wife has an extraordinary temperament. She looks good in everything she wears. Even if she wears a sack, she will look like a limited edition haute couture. It even looks better without any clothes on. Ahem, of course, he is the only one who can appreciate that scene. The pain of choice almost made him make an impulsive decision. He pointed at a whole row of clothes and said that classic line to the smiling salesperson standing by. "Waiter, I want all these styles." Just as his hand was about to reach for his phone, ready to solve the problem in the simplest and most brutal way, a familiar voice saved him in time. "Brother! I'm back!" Wang Xiaoya, who had returned with a full load, appeared not far away. She saw at a glance her brother's face, which was so tangled that it was almost distorted, and instantly understood the situation. She walked over quickly and without saying a word, stuffed the 2 large bags of colorful trophies in her hands into Wang Xiaoluan's arms. "Brother, just carry the bag and pay." Wang Xiaoya clapped her hands, then naturally took Sumuching's arm, her face filled with immense confidence. When it comes to choosing clothes for girls, leave it to the professionals. Chapter 28 Personal Dress-Up Show. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm a professional when it comes to choosing clothes. Wang Xiaoya patted her chest, her confidence overflowing. My brother's straight man aesthetic will only turn you from a fairy into a country girl. You'll have to rely on me for this kind of technical work. Sumuching nodded slightly, with a hint of indulgence in her cold voice. I'll listen to you. Wang Xiaoluan silently grumbled in the background. What's this about straight male aesthetics? His conception was clearly full of artistry and philosophical depth. From the ethereal moonlit exiled immortal to the cold and ruthless killer, every image was a classic. Unfortunately, he has now lost his voice and can only follow behind silently, acting as an emotionless bag-carrying tool. Wang Xiaoya's professionalism is not self-boasting. Although she is a homebody, she has a good understanding and execution of clothing matching for various personalities and attributes. Her movements were as fast as if she were playing a dress-up game with a time limit. Her eyes were like the highest precision scanners, quickly scanning the rows of hangers, and then completing the entire process of data analysis, style matching and decision-making in a few seconds. Sister-in-law, this one. Wang Xiaoya took a pure white dress from the hanger. The hem of the dress had delicate lace. The style was fresh and a bit playful. This is the pure girl next door set, it's all about first love. I guarantee my brother will turn into a screaming chicken when he sees it. Sumuching took the clothes with an expressionless face, but still nodded obediently. And this one. Wang Xiaoya grabbed another outfit from the other side, a pair of black slim-fit trousers and a neatly tailored long trench coat in the same color. This is the urban cold-faced female agent outfit. It's cool and capable. Men love torturing female agents, ahem. Anyway, my brother will definitely like it. Sumuching took it again, still with no reaction. Hee hee, finally this. Wang Xiaoya showed a well-planned smile on her face, and she took out a classic combination of a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, which is commonly known as the JK uniform. Sister-in-law, this is the winning suit, the cold senior schoolmate and pretty deskmate outfit. Trust me, once he puts this on, my brother's health bar will be drained instantly. Su Muqing looked at the 3 sets of clothes in her hand, which were of different styles, especially the last set that seemed to have a little less fabric. She finally asked, "Husband, will you like it?" She had no interest in clothes themselves. In her opinion, cloth was just cloth, used to cover the body, and there was no essential difference. But if it is what Wang Xiaoluan likes to watch, then the meaning is completely different. Don't worry. I guarantee with my snacks for the next 10 years that he will love it to bits. Wang Xiaoya promised confidently. After receiving a positive answer, Su Muqing no longer had any questions. He took the clothes and walked silently to the fitting room. For her, the logical chain has been closed. Xiaoya chooses her husband likes it, I wear it, her husband is happy. Perfect. Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya were waiting on the sofa outside the fitting room. After a few minutes, the curtain of the fitting room was gently pulled open. Su Muqing came out wearing the white dress. At that moment, Wang Xiaoluan felt that his breathing had stopped for a beat. If Su Muqing before was a clear and bright moon hanging in the sky, then now she was like an elf that had fallen into the mortal world. Her cold temperament was softened by the sweetness of her dress, adding a touch of the intimacy and purity of a girl next door. When those clear eyes looked over, it seemed as if even the air had become sweet. Good, beautiful. Wang Xiaoluan's vocabulary seemed extremely poor at this moment. He opened his mouth, ready to mobilize all the literary cells in his body, from mythological metaphors to physics and chemistry, and throw out all the words of praise in his mind. However, he had just started when a soft white halo suddenly appeared on Su Muqing's body, the same as when she showed it to Wang Xiaoluan last night. The halo flashed and disappeared. The next second, all the hymns Wang Xiaoluan had prepared were stuck in his throat. Su Muqing's white dress disappeared out of thin air, and was replaced by the urban cold-faced female agent suit that Wang Xiaoya mentioned. The black windbreaker outlined her tall and slender figure, and the slim trousers wrapped around her straight and long legs. She exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers away, as if she was about to pull 2 pistols from her waist and play the role of a female spy. By the way, the mysterious number was... Not telling you. Wow. Sister-in-law, what is this? Is this a magical girl transforming? There were stars in Wang Xiaoya's eyes. She almost stuck to Su Muqing, her face full of curiosity and excitement. Wang Xiaoluan was relatively calm, after all, he had seen similar scenes before. Su Muqing looked at her new clothes and explained calmly, "When I put on that white dress just now, I realized that as long as I identify it as my clothes, I can change and retract it at will, just like my original white clothes. Can other clothes be done this way? It's so convenient." Wang Xiaoluan nodded. This is simply a blessing for lazy people. Wang Xiaoya was filled with envy and jealousy, muttering, even space-based abilities can't make changing outfits so convenient in seconds. Sister-in-law, your ability is too buggy. As if to confirm his words and to show it to Wang Xiaoluan, the light on Su Muqing's body flashed again. This time, the cold and beautiful female spy disappeared. Instead, there was a heart-stopping senior sister. The white shirt on her upper body is slightly tight, which perfectly highlights her breathtaking body curves. Under the black pleated skirt are 2 long legs wrapped in white over the knee socks, which are snow white, well proportioned and tight. The absolute area between the skirt hem and the sock opening is vaguely visible and exudes a fatal attraction. Her cool temperament and slightly immature college-style clothing produced a wonderful chemical reaction, and the contradiction between purity and desire was perfectly unified in her. Wang Xiaoluan felt his brain processor buzz and then crash. After several seconds, he finally found his voice and started boasting like crazy. Muqing. What kind of fairy are you? No, fairies are not as pretty as you. These suits are practically tailor-made for you. No, it's because you wear them that they have a soul. From your hair to your eyebrows, from your collarbone to your ankles, every part is perfect, like a work of art carved by a god himself. Su Muqing felt a little embarrassed by his series of undisguised and passionate compliments. A faint blush quietly appeared on her cold cheeks, which was very beautiful. After praising his wife, Wang Xiaoluan did not forget the contributors. He freed one hand and rubbed Wang Xiaoya's head vigorously, making her hair into a mess. Our Xiaoya is truly amazing. Her taste is simply an S-level talent in the fashion world. Every piece magnifies your sister-in-law's beauty several times over. I declare you our family's chief image designer. Wang Xiaoya was immediately flattered by her brother's compliments. She puffed out her chest proudly, her face flushed, and hummed, of course. My eye for fashion sees through the essence of fashion. Brother, you'll be responsible for carrying bags and paying from now on. The interaction between the family of three was joyful and the clothing area was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. None of them noticed that behind the counter of a high-end brand not far away, a sharp pair of eyes had already seen the dress-changing show that could be called a magic show. She was a working woman in her 30s, wearing a well-tailored brand-name suit, exquisite makeup, and her hair was neatly tied behind her head. She is the store manager of this entire clothing area. At this moment, her face, which was originally full of shrewdness and competence, was filled with unconcealable shock and enthusiasm. A gem that can subvert the entire fashion circle and make all the top models pale in comparison. A walking business miracle. She put down the sales report in her hand, her eyes flashing with a bright light called business opportunity. Wearing sharp high heels and with a strong aura of determination to win, she walked quickly towards Wang Xiaoluan and the other two. Chapter 29, The Holy Body of the Born Clothes Hanger. Beautiful lady, please stay. A clear and penetrating female voice sounded behind him. Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously turned around and saw the 2-8 tall career woman walking towards them quickly with an impeccable professional smile on her face. But beneath that smile, one could see the excitement of a hunter who had found top-notch prey. Wang Xiaoluan's heart suddenly shuddered, and he thought to himself, oh no. A sense of crisis arose in his heart that he was being targeted by the Dean of Studies or the boss of Party A. Chenling walked in front of the three people in just a few steps. Her eyes were almost glued to Su Mucheng, scanning her from top to bottom. The undisguised admiration and excitement in her eyes made Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously pull Su Mucheng behind him. Miss, may I ask, was that some kind of magic? Or was it one of your special abilities? That was simply amazing. The excitement in Chenling's tone was almost overflowing, and she even used emphasis to emphasize her feelings. It's coming, it's coming. Wang Xiaoluan's brain was working rapidly, and he immediately explained before Su Mucheng could speak. Ah, hello. This is my wife's special ability. It's quite unique. She can remember the styles of clothes she's worn and change them quickly. It's not very useful, but it's just for convenience and saves time on changing clothes. As he spoke, he winked at Wang Xiaoya frantically, signaling her to prepare for a strategic retreat. It's not very useful? Just for convenience? Chenling was stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to have heard a huge joke. As a veteran who has been working in the fashion circle for many years, she immediately understood the terrifying value behind this ability. She thought to herself, it's true that superpowers are really amazing. For example, her awakened superpower is absolute clothing sense. Just by touching the fabric with her hands, she can immediately know all the parameters of the clothes, including but not limited to the material, knitting density, etc. It sounds great, but in reality, it's basically useless except for preventing her from being ripped off when purchasing goods. However, this lady's special ability is more than just convenience. Chenling's eyes were as bright as two 100-watt searchlights. She simply moved sideways to bypass Wang Xiaoluan, who was blocking her way, and shook Su Mucheng's hand enthusiastically. Su Mucheng's body stiffened, and she instinctively tried to pull back her strength, but there was no malice in the other party's hand. It was just the scorching temperature and passion comparable to magma that made her a little overwhelmed for a moment. It's more than just convenient. Miss, with your peerless beauty and figure, coupled with this incredible ability, do you know what this means? Chenling's cheeks flushed with excitement as he spoke rapidly. This means you were born for clothes. You're a model chosen by heaven. No, you're the natural-born clothes hanger. The slightly abstract yet very appropriate phrase natural body of clothes hanger caused Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya to fall into a brief silence. Su Mucheng was a little dazed by this sudden enthusiasm. She tilted her head slightly, and her cold eyes, like autumn water, looked at Wang Xiaoluan. Her face clearly said, "Husband, what does this person mean? Is she mentally ill?" Wang Xiaoluan was also a little at a loss. He was thinking about how to find an excuse to get rid of this store manager who seemed to be about to explode. However, Chenling did not give him any chance at all and directly dropped a bombshell that was enough to make any worker kneel on the spot. Miss, come be our exclusive model. We're the internationally recognized brand Neon Light. With just a nod, you can set your salary. We'll pay you the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund according to the highest standards. No, none of that matters. Chen Ling was so excited that he waved his hand and pointed at himself. As long as you give the nod, you can be the manager of this branch tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya were stunned where they were. The manager of a first-tier international brand clothing store located in a prime location in the city center. The annual salary for this position starts at least 7 figures, and it also wields considerable power. For Wang Xiaoluan's family, this was simply a diamond-studded pie falling from the sky, the kind that could knock people unconscious. In the past, they would at least think about it for a while before answering. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. Wang Xiaoya was the first to react. Her little radar beeped on full alert. There was something wrong with the way this ant looked at my sister-in-law. Very wrong. She wasn't looking at a person at all, but at a walking, rare piece of art that could appreciate in value. Ah, thank you for your kindness, Auntie Manager. Wang Xiaoya rushed forward and rescued Su Muching from Chen Ling like an old hen protecting her chicks, then pulled her behind her with a fake business smile on her face. My sister-in-law, she's not interested in fame or fortune, and has no interest in being a store manager. Well, we have other things to do, so we'll be leaving now. The clothes here are really nice, we'll definitely come back next time. After saying that, she didn't give the other party any chance to react, and without saying anything, she pulled Su Mucheng, who was still a little confused, and ran out. Eh? Xiaoya? Su Mucheng staggered when she pulled him, but his feet were steady and he started running following the force. Wang Xiaoluan also came to his senses instantly, and gave Chen Ling an awkward but polite smile, mumbling flattering words like "You're so polite and we'll think about it," while hurriedly taking out his mobile phone and scanning the QR code on the tags of the 3 sets of clothes to pay. After hearing the prompt tone of successful payment, he grabbed the shopping bag and quickly caught up with his sister and wife without looking back. Don't go, miss. We can really negotiate the terms. Behind him, Chen Ling's cry full of unwillingness and anxiety was heard. I'll even give you my place. At the very least, I'll do anything. Please. Come back. The 3 of them ran all the way for several hundred meters, turned a corner, and finally stopped panting after making sure that the store manager with a strong aura had not caught up with them. Wang Xiaoya supported her knees with one hand and stroked her small chest with the other hand, breathing heavily with lingering fear. I was so scared. That auntie's eyes looked like she wanted to grab you, clean you up, and then put you on display in a mall window for 24 hours. Wang Xiaoluan was holding a shopping bag, looking at himself with a face that was both amusing and embarrassing. Indeed, elite women in business are really scary. Su Muchling was still a little puzzled. She looked at the 2 people's reactions as if they were facing a great enemy, as if they had just escaped from a dangerous place. However, she did not feel the slightest hostility or murderous intent from the woman from beginning to end. However, since both her husband and Xiaoya did this, there must be some complex inside stories of this era that she is unaware of. Chapter 31 Day Plan successfully completed. After leaving the clothing area, Su Muching changed the JK costume she was wearing last to the white dress she wore at the beginning. She walked quietly, her long inky hair swaying gently with her steps. Her modern clothing cleverly blended a touch of modern urban softness into her otherworldly temperament. Although she changed out of her iconic white ancient style dress, which made her look less awkward as a cosplayer, her otherworldly appearance and impossibly perfect figure still made her a walking magnet, attracting the attention of passers-by in the mall. However, among these gazes, amazement and appreciation replaced the previous curiosity and exploration, allowing her to better integrate into the surrounding environment. After walking a few steps, she remembered something, turned her head, and her eyes fell on Wang Xiaoluan. With a very faint smile on the corner of her mouth, she said softly, "Husband, let me help you get it." She was referring to the 2 shopping bags Wang Xiaoya was holding. Without waiting for a response, she reached out and took them. The bags seemed to lose all weight in her hands. Hey, how can this be done? It doesn't make sense to let a girl carry things. Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously wanted to take it back. It's okay. Su Muching shook her head slightly, her tone calm but unquestionable. To me, it's as light as a stone. Her insistence was not out of politeness, but a kind of natural consideration, as if taking care of her husband's daily life was the most important part of her life. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her serious expression and could only smile helplessly and put his hands back in his pockets. Just enjoy it. At the same time, since they were already at the mall, they decided to go all out and went shopping in the supermarket and daily necessities area of the mall. Although the villa is fully furnished with appliances, it is a model house after all and lacks many small items needed for life. Toothbrushes, towels, pots and pans. They pushed their shopping carts like any other family, browsing the dazzling array of goods. Sumuching followed them quietly, observing without comment, taking in every detail of life in this world. As for daily necessities, do we need to buy a set from the college? Wang Xiaoluan was pushing the cart and suddenly thought of something. That's unnecessary. Wang Xiaoya poked her head out from behind a pile of potato chips. We're living in Dragon Soul first floor right now. A top-tier school district apartment. We can just be a day student and go home every day. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes, he had forgotten all about this. In the past, for ordinary families, going to school out of town meant living in a dormitory and only being able to return home once in a while. But now, the villa they lived in was only a dozen minutes' walk from the gate of Dragon Soul Academy. This was the convenience of living in a top-tier school district. That makes sense. Wang Xiaoluan stroked his chin and sighed in deep agreement. Damn, is this the life of the rich? Simple, unpretentious, and convenient. After finishing their shopping, the three of them, carrying large and small bags, hailed a taxi at the entrance of the mall. The taxi drove smoothly through the city streets. The neon lights outside the window were shining brightly, illuminating the interior of the car. Back at the villa, the heavy carved door slowly opened after being unlocked with a fingerprint. As soon as Wang Xiaoda entered the house, she let out a satisfied groan and, like a dehydrated fish, slumped heavily onto the large, soft sofa in the living room, refusing to move. I'm so tired, so exhausted. Shopping is a torture that is more tiring than physical training. She groaned weakly. Wang Xiaoluan casually placed the small bag he was carrying on the coffee table, glanced at her, and couldn't help but complain, how dare you say you're tired? From beginning to end, you had nothing in your hands, and you were just picking things out with your eyes. Mu Qing and I are the main output, okay? Sumucheng also came over and gently placed the two huge shopping bags on the coffee table. The whole process was silent. Emotional exhaustion is exhaustion too. Wang Xiaoya raised her head from the sofa cushions and argued convincingly, sifting through products, comparing prices, and planning shopping routes. It's all incredibly mentally taxing. I feel like half my brain cells have died today. No, once my ability level reaches a higher level, I will prioritize developing my spatial movement ability. I'll even optimize the walking process. You can't develop it just by thinking about it. Wang Xiaoluan sat down on the single sofa next to her and ruthlessly punctured her fantasy. Besides, who was it that swore yesterday that she would be responsible for tonight's dinner? Stop lying there and go cook. I'm starving. Sumucheng also followed Wang Xiaoluan and sat down on the sofa next to him. Her movements were elegant and graceful, and her posture was upright, forming a vivid contrast with Wang Xiaoya, who was lying in a puddle of mud. Ah! Wang Xiaoya let out a shrill cry when she heard the word cook. She twisted and struggled on the sofa for a while, and finally got up reluctantly under the threat of her brother that I won't give you pocket money if you don't get up. She staggered towards the spacious open kitchen on the first floor. Husband, I'll go help Xiaoya. Sumucheng said softly when she saw this. Wang Xiaoluan nodded and said softly, well, you can just go and help out a little. Don't do all the work. The main thing is to let her exercise on her own. I understand. Sumucheng nodded slightly, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen with light steps. Dinner was ready soon. Wang Xiaoya's cooking skills weren't exactly top-notch, but after years of practice, she was pretty decent. At least the home-cooked dishes she made were decent in appearance, aroma, and flavor, far from being shabby. 2 dishes and a soup, laid out on the large dining table, created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Perhaps the day's rush had consumed too much energy, so today's meal was unusually quiet. After dinner, Wang Xiaoya didn't even watch her favorite 8 o'clock TV series. She took the initiative to wash the dishes, then yawned and announced that she was going to take a shower and go to bed. Her listless appearance made her original grand plan of staying outside the master bedroom door tonight and eavesdropping to collect first-hand explosive materials vulnerable to the strong sleepiness and was completely thrown out of the window. It's a pity that the script of fate is often full of regrets and misses. If she could overcome her fatigue tonight and stick to her eavesdropping plan, then she would indeed be able to hear the exciting content she was looking forward to. As the night deepens, the villa area loses the hustle and bustle of the day and is immersed in tranquility. In the second-floor bathroom, steam hung thick, tinting the frosted glass door a hazy white. Last night, Wang Xiaoluan and Sumucheng bathed together for the first time in this unfamiliar environment, feeling somewhat tentative and warmed up by the feeling of being new to the place, like composing the prelude to a grand piece of music. But tonight, when the two of them were once again in this warm vapor, the subtle restraint in the air had dissipated. The warm bathroom light filtered through the mist, outlining two blurred silhouettes clinging to each other. The gurgling sound of water masked the gradual rhythm of their breathing and heartbeat. Last night's awkwardness and warm-up had, by this moment, transformed into an irrepressible heat and familiarity. When they returned to the bedroom, the passion that had been ignited in the bathroom naturally heated up and fermented. There was only a dim bedside lamp on in the room. The soft light cast a shadow of ambiguity on everything. The air seemed to become sticky, and every breath carried the scent of each other. There were no extra words. A glance, a touch of fingertips, was worth 1,000 words. On the soft big bed, the bedding sank slightly, and the two figures naturally overlapped in the hazy light and shadow. Chapter 31 New Abilities. The sleep after tenderness always carries a special sweetness. With his beautiful wife nestled beside him, Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness floated in the soft darkness, and was then gently pulled by a familiar force. The scene before my eyes began to distort and stretch, eventually shattering into countless flickering pixel blocks. He came to the familiar mosaic starry sky again. Here we go again. Wang Xiaoluan muttered to himself, but he was not surprised. With the experience from last time, he is now familiar with this process. He lowered his head and looked at the large marriage certificate that had appeared in his hand at some point. On the cover, the 5 large characters, "The collection of beauties from all worlds," exude an indescribable glow. He opened the book skillfully. The pages of the book turned automatically without wind, and turned directly to the page belonging to Su Mucheng. It is also the only page he can see at the moment. A circle of soft light spread from the pages of the book, engulfing his entire field of vision. The light faded, and the expected mountaintop with moonlight shining like water did not appear. Instead, there is an elegant cave. The space inside the cave is not big, but it is full of immortal aura. The stone tables and benches are polished to be smooth and round, with natural textures. A clear spring seeps out from the cracks in the stone wall and gathers into a pool. The water is gurgling and crystal clear. Beside the spring, there were several plants that Wang Xiaoluan was completely unfamiliar with. The leaves were flickering with a faint light, making the surrounding air more dreamy. He walked to the edge of the cave and looked out. In the distance is a rolling sea of clouds. Among the clouds and mist, you can vaguely see the outlines of endless palaces, with flying eaves and brackets, which are magnificent. If it's somewhere related to Mu Qing. This place looks like the home in Mu Qing's memory, right? Wang Xiaoluan thought to himself. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, and scanned the cave. Then, his eyes widened slightly. Right beside the clear spring, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged. The black hair is like a waterfall, and the white clothes are whiter than snow. It was Su Mucheng. Her eyes were slightly closed, her expression peaceful, and there seemed to be a very faint sword intent flowing around her, blending perfectly with the aura of this world. When I came in just now, this place was clearly empty. Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat. Is this figure a real person, or some kind of holographic projection? He subconsciously turned his gaze back to the beauties of all worlds in his hand. On the page, Su Mucheng's panel information was clearly presented in front of him. Su Mucheng. Rating, 2100. What the hell? Wang Xiaoluan was so shocked that he almost threw the book in his hand. The level has been increased by 5 levels. He immediately thought of the simulated battles with the generated monsters in the superpower training ground during the day. Could it be that battles of that level also add experience? If that is the case, then starting tomorrow he would take Mu Qing directly to the psychic training ground to level up quickly, which would be safe and convenient. Wouldn't it be possible to directly become the Sword Immortal of Shilippo? This thought lasted less than 3 seconds before he extinguished it himself. No, I'm too tired. His original plan for tomorrow was to lie comfortably at home all day and enjoy this last bit of vacation. Besides, school starts the day after tomorrow. After a day of grinding, you can only level up a few more levels at most, which is not very meaningful. Anyway, since you have just entered the academy, it is impossible to arrange any difficult life and death missions right away. With Mu Qing's current strength, he can definitely walk sideways among the freshmen. Although this may be a bit too relaxed, people who have seen other time travelers might complain, "Oh, you are too careless. What if something unexpected happens? And what are we going to watch if you don't reach the level of invincibility?" He could only say that if it were you, the situation wouldn't be so serious, and you'd be given a swordsman wife with a high favorability at the beginning, so you'd probably be eager to start too. Even before going to bed just now, my wife was playing with him while changing clothes, and a different taste every now and then. Cough cough. Since the current conditions are not that severe, of course we should do whatever is comfortable for us. Combine work and rest, combine work and rest. Wang Xiaoluan quickly convinced himself with his theory of playing badly, and gave up the idea of working hard to level up with peace of mind. His gaze continued to move downwards, landing on the next line of the panel. Then, his breathing hitched slightly. Special value, 2-5. The value changed from 1 to 2. Just as he noticed this change, a new line of small golden characters, as dazzling as a general, slowly emerged below the number. Ability acquisition, congratulations, you have unlocked Su Muqing's second stage telepathic ability Sword Qi Condensation. Buzz. An indescribable amount of information flow, mixed with profound insights, instantly rushed into Wang Xiaoluan's mind. This time the impact was far more violent than the last time he gained the first impression of sword intent. He felt his mind was blank, and countless methods of using sword energy, concentration techniques, and ways of changing it came like a tide, and were greedily absorbed, understood, and integrated by his consciousness. After a few seconds, he slowly came back to his senses, his eyes full of shock. The sword energy condenses. He understood the meaning of this ability. This is no longer like before, where one could simply shoot out the sword energy from the body. Instead, it can highly compress and condense the sword energy, allowing it to attach to any part of the body, or to the surface of objects such as swords and weapons, forming an indestructible layer of protective energy. This layer of energy can not only provide terrifying defensive power, but also greatly enhance the destructive power of close combat. Attack and defense in one. Wang Xiaoluan suppressed his inner excitement and slowly extended his right index finger. He closed his eyes, imitated the extra feeling in his mind, and tried to mobilize the power in his body that originated from Su Muqing. A thought came to my mind. A faint but extremely condensed stream of white air silently flowed out from his fingertips. It did not fly around like ordinary sword energy, but instead quickly wrapped around and covered his fingertips as if it had life, forming a layer of white energy as thin as a cicada's wing. This layer of energy is only thin, but it emits a heart-pounding sharpness. It was as if he could easily cut through steel with this finger if he wanted to. Good stuff. Wang Xiaoluan muttered to himself, looking at the white light at his fingertips, his eyes shining. This is truly a surprise that fell from the sky. Not only did it give him a powerful defensive method out of thin air, but his offensive ability also seemed to have made a qualitative leap. At the same time, he could clearly feel that his understanding of sword had reached a whole new level. If we say that his previous first acquaintance with the sword intent only allowed him to open the door to the sword and get a glimpse of the scenery inside the door. So now he has truly stepped into this door. Throw him a sword, and he is confident that he can perform a set of salted fish sword techniques that he created on the spot in a decent manner. All these changes originated from last night and tonight. Hiss, could it be that this special value is really related to the interaction between couples before going to bed? Wang Xiaoluan's gaze once again turned to the quiet and beautiful figure by the spring. Her existence is completely changing his life in a way beyond imagination. Chapter 32 Spiritual Communication. The solid white light at the fingertips slowly dissipated. Before Wang Xiaoluan's agitated emotions subsided, a voice like a clear spring rang out. He looked up suddenly. Deep in the cave, beside the clear spring, the figure in white who was originally sitting quietly had opened his eyes at some point. The gurgling spring water reflected her eyes as clear as glass. Those eyes first fell on him, with a hint of surprise of just waking up, and then, the coldness that had been frozen for thousands of years quickly melted like snow under the warm spring sun, turning into a gentle smile that was enough to make all the flowers pale in comparison. Husband, you are here. Su Muqing stood up, her white clothes spotless, her black hair down to her waist. With light, graceful steps, she walked naturally to Wang Xiaoluan, stretched out her delicate hands, and straightened his collar, which had become slightly messy from his excitement. Her movements were gentle and focused, as if she were handling a rare treasure. This morning, I heard my husband say he saw me in his dream last night. She spoke softly as she sorted her things out, a hint of regret in her tone that she herself hadn't noticed. I thought someone like me wouldn't dream, and I thought it would be wonderful if I could dream of my husband. She raised her head, her eyes flickering, her smile deepening. I never expected that tonight, it would really be like a long dream, and I even saw my husband. Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat. Conscious and clearly remembering what happened that morning. Then this was definitely not a one-sided dream of his. His mind raced, and he raised his hand to hold her wrist as she was adjusting her collar. It feels warm and delicate like the finest warm jade, and you can even feel the faint but steady pulse beneath the skin. The touch feels so real. This place seems different from a simple dream. Wang Xiaoluan suppressed his shock and whispered, "This might be a special space opened up by my supernatural power." Su Muqing paused slightly when he held her wrist. She also felt the warmth and strength from his palm, which was real. She was stunned for a moment, then a gentle smile spread across her lips, and her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. "It's amazing." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward, opened her arms, and hugged Wang Xiaoluan tightly. Warm fragrance and soft jade, full of love. Her cool and subtle fragrance, mixed with a barely perceptible sweet scent like grass after rain, lingered at the tip of his nose. "I can hug my husband even in my dreams, and I can feel his body temperature so clearly." Her cheek rested against his chest, her voice filled with a sigh of satisfaction. "It's wonderful." Wang Xiaoluan also came back to his senses, and the shock and speculation in his heart were gradually replaced by the real softness in his arms. He raised his hand, a little stiffly, but finally it fell on her smooth and soft back, stroking it gently. "Mu Qing, we both should have our own consciousness now." He responded with a smile, "So, this is not a dream, we really met here." The delicate body in his arms trembled slightly. Su Muqing slowly raised her head, and her clear eyes flashed with a light even brighter than before. "That would be better." She didn't ask any more questions, but just hugged him tighter, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body and never separate again. Wang Xiaoluan also smiled and tightened his arms in response to her hug. The two of them hugged each other quietly, with only the sound of the gurgling spring water in the cave recording the tranquility and warmth of this moment. After a long while, Su Muqing in his arms finally spoke again, her voice softly echoing in his chest. "This place is where I used to practice asceticism. It was called Shukshuju. Wang Xiaoluan nodded slightly and looked around. Although the cave is not big, it is elegantly and quietly decorated with stone tables and stone benches, and a clear spring, full of a fairy-like aura that is detached from the mundane world. Shukshuju. He repeated it in a low voice, then looked down at the beauty in his arms and asked, as if possessed by a ghost, "Will you miss this place?" He even felt that the question was a bit redundant when he asked it. Su Muqing's answer was exactly as he expected. But he didn't expect her to shake her head so decisively and firmly, without any hesitation. She raised her other hand and gently stroked Wang Xiaoluan's cheek. His reflection was clearly reflected in her eyes, and her eyes were serious, almost pious. "When I ascended to the immortal realm, I felt that although the world was vast, I had nowhere to rely on. At that time, I was indeed quite nostalgic for this small cave." Her fingertips were slightly cold, but they seemed to carry an electric current, causing Wang Xiaoluan's heart to tremble. "But now." She stared at him, every word clear to her. "Wherever my heart is at peace, that is my hometown. Wherever my husband is, that is Shukshuju." Boom! Wang Xiaoluan only felt a buzzing sound in his brain, as if he was struck by a 9-day divine thunder. This answer can shake his heart far more than any straightforward and explicit "I love you." The aloof and aloof swordsman wife is actually a hidden master of level 10 in sweet talk. He can't stand this kind of contrast no matter how many times it happens. He was deeply aware that for Su Muqing now, he, Wang Xiaoluan, was her entire world and the home where she felt at peace. Before he could organize his words from the overwhelming emotion, he felt a soft and warm touch on his lips. It was Su Muqing who blocked his mouth. With her lips, of course. Instantly separate. She stepped back a little, and her pretty face was tinged with a light blush. In the dim light of the cave, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at him, her breathing a little faster, her voice so soft that it seemed as if water could drip out, but with a strange hint of temptation. "Husband, have you ever heard of spiritual intercourse? Spiritual connection?" Wang Xiaoluan was stunned. Although this word had a serious meaning in his memory of his previous life, its meaning was not very serious when used in certain specific places. Su Muqing seemed to see his confusion, and the blush on her face deepened, but she still explained seriously, "In my husband's world, this word may have a different meaning. But in the world I used to live in, it refers to a special dual cultivation method developed by the Hahuan sect. This method does not require physical contact, but rather uses the soul as a guide, blending in the spiritual world. It is said to bring endless joy, and the benefits to the soul far exceed ordinary cultivation." Su Muqing's eyes were a little vague, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye, but her words were extremely clear. I just heard about it by chance and thought it was quite amazing." But in that world, I've never seen anyone worthy of trust, so I've never thought of trying it. Having said that, she finally plucked up the courage and looked up at Wang Xiaoluan. Her watery eyes were full of anticipation and a hint of imperceptible desire. And now, it seems, it's an opportunity worth trying. Her voice became lower and lower, but every word she spoke was like a small hammer, hitting Wang Xiaoluan's heart. After all, I still want to be intimate with my husband. My husband has worked very hard just now, and I'm sure his body is a little tired. But if we were in this spiritual world? She bit her lower lip and finally asked the most crucial question. Husband, are you willing to give it a try? The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the stunning swordsman who had taken the initiative to invite him, and felt the shy yet bold desire in her words. Exhausted? Are you joking at this moment? There was only one thought left in his mind. If you want to fight, then fight. Chapter 33, Can you upgrade while sleeping? When Wang Xiaoluan opened his eyes, the light from outside the window had already penetrated the thin curtains, casting a soft morning glow in the room. He felt like he had the most restful sleep he had ever had. No, using the word feeling to describe it doesn't seem quite accurate. It was more like a deep massage at the soul level. Every mental tentacle was ironed to be obedient. Not only did he not feel tired at all, but his mental strength was unprecedentedly full and abundant, as if he could smash the ceiling with just one jump. Memories of last night came flooding back. That spiritual world belonged only to him and Su Mucheng. The extremely real touch is no different from the warmth and softness in reality, but it also has a thrill that goes straight to the depths of the soul. It was a fusion that could not be described in words, as if their spiritual origins were disassembled and then woven together again, you and me and you. In the end, Su Mucheng was worried that he was mentally exhausted and took the initiative to end the lovemaking. Her gentleness and thoughtfulness made Wang Xiaoluan feel sweet and itchy in his heart. He turned his head and found that there was no one around him, but there was still a faint cool fragrance in the air. He sat up and scanned the bedroom, and soon saw the familiar figure on the futon beside the bed that had appeared out of nowhere. Su Mucheng was sitting cross-legged in meditation, his white clothes were whiter than snow, his black hair was like a waterfall, and his whole body was shrouded in the morning light, as holy as a jade statue that was not tainted by the mundane world. As if she noticed his gaze, her long eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes as clear as autumn water looked over, and the moment they met Wang Xiaoluan's gaze, a faint blush quickly appeared on her beautiful face. Husband, are you awake? Good morning. Her voice was still as clear and cold, but with a hint of laziness and softness that was unique to the early morning. Wang Xiaoluan felt warm in his heart, and he leaned over with a wicked smile and whispered in her ear. I'm awake. I slept really well last night. I just wonder how you feel, Muqing. Su Muqing's ears turned red instantly, and she turned her head away in shame, not daring to look at him. But she did not dodge. Instead, she carefully felt her own condition and then answered in a low voice. I just sensed it. Her voice was soft, but it contained a hint of surprise that could not be concealed. Last night's spiritual connection method actually had the miraculous effect I'd heard about. Although it wasn't very obvious, it definitely benefited my spirit and soul. She paused, as if forming her words. My cultivation seems to have improved a bit. My husband's spiritual strength must have also increased significantly. So there is such a good thing? Wang Xiaoluan just felt very happy and didn't think too much about it. When he heard this, he was also moved. Playing with your wife in the spiritual world not only doubles your happiness, but also gives you a chance to level up? This is a cultivation method tailor-made for him. He was thinking happily when an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Speaking of which, can the so-called beauty of all worlds only be seen when one is asleep or half asleep? Can you open it and take a look at it on your own initiative? As soon as this thought came to mind, Wang Xiaoluan felt that something seemed to be touched deep in his consciousness. It was like a hidden switch that was turned on with a click driven by his thoughts. He closed his eyes subconsciously. What I saw before me was no longer the scene of the bedroom, but the familiar mosaic void. In the void, the familiar little red notebook slowly unfolded, revealing the page that belonged to Su Mucheng. The ink and wash portrait of the person above is lifelike, still looking cold and aloof. However, this time there is no space switching, just an information panel. But that's enough. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes immediately locked on the level column. Su Mucheng. Level 21-100. Really? It has been upgraded from level 20 to level 21 when I watched it last night. Although it's only one level up, this is a zero-cost, high-return deal. Wang Xiaoluan was overjoyed. What do you want from a bicycle? If I could have a spiritual intercourse every night, wouldn't my upgrade be like a rocket? Immersed in excitement, Wang Xiaoluan did not notice that the second page of the Beauties of All Worlds showed signs of loosening. From the slightly curled corner of the page, a subtle and refreshing breath is revealed. Just as he was planning his wonderful cultivation life in the future, a scream came from the living room without warning, piercing the tranquility of the early morning. Ah! The voice was sharp, filled with shock and grief. It's Wang Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng looked at each other, their movements almost completely synchronized. The next second, the two of them had already flashed into the living room. Wang Xiaoya was seen with a messy bob hairdo and wearing cute cartoon pajamas. She was sitting on the sofa in a very stiff posture. She raised her hands in front of her, fingers spread out, as if she was holding something. But her palm was empty. Her face was filled with confusion about who am I, where am I, and what have I done? Xiaoya, what's wrong? Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Wang Xiaoluan asked with a frown. Su Mucheng also came to her side, with a hint of concern in his cold eyes. When Wang Xiaoya heard the voice, she seemed to come back to her senses. She slowly and sluggishly turned her head and looked at Wang Xiaoluan, then looked down at her empty hands. 2 seconds later, her mouth pursed and her eyes turned red instantly. Brother, my snacks are gone. Ha! The two people who rushed down after hearing this were both stunned. I thought it was a thief or an accident, but this is what happened. But at least it made both of them feel relieved. Wang Xiaoluan walked up to her and knocked her head unhappily. If it's gone, it's gone. It's no big deal. Can't you just buy another one? No. Wang Xiaoya cried out in grievance, her voice tinged with tears. It wasn't eaten, it disappeared. Under Wang Xiaoluan's questioning, Wang Xiaoya sobbed and told him what had happened. It turned out that she woke up early this morning and had nothing to do, so she wanted to try to study her spatial ability by herself. As a middle school girl who has been deeply influenced by novels and anime, she has long been envious of settings such as portable space and storage ring. So, she thought about developing it to see if she could create a similar portable storage space. In the spirit of scientific rigor, no, it was an experimental impulse. She took out a bag of potato chips from her snack reserve as the experimental subject. I was thinking, isn't that what's written in novels? Concentrate your mental strength, tear open a spatial crack in front of you, and then throw something in. Wang Xiaoya gestured and spoke, her expression showing how aggrieved she was. And then I really concentrated, and then, with a whoosh, the potato chips were sucked in by a force. A small, twisting thing appeared in front of me, like a whirlpool. It's similar to the kamui I used yesterday. But softer, really, just like the real thing. Chapter 34. The admission notice has arrived. After listening to Wang Xiaoya's vivid description, Wang Xiaoluan raised his eyebrows. Then what? And then it was gone. Wang Xiaoya's voice rose an octave. The vortex disappeared in a flash, and my potato chips disappeared with it. I couldn't sense its existence at all. Not even a trace of spatial fluctuation. It was as if it had been swallowed by another dimension. Wang Xiaoluan. Su Mucheng. The air was silent for a few seconds. Wang Xiaoluan finally couldn't help it and raised his hand to give her another slap. Are you stupid? Why don't you try it with toilet paper, empty bottles, or something like that? Why not just use food? I didn't think that much. Wang Xiaoya covered her head and tearfully defended herself. I thought I was gifted, but I just hadn't used it before, so I didn't realize I had already mastered this ability. The more she spoke, the sadder she became, and her little face wrinkled into a ball. That bag is my favorite tomato-flavored potato chips. When I went to the convenience store to buy them yesterday, there was only the last bag left. I'm so disappointed. Seeing his sister so heartbroken over a bag of potato chips, Wang Xiaoluan felt both angry and amused, and finally could only shake his head helplessly. Because of the mysteriously missing bag of potato chips, Wang Xiaoya was in a bad mood the whole morning, like an eggplant hit by frost. Wang Xiaoluan didn't have any special plans for today. Su Mucheng also goes wherever her husband is and has a lot of free time. As for Wang Xiaoya, she never goes out unless there are special circumstances. She is a typical homebody. Thus, the daytime passed in a dull atmosphere that was somewhat comical. In the evening, Wang Xiaoluan estimated that it was about time, so he went to the convenience store next to the community. He bought a lot of hot pot ingredients, including beef and mutton rolls, various meatballs, fresh vegetables, and a bag of red, spicy hot pot base that looked very exciting. Soon, a spicy, hot mist rose from the apartment's living room. On the coffee table, the induction cooker was on full blast, and the hot pot was half filled with boiling red oil and half with rich bone broth, bubbling. The three of them sat on the carpet, enjoying the food hot from the pot. Mu Qing, how do you feel about this thing called hot pot? Wang Xiaoluan picked up a piece of perfectly cooked tripe, put it in his mouth, and asked vaguely, is the taste too strong? Su Muching ate in small bites, his movements were elegant, but his speed was not slow at all. She shook her head, and her cold face was flushed with a healthy blush due to the steam rising from the air. Very good, she commented earnestly, rich in flavor, with a myriad of notes. It's a wonderful way to eat it. She put down her chopsticks and looked at the boiling red soup, seeming to be reluctant to leave. If possible, I feel like it could use some more flavor. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned, then burst into laughter. He was worried that his wife, the Sword Immortal, would not be able to get used to such strong-tasting food, but he didn't expect that she actually liked it. Sure. He picked up the half-empty bag of hot pot base on the table and handed it directly to her. Come on, just add it yourself. Su Muching took the base seasoning package and, imitating Wang Xiaoluan, poured all the red oil and spices into the pot. In an instant, an even more overbearing spicy aroma spread. The evening news was playing on TV. According to the latest battle reports from the front, our Eastern Theater's offensive against Beast Tide Restricted Area No. 3 has reached a stalemate again after a brief advance. The resistance of the alien beasts is beyond our expectations, and the military is urgently adjusting its strategic deployment. The host's clear and melodious voice, interwoven with the lively atmosphere of the hot pot in front of them, formed a unique picture. This is daily life on Blue Star. Comfort and crisis coexist, life and war coexist. At this moment, Wang Xiaoluan's cell phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Buzz. He glanced over and a message popped up on the screen. The sender was displayed as a string of encrypted code, but it was followed by a clear note, Dragon Soul Academy Academic Affairs Office. He was startled, put down his chopsticks, picked up his phone and unlocked it. The information is very long, listing in detail the registration process, time, location, and various tedious precautions for new students. At the end of the information, the class assignment of each new student is included. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes quickly scanned the area and finally stopped at the row that belonged to him. Name, Wang Xiaoluan. Ability assessment, summoning tentative. Ability rating, a tentative. Class division, special class. Special class? Wang Xiaoluan raised his eyebrows. This name sounds really special. A few seconds later, just as Wang Xiaoya was about to ask her brother what news he had received, her cell phone rang. She hurriedly put down her dishes, picked up her cell phone, and let out a small exclamation. Brother! It's the admission notice from Dragon Soul Academy. She quickly scanned the information, her expression changing from surprise to excitement. Wow! I'm in the special class. It sounds special. Usually these classes are the most special. Put it here. Hey, I got a notification and I have to sigh, but I don't know what to say. Wang Xiaoya didn't pay attention to the other long content, put down her phone and continued to eat hot pot. I'll leave the admission instructions and other matters to you, brother. Remember to keep an eye on me tomorrow. Don't look, just follow closely. Oh, don't be like this, dear brother. The pleasant dinner time soon ended. There was no moment of mourning for the small hot pot that was finished in one meal. Then came the more pleasant hours of the evening. But this does not need further elaboration. Chapter 35 Dragon Soul Academy. On Monday morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled light on the wooden floor. Wang Xiaoluan stretched, and his bones made a series of crisp popping sounds. He glanced to his side and saw that Su Muching had already woken up and was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, her long black hair falling like a waterfall, and she had changed into that white dress. The morning light gave her a soft outline, and her cool temperament revealed a hint of homely gentleness. She seemed to notice Wang Xiaoluan's gaze, turned her head, his figure reflected in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Morning, my husband. The voice was clear, yet carried a warmth that was not hidden. Good morning. Wang Xiaoluan rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. I'm going to the Dragon Soul Academy today. I feel like I'm making up for the university experience I didn't have in my previous life. I feel quite strange. Wang Xiaoda's energetic voice came from downstairs. Brother. Sister-in-law. Come down quickly for breakfast. We're going to be late. Here it comes, it's the soul calling service. Wang Xiaoluan muttered and quickly put on his clothes. After breakfast, the three of them set off together for Dragon Soul Academy. The streets of Tianjin City are full of unique vitality. As Wang Xiaoluan walked on the street, he felt like he was in an era that was forcibly stitched together. On the left, a not-so-new fuel-powered scooter drove by. On the right, a streamlined, metallic-lustered new energy hovercraft glided silently by, half a meter off the ground, with a light blue anti-gravity halo emanating from the bottom of the vehicle. Brother, look at that. It's the latest model of Tianma's dual-purpose land and air hovercraft. I heard that it incorporates the subhuman race's floating stone technology, and it's extremely expensive. Wang Xiaoya pointed at the car, with stars twinkling in her eyes. Wang Xiaoluan looked in the direction she pointed, silently complaining in his heart. This technological gap was probably a century. Huge holographic billboards hung from towering buildings on both sides of the street. A looping image of a muscular man wielding a massive axe, roaring and slashing at alien beasts played below, advertising the Bali Gene enhancing potion, giving you a great power. On another billboard, a gentle female wizard waved a staff-like object to heal the wounded, promoting the Holy Light series of auxiliary power amplifiers. Technology and superpowers, business and war are twisted and integrated into daily life here. Several mecha guards wearing exoskeleton armor and nearly 3 meters tall patrolled the streets with heavy steps. Their metal joints made a clicking sound, and the emblem of the Eastern Theater Command was printed on their chests. Passers-by are already accustomed to this. Some children wanted to come forward out of curiosity, but were pulled away by their parents with a smile. Su Muqing quietly followed Wang Xiaoluan. Even in her modern attire, her otherworldly presence still stood out. Many passers-by cast astonished glances, but once they caught her cold, indifferent gaze, they quickly looked away. It's noisy here. She whispered to Wang Xiaoluan, her voice so soft that only he could hear. But it's very lively. More vibrant than any mortal city I remember. That's life, Wang Xiaoluan smiled. It's full of contradictions, but also full of hope. The Dragon Soul Academy was located in the suburbs of Tianjin City, and the three of them arrived at their destination in no time on foot. When the full picture of the school appeared before his eyes, even Wang Xiaoluan, who had a rich inner drama, couldn't help but be stunned. This is not a school. This is clearly a giant steel beast. The towering alloy wall is a cold dark gray, and its surface is covered with complex energy patterns, glowing faintly in the sunlight. On top of the wall, there is an automatic defense turret every 100 meters, and the black muzzle exudes a deadly chill. Looking beyond the wall, one can see the cluster of buildings within. They aren't traditional high-rises, but rather feature sharp, geometric beauty and a rugged style, more like a military base from a science fiction movie. The most eye-catching thing is an area deep in the academy covered by a huge translucent energy shield. The shield was like an inverted giant bowl, emitting a faint blue glow, and one could vaguely see dense jungle and rolling mountains inside. Occasionally, one or two low beast roars could be heard coming from it, weakened by the shield, becoming dull and distant. Wow! Wang Xiaoda's mouth opened wide for a long time. This is our school? It's so cool. Inside the cover is the practice area where the strange beasts are kept? It seems so. Wang Xiaoluan narrowed his eyes, sensing the faint energy fluctuations in the air. It's quite a big deal. Su Muqing's gaze also fell on the energy shield. She hummed softly and commented, the formation is crude, but the energy is very pure and huge. Constructed with brute force, it is directly effective. In her opinion, this was probably equivalent to a simple but highly practical mountain protection formation. The three of them followed the crowd through the huge school gate. On the lintel were carved the 4 large characters Dragon Soul Academy in vigorous and powerful fonts, carrying a solemn and murderous aura of iron horses and golden swords. Entering the academy, the view suddenly opened up. Driverless shuttles crisscrossed the wide roads. In the distance, a vast, endless training ground stretched out before our eyes. Students were engaged in various supernatural power training exercises, and the roar of fireballs, ice cones, and lightning intertwined. Farther away, a massive building resembling a Roman Colosseum stood the Colosseum. Wang Xiaoluan estimated it to be roughly the size of a stadium, but with smaller spectator seating. Brother, look at the map. Wang Xiaoya pointed to a holographic sign on the side of the road. The entrance ceremony is in the central auditorium. Let's go there quickly. She seemed impatient and rushed forward, pulling Wang Xiaoluan's arm. The design of the central auditorium was also full of futuristic feeling. The interior space was astonishingly large, enough to accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, it was already filled with talented people from all over the country. Their faces showed expressions of excitement, curiosity, or arrogance, and the entire auditorium was buzzing with the noise of youth and vitality. Wang Xiaoluan and the other two found a seat relatively at the back and sat down. How do you feel? Wang Xiaoluan tilted his head and asked Su Mucheng. There are a lot of people. Su Mucheng's answer was as concise as ever. She looked around with a calm gaze, but most of them are very weak. The corners of Wang Xiaoluan's mouth twitched. Well, the evaluation criteria for Sword Immortal's wife might be a little different from Blue Star's. Soon, the lights in the auditorium dimmed, and the noise gradually died down. A row of figures quietly emerged from the podium and sat behind the long table. In the center was an elderly man, his hair half gray, but he looked energetic and stood straight. He was wearing a simple Zhongshan suit without any military rank or insignia, but just sitting there he exuded a profound and majestic aura. Oh my god, it's the principal himself. Alive! A chubby boy next to Wang Xiaoluan lowered his voice and excitedly said to his companions. Is it really him? The legendary S-rank boss, Principal Long Zhan, the Sky Shield? Nonsense! My dad is in the military, I've seen his picture. I heard that Principal Long still frequently goes to the restricted areas on the front lines, and he can withstand the pressure of an entire legion by himself. Amidst the discussion, the principal, Long Zhan, stood up and walked to the podium. Without a script in hand, he scanned the thousands of young faces in the audience. His voice was steady and resonant, clearly echoing throughout every corner of the auditorium. Welcome to Dragon Soul. There was no unnecessary courtesy and the opening remarks were simple and direct. I don't care where you were once outstanding, what powerful family you came from, or what impressive background you have. From today on, you have only one identity: a student of Dragon Soul Academy. Here, your talents, your abilities, and your hard work will determine everything for you. Last night, you should have all received your class placement notices. From now on, you will begin your life at Dragon Soul according to your respective classes. The principal's speech was brief but powerful. He briefly outlined Dragon Soul's philosophy, cultivating the finest warriors for humanity's survival, and emphasized discipline and honor. Finally, he waved his hand. I have said all. I wish you good luck in fighting. After saying that, he sat back down directly, decisively, and decisively. The audience was silent for a moment, and then broke into thunderous applause. Wow, that's so cool. Wang Xiaoya also applauded, her little face flushed red. After the principal finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a black instructor uniform and with a stern face walked onto the stage and began to explain the specific rules for class division. Dear students, please be quiet. His voice was like the friction of metal, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The Dragon Soul Academy's class divisions are strictly based on the supernatural power system. The elemental classes, including fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth, have the largest number of students, and there are 5 classes in total: A, B, C, D, and E. The strengthening department includes physical strengthening, equipment strengthening, etc., and has 4 classes: A, B, C, and D. The psychology department includes mental shock, illusion, telepathy, etc., and has 3 classes: A, B, and C. Support department, including healing, amplification, barrier, etc., has 2 classes, A and B. Every time the instructor mentioned a department, there would be a small commotion among the corresponding group of freshmen below the stage. Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya listened quietly, waiting for the final result. The instructor paused, his eyes swept across the room, and his voice became more serious. Finally, there's the special department. Special type, encompassing all abilities that cannot be conventionally defined, such as summoning, space, time, causality, and transformation. This type of psychic is very rare. Dragon Soul Academy's admissions criteria requires a C-level or higher ability rating. These stringent requirements, coupled with the scarcity of special departments, result in a very small number of new students being admitted each year. Therefore, the special department has always had only 1 class. As he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gazes were involuntarily filled with a touch of envy and awe, and they began searching the crowd to see who were the members of the legendary special class. Wang Xiaoya quietly touched Wang Xiaoluan's arm and lowered her voice, her tone full of excitement and pride that she could not hide. Brother, did you hear that? There's only ever been one class. Our class seems really special. Yeah, I can hear that. Chapter 36 Special Department Classroom. The entrance ceremony did not involve any complicated procedures. After Principal Long Zhan's brief and powerful speech and the instructor's equally concise introduction, several more school leaders stood up. Their speeches were also short, mixed with some official jargon, but one could also hear some sincere blessings in them. Soon, the freshman ceremony came to an end. Hundreds of freshmen seemed to be freed from their restraints, the hall instantly became noisy again, and the crowd began to flow out in an orderly manner. Let's go, let's find the classroom. Wang Xiaoya seemed more active than anyone else. She pulled Wang Xiaoluan's wrist and naturally put her other hand around Su Muqing's arm. The campus of Dragon Soul Academy is astonishingly vast. Wide roads run through greenery and futuristic buildings. On both sides of the road, translucent holographic signs float, scrolling map information and various notifications in real time, emitting a soft blue light. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and soil, mixed with a faint smell of energy particles, which makes people feel refreshed. The design of the teaching building is unique and not a traditional square building. Some buildings resemble circling dragons, while others are like huge, perfectly cut crystals. The exterior walls are made of a smooth unknown alloy, which radiates a metallic and jade-like luster under the sunlight. Following the signs, the three of them found the teaching building where the special department was located without much effort. This building is located in the corner of the entire teaching area. It is not remote, but rather has a sense of tranquility in the midst of bustling city. The special department classrooms are at the end of the third floor. Pushing open the sensor-activated metal door of the classroom, a spacious and bright space appears before your eyes. The whole classroom is filled with a simple sense of futuristic technology. The walls are a soft milky white, automatically dimming according to the light. There are no lamps on the ceiling, and the light seems to permeate evenly across the entire surface, leaving no blind spots. The floor is a dark gray composite material that feels solid yet soft when stepped on. The most eye-catching are the tables and chairs that are full of design sense. Each set of tables and chairs is an independent unit, the tabletop is a smooth touchpad, and the chairs are ergonomically streamlined. Wow! Wang Xiaoya let out a small exclamation. At this moment, there were already 7 or 8 people in the classroom. These people were sitting in groups of 3 or 4, and no one took the initiative to start a conversation. There was a subtle sense of dullness and vigilance in the air. Or just being polite. Everyone exudes a unique aura, like sharp-edged stones, keeping a safe distance from each other. Some people leaned back in their chairs, closed their eyes, and took long breaths, as if isolated from the surrounding environment. Some people showed great interest in the novel tables and chairs. They stretched out their fingers and drew them on the table. Soon, the chair under them began to deform. The backrest rose and the seat widened. After a while, it turned into a comfortable reclining chair. The man lay down with satisfaction and began to study how to make a footrest. Another boy in black clothes was meticulously wiping a peculiarly shaped dagger with a soft cloth. The edge of the dagger was glowing with a faint blue light, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. What attracted Wang Xiaoluan's attention most was a petite girl who was sitting closest to the door. She looked a little shorter than Wang Xiaoya, with 2 restless ponytails and a puffed-up face, as she was arguing with a giant sword floating in the air in front of her. The size of the sword was extremely exaggerated. The blade was broad and thick, taller than the petite girl. It was dark red in color, and a gem that seemed to be breathing was inlaid on the hilt. I told you everything. That 3-tailed wind wolf should have listened to me in the mock battle yesterday. Just stab its core. The girl's voice was crisp, but full of resentment. A slightly arrogant young man's voice came directly from the blade of the giant sword, carrying a buzzing metallic resonance. Ha! How could my judgment be wrong? It's just a medium threat beast, I can just chop it down with one sword, why all the fuss? What happened? The girl put her hands on her hips, her ponytail swinging. Your sword strike didn't even cut through the person's armor. You were even swatted away by a claw. Isn't that embarrassing? That's your problem. The greatsword's voice rose a few notches, sounding a bit angry and embarrassed. Who made you so weak? You can't even unleash 1% of my power. If the user is incompetent, don't blame the weapon. How dare you talk back, you piece of rotten metal? How dare you, a weakling master, say that to me? Wang Xiaoluan watched from the side in amazement. Wow, it really deserves to be a special department. The ability to quarrel with one's own weapon is quite an eye-opener. Brother! Here, here! Wang Xiaoya happily ran over and grabbed a window seat in the second-to-last row. She patted the table and proudly announced, "This place has been the hometown of kings since ancient times." Wang Xiaoluan had long been immune to his sister's middle school syndrome and shook his head helplessly. He glanced around the classroom, walked to the last row, pulled out the second chair from the window and sat down. In this way, the seat in the corner, closest to the wall, was naturally left to Su Mucheng. This location is remote enough and is not likely to attract other people's attention, which can save a lot of unnecessary trouble that may arise. Su Mucheng had no objection to this and sat down quietly beside him, her long inky hair falling like a waterfall, her cold eyes just calmly looking at this new environment. After them, several more students walked into the classroom. Everyone has a unique aura. A boy was walking in yawning, as if he was still sleepy. He soon found a place and fell asleep. A student with neat short hair, a slightly neutral face and dress, but you can tell from her figure that she is a girl. She gives people a refreshing and capable feeling. There is also a girl wearing a gothic Lolita skirt, holding a teddy bear in her arms, with a sweet smile on her face, which seems a bit inconsistent with the surrounding style. In addition, there are also many students with distinctive characteristics. The seats in the classroom were filled one by one. After a long while, no one came in. Wang Xiaoluan roughly counted and found that there were only about 20 people in the entire classroom, including the three of them. The huge classroom seemed empty. It is indeed rare. Wang Xiaoluan thought to himself. Those who can sit here are probably all talented people with special skills. At this moment, the classroom door was pushed open again. A man staggered in. He looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a colorful beach shirt, faded jeans, and flip-flops. His hair was messy, as if he had just crawled out of bed, and his face was still a little sleepy. The most outrageous thing was that he was holding a bar in his mouth and chewing it bite by bite. The words on the wrapping paper showed that this seemed to be a highly concentrated energy bar. The whole person exudes an overflowing sense of relaxation. The man walked lazily up to the podium, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the 20 young faces below, as if he was counting the number of people. After confirming that everyone was present, he yawned loudly and without any grace in front of everyone. Ah! An air of laziness that penetrated deep into the bones instantly filled the entire dull classroom. My name is Lu Bufan. He finally spoke, his voice unclear, like the mumbling of someone who hadn't woken up yet. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 2 years. Chapter 37 Special Teachers and Special Classmates in Special Classes. Lu Bufan added vaguely with the energy bar in his mouth, and the chewing sound was particularly clear in the quiet classroom. My ability. He slowly swallowed the energy bar he had chewed, then tore open a little more of the wrapper, revealing a new section. It's determined to be a special ability. I call it poor imitation. His eyelids were half drooped as he spoke, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. The effect is simple. It can replicate the supernatural powers I've seen. Sounds impressive, right? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. What a shame, it's a defective product. The copied abilities aren't even half as powerful as the original, and sometimes there are inexplicable glitches. As for the rating, the school gave me an A out of respect, but I actually feel it's only a B. He spoke lightly, as if he was talking about a piece of junk that had nothing to do with him. Wang Xiaoluan was secretly amazed. Can you copy other people's abilities? Is this still called a poor imitation? And AB grade 1? What a joke. This ability, even if it can only be half effective, is definitely a strategic level divine skill. As long as he has seen enough abilities, he is theoretically an army. This seemingly sloppy head teacher is probably not as simple as he seems. Lu Bufan on the podium seemed to be completely unconcerned with the students' thoughts. He stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the energy bar in his mouth, and continued to hold it at a different angle. As for your class, it's the special department. He looked around, his gaze lingering for a moment on every face that looked defiant, indifferent, or weird. As the name suggests, it's a group of freaks who I don't know how to categorize. Oh no, it's a gathering place for geniuses. His change of words was so insincere that several people in the audience twitched their lips at the same time. Your abilities are either too bizarre, or their potential is inestimable, or they're just like mine, with no one else like them. So, conventional teaching methods are useless to you. So, our class's curriculum is also very special. There aren't any fixed theory classes, and you don't need to sit in the classroom every day like in regular classes. Most of the time, we will conduct practical exercises, ability development training, or simply free activities. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom fell into silence. Many people thought they had heard it wrong. Free time? Is this Dragon Soul Academy? The most prestigious academy for psychics in the entire Federation? Please put it simply. Lu Bufan seemed to feel that what he said might not be clear enough, so he added another sentence. As long as you don't blow up the school or cause any deaths, the school and I will basically leave you alone. Now, even the few students who hadn't shown much concern just now couldn't help but raise their heads. This is too free. The freedom is so great that it feels unreal, and even a little disoriented. Wang Xiaoluan leaned back on the raised chair and quickly understood. Students in the special department are all unique. Their abilities vary greatly, and using a uniform set of standards to teach them is like looking for a sword on a boat. Instead of forcing these geniuses or monsters into a mold, it is better to give them a wide enough grassland and let them grow freely. Whether they can grow into a towering tree or just a weed by the roadside depends on their own luck. Okay, enough nonsense. Lu Bufan finally finished the last bite of the energy bar, crumpled up the wrapping paper, and threw it accurately into the trash can in the corner of the podium. Next, it's up to you guys. He turned his gaze towards the classroom door and nodded with his chin at the little loli with twin pigtails in the first row. Introduce yourselves. Let's start with you, from front to back, one row at a time. Name, ability, rating. Let's see what new tricks this year's special department can come up with. The petite girl who was called first blushed instantly. But she did not get stage fright. Instead, she took a deep breath and stood up suddenly. The movement was so large that the huge red sword beside her, which was almost as tall as her, shook, making a dull sound of metal friction. She puffed out her small chest and spoke in a clear, energetic voice. My name is Ling Mang. Ling as in Lingbo Weibu, and Mang as in lemon. But please note, it's not the lemon you eat. And then, even though I might look a little young, I'm actually 18 years old. A legal adult. This introduction caused a few suppressed laughs in the class, and the depressing atmosphere immediately eased a lot. My ability is classified as summoning, and the level is A. Speaking of ratings, a look of pride appeared on her face. The thing I summoned is the one next to me. Before she could finish her words, the huge red sword beside her suddenly began to buzz. A male voice filled with arrogance and unruliness suddenly rang out from the sword without any warning, interrupting her words. It's me. I'm her weapon, codenamed Gawain. Remember this, it's me who's carrying her, not her using me. This sudden scene left many people stunned. Most of the others who were not stunned had already been stunned when they saw her arguing with the sword just now, such as Wang Xiaoluan. But he still found it quite amazing. Summons a talking greatsword with a unique tone. It's quite similar to his abilities. Ling Meng's face flushed red, not because of shyness, but because of anger. She turned her head sharply, glaring at the giant sword that was taller than her, and stamped her foot in anger. Shut up. Who told you to interrupt? TSK, I can say whatever I want to say, who cares? The blade of the giant sword Gawain vibrated slightly, and his tone was full of provocation. How dare you talk back, you piece of rotten metal? How dare you, a weakling master, say that to me? Seeing that one man and one sword were about to start a fight in front of the whole class and teachers, the atmosphere in the classroom became much more relaxed and cheerful. Lu Bufan on the podium also showed a hint of interest on his face. He did not stop her, but just watched with interest until Ling Meng frantically pressed the hilt of the buzzing sword, then he nodded slightly. A level, right from the start. The superpowers are quite interesting, good, keep going. His gaze passed Ling Meng and fell on the young man behind her who had been keeping his head down, silently wiping a black dagger. Next. The young man paused wiping the dagger when he heard this. He raised his head, revealing a well-defined face, cold eyes, and a temperament like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. He stood up and spoke concisely without any nonsense. Shu Feng. Superpower, special system, B level. The ability is to bind and strengthen a weapon, allowing you to freely manipulate it to transform or perform long-range attacks. Chapter 38, each shows his magical power. After saying that, the boy named Shu Feng raised the hand holding the dagger, and then let go. The black dagger that he had polished to a shine did not fall to the ground. It defied gravity and just floated quietly in Shu Feng's palm. Like this. As he finished speaking, the black dagger's surface suddenly emitted a peculiar metallic gleam. As the light shone, the dagger's form began to change dramatically. It stretched and widened, and in just a second, it transformed from a small dagger into a single-handed sword with a gleaming cold light. The whole class's attention was attracted by this magical scene. But that's not all. The long sword paused in the air for a moment, and the sword body was once again wrapped in light, quickly shrinking and extending, turning into a small round shield with sharp edges. Then, the round shield stretched and deformed, turning into a black sickle with a strange shape and full of murderous aura. Long sword, round shield, sickle. 3 weapons of completely different shapes were wielded by him like the palm of his hand, switching freely. Then, the black sickle circled around Chu Feng's body silently, drawing a graceful arc of death. Just when everyone thought the show was about to end, the sickle changed its shape drastically again as it flew back in front of Chu Feng. The light is so bright. Its volume began to expand rapidly, the blade widened, the hilt lengthened, and the guard became thicker. Finally, under everyone's astonished gaze, it transformed into a gigantic broadsword that looked almost identical to the Gawain beside Ling Meng. The only difference is the color. This sword is pitch black, emitting a heavy metallic luster, as if it can swallow all light. Wow! Ling Meng, who had been watching this scene from behind, couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. The giant sword Gawain beside her also hummed, and there was a hint of surprise in her tone. "Hey, kid, that's a pretty handy trick of yours." "Hey, little one, why don't you know this trick? Let me change my shape too for fun." A vein on Ling Meng's forehead jumped, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, "If you want, I can get a hammer right now and beat you out of shape." "Humph, you try? I'm very hard." Gao Wen snorted lightly, showing no weakness. Just as the two of them were whispering to each other, the black giant sword in front of Chu Feng had dimmed its light and quickly shrank, turning back into an ordinary black dagger and falling lightly back into his palm. He put away the dagger and sat down neatly. From beginning to end, there was no unnecessary expression on his face. Ahem! Ling Meng, upon seeing this, reached out and pressed hard on the still vibrating hilt of Gawain, signaling him to be quiet and not disturb others from continuing their introductions. Lu Bufan also gave a brief comment on Chu Feng's clean and neat presentation. It can attack and defend, be close or far away, it's a combination of offense and defense, and it's very versatile. Not bad, not bad. His gaze moved again and fell on the student behind Chu Feng. Next. Lu Bufan's gaze moved away from Chu Feng, swept across the classroom, and fell on a boy behind him. The boy, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, looked quiet and gentle. He stood up and nervously pushed his glasses up. "My name is Marvin, my ability is special, and my rating is sea level. My ability is, well, I can make plants grow." As he spoke, he quickly walked to the window where there was a pot of green ivy to purify the air. He reached out and carefully pressed his hand on the soil in the flower pot. Visible to the naked eye, a faint green light overflowed from his palm and merged into the soil. The next second, the pot of green ivy, which originally had only a few leaves, seemed to have been fast-forwarded. New vines sprouted out at an astonishing speed, and tender green leaves spread out. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the originally sparsely populated small pot of plants became lush and green, with vines even hanging down from the windowsill. Wow! A small gasp echoed through the class. Although it was only C rank, this scene of transforming decay into magic was still quite visually impactful. Marvin withdrew his hand and returned to his seat with a slightly red cheek. "Wow, this is a very practical ability." Lu Bufan nodded and made his comment. "Can you also help some precious medicinal plants grow?" "Yeah, sure." "That's good. Although I can't go to the front line, there are many employment opportunities in logistics. Especially the elves who are relatively friendly to us humans. When the time comes, just ask me to write a letter of recommendation. They might even give you a memorial." Marvin seemed very happy to receive the teacher's affirmation. Next. This time, the person who stood up was a tall and thin boy with messy curly hair. He yawned and looked like he had not woken up yet. "Zhou Kai. Special system, C rank." He said lazily, as for the effect, for example, anything in my hand won't fall. To prove his words, he picked up a pen from the table and placed the tip of the pen on his fingertips. The pen stood upright, counterintuitively. He picked up his water cup again and placed it on his other finger, also upside down. Next came the eraser, books, and even his cell phone, which looked very heavy. Several objects were stacked at his fingertips at all kinds of incredible angles, precariously yet incredibly firmly, forming a small acrobatic tower. He even turned around on the spot with this tower on his head, and the things on it did not move at all. Also, I'm the same way. I can stand firmly anywhere. For example, I can hang upside down from the ceiling on the spot, but I won't demonstrate that. Interesting. Lu Bufan touched his chin. It's very suitable for performing acrobatics or moving things, and it has a wide range of employment opportunities. And even in combat, the places where it can be used are beyond imagination. Very good, sit down. Zhou Kai shrugged, withdrew his hand, and things fell all over the table. Except for the mobile phone which he put back into his pocket, he didn't pay attention to the others. He just sat down and lay on the table as if he was going to continue to sleep. The performances of several students in succession were quite interesting. Although the ratings were not high, their abilities themselves were unique, and Lu Bufan also gave his evaluation one by one. Wang Xiaoluan watched with great interest in the corner. This is much more interesting than going to school in my previous life. Physics and chemistry, how can it be as exciting as watching someone perform superpowers live? Finally, Lu Bufan's gaze passed across several rows of seats and stopped on a girl with short hair. Next. The girl stood up in response. She stood straight, like a javelin. Her neatly cropped hair made her look somewhat androgynous, but her impressive figure and, upon closer inspection, her face, which looked rather sassy but unmistakably feminine, clearly revealed her gender. She has a very good and capable temperament, cheerful and confident. Hello, teachers and classmates. My name is Han Ling. Her voice was clear and crisp. Superpower, special system, B level. The effect of this ability is to interfere with and amplify the kinetic energy of an object. Chapter 39, The Bullet Responding Teacher and the Doll Girl. As she spoke, the girl named Han Ling took out half a piece of chalk from her pocket, which she had broken off from the desk when she came. She held the half piece of chalk in her hand, a smile of interest appearing on the corner of her mouth. Then, her eyes locked on Lu Bufan on the podium, and she casually raised her arm back, then swung it forward suddenly. Like this. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The moment the half of white chalk left her fingertips, it seemed to be injected with terrifying energy, turning into an afterimage that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, tearing through the air and heading straight for Lu Bufan's face. The speed and force of this attack are no less than a bullet fired from a gun. However, facing this attack that was comparable to an assassination, Lu Bufan's reaction was unbelievably calm. He didn't even make any extra movements, just tilted his head slightly to the right just before the chalk was about to hit his nose. The white murderous intent just flew past his cheek. Bang! A muffled sound. The chalk hit the blackboard behind him precisely and exploded instantly, breaking into a pile of irregular white pieces that fell down. A clear small dent was left on the blackboard. Hiss. There was a sound of gasps in the classroom. After realizing what had just happened, no one expected that this girl named Han Ling would suddenly choose to do this. Moreover, this seemingly casual blow was so terrifyingly powerful. If it hits a person. But at the same time, what surprised them even more was Lu Bufan's reaction. That leisurely dodge was as if he had predicted the attack trajectory in advance, so easy and comfortable. This is more interesting. Lu Bufan raised his head and looked at Han Ling, still with that lazy smile on his face. On the first day of school, you want to kill the homeroom teacher? When Han Ling saw that her attack missed, she was not surprised at all. Instead, the smile on her face became even wider. She scratched her head openly, with a hint of cunning in her tone. No, teacher. I just saw that you're not as simple as you appear, so I couldn't help but want to test your depth. Now it seems that it is just as I thought. Please give me more guidance in the future, teacher. In the corner, Wang Xiaoluan nodded as expected. The reaction bullets are here. And you said you don't know martial arts? He is indeed a teacher who hides things. Ha, then you are quite sensitive. Lu Bufan chuckled and waved his hand. Actually, I was just lucky. I tilted my head slightly. Otherwise, you would have to carry me to the medical department right now. Students behind, please be sure to care about the teacher's life and safety, and don't follow this example again. Of course, no one believed his words, but no one dared to ask any more questions. However, there was a bit more awe in the eyes when they looked at Lu Bufan. Han Ling sat back with a smile, obviously very satisfied with the result of this test. Then, Lu Bufon's gaze moved again, next one. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in the class, including Han Ling who had just sat down, were attracted by a magnet and gathered behind her. There sat a girl who had attracted everyone's attention since she stepped into the classroom. She was wearing a black gothic Lolita dress with an intricate design. The lace and layered hem made her look like an exquisite doll that had walked out of a shop window. In her arms, she was holding a teddy bear doll that matched her style very well. One of the doll's eyes was replaced by a button, giving it a strangely cute look. The girl's face was as flawless as a doll's, with skin so white that it was almost transparent, big eyes and long eyelashes. From the moment on, there was a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. However, this innocent smile, coupled with her outfit and the quiet atmosphere in the classroom, somehow made people feel a little inexplicably chilled. It may be because I have seen images in some similar works. Under everyone's gaze, the girl slowly stood up. The complicated hem of the skirt made a slight rustling sound, which was particularly clear in this quiet classroom. She held the teddy bear in her arms and bowed slightly to everyone with graceful movements. "Hello everyone." Her voice is as sweet and soft as her smile, which makes people feel comfortable listening to it. "My name is Lily. Although the name sounds a bit exotic, I am a pure dragon countryman." As she spoke, she raised the teddy bear in her arms and patted the doll's head gently with her other hand. "And this is Misha." After introducing herself and the doll, she paused, as if organizing her words. "My ability, or rather, the ability that Misha and I share, is a special ability, rated B level." The effect. Lilith gave a slightly playful smile, then she gently placed Misha in her hand on the desk in front of her. The little bear doll just sat quietly on the table, with its button eyes facing forward. Next second. Amidst everyone's curious gazes, Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly. The teddy bear on the table began to swell without any warning. Like a balloon that is inflated rapidly, its body grows bigger and bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The brown plush fabric was stretched out, and the gaps between the stitches became clearly visible. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the doll, which was originally only the size of an arm, has become almost the size of a desk. The huge bear head almost touched Han Ling's back in the front row. Its 2 black bean-like eyes and the button eye were staring silently at the whole class. "Wow! Fuck! It's gotten bigger!" A suppressed exclamation was heard in the classroom. What surprised them even more was yet to come. Under Lilith's gaze, the huge stuffed bear slowly raised its furry arms and waved awkwardly at the whole class. That action was clearly a greeting. "Wow, so cool!" Ling Meng couldn't help but admire it softly. Li Lizi looked at her classmates' reactions with a smile, and seemed very satisfied with the result. "My ability is just like this. I can give objects a short period of life and make them grow in size." "That's amazing. Can it talk?" The person who asked the question was Ling Meng, and she was obviously very interested in this kind of moving thing. Before Li Lizi could answer, a shrewd voice rang out from beside Ling Meng. "Tisk, it's just a doll, how can it possibly talk?" It was the voice of the Red Great Sword Gawain. Ling Meng's cheeks puffed up instantly. "I told you not to call me little. And don't interrupt me. I can say whatever I want, what's it to you?" "You." Seeing the man and the sword about to start their daily bickering, Lilith chuckled and interrupted them. "I'm sorry, Ling Meng, but Misha can't speak." She reached out and gently stroked the giant Misha's head. The furry touch looked very nice. If my ability rating was higher, maybe I could do it. But I'm only at level B currently, I can only make it act like a pet and obey my simple commands. "That's great too," Ling Meng said immediately, glancing fiercely at the greatsword beside him. "At least you're being obedient." "Hey! What do you mean, little one?" When Li Lizi heard Ling Meng's words, the smile on her face became even sweeter. She gently caressed Misha and said slowly in her soft voice. "Yes. Anything affected by my power will become very obedient. By the way, I haven't tried my abilities on humans yet. Any students who are interested, want to give it a try?" Her big eyes curved into crescents, which made her look very cute. But these words were like a cold wind, blowing through everyone's heart. Try it on humans. What would that be like? A gigantic, very obedient person? Just thinking about that picture seems a little abstract. After a few seconds, Lilith burst out laughing, like a little girl who had succeeded in a prank. "Ah, I'm just kidding. Of course, that kind of thing is impossible. As soon as she finished speaking, she thought about it, and the giant bear as big as the table shrank at an extremely fast speed and turned back into the small doll that could be held in her arms. Lilith bent down and hugged Misha back into her arms, smiled sweetly at everyone again, and then sat down quietly. But in the classroom, many students felt cold sweats on their backs when they saw her harmless smile. This joke is a bit funny. In the corner, Wang Xiaoluan witnessed the whole thing and silently labeled this girl in his heart. The classic white-black character. She looks like a sweet and harmless little girl, but inside she might be a dark little devil who likes to play with people's hearts. Quite interesting. He likes this sense of contrast. But Wang Xiaoluan shook his head in his heart. It's a pity that Mr. Wang is now a family man. This character seems to be extremely difficult to conquer, so let other warriors challenge it. Chapter 40 Hidden Special Edition. The afterglow of Lilith's joke is still there. The atmosphere in the classroom became a little weird, until Lu Bufan yawned at the podium, breaking the stagnation. Okay, continue. He waved lazily, signaling the next student. The next few students also had strange and bizarre abilities. A gentle-looking boy wearing black-framed glasses, whose special ability is to read the memory images left on objects. Lu Bufan is described as a natural-born detective. A tall, muscular boy with the ability to transform his body like venom, which allows him to attack and defend, and is quite cool. Lu Bufan commented that you can try to develop possession. A girl who looked a little shy stood up. Her special ability was quite inconsistent with her appearance. She could transform into a strange beast. However, due to the upper limit of the rating, it seems that it can only reach the level of medium threat at most. Lu Bufan's rating indicates that one needs to practice courage and pay attention to adding iconic objects to prevent accidental injuries from friendly forces during melee. One after another, none of the students in the special classes are ordinary. Each of them could be published as a book. Cough cough. Finally, Lu Bufan's lazy gaze fell on the corner of the classroom. Next, Wang Xiaoluan. Here it comes. Wang Xiaoluan muttered to himself, and stood up calmly under the curious gaze of the whole class. He glanced around first, then cleared his throat. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Xiaoluan. A simple opening statement. Everyone was waiting for his next move, waiting to see what astonishing abilities he would display. After all, no one assigned to this class has a simple role. However, Wang Xiaoluan did not demonstrate any special effects on the spot like others did. He simply turned slightly sideways, extended his hand, palm facing up, and directed everyone's attention to the woman who had been sitting quietly beside him the entire time. My ability is classified as summoning. The rating result at the awakening ceremony was unratingable. However, when the school later issued the admission letter, the standard given was a level. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, and it reached everyone's ears clearly. And the one I summoned is this one. The direction his hand was pointing was Su Mucheng. My partner, Su Mucheng. You can simply understand that the two of us, from the perspective of superpowers, are considered a unit. Silence. There was a silence that lasted several seconds. What? I don't know who started it, but the whole classroom was in an uproar. Summoned a person? You must be joking. Isn't that a living person? How can there be such a summoned creature? I've heard of summoning humanoid elementals, like fire elementals, water elementals, and even skeleton knights, but directly summoning someone who looks exactly like us, it's really. Also, what the hell is unrated? We, with such strange abilities, can be rated, so why can't his? Bro said he got the ultimate hidden edition. A rank, summoning a beautiful girl is a rank? Isn't this standard a bit? Astonishment, confusion, questioning, and envy. A variety of emotions were intertwined in the classroom. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng. Li Lizi touched the little bear in her arms, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly in an amused smile. Ling Meng's eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open, and she had no idea what expression to make. The red greatsword Gawain beside her also fell silent, which was uncharacteristic of her. No complaints, no ridicule. The sword was floating quietly there. Although it had no eyes, it seemed to be staring at Su Mucheng. Amid the commotion in the audience, Su Mucheng moved. She followed Wang Xiaoluan's introduction and slowly stood up. His cold gaze swept calmly across the entire audience, a kind of indifference that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, with an innate sense of alienation. The noise in the classroom gradually subsided because of her simple action. She didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly to everyone as a greeting. Then, her gaze fell back on Wang Xiaoluan. Deep in his eyes, there was a tenderness like a melting iceberg. Of course, this subtle change was drowned out by everyone's shock and was not caught by anyone. Buzz. At this moment, the sword Gaowan, which was beside Ling Meng, finally emitted a slight vibration. A voice sounded directly in Ling Meng's mind. But this time, it was no longer that arrogant and domineering tone. Instead, there was a whisper mixed with solemnity and excitement. Ling Meng. It no longer called her little one, but called her name in an extremely formal tone. That woman. It's a monster. Extremely powerful, even an outrageous swordsman. I can feel a sea of swords hidden within her body. Ling Meng's heart suddenly sank. She had never heard Gawain speak of anyone in that tone. How proud and arrogant Gawain was. In his words, all sword users in the world seemed to be just fools wielding pieces of iron. But now, it used the words monster and outrageous to describe Su Mucheng. He even forgot the iconic way he called himself Uncle Ben. This is enough to show that what it says is true. Just as the whole class was still digesting this shocking information, Lu Bufan, who had been half closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep forever, moved at the podium. For the first time, a gleam of light as sharp as an eagle flashed in his eyes, which were always covered with a layer of lazy mist. The light flashed and disappeared so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. He looked at Wang Xiaoluan deeply, and his gaze stayed on Su Mucheng for 2 full seconds. Then, that sharpness disappeared without a trace, and he returned to his lazy look as if he could collapse to the ground at any moment. He scratched his messy hair with his fingers, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Very interesting. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clear enough to drown out all the discussions. Besides, I've seen so many bizarre and strange superpowers, but Wang Xiaoluan's is the only one. I can't replicate that. If Wang Xiaoluan's previous self-introduction just made everyone feel bizarre and unbelievable, then Lu Bufan's words were completely shocking. Although Lu Bufan had never demonstrated his special abilities in front of them, he modestly said that it was just a poor imitation that was barely at level B. But everyone who comes here is a smart person. This is Dragon Soul Academy, the leading institution of higher learning for people with special abilities in Dragon Country. It is obvious that becoming the instructor of this special class is not that easy. And from what he said, it seems that the only supernatural power that he cannot replicate so far is that of this classmate Wang Xiaoluan. In other words, even the most abstract of their abilities, such as Ling Meng summoning a talking greatsword, Lu Bufan could probably do the same. But Wang Xiaoluan, the one who summoned him, couldn't come. What does this represent? Could it be that Wang Xiaoluan's supernatural power has already transcended the 3 realms and is no longer within the 5 elements? Looking at the students' expressions as if they had seen a ghost, Lu Bufan just waved his hand indifferently. Okay, stop making a fuss. Superpowers are inherently full of surprises. Anything can happen. Just think of it as broadening everyone's horizons. He brushed the matter off lightly. Okay, let's continue with the introduction. Next. Chapter 41 Get Out of Class Time. After a few more students had gone by, there were only 2 people left in the class who had not been introduced. One is Su Mucheng, who sat in the corner, quiet from beginning to end, as if isolated from the world. The other one is Wang Xiaoya, who is sitting in front of her. Because of Su Mucheng's special situation, there is no need to introduce him separately. So it was equivalent to only Wang Xiaoya being left. She was already impatient to wait. She cleared her throat and, under the gaze of the whole class, stood up abruptly from her seat. Then, she put her hands on her hips, covered her right eye with one hand in a handsome manner, and struck a pose that she thought was extremely handsome. She also deliberately lowered her voice and spoke like a declaration. Hear my name, and tremble. I am Wang Xiaoya, the king who holds the key to the dimension and travels through the void. Wang Xiaoluan took a deep breath and forced himself to resist the urge to rush over and cover his sister's mouth. Although he had guessed this would happen. But when it really happened in front of the whole class, the shame that penetrated deep into his bones was so strong that he almost dug his toes into the house. The whole audience fell into a strange silence. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoya's middle school student state only lasted for a few seconds. She seemed to have noticed that the atmosphere was not right. She coughed twice, lowered her hands that were covering her eyes, and resumed her normal standing posture. The deliberately deep expression on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by her signature, energetic and bright smile. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Xiuya. My ability is in the space category of the special category. It's initially rated B level, but it's a rare, growth-oriented ability. My future goal is to reach S level. Please give me your guidance. This speech, which was much more normal, was finally understood by the students. When the two words space system and growable were combined, the atmosphere in the classroom changed instantly. Space system? Holy shit, is this true? It's a recognized T0 level ability. Although it's only B level, but with its growth potential, this potential. Too strong. What kind of monsters are in this year's special class? Don't be too modest. You're a monster too. Exclamations rang out one after another. If Ling Meng summoning a greatsword is novel, and Wang Xiaoluan summoning a living person is outrageous, then Wang Xiaoya's space system is truly powerful and noble. Space-related abilities have always been one of the top abilities in the ability system. They are rare and their abilities are mysterious and unpredictable. Whether it is combat, assistance or strategic transfer, they play an irreplaceable role. Any person with space-related abilities will be treated like a treasure by all major forces. And now, there is a person in their class who has great potential and can grow. Lu Bufan on the podium also raised his eyebrows. Oh? Space system, there is still growth potential? Interesting, really interesting. This year's special class is even more lively than I imagined. Hearing the praise from her teachers and classmates, Wang Xiaoya puffed out her chest proudly. Then, as if she remembered something, she pointed at Wang Xiaoluan beside her and added loudly. Oh yes, there's one more thing. This Wang Xiaoluan is my brother. Although his abilities are amazing and have been a hot topic, he's a bit of a troublemaker and has a rather lazy personality, so you might need to bear with him in the future. After saying that, she winked at Wang Xiaoluan playfully. Wang Xiaoluan silently gave his sister a thumbs up in his heart. Well done. She is indeed his good sister and understands him so well. With her words, the number of people coming to see him should decrease significantly. Should be, right? At this moment, a soft and pleasant bell rang throughout the campus. Get out of class is over. Ding ling ling. The ringing of the bell seemed like some sacred command. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bufan on the podium seemed to have had an ejection button pressed. He clapped his hands suddenly, and an expression of relief instantly appeared on his face. Get out of class dismissed. Perfect. The first class passed by so happily. He pointed to a small LCD screen hanging next to the blackboard. The class schedule and timetable are all there, but our class doesn't have many serious classes, so you can look at it yourself if you want. Next class is in half an hour. Now, dismissed. Before he could finish his words, he had already turned into a shadow and slipped out of the classroom with his signature flip-flops. The head teacher ran away at the speed of light. The classroom fell into silence again for a few seconds. Then, the atmosphere that had been suppressed for the entire class suddenly erupted, and the entire classroom became noisy in an instant. Sister, your transformation is so cool, can you show it again? Ha? Well, that's too embarrassing. Classmate Wang Xiaoya, can the space system teleport? Of course. It's just that I can't do it yet, huh? The students were no longer restrained and gathered in groups of 3 or 4, excitedly discussing each other's special abilities. The whole classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Wang Xiaoluan breathed a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. He turned his head and was about to ask Su Muqing beside him how it felt to sit in a modern classroom for the first time. A crisp and lively voice sounded from behind him first. Classmate Wang Xiaoluan? Wang Xiaoluan was startled and turned around. What comes into view is a small and cute face and the iconic, energetic twin tails. It's Ling Meng. She was standing beside her seat, looking at him and Su Muqing curiously with her big, bright eyes. There was a hint of hesitation and some excitement that she couldn't hide on her face. The big sword followed behind him. Hello, my name is Ling Meng. I introduced myself just now. She extended her hand generously. Hello, Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan shook her hand gently, then released her hand. What's going on? Ling Meng glanced at Su Muqing, who was sitting quietly next to Wang Xiaoluan, then looked at Wang Xiaoluan, seeming to be at a loss as to how to start the conversation. Her face flushed slightly as she asked softly, this Sister Su you summoned, is she really a living person? As soon as this question was asked, several students who were eavesdropping with their ears perked up also looked at him curiously. After all, summoning a talking greatsword is strange, but it is still a thing after all. But Wang Xiaoluan is a living person. And she is an incredibly beautiful woman. The difference between them is huge. Of course. Wang Xiaoluan nodded with an affirmative tone. He could feel that when Su Muching heard this question, his body stiffened for a moment, as if he was a little concerned about the question of whether he was a living person or not. And he's someone very important to me. Hearing this, Su Muching's body relaxed and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. She doesn't care what others think, she only cares about what her husband says to others. Chapter 42. Yes, we are already married. Really? Ling Meng's eyes instantly widened, like two sparkling obsidians. She leaned forward, and a lemon-like fragrance wafted over from her body. Then, does Sister Su need to eat? Does she sleep? And more. She threw out a series of questions, her curiosity almost overflowing from her big eyes. Where do you usually stay? And can you change forms? Can you fight? This series of questions made Wang Xiaoluan think for a while. Su Muching's form of existence, he himself actually hasn't fully understood yet. He either sees him as an energy body, or simply as a living person. It probably isn't necessary, but eating and drinking normally is possible. Wang Xiaoluan answered carefully. As for normal times. Before he could finish his words, he felt a refreshing coolness coming from his side. Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously turned his head and met Su Muching's clear and deep eyes. Her gaze seemed to fall intentionally or unintentionally on the hand that she had just shaken with Ling Meng. Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat. Is this jealousy? Although Su Muching's face still had no expression, as cold as the ice and snow on the mountains, Wang Xiaoluan could interpret some emotions called dissatisfaction from the subtle changes in her eyes. Su Muching ignored Wang Xiaoluan's inquiring gaze. She walked lightly and silently to Wang Xiaoluan's side and stood still. It was clearly just a simple action, but it seemed to instantly cool down the noisy air around them. Several students who were chatting animatedly subconsciously shrank their necks and looked over here. An invisible, cold, and powerful aura spread out from her. She first nodded very slightly to Ling Meng, who looked curious, as a greeting. Then, she opened her red lips slightly, her voice as clear as spring water, but with an unquestionable meaning. My name is Su Muching. A brief self-introduction. Ling Meng nodded subconsciously. He's mine. Su Muching turned her gaze to Wang Xiaoluan, and the ice and snow in her originally cold eyes instantly melted away, revealing a tenderness that was enough to drown someone. Husband. She said these two words clearly and solemnly. Then, she looked at Ling Meng again, as well as everyone around her who was looking at her, and announced the final definition word by word. We are not just partners, we are a couple who have decided to spend their lives together. Husband? Couple? These two words seemed to carry some kind of magic. The moment the words fell, the noise in the entire classroom stopped abruptly. Time seemed to have been paused. Everyone's movements were frozen, with all kinds of wonderful expressions on their faces. Some people opened their mouths so wide that you'd want to stuff something in there. Some people's eyes widened as if they had heard something shocking. All eyes turned into physical searchlights at this moment, focusing on Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muching. Surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. Wang Xiaoluan felt his scalp tingling as he felt the baptism of dozens of gazes. Good job. Muching is too direct. Now, on the first day of school, I became the focus of the whole class, and in a way that was a bit like a sex scandal. But he looked at Su Muching beside him, who had a calm expression and even a hint of pride after declaring his sovereignty, and the helplessness in his heart instantly disappeared. Forget it. Just say it. This is the truth. Besides, it's better this way, so that no blind guys will bother her in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoluan showed a calm smile on his face. He stretched out his hand, naturally put his arm around Su Muching's slender shoulders, and gently pulled her into his arms. Su Muching's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed and leaned against him obediently. The slight curve at the corner of her mouth quietly widened a little. Wang Xiaoluan met the gazes of the entire class and laughed out loud. Well, that's about it. We are already married, so please give us your guidance in the future. Boom. If Su Muching's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. Wang Xiaoluan's personal admission was like setting off a depth bomb. Several boys in the class who had originally had some fantasies about Su Mucheng's beauty felt like a bolt from the blue at this moment. Oh, my heart! A boy covered his chest with his hands, his expression as painful as if he had been dumped 100 times. Why? Why is such a perfect goddess already taken? It's still about the relationship between summoned creatures and their masters. How can this be justified? Classmate Wang Xiaoluan. I will remember you. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Of course, that last sentence was just a joking whine. After all, they were summoned by supernatural powers and were a perfect match. Outsiders like them didn't even have the right to be jealous. Envious. Apart from envy, all that is left is jealousy and hatred. A series of sour gazes turned into sharp swords and shot towards Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan accepted it calmly and even raised his eyebrows at them. Are you envious? It's right to be envious. Lucky people just want to show off. However, amidst the wailing and jealous gazes, Ling Meng's reaction seemed out of place. Wow! Far from being frightened, her eyes lit up and she became excited. Great! This is also great. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan, then at Su Mucheng in his arms, her face full of envy. The companion I summoned is my wife. Mr. Wang Xiaoluan, you are so lucky to have this special ability. Wow, it would be great if I could summon a super handsome guy to be my husband. Ling Meng clasped his hands together in a prayer gesture, his face full of longing. She had just finished speaking. Buzz. A dissatisfied roar came from behind her. The huge red sword trembled slightly. Tisk, am I not handsome enough? The voice has a metallic texture and sounds like a rebellious teenager. Hearing this, Ling Meng turned around and patted the hilt of his sword helplessly. I'm talking about people. She sighed. As a sword, you are of course very handsome. You are all fiery red, with a domineering shape. You will definitely turn heads. But there's still a big gap between swords and humans, right? And Ling Meng curled her lips and muttered softly. I named you Gawain because I hoped you would be like the legendary knights of King Arthur's Round Table, humble, noble, and the embodiment of the sun. What's the result? Your personality is like that of a street thug. How are you like Gawain? The greatsword Gawain just snorted in disdain. I can do whatever I want, why would you mind? You. Ling Meng was so angry that his cheeks puffed up, but there was nothing he could do about it and he could only sulk to himself. The interaction between this master and servant made the people around them laugh. At this time, Wang Xiaoya, who had been watching the show, also came over. She held her chin and looked at the big sword with interest. I think calling him Mordred might be more appropriate given his personality. Wang Xiaoya suggested with a smile. Mordred, the rebellious knight in Arthurian legend. Ha! Ling Meng was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. No, that's not right. In the end, Mordred was the cause of King Arthur's death, wasn't he? If that were the name, it would be too unlucky. Oh, really, I forgot about that, sorry. Hey! What are you two girls whispering about over there? The greatsword Gawain obviously also understood this joke through the knowledge bound to Ling Meng, and his voice was full of dissatisfaction. If you ask me, why not just call me Yekohua? Doesn't this make me a very powerful guy in your opinion? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoya and Ling Meng were stunned. Ling Meng scratched his head in confusion. Well, it's really impressive, but that's not really suitable for a name. Why? From what you just said, isn't naming something after a person normal? Then why not just give me the name that you think is very impressive to this little girl? Ling Meng was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain this complex issue belonging to human civilization. Chapter 43, Subtle Differences in the Same Summoning. Wang Xiaoluan, who had caught some key words, looked at her and her sword with interest. Knowledge bound to the host. This concept made him think of Su Mucheng. Student Ling Meng, can I ask you something? What's up? Ling Meng blinked her big watery eyes and looked at him curiously. Wang Xiaoluan shifted his gaze away from the greatsword and looked directly into the girl's eyes. Your sword, its personality and the things it knows, was it like this from the beginning, or did you develop them gradually? This question made Ling Meng stunned for a moment, and then he fell into reminiscence. She tilted her head and tapped her lips with a finger, a little habit she had when she was thinking. As for its personality, it's been pretty much like this since it first started communicating with me. But if I had to draw a distinction, back then it was at most a bit, aloof? Yes, it was aloof. It spoke very little, but at least it was polite. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the greatsword floating next to her, her voice full of accusation. Not at all like now. He's just a spoiled and unruly young master. Hey! Don't talk nonsense, little girl. The blade of the greatsword Gawain trembled slightly, emitting a low humming sound, as if expressing its strong dissatisfaction in this way. I'm not used to it. I just woke up and faced a noisy little girl. There must be some adjustment period, right? This is called the release of my true nature. This is my most authentic and perfect state. You! Ling Mang was so angry that her cheeks puffed up again, her face flushed red, and she waved her little fist at the sword, but she was helpless. In the end, she could only sigh heavily, her shoulders slumped, and then turned back to continue explaining to Wang Xiaoluan. You see, that's it. As for cognition. Her topic returned to the second half of Wang Xiaoluan's question. According to its own statement, most of its knowledge comes directly from my cognition. But it's not an exact copy. Ling Mang organized his words and tried to explain more clearly. It feels like it copied all the common sense in my head about the world, as well as the knowledge I learned later in life. That's why it could understand what we just said about King Arthur and Mordred. But Ling Mang emphasized his tone and shook his index finger. It has no idea about my personal experiences, such as my life since I was a child. It also doesn't know what I like to eat or what I hate, let alone the secrets I keep in my heart. After she finished speaking, she spread her hands and made a summary. Is this a strange state, a shared knowledge base but no shared personal emotions and memories, companion? Wang Xiaoluan listened quietly without interrupting. I see. The binding mode between Ling Mang and the Great Sword is the sharing of the common sense library. It's like two computers connected to a public database with a data cable, but their respective private folders have access permission set so that they cannot spy on each other. This makes sense and is normal. However, it is precisely because of this normality that the abnormality between him and Su Mucheng is highlighted. Mu Qing's understanding undoubtedly came from him. But Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but think of Su Mucheng's face, which was cold and aloof, but revealed all kinds of charm just for him. Mu Qing knows too much. It's more than just personal preference and memory. She even knew everything in the deepest part of her heart, those habits that she had never told anyone, even those that were a little dark and twisted. Those spellcasting materials that he would only critically study in the dead of night. She was even about to try all the moves in the spellcasting materials with him. Cough cough. This thought made his face slightly hot, and he quickly shook it out of his mind. But this just proves the most crucial point. There was a subtle difference between the bond between him and Su Mucheng and that between Ling Mang and her greatsword. Simply put, the degree of binding seems to be deeper? Student Wang Xiaoluan? Ling Mang's voice pulled Wang Xiaoluan back from his thoughts. The little lowly was looking at him curiously at this moment. You asked in such detail, is it possible that Sister Su is in a similar situation? She obviously also realized Wang Xiaoluan's motive for asking the question. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her curious face and nodded without revealing it completely. Most of the same. At this time, the great sword, which had just been silent for a while, began to move again. The tip of its sword turned slightly and looked at Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng. Mainly looking at Su Mucheng. Buzz. The sword vibrated again, and this time, it emanated a pure and high-spirited fighting spirit. This woman. Gawain's voice grew serious. I can feel that you are very strong. Especially when it comes to swords. Let's have a competition if we have a chance. This sudden challenge brought about new subtle changes in the atmosphere. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the big sword in surprise. I didn't expect that this sword had such good vision and could actually see through Su Mucheng's abilities. He turned to look at Su Mucheng, asking her what she meant with his eyes. Su Mucheng was also looking at the huge red sword at this moment, and a hint of imperceptible approval flashed in his cold eyes. She could feel that the sword contained a violent and pure power, which was definitely not an ordinary item. For a true swordsman, encountering a powerful opponent is like a gourmet encountering top-quality ingredients. Seeing prey makes one happy. Su Mucheng nodded slightly, his tone calm. I can see that you are not simple either. Martial arts competitions, mutual instruction, are naturally good things. Okay. It's a deal. After receiving a positive answer, Gawain let out an excited buzz, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Hey, hey, hey! Ling Meng, who was standing by, was completely stunned. She pointed at herself, then at the big sword and Suma Chung. You too, did you forget something? Shouldn't you ask for my opinion first for this kind of thing? Gawain replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Why am I asking you? If you don't want to fight, I can just take over your body. Ha! Ling Meng screamed in terror. Take over my body? Can you do such a thing? Certainly. Gao Wen's voice was full of disdain. Easily. But with my current strength, no, with your current rubbish level of supernatural power, little girl, it may not last long. Hearing this, Ling Meng subconsciously hugged herself tightly and looked at the big sword behind her in horror. You won't suddenly take over my body and do some weird things while I'm sleeping or taking a shower, right? TSK, who cares? Gawain made a scornful sound. I'm not interested in your bean sprout-like figure. You, who are you calling bean sprouts? The classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere again. And in the midst of this bustle, a petite figure holding a teddy bear had quietly walked up to them. Long curly light blonde hair, a doll-like delicate face, and that intricate and gorgeous gothic Lolita dress. It's Lilith. She just stood there quietly, her pair of clear purple eyes looking at Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muching without blinking, with a bit of pure curiosity. Chapter 44, Obedient. In that cheerful atmosphere, Wang Xiaoluan's attention was unconsciously attracted by a figure. Among the group of classmates who were standing or sitting in different postures, she stood out. Her long, light golden curly hair fell to her waist like a waterfall stained by moonlight. A black and white gothic Lolita dress with layered hems, embellished with delicate lace and bows, complex and gorgeous. She was holding a half-worn teddy bear in her arms, and she was as quiet as the most valuable doll in the window. It's Lilith. She had come closer without him noticing, and was now standing there quietly. A pair of clear purple eyes, without any impurities, just so pure, with a bit of curiosity, looking at Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muching beside him without blinking. This gaze is too pure to be ignored. Wang Xiaoluan noticed it quickly. When his gaze turned over, a faint smile appeared on Lilith's delicate, doll-like face. She nodded slightly towards Wang Xiaoluan as a greeting. Then she raised the teddy bear in her arms. Hello, classmate Wang Xiaoluan. Her voice was soft and peaceful, like a feather brushing against the tip of my heart. Misha wants to shake your hand. As soon as she finished speaking, the teddy bear Misha in her hand seemed to come alive. The furry head raised slightly, and a furry bear paw stretched out towards Wang Xiaoluan. This wonderful scene instantly attracted the attention of Ling Meng and Wang Xiaoya. Although I had already seen it once when I introduced myself, this ability to give life to inanimate objects was still a novelty no matter how many times I saw it. Wang Xiaoluan smiled, stretched out his hand cooperatively, and held the bear's paw. It feels furry, soft, and a little warm, which is pretty good. Hello, Misha. He greeted the doll solemnly. After a simple greeting, Lily tilted her head slightly with an innocent look. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan and asked in a pure tone as if she was discussing the weather. Student Wang Xiaoluan. This sister Su you summoned. Is she obedient? Wang Xiaoluan was stunned when he heard this. Obedient? This word, isn't it a little strange to use it here? Why does it feel like I'm talking about pets? If you ask whether Mu Qing is obedient or not, he is indeed obedient, very obedient. But a direct answer seems inappropriate. This made him not know how to respond for a moment. However, before he could organize his words, Su Muching beside him took the initiative to speak. Her voice was still so clear and cold, as if it did not contain a trace of worldly air. But the words he said made everyone present feel the disparity of the world once again. Of course I'll obey. Whatever my husband says, that's what it is. Mu Qing has absolutely no second thoughts. Her words were concise and powerful, without any hesitation or hesitation. It is an absolute trust and obedience that comes from the depths of the soul. After hearing this, Li Lizi's beautiful purple eyes lit up instantly. She gently covered her mouth with her small lace-gloved hands, an action that made her look very surprised. But Wang Xiaoluan could see the smile that could not be concealed from the slightly curved corners of her mouth. Will you listen to everything? She pressed on, the curiosity in her tone seeming to grow stronger. Su Muqing nodded coldly. That's natural. Even if my husband makes excessive demands, Mu Qing will do everything he asks. Boom. Although there was no sound, it seemed as if an invisible bomb had exploded in the classroom again. This time, those envious, jealous and hateful glances were no longer scattered. Instead, it gathered into a torrent that almost pierced Wang Xiaoluan's body. Especially the boys in the class, they beat their chests and sighed. Why? They are both superpowers, why is there such a huge difference? I used to think I was different from others, but now I feel that the differences between people are higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. This is not fair. The girls also gathered together to talk and whisper. Oh my god, this is too exaggerated, right? Absolute obedience, is this true? This Su Muqing looks so aloof, but I didn't expect her to have this attitude towards her boyfriend. Wow, give me a dozen husbands like this. No, give me a dozen wives like this. There is something wrong with you. Feeling the resentment around him that was almost materializing, Wang Xiaoluan could only laugh dryly and scratch his head, feeling a little uncomfortable all over. Hey, the looks you guys have are way too revealing. He complains silently in his heart. You must be thinking about some weird and improper things. Although that kind of thing, he and Mu Qing had indeed, ahem. Thinking of this, a slight blush appeared on Wang Xiaoluan's face. But then again, it seems that my luck is indeed a little too good. It is such a blessing to meet Mu Qing. On the other side, Lilith received a satisfactory answer and sighed contentedly. That's great. She lowered her head and rubbed her cheek against Misha's head in her arms. I just like obedient partners. Just like my Misha. She touched Misha's head, with a barely perceptible sense of loneliness in her tone. But I wish my Misha could be obedient and talk to me like Sister Sue. She spoke softly while thinking silently in her heart. Instead of expecting the doll to speak, wouldn't it be more practical to proactively find someone who can listen? Her gaze unconsciously drifted to Wang Xiaoluan, who had moved not far away. At this moment, the boy was surrounded by several classmates. He seemed to be bragging about something, with a smug yet helpless smile on his face. He looked easy to get along with. What a pity. He already has a family. Otherwise, it might be a very good choice. But, speaking of it, a glimmer of thought flashed in Lilith's purple eyes. In this era where superpowers are awakening, the old order is collapsing, and the new order has not yet been fully established, many things are different from the past. For example, if a strong man has several more women in his family, or if a strong woman has several more men in her family, it seems that this is not a strange thing. Just as she was lost in thought, a curious voice sounded in her ears. Lilies, your little bear is called Misha, right? It's so cute. Can I pet it? It's Wang Xiaoya. She had come over at some point and was staring at Misha in Lilith's arms with curiosity. Lilith came back to her senses, and that doll-like peaceful smile appeared on her face again. Sure. She handed Misha over generously. Wang Xiaoya carefully took the teddy bear and found it was softer than she had imagined. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Misha's head. Misha was also very cooperative. In Wang Xiaoya's hands, she was like a real little animal, rubbing her head against her palm. You're really good, he. This made Wang Xiaoya laugh so hard that she burst into a series of silver bell-like laughter. The atmosphere in the classroom became harmonious and relaxed again as everyone chatted happily. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the scene in front of him, and at the classmates around him who had different personalities but seemed to get along well with each other, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Perhaps, in this so-called special class, the rest of life will be quite good. That's what he was thinking. Just then. Bang! A heavy and loud muffled sound came from the classroom door without any warning. The sound was like someone using all his strength to kick the heavy metal door hard. The sturdy alloy door was intact, without even a trace of shaking. But the sudden loud noise interrupted all the laughter in the classroom. Chapter 45, The Classic Villain's Appearance. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the alloy door that made the loud noise. Buzz. A slight electric sound was heard, and the metal door sensed that there was someone outside and smoothly closed to one side. A figure appeared at the door. It was a boy, wearing a well-tailored set of designer casual clothes, every detail of which revealed the word expensive. but his posture at the moment seemed out of place with his outfit. He limped in, his right foot seemed injured. He was very careful with every step he took, not wanting to let his heel touch the ground completely. The expression of forced pain on his face made him look a little funny. It seems that the source of the loud noise just now was his poor foot. It takes real manliness to kick this special alloy door with his bare body. Wang Xiaoluan silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Behind the boy were several students who looked like followers. They filed in one after another, some of them imitating the leading boy, holding their heads high and chests puffed out, strutting around. Some seemed a little reserved, their eyes wandering, and they didn't dare to look directly at the people in the classroom. After this group of people came in, they stood in a row in front of the classroom. The leading boy, the warrior who kicked the door, forced himself to ignore the severe pain in his feet, took a deep breath, and limped up to the podium. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being superior, and even though one of his feet was still aching slightly, he tried to straighten his back. He cleared his throat and adjusted his facial expression, trying to make himself look more intimidating. Then he looked around, sweeping his eyes over every face in the classroom that was a little surprised and puzzled, and finally revealed a smile that he thought was extremely contemptuous. "Oh, this is what they call a special class?" His voice held a calculated arrogance. "There are really not many people." "That's right. After all, freaks are always a rare species." He finished speaking. Then he stood on the podium, waiting for the expected reaction. Maybe it was angry questioning, maybe it was suppressed agitation, at the very least, there should be some whispers. However, there was nothing. The whole classroom was dead silent. All the students, including Wang Xiaoluan, just looked at him quietly. There was no anger, no fear, and even a lack of emotion in their eyes. It's more of a pure inexplicable feeling. It was like watching a stranger suddenly burst into the room and began performing performance art in front of everyone. There was an awkward atmosphere in the air. After a few seconds, Wang Xiaoluan realized what had happened and the corners of his mouth twitched. No way? Is this true or false? What era is this? How can there still be villains with such a beginning? It's too retro, too academic, right? Is this student a traitor, or is this a genuine outpouring of emotion? That's a bit of an exaggeration. If you keep going on like this, readers will abandon the book because of the stupid plot. He just seemed to have thought of something very strange. On the other side, an arrogant and wild voice rang out in Ling Meng's dazed mind. Hey, little one, what's going on? Did this guy get kicked in the head by a monster? Or does this Dragon Soul Academy even accept idiots? It was her greatsword Gawain that asked the question. Although it spoke arrogantly, its tone was now filled with pure confusion. Ling Meng silently shook his head in his heart, saying that he didn't understand it either, but he was deeply shocked. Li Lizi's delicate brows also frowned slightly. She doesn't like noise by nature. She subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch Misha's soft head to calm her down. Halfway through extending her hand, she remembered that her Misha was still in Wang Xiaoya's arms. Wang Xiaoya herself was holding the teddy bear, standing there in a daze, her big eyes full of question marks, as if she had not yet recovered from this overexpanded plot. It seems a bit inappropriate to ask for Misha back now. Lilith sighed softly. Can someone come and pull this weird guy off the stage? As for the other students in the class, most of them had similar ideas. They were either curious, amused, or simply speechless, but the common point was that no one took the words of the person at the podium seriously. Time passes by every second. The expected effect did not appear at all, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. On the podium, the leading boy felt a little embarrassed. The smile on his face began to stiffen, and his eyes gradually changed from the initial contempt to a bit of anger and a hint of helplessness. He learned this set of rhetoric specifically before coming here. In some of the novels he had read, those powerful villains or high-profile characters would appear on the stage in this most direct and original way, adding full sarcasm and instantly igniting the atmosphere of the whole audience. He also felt that it seemed a bit silly to do so at first. But then I thought, since so many books say this, there must be a reason for it. It turns out that books can sometimes be deceiving. Or rather, he picked the wrong book. There is naturally a reason why this boy behaved in such a confusing way. His name is Lei Hao, the young master of the Lei family, a new family in Tianjin City. His father is a powerful S-class psychic who has made great achievements on the front line against alien beasts. He is now one of the directors of Dragon Soul Academy. Lei Hao himself also awakened the A-level lightning elemental ability and was extremely talented. He has a prominent family background and outstanding talents. This made him live in the flattery and preferential treatment of people around him since he was a child, and developed a self-righteous character. In his opinion, it is natural that he is superior to others. He has indeed been doing this from elementary school to high school. However, when they arrived at Dragon Soul Academy, the situation changed. This is the highest institution of learning in China, full of geniuses and people with strong backgrounds. What made him even more unacceptable was that his father, who was the school director, not only did not give him any preferential treatment after he entered Dragon Soul Academy, but instead kept him under strict supervision. Everything in the academy, from the level of the dormitory to the food in the cafeteria, and even the right to use the training grounds, needs to be exchanged for something called points. If you want to improve your quality of life, you must earn points yourself. At the same time, his father also strictly controlled his daily living expenses, under the pretext of letting him learn to be independent. This really stumped Lei Hao, who had been pampered since childhood. Fortunately, he has a friend with amazing wisdom, who is standing behind him as one of his followers. After carefully studying the college's points mechanism, his friend came up with a brilliant idea for him. The idea is simple. That is, take the initiative to provoke a class. Use words to provoke them, and then take the opportunity to apply to the school for a freshman exhibition match. As long as he could defeat his opponent fairly in front of the entire school, he would not only be able to earn a large sum of points at one time, but he would also be able to establish his own reputation at the beginning of the school year, killing two birds with one stone. With the points, he could exchange them for the best dormitory, the best food, the best training facilities, and spend the first few months of his college life comfortably. This plan is simply perfect. The target you choose must naturally be carefully considered. Finally, they set their sights on the special department class. The reason is very good. Firstly, according to previous rumors, the number of special classes has always been small, and this year is no exception, which means that the number of opponents is not large. Secondly, students in special classes have always been self-willed. It is said that many of them do not attend classes well, have poor discipline, and lack a sense of collective honor. They may be a group of scattered sand and vulnerable. The most important point is that the special abilities are all kinds of strange and sound intimidating, but there are probably not many that can actually be used in frontal combat. In addition, if you want to mock the special type, the words are also easy to think of. It's nothing more than freaks or something like that. So, on the whole, the special class is undoubtedly the easiest target. Earn points and build your reputation. The more Lei Hao thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was perfect. Hence, that self-righteous appearance just now. Chapter 46, Anxious. Dead silence. The air seemed to solidify into lead, but it only weighed heavily on the hearts of the people on the podium. Lei Hao's self-righteous opening remarks failed to ignite anyone's anger. Instead, it was like a stone thrown into the deep sea, without even a sound. He maintained the posture of crossing his arms and raising his chin slightly, but his muscles had begun to become stiff. Silence is the sharpest mockery at this moment. The situation of the few younger brothers behind him who were temporarily brought in to support the situation was not much better. Several freshmen who had just been lured in by him with their status and sweet words were originally holding their heads high and imitating the boss's arrogant attitude. But now, they just felt uncomfortable all over, their eyes were wandering, they scratched their ears and the back of their necks, and they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The other few unlucky guys who were already lacking interest and were simply dragged here had a look of "who am I? Where am I?" written all over their faces. They looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts about life. One of the boys quietly took a half step back and cursed Lei Hao in his heart. Just after class, this guy was blocking the door of Class B of the Department of Elements, talking about his grand plans of establishing authority and earning points. Those who were more discerning in the class knew that this was not a reliable idea as soon as they heard it, so they found an excuse and slipped away. Only those who were easygoing and too embarrassed to refuse were left, and they were semi-forced into the army. I thought he was just here to watch the show, but I didn't expect he was here to see a monkey show. But they were on the stage, standing with the monkeys. Moreover, this monkey seems to be an A-level mutant with a somewhat abnormal brain. Damn, these days anyone can awaken A-level superpowers. Lei Hao obviously sensed the strange atmosphere, and the composure on his face was gradually cracking. He coughed heavily twice, trying to use his voice to break the suffocating awkwardness. Ahem. However, his friend, who possessed incredible wisdom, only prepared the opening remarks for him, and the subsequent improvisations were clearly beyond the capacity of his meager brain. So, in a hurry, a series of even more thoughtless garbage words spewed out of his mouth. What? Are you all dumb? A bunch of useless idiots who only know how to do crooked things. I've heard a long time ago that the special class is a disgrace to Dragon Soul Academy. Your existence is simply lowering the average level of this prestigious institution. Look at you all, you're all so ugly and ugly. I don't know how you managed to get in. The academy is wasting precious resources on you. It's the greatest injustice. I advise you to withdraw from school as soon as possible. Don't just sit here and do nothing. It's embarrassing. His voice echoed in the empty classroom, harsh and stupid. This time, the students in the special class finally responded. But it wasn't the angry response he expected. Han Ling, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom, was always leaning lazily on the back of her chair. As she listened to Lei Hao's shouting, a faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She slowly fumbled in her pocket and pulled out the remaining half of the white chalk. I pinched the small piece of chalk between my fingertips and weighed it gently. The next second, her wrist flicked lightly. There was no charging of energy, no unnecessary movements, just like casually throwing garbage into the trash can. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air instantly tore apart Lei Hao's monologue. The piece of white chalk turned into an arrow and flew past Lei Hao's earlobe at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. He could even clearly feel the cold touch of the strong wind blowing across his skin, and the hairs standing up in an instant. The white afterimage passed right through the center of his head and the heads of the two younger brothers behind him, and finally landed precisely on the blackboard at the back of the classroom. Bang! A muffled sound. The chalk crumbled into dust and slowly fell down. There was another small crater on the blackboard, which she had made with her own hands. Lei Hao's shouting and cursing stopped abruptly, as if someone had strangled him. The entire classroom fell into silence again, but this time, the air was no longer filled with embarrassment, but a cold, dangerous atmosphere with a hint of gunpowder. The two younger brothers behind Lei Hao were so scared that their faces turned pale. They subconsciously took a step back and looked at the small hole on the blackboard in horror. If you get hit on the head, you'll have to lie on the bed. It took Lei Hao a few seconds to react. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. He turned his head suddenly and stared at the calm and composed girl with short hair, his fingers trembling violently with anger and fear. Are you crazy? Do you want to kill me? This is murder. Openly attacking classmates in the academy. When Han Ling heard this, she was not panicked at all, but instead showed an innocent smile. She spread her hands and shrugged casually. Murder? Classmate, I wasn't aiming at you. If it were murder, it would have hit your head. Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of nonchalant teasing. I just felt bad seeing the chalk fall to the ground, so I wanted to throw it back to the podium. I just didn't control the strength well. I used a little force and my hand slipped. She looked at her slippery hand and shook her head regretfully. It seems this piece of chalk is useless. What a pity. These words, though light and airy, were more insulting than any vicious curse. Puff. I don't know who couldn't hold it in first, but a snicker broke the deadlock. Immediately afterwards, scattered laughter rang out in the classroom. The students in the special class looked at Lei Hao's face, which had turned purple, and felt relieved and amused. Good job. A loud and powerful male voice suddenly rang out, with undisguised admiration. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that the source of the sound was the huge red broadsword at the feet of the little loli with twin ponytails, Ling Meng. There seemed to be a faint light flowing on the sword. Lei Hao was completely embarrassed. He was warned with chalk by a girl, laughed at by the whole class, and now even a sword dared to jump out and step on him? The anger completely burned away the last bit of his sanity. You guys. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Han Ling and glanced at the crowd of onlookers. Do you know who I am? He roared out what he thought was the most intimidating words. However, Han Ling just tilted her head, looking like she was genuinely curious. I don't know. You didn't tell us, so how would we know? Lei Hao was stunned again. It was as if he threw a punch with all his strength, but ended up hitting cotton. The frustrating feeling of having nowhere to put his force made him almost vomit blood. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the surging anger and humiliation. The plan has been derailed, but the arrow is on the string and must be shot. He must show his name and background, and use his absolute strength and status to regain all the face he had just lost. He cleared his throat and put on what he thought was his most handsome posture again, with his chin raised high. Humph, You bunch of ignorant freaks, listen up. I'm Lei Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant sword sound rang out again. Ha? This uncle? The red sword's tone was full of disdain and provocation. What level are you? How dare you use the same self-proclaimed name as this uncle? The corners of Lei Hao's mouth twitched violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth, decided to ignore the damn broken sword, and continued with his self-introduction, his voice also raised an octave, as if to use the volume to cover all the noise. I am an elite who has awakened a level lightning elemental powers. And my father is one of the directors of Dragon Soul Academy. Chapter 47, accurately stepping on the mine. He stated his identity in a resounding voice, as if these two sentences were an unshakable authority and a heavy burden that could crush everything. A level lightning element system. The son of the Dragon Soul Academy's board member. Every word sparkles with the light of money and power, enough to make any ordinary student feel awe or even flattery. Lei Hao raised his chin proudly, waiting for the exclamations, envy and fear he expected. Especially the short-haired woman who threw the chalk just now. He had even thought of the next lines, how to magnanimously forgive the ignorant short-haired woman. To be honest, this woman has a really good figure, with a curvy figure and long, strong legs. Unfortunately, she looked too masculine, and at first he couldn't tell she was a woman. Her personality was like a firecracker, without any femininity at all. However, if she was willing to kneel down and beg him, he wouldn't mind accepting her reluctantly and treating her as a toy to be used only. By then, she would have to be grateful and thank him for not holding a grudge. However, Lei Hao's fantasy moment came into play. There was still an eerie silence in the classroom. The expressions on the faces of the students in the special class hardly changed. A few people did show some expression, but it was definitely not awe. It was a strange look mixed with understanding and pity. Oh, so he's the school director's son. You have a family background, so it's not surprising. No wonder it's so abstract, like a giant baby. This is what they call ratings not representing character. Although these whispered discussions were fragmentary, they were like red-hot steel needles, accurately piercing Lei Hao's eardrums. His smile froze on his face, and his self-righteous sense of superiority quickly deflated under the indifferent gazes of the crowd, like a funny balloon that had been popped. How so? The plot is wrong. They shouldn't all have this expression. Lei Hao's anger was ignited once again, and the string of rationality was almost broken. He was about to continue roaring and use a louder voice to cover up his guilty conscience when a friend behind him suddenly poked him. He turned around suddenly and saw his companion's face full of anxiety and embarrassment. The other party was winking at him desperately and his lips moved silently. Plan B. Those two words were like a bolt of enlightenment, instantly waking Lei Hao up. Yes, Plan B. The real purpose of his trip was not to argue with these freaks. Lei Hao seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and the ferocity on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a more sinister and vicious smile. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his surging emotions, and his eyes swept slowly across the classroom like a venomous snake. He is looking for a target. Soon, his attention was drawn to a figure. She was a girl in a plain white dress, with long, dark hair falling like a waterfall. Just her side profile revealed a cold and aloof temperament, as if she was out of place in this noisy classroom. What a beautiful woman! A hint of surprise and greed flashed in Lei Hao's eyes. Then, his eyes fell on the boy who was closest to the girl. The boy was wearing ordinary casual clothes, had a delicate appearance and a lazy temperament. He was leaning back in a chair bored, looking unremarkable. It's him! Lei Hao locked onto his target instantly. He adjusted his expression, and that condescending contempt reappeared on his face, and it was several times stronger than before. He stretched out his finger and pointed in that direction from across half the classroom. I heard, he deliberately drew out his tone, his voice echoing in the silent classroom, every word filled with malice. It seems like there's a loser who can't even be rated in this year's special class? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into complete silence. The previous voices of watching the fun, laughing, and talking all disappeared at this moment. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Lei Hao and the direction of his finger. Lei Hao enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and the tension that he created with his own hands. He paused, a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he spat out the poisonous words word by word. Also, I heard that the idiot's ability is to summon women? Wow, so he's still a gigolo who can only hide behind a woman. That's really funny. His finger drew a tiny arc in the air, and finally, pointed steadily and accurately at Wang Xiaoluan. That person is talking about you. In an instant, all eyes shifted from Lei Hao to Wang Xiaoluan. Despite being so bluntly and openly provoked, Wang Xiaoluan himself did not react much. He didn't even change his posture, but just raised his eyelids lazily and glanced at the crazy guy on the stage. He felt nothing inside and even felt like laughing. After all, if a dog barks at you, you can't really lie down and bark back at it, right? That's too cheap. Wang Xiaoluan has always been afraid of trouble, and he always stays away from trouble that comes to him on its own initiative. As long as the other party does not touch his bottom line, he can completely treat them as air. However, just because he doesn't care doesn't mean others don't care either. A bone-chilling chill spread from his side without warning. That's not an illusion. The air in the classroom seemed to have lost all its temperature in an instant, becoming stagnant and sharp. The stuffy feeling caused by the end of summer was instantly replaced by a coolness that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Several students who were nearby couldn't help but shiver and rub their arms subconsciously. Wang Xiaoluan's heart trembled and he slowly turned his head. Su Muqing's cold and beautiful face was now covered with a layer of frost that was enough to freeze the soul. Her eyes, which were usually as clear as autumn water, now looked like an abyss under 10,000 years of black ice. There was not a trace of warmth, only pure, heart-pounding murderous intent. She stood in front of Wang Xiaoluan. An extremely simple action seemed to have built an insurmountable barrier. Wang Xiaoya, who was standing aside and still holding Li Lizi's teddy bear Misha, was so scared that her face turned pale. Just 2 days ago, at the psychic training ground, she had witnessed her sister-in-law's terrifying swordsmanship with her own eyes. Feeling this undisguised murderous aura at this moment, she took a deep breath for the ignorant man named Lei Hao on the stage. If he is not my buddy, why do you have to scold my brother in front of my sister-in-law? It's a precise stepping on a landmine, right? As the person at the center of the storm, Su Muqing no longer had any extra words to say. Her mind moved slightly. Buzz. A sword sound so soft that it was almost inaudible was heard. A simple and elegant long sword appeared out of thin air in her hand. The hilt of the sword was held in her white hand, and the scabbard was not drawn, but the sharp sword intent had already pierced people's skin and caused a dull pain. She was ready to draw her sword then and there. Just a nod or even a look from my husband. No, she didn't even need her husband's signal, as long as he didn't stop her. In a few seconds, the noisy guy on the stage will turn into a cold corpse. No, maybe not even a corpse will be left. Chapter 48 Plan B. Lei Hao's friend, the guy who claimed to have amazing wisdom, prepared 2 plans for him. The first one, which is what he just did, was to try to arouse the public outrage of the entire special class through a barrage of ridicule. Judging from the results, this plan obviously failed. Apart from making him look like a clown, it did not achieve any substantial effect. And now, he is preparing to launch the so-called Plan B. The core of this plan is to strike with precision and break the whole area with a single point. First, ignite the anger of the entire class by provoking a specific, representative person. Emotions are contagious. As long as one person is successfully angered, the anger will spread among the group like a virus. By then, those who originally didn't care and didn't bother to pay attention to him may also be drawn into this emotional vortex, thus achieving his ultimate goal of provoking fights, arranging fights, and earning points. Wang Xiaoluan is the point he chose. This name is really too famous among the freshmen. The mysterious ability that cannot be rated, the ability to summon living people, this unprecedented ability has actually spread throughout the Dragon Country through various channels and even made the news. But it doesn't seem to be very popular at the moment. In this world, the efficiency of this kind of secondary information dissemination is slightly reduced. So Lei Hao thought of him first, set his sights on this target, and tailored a set of sarcastic remarks for him. He thought his rhetoric was perfect, as it could hit the pain point of summoning women and also extend to the personal insult of gigantic men. It was a double blow, and he was not afraid that the other party would not take the bait. But he didn't know Su Muqing's personality. For Su Muqing, if someone simply insulted her, as long as her husband didn't care, she wouldn't even bother to look at them. Why should we pay attention to the clamor of ants? But Lei Hao chose the most foolish way. He attacked her husband, whom she regarded as a god, in front of her with the most vicious words. This was like using the thickest steel needle to accurately and fiercely pierce her reverse scale. Wang Xiaoluan clearly felt the murderous intent in front of him that was almost freezing time and space. He had an idea and immediately reached out and gently pulled the corner of Su Muqing's white dress. It feels soft and slightly cool to the touch. At the same time, a faint spiritual fluctuation, like a trickle, quietly flowed into Su Muqing's consciousness along the invisible connection between them. This was a new ability he had just learned to use while playing with Su Muqing last night, telepathy. Although the communication is still unfamiliar, it is enough for simple communication. Muqing, don't be anxious. Wang Xiaoluan's voice rang directly in her mind, carrying a soothing power. However, this force did not seem to be enough to calm Su Muqing's anger at the moment. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and her knuckles turned pale due to excessive force, as if she was about to crush the ancient hilt. Husband. Su Muqing's spiritual communication was like a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice, cold to the bone, and every word carried an undisguised murderous aura. Muqing cannot tolerate such a scoundrel insulting you in public. Please allow me to kill him immediately. Her will was as firm as iron, without the slightest hesitation. In her world, anyone who disrespects Wang Xiaoluan will have only one outcome: disappear completely from this world. Wang Xiaoluan felt both warm and helpless when he heard this. He certainly understood Su Muqing's intentions, but he also knew that now was not the time to take action. I know. He sent another soothing thought, but this guy has come out of nowhere to provoke me. He must have other motives. Let's wait and see what he's up to. It's not too late to take action again. Wang Xiaoluan's patient persuasion finally made Su Muqing's murderous intent, which was about to burst out, subside a little. But she still didn't loosen her grip on the sword. She just stood there quietly, like an iceberg ready to explode, ready to fall at any moment and crush into powder any enemy who dared to provoke her. But in the eyes of Lei Hao on the stage, all this was interpreted with completely different meanings. He was indeed startled by Su Muqing's sudden sword drawing. The cold murderous aura was so real that it made his heart skip a beat. He heard that at the awakening ceremony last Friday, after Wang Xiaoluan summoned this woman, she almost killed a teacher on the spot for some unknown reason, scaring the unfortunate teacher so much that he pissed and shit himself and knelt down begging for mercy. The rumors seemed to be true. But now, he saw that Su Muqing only made the action of drawing the sword, but did not take the next step. More importantly, he noticed Wang Xiaoluan's small action of pulling the corner of her clothes. Oh. So I was stopped. Lei Hao's mind suddenly came to his senses. This woman was stopped by that gigolo. Why was he trying to stop him? Why else? He must have been afraid. Afraid of his rank lightning ability, and afraid of his father, the school director. Lei Hao could almost imagine the grievance and anger Su Muqing was feeling at the moment. How frustrating it is for a powerful woman to obey the orders of a loser and be prevented by him from standing up for herself. And that gigolo, he must be hated to the core by now, right? After this incident, the woman he summoned might even have a rift with him. After all, who would like a weak and incompetent guy? Sure enough, after all, he is still a loser who can only hide behind a woman. As soon as this thought came to mind, Lei Hao's courage, which had been scared away just now, instantly returned and even expanded to a new level. He felt like he was okay again. Plan B is indeed much better than Plan A. It seems I'm quite talented at this. The first wave just now was just because I didn't have the right mood. He cleared his throat, and the corners of his mouth curled up again in that self-righteous arc, ready to press on with his victory, using more vicious and sharp language to raise the intensity of the ridicule to a higher level, and then expand the war to the entire special class. Oh, what's wrong? I was right, so you don't dare to do anything? Waste is waste. Before he could finish his words, a clear and energetic voice interrupted him without warning. Before Wang Xiaoluan had time to continue observing, some people in the class could no longer hold back. That's not right. A tall figure with twin ponytails stopped Lei Hao. It's Ling Meng. As for why she was so tall, it was because she was standing on a chair that she had just borrowed from a classmate. It is a purely voluntary loan. Who wouldn't want to lend a cute little loli a chair to stand on? You're not right. The girl's voice was not loud, but extremely firm, and it was particularly clear in the stagnant air. She put her hands on her hips, puffed up her cheeks, and glared at Lei Hao on the stage like an annoyed little squirrel. Chapter 49, United. Ling Meng was seen standing on a chair, her hands on her hips, her iconic ponytail swaying slightly with her angry movements. She stopped Lei Hao from saying the dirty words that were about to come out of his mouth, and then the crisp voice rang out again, echoing in the silent classroom. You're not right. Classmate Wang Xiaoluan's ability is to summon Sister Su to fight. So, isn't Sister Su's power part of his ability? What's so funny about this? Ling Meng's logic is clear and well organized. Although it was just a spur of the moment statement, the more she spoke, the more she felt it made sense, and her voice became a little higher. So, if my ability is to summon Gawain to help me, then I'm also a gigolo? As soon as she finished speaking, the ferocious sword beside her, which was taller than her, began to hum. The sound of the sword seemed to have its own reverberation, with a hint of teasing. Oh, little girl, it's rare to be so self-aware. The greatsword Gawain teased its master, and the hilt of the sword turned slightly, as if casting an invisible gaze at Lei Hao on the podium. But then again, Thunderboy over there, aren't you afraid that this woman will chop off your head with her sword for what you just said? Even from such a distance, I feel a chill on my neck. Even though I don't have a neck at all. Yao Wen's voice was full of the meaning of watching the fun and not minding the trouble. His old-fashioned tone eased the tense atmosphere a little. Lei Hao's brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character. He hardly cared about what Ling Meng and Daijian said. He only cared about one thing. He was interrupted again. In this life, there are only a handful of people who dare to interrupt young Master Lei. But today, in this small special classroom, within just a few minutes, his words were cut off one after another like weeds being mowed by a lawnmower. An indescribable irritation and anger surged in his chest. However, before he could organize his words to counterattack, the waves created by Ling Meng and her sword were immediately taken over by another person. The person who spoke was the one sitting behind Ling Meng. After Ling Meng ran to the back row, the boy in black was the one closest to the classroom door. He leaned against the cold wall, his hands in his trouser pockets, his neat black hair making his profile clear. That attitude is exactly like the cold and aloof male protagonist in the novel who was very frugal with words. But it was this person who spoke second at this moment. Using such a low-level provocation to achieve your own goals. Xu Feng's voice was not loud, but it had a lazy and magnetic quality that reached everyone's ears clearly. Your method is rather crude, isn't it? From what third-rate novel did you learn this? This sentence hit Lei Hao exactly. After all, this was indeed a routine he learned from some novels. He thought that this kind of plot of slapping someone in the face in public and setting the other person's backyard on fire was extremely cool. But can I admit this? If I admit it, wouldn't it make me look tasteless and cheap? Lei Hao's face flushed instantly, as if someone had exposed him in public. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "What kind of novel is that? This is a natural talent of mine, a natural ability." He thought his rebuttal was powerful, but he didn't realize that to others it only increased his level of abstraction. Xu Feng sighed softly when he heard this. That sigh was filled with something indescribable, pity. That's amazing. It seems that we need to hire an expert at home. What? Lei Hao was stunned. What did he mean by asking for help? What kind of help? He was still confused when the third voice in the classroom sounded impatiently. This time it was the tomboy with the short and shaggy hair, Han Ling. She was much more direct, too lazy to even stand up. She just sat in her seat and snapped her fingers, her joints making a series of crisp click sounds. She raised her eyebrows at Lei Hao on the stage, her eyes full of undisguised contempt. I say, how can you point at someone's nose and say that in front of so many people? It's just that he's a good-tempered and kind-hearted student. If it were me, I would have hit you on the head with a pen. As she spoke, she took a deliberate peek into her school bag. If you want to fight, just say it. Beating around the bush like that isn't like a man. Han Ling's words were simple, refreshing and straightforward. Lei Hao heard every word clearly. Precisely because he heard it clearly, a feeling of shame and anger instantly rushed to his head. It's you again. UT. His curse was once again stuck in his throat, as a fourth voice, like a gurgling stream, gently covered his anger that was about to burst out. Classmate Wang Xiaoya. No emotion could be seen on Lilith's delicate face, which looked like a doll. She called out to Wang Xiaoya beside her in her soft and pleasant voice. Can you give Misha back to me? Wang Xiaoya suddenly realized that she had been holding someone else's teddy bear Misha tightly since the beginning, and almost squeezed the teddy bear out of shape. Oh. Yes, I'm sorry. She hurriedly returned Misha to its owner. Well, it's okay. If you want to hug me again in the future, just come to me and ask for it. Lilith took her Misha, patted her gently as if comforting a frightened child, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she raised her head and looked at Lei Hao on the podium. The tranquility and naturalness just now disappeared in an instant, replaced by a faint, somewhat weird smile. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly in a beautiful arc, and her green eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. She gently stroked Misha's furry head, her voice still gentle, but the words she said made people feel cold at the back of their necks. "You bad boy who's making a scene for no reason. If you keep going like that, Miss Misa will be angry and throw it out." At this moment, a cold wind seemed to blow through the classroom. The students in the special class might seem a little out of place due to their strange abilities on weekdays, but at this moment, Lei Hao's increasingly abstract and clumsy performances finally succeeded in igniting the fuse in everyone's hearts. The sense of shared hatred against a common enemy was completely aroused at this moment. That's right. This is the special department classroom, not your elemental department classroom. If you want to act wild, go back to your own class. A rank is so great? Can a rank just bully others? I think he's just jealous that Wang Xiaoluan can summon such a beautiful big sister. That's right. I'm jealous. For a moment, the classroom was filled with verbal attacks against Lei Hao. One after another, the voices surged like a tide, crashing down on the isolated figure on the podium. Each of these students had their own unique abilities and personalities. They had only just met, and many hadn't even spoken to each other yet. But now, they have a common enemy. Although I don't know if they can be called enemies. But at this moment, they united together without saying much. Chapter 50 Give an answer. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the scene in front of him, and a warm feeling slowly flowed through his heart. The students in the special class stood up one by one, and their words were full of protection for him. Sure enough, his feeling was right. Everyone in the special class is a good classmate and a good comrade. Who says special classes are bad? This special class is awesome. They are all talented and speak well. Think about Lei Hao on the podium again. If other classes are also filled with such abstract guys, then Wang Xiaoluan should really be glad that he didn't awaken some conventional supernatural powers. Faced with the special class who were all excited and united in their hatred of the enemy, Lei Hao was a little confused for a moment, and his mind seemed to be filled with a mess and buzzing. His face, which was originally handsome, was now red as a boiled shrimp. He wanted to retort, to curse, but the roar of voices from the students in the special class was like a physical wall, blocking all his words and leaving him speechless and embarrassed. At this moment, his smart friend suddenly elbowed him in the waist. "Boss," the man lowered his voice, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his tone, "the opportunity has arrived. The atmosphere is right." Although Lei Hao was a little annoyed by the sudden elbow, the words of his think tank friend were like a revelation to him, and he suddenly realized it. Yes. Isn't this exactly what he wants? This was exactly the effect he wanted. To make things bigger and stir up everyone's emotions. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the shame and embarrassment of being attacked by everyone, and straightened his chest. Well said. Lei Hao's voice drowned out the noise in the classroom. He shouted with all his might to make sure everyone could hear him clearly. Since you are so brave and united. He looked around the classroom, his eyes sweeping across the faces of every student in the special class, finally stopping on Wang Xiaoluan. Then do you dare to accept a competition? He paused, a smug smile appeared on his face, and he announced word by word. I, Lei Hao, on behalf of Class B of the Elemental Department, would like to request an official freshman exhibition match from your special class. The words were loud and clear, echoing in the classroom. However, just as he made this impassioned declaration, a weak voice came from behind him. That was a classmate who was forced by him to make up the numbers. At this moment, he was shrinking his neck and muttering to himself. How can you represent our entire class? Lei Hao turned around suddenly, and his sharp eyes stabbed like a knife. The classmate shuddered instantly and shook his head like a rattle. No, nothing. I didn't say anything. Brother Lei, you are right. Everything you said is right. He was complaining in his heart. He was just an ordinary C-level student with fire ability and no power or background. He couldn't afford to offend an A-level young master like Lei Hao. Freshman exhibition match? Wang Xiaoluan chewed on these words, and a light bulb went off in his head, and he instantly understood the other party's entire plan. Last night, while watching a movie after dinner, he carefully studied the electronic version of the school rules manual that came with the admission notice issued by the college. The manual clearly states that all resources within Dragon Soul Academy, including food, training grounds, rare materials, and even individual guidance from instructors, need to be exchanged for something called points. One of the fastest ways to earn points is through this kind of class-based competition. It turns out this guy wanted to make some quick money. He went to great lengths to create such an extremely abstract performance, full of provocation and ridicule, with the ultimate goal of forcing the special class to accept the competition. Thinking about it this way, his puzzling behavior just now can be barely explained. Only. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes slowly swept across the classroom. He looked at the classmates who had been indignant just now but now quieted down because of Lei Hao's suggestion, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. This guy, is he really sure he wants to mess with this special class? He had just finished his first self-introduction class, and he knew that none of his classmates were easy to deal with. Let alone his Mu Qing. Wang Xiaoluan subconsciously glanced at Su Muching beside him. She still looked cold and indifferent, but her hand was still tightly gripping the sword. Wang Xiaoluan knew that with just one word from him, this aloof swordsman would definitely draw his sword without hesitation. If we really have to fight, we cut this noisy electric shock kid into a human stick? Before Lei Hao's provocative words had even finished, an extremely arrogant laugh suddenly erupted in the classroom without warning. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Really interesting. The source of the sound was Ling Meng's red sword. After all this time, you actually want to fight. Why didn't you just say it earlier? The voice of the great sword Gawain was full of arrogance and disdain. Hey! Little girl, answer it. You have to answer it. I can't wait to stretch my muscles. Inspired by the sound of the greatsword, Ling Meng's cute baby face instantly ignited with a burning desire to fight. This time, instead of refuting the greatsword, she clenched her small fists, and her twin ponytails seemed to be bouncing with excitement. Okay. Her clear voice echoed throughout the classroom. Let's fight, then fight. Who's afraid of who? The light flickering in the girl's eyes is a flame called excitement. On the other side, Li Lizi, who was annoyed by Lei Hao's unreasonable behavior just now, her beautiful green eyes lit up instantly when she heard the word competition, like a will-o'-the-wisplet in the dark night. She lowered her head, looked at the little bear in her arms, and said with a soft smile in an almost coaxing tone. Misha, did you hear that? They're not bad kids. They just want to play games with you. She gently tapped Misha's nose with her finger, and the curve of her mouth became more and more weird. That's great, isn't it? We can have a good time now. The gentle tone of her voice, coupled with her expression at the moment, made Wang Xiaoya next to her shiver. Soon after, others responded. TSK, I thought it was a big deal, but it turns out you just want to fight. Han Ling curled her lips and revealed a dashing smile. Okay, but don't cry and beg for mercy when the time comes. At the door, although Chu Feng had a nonchalant expression, he also spoke calmly along with the crowd. Okay. It is crisp and clear, yet full of unquestionable weight. The atmosphere in the classroom changed drastically in just a few seconds. The tense and united atmosphere just now has disappeared, or rather, a subtle change has occurred on that basis. It turned into an almost fanatical excitement. Except for a few people whose special abilities were not suitable for fighting, and some people who were still sleeping on the table despite so many things happening, everyone in the special class had an eagerness to try written on their face. They looked at Lei Hao on the podium, their eyes no longer filled with anger or confusion, but were like a group of long-hungry hunters who finally saw their prey coming to them. Like a group of lunatics eager to fight. It seemed as if what was waiting for them was not a competition full of unknowns and challenges, but a feast with a good ending that had already been predetermined. Seeing that the people in the special class were not angry at all, but were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, the think tank friend beside Lei Hao suddenly had a strong ominous premonition in his heart. Something is wrong. This situation is so wrong. His plan was to use Lei Hao's level strength as a deterrent, and then use verbal provocation to force this newly formed and divided special class to accept the challenge. In his limited knowledge, most special abilities were bizarre and many had nothing to do with direct combat. He originally thought that even if there were a few tough guys in this special class, their number would definitely not be many. With their elemental system's relatively strongest combat power at the initial stage of awakening, it shouldn't be difficult for them to win this game. But the scene before him was slightly different from what he had expected. How does this look like a mob? This is clearly more like a group of lunatics. It is undoubtedly foolish to make plans based on your own limited knowledge without finding out the other party's background. At this moment, this wise friend was sweating profusely. Wang Xiaoluan, looking at this group of students who were eager to fight and full of enthusiasm, took a deep breath silently. What he is worried about now is no longer the outcome of the game. He was more worried about. If the fight continues at this pace, won't the students in Class B of the Elemental Department suffer from some psychological trauma? More importantly, there shouldn't be any casualties, right? Chapter 51. Why is the head so pointed? Lei Hao felt relieved when he saw the people in the special class. He seemed to have seen the generous points waving their little hands and rushing towards him. It's a sure win, he thought. However, his smart friend nudged him with his elbow again. Boss, something's wrong. My friend's voice was low, with a hint of undisguised anxiety and panic. They're too excited. This reaction is totally abnormal. Special forces have all sorts of strange abilities. Who knows if they have any hidden cards? What if there's some power that can restrain us? That would be terrible. Otherwise, let's first. His friend's chattering was like flies buzzing in Lei Hao's ears, making his head, which was already a little hot with excitement, even more irritable. He swung his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Enough! Don't elbow me again." Lei Hao glared at his friend, his voice filled with impatience. Besides, things have come to this point. The arrow is on the string. There is no reason to retreat. You want me to regret it in front of so many people? He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. In his opinion, his friend's worries were completely unnecessary. He is an A-level lightning mutant. He is a child of destiny. During the simulated battle yesterday in the underground psychic training ground in Tianjin City, he was even able to easily defeat several low-threat level psychic beasts without any systematic development or training. What kind of trouble can a mere special class with a group of weird freaks cause? When the time comes, he will surely shatter these guys' ridiculous self-confidence with thunder. Lei Hao no longer paid attention to his friend who seemed to him to be worrying too much. He raised his chin and announced loudly to everyone in the special class. Okay. Since you all agree, leave the application for the competition to me. He had a determined smile on his face. I will send someone to inform you when it's done. Of course, the Academy has strict procedures for this type of competition, and you will definitely receive a formal notification. Lei Hao sneered in his heart. Strict? For Lei Hao, it was just a matter of talking to his father. What's more, this is a reasonable request voluntarily reached by the other party, and the college has no reason not to approve it. The goal has been achieved. Lei Hao is satisfied and ready to leave with his followers. However, just as he turned around, a calm voice called him. Wait a moment. It was Wang Xiaoluan who spoke. Lei Hao was stunned, turned around impatiently, and spoke with a frown. Why, is there something else? Wang Xiaoluan had a warm smile on his face. The smile looked harmless and sincere. No big deal. Wang Xiaoluan waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, It's just my Mu Qing, I want to say hello to you. Mu Qing? Lei Hao subconsciously repeated the name, and then his gaze uncontrollably turned to the cold and fairy-like woman. In an instant, Lei Hao's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Su Muqing's beautiful face, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind surged uncontrollably again. Greet? Could it be? Could it be that this peerless beauty, after witnessing my powerful demeanor as an A-level lightning user, and comparing me to her cowardly summoner who could only hide behind a woman, finally faced the reality? Yes, that must be it. These few short minutes were enough for her to fall in love with me. The more Lei Hao thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and the smile on his lips became a little ecstatic. Ah, you have a good eye. Since she's so beautiful, if she follows me, I might consider her position as my first wife. Lei Hao was immersed in his beautiful fantasy, and even the air around him seemed to become sweet. However, his fantasy moment was not over yet. Clang! A sword sound, so faint that it was almost imperceptible, suddenly rang out, like the dripping of an icy spring. The ancient long sword in Su Muqing's hand was unsheathed in an instant. A cold light flashed in the air, so fast that it seemed like just an illusion left on the retina. The next moment, the sword was sheathed. Clang! The crisp sound woke Lei Hao from his fantasy. The whole process was smooth and incredibly fast, as if nothing had happened. Su Muqing turned her head and looked at Wang Xiaoluan, her cold voice carrying a softness that only appeared when she was talking to him. Husband, I listened to you and didn't hurt his body. Wang Xiaoluan nodded with satisfaction, not sparing his praise. Well, Mu Qing's swordsmanship is indeed superb. He didn't even affect the blackboard behind him. Lei Hao stood there in a daze. He was first dazed by the sudden flash of cold light, and then confused by the two people's nonsensical conversation. What's the meaning? What does it mean that there is no physical harm? He was about to ask when he suddenly felt something brushing his cheek, gently floating down and falling to the ground. He looked down subconsciously. Lying quietly on the ground were two tufts of his hair, which he had carefully groomed and was proud of. Before he could figure out what this meant, the smart friend beside him had already widened his eyes, pointed at his head and screamed. "Boss! Your head!" When Lei Hao heard this, his heart sank suddenly, and an extremely ominous premonition came to his mind. He raised his hand tremblingly and touched the top of his head. The touch from his fingertips was like being struck by lightning. Smooth, strangely smooth. His hair, which had been carefully trimmed on both sides and fixed with hairspray into perfect curves, had now been precisely shaved off in two large sections. The originally trendy and handsome hairstyle instantly turned into a funny cone with a tuft of pointed hair on top. Silence. In these few short chapters, I don't know how many times I have experienced such deathly silence. Immediately following. Puff. A crisp laugh broke the frozen air. It's Wang Xiaoya. She covered her mouth, but her bright eyes were filled with uncontrollable laughter, and her shoulders were shaking. Ha, ha, classmate Lei Hao. Why is your head pointy? This sentence is like a switch. In an instant, the entire special class classroom erupted into earth-shaking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. Is this some new kind of hot pepper? Don't mention it, it's quite unique and sets a new trend. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to get a stitch in my side. Ling Meng laughed so hard that she fell directly onto the table, her twin ponytails trembling. Han Ling slapped her thigh without any hesitation, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Even Xu Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth into a noticeable arc. This laughter was like the most vicious curse, entering Lei Hao's ears. He could even sense that some of the elementalist classmates he brought with him were trying desperately to hold back their laughter, their bodies shaking like sieves. Humiliation. This is a naked humiliation. Lei Hao's face turned from a smug blush to a liver-colored one, and finally to a dark blue color at a speed visible to the naked eye. He felt all the blood in his body rushing to his head, and his temples were throbbing as if they were about to explode in the next second. He stared at Wang Xiaoluan intently, then turned to the expressionless Su Mucheng. The hatred and murderous intent in his eyes almost became tangible. He wanted to say some harsh words, to roar, to immediately summon lightning to chop the couple into charcoal. However, he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He could feel that the eyes of the whole class, no, the whole world were focused on his ridiculous hairstyle. In his current state, anything he said would only seem more ridiculous and laughable. Let's go. Lei Hao squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, his voice becoming hoarse and distorted due to extreme anger. He didn't dare stay for another second. He suddenly threw his hands away and rushed out of the special class classroom as if he was escaping. His followers also hurriedly followed, holding back their laughter. The classroom returned to the state it was in before Lei Hao came, filled with a happy atmosphere. Chapter 52, Special Class? Crazy Class. After Lei Hao fled in a panic, the happy atmosphere in the classroom lasted for a long time. Wang Xiaoluan looked at this scene, and the playful expression on his face gradually faded. He took a deep breath, stood up from his seat, and slowly walked up to the podium in front. Following behind him was Su Mucheng, who never left his side. Standing on the podium, Wang Xiaoluan looked around at his classmates. These freaks who came from all over the world and had awakened all kinds of strange and bizarre abilities now turned their eyes to him. Dear students. Wang Xiaoluan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The laughter and discussions in the classroom gradually subsided. He bowed solemnly to the audience. Thank you all for what you did just now. Thank you all for speaking up for Mu Qing and me. He didn't say too many polite words, but expressed his gratitude in the most direct way. Su Mucheng beside him also nodded slightly to everyone. She is not good at speaking, but this simple action already represents her attitude. Her husband's gratitude was hers. She was grateful that someone had stood up for her husband. The students in the audience were stunned at first, and then someone immediately reacted. Hey, don't be polite. Han Ling waved her hand, turned the chair around, and spoke casually. We're all in the same class, we're all buddies. Besides, that guy has been looking at me like I'm screwed since he walked in. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. She shook her wrist, and there was a slight click. I was a little hesitant about throwing the chalk at him just now. If we really come to blows, I won't be polite. Han Ling's words immediately aroused a chorus of agreement. Exactly. You're so arrogant, you think you're so great just because you're a rank? We are the strongest in the special system. The elemental system is nothing. Sister Sue, that sword drawing move just now was brilliant. That guy got a good beating. Come to think of it, there are more and more people like this now. A boy wearing glasses and with a gentle temperament pushed his glasses. Ever since the great change of era, the old education system has had problems. Many emerging families that have made their fortunes through supernatural powers have made a complete mess of their children's education. The young masters and young ladies raised here are more abstract than the others, and they always think they are superior to others. I think this kind of guy should be beaten a few more times, and that'll make him behave himself. These words obviously touched everyone's heart. Indeed, the emergence of superpowers broke the original social classes and gave birth to countless nouveaux riches. These people may be powerful, but their character is often not commendable. Lei Hao is one of the most typical examples. As they chatted, the topic naturally turned from helping Wang Xiaoluan to the more exciting direction of fighting with Class B of the Elemental Department. Class Battle. Ling Meng's twin ponytails swayed excitedly, like two lively squirrel tails. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. That sounds really interesting. Right, Gawain? Beside her, the red sword that was taller than her made a humming sound. Humph. Although your abilities are still quite weak right now, I can't even unleash 20% of my full potential. But the sword body vibrated slightly, bringing up a burst of hot air. It takes a bit of effort to chop up those thick-skinned beasts, but chopping up a few human cubs is just as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who are you calling lame? Ling Meng immediately slapped the hilt of the sword in dissatisfaction. The bickering between the two men and the sword completely ignited the enthusiasm of the warmongers in the classroom. When can we fight? I can't wait. Deduction 1 to fast forward to the battle. 111. Are you really coming in soon, brother? I'll take the initiative then. Bring me some extra chalk so I can hit them all on the head. Ha ha. Good idea. That's awesome. Don't let Han Ling steal all the limelight. Let's grab the target with our own abilities, okay? How about a competition to see who knocks down more people? The whole classroom was in chaos, with everyone talking at once about a battle strategy that hadn't even been planned yet. The atmosphere was so heated that it seemed as if they were about to rush to the Elemental Class B classroom to play Mortal Kombat any second. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng have returned to their seats. Looking at the group of classmates who are ready to fight, they feel a little amused. Are his classmates a bunch of warmongering lunatics? However, his Mu Qing had just told him that he would teach Lei Hao a lesson more severely when the time came, and he naturally agreed. In other words, he is also a lunatic? Amidst the clamor, a weak voice raised its hand. That. It was the gentle boy with glasses, Marvin. He stood up somewhat embarrassedly and adjusted his glasses. My ability is plant growth induction. In terms of combat, it's not only of little use, but also of absolutely nothing. I might even be a hindrance. As soon as he finished speaking, several people immediately followed suit. Me too. My ability is material analysis, which makes it completely useless for combat. My item memory reading skills won't be used in a fight, right? The meal was filled with a lively atmosphere. Hey, what does it matter? Han Ling waved her hand carelessly, breaking the brief silence. With just the few of us who can fight, we're more than capable of taking down their entire class. Then you guys just hide behind us and be careful not to get hurt by the aftermath of the battle. That's right. Ling Meng also puffed out her chest, looking confident. Gao Wen will protect you. The great sword beside her made a disdainful tisk, but did not refute. Don't worry, we can't leave anyone behind in our special class. These words immediately put the worries of those students who were not good at fighting at ease, and they showed touched expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the classroom became united and high spirits again. But no matter how you look at it, this unity seems like the villain forces are plotting something bad. Just as the atmosphere of this villain pre-war mobilization meeting reached its peak. Ding ling ling. The crisp ringing of the school bell resounded throughout the campus, interrupting the noise in the classroom. The students smacked their lips with satisfaction and returned to their seats, but their eyes were still shining with excitement. The classroom door detects someone coming and opens automatically. Lu Bufan walked in unsteadily, following the ringing of the bell. He still looked unkempt and sloppy, with his hair messy like a bird's nest, his beard unshaven, and his white coat wrinkled. But Wan Xiaoluan noticed that the pair of iconic slippers on his feet had finally been replaced with a pair of fairly normal sneakers. Lu Bufan walked up to the podium yawning and sleepily, and saw the group of students below at a glance. Everyone sat upright, full of energy, with a strange light flashing in their eyes. Some people were even unconsciously clenching their fists, and their whole bodies exuded a fierce aura of "I'm going to beat 10 of them." Lu Bufan looked confused and scratched his messy hair. "What's going on?" He looked at the students in the audience blankly and asked. "Everyone looks so energetic? Could it be that the academy just announced they're closing down due to special circumstances?" Chapter 53. Now that things have come to this, let us watch a movie. Teacher. A guy named Lei Hao from Class B of the Elemental Department has challenged us. Yeah. He also said our special class is trash. We've taken it for you. Then I'll beat him to a pulp. A few extroverted students talked to each other and quickly pieced together the whole story. Lu Bufan listened quietly, and the laziness on his face disappeared briefly. Instead, there was a puzzled expression as if someone had heard something abstract. He touched his unshaven chin, as if thinking about some difficult problem in life. Elemental Class B, Lei Hao? He muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet classroom. Is that kid crazy, or has his brain been struck by his own lightning power? There are so many classes in the academy, but he chose to come to our special class to apply for a match? Lu Bufan's eyes were filled with pure confusion. He had just asked the students in this class to introduce themselves in the last class. He knew very well what strange and bizarre abilities each of these little guys had. Not to mention the Elemental Class B. Even if the entire Elemental class was assembled, it might not be enough to defeat these little monsters. Hearing the teacher mumbling to himself, the students all showed expressions of "as expected." That's right. We thought so too. That guy definitely has a problem with his brain. Quiet, quiet. Lu Bufan raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to stay calm. Since I've already accepted it. He leaned back against the podium and resumed his lazy posture. Let me briefly explain to you what the so-called class battle is. This thing is not what you think it is. The whole class rushes in and starts a fight. There's a limit on the number of players in a battle. If I remember correctly, the minimum requirement is 10 players per side. Also, after each class applies once, they can't apply again within a month, to prevent someone from being dissatisfied with their loss and coming back to pick a fight every day. He paused and scanned the excited faces in the audience. Also, don't just think about fighting. That genius named Lei something, his thoughts are easy to guess. He definitely didn't have nothing better to do than come here and get beaten up. He's here for the points. Integral? Many students looked confused, while many others seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Bufan yawned lazily. It seems many people didn't read the instructions on their admission letters carefully. But it's true. That thing is so long and smelly. I wouldn't bother to read it even if you asked me to. I don't blame you. Then I'll also briefly explain this points system. Simply put, points are the money of our Dragon Soul Academy. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the classroom changed instantly. From your 3 meals a day, to the water and electricity in your dormitories, to using the Academy's advanced training facilities, and even purchasing special resources not available on the market, everything requires points. Lu Bufan stretched out a finger and shook it. Commuters are better off. At worst, they can go hungry at noon and go home to eat and sleep. But most of our College S students live on campus. I have to remind you that once your boarding student points become negative, you may be sent to sleep on the playground. The conventional way to earn points is to attend classes and complete the various tasks issued by the Academy, such as taking the Academy's teleportation array to various places to deal with exotic beasts and collect resources. For those students who don't have any lofty aspirations, just attend classes every day and occasionally complete simple tasks. The points you earn will be enough to support you in the Academy. As for the punishment, if you violate the school rules, you will be deducted points. If you lose in the class competition, you will also lose a point. On the other hand, he changed the subject and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The winner of the battle can win a large number of points from the loser. This is probably the main purpose of classmate Lei Hao. The classroom was silent. The students who were previously angry simply for the sake of face and loyalty, now had a hint of something else in their eyes. Lu Bufan seemed very satisfied with the effect. He continued speaking slowly and dropped an even more powerful bomb. One more thing, by the way. When students graduate from Dragon Soul Academy, the extra points in their accounts can be directly exchanged for a large amount of cash at a very attractive rate. Boom! This sentence, like a bomb that exploded, instantly ignited the eyes of all the students. Especially those students whose families are not well off, their breathing became rapid. Money! For these young people who have just reached adulthood, this is an extremely realistic and attractive word. Of course, you can choose not to redeem it. After graduation, your points will be retained, allowing you to continue using the various facilities in the academy. However, you will no longer be able to earn new points through missions. Lu Bufan leaned on the podium, admiring the different expressions of the students below. He raised a finger. Let me tell you a true story. One of your seniors was like crazy, taking on missions in the mission hall a few months before graduation, working day and night. In the end, I accumulated an astronomical amount of points. He didn't exchange it for money. Instead, he used the points to stay in the Academy's top-level gravity training room for 3 full years. 3 years later, as soon as he graduated from school, he became a famous figure, sought after by all the major forces. The story is not long, but the impact it brings is huge. Everyone understood. Points, in Dragon Soul Academy, are more than just money. It is also power, the future, and a stepping stone to a higher class. Just when everyone thought that Lu Bufan said so much to advise them to fight cautiously and not be impulsive, Lu Bufan suddenly grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, with a ruffian-like smile that seemed to want to cause chaos in the world. So, do you understand? This battle is not just a matter of face. Someone has packed up their money and future and delivered it to our doorstep for us to snatch. He slammed the podium, making a loud bang. Hit me with all your might. Don't be afraid of crippling them. The guys in the college's medical department are worried about having no practical material lately. Broken limbs are no big deal. As long as they're still breathing, we can reattach them to you the same day. We guarantee they won't affect your use. Besides, the duel is being supervised by me and the opponent's instructor. There's also the Academy's life-saving mechanism. Once fatal damage is detected, the person will be teleported out immediately, so they won't die. All you have to do is one thing. Hit him hard. Beat them until they have a mental breakdown. We'll make sure they're scared away from seeing the sign for our special class in the academy. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Good job. I thought his classmates were crazy enough. I didn't expect the teacher to be even more important. The atmosphere in the classroom was so exciting that it was like a pot of boiling water. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and enthusiasm, and their fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Good. I don't know who started the roar, but soon the whole classroom was in an uproar. Kill them. 4 points. To eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After successfully mobilizing a group of students into bandits preparing to go down the mountain to rob, Lu Bufan clapped his hands with satisfaction. The fierce aura on him disappeared in an instant, and he returned to his lazy appearance. Okay, the pre-war mobilization is over. My mouth is dry from talking about it. He yawned and turned around slowly. I saw him walk to the blackboard, grab the edge of the blackboard with both hands and pull it to both sides. The glossy blackboard splits in the middle, revealing a huge multimedia screen hidden inside. Lu Bufan skillfully operated on the screen for a few times and asked without turning his head. To celebrate our class's first battle, and also to help you relax and prepare for the battle. Let's watch a movie in this class. If you want to see something, just tell me. Chapter 54 Special Class Content for Special Classes. When they heard that Lu Bufan was going to watch a movie in class, all the students in the special class were stunned. Everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button, maintaining the same posture as the previous second, with frozen expressions on their faces. The atmosphere of excitement and preparation to go down the mountain to rob was instantly poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe, and even the sparks were extinguished. The classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Watching a movie during class time? This is Dragon Soul Academy. The highest institution of learning that all the superpowers on the entire Blue Star are vying for admission to. What's the difference between taking classes and watching movies here and having a pool party in a sacred church? It seems that the latter one is more exciting. But they still suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. At this moment, Su Muqing's cold voice with a hint of confusion rang out in Wang Xiaoluan's mind. Husband, the so-called movie is what we watched together last night. In this world's academy, is this what you do in class? Wang Xiaoluan was speechless for a moment. He could feel that Su Mucheng was not questioning, but was seriously trying to understand the common sense of this world. Well, not entirely. This is a special case. On the podium, Lu Bufan looked at the dazed faces below and seemed to see everyone's confusion. He scratched his messy hair. Hey, don't make such a fuss. My indoor classes will probably be like this most of the time in the future. These words made the students' brains crash. Most of the time? Is it all like this? So what's the point of going to school here? A monthly movie subscription? Your abilities are varied and bizarre, each one of them is truly unique. Lu Bufan spread his hands, his tone somewhat helpless. In this case, you basically have to rely on yourself to explore and practice theoretical knowledge. My poor imitation might be of some help in the outdoor practical class. I'll teach you some tricks. But in terms of theory, I really can't teach you anything. He leaned against the podium and returned to his lazy look. So, my teaching approach is very simple. Basic work and rest, and keeping a good mood is the most important thing. When you're in a good mood, your training efficiency will be high, right? This shocking and heretical theory made all the students in the special class look at each other in bewilderment. For a moment they didn't know how to refute. Because it sounds like there is some truth to it? After a few seconds of silence, it seemed that someone really matched Lu Bufan's rhythm. Ling Meng was the first to raise his hand, his face full of excitement. Teacher! I want to watch an exciting battle show. That Sword Art Online. I heard a new movie version just came out. As soon as she opened her mouth, the stagnant atmosphere in the classroom instantly came alive. No, if you want to watch something, watch the classics. Han Ling immediately retorted. She slammed the table, acting like a big sister. There's a classic old movie from before the Anno Crisis called Hot-Blooded College. That's the real deal. That's what men should watch. Well, women should watch it too. How about that horror movie? Lilith, holding the teddy bear Misha, spoke softly in her calm and level voice. I recommend The Devil Came to Me, it's said to be very heartwarming and healing. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes twitched. The name doesn't sound like a warm and healing movie. I want to watch One Time by Enough. I want to see Ah Hen Card. I recommend Attack of the Dwarves. The classroom suddenly became lively, and everyone was talking about the titles of the movies they wanted to watch. The atmosphere was even more heated than when they were discussing how to rob the opponent just now. Lu Bufan listened with a smile on his face, and finally nodded seriously. He waved his hand and made the decision. Okay, I heard it all. Then watch this, Your Name, an old classic. It's about a man who picked up a mysterious notebook on the road. He discovered that if he knew someone's name and wrote it in this notebook, that person would die immediately. Then, this man called himself the god of the new world and began chasing people around to ask for their names in order to create his ideal new world. The downside might be that the male lead is a bit of a saint. But overall the story has many ups and downs and is very educational. Lu Bufan concluded with a serious face. It makes us realize how important it is to protect personal information. The whole class? Why does it feel wrong? But Lu Bufan had already started operating on the multimedia screen. Soon, a picture appeared on the screen. Thus, the most mysterious and special class of Dragon Soul Academy spent their first formal class after receiving the challenge of the first-class battle watching a classic work full of friendship and educational significance. The students' mood can be said to be quite complicated. The course schedule at Dragon Soul Academy is not tight, with only 2 classes in the morning. The second class period soon came to an end. 1 minute before the bell rang, Lu Bufan turned off the multimedia screen in advance. The blackboard slowly closed. Okay, get out of class is over on time. Lu Bufan yawned and stretched, his bones making crackling sounds. Before he left, he did not forget to point in a certain direction outside the window. The restaurant is over there, the 3-story building. Don't go the wrong way. I have a practical class this afternoon, and it's still me. See you then. After saying that, he waved his hand, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out of the classroom with lazy steps, looking so cool that he didn't look like a teacher. Everyone looked at each other, then began to pack up, ready to experience the legendary restaurant at Dragon Soul Academy that was comparable to a 5-star hotel. Wang Xiaoluan just stood up from his seat. A graceful figure came floating over. Su Muching walked to his side very naturally. She didn't say anything, but just stretched out her slender white arm and directly held Wang Xiaoluan's arm. Then, she gently leaned her head on Wang Xiaoluan's shoulder. The long black hair hung down like a waterfall, carrying a faint fragrance, lingering around Wang Xiaoluan's nose. The whole action was smooth and flowing, without any hesitation or shyness, as if it had been done thousands of times. She just leaned there quietly, declaring her ownership to everyone in the classroom in a silent but extremely powerful way. At the same time, it also eliminated any possible thoughts of inviting Wang Xiaoluan or inviting her to lunch. Oh! This scene instantly ignited the remaining boys in the classroom. They howled with envy and jealousy, beating their chests and stamping their feet. Damn! You're already showing off your affection right after class. My eyes. My eyes are going blind. Brother Wang, are you still missing any accessories? What do you think of me? Most of the girls showed goodwill and laughed out loud, enjoying the fun. Wang Xiaoya even covered her heart exaggeratedly and winked at Wang Xiaoluan. Brother, sister-in-law, have you ever considered the feelings of us single dogs? Faced with the booing of the whole class, Wang Xiaoluan felt a little embarrassed. But he didn't refuse. He could feel that although Su Muching's arm around his arm seemed soft, it was full of irresistible strength. Moreover, the warmth and security she felt leaning on his shoulder also made him feel warm inside. That's all. As long as my wife is happy. Just bear with it. Chapter 55, The Envy of Others. Lunchtime. Just as Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muching were about to leave, a crisp and energetic voice came from behind. Brother, wait for me. Before he finished speaking, Wang Xiaoya had already pounced on him like a light butterfly. She first smiled sweetly at Su Muching, and then turned her gaze to her brother. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her, somewhat surprised. Aren't you going to be with your new classmates? It's a great opportunity to build relationships. After all, although his sister is a bit lazy, she is a real socialite. Wang Xiaoya just pouted when she heard that. We've only known each other for a short time, we're not that familiar with each other yet. She complained softly, with a hint of self-righteous dependence in her tone. In school, from elementary school to high school, I always ran into a few people I knew in class. There's not one here. Besides, since this is my first time, of course I have to get familiar with you, brother. After saying that, she looked at Su Muching cautiously again, blinked her big eyes, and her voice became much softer. Sister-in-law. The call of a sister-in-law was sweet and crisp. Is it okay for me to follow you, to disturb your time alone? A hint of tenderness appeared on Su Muching's cold face. She shook her head gently at Wang Xiaoya. If it's Xiaoya, then I won't bother you. The implication is that you should try another woman. I'm afraid that's not just a disturbance. Sister-in-law is so nice. Having received permission, Wang Xiaoya immediately smiled and naturally squeezed to the other side of Wang Xiaoluan, one on each side, sandwiching him in the middle. The three of them walked side by side, heading towards the restaurant Lu Bufan pointed to. The central dining hall of Dragon Soul Academy is indeed magnificent. A 3-story independent building stands in the central area of the college. It has a simple and tough style and is full of pragmatism. This is similar to the university cafeteria in Wang Xiaoluan's previous life. It seems that the technology tree of this world did not randomly move in such a direction that was not necessary. Walking into the restaurant, you will find a different world. The spacious and bright hall can accommodate hundreds of people dining at the same time on one floor. Rows of windows stretched from left to right, almost as far as the eye could see. There is an electronic sign hanging above each window, with a variety of names that are dazzling to look at. Flame Dragon Teppanyaki. Bibo Seafood Stew. Healthy 5-grain porridge. Flaming Pork Rice. There is a dazzling array of cuisines, and the aromas blend together, constantly stimulating the taste buds. Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya, brother and sister, were immediately faced with a dilemma in making a decision. Every item in the window looks delicious and I want to try everything. Brother, which one should we eat? Wang Xiaoya tugged at Wang Xiaoluan's sleeve, looking conflicted. Wang Xiaoluan took a quick look around and was also confused. In the end, he decisively handed this difficult task to the beautiful woman beside him. At least it's definitely better than having siblings with difficulty making choices. Mu Qing, you decide. Su Muching nodded slightly after hearing this. Her clear eyes swept calmly across the noisy windows without stopping for the slightest. Finally, her eyes fell on a window in the far corner. The name of that window is out of tune with the straightforward and down-to-earth painting styles around it, and exudes a sense of otherworldly artistic conception. Yunshu Waterside Pavilion. Sumuching stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed there. How about that? Wow! Wang Xiaoluan let out a light exclamation in his heart. Is there any window named like this? The name doesn't sound like a place to eat, but rather a place to drink tea and listen to music. You have to taste it to see how salty it is. The three of them walked to the window of Yunshu Waterside and found that the dishes here were indeed as their name suggests, focusing on exquisiteness. The meals were served on rustic porcelain plates, and the presentation was exquisite, like pieces of art. After picking up their food, the three of them sat down at a window table. The sunlight shines through the clear glass onto the dining table, giving the food a warm glow. Sumuching picked up the chopsticks, picked up a small piece of crystal clear dish, which seemed to be made from some kind of exotic animal meat, and took a small bite. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoluan naturally looked at her, waiting for her comment. She savored it for a moment, then nodded slightly, looked at Wang Xiaoluan, and commented in a very soft voice. Fine. About 70% of my husband's strength. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan showed a knowing smile on his face. He knew in his heart that even if he had eaten dragon liver and phoenix marrow, as long as he asked, Mu Qing's evaluation would never be higher than the food he cooked himself. Alas, where can I find such a good wife? Oh, so this is mine. He smiled and nodded, ready to start. However, just as he picked up the chopsticks, Sumuching beside him made a new move. She picked up a piece of shiny meat very naturally and gently handed it to Wang Xiaoluan's mouth. The whole process was intimate and familiar, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. This scene instantly attracted the attention of many students in the restaurant. One gaze after another, some envious, some jealous, some curious, was cast over. Oh my God, who is that guy? He's so lucky. You found such a beautiful partner on the first day of school? Hiss. Look at her temperament, she's just like a fairy. The atmosphere between the two of them feels like an old married couple. It's so natural. Low murmurs echoed around. There were even a few students who were obviously fond of gossip and had secretly taken out their mobile phones and pointed them in this direction, as if they wanted to record this scene of campus love. Wang Xiaoyan naturally also noticed the gazes around her. Not only did she not feel the slightest bit embarrassed, but a hint of cunning flashed in her lively eyes. I feel like playing. She followed suit, picked up a handful of green vegetables with her chopsticks, and handed it to Wang Xiaoluan's other mouth with a smile. Open your mouth, bro. Try this, it's delicious too. The discussions around stopped abruptly. Everyone's gaze froze instantly. Those originally envious eyes now all turned into shock, astonishment, and disbelief. This area of the restaurant seemed to have been paused, and the air was quiet for a few seconds. What is going on? A fairy-like and stunning girlfriend isn't enough? This cute and lovely girl next to me is also so intimate? Is this the legendary, double-flying configuration? Unbelievable. It's simply against the will of heaven. It must be posted on the pink book immediately so that everyone can criticize this idiot. Wang Xiaoluan, who was at the center of the storm, was unaware of the murderous gazes around him. Or rather, he doesn't care at all. He first opened his mouth naturally and ate the meat that Sumuching handed to him. Then he turned around and ate the food Wang Xiaoya fed him in the same natural way. One bite on the left and one bite on the right. He felt nothing in his heart, and even felt a little bit of enjoyment. It doesn't matter. My wife and sister just feed me. Any questions? No problem. Just enjoy it. Chapter 56 Practical Lessons for Special Classes. Lunchtime passed quickly. The three of them left the restaurant. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, bringing a hint of lazy warmth. The area covered by Dragon Soul Academy is beyond imagination, and its architectural style is quite unique. There are both classical pavilions with carved beams and painted rafters, as well as suspended buildings full of futuristic technology. The two are intertwined, not only without any sense of disobedience, but rather with a unique harmony. Brother, look at that, is that building floating? Wang Xiaoya pointed to a building not far away that was held up in the air by a light blue halo, her tone full of curiosity. Sumuching also looked in the direction she pointed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his cold eyes. Even considering her memories as a Sword Immortal, this kind of mortal creation could still be described as a masterpiece of nature. After coming out of the restaurant, many people looked at them along the way. After all, the combination of Su Mucheng and Wang Xiaoya is too eye-catching, and it is hard not to attract attention. But Wang Xiaoluan has long been accustomed to this. In a few days, by this time, the people strolling around the college will definitely be couples. Now, I am just making a little faster progress. The three of them walk slowly along a tree-lined path, just as a way to digest their food after dinner. Wang Xiaoya was still chattering, full of curiosity about everything she saw. Su Mucheng quietly stayed by Wang Xiaoluan's side, occasionally responding to Wang Xiaoya. Most of the time, she just looked at Wang Xiaoluan's profile quietly, with a faint smile on her lips. Leisurely time always passes quickly. The bell ringing at the end of lunch break echoed across the vast campus, the sound clear and long. Let's go, it's time to go to the afternoon practical class. Wang Xiaoluan stretched and walked towards the teaching area first. The practical classes for the special class were arranged in the college's indoor training ground number 7. This is a huge silver white dome building. From the outside, it looks like an inverted giant bowl. At first glance, it looks quite similar to the psychic training ground. Entering the open alloy door, the interior space suddenly becomes bright. The ground is made of a dark gray composite material. It has a strange elasticity when stepped on, and seems to be able to absorb great impact. The dome above the head is not a solid object, but a huge circular screen, which is simulating the blue sky and white clouds at this moment, and the sunlight pours down, making people almost feel that they are not indoors. The surrounding walls are inlaid with densely packed holographic projectors. The entire training ground is full of technology, yet exudes a cold sense of pragmatism. Students in the special classes have arrived one after another. About 20 people stood in groups of 3 or 4, looking around curiously and talking in low voices. After Wang Xiaoluan and the other two came in, they found a relatively open place to stand. As soon as the lingering sound of the class bell faded away, Lu Bufan walked in on time. He still looked disheveled, but his demeanor was different. The sleepy laziness I felt in the morning disappeared without a trace, replaced by an indescribable sharpness. His eyes were no longer distracted, but swept across every student present like an eagle, and his originally hunched posture became as straight as a pine tree. Beneath his sloppy appearance, there is an inexplicable sense of seriousness. Everyone is here. Lu Bufan's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. He got straight to the point without any unnecessary nonsense. Special class, as the name suggests, each of you has various abilities, some even unique. So, those regular theoretical courses won't mean much to you. Talking about it on paper is never as good as experiencing it in person. Practice is the only criterion for testing your ability. After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. Call. A ball of orange-red flame ignited out of thin air in his palm, and the scorching airwave made the students in the front row subconsciously take half a step back. The flames danced, filled with violent energy. However, the next second, the ball of flame was replaced by a cluster of crystal-clear water without any warning, swirling and flowing in his palm, emitting a hint of coolness. As smooth as dove. This is not the end yet. The splash dissipated, and Lu Bufan's arm muscles suddenly swelled up, with blue veins knotted, and it seemed as if infinite power was surging under the skin. His entire arm became thicker, like a miniature Hulk. Full of power. He moved his strengthened arm, then returned it to its original state. As you can see, this is a replication of regular elemental and enhancement abilities. He explained calmly. Just consider it a demonstration of my special abilities. There was a slight commotion among the students. Teacher. Han Ling couldn't help but raise her hand, her bright eyes full of curiosity. Then can you also imitate our special abilities? This question is also the most concerned issue for all the special department students present. In fact, during the self-introduction in the morning, when Lu Bufan specifically mentioned that he could not copy Wang Xiaoluan's special ability, many people already had the answer in their minds. But seeing it in person is another matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Bufan's eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on the little lowly with twin ponytails, Ling Meng. He spread his hands, a slightly helpless smile on his face. Yes, I can. But as I said this morning, it's just a poor imitation. He looked at Ling Meng and spoke. This is Lemon, right? It's Ling Meng. The little lowly with twin ponytails corrected her angrily, her cheeks puffed up. Oh, Ling Meng, okay. Anyway, this classmate's abilities are quite interesting, so let's demonstrate them using hers. As soon as the words fell, a flash of light suddenly appeared in Lu Bufan's hand, which had just displayed water, fire, and power. A huge two-handed sword suddenly appeared. The appearance of the greatsword was almost identical to the Gawain floating beside Ling Meng. It was also completely red and had a thick blade. However, the red color was lighter than that of the real Gawain, and the aura emanating from the sword also lacked a bit of lively charm. Wow! Ling Meng opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide open. And Gawain, who was floating beside her, was even more furious, and the sword was buzzing. Fuck, there's something. Hey! Gao Wen pointed the tip of his sword at the replica in Lu Bufan's hand. Replica over there, can you speak? The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at the big sword in Lu Bufan's hand. However, the sword did not respond. Lu Bufan shook his head and looked at Ling Meng and her intimidating sword. I'm sorry. There was a hint of apology in his tone. For a special ability like yours that possesses self-awareness, my replication can only scratch the surface. This sword has similar properties to yours. But it has no soul. It's just a dead thing. To prove his words, he casually swung the replica sword a few times with one hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavy sword cut through the air, bringing up gusts of whistling wind, and looked incredibly powerful. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was simply physical force, completely different from Gawain's agility that seemed to have life. After the demonstration, Lu Bufan flipped his wrist. The huge replica sword turned into red light and dissipated into the air. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Okay, that's enough for the demonstration. Today's lesson is very simple. I will use my limited experience and this relatively convenient copying ability to analyze and expand the uses of your superpowers one by one, so that you can have a clearer and deeper understanding of the power you possess. Okay, let the class begin. Chapter 57 Others Train Me to Wander Around. The practical class officially begins. Lu Bufan then announced the teaching method one-on-one targeted guidance. This model is undoubtedly the most efficient choice for special classes with a small number of students and a wide range of abilities. The atmosphere in the entire training ground was instantly ignited. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Bufan, full of anticipation and nervousness, wondering who would be the first to receive instruction. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Bufan did not walk towards any student from the elemental or strengthening department, but walked straight in one direction. He walked towards Wang Xiaoluan, the student whose special abilities he had just clearly stated that morning could not be copied. For a moment, everyone's eyes followed Lu Bufan's figure with a hint of confusion, and fell on Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng. Lu Bufan stood in front of the two of them. His somewhat lazy gaze first looked up and down at Wang Xiaoluan, and then turned to Su Mucheng, who was standing quietly beside him. The girl was dressed in white and had black hair, and she had a cool temperament, as if she didn't belong to this noisy world. He scratched his messy hair, a slightly distressed expression on his face. Classmate Wang Xiaoluan, right? I really can't help you with this special ability of yours. Lu Bufan spread his hands, his tone filled with a hint of frank helplessness. First, like I said, I can't copy it. Secondly, your summoning abilities don't really require any guidance from me. He paused, as if trying to think of what advice he could offer. If I must say. So, you should pay attention to your position during combat? Be sure to protect yourself. Don't get hurt by the aftermath of your superpower. After saying this, he himself felt that this suggestion was a bit nonsense and scratched his head again. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan nodded naturally. Clear. What he thought in his heart was that what the teacher said was indeed correct. He and Mu Qin cooperated with each other and killed people indiscriminately. He was responsible for the giggling and Mu Qin was responsible for the killing. Most of the time, his main task is to find a relatively safe place, cheer, and be careful not to be blinded by the special effects of the skills. Furthermore, Su Mucheng's strength improvement relies on the experience points gained from simulated battles or real fights. This kind of superficial training probably won't give her much experience. What's more, with her sword skills already reaching perfection, this kind of basic guidance would probably be of little help. Instead of wasting time here, why not? Wang Xiaoluan turned his gaze to Su Mucheng beside him, with a gentle smile on his face. Mu Qin, shall we go shopping over there? Su Mucheng's cold eyes were always on him. Hearing this, she nodded slightly. Good. A single word, clear and simple, yet carrying with it unquestionable obedience and pleasure. So, under the gaze of all classmates and teachers, Wang Xiaoluan took Su Mucheng and walked leisurely to the edge of the training ground. On the training ground, an extremely strange scene suddenly appeared. On one side of the field, there is a scene of intense training. Lu Bufan has begun to instruct his second student, a young man who can control shadows. There is no special order, they are just the closest to Wang Xiaoluan. The boy's shadow turned into a sharp spike, whistling towards the specially made target, but it softened halfway. Lu Bufan's voice sounded from the side, instructing him on how to gather strength and how to make the shadow more resilient. Some students are practicing bursts of strength, while others are trying more sophisticated energy manipulation. The sounds of sweat, panting, and energy colliding intertwine into a passionate symphony of youthful cultivation. On the other side of the venue, the style was completely different. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng, like an old couple strolling in the park after dusk, were leisurely strolling around the edge of the training ground. They whispered to each other from time to time, with relaxed smiles on their faces. The sunshine shines on them, and there is a sense of peace and tranquility. None of the other students in the class expressed any objection to this strange scene. After all, Wang Xiaoluan's special ability is indeed special among special ones. That can directly summon a humanoid combat force. If they were in his place, and had such a powerful superpower at their side, they would probably do the same as Wang Xiaoluan and choose to start fighting directly. I envy them, but there is really no comparison. Hey, Gawain! Ling Meng struggled to swing the greatsword in his hand while muttering to Gawain in his mind. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and her breathing became a little rapid. Look at classmate Wang and sister Su, they are so free. Isn't this the perfect time for you to have a competition this morning? No. Gawain's arrogant voice echoed in Ling Meng's mind, but this time, it was rarely solemn. Let's not compete for now. Ling Meng was stunned when he heard this, and his hands slowed down a bit. Ha? She asked back in disbelief. Are you actually afraid? I'm not afraid of shit. Gawain's voice suddenly rose, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he immediately retorted stubbornly. This is called a strategic shift. Do you understand what tactics are? Cut. Ling Meng curled his lips, obviously not believing it. Gawain was silent for a moment, but his tone softened involuntarily. Didn't you see how she shaved that lightning idiot's hair earlier? There was a hint of surprise in its voice that it itself was not even aware of. That's not swordsmanship anymore. That's art. Her control over her strength is simply incredible, absolutely exquisite. Even if I were to recover to my peak, I wouldn't necessarily have that kind of control. Having said this, it immediately added another sentence. Of course, I'm more focused on destructive power, so I'm not on the same track as her. But anyway. Gawain's voice grew serious again. The difference between us now is even bigger than the difference between your and her bust sizes. What did you say? Ling Meng instantly got furious, her face flushed red, and she almost threw Gawain out of her hands. How? Gawain asked back confidently. I call this analogy, isn't it? Isn't it quite appropriate? Not at all. Ling Meng roared angrily. All right, stop thinking about those things. Listen, little girl. You still have to practice hard. Don't think you can rest easy just because you have me. Chapter 58, Competition Confirmed. The beautiful bell for the end of get out of class finally broke through the heat waves above the training ground. As if a pause button had been pressed, the bustling venue suddenly became much quieter. The students collapsed to the ground one by one, heavy breathing coming one after another. Sweat soaked through their uniform training clothes, leaving a small dark mark on the ground. The air was filled with the salty smell of sweat, mixed with the faint smell of burnt and metallic left over from the collision of various energies. I played badly all morning and sweated a lot in the afternoon. Just when everyone thought the day was about to end, Lu Bufan, who had been leaning lazily on the equipment rack, stood up straight, contrary to his usual behavior. He clapped his hands slowly. Pa! Pa! The crisp sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every student, attracting everyone's attention. Classmates, don't leave in a hurry. Lu Bufan's mouth curled up in an ambiguous arc, and his eyes swept over every student present. There's something I need to announce to you. There was a hint of ease in his voice, as if he was just watching the fun. Elemental Class B, led by that kid named Lei Hao, launched a class challenge against our class. The school has officially approved it. It will be tomorrow morning. As soon as the words fell, the originally dead class suddenly exploded. Many students suddenly sat up from the ground, their fatigue swept away, replaced by a light called excitement. What the hell? Approved? Is this true? So fast? Dragon Soul speed. Lu Bufan looked at the students' reactions with satisfaction, raised his hand and pressed it lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. The school thinks it's a good thing that freshmen are so energetic on their first day. He drawled. So, it's only natural that this class match be defined as a freshman exhibition match. Well, that's within my expectations. However, since it's an exhibition match, the scale naturally can't be too large. According to the school's regulations, each class only needs to send 10 people to compete. 10 people? This restriction made many eager students stunned for a moment, and then they became excited again. Although not all members can be deployed, a battle of 10 people means that the advantages of their special class will be more concentrated. Now it's settled. Since there are 10 of us. Lu Bufan's gaze swept across the class again, and his lazy eyes now revealed a sharpness. Then I'll choose. Purely subjective, don't criticize me. He pointed his finger decisively and began to call out names. The students whose names were called stood up excitedly, walked to the front of the line, and stood with their backs straight. Wang Xiaoluan was naturally among them. Su Mucheng naturally followed. Soon, 10 people were selected. Actually, to be exact, there are 11 people. Although a hint of disappointment flashed across the faces of those students who were not selected, they were mostly excited and expectant. They immediately surrounded Wang Xiaoluan and the other 10 men. Brothers, it's up to you. We must beat down those arrogant guys from Elemental Class B. Sister Han, I'll sponsor you a box of chalk. Ling Meng, you must use Gawain to slash them down. Yes. Especially that Lei Hao. Sister Su will cut his hair today and cut him into a human stick tomorrow. Yes, yes. Brother Luan. A girl looked at Wang Xiaoluan, the most conspicuous person in the team, with sparkling eyes. Sister Su must beat them to a pulp. That's right. Along with our share. The buzz of advice, mixed with the passionate emotions of sharing a common hatred against a common enemy, made the atmosphere of the whole class become lively. The day's course came to an end in this pleasant atmosphere. As school was about to end, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire campus a warm orange color. Lu Bufan seemed to have just remembered something. He fumbled in his pocket for a long time, took out a few cards, and waved to Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya, come here. Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya looked at each other and walked over. This is your school pass certificate. Lu Bufan handed them 2 cards with the Dragon Soul Academy emblem printed on them. Swipe this when entering and leaving the school from now on. Then he took out another one, glanced at Su Mucheng behind Wang Xiaoluan, and handed it to Wang Xiaoluan. And this one is hers. It's a special summon prepared by the Academy for summoning type abilities. Wang Xiaoluan took the card and found that it was almost exactly the same as his and his sister's. There was no difference in the material or the badge on it. The only difference may be the position of the photo column, which is a soft halo that has been specially processed. This subtle arrangement undoubtedly reflects the respect and acceptance of Dragon Soul Academy for Su Mucheng, a special combat force. Wang Xiaoluan found this quite useful. It is indeed a first-class institution. Although there may be some abstract students, the school management knows how to handle things. He smiled at Lu Bufan. Thank you, Teacher Lu. It's a small matter. Lu Bufan waved his hand, yawned, and staggered away. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the 3 people very long. Wang Xiaoluan, Wang Xiaoya, and Su Mucheng walked side by side on the way home, enjoying the rare quiet time of the day. Brother! Brother! Look! Wang Xiaoya couldn't suppress her inner excitement and broke the tranquility. She proudly showed off her afternoon training results to Wang Xiaoluan. Teacher Lu gave me some pointers this afternoon, and my understanding of spatial abilities has deepened. The girl's eyes sparkled, as if stars were flowing in them. I successfully developed a new move. Space Rift Slash. She made a cool gesture, full of middle school student vibe. The range may be smaller, and the speed is a bit slow for now, but the energy consumption is only 1/3 of Shenwei. And once you hit the power, there's no need to say anything more. Super cost effective. I'm sure I'll be able to kill people tomorrow. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her dancing with joy, as if she couldn't wait to find a poor unlucky person to try her knife skills on, and couldn't help but complain. My sister. Have you become a lunatic too? Crazy? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoya tilted her head, with confusion written all over her cute face. What's the meaning? Nothing. Wang Xiaoluan shook his head with a smile on his face. I'm praising you. Looking forward to your killing spree tomorrow. Sima Cheng listened quietly to the conversation between the brother and sister, with a faint smile always on the corner of his cold mouth. The sunlight shone on her fair face, giving her a soft halo, making her more beautiful than an ordinary person. She was also thinking about tomorrow's events. The one called Lei Hao. Tomorrow, he must pay a deeper price for his words and actions. Chatting and laughing all the way, the three of them soon arrived at the door of their villa. Just as Wang Xiaoluan was about to open the door, Wang Xiaoya suddenly grabbed his arm. Elder brother. The girl's tone held a sly smile. How about celebrating our victory tomorrow? Tonight's dinner is up to you. As she spoke, she winked at Sima Cheng. My sister-in-law and I both want to see you show off your skills. Upon hearing this, Sima Cheng turned her clear eyes towards Wang Xiaoluan, which were full of expectation and trust. Being stared at by two pairs of eyes like this, Wang Xiaoluan gave up the idea of ordering takeout. He chuckled and ruffled Wang Xiaoya's hair. Okay. Then I'll show you my skills. Chapter 59 Nightlife. The lights in the villa's kitchen are bright. Wang Xiaoluan, wearing an apron, skillfully slid the sliced meat into the boiling oil pan. With a sizzling sound, the rich aroma of meat instantly exploded, mixed with the spicy taste of green peppers, and spread in the air. His movements of stirring the wok were as smooth as flowing water. The ingredients in the pot flew up and down, and the flames licked the bottom of the pot like a blooming orange lotus. Soon, a plate of tempting stir-fried pork with green peppers was served. Then he set up the soup pot, added a few tomatoes and an egg, and the simple ingredients quickly turned into a pot of golden and red egg drop soup in his hands. Add a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, one meat dish, one vegetable dish and a soup, and a simple yet heartwarming home-cooked meal is ready. On the dining table, the warm yellow light casts a layer of attractive luster on the food. Wow! It smells so good. Wang Xiaoya couldn't wait to sit down. She took a deep breath and showed an exaggerated expression of intoxication on her face. Brother, it's a shame if you don't become a chef with your skills. If your sister-in-law hadn't been summoned, your brother, would have probably applied for the job of cook. Wang Xiaoluan served her a bowl of rice and also served Sima Cheng a bowl. Sima Cheng sat quietly opposite him, watching his busy figure, her eyes filled with gentle warmth. She picked up a piece of meat and tasted it in small bites. Then her eyes lit up slightly, and the faint smile at the corner of her mouth seemed to deepen a little. Tasty. Wang Xiaoluan was very proud in his heart, but he just said, it's a home-cooked meal, just eat it casually. I'm not just eating casually. Wang Xiaoya retorted vaguely while shoveling rice. She held chopsticks in one hand and operated her mobile phone quickly with the other. On the screen, a WeChat group chat called A Happy Group of People is very lively. This is the group formed by the special class during the day, and they are currently analyzing the combat effectiveness of Element Class B. How's the analysis? Wang Xiaoluan asked casually. Wang Xiaoya raised her head, and the light from the mobile phone screen reflected her confident face. She held up two fingers and shook them triumphantly. The conclusion is just two words. Crush. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her, as if she wanted to rush to the door of Element Class B and challenge them, and shook his head helplessly. The dinner ended with Wang Xiaoya's chattering tactical analysis and the warm interaction between the three of them. After dinner, Wang Xiaoya stretched exaggeratedly and yawned. Oh, training with Teacher Lu today was too exhausting. I feel like my body is drained. She rubbed her shoulders, looking tired. I can't take it anymore. I have to take a shower and go to bed right now to replenish my energy and conserve my strength for tomorrow's battle. After she finished speaking, she paused as she passed by Wang Xiaoluan, winked at him quickly, and gave him a subtle look. Then, without waiting for Wang Xiaoluan to react, she ran to the bathroom on the second floor like a gust of wind. Soon the sound of water splashing was heard, and not long after, footsteps were heard on the second floor again. Brother! Sister-in-law! Good night! I'm going to sleep first. Followed by the sound of a door closing. The air seemed to become a little subtle at this moment. In the huge bathtub, the water vapor was thick, shrouding everything in haze. The warm water flows over the body, washing away the fatigue of the day. Wang Xiaoluan was sitting on a small stool by the pool, holding a soft towel in his hand, wiping Su Muqing's smooth and jade-like back. The lines of her back are smooth and graceful, like a perfect masterpiece carved by the best artist with great effort. Her skin is fair and delicate, with a faint pink hue revealed by the evaporation of water vapor, and there is not a single flaw to be seen. Following her slender neck down, there are delicate butterfly bones, which flutter slightly with her gentle breathing, as if they are about to flap their wings and fly away in the next second. Further down, there is the slender waist that can be held in one hand, outlining a breathtaking curve. Wang Xiaoluan's gaze followed the perfect curve and fell on the long, dark hair that was wet with water vapor and stuck to the skin, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. This is simply a work of art. Cleansing felt like a blasphemy. However, it is still necessary to rub it. After all, he enjoyed it. It's almost done, Wang Xiaoluan said softly, preparing to take back the towel. However, Su Muqing did not stand up as he expected. She turned slightly to the side, and a few strands of her black hair fell from her shoulders, sticking to her wet skin, adding a bit of charm. Her fair cheeks were stained with a touching blush. I don't know if it was due to the heat or for some other reason. Those eyes, which were usually as cold and clear as an ancient well, were now rippling with water, as if water could drip out of them. She bit her lower lip, and her voice was as soft as a feather brushing against her heart. Husband. In front, don't you want to rub it together? When Wang Xiaoluan heard this, he felt his breathing stagnate and a hot current suddenly rushed up from his abdomen. Front. Of course. Must rub. After a lot of fun, the sound of water in the bathtub gradually subsided. Su Muqing leaned softly in Wang Xiaoluan's arms, breathing slightly, her eyes moving with a hint of lazy charm. She raised her hand and gently stroked Wang Xiaoluan's chest with her fingertips, bringing up a string of tiny water droplets. Husband, there will be a battle tomorrow. Should we do some special pre-war mobilization to boost our morale? Wang Xiaoluan looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms with charming eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled. The two looked at each other, and everything was said without words. There are no extra words, but there is ultimate tacit understanding. They quickly washed their bodies, and Su Muqing raised his sword fingers and waved them lightly at the two of them. A dry and warm Fein wind appeared out of nowhere, instantly evaporating all the moisture from the two people's bodies, and even their hair became dry and fluffy. Then the two of them went back to the bedroom together without saying a word, without wearing anything. The door of the master bedroom closed gently with a click. This slight sound was like a signal. The two of them couldn't even wait to walk to the bed, and they hugged and kissed each other tightly behind the cold door. When their lips touched, the ambiguous atmosphere was instantly ignited to the extreme. It was a kiss full of plunder and possession, fierce and affectionate. They kissed from behind the door to the bed, and finally both fell on the soft and wide bed. After a long time, the night gradually deepened. Wang Xiaoluan fell into a deep sleep, but his consciousness did not immediately enter the familiar mosaic-filled starry sky as usual. This time, he had a dream. A long-lost, ordinary, yet extremely real dream. In the dream, he was no longer a student of Dragon Soul Academy, nor was he the owner of any special abilities. He sat at a slightly messy desk. The manuscript paper piled up like a mountain, almost drowning him. He was writing furiously, the tip of the pen moving across the paper, making a rustling sound, like a beautiful piece of music. He could feel that he was creating a grand and wonderful story. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and pleasure filled his heart, making him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. The plot of the story flows in his mind, and the characters' joys and sorrows are played out in his pen. Finally, he reached the end of the story. The heroine who runs through the entire story needs a name to put an end to her legend. In his dream, he stopped writing. He leaned back in his chair, looking out the window at the night, as if thinking and plotting something. After a moment, he sat up again and picked up the pen. At the end of the manuscript, I solemnly wrote 3 words. Su Muqing. Chapter 60 The Breath of the New Wife. Consciousness slowly emerged, breaking free from the chaos. In Wang Xiaoluan's field of vision, the familiar mosaic starry sky composed of countless twinkling light spots appeared again. He rubbed his swollen head and felt as if he had just woken up from a long dream. The content of the dream seems to be related to Muqing. He tried hard to recall, but all he could remember were some fragmented memories, like old photos soaked in water, blurry and unclear. He couldn't remember exactly what happened. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Wang Xiaoluan curled his lips and began to reflect on what he was doing before falling asleep. Oh, I remember now. He first used his diligent hands to climb 2 towering snow-capped peaks. Although the process was difficult, he enjoyed it. After successfully reaching the summit, he ate 2 sweet ice creams at the top with great satisfaction. Finally, during a contented rest, he took out a key and inserted it firmly into the keyhole of the huge and magnificent treasure chest. Hey hey! A lewd yet smug smile appeared on Wang Xiaoluan's face. Thinking about it this way, the dream just now was probably just a continuation of the fun he and Mu Qing were having. There's nothing to delve into. He shook his head, put aside those beautiful thoughts, and refocused his attention on this strange spiritual space. An ancient and heavy book was quietly suspended in front of him. The Beauties of All Worlds. He reached out his hand familiarly and touched the cover of the book. He felt the familiar warm touch on his fingertips and opened the first page without hesitation. With a flash of light, the mosaic starry sky before my eyes suddenly changed. The biting cold wind, carrying loneliness, blew towards me. Wang Xiaoluan found himself standing on top of a mountain. The moonlight poured down like mercury, staining the rugged rocks with a layer of cold frosty white. This is not Shukshuju. Wang Xiaoluan frowned slightly, and a feeling of disappointment welled up in his heart. He had thought that after the last time, every time he entered here, he would appear in the elegant residence in Mu Qing's memory. He was also thinking about having another chance with Mu Qing in this dream world. He should take advantage of this precious opportunity to help her level up a level or two. After all, her level increase means the growth of his own strength. It seems that meeting in a dream is not a 100% chance of happening. Its appearance may have a certain probability, or it may require the fulfillment of certain specific conditions that he is not yet clear about. He looked around and saw only desolation and coolness. Cold moon, solitary peak, strong pine trees, and scattered rocks. Apart from himself and the pine tree, there was no sign of any living thing. Mu Qing is not here. Bored, Wang Xiaoluan sighed and was ready to stop there. He just thought about the word sleep so that his consciousness could enter a state of rest without anything. Just as he was about to take action, he caught a glimpse of a shocking detail out of the corner of his eye. That detail came from the Book of Beauties of All Worlds that he held in his hand. The page below Su Muqing's profile page, the one that seemed to be welded by 502 blue and could not be moved no matter how he tried before, was now slightly curled up with an extremely tiny corner. It was an almost negligible arc, and if the moonlight had not illuminated the tiny gap from a certain angle, he would never have been able to detect it. Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat at that moment. The blood seemed to be ignited instantly, rushing to the limbs and the brain. An idea that made him so excited that he could hardly control himself surged into his mind like a volcanic eruption. Are you going to unlock the second wife? His breathing stagnated, his eyes fixed on the curled corner of the page, and he excitedly stretched out his trembling hand, pinched the tiny corner, and flipped it outward with all his strength. He wants to turn over this new page and see which new character is about to be unlocked. However, reality soon dealt him a cold blow. Except for the tiny corner that has naturally curled up, the rest of the page is still as solid as a rock, tightly glued to the next page, as if it were born as a whole piece. His face flushed red, veins popped out on his forehead, and he tried his best but still couldn't move. Depend on. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but curse, then he let go of his hand dejectedly and sat down on a cold big rock beside him. After the great excitement, there is an equally great loss. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. After a brief period of depression, he quickly calmed down. There is no use being impatient. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and refocused his attention on the curled corner of the page. Since there is a slight loosening, it proves that the day of complete unlocking is not far away. This is at least a good start. He moved closer, examining the tiny gap carefully. Just then, he seemed to feel something. A strange breath was seeping out from the almost invisible gap. This aura is completely different from Su Muqing's. Mu Qing's breath was like the cold moon on the top of a mountain, or like the first snow in deep winter, with a kind of purity and coolness that kept people thousands of miles away, pure and sharp. However, the breath seeping out from this gap is completely the opposite. It's not sharp, nor cold, and not even the slightest bit aggressive. It is like the spring breeze in March, gently blowing across your cheeks, bringing the fragrance of new green grass. It is like the afternoon sun, shining warmly on the body, making people want to stretch. It is more like a mother's gentle embrace, full of tolerance and tranquility, which can soothe all the anxiety and uneasiness in the heart. Just a little bit of it made Wang Xiaoluan feel relaxed, and the annoyance he had felt before because he couldn't turn the pages of the book disappeared without a trace. This is undoubtedly the atmosphere that emerges from behind the pages of the book. This should be the aura of the next family member. Just based on this feeling, several vague images immediately emerged in Wang Xiaoluan's mind. The gentle and considerate big sister next door? A healing saint radiating holy light? Or, is she the kind of pink-haired girl who would smile and say it's okay while stabbing 5 knives into the enemy's back? Wang Xiaoluan shuddered and quickly shook the last terrible guess out of his mind. Or maybe was it tied by my mother, the one who made the tiles? Just kidding. Although I am full of expectations for this new member, it seems that there is nothing more I can do at the moment. There's really no point in staying on this desolate mountaintop and being blown by the cold wind. It's time to go to bed. When this thought arose from the bottom of Wang Xiaoluan's heart, the world around him began to peel away and fade away rapidly. The mountains, moonlight, and strange rocks all turned into flowing blocks of color, and were eventually swept into the boundless darkness. And just a second before his consciousness was about to completely fade away, the soft and warm breath that had been lingering around his fingertips seemed to sense his departure and rippled ever so slightly through the gaps between the pages. The fluctuation was very light and soft. Like a silent response. It also sounded like a gentle sigh. Chapter 61 Freshman Exhibition Match. The next morning arrived quickly. Dragon Soul Academy, Duel Arena Number 3, which is specifically used for class battles. The place is already bustling with people. The huge bowl-shaped structure tightly encloses the vast circular battlefield below. On the battlefield simulating ordinary land, there are no fancy designs except for the solid ground. Surrounding the battlefield are spectator stands that can accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, these seats were already packed with students who had rushed to watch the excitement after hearing the news. It's so cool. There's a game to watch on the second day of school. As expected of Dragon Soul, this duel arena is truly magnificent. Dragon Soul is awesome. Discussions were heard one after another, full of excitement and curiosity about the new life. Students who do not want to come to the scene or cannot squeeze in can stay in their respective classrooms and watch the live broadcast through the multimedia screen. The dome of the venue is a blue energy barrier that simulates the real sky. Soft sunlight shone through it, but without bringing a trace of heat, it illuminated the entire duel arena as bright as day. A passionate voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker system. Good morning, students and teachers. Welcome to the Dragon Soul Academy Freshman Exhibition Match. I'm the commentator for this game and I'm using my special abilities. The host stood on a high commentary platform, his voice very infectious. I believe everyone already knows that today, we will witness history. On the second day of our freshman orientation, an extraordinary class battle is about to begin. This breaks the fastest race record since the founding of our Dragon Soul School. Incidentally, the previous fastest record was set on the 4th day of school. His words successfully ignited the enthusiasm of the audience, and cheers and applause rang out. The two teams in this competition are our freshman elemental class B and the special class. The rules are simple. Defeat all members of the opposing team until they can no longer get up, and you win. The host paused, raised his voice, and emphasized what was to come. At the same time, in order to ensure the safety of students, the venue's safety mechanism will be fully activated. When the system predicts a fatal attack, it will forcibly teleport the target out of the game 0.01 seconds before the attack hits the target. Similarly, students who are judged to have clearly lost their combat effectiveness will be immediately teleported off the field. So, please enjoy the game. These words made many new spectators who were watching the game for the first time feel relieved. That's fine. After all, it was just a safe enough exhibition match. However, it was on the side of the field, in the corner near the players' passage. A group of men and women in white coats were pushing rows of cold metal stretchers, ready for action. They are members of the medical department and are all second-year seniors. There are also mentors among them. On the ground next to the stretcher, there were open medical boxes filled with various first aid tools and medicines that gleamed with cold metallic light. Facing the upcoming exhibition match, there was no tension on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement like hunters seeing their prey. Several people gathered together and were whispering. Great! We can actually fight the next day. I thought we would have to wait for several days. And the opponent is actually from the special class, which is even better. I heard that all the players in Elemental B class this time are boys. That's great. It will also reduce the psychological pressure. Even if I'm a girl, I can't see you feeling any psychological pressure. There doesn't seem to be much practice material this time. It would be best if 19 out of 20 were lying down, and the last one was burned out standing up. I hope to receive more difficult and complicated cases. I haven't yet fully researched the topic of bone dislocation and reorganization. These somewhat scary words floated in the air, but were perfectly drowned out by the noisy voices around them. Soon, with the host's introduction, the students from the special class appeared from a side passage. Wang Xiaoluan walked in the middle of the team and yawned lazily. Su Muqing followed beside him, still dressed in the same snow-white outfit, with black hair like a waterfall and a cold expression, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. The others also had different expressions, but their eyes revealed a suppressed excitement. There was no need for any extra communication between them. Immediately afterwards, the 10-member team from Element Class B also appeared from the other side. The leader was Lei Hao. He urgently found the best hairdresser near the college last night and finally saved that ridiculous spiky roadblock zombie head. The hairstylist used a lot of hairspray and styling spray to gather the remaining hair on both sides of his head to the middle, barely covering the shaved part. However, the top of his head still looked pointy, and the overall shape looked very weird. As soon as Lei Hao stepped into the venue, his resentful eyes locked onto Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing. The corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious arc, as if he had already envisioned the scene of these two people being struck by lightning until their whole bodies twitched and they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. The 9 people following behind him, all men, were also aggressive and obviously followed his lead. But at the same time, an interesting scene happened in the audience. The girls from Element Class B were now sitting in the front row of the audience seats near the special class contestant area. Instead of cheering for the boys in their own class, they waved their little fists vigorously in the direction of the special class. Go special class! Blast them! Let them know why the flowers are so red. The shout was clear and loud. No wonder they are like this. Since yesterday morning, Lei Hao has been jumping up and down in the class, shouting that he wants to pick a fight and mobilizing his classmates to provoke other classes. How can you do something like this on the first day of school? Moreover, he always mentions his father, the school board member, as if he is afraid that others don't know that he has a background. It is really hard to evaluate him. The 10 people who followed him up were basically people who were just trying to curry favor with the powerful. You deserve a beating. Must hit hard. This is no longer an ordinary abstract student, we must strike hard. At the edge of the field, the head teacher of Element Class B, a middle-aged burly man with a build as big as a bear, quietly walked to the side of Lu Bufan, the head teacher of the special class. He nudged Lu Bufan with his elbow and lowered his voice. Lao Lu, have you made a promise to those little monsters in your class? These guys in my class deserve a beating from society. It'll teach them how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is, so they don't bring shame to the school in the future. Lu Bufan pushed his black-framed glasses, and a meaningful light flashed on the lenses. He patted the other person's shoulder and answered seriously. Don't worry, I've already made it clear that the kids in my class will be measured when they're attacked. In the center of the arena, 2 teams faced each other from a distance. The host's voice sounded again, pushing the atmosphere to its climax. Now, I declare. Dragon Soul Academy Freshman Performance Match, Elemental Class B vs Special Class. Officially begin. When? A clear and long race bell rang. Chapter 62 The battle begins. The echo of the race bell had not yet completely dissipated. In the formation of Element Class B, except for Lei Hao and another boy wearing glasses, the other 8 people launched a fierce attack in an instant. They had already discussed the tactics. When facing a special class of unknown composition, the best way is to take advantage of the elemental ability user's most advantageous point in the early stage of awakening, that is, their powerful firepower, and use a wave of area attacks to directly wipe out the enemy. Even if it cannot cause immediate casualties, it can disrupt the enemy's formation and create advantages for subsequent attacks. For a moment, red fireballs, green wind blades, crackling lightning, and arrows covered with frost intertwined into a colorful web of death, whistling towards the people in the special class. The fluctuations of energy stirred the air, making a sharp hissing sound. However, faced with this fierce attack that almost covered half of the field, the members of the special class didn't even raise their eyelids. Their formation remained loose, as if oblivious to the impending bombardment. When discussing tactics in the Happy Group WeChat group last night, several people had already predicted the other party's move in advance. Elemental, the lower limit is high. At the beginning, I will definitely use a wave of skills to suppress them. It's simple and crude, but effective. Leave this to me. Chu Feng only replied with this sentence at that time. At this moment, he fulfilled his promise. The young man in black had an indifferent expression, but his mind moved slightly. The dagger inserted in his trouser pocket suddenly turned into a black light and flew out. The black light rapidly extended and deformed in mid-air. The sound of metal flowing was subtle but clear, and in the blink of an eye, a dagger turned into a round shield with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. The shield is pitch black, its surface is smooth as a mirror, yet it seems to be able to absorb all light. It did not stay in place, but under Chu Feng's control, it was like a most agile swift, drawing an incredible trajectory in the air. Bang! A wind blade was accurately blocked, and the shield only shook slightly. Sizzle! A flash of lightning was guided by the shield and slid to the side, hitting the empty ground and exploding into a small charred area. Then, fireballs, ice arrows. All attacks were taken by the constantly moving black shield, and not a single one could get past it. The whole process went smoothly. The wave of attacks came to an abrupt halt. The black shield slowly stopped in the air, then quickly shrank in front of everyone's astonished gaze, turned back into an ordinary dagger, and flew silently back into Chu Feng's pocket. The entire venue fell into a brief silence. The expressions on the faces of the 8 students in Element Class B who launched the attack froze. That's all, accepted? What a joke! Oh my god! What kind of ability is this? Object transformation? Or metal manipulation? Student Chu Feng from the special class used a shield that appeared out of thin air to perfectly neutralize the first wave of saturation attacks from Elemental Class B. It's so relaxing. So free and easy. The host's voice sounded at the right moment, full of excitement and confusion. At this moment, in the special class, the gothic Lolita, Lilith, who had been holding a teddy bear, moved. She still had a peaceful and harmless smile on her face as she gently tossed the teddy bear in her arms into the air. Go ahead, Misha. The little bear doll named Misha began to expand rapidly the moment it reached the highest point. The subtle sound of fabric tearing was amplified infinitely, the cotton filling seemed to have turned into solid muscle, and a scarlet murderous light flashed in those innocent glass eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge monster more than 3 meters tall fell heavily to the ground. The gigantic bear-like creature let out a deafening roar towards the sky, the sound even causing ripples in the protective shield at the edge of the field. The members of Element Class B were momentarily thrown into disarray when they saw such a huge creature rushing towards them, and they fled in panic. The giant bear Misha took heavy steps and roared as she charged into the enemy camp. Its target is very clear, which is the 2 students closest to it. The huge bear paw slammed down with a fierce wind that tore through the air. Bang! One of the students who ran a little slower was slapped and flew out like a broken sack. His body drew a parabola in the air, crossed the boundary line of the field, and fell heavily on the soft mat outside. The protection mechanism of the college competition didn't even have time to trigger the teleportation. Out directly. Another student was hit by the edge of the bear's paw and rolled far away. Although he was still on the field, he couldn't get up for a while. Or maybe I don't want to get up for the time being, and I'd rather lie down and question my life for a while. The first eliminated person has appeared. From Elemental Class B. Oh my god, what's going on? Elemental Class B lost a member in just one encounter. The special class's attack is too fierce. The host's voice was trembling with excitement. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the giant bear Misha disrupted the enemy's formation, the other members of the special class also scattered and began to look for their respective targets like hunting wolves. However, Element Class B is not entirely a motley crew. A trick of pretending to be mysterious. A cold snort sounded. Yan Shi, the boy with glasses who had been standing next to Lei Hao without taking any action since the start of the fight, finally took action. He raised his hands, and 2 raging flames instantly ignited from his arms, burning and distorting the surrounding air. He is another A-level mutant in Element Class B besides Lei Hao, and his superpower is Yan Shi, who controls the element of fire. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The rising flames quickly compressed and condensed, eventually turning into a 2-meter-long, hideous spear made entirely of flames. Go! Yan Shi roared softly, and the flaming spear exploded, dragging a long tail of flame as it whistled and pierced towards the raging giant bear Misha. Puff! The spear pierced Misha's chest accurately, and violent fire energy exploded instantly, blasting a huge hole with charred edges in its chest. Cotton wool and charred fabric flew everywhere. A hint of pride appeared on Yin Qi's face. How could the power of an A-level superpower be compared to that of a doll whose only scary momentum was that of a puppet? But at the same time, Lilith in the distance was not panicked, but tilted her head with interest. The smile on her delicate doll-like face became sweeter, and her voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the public address system in the venue. You broke my toy. Then you have to pay with your body. These gentle words made many students in the audience who had just thought this little girl was cute feel a chill running down their spines. Ha people! Yen Qi didn't care. He easily dodged Misha's attack, which had become slow due to the serious injury, by turning sideways. With his backhand, he blasted another ball of flames at Misha's back, burning a previously intact area on her back. Then, he waved his hand, and a half-man-high wall of fire rose from the ground, just blocking a piece of chalk that was shot from the blind spot. That was Han Ling's kinetic interference. The chalk hit the wall of fire and turned into powder in an instant. Cut! Han Ling snorted lightly and continued to take out the chalk sponsored by her classmates this morning from her pocket. After doing all this, Yen Qi even had some strength left. He waved his hands and two fireballs as big as fists flew out, accurately hitting a burly boy from the special department who was rushing towards one of his classmates. His ability is the manipulation of body fluids like venom. The fireball exploded, and although it seemed unable to cause any substantial damage to his special body that was protected by supernatural powers, it successfully blocked the opponent's charge and bought time for his classmates to retreat and counterattack. For a moment, he was able to single-handedly pull the situation back to balance that was on the verge of collapse. At least at first glance, it seems like a balance, as long as we exclude those students from the special department who look like they are just shopping and no one knows what they are thinking. Among them are Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng. But Lei Hao was also strolling around the elemental department, so it was somewhat even. But these two people, no, three people, seem to have a tendency to end up together. Chapter 63, Teacher Gojo Satoru? On Yen Qi's side, the person in charge was a little confused, but felt very proud. Sure enough, he was right to accept the invitation from that idiot Lei Hao. Although he didn't like Lei Hao's noisy personality. But as long as he joins this freshman exhibition match, it is destined to become his Yen Qi personal show. Next, as long as he can make the special department's team be eliminated and make the number of people on both sides equal, the balance of victory will completely tilt towards them. And he will completely become the focus of the whole audience. This feeling was so awesome. He was the only one who dominated the entire duel. His eyes swept across the court quickly. Soon, he locked onto a target. Not far away, a girl who looked small was approaching him slowly. Is she crazy? She was actually on the battlefield, and right under his nose, so leisurely and comfortable? Coming for shopping? But since you came to me yourself, don't blame me. Yen Qi put away the firewall, exerted force on his feet, and turned his whole body into a beam of fire, rushing towards the girl. The girl he rushed towards was Wang Xiaoya. The girl looked at the flames coming towards her, and instead of having any fear in her eyes, a hint of excitement flashed across her eyes. She raised her fair and tender little hand, put her index finger and middle finger together, and gently stroked in the direction of Yen Qi. A handsome pose. A silly name for a move. Space Rift Slash. The moment the words fell, a pitch-black crack, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed through the air. There was no sound, no light effects, not even any energy fluctuations. It is just a pure black line that represents nothingness. The moment Yen Qi noticed her movement, he used his fighting instinct to condense a wall of fire in front of him. Although I don't know what that black line is, it's not very fast, so I just block it. However, that black line seemed not to exist in this dimension. It passed right through the wall of fire, easily cutting the blazing wall of flames in half. At the same time, Yen Qi's forward figure came to an abrupt stop. His eyes suddenly widened and his pupils shrank to the size of a pinpoint. The next second, under the horrified gaze of the audience, there was a clear misalignment between his upper body and his lower body. Like a piece of butter cut by a sharp knife, the upper body slid smoothly to the side. The moment before his face, filled with astonishment and confusion, completely bid farewell to the lower half of his body. It was very similar to the scene of a 5T5 teacher turning into a 2.5T 2.5 prison master drawn by a genius cartoonist. His upper and lower parts simultaneously turned into countless tiny points of light and were transported out of the venue by the competition's protection mechanism. Behead! Behead! The host's hoarse scream echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeakers. Oh my god! Is this an unreasonable space-related ability? Just one strike. Yan Qi, the A-rank fire ability user who just now single-handedly mobilized the entire situation, has lost his combat capability and is out. Outside the stadium, in the audience seats, the thousands of students who were originally cheering for everyone on the field, especially the brilliant performance of Yan Qi, who had just been very eye-catching, seemed to have been collectively muted at this moment. In an instant, there was dead silence. But the battle on the field will not stop because of one person's elimination. The light spot that Yan Qi turned into had not even completely dissipated. On the elemental department side, several students who were originally fighting with their opponents paused in unison. They subconsciously looked in the direction where Yan Qi had just disappeared. Then they saw the girl with her hands behind her back, walking in her back garden. Wang Xiaoya. A chill suddenly rushed up their spines and up to the top of their heads. Cut in half. That's cutting in half. Although this is an academy competition, no one should really die. But the experience of having your body cut in half alive is enough to make your scalp tingle just by thinking about it. For a moment, all the students of the elemental department who were still on the field looked at Wang Xiaoya as if they had seen some plague god. Their formation has changed inadvertently. Everyone tacitly avoided the area where Wang Xiaoya was. It was as if that place was not a competition venue, but a deadly swamp that would swallow anyone who stepped in. Wang Xiaoya didn't care about it at all. Space Rift Slash sounds cool and the effect is also explosive when used. But the shortcomings are also obvious at this stage. That is, the current ballistic speed is actually not fast. The range is also quite small. If you are careful, you can avoid it. The reason why Yan Qi was hit was that the effect of first sight killing was achieved. But she won't be used anymore later. Now, she just needs to walk around here, spread some panic, and put pressure on those standing opposite. That's enough. At the same time, the brief silence in the audience was finally broken. The tsunami-like discussion exploded. Did I see it right? Was that classmate Yan Qi really cut in half? A girl's face turned pale, she hugged her arms tightly with both hands, and her voice was trembling. How cruel. I thought the freshman exhibition match was just a performance, and that we could just stop there. How could this happen? How is this different from actual combat? Many freshmen, especially girls, showed expressions of pity and fear. Although they were admitted to the Dragon Soul Academy, most of them were still flowers grown in a greenhouse and had never seen such a bloody and direct scene. Oh, naive. A boy next to him sneered when he heard this. What do you think Dragon Soul Academy is? An amusement park? If you don't adapt now, you'll only die faster when you go to the battlefield or have to face those strange beasts in the future. Although his words were not polite, they made some people fall into deep thought. Yes. What they will face in the future are enemies who will actually take their lives. That's right. This is a real battle. What's the point of playing house? In a corner, a burly boy's face flushed with excitement, and he almost jumped up from his seat. That was awesome. That move just now was so cool. Seeing a match like this on the second day of school is worth the price of admission, even if I die right away. His overly excited and even somewhat crazy appearance attracted strange looks from people around him. The host naturally noticed the expected discussions in the audience, and his voice echoed throughout the venue in a timely manner. Dear students. Dear audience. Please remain calm. Please rest assured. All competitions within our Dragon Soul Academy are supervised by the Academy's most perverted, oh no, the most reliable medical department. Don't even think about being cut in half. As long as the player is still breathing, our great medical department can save him and even make him more energetic than before the injury. So, everyone can relax and enjoy this exciting match. He waved his arms enthusiastically, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Oh! Look at the field. The situation has changed dramatically in an instant. The suppressive power of the special class seems to have formed invisibly. Several students from the special class who hadn't taken action just now have also started to take action. The host's voice also reached its highest point at this moment, full of incitement. After losing a powerful general, can elemental class be still maintain stability? Chapter 64, A Crushing Defeat. As the host spoke passionately, the situation on the field had already changed drastically. The students in the special class began to take action. The first one to rush out was the little lowly with twin ponytails, Ling Meng, who was holding a huge red sword. She and her greatsword Gawain were just observing from the sidelines, thinking of observing the opponent's defense first. But now, they feel that the opponent is too weak. If you don't take action now, you won't even be able to drink a sip of soup. I can't wait any longer. The red sword, which was almost taller than her, emitted an extremely arrogant young voice. Go, Gawain! Ling Mang also shouted excitedly, her little face flushed red. The petite body dragged the huge weapon, like a huge truck wreaking havoc on the battlefield. One student was stunned on the spot. He didn't have time to react. He was hit hard on the side by a sword. The whole person was like being hit by a speeding train, and flew out of the field in a spin. Several medical staff members outside the venue raised 10-point signs and then packed up the items and took them away. Another Earth-type ability user who reacted faster immediately raised an earth wall in front of him to try to block it. However, this wall was as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of the combination of Ling Mang and Gao Wan. Boom! There was a loud bang. The wall and the man were cut in half by the sword and were violently sent flying. Although he didn't fly out of the field directly, he was instantly judged to have lost his combat capability and was teleported away as a white light. At this moment, Ling Meng's pupils, which were originally dark red, had turned into a blazing, glowing red. This represents the great sword Gawain, temporarily taking over her body. She casually stuck her body into the ground. The heavy blade embedded itself deeply into the ground. Stop me? You're 20,000 years too early. The arrogant declaration echoed on the field. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Han Ling was walking slowly on the edge. She casually pulled out some ordinary white chalk from her pocket. Then, he snapped his fingers. Call out. The moment the chalk leaves your hand, it is endowed with terrifying kinetic energy. It cut through the air at a speed comparable to a bullet, causing a sharp whistling sound. An elemental student who was concentrating a water arrow suddenly felt a numbness in his knee and a sharp pain. He screamed, lost his balance, and his condensed supernatural power dissipated instantly. Before he could react, another chalk bullet whizzed towards him. Hit his forehead accurately. Bang! A muffled sound. The student's eyes went dark, and he was hit by severe pain and dizziness at the same time, and fell straight back. A white light flashed, teleporting him out of the game. Han Ling blew on her fingers, a hint of dissatisfaction showing on her face. Tisk, if I had known I could play something this big, I wouldn't have brought something as light as chalk. While complaining, she took out a piece of chalk from her pocket and continued to call the roll accurately and efficiently. On the other side, Xu Feng made full use of his special abilities. The black weapon bound to him kept changing its shape in his hands. A person with wind-type ability was so smart that he floated into the air and took refuge in the sky. Xu Feng raised his eyes and looked at him. The black sword in his hand instantly stretched out, turning into a flexible whip, and soared into the sky like a poisonous snake. The long whip accurately wrapped around the ankle of the wind-type mutant and pulled it down suddenly. Ah! Amidst a terrified scream, the man was pulled down from the air, and Xu Feng threw him to a classmate nearby to deal with. Immediately afterwards, several missiles composed of different elements attacked from the side. Xu Feng shook his wrist, and the long whip was instantly retracted, and it suddenly turned into a thick black round shield in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The elemental missiles exploded on the shield like brilliant fireworks, but failed to shake Xu Feng at all. The moment he blocked the attack, the shield under his feet deformed again. It turned into a black skateboard. Xu Feng stepped on the skateboard, leaning forward slightly, and with the help of the impact of the explosion, he moved across the battlefield at high speed like a black lightning. A student sitting opposite him was stunned as he watched Xu Feng move in an impossible way and rush towards him. Can we still play like this? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. The next moment, Xu Feng had already rushed in front of him, relying on the terrifying inertia brought by the skateboard. The skateboard smoothly transformed back into a sharp sword. The sword flashed. Puff! The long sword pierced the student's heart with precision. Of course, the moment it detected that it was a fatal injury, the protection mechanism was triggered. The student disappeared in a white light with an expression of disbelief on his face. In addition to these three, other members of the special class also show their own strange and powerful abilities. A girl who is usually very shy and blushes when she speaks, has now transformed into an agile wolf-shaped beast, excitedly chasing after an unlucky guy, killing and biting him. A burly boy's arms completely turned into flowing liquid, condensing into two big machetes, chasing people and hacking them around. There was also a boy who was imitating Shikamaru's moves, using shadow strangulation techniques on the enemy, which was quite cruel. And so on. The game had completely lost its suspense from the moment Yan Qi was cut in half. This isn't a showdown at all. It was a one-sided crushing, a performance belonging to a special class. They even seemed to be playing. They were chatting and laughing with each other and performing all kinds of incredible cooperation. The students of Element Class B were like lambs to be slaughtered. In fear and despair, they fell one after another and were teleported out. No ability to fight back. In the audience, the brief fear and pity had long been replaced by another more fanatical emotion. Holy crap! What a handsome swordsman! As expected, our swordsman is awesome. Holy crap! That skateboard! That smooth operation is so cool. Wolf girl! It's a wolf girl! Aw, I love it so much. That girl with the chalk is so cool. Can I have some too? The students who originally had high hopes for Element Class B have completely turned against them. They stared at the bizarre exhibition match on the field in amazement, and began to cheer wildly for every wonderful move of the special class. The girls who had been cheering for the special class from the very beginning screamed so hard that their voices were almost hoarse. The defeat is overwhelming. The host's passionate voice also sounded again at the right time. This is our Dragon Soul Academy's special class. A group of real monsters. A group of fighting geniuses. Elemental Class B's front has completely collapsed. They are completely unable to organize any effective resistance. We see that the number of people on the field is decreasing dramatically. Soon, the last student from Element Class B was teleported out while lying on the ground covered in blood. The noisy battlefield became eerily quiet. In the huge competition field, only the last person was left standing in Element Class B. Lei Hao. At this moment, his face was ashen and his body was trembling slightly with anger and humiliation. His 9 teammates. 8, or if they are lucky, they will be teleported out of the game after being detected with fatal injuries, and their bodies will be relatively intact. Or they were injured in one way or another and could no longer fight, so they were also teleported away. There is another one, Yan Qi, who was split into 2 halves on the spot, and it is still unknown whether he is dead or alive. Seeing this scene, the students in the special class stopped what they were doing. They did not go any further. Ling Meng released Gao Wen's possession and turned back into the cute loli with twin pigtails, but her little face was still flushed with excitement. Han Ling put away the last piece of chalk and put it in her pocket boredly. Xu Feng's weapon also turned back into a dagger and returned to his pocket. Everyone tacitly turned their gazes to the only remaining enemy. It seemed as if it passed through him and looked at Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing, who had not moved on the sidelines. They had already made an appointment. This Lei Hao will be left to Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing to deal with. It's best as a grand finale. The current situation is simply perfect. In the corner, Lilith slowly walked to her teddy bear Misha. At this moment, Misha had returned to her original size, but her body was covered with black marks from being burned by the flames, and cotton had turned out from the holes, making her look horrible. Li Lizzie sighed, without much distress on her face. Oh, if I had known, I would have brought one more. Chapter 65. If I can't get her, can I get you? The defeat is inevitable. But his revenge is not over yet. Lei Hao stared at the front. Why did those guys stop? Do you want to watch a play? He. In that case, let him kill this pair of bastards himself, and then make a few more people leave. Even if he loses the game in the end due to being outnumbered, he will repay yesterday's shame 100-fold in front of everyone. He was defeated but still honored. His eyes passed through the scattered formation of the special class and finally locked onto the 2 people. Wang Xiaoluan. And that damn woman beside him, Su Muqing. The hair that was shaved off in public yesterday seemed to be still burning on my scalp. The burning feeling of humiliation once again surged into my heart like a tide. Sizzle, sizzle. Dazzling electric lights began to flash around him, and a burnt smell filled the air. His momentum is rising steadily. Wang Xiaoluan. Su Muqing. Lei Hao's voice was distorted by extreme anger, like the roar coming from an old bellows. I'm going to take revenge for the humiliation you humiliated me in public yesterday. I will let you know the true terror of a genuine A-level psychic. Faced with this hateful declaration, Wang Xiaoluan, who was standing at the front of the team, just spread his hands lazily. If that's the case, weren't you the one who humiliated me in public first? His tone was relaxed, as if he was discussing the weather today. Just right. Wang Xiaoluan turned his head to glance at Su Muqing beside him, with a helpless and doting smile on his face. My Mu Qing is also trying to do something for me. The attention of the entire audience was instantly focused on this final triangle. What the hell? My Mu Qing? Are these two a couple? Look at that guy's expression, it's definitely true. Damn, such a talented couple, such a beautiful girl, I'm jealous. That sister is so beautiful. What's their relationship? What love, hate, and passion went on yesterday? Wait, didn't you guys watch the news about the start of the school year? That boy is the one who awakened the most special superpower this year. A student who seemed to know something about the situation lowered his voice but could not hide his excitement. It is said that his special ability is to summon a being that looks exactly like a living person. That beautiful sister must have been summoned by him. Huh? There's this kind of superpower? One that gives away wives directly? But who would read that kind of news? What do you mean by indecent? We are already adults. We should care about our country and the future of Blue Planet. Forget it, I'm only concerned about whether I can find a job paying 3,000 yuan a month in the future. Stop arguing. Whatever happens, just start fighting. This final showdown is bound to be more exciting than the crushing defeat just now. The discussion in the audience grew louder. The atmosphere on the field was already tense. The lightning on Lei Hao's body became more and more violent. Blue-purple arcs of electricity spread under his feet, turning the hard playing field into a charred spiderweb. Hello everyone. The host's voice rang out again with passion, drawing everyone's attention back. The last hope of Elemental Class B, the A-level lightning psychic Lei Hao. The final showdown is about to begin with Wang Xiaoluan, our special class student, and his mysterious summoner. This is a battle of glory. At the same time, judging by their conversation, it seems to be a battle of revenge. Is lightning superior, or is this special ability more powerful? Let's wait and see. The host had just finished speaking. Lei Hao moved. Die. He let out a wild animal roar and thrust his arms forward. A huge electric net composed of pure lightning energy instantly unfolded in front of him. The electric grid grew against the wind, almost covering half of the stadium, making a terrifying crackling sound, and covering Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng like an overwhelming force. The power seemed to tear and burn everything. However, facing this devastating blow, Su Mucheng's expression remained calm. She just walked slowly forward towards the electric fence with a calm expression. All show and no substance. She murmured, and the next second, she casually swung the ancient sword in her hand forward. There was no earth-shattering momentum. There are no flashy light effects either. It was just a simple horizontal slash. A white sword energy condensed to the extreme flashed from the tip of the sword. Sizzle! That huge, violent electric net was like a piece of fragile cloth, easily cut in half by the sharpest scissors. Afterwards, several extremely sharp sword energies passed through. The huge power grid collapsed in an instant, exploding into countless tiny arcs of electricity in the air, and eventually dissipated into nothingness. The whole process was smooth and neat. Oh my god! The host practically shouted it out. Seconds. Contestant Lei Hao's level area attack was easily broken. There was a thunderous roar of admiration from the audience. Sword Chi! It's Sword Chi! Holy crap! This sword! So cool! Is this really a supernatural power? Why do I feel like a Sword Immortal from a cultivation novel? Sister, you're so cool! I can do it again. What can you do? I already have a husband. Why not? I can join in. Then 3x will be fine. Mr. Wang, please think about it. It's free to play. God-defying. But take me with you if you can. Lei Hao looked at this scene in disbelief, his eyes red. He doesn't believe in evil. Lightning ball. Electromagnetic spear. He waved his hands continuously, and basketball-sized lightning balls and electric spears flashing with cold light poured towards Su Mucheng like a rainstorm. However, Su Mucheng just kept walking at the same pace, with the long sword in his hand pointing, slicing, picking, and stabbing. As the sword flashed, all the thunderballs and electric spears were accurately cut off one by one before they got 3 feet close to her body. Not a single shot can get past the line. He was like a child shaking his fist with all his might. But he didn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. So elegant. The host's voice was full of admiration. This is no longer a battle, this is art. This Miss Su Muqing's swordsmanship is simply amazing. The cheers and praises from outside the stadium reached Lei Hao's ears word for word. Those voices were no longer for him, but for the woman who had humiliated him. The extreme anger and endless humiliation were like two invisible hands, tightly strangling his heart and completely destroying his last bit of sanity. Lei Hao let out a roar that was not like a human voice. He gave up all plans of long-range attacks and gathered all the remaining lightning energy in his body. The potential of his A-level superpowers was fully and unreservedly stimulated by him at this moment. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning that was so blinding that people couldn't look directly at it. The violet energy even caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. The next moment, he moved. Quick! Almost as fast as possible. His figure left an afterimage on the spot, and at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, it turned into a blue-purple electric light, tearing through the air and rushing straight towards him. But this time, his target deliberately bypassed Su Muqing, who was strolling in the garden. Instead, he went straight behind her, the man who had just stood there watching the show from beginning to end, a complete giant rice man in his eyes. Wang Xiaoluan. If I can't take her, I can't take you? A distorted, pleasurable sound exploded amidst violent thunder. He wants to destroy this pretty boy in front of everyone. Chapter 66 Xiao Ringguan pointing to action. Su Muqing originally thought that Lei Hao wanted to fight with her for her life, but she didn't expect that his target was the husband behind her. Seeing that the violent lightning was about to devour her husband, a crack appeared on her cold face for the first time. That is an emotion called anxiety. The sword energy in her body instantly boiled over, and she was about to turn around to rescue. But at this moment, a calm and gentle voice sounded directly in the depths of her mind. Mu Qing, don't move. Wait for my instructions. It was Wang Xiaoluan's voice. Su Muqing paused slightly as he was about to take action. She chose to believe without hesitation. The boiling sword energy returned to silence again. She just stood there quietly, her eyes fixed on the lightning. Everything happened in a flash, in an instant. Die. Gigolo. Lei Hao's face, distorted by anger, looked extremely hideous under the blue-purple electric light. His fist, which was filled with destructive energy, had already hit Wang Xiaoluan's face. Danger! Contestant Wang Xiaoluan. The host spoke at an extremely fast speed, his voice full of horror. The entire audience exclaimed in unison, and many people even subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. Aren't summoners of the summoning system supposed to be weak in combat? With this punch, the boy named Wang Xiaoluan would probably end up in a more miserable state than Yan Qi, who was cut in half before. However, the expected scene of broken bones and splattered blood did not occur. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, facing a punch that was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, Wang Xiaoluan's expression did not change at all. He just slowly raised his right hand. Then, he extended his index and middle fingers. Above the fingertips, there is a thin layer of almost invisible crystal energy. Next second, fists and fingers collided violently. Clang! An extremely crisp sound, which did not sound like the collision of flesh and blood at all, but rather like the sound of two divine weapons clashing, resounded throughout the venue. Lei Hao's powerful punch of lightning, which was determined to win, gathered all the energy in his body. It was blocked steadily and casually by Wang Xiaoluan's two fingers. Violet lightning spread along his fingertips, instantly tearing the sleeve of his entire right arm and burning it to ashes. The skin on his arms was also charred black by the electric shock, and his muscles were twitching uncontrollably. But those two fingers were like a magic needle that could stabilize the sea, and they didn't move at all. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The entire battlefield, and even the entire audience, fell into dead silence. The twisted and satisfied grin on Lei Hao's face completely froze. What replaced it was endless astonishment and panic that penetrated deep into the bones. My full strength attack was blocked by two fingers? How could this be? How is this possible? In the audience, the head teacher Lu Bufan, who had been lazily leaning on the back of his chair, had sat up straight without him noticing. His eyes, which always looked like dead fish, now sparkled with an unprecedented interest. All the other audience members, whether they were freshmen or seniors, teachers or school leaders, were all shocked by this extraordinary scene and their minds went blank. The same two words were written on everyone's face. Shocked. Before Lei Hao could react to the huge impact, Wang Xiaoluan moved. He raised his right leg silently, and the same crystal energy covered his trouser legs and shoe uppers. Then, a clean and powerful flying kick, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, kicked Lei Hao's abdomen hard. Puff! Lei Hao's eyeballs suddenly bulged out, and a mouthful of blood mixed with gastric juice spurted out, which was avoided by Wang Xiaoluan by moving sideways. The whole person was like a cannonball fired from a gun, flying backwards with a scream at a speed faster than when he came. At this moment, Wang Xiaoluan's voice rang out. Mu Qing. 2 words, that's the command. Yes, husband. Su Muqing's cold response seemed to still linger there. But her figure had long disappeared. Just as Lei Hao was flying backwards, a pure white figure flashed by like a ghost, so fast that only a trace of afterimage was left. The next moment, Su Muqing appeared in front of Wang Xiaoluan. The ancient long sword in her hand had returned to the scabbard with a clang. She bowed slightly and reported softly to her husband. Husband, Mu Qing has completed the order. Almost at the same time she finished speaking. A scream, more shrill than any before and totally unlike a human voice, came from mid-air. Everyone looked up in horror. Lei Hao was seen flying backwards, his arms and legs being severed from his body in mid-air. 4 blood arrows gushed out from the broken part, spreading a glaring scarlet in the air. Before landing, his torso, which had been cut into a human stick, finally turned into a white light and was teleported out of the venue by the protection mechanism of the game. Bite. As Lei Hao left the field, the bell for the end of the game rang throughout the arena. The whole place was still dead silent. Everyone was terrified by the bloody and cruel scene just now. A few seconds later, it was the host who first came back to his senses thanks to his strong professional qualities. His voice trembled slightly due to extreme excitement, and even broke a little. It's over. The game is over. Lei Hao, the last contestant in Elemental Class B, was eliminated in a way we have never heard of before. Let's congratulate the special class. They won this freshman exhibition match with a perfect record of 0 players leaving the field, a perfect 10-0 victory. The host's voice was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake. The silent audience seats were instantly ignited. Holy crap! We won! The special class is awesome. 10-0. This is a fucking crushing defeat. Too cruel. Those few sword strikes just now. They cut him into a stick. So exciting. So exciting. That's awesome. More than half of the audience were caught up in a bloodthirsty frenzy and excitement, and cheered like thunder. The other small group of students, especially the girls, who had poor psychological endurance, turned pale and trembled slightly. Yan Shi was cut in half just now, but because they were teleported in time, they didn't see anything. But Lei Hao's last scene actually happened right before their eyes. The scene of limbs being torn apart and blood spilling into the sky brought them a huge visual and psychological impact. So cruel. Collect the bodies. Oh no. Treat the wounded. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone in the medical department, get moving. Following a command from the teacher on the field, a group of teachers and students from the medical department, wearing white coats and with excitement in their eyes, rushed to the transmission point at the edge of the field, pushing a stretcher. The light dissipated, and Lei Hao, who was divided into 5 pieces, scattered all over the ground, waiting to be reassembled. He had not completely lost consciousness. The severe pain made his whole body twitch and he made meaningless hoarse sounds from his mouth. Stop yelling, it's just a broken arm or leg, it's a small scene. An experienced senior student directed his junior classmates to treat their wounds skillfully and comforted them nonchalantly. Soon, Lei Hao and others were carried onto stretchers and rushed to the medical center. Except for 2 or 3 of the other 9 who were not seriously injured and were fine after receiving medical treatment on the spot, the rest had already been carried away. With the last injured player being transported away from the scene, this freshman exhibition match came to an end. Chapter 67 Post-War Disturbance. Following the referee's order, the special class returned to their preparation area. Sister-in-law, you are so handsome. Wang Xiaoya was the first to rush over, looking at Su Muqing with admiration on her face. The last sword, swish swish swish. That guy named Lei Hao was cut into 5 pieces. It's so satisfying. She waved her little fist, her face full of excitement. That's right. Ling Meng, the little loli with twin ponytails, also came over. The big sword in her arms hummed, as if expressing her agreement. Sister Mu Qing did a great job. But Xiaoluan, you're really good at hiding things. I thought you really just relied on her. Chu Feng, who had been expressionless, and Han Ling, who was carefree, as well as other people in the special class, also cast approving glances. The scene of Wang Xiaoluan using his sword to disperse the lightning just now really stunned them. That's not some fancy technique, but real hard power. You can't really be a pure gigolo, right? Wang Xiaoluan spread his hands and joked, "It's embarrassing." He said it with ease, but he was secretly thinking in his heart. Just now, he mobilized almost all the sword energy in his body and was able to barely block it. The power of A-level superpowers should not be underestimated. But in the final analysis, it is probably because the level is too low now. Husband. A cold and anxious voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Muching had stood in front of him without him knowing, completely ignoring the jokes of others around her, her beautiful eyes fixed on his right arm. Your arm. She had seen clearly on the field just now that in order to block the lightning, the sleeve of her husband's right arm was torn by the arc, and the exposed skin was charred black. Just looking at it made her feel extremely heartbroken. Oh, it's okay, it's just a minor injury. Wang Xiaoluan answered subconsciously and prepared to raise his arm to show her. But when he raised his arm, he was stunned. Not to mention the charred wounds, there wasn't even a scratch. The skin on his right arm was as smooth as before, and there was even a warm, extremely comfortable feeling flowing between his muscles and bones. Ha! Wang Xiaoluan himself let out a sound of surprise. He clearly remembered the severe pain and numbness in his arm just now. How could it be so fast? He was just wondering when a senior student in a white coat and glasses rushed over excitedly, holding a portable treatment device in her hand. Classmate! Classmate! Don't move! The senior student's eyes flashed with the light of discovering a new world. I saw it clearly from the side just now. Your right arm was hit directly by Class A lightning, causing a second-degree plasma burn. Let me collect the wound data quickly. Ha! The senior student rushed to Wang Xiaoluan, looked down, and was completely stunned. What about the wound? What about my big wound? She pushed her glasses up in disbelief, then reached out and gently stroked Wang Xiaoluan's arm as if possessed. That's not right. This muscle tissue. This skin activity. Not only is it not injured, it's even in better condition than a normal person. This is unscientific. This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy. Wang Xiaoluan was grabbed on the arm by a strange girl and was pinched and touched, causing goosebumps all over his body. Senior, maybe you saw it wrong? Impossible. The senior student refuted firmly, her hands still feeling. I have the best dynamic vision in the medical department. I recorded the arc's direction and the muscle burning reaction at that moment. Let me study it more carefully. At this moment, a faint chill spread from Wang Xiaoluan's side. The senior student was studying hard when she suddenly felt the temperature around her drop by several degrees. She shivered subconsciously, and when she looked up, she met a pair of cold eyes that were devoid of any emotion. Su Muching just looked at her quietly without saying anything, but the look in his eyes was colder than the Siberian cold wave. Ah ha ha ha. The senior student froze in an instant, she laughed dryly twice, and let go of her hand with a strong desire to survive. It seems I saw it wrong. Excuse me. After saying that, she ran away without looking back, as if she was avoiding the plague god. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the back of his senior schoolmate as she fled in panic, then looked at the virtuous wife beside him who was silently exuding a low pressure, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mu Qing seems to be a bit jealous. This crushing victory of 10-0 naturally had a significant impact in the future. That afternoon, the entire Dragon Soul Academy's internal forum was almost flooded with comments. The titles of the top few popular posts are more exaggerated than each other. Shocking. Who are the special class? They completely crushed the elemental class 10-0, and the freshman exhibition match is a bloody tragedy. 10,000-word analysis, unstoppable space-tearing slash. Explain the absolute suppression power of the space system. Rational discussion, is the man named Wang Xiaoluan in the special class the real boss? The Pure and Natural fan club has been established. Welcome all fans of Mu Qing Fairy to join. Queen fan club established. Welcome all fans of Sister Han Ling to join. The Love Lemons Not Copper Refining Group has been created. Anyone who likes Miss Ling Meng, please join us. Overnight, the special class became completely popular. The 11 students in the class who participated in the war, including Mu Qing, all became influential figures on campus. Trouble also follows. Starting from that afternoon, the entrance of the special classroom was blocked by traffic as soon as the get out of class was over. There were campus reporters who came to interview, some who came to get close to the celebrities, some who came simply to watch the celebrities, and even a large group who came to confess their love. Student Su Muqing. Can you let me take some photos of you posing with a sword? Classmate Wang Xiaoluan. Are you interested in starting a harem? I'm a real talent. Just let Sister Su and I spend some time alone together. Senior Chu Feng. You're so handsome. Can you give me your contact information? Ms. Lilies. You're as cute as a doll. Can I add a penguin account? Su Muqing did not respond to the calls, but just sat quietly in the corner looking at Wang Xiaoluan's back. Wang Xiaoluan selectively spoke there to deal with a few overly abstract speeches. People like Chu Feng simply chose to ignore it, and his weapon turned into an iron bucket and was placed on his head. Li Lizi smiled and said that it would be fine if she could use it as a doll to play with. The other party's purity was obviously not high enough, and he became hesitant, so Lilith left with a smile. Wang Xiaoya and Ling Meng, two lively people, seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. They also interacted enthusiastically with several fans, which resulted in even more enthusiastic cheers. The most outrageous thing is Han Ling's side. A girl with short hair, delicate features and a quiet look came up to her with a blushing face and handed her a pink letter. Han Ling. Senior, I watched your game. The girl's voice is as thin as a mosquito. You're so handsome. Can you use your powers to hit me? Han Ling? The whole class? Wang Xiaoluan was drinking water and almost spit it out. Holy shit, is there still such a request these days? A masochist is actually next to me? A complicated expression emerged on Han Ling's handsome, slightly neutral face. After holding it in for a long time, he took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. That kind of thing is not allowed normally, but if you really want, you can ask me to play one-on-one. And you can't just stand there and take a beating, you have to fight back. Really? Okay. I'll work hard for it. The farce ended only when the class bell rang. Although it was fun to play, it turned out to be too troublesome to become famous. By the way, according to Wang Xiaoya's gossip, the unlucky guys like Lei Hao and Yan Qi were quickly reassembled after being sent to the medical department. Apart from the mental blow he suffered and the need to lie in bed for a while, he was physically fine. The medical department is so terrifying. Chapter 68 Post-War Reward. The setting sun in the evening casts its warm orange glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, filling the entire living room. Wang Xiaoluan slumped on the soft sofa like a salted fish, with his right arm resting comfortably on the cushion. Brother! Is your arm really okay? Wang Xiaoya rushed down from upstairs in a hurry, holding a tube of high-end-looking ointment in her hand, her face full of worry. She moved closer to Wang Xiaoluan, staring at his arm carefully with wide eyes, as if trying to find out any hidden injuries with her eyes. Let me see. Wang Xiaoluan lazily raised his eyelids and waved his left hand weakly. Don't worry. I'm in good health. Look, I'm fine now, right? He moved his right arm, and his movements were smooth, showing no signs of injury at all. But Wang Xiaoya saw the condition of his arm when he took Lei Hao's attack. No! You must be holding on. Wang Xiaoya puffed up her cheeks. You are not allowed to help with dinner. I will cook today. After saying that, she rushed into the kitchen with a heroic and confident look on her face, and soon there was a burst of ping-pong sounds coming from inside. Wang Xiaoluan shook his head helplessly, but that was fine, he didn't have to do it. At this moment, a faint and elegant fragrance blew past the tip of the nose. Su Muqing sat down beside him quietly, her long black hair falling like a waterfall. Her fair face still had that cold look, but her ice blue eyes reflected his figure. She didn't say anything, but stretched out her slender hand, gently lifted Wang Xiaoluan's right arm, and placed it on her leg. Her fingertips were slightly cool, with a touch of jade, and she gently pressed and kneaded his forearm. An indescribable feeling of comfort instantly spread throughout the body along the meridians of the arms, as if every cell was relaxing under this gentle comfort. Wang Xiaoluan felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. Ah! Is this the massage from a top-tier swordsman? I feel like my soul is ascending to heaven. From now on, leave that kind of thing to me. Su Muqing's voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible hint of fear and heartache. "Husband, you shouldn't be hurt." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan opened his eyes, turned his head to look at her flawless profile, and chuckled. "I'm fine." He paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. "Besides, I can't always hide behind you, right? I should at least take this opportunity to prove that I'm not just a gigolo. With this freshman exhibition match, the academy will surely have fewer problems in the future." Although he really wants to be a pure gigolo, after all, this food is soft and fragrant. Su Muqing paused slightly, raised her eyelids and looked quietly into Wang Xiaoluan's eyes. There seemed to be ripples in those ice blue eyes. In Mu Qing's heart, her husband is the most important. But she lowered her head and continued with her movements, her voice softening. "Since my husband has said so, Mu Qing understands. If you encounter something like this again in the future, husband, just trust me, okay?" "Of course." Wang Xiaoluan answered without hesitation. "Next time I'll definitely hide behind you immediately." The corner of Su Muqing's mouth curled up into an arc that captivated everyone. Dinner was finally completed in a warm and subtle atmosphere. After dinner, they took a bath together in the bathroom tonight. "I probably won't have many opportunities to take a shower alone in the future." Su Muqing was naked, and her snow-white skin glowed with an alluring pink luster against the backdrop of water vapor. She walked slowly to the bathtub, slid in, and sat behind Wang Xiaoluan. "Husband, I've learned a new massage technique that can better help you activate your muscles and bones." Her voice seemed a little distorted in the mist, with a hint of bewitching tone. "There are new tricks?" Then he must feel them carefully. "Oh? Really? Then you have to give me a good massage." Wang Xiaoluan leaned on the edge of the bathtub, closed his eyes, and looked like he was ready to enjoy himself. The next second, he felt it. That's not a hand. It was a touch that was far softer, warmer, and more thrilling than fingers, pressing tightly against his back. Wang Xiaoluan's body stiffened instantly. Su Muqing's soft upper body pressed against him, slowly moving and rubbing on his back as her breathing rose and fell. It was an ultimate touch that was difficult to describe in words, as if two pieces of warm jade were leaving hot marks on his skin. "Husband, is this strength okay?" Her breath was right beside his ear, the warm air mixed with her unique fragrance, like the strongest poison, corroding his sanity. Wang Xiaoluan felt his blood was about to boil. His Adam's apple rolled with difficulty and his voice was a little hoarse. "Well, okay. That's good." Su Muqing seemed very satisfied with this answer and his movements became more attentive. The warm water flow, the hazy steam, and the soft touch behind you that almost devours your soul, together form a picture of bliss. When he came out of the bathroom, Wang Xiaoluan felt as if he was walking on clouds, so light. And Su Muqing's cold and pretty face was also stained with a touching blush, and her eyes were full of charm. Back in the room, she didn't give Wang Xiaoluan much chance to breathe. She gently pushed him down on the soft big bed, leaned over, and her long black hair fell down, brushing against his cheek, making him feel itchy. "Husband, we agreed last night. Tonight, let Mu Qing reward you in the way your husband likes." The moonlight shone gently on her body through the window screen, giving her a holy and enchanting glow. After a long time, the room finally returned to peace. Wang Xiaoluan lay on his side on the bed, holding the warm and soft beauty in his arms. Su Muqing had fallen into a deep sleep, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow under her eyes, and a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. With an extreme sense of satisfaction and the subsequent fatigue, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the brilliant starry sky composed of countless mosaic light points. He subconsciously looked at the beauty of all worlds, floating in front of him. I can still only turn to the page about Su Muqing, but the mystery of the next page seems to have been revealed a little. Last night it was just a tiny, invisible corner, but tonight, the open corner has become a little bigger, but you still can't see anything. Could it be that the picture can only appear after it is completely uncovered? More importantly, from the open gap, an incomparable feeling of comfort, warmth and healing is continuously flowing out. This breath made him feel extremely safe and relaxed. Wang Xiaoluan suddenly remembered his injured right arm today. I wasn't paying attention for a moment, and it healed itself. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched the corner of the page that exuded a sense of comfort. "My arm was healed by you, right?" Although there was no response, a feeling of certainty rose in his heart. A warm current, mixed with anticipation and gratitude, slowly flowed through his heart. "Thanks." I'm really looking forward to the day when I can meet this person. Chapter 69. The abstract son has a normal father. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. Wang Xiaoluan slowly opened his eyes. The tiredness of a hangover mixed with a certain extreme satisfaction made him a little confused about what day it was. He turned his head to the side, and the person in his arms was still sleeping soundly. Su Muqing's beautiful face, which usually looked as cold as frost, now looked particularly soft and quiet in the morning light. Her long eyelashes were like two small fans, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Recalling the madness and beauty of last night, Wang Xiaoluan's lips curled up slightly. My wife is really getting better and better at understanding how to make him feel comfortable. He gently pulled his arm out from under Su Muqing's neck, then tiptoed to wash up. At this moment, a lazy voice, a little like someone just waking up, came from behind. Morning, my husband. Wang Xiaoluan paused and looked back. Su Muqing had already sat up, her long inky black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. The thin blanket on her body had slipped off, revealing her naked snow-white skin. She rubbed her eyes, her expression still a little confused, but the look she gave Wang Xiaoluan was as clear and affectionate as ever. Good morning, Mu Qing. I'm going to wash up. Su Muqing nodded lightly, then got out of bed, and with a thought, the refreshing white and black JK uniform appeared on her body. Under the pleated skirt, the pair of straight and slender legs are so dazzling that it makes people dizzy. After noticing Wang Xiaoluan's gaze, she smiled and pulled her skirt up to reveal her plump thighs. Sir, isn't your husband going to wash up? Or do you want to spend some time with Mu Qing while it's still early? Wang Xiaoluan. This wife is an ice fairy when she is serious, but when she is not serious, she is too annoying. Dragon Soul Academy, Special Class Classroom. Lu Bufan still looked lazy. He put his legs on the desk and watched with great interest an old movie he had chosen today on the multimedia, The Shawkop Redemption. Did you see that, classmates? Lu Bufan pointed at the classic image of Andy with his arms outstretched in the rain on the screen and said solemnly. What is hope? This is hope. What is perseverance? This is perseverance. This is the spirit you need to learn. In the future, when you are hunted by strange beasts, even if you only have one leg left, you must be like the protagonist and believe that you can crawl out of that sewer and escape. The students in the audience had different reactions. Some students were discussing that the teacher seemed to like this kind of old movie very much. Ling Meng was arguing with her greatsword Gao Wen through their minds. I've already said that Andy's escape from prison was based on his intelligence and perseverance, not brute force. Even if you could split the prison in half with a single sword, that's called a violent breakout, not redemption. Tisk, isn't it enough to just get out? If I get locked up, I'll just melt that damn wall with an EX curry stick. You're vandalizing. And curry sticks aren't your thing. Finally, after Lu Bufan once again delivered his closing statement, as long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class finally rang. Okay, that's it for today's movie viewing class. Class is dismissed. You can just go back to free time in the next period. Just be careful not to disturb other classes. Lu Bufan stretched, yawned, and was about to announce the disbandment. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his eyes swept around the classroom, finally stopping on Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing. Oh, by the way, Wang Xiaoluan, Su Muqing, something's going on. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, filled with curiosity and worry. Wang Xiaoluan had a bad feeling. Teacher, what is it? Lu Bufan looked at the two men's slightly solemn expressions, waved his hand, and spoke lazily. Don't be nervous, it's not a bad thing. Director Lei wants to see you. By the way, that's Lei Hao's father. Lei Hao's school director father? The students in the special class immediately erupted in discussion. What's going on? After beating the young one, the old one is here. Fuck, Brother Luan, how about we take a leave and not go? Yeah, although it was very satisfying, but Sister Su did seem to be a bit harsh when she hit him. Don't worry, Lu Bufan added, seeing the students' concerns. His son is a bit abstract, but old Lei is a pretty good person. He's a reasonable person. Just follow me, both of you. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom first. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing looked at each other, and then followed side by side. The school director's office is located on the top floor of the administrative building. There is a sign on the wall that says God rewards hard work. The decoration style is completely different from Lei Hao's flashy outfit. It is calm, grand, and even a bit simple. The office was filled with a faint scent of tea. A middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting suit, whose face was somewhat similar to Lei Hao but whose temperament was as calm as a mountain, was sitting behind the desk. When he saw Lu Bufan coming in with two people, he immediately stood up with a gentle smile on his face. "Teacher Lu, thank you for your hard work." He first greeted Lu Bufan, then turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng, with a hint of scrutiny and approval in his eyes. "I guess these two are Wang Xiaoluan and Ms. Su Mucheng from the special class, right?" "Hello, Director Lei." Wang Xiaoluan responded neither servilely nor arrogantly. Su Mucheng nodded coolly, as a greeting. Director Lei didn't seem to care about Su Mucheng's attitude. Instead, he looked at her with interest and sighed. "I also watched the freshman exhibition match yesterday. Ms. Su's sword moves were truly stunning. He deserves to be beaten." Su Mucheng's answer was concise and clear, without a trace of emotion in his cold voice. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. But Wang Xiaoluan didn't say anything. After all, that was the fact, and it was a good opportunity to see the school director's reaction to it. "I don't mind." Director Lei waved his hand. "On the contrary, I invited you here today, firstly to meet the two leaders of our special class. Second, it's to thank you." "Grateful?" Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng were both slightly stunned. I only heard Director Lei continue to speak, with a tone of helplessness and self-blame. "I was busy with official duties and neglected to discipline Lei Hao, which led to him developing the arrogant and conceited personality he has today. Young people, if you don't fall a few times, you won't grow. Rather than facing a potentially fatal setback in society or on the battlefield in the future, it's better for him to be taught a lesson by his classmates in college now. This lesson is very timely and necessary for him." What he said was reasonable and flawless. Wang Xiaoluan's evaluation of Director Lei instantly rose several levels. This is the true clarity of mind in the world, completely different from that son who betrayed his father. "So, on behalf of Lei Hao, I apologize to you and the entire special class." Director Lei bowed slightly. "Because of his foolish behavior, he has caused trouble to you." Besides, he changed the subject. "Given the special significance of the freshman exhibition competition, I have decided, on behalf of the school board, to award each student in the special class an additional 1,000 academy points as a reward for the winning class." 1,000 points. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes lit up. This is a real benefit. This time, not only did I not get fined, I made a lot of money. "Thank you, Director Lei." After coming out of the school director's office, Wang Xiaoluan felt a little dizzy. When he brought the good news back to the special class, the whole class was instantly excited. "Holy crap! 1,000 points per person? Is that true? Sister-in-law is awesome. Brother Luan is awesome. Ha, picking up 1,000 points for free, isn't that faster than attending classes or doing assignments?" The classroom is filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At this moment, at a corner outside the classroom door, a figure was standing quietly. Lei Hao's body has fully recovered, and there is no trace of him being a stick. He listened to the cheers coming from the classroom with a gloomy face. To him, the cheers were the harshest noise in the world, and every syllable was mocking his incompetence and shame. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the exertion. But he didn't say anything after all, nor did he do anything impulsive. He just looked deeply in the direction of the special class classroom, with undisguised resentment and cruelty in his eyes. Then, he turned silently and disappeared at the end of the corridor. He made note of this account. Chapter 70 Classic Playground Section. The turmoil from the freshman exhibition match is slowly dying down. Although the special class is still famous, there are fewer crazy onlookers, and life in the college has returned to a certain sense of peace. For students in special classes, this kind of calmness is almost equivalent to giving up. Time passes quietly in the day-to-day film classes, physical training, and ability development. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend. After a week of campus life, even a self-proclaimed lazy person like Wang Xiaoluan felt the need to find a place to relax. "Xiaoya, Mucheng, let's go out and play today." During breakfast, Wang Xiaoluan made a suggestion. "Great." Wang Xiaoya was the first to raise her hand in agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Where are we going? Shopping? Watching a movie? Or going to the arcade?" Wang Xiaoluan smiled mysteriously. How about going to the amusement park? Amusement park? Wang Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then became even more excited. Is there still an amusement park in Tianjin City? I thought it was gone a long time ago. Her reaction wasn't surprising. In that era of great change that swept the world, countless cities were reduced to ruins, and this facility, which existed purely for entertainment, was almost the first to be destroyed and abandoned. Yes, and it's a big one. Wang Xiaoluan explained. The Hope Playground in Tianjin City was one of the first buildings in the area to be defended after the great change of era. After that, the top management went against public opinion and did not renovate it. Instead, they put it back into operation as soon as the battle line stabilized. It is said that this is to give people who are struggling to survive in the ruins a thought and hope. Let them know that we will eventually take back those beautiful things of peacetime with our own hands. Now, there are only 1 or 2 amusement parks still in operation in the entire country. After hearing these words, Wang Xiaoya's eyes showed a little more yearning. Then we must go. What does my sister-in-law think? It's up to you, my husband, to decide. Su Muching said softly. At this moment, she was wearing the white dress. She felt that it was more comfortable than her own white dress. She had no idea about amusement parks, but as long as she was with Wang Xiaoluan, she was willing to go anywhere. Then there's nothing to hesitate about, let's go. Hope Amusement Park is located in the suburbs of Tianjin City and covers a large area. Although the exterior paint of some facilities shows some mottled marks left by the years, the entire park is well maintained and full of laughter. The air is filled with the sweet aroma of popcorn and marshmallows, which mixes with the screams coming from the roller coaster in the distance, forming a symphony of joy that is unique to this place. There is a huge flow of people here, and you can see families with their children and young couples everywhere. In such an era, it is truly a luxury to have such a place of pure happiness. Wow! It's a carousel. Wang Xiaoya was like a child who had received candy, pointing at the gorgeous double-decker carousel not far away, her eyes shining. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her inexperienced look and couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you say you've seen a lot of amusement park productions, so you've been there countless times? Do you want to be my guide? How come you're still like a bumpkin coming to the city when you finally get here? How can it be the same? Wang Xiaoya retorted confidently, fantasy is ultimately different from reality. Go sit down. As she spoke, she took Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng, one in each hand, and pulled them over. The music started and the 3 of them each chose a wooden horse. Wang Xiaoluan looked at Su Mucheng beside him. She was sitting safely on the white wooden horse, slowly rising and falling with the music. The breeze blew her hair and the sunlight shone on her peaceful profile, making her as beautiful as a painting. She seemed to feel Wang Xiaoluan's gaze, turned her head, and a gentle smile appeared in her cold eyes. After playing on the warm and romantic carousel, the next attraction is naturally the thrilling roller coaster. While waiting in line, Wang Xiaoya looked eager to try, while Wang Xiaoluan was silently calculating in his mind. With his physical fitness now upgraded by Su Muching, riding a roller coaster shouldn't be a problem, right? Probably. Soon, it was their turn. The roller coaster started slowly and climbed to the highest point. Wang Xiaoya waved her arms excitedly, while Wang Xiaoluan pretended to be calm and took a deep breath. He glanced at Su Muching beside him quietly and found that she was still as calm as ever, as if what she was about to experience was not weightlessness and high-speed diving, but sipping a cup of tea. Muching, isn't he afraid? Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but ask. Why should I be afraid? Su Muching asked in a calm tone. Flying with a sword is much faster and higher than this. Wang Xiaoluan. Well, I lost. Discussing roller coasters with a swordmaster is indeed humiliating. As soon as he finished speaking, the roller coaster reached the top, and after a brief pause, it suddenly dived down. Wang Xiaoya's scream resounded through the sky, while Wang Xiaoluan closed his mouth tightly, feeling the wind distorting his expression. The wind whistled in my ears and the feeling of weightlessness came like a tide. Amidst the chaotic screams, Wang Xiaoluan felt his hand being held by a soft and slightly cool little hand. He turned his head and saw Su Muching holding his hand. The other hand actually used his magic power to slowly condense into an invisible barrier, smoothing the hair of the 2 people that was messed up by the strong wind, maintaining an elegant hairstyle. Wang Xiaoluan. She is worthy of being his wife. After getting off the roller coaster, Wang Xiaoluan felt his calves a little weak, while Wang Xiaoya's face flushed with excitement. Only Su Muqing's hair was not messy at all, and his breath was as steady as before, as if he had just taken a walk. Next, they played on the pirate ship and bumper cars. Finally, we come to the classic haunted house, which can be regarded as legendary for people of this era. There was a long queue at the door of the haunted house, and bursts of shrill screams could be heard from inside from time to time. "Brother, sister-in-law, let's go to this." Wang Xiaoya pointed at the haunted house, looking fearless. Wang Xiaoluan did not comment on this and looked at Su Muqing. A hint of doubt appeared on Su Muqing's cold face. "There are real ghosts in there?" No, they are all fake. The staff are pretending to be them." Wang Xiaoluan explained, otherwise it would be bad if she got chopped by someone else when she wasn't paying attention. "Oh." Su Muqing nodded in understanding, seeming a little uninterested. In her opinion, what's so scary about a group of mortals pretending to be ghosts? However, when they actually walked into the dark and winding passage, the situation was subtly different. The lights in the haunted house are dim, the sound effects are terrifying, and the sudden appearance of various mechanisms and real-life NPCs can really scare people to death. Although Wang Xiaoluan was mentally prepared, he was still startled by a hanged ghost that suddenly fell from the ceiling. Wang Xiaoya, who had been so confident just now screamed and hid beside Wang Xiaoluan, grabbing his sleeves tightly, perfectly interpreting the 5 words bad and playful. What surprised Wang Xiaoluan the most was Su Muqing's reaction. She was indeed not afraid of those ghosts. Even when a zombie with a green face and fangs jumped out, she subconsciously raised her hand, and a sharp sword energy condensed at her fingertips, which in turn scared the NPC actor so much that he ran away crawling. It's really not easy to make money. But, she seems a little afraid of the dark? In the pitch-black passage, her little hands were tightly clutching the corner of Wang Xiaoluan's clothes, and her body involuntarily moved closer to him. When a female ghost with disheveled hair floated past, Su Muqing's body stiffened noticeably. Although her face remained expressionless, she subconsciously moved closer to Wang Xiaoluan. Her soft body pressed against his arms, and her warm breath sprayed on his neck, carrying her unique fragrance. Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved, and he held her slightly cold little hand with his backhand and pulled her to his side. "Don't be afraid, they're all fake." Su Muqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her cheek was pressed against his back. At this moment, all the terrifying atmosphere and scary ghosts were thrown out of the window by Wang Xiaoluan. He just felt that the touch of the warm and soft jade on his body made his heart beat faster than any amusement ride. At the same time, he thought, maybe Muqing was not afraid at all. As the sun sets, the golden afterglow casts a warm glow over the entire amusement park. They rode the final attraction, the Ferris wheel. As the cabin slowly rose, the outline of the entire Tianjin city slowly unfolded beneath our feet. Half of it is a steel forest rebuilt after the war, with bright lights. The other half is an urban area that still retains traces of the old times, peaceful and harmonious. Wang Xiaoya lay by the window, marveling at the view before her. Wang Xiaoluan sat side by side with Su Muqing. When the Ferris wheel reached its highest point, Su Muqing gently leaned her head on his shoulder. "Husband, it's beautiful here." "Yes." Wang Xiaoluan turned his head, looked at her soft profile illuminated by the setting sun, and spoke softly. "With you here, everywhere is beautiful." Chapter 71. You can accept the task. Time flies, and the new semester at Dragon Soul Academy is already in the 4th week. After the initial adaptation period, the freshmen entered a stage of rapid improvement in their strength. The Academy's various training resources and professional guidance have given these already talented and proud children even greater strength. During these 3 weeks, Wang Xiaoluan often took Su Muqing to the Academy's Superpower Training Center to practice simulated battles, and her level has soared from level 21 to level 30. When she was level 25, she could already fly around with a sword. At that time, she took him flying for a while, but he felt a little dizzy from the sword when he first flew and almost vomited. But now, when I don't feel like walking to and from school every day, I let her take me and Xiaoya with her, and I have gradually adapted to it. At the same time, he himself could also feel that the power in his body that was synchronized from the beauty of all worlds was becoming more and more powerful. And, more importantly, starting from the 4th week of school, the college's task system is officially open to all freshmen. This means that they can obtain a large amount of points and practical experience by completing tasks. Su Muqing has not yet experienced actual combat with strange beasts. In Wang Xiaoluan's estimation, the experience value of actual combat must be much higher than that of simulated combat. "Brother, let's take a mission." Wang Xiaoya came close to Wang Xiaoluan, her face full of anticipation. Lu Bufan has almost defined the morning class as a free activity class, with students chatting with each other or doing their own things. Wang Xiaoluan was thinking the same thing, so he nodded. That's what I was going to say. The academy stipulates that for missions involving actual combat, a team of at least 4 students must be formed, so we can only count 2 of us, which is too short. As soon as he finished speaking, a lively figure came over, bringing with it a gust of wind. Add me one, add me one. Ling Meng, the lowly with twin ponytails, raised her hands excitedly, and the big red sword on her back also hummed. Humph, finally I have a chance to stretch my muscles. Gawain said in his arrogant voice. I'm already thirsting for the firepower I just mastered. Shut up. Ling Meng slapped the hilt of the sword and smiled at Wang Xiaoluan a little embarrassedly. Ignore him. Anyway, count me in if you can. Sure. Wang Xiaoluan smiled and nodded. The combat effectiveness of the combination of Ling Meng and Gaowen should not be underestimated. They are a powerful firepower output point. At this moment, another figure came to their side quietly. Li Lizi held her teddy bear and tilted her head, her long light golden curly hair swaying. Her emerald green eyes were like 2 clear gems, looking at Wang Xiaoluan quietly. Can you count me in too? Her voice was soft and had a natural mellowness to it. Wang Xiaoluan looked at his teammates in front of him and quickly made an analysis in his mind. Sima Cheng, a top swordsman, the absolute core of single target burst and continuous output, the ace big C in the team. Wang Xiaoya, who is becoming more and more skilled in space cutting and has recently mastered space confinement, is able to fight and control. Ling Meng had become proficient in using the greatsword Gawain to attack with fire, as well as powerful AoE output, in the past few days. Lilith, her little bear Misha, is now tougher and stronger than in the freshman show, making her a perfect front-line tank. Wang Xiaoluan calculated the lineup in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. A melee burst big C, a space mage, a flame swordsman, plus a bear tank that can both resist and fight. This lineup, except for the lack of a nurse, it's simply perfect. But what if there is no wet nurse? As long as we kill all the enemies, there will be no need for treatment. Output is the best defense. Okay, then it's the 5 of us. Wang Xiaoluan made the final decision. The whole afternoon is free now. Let's go to the mission hall and do something big. Yeah. In the afternoon, the 5-member team gathered on time and went to the mission hall of the academy together. The mission hall is located in the central area of the academy. It is a huge dome building that looks plain on the outside but is full of futuristic feeling on the inside. When you walk into the hall, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge holographic screen that almost takes up the entire wall. Various mission information is scrolling on the screen in real time, ranging from simple E level to difficult A level. There seems to be a higher level, S level, but that is usually for sudden emergency tasks. Each task is marked with the recommended number of people, task rewards, and information about the team currently accepting the task. There were people coming and going in the hall, mostly senior students. They were in a hurry, either looking for suitable tasks in front of the screen, or registering at the self-service terminal nearby. The whole hall was filled with a tense and efficient atmosphere. At the deepest part of the hall, there are more than a dozen circular magic arrays emitting light blue light. That's the teleportation array. Wang Xiaoya quietly explained to everyone the homework she had done in advance. As long as you register the mission on the terminal and confirm the destination, you can use the teleportation array to directly reach a safe point near the mission area. Convenient and fast. Wang Xiaoluan nodded and returned his gaze to the task screen. They are freshmen and this is their first time doing a mission, so it's better to be cautious. His eyes scanned back and forth across the C-level mission area. C-rank subjugation mission, clear out the mutant shadow wolf pack outside the Black Forest. Target number, 50. Mission reward, 800 academy points per person, and ownership of the spoils. That's it. Wang Xiaoluan pointed at the task and spoke. How about this? A subjugation mission targeting a wolf pack, perfect for us to hone our team. The difficulty is moderate, and the rewards are good. I have no objection. Su Muching said lightly. Listen to me. Wang Xiaoya raised her hand in agreement. Shadow Wolf? This is a good opportunity for me to try out a new trick. Gao Wen's voice sounded very excited, and Ling Meng had no objection. Sure. Lilisai also hugged the teddy bear and nodded slightly. Consensus reached. Wang Xiaoluan walked to a self-service terminal and skillfully completed the team registration and task acceptance using his student card. With a soft beep sound, the words "task accepted successfully, please go to teleport array number 7" were displayed on the terminal screen. The 5 of them walked towards teleportation array number 7 together. The moment they stepped onto the teleportation array, the halo under their feet suddenly lit up, and a light blue light enveloped them. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over me, and the scenery in front of me instantly became blurred, turning into a stream of colorful light bands. The next second, the light dissipated and the ground beneath my feet turned into solid ground. The fresh scent of grass and trees hits your face, and the chirping of birds and insects in the forest are in your ears. They had reached a safe base on the outskirts of the Black Forest. At almost the same time as they teleported away, a boy in the corner of the mission hall put down the communicator in his hand. He is Lei Hao's think tank friend. He walked quickly to a young man who was playing with his cell phone not far away. That young man was Lei Hao. "Brother Hao," the think tank brother reported in a low voice. "They really went to take the mission." Wang Xiaoluan, Sumuqing, his sister, and the girl with twin tails holding a big sword, and the lowly who plays with a bear from the special class. Lei Hao didn't even look up, his hands moved quickly on the screen, taking down his opponent with a series of combos, and the words "Battle Victory" popped up on the screen. He then slowly turned off the game, raised his head, and there was a hint of cat and mouse playfulness in his eyes. "Very good. Go and see what mission they've accepted and where their destination is." Chapter 72. The mission is too simple. The slight dizziness caused by the transmission disappeared in a flash, replaced by moist air mixed with soil and humus that hit my face. Before my eyes was a dense primeval forest, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun. Sunlight could only squeeze in with difficulty through the gaps between the branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The surroundings were too quiet, with only the occasional calls of unknown birds and animals adding a strange vitality to the deep green. This is a large training ground shared by many colleges, the Black Forest. After the great changes in the era, this world has formed quite a number of magical world-like areas like this. It's hard to imagine that several people were staying in the mission hall full of modern technology just a second ago. Wow, the air is so fresh. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and opened her arms with full energy. It feels like every pore is cheering. It's good, but there seem to be a lot of mosquitoes. Wang Xiaoluan slapped to death a huge mosquito that tried to make its home on his arm and complained casually. "Humph, just a mere mosquito. My fire breath can make them retreat. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract all the strange beasts within a 10-mile radius? Okay, stop messing around. We're here to do a mission, not for a picnic." Wang Xiaoluan put away his joking thoughts and became serious. The mission target is the shadow wolf, a low-threat beast known for its speed and stealth. They hunt in groups and are cunning and ferocious. While not particularly strong individually, the pack's coordination is exceptional, making them the classic teamwork quality inspectors of the new mission. He took out the mission terminal from his pocket. A red dot was displayed on it, representing their current location. Not far away, a larger area was marked out. That was the main activity area of the Shadow Wolf Pack. Let's move closer to the target area and stay alert. Mr. Lilies, have Misha lead the way. Xiaoya, pay attention to the spatial fluctuations around you to prevent sneak attacks. Mr. Ling Meng, you and Gao Wen will be our primary firepower. Mu Qing, you coordinate the entire situation and be ready to handle any emergency at any time. Wang Xiaoluan made a simple plan according to the lineup. Everyone nodded, and a standard combat team formation was formed. Li Lizi gently placed Misha on the ground and said softly in her soft voice, "Misha, grow bigger and explore the way ahead." Roar! A low roar that was completely inconsistent with its cute appearance was heard, and the teddy bear doll, which was originally only half a meter tall, expanded rapidly in front of everyone at a speed visible to the naked eye. The brown fur became as tough as steel needles, the sutures gleamed with energy, and the muscles on the body bulged. Finally, a giant violent bear over 3 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. It stood up and pounded its thick chest, making a dull sound like a war drum. Perfect front row. Wang Xiaoluan whistled in his heart. The team began to march deeper into the forest. Misha walked in front with heavy steps, easily knocking aside any bushes and vines that blocked the way, clearing a path for the people behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, Misha, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and let out a threatening growl from her throat. Here it comes. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes narrowed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the shadows around him seemed to come alive. Black shadows emerged silently from the shadows of trees and grass. They were like ghosts, with nimble limbs and covered with shadowy black fur. Their scarlet eyes flashed bloodthirsty light in the dim forest. Shadow Wolf. A rough count revealed at least a dozen of them. They didn't attack immediately, but instead roamed around, surrounding the five-man team and searching for any openings. "He's more patient than I thought," Wang Xiaoluan commented. "Brother, the one behind on the left looks like the leader of the pack, and its aura is stronger than the others," Wang Xiaoya reminded in a low voice, and silver space cracks were already flashing at her fingertips. "Got it." Wang Xiaoluan nodded and gave the order. "No need to wait, let's take the initiative. Liz, Misha, charge. Ling Meng, prepare the AoE. Xiaoya, restrain the leader wolf. Misha, tear them into pieces." Lilith's voice was still sweet, but her words made the air a little colder. Roar! The giant bear Misha roared and charged. Its huge body carried tremendous force, like a heavy tank out of control, and instantly crashed into the wolf pack. The two shadow wolves that were unable to dodge were knocked away directly, and the sound of broken bones could be clearly heard. The wolf pack's formation was instantly disrupted. "Now! Gawain, let them taste the wrath of the sun!" Ling Meng shouted excitedly. She raised the huge red broadsword high in the air, and a blazing flame instantly ignited on the sword. "Oomph, look at how powerful I am! Firestorm!" Gawain's arrogant voice rang out. Ling Meng's petite body suddenly took a step forward, gripping the hilt of the sword with both hands, and in a posture that was completely inconsistent with her body size, she fiercely slashed the burning sword towards the ground. Boom! A circular flame shockwave suddenly spread out from her, sweeping across a nearly 10-meter radius. The affected shadow wolves howled shrilly, their proud shadow fur vulnerable to the flames, and instantly ignited, transforming into balls of fire that rolled across the ground. With one move, nearly half of the shadow wolves lost their combat effectiveness. At the same time, Wang Xiaoya also took action. She pointed at the leader wolf, which was obviously larger than the others. Space confinement. The leader wolf was just about to bypass Misha's front and command the pack to attack from the flank, but suddenly he felt the space around his body become extremely sticky, as if he was trapped in an invisible quagmire, and his movements instantly became extremely slow. It was horrified to find that it was fixed in place. The next second after it was imprisoned, a cold white light flashed by. Su Muqing's figure appeared beside the wolf leader like a ghost. The long sword in his hand didn't even make a sound, but just lightly swept across the wolf leader's neck. Phew! A huge wolf head shot up into the sky, and hot wolf blood gushed out, but when it was half a meter close to Su Muqing's body, it was separated by a layer of invisible sword energy and did not touch her at all. One sword cuts the throat, clean and neat. As soon as the leader wolf died, the remaining shadow wolves immediately fell into chaos. Without a leader, they were left with only bloodthirsty instincts and rushed towards the crowd with roars. But this was just a last-ditch effort. Without tactical coordination, the shadow wolf was like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of everyone. In just a few minutes, the first battle was over. More than 10 shadow wolf corpses were lying on the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning. Done. It's easier than I thought. Ling Meng thrust the sword into the ground, put his hands on his hips, and looked very proud. Indeed, it feels like the previous plan won't be used at all. Wang Xiaoluan scratched his head, then looked at the task terminal, which showed that the task progress was 1450. This thing is really convenient. This seems a bit inefficient. Wang Xiaoluan touched his chin and thought for a moment. It seemed that even if they separated, they would be able to deal with monsters of this level. Moreover, this place is a low-threat area. Even if there are slightly stronger creatures, they are only slightly stronger than the wolf. Wang Xiaoya suggested, how about we split up? This way it's more efficient, and there don't seem to be any more threatening monsters around here. As expected of his sister, this suggestion was exactly what he wanted. He pondered for a moment and said, okay. How about this, Mu Qing and I form a team, and the three of you form a team? Great. Wang Xiaoya immediately agreed. She was also very happy to be able to act together with the sisters with whom she had developed a good relationship over the past few weeks. Ling Meng and Li Lizi had no objection. They knew that Su Muqing was the strongest, and that they would be fine as long as they looked after each other. There was no problem. That's settled then. Wang Xiaoluan made the final decision. We will split up and clear out the remaining shadow wolves. Reunite here in an hour. Keep the communicator on. If you encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, send a signal immediately. Clear. After a simple division of labor, the 5-person team was temporarily divided into 2 groups. Wang Xiaoya, Ling Meng, and Li Lizi chattered as they went deeper in one direction, while Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng walked to the other side of the forest. Chapter 73 Uninvited guests increased the difficulty. The light in the forest grew dimmer. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng walked side by side on the thick fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. Without other people present, the atmosphere became quiet and subtle. What's wrong, husband? Su Mucheng's voice was clear and cold, yet with a gentleness that only Wang Xiaoluan could hear. From just now, you seem to be on guard against something. Wang Xiaoluan turned his head and looked at her flawless profile, and couldn't help but smile. I can't hide anything from you. I just have an uncomfortable feeling, like I'm being watched by something. Su Mucheng paused and spoke. Did my husband feel it too? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan was stunned, and then suddenly, an extremely dangerous premonition ran through his spine like an electric current. Careful! Out of instinct, Wang Xiaoluan pulled Su Mucheng into his arms, and at the same time, the sword power in his body burst out instantly, forming an invisible shield. At the same moment, 3 spikes flashing with dark green light shot out silently from the shadow of the tree trunk next to where they had just stood, aiming directly at Wang Xiaoluan's heart. This sneak attack came too suddenly and too covertly. There was no energy fluctuation and no sound of breaking through the air. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. However, at the same time that Wang Xiaoluan reacted, Su Mucheng reacted faster than him. She was embraced by Wang Xiaoluan, and her body turned along with the momentum, with the long sword in her hand already unsheathed. Ding! 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 3 crisp sounds of metal clashing were heard, and sparks flashed in the dim forest. The 3 poisonous spikes were accurately blocked and deeply nailed into the tree trunk in the distance. The surrounding bark quickly turned charred black and emitted a foul stench. Highly poisonous. Wang Xiaoluan's face darkened. He released Su Mucheng from his arms, his eyes like a knife darting towards the direction where the spikes were coming from. Come out, you sly fellow. As he finished speaking, 3 figures slowly descended from the dense treetops and surrounded them in a triangular shape. The leader was a tall and thin man with a hideous scar on his face. He licked his lips and had a sinister look in his eyes. There was a wind field cushioning his landing, indicating that he must be a wind-type mutant. The silent sneak attack just now was obviously carried out with the help of the wind's cover. On the left was a burly bald man with muscular arms and skin that had an abnormal metallic sheen. On the right was a short man with a wretched expression, playing with a few of the same dark green spikes in his hands. He was obviously the attacker just now. The auras of these 3 people were quite mixed and full of blood. It was obvious at first glance that they were not students of the academy, but outlaws who had been walking in the gray area for many years. TSK, you're pretty quick, little girl. Scarface's eyes looked at Su Mucheng unscrupulously, his eyes full of greed. I originally wanted to kill him with 1 strike to save my energy. But I didn't expect him to be so tough. The bald man spoke in a muffled voice. Brother, stop talking nonsense and make this a quick fight. Although there aren't many security guards here, this is the academy's territory. If we delay for too long, something bad will happen. What are you afraid of? The wretched short man laughed sinisterly. Since we've received the money, we have to do our job well. That young master said he wanted to make this kid suffer a lot, preferably by losing an arm or a leg, so that he would never forget this lesson for the rest of his life. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Scarface turned his gaze towards Wang Xiaoluan with a cruel smile. I'm just teaching you a lesson you'll never forget. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Wang Xiaoluan understood. Young master, pay money, teach a lesson, the answer is already obvious. Lei Hao. That guy actually dared to hire people from outside the school to attack him in the Black Forest. Stupid and bad. After that, I must extort a large amount of points from his father. But he was a little curious about how much money Lei Hao paid. How much money did that guy give you to dare to do such a high-risk job? Also, aren't you afraid that I'll come after him if you say that directly? Scarface was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You still have the mind to ask this at this time? Boy, you are quite interesting. But if I tell you this, it will cause problems with the market price. After all, we don't plan to kill you. As for leaking information, the client didn't say we couldn't disclose it. We've always been free to do whatever we want with anything other than what they asked. However, he changed the subject, and his greedy eyes fell on Su Muching again. Now, we have changed our minds a little. We haven't seen such a beautiful girl in a long time. After we destroy you, we can have a good communication with this beautiful lady. Before he finished speaking, a bone-chilling murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire forest. Su Muching's eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. You are looking for death. She didn't even say a word. Her figure flashed and she turned into a white shadow, rushing towards Scarface. Come on. Scarface grinned, crossed his hands, and two sharp blades made of wind formed out of thin air, crossing and slashing towards Su Muching. The bald man and the wretched dwarf also moved at the same time. The big man roared angrily and slammed his fists into the ground. Several sharp earth spikes rose from the ground, blocking Su Muching's route. The dwarf flicked his wrist, and several more poisonous stingers shot out in a fan shape at extremely tricky angles. The three of them cooperated well with each other and were obviously old partners. However, they were facing Su Muching, who was already level 30. Su Muching was seen in mid-air, but his body bent incredibly, avoiding all the earth spikes as lightly as a flying swallow. At the same time, the long sword in his hand swung out a gorgeous sword flower, and with a series of dense crisp sounds, all the wind blades and poisonous thorns were shot down. The sword's force remained undiminished, transforming into a dazzling streak that went straight for Scarface's throat. Scarface was horrified. He never expected that this seemingly delicate beauty could be so powerful. He hastily set up a wind wall in front of him, trying to block it. Swish! The wind wall was like paper and was torn apart in an instant by the sword light. The sharp sword energy brushed past his neck, leaving a trail of blood. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been a corpse by now. A drop of cold sweat slid down Scarface's forehead as he felt the threat of death. This woman is very strong. Come on together, don't hold back, he roared. The bald man and the wretched dwarf also noticed something was wrong and started to use their best skills. A thick layer of rock armor emerged on the big man's body, and the whole man was like a moving fortress, rushing towards Su Muching fearlessly. The wretched dwarf retreated several steps, hid in the shadows, and continuously shot out various hidden weapons tempered with different poisons to harass and restrain the enemy. For a moment, the sword light and the light of various supernatural powers collided violently in the forest, the airwaves flew, and the trees fell. Su Muching fought against three people alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. Her swordsmanship is exquisite, sometimes like a violent storm, fierce and domineering, sometimes like a spring breeze blowing on willows, continuous and uninterrupted. Every sword strike was just right, and he was always able to dissolve the joint siege of three people with the least effort and find an opportunity to counterattack. The three of them became more and more frightened as they fought. This woman's fighting skills and experience don't seem like that of a student at all. Instead, she looks like an old monster who has been struggling in a sea of blood and corpses for decades. Brother, no. This woman is too tough. If we keep fighting, we'll be in big trouble. The bald man shouted with difficulty while blocking Su Muching's sword. The young master only said that he should have a woman with him, but he didn't tell us that this woman is so powerful. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Scarface's eyes. These days, all the young masters and young ladies are sick. Damn it, let's fight. Third brother, you go take care of that guy. The two of us will hold her back. Their main target was Wang Xiaoluan. As long as Wang Xiaoluan was destroyed, the mission would be completed. At that time, whether to fight or retreat, the initiative would be in their hands. Okay. The wretched dwarf sneered, and his figure merged into the shadows again. He quietly left the battle circle and sneaked towards Wang Xiaoluan, who had been standing there watching the battle. Su Muching noticed their intention, and his sword suddenly became sharper, trying to break through the blockade of the two people to support Wang Xiaoluan. Your opponent is us. The scarred man and the bald man roared and began to fight desperately. One attacking and the other defending, they entangled Su Muching tightly, making it difficult for her to escape for a while. Husband, be careful. Su Muching immediately conveyed the message to him. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the distorted silhouette approaching him at high speed in the shadows. Instead of panic on his face, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He is not a soft persimmon that can be easily taken advantage of. Chapter 74. Not a soft persimmon. Wang Xiaoluan took a deep breath and had an idea. The sword energy hidden in his body, which became increasingly powerful as Su Muching upgraded, was instantly mobilized. Buzz. An extremely condensed and invisible air shield, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. The sword energy condenses. Almost at the same moment when the sword energy took shape, the wretched dwarf called Old Third had sneaked up to Wang Xiaoluan's side. There was a cruel and complacent light in his eyes, and the dark green spike in his hand silently stabbed towards Wang Xiaoluan's waist and ribs. He seemed to have seen the pretty boy being corroded by the poison and falling to the ground in pain. However, the next second, the smug look on his face froze. Bite. There was a sound so clear that it made his eardrums numb. His poisonous spikes, which were strong enough to pierce through steel plates, seemed to hit an invisible diamond wall when they were still a few centimeters away from Wang Xiaoluan's body, and could not move forward even an inch. A powerful and sharp recoil force came back along the spikes, making his palm numb and his entire arm feel sore. What the hell is this? The third brother was horrified and retreated quickly, looking at Wang Xiaoluan in disbelief, who was unharmed. There is no sign of energy fluctuation on this kid. He is not wearing any defensive equipment, nor is he an enhanced psychic. How could he have such strong defense? Wang Xiaoluan didn't give him much time to think. Although he didn't know any sophisticated sword moves, thanks to his soul bond with Sima Cheng, his understanding of sword had already surpassed that of most sword-wielding psychics. It was a kind of perception that came from the Sword Immortal and went straight to the essence. Sword intent. He put his fingers together like a sword and slashed at the retreating third brother from a distance. There are no fancy special effects and no amazing noises. A white sword energy condensed to the extreme, only an inch long, seemed to tear through the space, and arrived in an instant at a speed beyond the limit of visual capture. The third brother's combat instinct was sounding the alarm, and the hairs on his body were standing on end. Without thinking, he poured all his supernatural powers into his legs and tried his best to twist his body to the side to dodge. Laugh. The sword energy brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Ah! The third brother let out a scream, staggered back a few steps, and covered his left shoulder. There, a wound so deep that the bone could be seen was oozing blood. The edge of the wound was as smooth as a mirror, and a sharp aura lingered on it. He looked at Wang Xiaoluan in horror, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. What the hell was this monster? How could a seemingly powerless pretty boy launch such a terrifying attack? The texture of that sword energy was just as pure and sharp as that woman. On the other side, the scarred man and the bald man who were fighting with Sima Cheng also noticed the changes here and were also shocked. Third brother, what's going on? Scarface asked anxiously. Brother, there's something wrong with this kid. There's something weird about him. The third brother simply stopped the bleeding while staring at Wang Xiaoluan, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. He is a veteran who has lived on the edge of a knife for a long time thanks to his skills in poisoning and stealth. What he is best at is analyzing and finding the weaknesses of his opponents. After the initial shock, he forced himself to calm down. This kid's defense is very strong and his attacks are very strange, but he doesn't seem to launch a pursuit immediately. The third brother narrowed his eyes and began to move tentatively. Like a vigilant wolf, he kept wandering around Wang Xiaoluan, looking for flaws. Wang Xiaoluan stood there with a calm expression, but his mind was rapidly calculating. Damn, this is still a bit forced. The consumption is greater than I imagined. Just that unexpected sword energy just now drained nearly 30% of my strength. Although it's much better than before when I could only have one shot in a short period of time, it's still not enough. Although this power is pure, the total amount is still too small. Compared to a sword immortal like Mu Qing who can easily destroy the world, my limited inventory is the difference between a power bank and a nuclear power plant. We must end this battle quickly, or drag it to Mu Qing's side and resolve it. The third brother obviously also noticed something. After he walked around Wang Xiaoluan a few times, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. I see. He laughed sinisterly. Your turtle shell isn't infinite, is it? He no longer hesitated, and his figure turned into a blurry shadow again. This time, he did not choose to attack directly, but took out a handful of dark green powder from his arms and sprinkled it forward. Call. A large cloud of highly corrosive poisonous fog instantly spread out, enveloping Wang Xiaoluan. Sizzle. As soon as the poisonous fog touched the sword energy on Wang Xiaoluan's body, it immediately made a sharp corrosive sound and emitted bursts of white smoke. Wang Xiaoluan could clearly feel that the sword energy in his body was being consumed rapidly. Let's see how long you can last. The third brother grinned and waved his hands continuously. Hidden weapons tempered with different poisons shot towards Wang Xiaoluan from all directions like a rainstorm. Some of these hidden weapons are silent, some make sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and some can even turn in mid-air at extremely tricky angles. Ding ding dang dang. The dense sound of collisions continued, and the sword light on Wang Xiaoluan's body flickered and began to shake violently. He gritted his teeth and forced the little sword energy left in his body to maintain his defense. But the opponent's attacks were too intense and his experience was too great. The third brother knew very well that the best way to deal with such a defensive enemy was to continuously exert pressure. Sure enough, after nearly half a minute of high-intensity attacks, the sword energy in Wang Xiaoluan's body finally showed signs of exhaustion. The sword energy on his body trembled violently, and the light dimmed. Now is the time. The third brother's eyes flashed, and he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His figure approached like a ghost, and a dagger flashing with dim light stabbed towards Wang Xiaoluan's heart like a poisonous snake. Wang Xiaoluan's pupils shrank. He wanted to hide, but his body stiffened briefly after his strength was quickly lost. Husband. On the other side, Su Muching was already extremely anxious. Seeing Wang Xiaoluan in danger, her clear eyes were instantly filled with cold murderous intent. She no longer had any reservations. Get out of here! With a clear shout, the long sword in Su Muching's hand shone brightly, and a crescent-shaped brilliant sword energy more than 10 meters long swept out. The power contained in it made the surrounding air solidify. Not good. The scarred man and the bald man's expressions changed drastically. They felt the threat of death from the sword energy. They no longer cared about the entanglement and retreated with all their might. Su Muching forced the two men back with a sword, without even looking at them. He shook his wrist, and a more condensed and swifter sword energy flew out of his hand, aiming directly at the third brother who was about to succeed. The third brother was at the point where his old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. Just as the dagger was about to stab Wang Xiaoluan, he felt a fatal sense of crisis behind him. He only had time to let out a terrified scream and twist his body to the side. Phew! Blood splattered. The third brother's entire right arm holding the dagger was cut off at the shoulder by the unparalleled sword energy. The severed arm and the dagger flew into the air together. Ah ha ha! A shrill scream echoed through the woods. Su Muching's figure flashed and he came in front of Wang Xiaoluan, protecting him firmly behind him. She held a long sword, her white clothes were as white as snow, her black hair was flying, and she glanced at the remaining three people with cold eyes. The murderous intent in her eyes seemed to make the temperature of the entire forest drop by several degrees. The scarred man and the bald man supported the third brother with a broken arm, their faces looking extremely ugly. They knew they had hit a wall this time. Are you all right, husband? Su Muching's voice came over, cold and with a hint of worry and self-blame that was hard to conceal. It's okay, just a minor injury. Wang Xiaoluan covered his chest, which was cut by the dagger. There was a shallow wound there. Although it was not deep, a feeling of numbness was spreading. He looked up and saw Su Muching's worried look, thinking that he really had to rely on gigolos for a living. But at this moment, a strange feeling, exactly the same feeling as when he summoned Su Muching in the Awakening Center, surged up from the depths of his soul. It was an impulse of calling, a foreshadowing of a connection with some distant being. Beauty of all worlds seems to have reacted again. He was delighted and patted Su Muching's shoulder gently. Muching, it's okay. He slowly walked out from behind Su Muching, facing the surprised and doubtful gazes of the three people opposite him, and slowly raised his right hand. Because. The corner of his mouth curled up into a confident and bright smile. Chapter 75. We finally met. As Wang Xiaoluan's expectant call came to his mind, the space in front of his raised hand began to distort strangely. It was not the sharp and direct space cutting like Wang Xiaoya's, but a gentler and more life-filled fluctuation. In the air, tiny emerald green light particles appeared out of thin air, like fireflies on a summer night, spinning rapidly around a central point, gradually converging into an elliptical door emitting a soft glow. A fresh and pure fragrance, as if coming from the deepest part of the primeval forest, emanated from the door, instantly washing away the bloody and rotten smells in the forest. Even the numbness from Wang Xiaoluan's chest injury was alleviated a lot by the soothing breath. On the opposite side, the third brother, who had just tried to reattach his broken arm with poisonous glue and was grimacing in pain, as well as the scarred man and the bald man, were all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Just as they were in doubt and uncertainty, a slender, white hand, as if carved from top-grade mutton fat jade, stretched out from the light door and gently rested on the doorframe. Immediately afterwards, a graceful and beautiful figure slowly walked out. The moment she appeared, it seemed as if all the light in the forest gathered on her. A waterfall of sparkling silver hair was tied up into a heroic ponytail with a vine headband with tender green leaves, and a few playful strands of hair fell in front of the smooth and full forehead. Her face was like a work of art carved by the moonlight, so exquisite that there was not a single flaw to be found. A pair of beautiful blue eyes, as clear as a lake full of green plants, seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Every blink of the long and curly silver eyelashes seems to be scattering starlight. Her figure is even more breathtaking. A tight-fitting outfit made of dark green leather and unknown vines perfectly outlines her plump, proud, and majestic curves. The upper body is a close-fitting tube-style leather armor, which fully displays the amazing fullness and deep curves. The lower body is made up of tight leather pants and over-the-knee boots, which perfectly set off a pair of round and perky buttocks and straight and slender legs. On her back, she carried a longbow made of some kind of holy wood that emitted a faint silver light, and a quiver filled with feathered arrows. The whole person is full of the elegance and holiness of an elf, and exudes the competence and wildness of a ranger. The two completely different temperaments blend perfectly in her, forming a fatal attraction. She walked out of the light gate, and her beautiful blue eyes immediately locked onto Wang Xiaoluan. When she saw the injury on his chest, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of heartache. But then, a gentle smile that could make all the flowers pale in comparison bloomed on her face. "We finally meet, dear." Her voice is like a clear spring in the forest, tinkling and pleasant, with a hint of the magnetism of a mature woman. "It seems I came at the right time." "Yes, we finally meet." Wang Xiaoluan chuckled and nodded, feeling relieved. He looked at the silver-haired elf lady in front of him, feeling the intimacy coming from her, which was of the same origin as Su Mucheng but completely different, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot. Fuck. Big elf sister. And, it seems I know her name without even having to tell her. Arya Don. It's the same subtle connection as Mu Qing. But the point is this figure. It's even more exaggerated than what you see in some game CGs. A true elf sister. Arya didn't say anything more. She stretched out her long legs and walked in front of Wang Xiaoluan in a few steps. She stretched out her slender hand, and a soft green light ball full of life energy appeared in her palm, which she gently pressed on Wang Xiaoluan's chest. "May the grace of nature heal your pain." A warm and comfortable feeling instantly spreads throughout the body. Wang Xiaoluan only felt a powerful vitality surging into his body, and the wound on his chest healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the sword energy that had just been exhausted in order to maintain the sword energy was rapidly recovering under the nourishment of this life energy. In just a few seconds, his injuries were healed and his condition returned to its peak. This amazing healing effect made the three outlaws on the opposite side almost pop their eyes out. How the hell do we fight this? A fierce star with superb swordsmanship, and now a super nurse with a huge body who can heal injuries instantly? By Yangda, to cause trouble for such a person is like an old man hanging himself. He thinks his life is too long. At this time, Su Mucheng's reaction was a little subtle. The moment Arya appeared, she instinctively tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, and all the sword energy in her body was in a state of readiness. She actually allowed a stranger who suddenly appeared to approach her husband so easily. This was a mistake she could not tolerate. But strangely, she didn't feel the slightest bit of hostility from this silver-haired elf. Not only that, an indescribable connection that came from the depths of her soul made her feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this woman. It was as if they were supposed to know each other, supposed to be partners fighting side by side. Even before the other party introduced herself, the name Arya naturally emerged in her heart like a reflection in the water. This feeling made her a little confused, but when she thought about how it was similar when she saw her husband, only the feeling was stronger, she felt relieved. It should be related to my husband. At this moment, Alia, who had finished treating Wang Xiaoluan, turned around and looked at Su Mucheng with a smile, her blue eyes filled with kindness and appreciation. "This must be Sister Mu Qing, right? Hello, I'm Arya Chensi. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Facing the hand extended by Arya, Su Mucheng hesitated for a moment, and finally just nodded coldly as a greeting. Arya didn't care and naturally withdrew her hand. Looking at Su Mucheng's cold expression with a hint of vigilance and awkwardness, she laughed softly with a hint of ridicule. "Sister, don't be so nervous. We will take care of our dear together from now on. Your sword is very powerful." These words, which were intimate but with a hint of declaration, made Su Mucheng frown slightly. "Take care of, husband?" She glanced at Arya's majestic chest that was almost bursting through her leather armor, then subconsciously looked down at herself. Although it is quite good, compared with the other party, it seems, slightly inferior. An inexplicable emotion arose in the heart of the cold Sword Immortal. Just when the atmosphere here became a little weird, the trio over there finally came back to their senses from their daze. Scarface's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He knew that he was completely doomed today. They couldn't even handle one woman, and now here comes someone even more unpredictable. If they continue fighting, they'll definitely die. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent a signal to his two companions with his eyes that only they could understand. Run! Run in different directions. As many as you can escape. The next second, the three of them unleashed their special powers at the same time, and transformed into three streams of light in three different directions, desperately fleeing towards the depths of the forest. Want to leave? Sumuching's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to fly the sword to chase. She will never let go of anyone who wants to hurt her husband. However, a soft hand gently pressed her wrist. It's Arya. Sister, don't be angry. Arya smiled at her gently, but her smile was filled with unquestionable confidence. Leave this chore of cleaning up the garbage to me. Before she finished speaking, she had already taken out several feather arrows from the quiver on her back and placed them on the ancient and holy silver longbow. She slowly pulled the bowstring, and the bow instantly stretched into a perfect full moon, flowing smoothly, full of power and beauty. The arrowheads of several arrows flashed with different colors of light. Let these ignorant insects feel the wrath of nature. A cold light flashed in Arya's eyes, and her fingers gripping the bowstring loosened slightly. Buzz. Several arrows turned into streams of light, shooting in three different directions with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Chapter 76, Archery and Battle Royale. Huh, what era is this? Are you still using something as old-fashioned as a bow and arrow? The third brother, who was fleeing to the east, glanced back while running for his life and happened to see Arya drawing the bow. A sneer of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. As an experienced psychic, he is well aware of the limitations of cold weapons in modern warfare. Especially projectile weapons such as bows and arrows, which have obvious trajectories and are far slower than energy weapons. Any psychic with a little bit of strength can easily dodge them. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a streak of light shooting towards him at high speed. He was too lazy to even use his special powers. He just relied on his agility and lightly tapped the tree trunk. His body then floated several meters to the side like a fallen leaf, easily avoiding the straight trajectory of the arrow. He even had time to mock in his heart, "Is that all? Not even a foresight, what a useless face." However, before he could finish this thought, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly rose from behind him. He turned back in horror, only to see that the arrow he had easily dodged had actually drawn an incredible, graceful arc in the air that violated the laws of physics. Like a cruise missile with eyes, it caught up from behind at a speed even faster than before. Arrows that can bend. Could this be the legendary bow fighting technique, on par with spear fighting? It's actually just pure magic tracking. That's impossible. The third brother's eyes almost popped out, and he wanted to dodge again, but it was too late. Phew! The sharp arrow pierced through his head unhindered, bringing up a cloud of hot red and white stuff. His body suddenly stiffened, and the expression on his face was forever frozen in extreme fear and confusion. The inertia of his body caused him to stagger forward a few steps, and he finally fell heavily to the ground, his life gone. This is not the end yet. Several more streaks of light followed one after another, and with a few muffled thuds, several arrows accurately pierced his limbs and torso, nailing his body firmly to the ground. It's like displaying an ugly work of art that desecrates nature. On the other side, the bald man fleeing to the west was not in a much better situation. He pushed his rock armor to the extreme, and the whole person was like a charging rhinoceros, knocking down all the trees along the way. He heard the third brother scream before he died, and was even more horrified, but he was absolutely confident in his own defense. Come on! He roared, feeling the strong wind coming from behind, but he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he gathered more energy on his back, ready to withstand the attack. Bite! The arrow hit his thick rock armor, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. The arrowhead just barely broke through the outermost layer of rock before getting stuck. Ha ha ha! With just this little bit of strength. The bald man felt that the force of the arrow was not enough to penetrate his defense. He was delighted and was about to laugh out loud, but his face suddenly changed. He was horrified to find that the tail of the arrow stuck in his back suddenly grew countless green vines as if it were a living thing. These vines flashed with strange green light, and like maggots in the tarsal bones, they madly drilled into the gaps in the rock armor and pierced deeply into his flesh. Ah! What the hell is this? The bald man screamed in horror. He could clearly feel that his vitality and supernatural powers were being madly drained by these vines. His skin became shriveled and gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, and large green spots began to appear on his body, like a moldy corpse. He wanted to struggle and use brute force to tear the vines apart, but the vines tightened tighter and tighter, even coming out of his 7 orifices. The scene was extremely terrifying. In just a few breaths, the powerful man who had just been so powerful turned into a green human-shaped sculpture completely wrapped in vines. His whole body was glowing with an ominous green light, and he was silent. The last one left was Scarface, who fled to the south. As the eldest of the 3, he is the strongest and fastest. He used his wind-related abilities to the fullest extent, and his entire body almost turned into a green whirlwind flying close to the ground. The tragic deaths of his 2 companions in a very short time frightened him so much that he didn't even have the courage to look back. He just kept burning his vitality, madly squeezing his potential, increasing his speed, increasing it, and increasing it again. He felt an arrow catching up with him, and the sharp aura was like a thorn in his back. He tried his best, and at the critical moment, he narrowly shot it down with the wind blade. But then, more arrows came from all directions, blocking all his retreat routes. Damn it, I'm going to explode with you guys. There was a flash of madness in Scarface's eyes. He knew he couldn't escape, so he simply stopped and clasped his hands together. A huge tornado appeared out of nowhere and wrapped him up completely, trying to block the deadly rain of arrows. Ding ding dang dang. Countless arrows shot into the tornado, making dense explosions, and were soon torn into pieces by the violent airflow. However, just when Scarface thought he had prevented this wave of attacks and felt a little relieved, an arrow flashing with a fiery red light, in an unreasonable manner, bravely resisted the wind force and pierced through the core of the tornado. With a puff, the bullet hit his thigh. Ugh! Scarface screamed and the tornado instantly dissipated. He was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force. He didn't bother to look at the injury on his leg. He crawled forward using his hands and feet, his eyes filled with fear of death. But after climbing a few meters, he was surprised to find that there was no chasing arrow behind him, and the scary elf woman had not caught up with him either. Could it be that she felt this arrow was fatal enough and confidently withdrew her attack? Or was it that her attack range was limited? A lucky thought arose in his mind. The desire to survive overwhelmed everything. He gritted his teeth, dragged his injured leg, and limped as he continued to flee deeper into the forest. He didn't dare to stop and ran desperately, running very far, until he could no longer see the figures of those people behind him, until the only sound in his ears was his own breathing. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and leaned against a big tree, gasping for breath, with a look of ecstasy on his face at having survived the disaster. I survived. I survived. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly and looked down at the wound on his thigh. The arrow was still stuck there, the wound was charred black, but not much blood was flowing. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely let you. Before he could finish his words, the smile on his face froze. Because he saw that the runes on the arrow that was stuck in his thigh suddenly lit up, and a burst of hot energy burst out from inside the arrow. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, flames shot up into the sky, and engulfed Scarface completely. The powerful shockwave blew the surrounding trees in half, leaving a large charred hole on the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, there was no trace of Scarface left at the scene. Only some scattered coke proved that he had existed. On the other side of the forest, Arya slowly put down the longbow in her hand, and the flickering light on the bow gradually disappeared. She turned around and gave a gentle and holy smile to Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing, who was still in a trance. It was as if the person who had just taken 3 lives in the blink of an eye was not her. All right, dear. Her voice was soft and melodious, full of reassuring power. Those who tried to harm you have all been dealt with. Chapter 77, Hang. The slaughter in the forest ended abruptly and completely, leaving only the faint energy aftermath left by the 3 outlaws as they dissipated. And the fresh scent emanating from Arya, like a forest after rain. Su Muqing still held the sword, and Arya's figure was reflected in her cold eyes, with a hint of scrutiny and confusion that she herself did not notice. This silver-haired elf who suddenly appeared, whether in terms of strength or the natural intimacy between her and her husband. All of this caused subtle ripples in the exclusive territory called husband in her heart. Wang Xiaoluan was completely relieved. The relief of surviving the disaster and the joy of having a new wife came together, making him relax completely. He looked at Arya and smiled sincerely. You're just in time, Arya. Thanks. Arya turned and looked at him tenderly, a charming smile on her lips. What nonsense are you talking about, dear? Isn't it natural for me to protect you? As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward with her long legs, which were wrapped in leather pants, and opened her arms to give Wang Xiaoluan a tight hug. The next second, Wang Xiaoluan felt his cheek immersed in an amazing softness and warmth. It was a kind of majesty and elasticity that was difficult to describe in words, accompanied by the unique herbal fragrance of Arya, which instantly made his brain go blank. Is this the legendary facial cleanser? So big. Wang Xiaoluan felt that his breathing became a little difficult, and a dizzy feeling of happiness rushed to the top of his head. Sima Qian, who was not far away, saw the scene and immediately frowned slightly. Her hand gripping the hilt of the sword subconsciously tightened, and the sword intent around her that had just calmed down showed signs of gathering again. Just when the atmosphere became a little weird, a rustling sound was heard from the bushes on the other side of the woods, and then 3 figures rushed out. Brother! Are you okay? Wang Xiaoluan. What's going on? I thought Sister Su was demolishing the building because of the noise just now. Are there enemies? It was Wang Xiaoya, Ling Meng, and Li Lizi who heard the huge noise and felt something was wrong, so they rushed back immediately. They were originally busy killing wolves on the other side. The duo of Ling Meng and Gaowen were making great moves. Li Lizi's giant bear Misha was charging around, and Wang Xiaoya was using her space blade to accurately finish off the wolves. The cooperation was quite pleasant. When they first heard the noise here, they thought it was Su Muching easily killing monsters. But after listening for a while, I felt something was not right. Logically speaking, killing a few wolves did not require such a big fuss. Coupled with the violent explosion just now and several consecutive powerful energy fluctuations that were completely different from their fighting style, they immediately realized that something had happened to Wang Xiaoluan. However, when they rushed to the scene, they saw a scene that caused them to collectively shut down. There were no corpses of strange beasts on the ground, only some messy remains left after the battle, and a silver-haired elf lady with an amazing figure. At this moment, he was burying Wang Xiaoluan's head in his majestic chest, with a gentle smile like that of the Madonna on his face. Sister-in-law Su Mucheng, who was always aloof and cool, stood aside with a blank expression on her face, but the temperature of the air around her seemed to have dropped several degrees out of thin air. Wang Xiaoya opened her mouth into an O shape and for a moment she forgot what she was going to say. Ling Meng's twin ponytail seemed to have stopped swaying, and Gaowen on her back was also silent for a rare moment, as if he was stunned by the visually impactful scene. Lilith held her shrunken bear and tilted her head, her emerald eyes filled with confusion. Ahem! Wang Xiaoluan finally managed to break free from that gentle embrace. He coughed twice with a flushed face, trying to ease the awkward situation. Let me introduce you. This is Arya Dawn, my, second family. Arya was very calm and composed. She let go of Wang Xiaoluan and turned to the 3 girls with a smile. Her gentle and kind eyes instantly dispelled the stagnation in the air. Hello, I'm Arya. You must be my dear classmates and sisters, right? You're so cute. She greeted them warmly, her eyes sweeping over the 3 of them, finally landing on Wang Xiaoya. You are Xiaoya, right? My dear often mentions you in her heart. Wang Xiaoya was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Oh, yes. Aliyah, hello, sister. She looked at Arya's unflattering figure, and subconsciously straightened her chest, which was as big as an airport, and suddenly felt a little discouraged. Why does my brother summon only these kinds of deadly weapons? Hello, I'm Ling Meng, and this is my partner Gao Wen. Ling Meng also came back to his senses and introduced them confidently. Oomph, woman, your bow is good. Gawain commented in his arrogant voice. Lilith also held the bear and bowed gently to Arya. Hello, my name is Lilith, and this is Misha. After a brief exchange, Wang Xiaoya and the others roughly understood the situation. It turned out that there was a blind villain who came to cause trouble, but was easily solved by the new sister Arya. So that's how it is. Those people are so hateful. Wang Xiaoya said angrily. How dare they take action in the academy's training area? How bold! Ling Meng was filled with righteous indignation. However, it seems that they are all dead. It's a bit of a pity. If they still had some breath left, I could use them as toys to experiment with. Li Lizi felt inexplicably regretful. At this moment, Wang Xiaoluan's task terminal made a beep sound. He picked it up and took a look, then he remembered that they still had a task to complete. Come to think of it, we haven't completed our mission yet. How many have you killed? Wang Xiaoya immediately raised her hand, as if to claim credit. We killed 35. We didn't let any escape. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the task progress on the terminal, 4950. Including the 14 we killed before, there are a total of 49, and we only have one left. Wang Xiaoluan touched his chin. This is a bit difficult, Ling Meng scratched his head. This forest is so big. How long will it take to find a wolf? Everyone was a little troubled. It was such a waste of time to turn the entire activity area upside down just for a mere shadow wolf. Just then, Arya smiled and spoke. Need to find a wolf? Leave it to me, it's easy. As she spoke, she walked to a huge ancient tree nearby and gently placed her white palms on the rough bark. She closed her eyes, and her silver eyelashes cast beautiful shadows under her eyelids. Circles of soft emerald green light emanated from her palms, blending into the trunk of the ancient tree like water waves. Then it spreads along the huge and complex root system to the underground of the entire forest. Listen to the voice of nature. Arya whispered softly. To others, nothing seems to have happened. But in Wang Xiaoluan's perception, through the connection of the beauty spectrum of all worlds, he seemed to be able to see. Countless green threads, centered around Arya, instantly spread across the forest within a radius of several kilometers. Every tree and blade of grass became her eyes and ears. The pulse of the entire forest was clearly presented in her mind. After a few seconds, Arya opened her eyes, and a smile flashed in her clear eyes. Found it. She turned around, casually pulled out a feather arrow from the quiver on her back, and placed it on the holy silver bough. She wasn't even facing in a specific direction, she just pointed the bough diagonally toward the sky and slowly pulled it apart. A little creature, terrified by the death of all its companions, is shivering in a cave 3 kilometers away. As she finished speaking, her fingers gripping the bowstring loosened slightly. Buzz. The arrow turned into a stream of green light, without making any sound of breaking through the air, and soared into the sky silently. It drew a huge arc in the air and disappeared into the horizon. Wang Xiaoya and the others were stunned. Is this enough? Ling Meng asked in disbelief. Arya smiled and nodded without saying anything. About 5 or 6 seconds later, the task terminal in Wang Xiaoluan's hand suddenly made a crisp beep sound. A new line of information appeared on the screen. C-rank subjugation mission, clearing out the mutant shadow wolf pack outside the Black Forest. Completed. Task progress, 50-50. Evaluation, perfect. Please return to the mission hall as soon as possible to complete the mission and receive the reward. The whole forest was silent. Wang Xiaoya, Ling Meng, and Li Lizi looked at Arya, who had a calm expression on her face, and then looked at the completion prompt on Wang Xiaoluan's terminal, their expressions all dull. From 3 kilometers away, just shoot an arrow, accurately locate the enemy, automatically navigate, and kill with one shot? Hang. There is a hang. Chapter 78, not much, just 30,000. When the team stepped out of teleportation array number 7 and returned to the mission hall filled with a sense of futuristic technology, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. There's no way, it's just too eye-catching. Su Muqing was fine. With a thought, she changed her white clothes into a low-key black windbreaker and trousers. Her cool temperament and modern outfit make her look like an ice beauty who is not to be messed with. Although she is still eye-catching, she is still within the normal range. But Arya is different. She currently only has this set of initial elf ranger uniform. The tights made of dark green leather and vines perfectly outlined her explosive figure. The simple and holy longbow behind her, the cascading silver hair and pointed elf ears make her look like a character that has walked out of a top-notch game CG. When such a vivid and beautiful elf sister appears among a group of superpowers wearing modern combat uniforms or school uniforms, the visual impact is devastating. For a moment, the entire mission hall was silent for a moment, and then a burst of suppressed discussions broke out. Holy crap! That's the elves? Do we have any elven students in Dragon Soul Academy? This figure, hiss, I feel like my enhancement ability is about to get out of control. Look at her ears. They're truly elves. So beautiful. Isn't that Wang Xiaoluan from the special class next to her? How come there's another stunning beauty of this level next to him? First it was Su Muqing, and now another one. Is this reasonable? Countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes pierced Wang Xiaoluan like substance. Wang Xiaoluan, under tremendous pressure, remained calm and led everyone to the self-service terminal to complete the task. With 800 points received by each person, this trip to the Black Forest came to a successful conclusion. In an inconspicuous corner of the mission hall, Lei Hao's think tank friend was watching all this in amazement. He just got the news from a certain channel that the soul lamps of the 3 people he sent out were all extinguished and none of them came back. He immediately took a photo of the bad news in the scene before him with his mobile phone and conveyed it to Lei Hao, who was not far away. Lei Hao was leaning against the wall, with a sneer of confidence on his face. But when he saw the photo on his phone screen, Wang Xiaoluan was standing there safe and sound, and beside him was a silver-haired elf who he had never seen before and whose beauty made his heart beat faster. The smile on his face froze instantly. Everyone is gone? And Wang Xiaoluan brought back an even better girl? Lei Hao's teeth were chattering, and his handsome face was distorted by jealousy and anger. He stared intently at the people chatting and laughing on the screen, the hatred in his eyes almost turning into reality. He couldn't understand why. Why was it that every time he tried to redeem himself, he always ended up being the one to be embarrassed? Why does Wang Xiaoluan seem to have a cheat, and there are always such unreasonable strong people around him? In the end, he didn't rush forward, but just punched the wall hard, then turned around with a gloomy face and quickly left the mission hall. The atmosphere in the special classroom was even more lively than that in the mission hall. When Wang Xiaoluan brought Arya into the classroom, the whole class was in an uproar. Fuck! Brother Luan, did you pick up a wife from the Black Forest? After the iceberg Sword Immortal, here comes the stunningly beautiful elf? Brother Luan, do you have some special ability to attract beautiful women? Brother Luan, are you still looking for a pendant? The kind that says 666. Compared to Su Muqing's cold and aloof demeanor that makes people only dare to admire her from afar, Arya's gentle and kind temperament obviously makes her classmates more approachable. Soon, she was surrounded by a group of curious male and female classmates. Sister Arya, are you really an elf? Can I touch your ears? Sister, your dress is so cool. Which designer created it? Facing the numerous questions from her classmates, Arya always maintained a gentle smile and patiently answered them one by one. Yes, I'm an elf, but you can't touch my ears. If you're rude, I'll shoot you. I made this dress myself using materials from the forest. I didn't buy it. When a brave girl asked the question that everyone was concerned about, the whole audience fell silent. Sister Alia, what is your relationship with Brother Xiaoluan? Arya blinked her beautiful eyes, glanced at Wang Xiaoluan who was being cared for by Su Muqing with her eyes not far away, and then said something shocking. I am your dear second family member, a member of the harem, I guess. Sister Mu Qing is the queen, and I can be considered a concubine. She paused and added. My dear is so outstanding, there will definitely be more sisters joining us in the future. If you are interested, you can also consider it. Our family is not exclusive. These words, so straightforward that they were almost like a declaration, instantly broke down the defenses of all the boys in the special class. Damn it! One sister Su wasn't enough, and now here comes big sister Arya. Brother Luan, behave yourself. I can't accept this. Why can't I be the one living this kind of life with women everywhere? And you actually want to continue expanding? Brother Luan, stop pretending. You must have forced Sister Alia to say that, right? Shrimp-headed man. That's too much. People can't, or at least shouldn't, be so greedy. I suggest the Academy enact a law requiring monogamous partnerships for people with special abilities. Of course, these were all jokes, and the classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Wang Xiaoluan held his forehead helplessly, feeling that his reputation was heading in a strange direction. Amidst the commotion, Wang Xiaoluan quietly left the classroom and went to the administration building alone. He is going to meet someone. In the school director's office, Director Lei frowned slightly as he looked at the calm young man in front of him. Classmate Wang Xiaoluan, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Xiaoluan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Principal Lei, I was just attacked by 3 outlaws in the Black Forest training area of the academy. And, based on the information they revealed, their motives are likely related to Lei Hao. The temperature in the office seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Director Lei did not doubt it at first, but was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. I see. I will get to the bottom of this matter. Principal Lei, I'm not here today to file a complaint. Wang Xiaoluan's tone was very calm. I'm just a little worried. Lei Hao is still young and lacks social experience. It is possible that they were unknowingly exploited by some extreme extra-legal criminal groups. But don't worry. I have completely wiped out that illegal group. If you need it, you can send someone to the Black Forest coordinates XXX to search for the body. We should be able to find some debris. His words were a little more emotionally intelligent. After all, the school director left a pretty good impression on him. Director Lei naturally understood the implication of Wang Xiaoluan's words. He looked at Wang Xiaoluan deeply with a complicated look in his eyes. If it's true, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I'm deeply sorry. I'll have a good chat with Lei Hao. In addition, to express my apology and to thank you for clearing the safety hazard for the academy, I will give you sufficient compensation. What do you want? Wang Xiaoluan knew that with such a father around, Lei Hao would at most be beaten and put under house arrest, but it was impossible for him to be expelled. Since the other party wants to use privileges, it would be unreasonable not to inflict heavy losses. The 3 killers are all experienced psychics. They caused me great mental damage and threatened my life. Wang Xiaoluan stretched out 3 fingers. Not much, just 30,000 academy points. 10,000 for 1 killer, not too much, right? There was a long silence in the office. 30,000 points is not a small number. But in the end, Director Lei nodded slowly, without refusing or even bargaining. Okay. If that's true, I'll pay the 30,000 points in installments within 3 months. Thank you, Director Lei. Wang Xiaoluan smiled with satisfaction and was about to get up and leave, but suddenly thought of something. Oh, and please ask Director Lei to help me get a special school pass for summon creatures. Looking at his departing back, Director Lei leaned back in his chair tiredly, picked up the communicator and dialed a number. Get Lei Hao for me. Tell him to come to my office right now, immediately. Chapter 79, Several New Skins. After school that day, Wang Xiaoluan and his group did not choose to go home directly, but instead prepared to go to another place first. They walked slowly along the wide tree-lined avenue of the college, chatting about something. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the autumn breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. Honey, where are we going? Arya held Wang Xiaoluan's arm affectionately and looked around curiously at the modern campus scenery. Her majestic breasts pressed against Wang Xiaoluan's arm, and the amazing touch still made him a little distracted for a moment. Although your dress looks nice, Arya, it's still too conspicuous here. Wang Xiaoluan explained, I'm going to take you to buy some modern clothes so you can change into them and be more convenient for future travel. Buy new clothes. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly, and she came over immediately and said excitedly, I'm the best at this. Second sister-in-law, leave it to me. I promise to dress you up beautifully. I was the one who chose the clothes for my sister-in-law. The way she addressed Arya had naturally changed from Sister Arya to second sister-in-law, and she had obviously completely accepted the existence of this new family member. Okay, then I'll leave it to Sister Xiaoya. Arya smiled and pinched Wang Xiaoya's cheek. Wang Xiaoluan watched this scene with a smile, then thought of something and turned to look at Su Muqing, who was following him. She was walking quietly, her long ink-black hair fluttering slightly in the wind, and her cold profile seemed to be covered with a layer of soft light in the setting sun, which was incredibly beautiful. But for some reason, Wang Xiaoluan felt that she seemed a little absent-minded. Muqing, what do you say? Do you want to go together? He asked softly. Su Muqing paused slightly when he heard this, and raised his eyes to look at him. A hint of complex emotion seemed to flash across her calm eyes. She opened her mouth, but no words came out for a moment. Are you going? Watching your husband happily go shopping for clothes with that new woman in Xiaoya? She had no objection to shopping itself. After all, she could do anything as long as she was with her husband. Moreover, responding to the envious looks from the people around her also made her feel very happy. However, seeing her husband's attention being diverted to another person and seeing the natural intimacy between them, she always had an indescribable and strange feeling in her heart. It's like your most precious treasure suddenly has to be shared with others. Although her reason told her that this was determined by her husband's special power system, this woman named Arya, like herself, was her husband's closest person. And what Arya showed should be the same as hers, which was an overflowing affection for her husband. But emotionally, she still felt an indescribable stagnation. Seeing Su Muqing in a daze, the smart Alia next to her immediately guessed something. She let go of Wang Xiaoluan, walked over, and naturally took Su Muqing's other arm, wrapping her slightly cold hand in her warm palm. Sister Muqing, of course I have to go together. Alia's tone was a little coquettish and intimate. Don't you want to accompany me, dear, and help me find some new clothes? We will be sisters fighting side by side in the future. She said this cleverly, not only pointing out their companionship, but also using the reason of accompanying my beloved to make Su Muching unable to refuse. Sure enough, when Su Muching heard the words "I don't want to accompany my dear," he immediately became like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his cold face. I didn't say I wouldn't go. She denied it almost subconsciously. After she said that, she realized that her reaction was a bit extreme, and her ears flushed slightly. She glanced at Arya's eyes with a mischievous smile, then glanced at her husband who was smiling at her, and finally nodded slightly. Let us go together. After saying that, as if to hide her discomfort, she added, walking is too slow. I'll fly you over on my sword. The next moment, an ancient long sword appeared out of thin air, and quickly grew larger under everyone's feet, turning into a broad flying sword that could carry several people. Of course, it did not fly away directly, but flew close to the ground to the school gate and passed the inspection. Comply with school rules. The shopping process was full of laughter. Under the guidance of fashion guru Wang Xiaoya and with the reference of the only male audience member Wang Xiaoluan, Alia tried almost all the women's clothing sections in the mall. I have to say that a true beauty is a natural clothes hanger. Whether it is tight yoga pants that highlight your figure and a sports vest, or an intellectual and elegant white shirt with a hip skirt, or a youthful and energetic hooded sweatshirt and jeans, it has a unique flavor when worn by Arya. She perfectly combines the unique holy temperament of the elves with her explosively hot body, and can wear any style of clothes to give off a limited edition skin feeling. In the end, with Wang Xiaoya's careful selection, they bought several sets of clothes of different styles for Arya. There are the 3 sets mentioned above, as well as a more casual, off-white knitted dress. Like Su Mucheng, as long as Arya wears these clothes once, the data of these clothes will be recorded by Beauty of All Worlds, and then she can switch them at will. Perfect. This dress is tailor-made for you, second sister-in-law. Wang Xiaoya looked at Arya wearing new clothes and clapped her hands with satisfaction. The soft fabric of the long skirt clung to Arya's amazing curves, showing off her mature and voluptuous charm to the fullest, making her look both gentle and sexy. As expected of my wife, she looks good in anything she wears. Of course, it's no wonder my sister chose the clothes. She has good taste. Wang Xiaoluan stood aside and praised him generously. When Arya heard the compliment, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she even turned around in front of Wang Xiaoluan. As long as you like it, dear. In the happy atmosphere, no one noticed that Su Mucheng was standing quietly behind Wang Xiaoluan. She looked at the scene in front of her, the undisguised surprise and admiration in her husband's eyes, the bright and charming smile on Arya's face, and Xiaoya playing with them in a familiar manner. She suddenly felt like an outsider. It was obvious that she was the first one to come to her husband, and it was obvious that she was the so-called first wife. But in this lively occasion, the enthusiastic, cheerful, hot and considerate Arya seemed to be more suitable to stand here than herself. And it seemed that she could do nothing except hold the sword tightly in her hand and silently guard behind her husband. An unprecedented emotion called confusion quietly emerged in the heart of this cold and aloof Sword Immortal. Chapter 80 Dinner for 4. When the group stepped into the gate of the villa and left the hustle and bustle of the shopping mall behind, the familiar sense of tranquility that was unique to home enveloped them. Ah, I'm so tired. Shopping is more tiring than fighting. Wang Xiaoya threw the shopping bag onto the sofa and collapsed on it in a big position, looking completely undignified. Brother, I declare that I'm on strike for dinner tonight. You talk as if you don't go on strike someday. Wang Xiaoluan complained mercilessly and placed the bags he was carrying in the entrance. No way. I even tried making new dishes last week. Wang Xiaoya half raised herself from the sofa in dissatisfaction. Then I almost ordered the kitchen, but in the end I ordered takeout. That was an accident. While the brother and sister were bickering, Arya smiled and sorted out the shopping bags in her hands. Then she took Wang Xiaoluan's arm affectionately, rubbing it gently with the soft curve, her voice so gentle that it could drip water. Dear Xiaoya, you've all worked hard. Leave the dinner to me. She blinked her beautiful blue eyes with a hint of playful confidence. I've learned from my dear that my cooking skills are as good as his. From now on, I can take care of all 3 meals a day at home. Really? Sister Alia, you are so kind. When Wang Xiaoya heard this, she immediately revived from the sofa, rushed over and hugged Alia's other arm, her eyes full of admiration. Unlike my brother, who only knows how to bully me. From now on, I belong to you, second sister-in-law. That won't do. Wang Xiaoluan immediately frowned. You must help with cooking more often in the future, otherwise you will become so lazy at home. It's okay now that we're still in school. If we take a vacation, do you want to evolve into a fat pig? Nonsense. I have a noble physique that can't gain weight. Wang Xiaoya's cheeks puffed up with anger. The living room was filled with a cheerful and warm atmosphere. However, in this happy atmosphere, there was one person who seemed a little out of place. Su Muqing. She did not join in the fight, nor did she sit down to rest. She just stood quietly in the shadow of the entrance, like a beautiful white jade statue. She didn't hold a sword in her hand, but her innate cold temperament created an invisible barrier between her and the bustling living room. Her eyes fell on Wang Xiaoluan, watching his natural intimacy with Arya, watching the relaxed and happy smile on his face, watching Wang Xiaoya and the new Arya quickly become friends. In those clear eyes that are always calm, there is still a pool of water called confusion. She didn't hate Arya. Through the connection deep in her soul, she could clearly sense that she had no ill will towards her husband. Instead, it is filled with pure affection and protective feelings that come from the same source as oneself. But reason is one thing, and emotion is another. It was like a peerless and famous sword that was suddenly told that from now on, it would no longer be its owner's only sword. Even if the other one is also a magical weapon, it can even form a stronger sword formation with himself. But the feeling of only being broken still caused a slight ripple in her sword heart. All of this was seen by the attentive Arya. She let go of Wang Xiaoluan, walked to Su Muqing, and naturally took her slightly cold hand. The warmth from her palm was warm and soft. Sister Muqing, what are you doing standing here alone? Arya's smile is like the warm sunshine in spring, with an irresistible affinity. I can't handle dinner by myself. Can you come to the kitchen and help me? Su Muqing was slightly startled, and looked up at Alia's sincere blue eyes. The words of rejection turned on his lips, but he didn't say them in the end. She didn't want her husband to see her being a loner. Good. She nodded gently and let Alia pull her towards the kitchen. Wang Xiaoluan looked at their backs, thoughtful. No matter how thick-skinned he was, it was impossible for him not to feel the emotional changes on Su Muqing's face that were almost written on it. What he originally wanted was to wait for an appropriate time, such as in bed at night, to make his attitude clear. However, Arya obviously noticed something and was about to say something to her. He believed in Arya. Of course, he wouldn't just sit there and wait. When he was with the two of them later, he would take action. In the kitchen, the sound of running water was heard. Arya washed the vegetables with the same deftness as if she were fletching an arrow. Su Muqing stood aside, silently peeling potatoes using the method her husband taught her. She didn't really need to do this, a small cleaning spell would have solved everything, but she still stubbornly used the paring knife. It seemed that only this clumsy and primitive way could find a place to put her chaotic mood. Sister Muqing. Arya's voice was soft, but it reached her ears clearly. You seem to be worried. Su Muqing paused while peeling potatoes. Without looking up, he just said lightly. Is it because of me? Arya turned off the faucet, turned around, leaned on the sink, and looked at her quietly. Because my presence makes you feel uncomfortable? Su Muqing was silent for a moment, and finally raised his head. His cold eyes looked directly at Arya, and he asked the question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. Don't you have any other ideas? What idea? Arya asked with a smile. Exclusive. Su Muqing uttered these two words, his voice was very light, but it carried a great weight. He is your darling and my husband. Facing such a person, don't you want him to belong to you alone? This was probably the longest and most revealing sentence Su Muqing said at once when he faced Wang Xiaoluan. When Arya heard this, the smile on her face not only did not disappear, but became even gentler. She looked at Su Muqing's eyes filled with confusion and struggle, as if she saw a part of her past self. This question is very important, Arya said slowly, her voice carrying a soothing power. So, I can't answer you right now. Why? Su Muqing frowned. Because. Arya winked playfully, leaving the question unanswered. This is a topic that requires the three of us to discuss together and with my dear present. It would be a bit cunning to just say it between the two of us women, wouldn't it? She walked forward and gently took the half-peeled potato and knife from Su Muqing's hand. So, wait until later. After dinner, when we are both relaxed, we can have a good chat together. Now. Arya handed her a washed carrot with a bright smile. Just help me dice it first, okay? From what I've learned, my dear, he seems to like eating carrots very much. Hearing the words, dear, I like you, the confusion and struggle in Su Muqing's eyes quietly faded away. She took the carrot silently and nodded. Yes, no matter what, making your husband happy is the most important thing. As for that question, let's wait a little longer. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served on the table. The braised pork is shiny and greasy, the sweet and sour pork tenderloin is sweet and sour, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes are golden in color, and there is also a pot of steaming corn and pork rib soup. Every dish exudes a strong taste of home. Wang Xiaoya ate with eyes that shone, her mouth stuffed full, and she didn't forget to mumble praises. Second sister-in-law, you are amazing. Your cooking skills are exactly the same as my brother's. No, it tastes even better than his. Ha, is that so? But compared to my dear, it's still a little bit inferior. Of course, whoever is responsible for this is better. Wang Xiaoluan was also very excited, and his satisfaction with Arya increased again. On Su Muqing's side, after taking a bite of the big piece of meat that Ali especially picked up and put in her bowl, she rarely raised the corners of her mouth in a tiny arc. Dinner time passed quietly in warmth and harmony. Chapter 81. 3 People Bathing. After dinner, several people lazily nestled in the large and soft sofa in the living room, watching the big screen of TV. A popular TV series about real-life superpowers is currently playing. It is an everyday drama close to life. Wang Xiaoya was holding a pillow and watching with great interest. Wang Xiaoluan was half lying down with his head resting on a soft and elastic object. Well, it's Arya's thigh. He enjoyed the gentle massage of the elf sister's slender fingers on his temples, and was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. Su Muqing sat on the other side of him. Although his eyes were also looking at the light screen, his attention would drift to his side from time to time. She looked at her husband's comfortable and relaxed appearance, then looked at the doting and gentle smile on Arya's face, and the feeling of stagnation in her heart seemed to emerge quietly again. At this moment, Arya suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Dear sisters, we've almost finished watching TV. It's getting late. Let's go take a bath. There was nothing wrong with what she said in itself, but her next suggestion made the air in the living room freeze instantly. Let's take a shower together today? The bathroom in the villa is so big, it's perfect for chatting while taking a bath, and it can also enhance the relationship. She said this with a smile, as if she was suggesting something perfectly normal. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoya smiled, picked up the juice on the coffee table and took a sip. Brother, you are so lucky. Before, you had Sister Muqing to take a bath with you, and now you have Sister Aliyah as well. Sister Xiaoya means, aren't you coming along? Puff cough cough cough. Wang Xiaoya spat out a mouthful of juice, but fortunately she reacted quickly and covered her mouth with her hands in time. Her face flushed, her eyes widened, she looked at Arya, then looked at her brother who remained calm, probably just not reacting at all, and she was incoherent for a moment. Together? Countless classic scenes from anime and novels flashed through her little head. What about the bathroom Shura field? What about being frank? What about I discovered my brother's secret? Even worse, some people say things like, if you get pregnant, just abort it. Arya looked at her cute panicked look and asked with a chuckle. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Don't you want to? We're all family from now on, there's nothing to be shy about. Or, do you care about being with your dear? Wang Xiaoya's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She waved her hands quickly and shook her head like a rattle. No. I don't need it. I'm taking a shower with my brother. If that happens, it will definitely lead to chaos, my account will be banned. I'll be locked up in the dark room. She spoke incoherently and then suddenly jumped up from the sofa like a frightened rabbit. I'm going to go wash up first. You guys chat slowly. Before she finished speaking, she had already run up to the second floor at a rapid speed. Looking at her fleeing back, Arya couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she turned to look at Wang Xiaoluan, with a hint of ridicule in her blue eyes. My dear, in your world, are the relationships between brothers and sisters so strict? Wang Xiaoluan spread his hands helplessly. Of course, that kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Really? Arya tilted her head, her long silver hair falling like a waterfall. But I know from my dear that on this blue planet, there is scientific research that proves that if both brothers and sisters are highly rated psychics, the offspring born from the combination will not only have no genetic defects, but there is a very high probability that they will give birth to a super genius with even stronger talents. Isn't that what many newly emerging families that rely on supernatural powers do in order to keep their bloodlines pure and strong? And since I shared this with my dear, doesn't that mean that my dear also knows this? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan coughed twice. How can even this be shared? Well, if that's the case, then what Mu Qing shared is even more outrageous. He sat up straight with a righteous tone. Even that won't work. Although Xiaoya looks like that, she's just read too many anime and novels. She wouldn't really have that kind of thought. Oh, I see, dear. Arya laughed her head off at his serious expression. After a while, Wang Xiaoya's voice came from upstairs. I'm done. The bathroom is free. It sounds incredibly fast, but the time it took her was probably just the equivalent of taking a quick shower. Arya stood up and extended her hand to Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng with an irresistible smile on her face. Okay, now it's our turn. Let's go, Sister Mu Qing, dear. The bathroom on the second floor of the villa is a bit extravagant for a home bathroom. The huge bathtub takes up 1/3 of the space, so it's not an exaggeration to call it a small bathtub. The warm water creates mist, making the entire space appear hazy and ambiguous. Wang Xiaoluan leaned on the edge of the bathtub and felt as if he was in heaven. On the left is Su Mucheng. The water vapor blurred her cool outline, and her long black hair, which was usually tied up, was now completely loose, like the finest black silk floating on the water. The water droplets slid down her smooth jade neck, sinking into the exquisite collarbone, and further down, there was the graceful curve with ups and downs hidden by the waves. She was holding a soft bath towel, silently and carefully wiping his left arm, her movements as gentle as if she were treating a rare treasure. On the right is Arya. If Su Mucheng is an introverted landscape painting that requires careful appreciation, then Alia is an extremely impactful, richly colored oil painting. Her cascading silver hair spread out in the water like melted moonlight. The thrilling body that had been bound by tight leather armor for a day was now completely liberated in the water. The majestic curves presented a dazzling arc under the ripples of the water, as if it was the most outstanding creation of the gods, and every inch of skin was shining with a warm luster like mutton fat jade. She was holding a piece of scented bath cotton and gently wiping his back. The soft touch and amazing elasticity would occasionally cling to his back as she moved. Every contact made Wang Xiaoluan feel softer and softer. Bliss. This is bliss. Wang Xiaoluan sighed happily, feeling that his life had reached its peak. Just as he was drifting away, Arya's voice sounded in his ears, with a hint of warmth and moisture. Are you comfortable, dear? Comfortable. Wang Xiaoluan answered subconsciously. Then, Arya stopped moving and walked around to Wang Xiaoluan. Her azure eyes seemed particularly deep in the mist. She looked at him, and also at Su Mucheng beside him, and spoke with a smile. While we are enjoying this wonderful time, it's time to have a good chat about the topic we discussed with Sister Mu Qing in the kitchen. Chapter 82 Bathroom Meeting. As Arya finished her words, the originally ambiguous and charming atmosphere in the bathtub quietly became more solemn. The mist made the figures of the three people seem a little unreal, only the look in each other's eyes seemed exceptionally clear in the haze. Wang Xiaoluan didn't say anything. He knew that this was a moment between them and the key to resolving Su Mucheng's knot in her heart. The timing was perfect. Even if Arya didn't bring it up, he would probably have mentioned it soon. However, since Arya had guided him, he chose to be a quiet listener for the time being and gave the initiative completely to Arya. Su Mucheng also stopped what she was doing. She raised her eyes and stared at Alia quietly with her clear eyes, waiting for her answer. The confusion about exclusivity is still like a sword in the lake, piercing deep into her heart. Arya met her gaze, her smile gentle and open. Sister Mu Qing, I know what you are thinking. You think that your husband, or your dear, is the most precious and unique existence in our lives. So, you would instinctively want to keep this treasure to yourself and not share it with anyone. Is that correct? Su Mucheng did not deny it, but just nodded slightly. This is exactly what she really thinks. I understand because I've had similar thoughts. Alia's words made Su Mucheng slightly stunned. But Alia changed the subject. She stretched out her slender white fingers and gently touched Wang Xiaoluan's chest, then pointed at Su Mucheng, and finally at herself. Don't you feel the connection between the three of us? It all comes from the same place, which is dear. We are like branches growing from the same tree at different times and in different directions. We share the same roots and origins. Our existence is to help this tree grow stronger and more prosperous. She paused, her blue eyes gleaming with knowledge. So, the key to the problem has never been sharing. Sister Mu Qing, you have the wrong concept. We are not sharing a man, but guarding the center of a world together. You are my dear's sharpest and most reliable sword, able to cut through all the thorns for him. And I, perhaps, can be his strongest and warmest shield, able to heal all his pain. Arya's words were like a clear spring, slowly washing away Su Muqing's inherent cognition. She had never thought about the problem from this perspective. But Su Muqing was still a little hesitant. Even so, one more person is still one more person who will take away his attention and time. He. Arya chuckled. She scooped up a pool of warm water and watched the water droplets slide through her fingers. What if there are third, fourth, or even more sisters in the future? This question stunned both Su Muqing and Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan had indeed thought that there should be more beauties in the world than this, but she did not expect Arya to think so far. Mu Qing seemed to have never thought about this question at all. My presence itself is proof. This proves that the power system, dear, is just like this. He is not destined to have just one partner, this is his destiny and the source of his strength. And we, as those who came to him earlier. If we exclude and hinder the arrival of subsequent sisters because of our own possessiveness, then what are we doing? She looked into Su Muqing's eyes and spoke word by word. That is not love, that is selfishness. That is weakening your dear and hindering his growth. That goes against the fundamental purpose to which we are called. None of us has the right to greedily take him for ourselves. Doing so would actually cause the greatest harm to your dear. These subversive remarks exploded in Su Muqing's heart like thunder. Not to mention the sword in the lake, even a magic needle would tremble because of this. Yes. She exists to protect her husband. If you accept more powerful companions, your husband will become stronger and safer. Then what does my little thought of exclusivity count for? Compared with my husband's safety and future, it is so insignificant that it is not worth mentioning. Arya continued to paint a picture of the future in her alluring voice. Think about it, Sister Mu Qing. When my dear faces an invincible enemy, you break his defense with a sword, and I cut off his path with an arrow. In the future, perhaps there will be a sister who is proficient in magic and will use words to bind him, and a sister who is proficient in strategy will formulate a perfect plan for us. All of us form an unbreakable harem alliance that belongs only to our beloved. By then, what in this world can harm him? We are not competitors, we are comrades and family. Our goal, from beginning to end, is only one. That is to keep our dear one on top of the world, safe and sound. Su Muqing fell completely silent. She looked down at her reflection in the water, which was intertwined with Wang Xiaoluan's, and then looked at Arya's sincere and open smile beside her. The thorn in her heart quietly melted away under the influence of Arya's outrageous yet irrefutable harem alliance theory. She was thinking too narrowly. As long as I can protect my husband and as long as it is for his good, what does the form matter? After a long time, she finally raised her head slowly. The confusion in her cold eyes faded away, replaced by clarity and relief. She nodded solemnly and gently to Arya. I see. A simple nod represented the complete dissolution of the barriers in the cold swordsman's heart. Not only did she accept Arya, she was even convinced by Arya's grand harem plan and began to wholeheartedly accept the existence of this alliance. Seeing this scene, Arya smiled with relief and satisfaction. She knew that from this moment on, there would be no more grudges between them. Wang Xiaoluan also breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for Arya overflowing like a torrent of water. What a talent! This person is a true master of harem management. Isn't it thoughtful of Wan Jiahangianpu to specially prepare such a harem member for me? The atmosphere in the bathroom reached an unprecedented harmony and peace at this moment. But it can't end like this. After all, the atmosphere has reached this point, and Wang Xiaoluan, as the center of the topic, can't just sit back and enjoy the results. He had to say something, too. Chapter 83 Four People's Sleeplessness. Wang Xiaoluan took a deep breath, and warm steam rushed into his lungs. He stretched out his hands and held Su Muqing and Alia respectively. The left hand is cool and delicate like jade, while the right hand is warm and soft like warm jade. Two completely different yet equally extreme touches were clearly transmitted to his mind through his palms. Mu Qing, Alia. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear, echoing in the bathroom where the water was gurgling. Listen to me. The two stunning beauties simultaneously focused their gazes on him, their azure eyes and clear pupils reflecting his serious face. You are neither my sword nor my shield. Wang Xiaoluan looked at them, speaking every word seriously. Each of you is my, Wang Xiaoluan's, wings. Without any one of you, I can't fly, and I might even fall to pieces. You all should know my personality. I'm afraid of trouble and I like to slack off when things get tough. But one thing I know for sure is who treats me well and who is the most important person to me. For important people, I will never show favoritism or neglect anyone. You are all irreplaceable, equal, and unique in my life. He held their hands tightly, his eyes moving between their faces, with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. So, Mu Qing, you don't need to worry about that at all. These words are not full of fancy words, but are full of Wang Xiaoluan's simplest and most sincere promises. The smile on Arya's face became more gentle, and a gleam of as expected rippled in her blue eyes. I knew you would say that, dear. Only a man with such a broad mind and responsibility is worthy of our following. Sister Mu Qing, do you understand now? Our harem alliance plan is precisely to better assist my dear, so that his wings can spread wider and fly higher. When Su Muqing heard Wang Xiaoluan's words, her heart was completely filled with a huge warmth. Her remaining resentment completely disappeared at this moment. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan, her cold eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of guilt. Husband. Her voice was soft and trembling. I overthink it. I've been with my husband for so long and have been through so much, but I'm still worried that he'll ignore me. She lowered her head, her long black hair falling down, covering her slightly flushed cheeks. I'm sorry, husband. It's Mu Qing who has caused you so much trouble. Fool. Wang Xiaoluan used his free hand to gently lift her chin and let her look at him. What's there to be sorry about? I should be the one saying thank you. It has always been you, Mu Qing, who has taken care of me and done so many things for me. I am the one being taken care of. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing immediately shook his head, his tone becoming a little more anxious. No, that's what I should do. Her eyes were extremely serious, and the desire to protect from the depths of her soul was revealed without reservation. Mu Qing is happy about anything you do for your husband. I will continue to do this in the future. Seeing her like this, Wang Xiaoluan was moved. Just as he was about to say something else, Alia beside him suddenly laughed. The laughter was like a silver bell, clear and pleasant, with a hint of cunning. In that case, it's time for our first internal meeting of the alliance to move on to the next topic. She blinked, her eyes moving between Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing. Now that the theory is unified and the ideas have reached a consensus, it's time to move on to the practical phase. While this bath is not over yet. The corners of Arya's mouth curled up in a captivating arc, and her voice was full of temptation. Shall we offer our husband a double service to celebrate the formation of our alliance? Sister Mu Qing is in the back, and I'm in the front. How about that? Even though Su Muqing's mind was clear, when she heard such a straightforward and bold proposal, 2 blushes instantly appeared on her beautiful cheeks. But she was only shy for a moment, then immediately met Arya's encouraging smile and nodded heavily. I see. I will cooperate. Wang Xiaoluan felt like his brain had crashed for half a second. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable heat exploded from the deepest part of the body. Arya didn't give him more time to react. She took Wang Xiaoluan's hand and gently guided him. Dear, stand up first, okay? Wang Xiaoluan did as he was told subconsciously. He slowly stood up from the bathtub, the warm water sliding down his strong muscles. The next moment, a thrilling softness and warmth came tightly against my body from the front. It's Arya. She wrapped her whole body around him, the most outstanding creation of the gods, and pressed tightly against him without reservation. Every inch of skin contact seemed to carry an electric current. Immediately afterwards, an equally graceful body with a hint of cool and subtle fragrance pressed against his back. It's Su Muqing. She followed Arya's example and hugged him from behind. Wang Xiaoluan's breathing suddenly stopped. He was caught in the middle. The front is full of impactful bold colors, richness and passion enough to melt steel. What follows is just the right amount of cool beauty, the delicacy and gentleness that can soothe the soul. His long silver hair brushed his chin, and his inky black hair fell on his shoulders. 2 completely different, top-notch fragrances, mixed with water vapor, rushed madly into his nostrils, invading every inch of his sanity. Arya raised her head, her blue eyes gazing at him from a close distance, her eyes moving with a natural charm. She put her red lips close to his ear and breathed sweetly. Honey. Her body began to squat slowly. Next, let me clean you more carefully. The three of them played in the bathtub for a while before finally ending this meaningful bathroom meeting. After walking out of the bathtub, Sumuching put his fingers together like a sword and waved lightly at the three people. Flaming wind technique. A warm, dry breeze appeared out of nowhere, gently brushing across the bodies of the three people, instantly evaporating all the moisture, and even their hair became dry and fluffy. Wang Xiaoluan's emotions and enthusiasm have just been fully mobilized. At this moment, looking at the two naked and beautiful women in front of me, each with her own unique beauty, I felt my mouth dry and my blood boiling. One was as cool and pure as a fairy under the moon, the other was as plump as a beauty on earth. At this moment, they were looking at him with defenseless and loving eyes. He knew that next, he would personally experience the legendary. While the spiritual sister to Game of the Year 2 players takes a walk, 2 players flight. Arya walked forward with a smile, hugged his arm from the left, and led him to the soft and large bed in the master bedroom. Sumuching also silently came to his right and held his hand. The moonlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a layer of silver light on the white sheets. The lights in the room were turned on. Then, there was the rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other, and then a suppressed, sweet sound. The long silver hair and the inky black hair are intertwined together, like the dance of moonlight and dark night. Soon, the sound was no longer suppressed, but became intermittent and soul-stirring, interweaving with the heavy breathing to form a beautiful melody. Tonight, the 4 of them were destined to have trouble sleeping. Chapter 84. After the movement. In the blink of an eye, it is time for many games to go online and sign in for the new day. In the master bedroom, the gorgeous music had long ceased, leaving only the bright moonlight outside the window, silently pouring in and coating everything in the room with a layer of hazy silver gauze. Wang Xiaoluan was sleeping soundly. He lay in the middle of the soft big bed, breathing evenly and long, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Obviously, the previous double flight of extraordinary significance, although it made him experience unprecedented bliss, also exhausted all his energy. On his left side, Sumuching lay on her side, her long inky black hair spread out on the white pillow like silk. She did not sleep, but just stared at her husband's sleeping face quietly. Her cold eyes were now filled with inextricable tenderness. Her jade hand rested gently on Wang Xiaoluan's chest, rising and falling slightly with his steady breathing. On Wang Xiaoluan's right, Arya was also awake. She supported her body with her arms, her blue eyes staring at the man beside her without blinking, her eyes full of pampering and love. The elf lady stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked Wang Xiaoluan's cheek, from his closed eyes, to his high nose bridge, to his well-defined lips. Her movements were as gentle as moonlight brushing across the water. Suddenly, Arya's hand stopped on Wang Xiaoluan's forehead. She spoke softly, breaking the silence. "My dear, he is exhausted." Upon hearing this, Sumuching shifted his gaze from Wang Xiaoluan's face, looked at Aliyah, and nodded slightly. A gentle smile played on Aliya's lips. "That won't do." The next moment, a soft, firefly-like light green halo suddenly appeared in her white palm. The light is full of the breath of life, and people feel refreshed just by looking at it. She gently pressed the ball of light on Wang Xiaoluan's forehead. The halo spread out like water waves and merged silently into his body. Wang Xiaoluan seemed to feel something in his sleep. His slightly furrowed brows relaxed and his breathing became longer and deeper. "This is..." A hint of curiosity flashed in Sumuching's eyes. "A small piece of nature magic, touch of tranquility." Alya explained with a smile. "It can put my dear into the deepest sleep, and the fatigue of the body will be recovered at several times the speed." As she spoke, she gently massaged Wang Xiaoluan's temples with her fingertips, her movements skillful and natural. "This way, even if we have more sisters, dear, we can handle it with ease and will never feel tired." These words, with undisguised confidence, also clearly show her position in this harem alliance. Sumuching didn't feel unhappy after hearing this. She just reached out and pulled the quilt up to cover Wang Xiaoluan's exposed shoulders. "The most important thing is my husband's feelings." Her voice was soft, but extremely serious. "We can't do anything against his wishes. For example, when he doesn't want it, even if we feel empty, we can't force him to take it." "Of course." Arya nodded as a matter of course, then she leaned over and gave Wang Xiaoluan a gentle kiss on the side of his face. "But, dear, you are really amazing." A hint of aftertaste rippled in her blue eyes, and her voice became a little lazy. "That feeling. I've never experienced it before." She looked at Sumuching with a mischievous smile in her eyes. "Sister Muqing, have you been enjoying this feeling in advance?" Sumuching's cheeks were instantly stained with a light blush. She looked away somewhat embarrassedly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. My husband likes it too. He. Arya chuckled softly, and the sound was particularly pleasant in the quiet room. She lay back down and gently twirled a lock of her long silver hair between her fingers. It seems that when it comes to serving my dear, Sister Muqing, you are much better than me. You also understand him better. There was just the right hint of weakness in her words. Now, I can only rely on the little advantage I have in my physical body. Hearing this, Su Muqing subconsciously, his eyes drifted towards Aaliyah's breathtaking curves. Even when lying down, its majesty did not diminish in the slightest. Compare myself again. Although it is also just right and interesting, but compared to Arya, it is indeed. Her cheeks became even redder, and even her ears felt a little hot. But he still whispered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. But, my husband seems to be more excited when he is with you. After saying this, she was stunned. Do I actually care about this kind of thing? Puff. Arya couldn't help laughing at her cute, shy and embarrassed look. Sister Muqing, do you actually care about this? Su Muqing's face was so red that it was about to bleed, and he stammered and couldn't speak. Seeing this, Arya stopped teasing her. She moved closer and spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Actually, I think your figure, Sister Muqing, is the one that can be called perfect. 1 point more and you're plump, 1 point less and you're thin. Just right is the best. As she spoke, she reached out and gently stroked Wang Xiaoluan's strong arm, feeling the reassuring sense of strength. Also, in order to make my dear feel better, I will have to ask you for more advice in this regard in the future. When Su Muqing heard this, the slight awkwardness in her heart instantly disappeared. Instead, there is a sense of satisfaction of being recognized and needed. Although the blush on her face still hadn't faded, her eyes had returned to seriousness. She nodded heavily. If it's for my husband, I will do it without reservation. That's great. Arya's smile grew even more charming. In that case, we shouldn't have any need to sleep, unlike my dear. Now, tell me something first, will you? Arya's hand slid down Wang Xiaoluan's arm all the way to his chest, gently drawing circles. Su Muqing watched her movements and imitated her, placing her hand on the other side of Wang Xiaoluan's chest. 2 pairs of equally soft and boneless hands gently massaged his body, as if they were protecting the most precious treasure in the world. Su Muqing was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words. After a long moment, she took a deep breath and leaned close to Arya's ear. The warm breath, along with subtle but clear words, reached Arya's ears. For example, my husband, he prefers. Chapter 85, Becoming Stronger While Building a Harem. The sinking of consciousness was familiar, like a diver completing a perfect entry into the water in his own swimming pool. Wang Xiaoluan once again floated in that familiar mosaic space composed of countless blurred blocks of color. He did not rush to look for the red booklet floating in front of him, but closed his eyes, or rather, closed the eyes of his consciousness, and began to savor the memory. Reminisce about that exhilarating double flight. If the world of 2 people with Muqing before was like tasting a pot of mellow and sweet wine, every sip was full of aftertaste and intoxicating. So tonight, based on this bottle of fine wine, we will pair it with a top-notch meal with extreme flavor and explosive taste. The pleasure of the upper body and the pleasure of the lower body can actually be experienced simultaneously with 2 different tastes. On one side, there are the shy love words whispered by the cold fairy in your ear, and on the other side, there is the extreme passion displayed by the elf queen in front of you. The upper body dances with the fairies above the clouds, while the lower body is deeply immersed in the land of tenderness and cannot extricate itself. Once you taste the marrow, you will know its taste and the aftertaste will be endless. This duet of ice and fire, this concerto of spirit and flesh, is simply an all-round, 3-dimensional, immersive, top-level service for the male soul and body. Humane, so damn humane. Wang Xiaoluan sighed sincerely in his mind. In the past few weeks, he has been looking forward to the arrival of his second wife. Now I'm here, and as expected, I experienced what I was most looking forward to on my first day. Well, that's the second thing I'm looking forward to. Of course, the thing I'm most looking forward to is a new fighting force. Now it seems that Arya can not only serve as a nurse to make up for the shortcomings, but also has the same archery skills. Add to that his gentle, considerate, and empathetic nature, and his majestic stature that puts any mountain to shame. Satisfied, very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. After giving himself a thumbs up in his heart, Wang Xiaoluan refocused his attention and looked at the book of beauties of all worlds that was quietly floating in front of him. He reached out and grasped the booklet skillfully. He didn't rush to turn to the page about Arya, but first opened the first page belonging to Su Muqing. As the pages of the book turn, the mosaic world around it recedes like a tide. The cold moonlight, the surging sea of clouds, the ancient pine trees rooted in the cliff, and the mountain peak hanging alone above the sea of clouds once again enveloped him. It's still the familiar recipe, and the familiar taste. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes fell on the text next to the portrait, and he began to check Muqing's results today. Su Muqing. Jinghuan Realm, Hanjiang Sword Sect. Level 32-100. Levels will be increased through combat, killing units, and special actions. Promoted 2 levels in 1 day. Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved. It seems that the experience points provided by killing several wolves in the Black Forest this afternoon and fighting with those 3 guys are quite considerable. It seems that if you want to upgrade quickly, you still have to practice in actual combat. His gaze continued to move downward. Favorability, 100-100. There was nothing interesting about this one, so he skipped it. His eyes were fixed precisely on the next column. Special value, 3-5. Really? Seeing the number change from 2 to 3, Wang Xiaoluan's heart beat faster uncontrollably. The previous speculation about special behavior unlocking special value was perfectly confirmed at this moment. It turns out that the so-called special behavior refers to this. He forced himself to suppress the urge to roar to the heavens and cast his gaze towards the mind-to-mind column at the bottom. As expected, after first encounter with sword intent and sword energy condensed, the third originally dim entry has now blossomed with bright light. Man and sword become one. These 4 words seem to carry some kind of magic. The moment he saw them, a profound feeling, like a sudden enlightenment, flowed directly into the depths of his soul. Everything is a sword, and the sword is an extension of the heart. If first encounter with sword intentions made him understand what sword is. Sword energy condensation taught him how to condense more practical sword energy. Then this unity of man and sword allowed him to transcend the level of using the sword and reach the level of becoming the sword. A new, more nuanced perception of the world around you emerges out of nowhere. He can feel the flow of every breeze on the mountain top, hear the surge of every trace of water vapor under the sea of clouds, and see the subtle trembling of every pine needle on the ancient pine. In his eyes, the whole world seemed to have turned into a sword that he could hold. Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved, and his eyes were fixed on the branches of an ancient pine tree not far away. There, a pine needle was slowly falling from the branch because of the night wind. He didn't put his fingers together like a sword, or even make any movements. Just a thought. A thought to cut it off. Call out. A sound so small that it was almost imperceptible. The pine needles that were spinning and falling in the air suddenly broke into 2 pieces without any external interference. The cut is as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by the sharpest blade in the world. Wang Xiaoluan exhaled slowly, feeling the sword energy in his body that was nearly twice as strong as before, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The improvement brought about by this unity of man and sword is all round. It not only gave him an additional means of attack, but also brought his understanding of the sword and the control of his own energy to a whole new level. So, this special value has been silent since Muqing unlocked it to the 2nd stage. Now that Arya has arrived, we've had a deeper conversation and are continuing to unlock it. Could it be that the last 3 points will be unlocked with the arrival of a new wife? Wang Xiaoluan touched his chin, and a bold guess came to his mind. If we say that Muqing has 5 special values, except for the first one which may be the initial one, the other 4 correspond to himself and the 3 new wives that he may summon in the future. Now, one of them has responded to the call, and Muqing has obtained his 3rd special value. So doesn't it mean that every time he successfully summons one and completes the great harmony of life with his new wife, Muqing's locked special value will be unlocked a little? On the other hand, the same should be true for the other wives? This conjecture made his breathing become a little rapid. If this is true, then the mechanism of the beauties of all worlds perfectly ties together the 2 happiest things in life, starting a harem and becoming stronger. Who can withstand this? With great excitement and anticipation, he stretched out his fingers, pinched the edge of Su Muqing's page, and prepared to turn it over. Last time, the back pages seemed to be glued shut by 502 and didn't move at all. And this time, his fingers only exerted a tiny amount of force, and the pages were turned smoothly without any obstruction. A brand new page appeared before his eyes. Chapter 86 New Scene Unlocked. Turning the page, what comes into view is another ink painting of the same style but with a completely different charm. The person in the painting is, of course, Arya. Different from the cold and detached painting by Su Muchang, the first impression this painting gives people is the overwhelming vitality and holiness. The painter used very light ink to blend her long silver hair that looked like a waterfall, and moonlight seemed to be flowing through her hair. With just a few strokes, he sketched out the breathtakingly plump curves. However, compared with reality, it seems to have no sense of color, but rather looks like a carefully carved statue of the Virgin Mary, full of natural charm and maternal radiance. The most expressive thing is still those eyes. The painter did not use thick ink, but a light ink with a strong sense of layering, rendering layer by layer. Her blue eyes actually rippled with gentle light on the paper, as if they could embrace everything in the world. If Su Muchang's paintings are immortal, then Alia's paintings are God. While Wang Xiaoluan was admiring the painting, the scene around him had quietly changed. The lonely bluestone peak under my feet disappeared, replaced by the feeling of stepping on soft and elastic moss and fallen leaves. The cool pine scent in the air was replaced by a warm and moist scent mixed with the fragrance of soil and flowers. A gentle breeze blew across my cheeks, carrying the sweet fragrance of unknown flowers. Wang Xiaoluan looked around and found himself in a dreamy ancient forest. The towering trees reach into the sky, and their crowns are as big as a canopy, covering the sky. The mottled sunlight shines through the gaps between the dense branches and leaves, casting countless dancing spots of light in the forest. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves under my feet, which was soft and soundless when I stepped on it. The air was filled with a light green mist, and many unknown plants and mushrooms emitted a soft, breathing fluorescence in the dim woodland. In the distance, you can seem to hear the clear singing of birds and the gurgling sound of flowing water. The whole world is filled with tranquility, peace, and magnificent vitality. Wow, this scene, it feels like sleeping here will be especially sweet. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but sigh. The atmosphere of this place is a perfect match for his elf-like elder sister. He lowered his head again and looked at the beauty of all worlds in his hand. Under the reflection of the light spots in the forest, Arya's paintings and words have added a touch of natural charm. Arya Dawn. Yalindel, Moon Forest. Yalindel sounds like a place name in a game. Wang Xiaoluan complained in his heart and continued to move his eyes downwards. Level 32-100. Levels will be increased through combat, killing units, and special actions. The level is actually completely synchronized with Muqing. This saves you the effort of leveling up. What a conscience! Favorability 100-100. Special value 1-5. Seeing this 1-5, Wang Xiaoluan's smile became even more pronounced. Everything was just as he expected. Sure enough, Arya also has this value, and it is expected to be unlocked all the way to the third stage. And this first special value is undoubtedly the result of the double flight last night. His eyes couldn't wait to look at the skill bar at the bottom. It's also heart-to-heart communication. Below the title, there are also 5 parallel entries, 4 of which are gray and locked, and only one is clear and bright. Windtalker's Blessing. The moment he saw these words clearly, a stream of air like a breeze seemed to flow through his limbs and bones out of thin air. His body, at this moment, became lighter than ever before, and his senses seemed to be polished and brighter. This is an amplification of the passive effect. He could feel that his reaction speed, body coordination and agility had been permanently improved. But that's not all. The skill, Windtalker's Blessing, seems to also contain an effect that can be triggered actively. Wang Xiaoluan thought about it and tried to activate it. In an instant, a force from the ancient forest, several times stronger than the previous passive amplification, instantly surged throughout his body. His world has changed. The scene before my eyes seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see every speck of dust floating in the beam of light, and every flap of a hummingbird's wings in the distance. In my ears, the sound of the wind became more concrete. He can hear the subtle differences in the wind blowing through different leaves, and the crisp sound of water droplets hitting the rocks in the distant waterfall. His body was so light that it seemed weightless. He felt that with just a light leap, he could reach the top of a 10-meter-high tree, and if he ran as fast as he could turn into a phantom in the forest. It felt like the bullet time was turned on in the game, and the whole world became his backdrop. However, this powerful feeling of omniscience and omnipotence lasted for less than 3 seconds. The next moment, the tremendous power receded like a tide, and a strong feeling of weakness and dizziness came over me. Wang Xiaoluan's body swayed and he almost lost his balance. He quickly grabbed hold of a big tree next to him. Oh my god, the aftereffects are quite strong. He shook his dizzy head and took a few deep breaths before he recovered. However, after a brief period of weakness, there was great ecstasy. This skill is undoubtedly a magical skill. Although it lasts for a very short time and has side effects, those few seconds of real manliness are enough to change the course of any battle. He immediately thought of how to combine this skill with the sword skill he got from Mu Qing. When facing a strong enemy, first activate Windtalker's Blessing, use your elf-level senses and agility to see through the opponent's weaknesses in an instant, and close in at incredible speeds. Then, within that golden few seconds, he activated Man and Sword Become One, and delivered a blow containing sword energy precisely into the opponent's vital point. A series of combined punches, unexpected and fatal. The Barbarian King uses his ultimate, and then one-hit Shura. This is a burst-based playstyle tailor-made for me. Now that he has two beauties by his side, he will encounter fewer threats that he must face alone. But if he accidentally finds himself in danger, he can rely on this combination of skills to resolve the crisis in an instant. The more Wang Xiaoluan thought about it, the more excited he became. This afternoon in the Black Forest, if he had the ability, he wouldn't even have needed to summon Arya. He can use this combination of skills to kill the creepy guy who comes looking for him in seconds the moment they meet. Of course, it would be more profitable to summon a new wife. Power. This is real power. After staying in this comfortable and cozy moon forest for a while, feeling the refreshing breath of life, Wang Xiaoluan felt that his spirit had been cleansed. However, it is still a consciousness space after all, and it will get boring if you stay there for too long. It's almost time to go to bed. This thought came to his mind. The moment the thought arose, the dream forest before my eyes began to fade and disintegrate rapidly. That familiar, irresistible feeling of deep sleepiness gently enveloped him once again. The last ray of light before my eyes was swallowed up by complete darkness. Chapter 87, Reputation is completely ruined. The first ray of sunlight in the morning passed through the gap in the floor-length curtains, casting a long and thin golden streak on the white carpet. Wang Xiaoluan's eyelids moved and slowly opened. He did not get up immediately, but just quietly felt the condition of his body. The fatigue from a night of intense fighting was gone, replaced by a feeling of fullness and vitality that came from deep within. My mind felt clearer than ever before, and my body felt so light that I felt like it could float. There was a warm touch on the left. Arya had opened her eyes at some point and was leaning sideways, gazing at him with her azure eyes that were so gentle they could shed tears. "Good morning, my dearest darling." She spoke softly, her voice carrying the laziness and sweetness that were unique to the early morning. Before she finished speaking, she leaned forward and pressed a good morning kiss on those warm lips that smelled of grass and nectar. Before Wang Xiaoluan had time to savor the situation, he heard rustling noises from the right. Sima Cheng was also awake. Her long, inky hair was spread across the pillow, and there was still a blush on her cold cheeks that had not completely faded. She watched Arya's actions and seemed to have learned something. She also imitated Arya, moved closer a little awkwardly, and gently touched Wang Xiaoluan's other cheek. It felt slightly cool to the touch, yet with a slight tremor of nervousness. "Husband, good morning." Wang Xiaoluan felt happy in his heart. No man could resist the feeling of being hugged by women on both sides. He stretched out his arms and embraced the two soft and fragrant bodies in his arms. Morning. A sumptuous breakfast was placed on the table. The bacon and eggs Arya made exuded an enticing aroma, along with buttered toast and warm milk. "Second sister-in-law, you are so virtuous." Wang Xiaoya stuffed food into her mouth while praising him vaguely. "It's just that she doesn't look very well." Wang Xiaoluan noticed that his sister had two faint dark circles under her eyes, her face was a little pale, and she yawned from time to time. "What did you do last night?" He picked up a fried egg and put it on his sister's plate and asked casually. "Why are you so listless? This is not like you." "No, nothing." Wang Xiaoya straightened her back suddenly like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her voice rose octaves. It's just that I stayed up too late watching anime." "Yes. That's it." Her eyes were a little vague, and a suspicious blush appeared on her cheeks uncontrollably. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her suspiciously and didn't ask any more questions. Arya on the side seemed to see through everything. She wiped the corners of her mouth gracefully with a napkin, a gentle and slightly playful smile on her face. Last night, her sharp perception, unique to an elf, did capture a scent belonging to Sister Xiaoya lingering for a long time outside the master bedroom door. However, she didn't point it out. "Sister Xiaoya, you still need to have a good rest," she just said softly. "Otherwise, your body won't be able to bear it." Sima Cheng drank the milk silently, his cold eyes moving between Wang Xiaoya and Alia, as if he didn't understand the mystery. Dragon Soul Academy, Special Classroom. When Wang Xiaoluan walked into the classroom with two stunning beauties on his left and right, the originally noisy class instantly became quiet. When Wang Xiaoyao was about to reach the classroom, she took a few quick steps and did not join them. Instead, she mixed into the audience, which was also a silent warning to everyone in the classroom. Everyone's eyes were focused on the three of them. Especially Arya. Today she changed into a beige knitted dress, which made her already proud curves even more breathtaking. Her long silver hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, and coupled with her holy and beautiful face, she was simply a goddess who had descended to earth. After a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption of discussion. Fuck. What did I see? Did Brother Lewin bring his left and right protectors to school? Is this the legendary blessing of having two wives? I'm jealous, I really am. Soon, some brave boys and girls came up and made gossipy faces at each other. Brother Lewin, tell me the truth. Did something shocking happen last night? That's right. The new sister-in-law is home, shouldn't we celebrate? Before Wang Xiaoluan had time to scratch his head, Alia beside him spoke with a smile. She affectionately took Wang Xiaoluan's arm and spoke in a tone that was both proud and a little boastful. Of course. My dear, he is really amazing. A perfect blush appeared on Arya's face, and her voice was not loud, but loud enough for the whole class to hear clearly. If I hadn't used nature magic to help us recover, my sister Mu Qing and I might not have been able to get out of bed today. Boom! This straightforward and explosive statement was like dropping a depth charge into a calm lake, killing all the fish. All the boys in the class broke down, beating their chests and stamping their feet, howling in jealousy. Not only must you kill someone, you must also destroy their heart. This is too much. I demand that the Academy immediately sanction this public display of affection. Brother Lewin, please be a human being. Leave us a way to survive, please. The girls were a different story. Many girls blushed and whispered about something, looking at Wang Xiaoluan and the others from time to time, and seemed to focus more on Wang Xiaoluan. Have you noticed that Wang Xiaoluan seems to be looking, better? It should be the effect of hormones, right? So they really, wow. Ling Meng's face flushed red, and she almost buried her head in her arms behind the sword that was taller than her. Han Ling blew a loud whistle and gave Wang Xiaoluan a thumbs up, her eyes full of admiration for "You're awesome." Lilith tilted her head while holding her teddy bear, as if she was thinking about something, and Misha also tilted her head in response to her movements. Sima Qing felt a little embarrassed by what Aliyah said, and turned her face away silently, but the faint blush at the base of her ears was undoubtedly the best evidence. Wang Xiaoluan held his forehead helplessly. He felt that his reputation was completely ruined, but it didn't matter, so let it be. He took the two of them to sit in the corner. Aliyah went to the front and moved an unused table. Then she had a brief conversation with the students in front of Su Muqing. Then they moved forward together, and Arya settled in the vacant position in front of Su Muqing. The discussion in the classroom continued for a while. Of course, it didn't necessarily focus on Wang Xiaoluan and the others. In this cheerful atmosphere, the classroom door was pushed open. Lu Bufan still looked sleepy and sloppy. He walked up to the podium yawning and glanced around lazily. Oh. It seems like everyone is in high spirits. His gaze swept around the classroom and finally fell on Wang Xiaoluan and the others. To be precise, it fell on Arya. He had already seen her yesterday afternoon when he symbolically came to the classroom to take attendance. Just right. A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Bufan's lips. Seeing how energetic you all are, I just happened to bring you some good news. It's a pretty big group mission. It'll give you little guys who are bored all day something to do. When they heard the word mission, the students in the class immediately quieted down and cast curious glances. Lu Bufan paused, looked at Alia again, and spoke slowly. Also, this mission. It just so happens that it has something to do with the new student in our class, the elf summoned by Wang Xiaoluan. To be more precise, it's related to elves. Chapter 88, Invitation from the Elf Forest. Elf? Group mission? The combination of these two words instantly ignited everyone's curiosity. Teacher, can you tell me in detail? Han Ling was the first one who couldn't sit still. She leaned forward slightly, her bright eyes flashing with excitement, and she looked eager to try. Lu Bufan yawned, then walked slowly to the center of the podium. He tapped the blackboard lightly with a pointer he had taken out from somewhere, signaling everyone to be quiet. You should have learned a little about these neighbors on our blue planet from your history classes in middle school. But before we really get involved, I'll give you a free history and geography lesson. During the epochal changes, the spatial barrier became like a sieve, leaking in countless exotic beasts and many outsiders as well. The elves are one of them. Lu Bufan's teaching stick drew a circle in the air. Unlike other races that yell for a fight the moment they meet, or spend their days thinking about how to treat humans like blood bags or slaves. Among the many intelligent races that have descended upon Blue Planet, the elves are the most friendly to us humans, and can even be considered allies. Their appearance is quite mythical. It is said that at the beginning of the great changes in the era, a continuous mountain range in the west of Longwa was razed to the ground overnight. Instead, there is a primeval forest that is growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are similar situations in other places on Blue Star, but we are mainly talking about this one. That forest is the elven settlement we now call the Moon Whisper Forest. They worship nature and live in harmony with the world. Like us humans, they regard alien beasts as mortal enemies that must be eliminated. During the most difficult years for humanity, it was the elves who held the western defense line and bought us a precious breathing space. Therefore, the Dragon State government has always maintained very good diplomatic relations with them. The classroom was quiet, and many students had expressions of longing or thought on their faces. Wang Xiaoluan also listened with great interest. Although he had never taken a history course in this world, these things could be easily looked up. However, what we found out was naturally not as vivid as what Lu Bufan said. Then teacher, what is the task this time? A boy couldn't help but raise his hand to ask. Good question. Lu Bufan nodded approvingly. The Moon Language Forest has a unique ecological environment. It periodically attracts large numbers of exotic beasts, forming a moderate beast tide. The elves call this natural purification. And recently, a new round of beast tide has begun. In the past, the military would send a group of psychic troops to assist them in clearing out the enemies. But this year, firstly, the scale of the beast tide is not particularly serious, and secondly, his eyes swept across the class. The academy's leadership felt that allowing academies that train people with special abilities to participate would only benefit the students, so they directly secured the quota. So, this time, our Dragon Soul Academy will send a special class to the Moon Language Forest to assist the elves in resisting the beast tide. This is not only an excellent practical experience, but also an exchange activity to promote friendly relations between the two sides. Of course, the mission points and rewards are absolutely generous, enough for you to redeem a lot of goodies. Well, it actually has something to do with the fact that you guys are all pretty free at the academy. Lu Bufan paused and added something that was enough to cheer everyone up. Oh, and don't be too nervous. Our elf friends are very welcoming and have prepared accommodation for us. The environment is first class, with a pure natural wooden structure, warm in winter and cool in summer, and the negative ion content is extremely high. You can completely treat this mission as a sponsored trip, where you can fight monsters and gain practical combat experience. Wow! A trip at public expense. Ling Meng's eyes instantly turned into stars. She excitedly shook the sword beside her. Gawain. Did you hear that? We're going to play in the elves' forest. Tisk, what's so exciting about that? Gawain snorted disdainfully. They're just a bunch of sissies fiddling with flowers and plants. I can chop their forest into firewood with one strike of my sword. Shut up. You are not allowed to talk about others like that. Ling Meng slapped the hilt of the sword angrily. The atmosphere in the classroom became completely lively. Go to the mysterious elf forest, meet the legendary elves, fight monsters, level up and get rewards. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Many people's eyes drifted towards Arya in the back row of the classroom, intentionally or unintentionally. After all, there was a living elf sitting in their class. During the break, a few brave students really came over. Student Arya, Han Ling said openly, looking at Arya's slightly trembling pointed ears curiously. We're about to visit your compatriots. Do you have any suggestions? Like what they like and what they hate? Arya raised her head and gave a gentle and apologetic smile when she heard this. I'm sorry, although I am indeed an elf, the hometown I remember is a place called Yalendel. It should have nothing to do with the Moon Language Forest on Blue Star. Her voice is soft and sweet, like the breeze in the forest. So, I may not know more about the elves here than you do. This answer surprised the students who gathered around him, but it was also reasonable. After all, they were all summoned by Wang Xiaoluan from somewhere unknown. Is that so? Han Ling nodded thoughtfully. But it doesn't matter. You're an elf anyway, so you'll always feel more at home there than we do. Maybe. Arya smiled, but didn't finish her words. Deep in her blue eyes, a glimmer of hope and confusion flashed across her face. The people you are about to meet are people from the same tribe as you, but whom you have never met before. What would that feel like? That night, inside the apartment. When Wang Xiaoluan came out of the shower, he saw Aaliyah standing on the balcony, looking at the night view of the city in the distance. The long silver hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, and the holy profile was heart-poundingly beautiful in the moonlight. He walked forward, gently put his arms around her soft and plump waist from behind, and rested his chin on her shoulders. Thinking about tomorrow? Yeah. Arya leaned her weight into his arms, her voice soft. Honey, I was wondering, what if they don't like me? How could that be? Wang Xiaoluan laughed. Who wouldn't like our beautiful and capable girl, Arya? That's not what I meant. Arya turned around, put her arms around his neck, and stared at him seriously with her blue eyes. I mean, my origins. I'm a spirit summoned by humans, by you. In their eyes, would this be a kind of alien? Wang Xiaoluan saw the hint of uneasiness in her eyes and his heart softened. He understood Arya's concerns. It is rumored that elves are a group with a strong sense of racial identity, and a compatriot who is bound to a human, especially a man, may indeed be regarded as a heretic. Don't worry. He held her face and kissed her smooth forehead. First of all, you are my wife. This is my primary identity and I will not accept any rebuttal. Secondly, even if they really have some strange ideas, they have to ask me and Mu Qing first to see if we agree or not. Besides, we're here to help our allies, not to recognize them as our relatives. If they dare to give you a hard time, the worst that can happen is we'll just turn around and leave. Dragon Country is so big, isn't it easy to find a place to train? And Wang Xiaoluan changed the subject, a sly smile on his face. I think they are more likely to be jealous of me. Jealous of you? Arya was a little confused. Yes, Wang Xiaoluan said as a matter of course. You're jealous of me, how could I possibly have such a flawless elf like you as my partner? Arya burst out laughing at his amusement, and the worry in her eyes immediately disappeared. She took the initiative to move forward and gave him a passionate kiss. Well, I believe you, my dearest dear. On the sofa not far away, Su Macheng, who was resting with his eyes closed, moved his eyelids slightly. She didn't open her eyes, but her hand holding the sword seemed to tighten a little. Elf forest? She thought silently in her heart. I hope the strange beasts there are more durable than those in the Black Forest. Chapter 89, Teleportation and First Meeting. The next morning, the sky was just getting light. In the central square of Dragon Soul Academy, a huge circular building that was usually covered by an energy shield and rarely open to the public was emitting a low buzzing sound. This is the strategic level facility that Dragon Soul Academy spent a huge amount of money to build the ultra-long-distance space teleportation array. More than 20 students from the special class have gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the designated area in front of the teleportation array. Everyone changed into combat uniforms that were easy to move in, and had various expressions on their faces. Excitement, tension, curiosity, and a hint of solemnity about the impending battle were intertwined in the cool air in the early morning. Wow! Is this the teleportation array? How cool! Ling Meng raised her little face and looked at the magnificent building composed of countless intricate runes and precise metal components, her eyes shining. She wore a neat ponytail today and a tight red and black combat uniform, which made her look even more heroic. Flashy but not practical. The greatsword Gao Wen, who was floating beside her, poured cold water on her as usual. The truly powerful ones traversed the void with their flesh and blood. This tin can is nothing more than a crutch for the weak. Then you have to cross it for me. You can't even carry me flying like Sister Sue's sword. You're just too weak. I can definitely improve your abilities a bit. On the other side, the other students were either chatting in groups of 2 or 3, or seemed to be thinking about something. Wang Xiaoluan took Su Macheng and Alia and stood in a relatively back position. Su Macheng changed into the black windbreaker and trousers today, with her black hair tied up behind her head. The whole person exudes a cold and capable air that makes strangers stay away from him, but it seems that he is missing a pair of sunglasses. Arya chose the dark green tight-fitting outfit, which perfectly outlined her stunning figure. The silver high ponytail swayed gently with her movements, full of vitality and wild beauty. The two of them, one as cold as ice and the other as passionate as fire, standing together, are simply the most eye-catching scenery in the entire square. It attracted countless gazes of amazement, envy, and jealousy. "Hey, buddy, this blessing of yours must have been earned through several lifetimes." The muscular boy with the ability to deform his body came up to Wang Xiaoluan and said with a wink, "Taking my two sisters-in-law to the elf forest, it feels like the emperor is on tour." Wang Xiaoluan coughed dryly, and before he could say anything, he heard a lazy voice coming from not far away. "Are all here?" Lu Bufan yawned and walked over slowly. He walked to the front of the team, took a quick look around, then took out a stack of metal sheets as thin as cicada wings from his pocket and distributed them to everyone. "This is a space beacon, and also your identification card. Keep it close to you. If you get separated from the main group in the forest or encounter life-threatening danger, crush it. The Academy's rescue team will locate you within 30 seconds, provided you can hold on for those 30 seconds. Okay, no more nonsense." Lu Bufan clapped his hands. "Everyone, stand in the designated area of the teleportation array. Don't run around. If you get cut into pieces by the spatial turbulence, I won't be responsible for collecting your bodies." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped laughing and walked into the area in the center of the teleportation array where the core runes were engraved. When everyone stood still, Lu Bufan walked to the control console of the teleportation array and snapped his fingers. Buzz. A deep roar sounded. The ground beneath his feet, the surrounding buildings, and the entire circular space all burst into dazzling blue light at the same time. Countless streams of energy flowed like surging rivers, flowing along the lines of the ground into the center, completely enveloping the 20 or so students. Wang Xiaoluan only felt a flash before his eyes, and the whole world seemed to be thrown into a high-speed rotating kaleidoscope. Colorful bands of light flew past me at a rapid speed, and I felt a strong pulling and weightless sensation in my body, as if my soul was about to be thrown out of my body. He subconsciously reached out and tightly grasped the hands of Su Mucheng and Alia beside him. Two different sensations came, and his chaotic mind instantly calmed down. I don't know how long this dizzying feeling lasted, maybe a moment, or maybe a century. When the solid touch came under my feet again, all the light and noise receded like the tide. A fresh and luxurious air, mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass, instantly rushed into the nasal cavity and washed every alveolus. Everyone opened their eyes subconsciously, and then they were all shocked by the scene before them and became speechless. They were standing in an open clearing in the woods. There is soft green grass under my feet, and all around me are towering old trees that require several people to hug. The huge tree canopy blocks out the sun, and sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, forming golden light beams that seem real. The air was filled with a light green mist, and countless unknown exotic flowers and plants bloomed in the woods, emitting soft fluorescence. In the distance, you can hear the chirping of birds and the roar of waterfalls. A majestic breath of life blows towards you. This is the moon language forest. Not far ahead of them, a team was waiting quietly. It was a group of elves wearing vine armor and carrying longbows. Each of them has an upright posture and handsome appearance, with long pointed ears showing from between their soft hair, and they have an innate elegance and nobility. The leader was a female elf with long golden hair that flowed down like a waterfall, emerald green eyes like the clearest emeralds, and a polite smile on her face. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of fatigue that was hard to conceal. "Welcome to Moon Language Forest, guests from Dragon Soul Academy." She spoke in a dragon language that was as sweet as wind chimes, but with a slightly stiff tone. "I'm Lena, the forest speaker in charge of contacting you all this time." Lu Bufan took a step forward, still looking lazy, but his words were very appropriate. "Hello, Ms. Lena. I am their team leader, Lu Bufan. Thank you for your hospitality. We hope our presence can help relieve some of your stress." Lena nodded and quickly glanced at the students behind Lu Bufan. When her eyes fell on Arya, her green pupils shrank slightly, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Thank you for your assistance. The situation with the beast tide is not optimistic. Please follow me. We need to arrange defense zones for you as soon as possible." Without further greeting, she turned around and led everyone into the depths of the forest. Wang Xiaoluan followed the team, observing his surroundings vigilantly while focusing most of his attention on Arya beside him. From the moment she set foot on this land, Arya fell into a strange silence. Her blue eyes no longer revealed her usual gentleness and tranquility, but a somewhat complex emotion mixed with nostalgia, confusion, and alienation. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she seemed to be in a daze, as if she was trying to identify a dream that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Wang Xiaoluan could feel that the hand she was holding was trembling slightly. Chapter 90 Echoes of Hometown. Following Lena's footsteps, everyone passed through a quiet path dotted with glowing mushrooms, and the scene before them suddenly became clear. A city built on the branches of countless giant trees appeared before them. This is not a simple treehouse, but a real forest city. Countless suspension bridges woven from living vines connect exquisite buildings built on huge platforms. The buildings seem to have grown naturally from the trunks of the trees, with a light green glow flowing on the walls, blending perfectly with the surrounding natural environment. Soft light emanates from a dandelion-like plant hanging in the air, illuminating the entire city with a dreamy beauty. Oh my god! Ling Meng opened her mouth wide, almost speechless. This place is so beautiful. The other students were also shocked by the ingenious scene before them and exclaimed in amazement. This is a kind of beauty that is completely different from human cities, full of life and art. A hint of pride appeared on Lena's face, but it was quickly replaced by solemnity. This is our main city, Moonblade. Please follow me. The elders are already waiting in the meeting hall. After passing through several suspended corridors, they came to a giant tree that was the tallest and most majestic. In the center of the trunk is a huge natural cave, brightly lit. In the meeting hall, several elven elders, their hair and beards all white, their faces full of traces of time, were sitting around a round table carved from a whole piece of huge wood, discussing something with serious expressions. When they saw Lu Bufan and others come in, they stopped talking and all looked over. It was a complex look that examined him, with a hint of arrogance, yet one that forced him to seek help. Have the human reinforcements arrived? The leading elder spoke slowly, his voice old and hoarse. I am the great elder Elrond. Welcome, young psychics. Lu Bufan stepped forward, bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly, and briefly explained his purpose. While the two sides were conducting official negotiations, Wang Xiaoluan's attention never left Arya. Arya's condition became increasingly abnormal since she entered the city. Her eyes were no longer filled with pure confusion, but with an almost painful struggle. She looked at the special patterns on the buildings and listened to the occasional words in the elves' native language that she should not understand when they talked. Her body trembled more and more obviously. Alia, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiaoluan lowered his voice and asked with concern. I don't know. Alia's voice trembled slightly. She held Wang Xiaoluan's arm tightly, as if to draw strength from it. Here, everything here gives me a strong sense of déjà vu. The patterns, the architectural styles, even the accents they speak. She took a deep breath, her blue eyes filled with confusion. It's like I've seen it somewhere before, heard it before. But it's also different in many ways, very awkward, like a poorly imitated fake. Fake? Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved, and he was about to ask further questions when the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly changed. An elf ranger in charge of reconnaissance rushed in from outside, knelt on one knee, and reported in a hurried tone. Great Elder. There's movement in the western swamp of Sorrow's defenses. They seem to be gathering, preparing for a general attack. What? The faces of several elders changed and they stood up suddenly. Those beasts finally couldn't hold back anymore. The great Elder Elrond slammed his fist on the table, his old face full of anger. Pass on my order. All forest speaker guards immediately head to the western defense line for support. Keep them out of the swamp. Yes. The ranger took the order and left quickly. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Seeing this, Lu Bufan immediately said, Great Elder, since we are here, we will not stand idly by. Please assign us a task. Elrond glanced at him, a hint of approval in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and pointed to a huge forest map hanging on the wall. The monster's general attack came a little suddenly. We didn't expect it to come this soon, but since it's here, we have to deal with it seriously. This beast tide is relatively small, but the Swamp of Sorrows is the main battlefield. It's too dangerous and not suitable for young people like you. Our main elf force should be enough to handle the main attack on the main battlefield. If the pressure becomes too great, we will call for your support. Your mission for now is to eliminate the scattered alien beasts that have infiltrated from the east side of the swamp and ensure the safety of our rear supply lines. Lena will lead you there. I understand. Lu Bufan agreed decisively. This is exactly what he wants. It allows students to get practical training while avoiding the most dangerous main battlefield. The conflict came unexpectedly, and everyone immediately followed Lena, quickly leaving the meeting room and preparing to rush to the battlefield. Just as they were about to walk out of the meeting hall, an old elf who had been sitting in silence in the corner polishing an ancient staff suddenly raised his head. His gaze, like two sharp swords, pierced through the crowd accurately and fixed itself on Arya. He was an elf who looked even older than the great elder Elrond. His skin was as dry as old tree bark, but his eyes, though cloudy, revealed a wisdom that seemed to see through the world. He slowly stood up, leaning on his staff, and walked towards Arya step by step. When the surrounding elves saw his actions, they all showed awe and automatically made way for him. Ancient tree sage. Lena also stopped and saluted respectfully to the old elf. The old elf known as the ancient tree sage ignored everyone. In his eyes, there was only Arya. He walked up to Arya and looked her up and down with his eyes that seemed to see through her soul. From her long silver hair, to her azure eyes, to the innate and majestic breath of life that she exudes. Arya felt uncomfortable being stared at by him and subconsciously shrank behind Wang Xiaoluan. Finally, the old elf stretched out his dry, branch-like fingers and pointed at Arya tremblingly. In an ancient elven tone that was a mixture of extreme shock, ecstasy and disbelief, he shouted hoarsely. Moon goddess, this is the bloodline of dawn. It is the royal emblem that only exists in the volume of the first birth. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in the ears of all the elves. Great Elder Elrond and others turned around suddenly, with a look of complete disbelief on their faces. Lena was so shocked that she covered her mouth, and her green pupils contracted violently. Although Wang Xiaoluan could not understand the ancient elvish language, he could clearly see that. All the elves present, including the respected elders, had complex expressions of shock, fanaticism, and even reverence on their faces after hearing the old elf's words. He also felt Arya's body tremble violently beside him. Morning light. Arya murmured the word unconsciously. This word is exactly the meaning of her surname. Arya Dawn Dawn. 2 lines of hot tears actually flowed out of the old elf's turbid eyes. He threw away his staff and, with an extremely pious attitude, slowly and solemnly knelt on one knee in front of Arya, who had a confused look on her face. People of the lost homeland of Yalindel, guardians of the ancient tree, greet Her Royal Highness the Princess. Chapter 91 Unexpected Development. In the conference room, time seemed to stand still. The extremely pious voice of Your Highness set off a huge wave in the hearts of all the elves. Great Elder Elrond and others froze in place, the expressions on their faces changing from shock to disbelief, and finally to a frenzy that was almost like a pilgrimage. There was no longer any scrutiny or alienation in their eyes when they looked at Arya, only awe and excitement from the depths of their souls. Ancient tree sage, are you sure? Elrond's voice trembled slightly with excitement. My eyes may grow dim, my memory may fail. The old elf known as the ancient tree sage slowly stood up, turbid old tears sliding down his bark-like cheeks. But I will never mistake the life emblem that belongs exclusively to the royal family Dawn, which is recorded in the Book of First Birth. That majestic, pure, life force that feels like the birth of the world can never be imitated. His words completely dispelled the last bit of doubt among all the elves. Plop! Plop! Led by the great Elder Elrond, all the elves in the meeting hall, including the ranger who just rushed in to report the military situation, and the guards at the door. They all knelt on one knee in front of Arya in unison, with great solemnity. The people of Moonlight Glade greet Her Royal Highness the Princess. The uniform voices echoed in the ancient meeting hall, carrying with them the joy of regaining what was lost and the excitement of finding faith. This scene left Wang Xiaoluan stunned. He felt that his brain was not enough. What was going on? How did my gentle and virtuous elf sister suddenly become the princess of this elf tribe? Is this plot unfolding too quickly? Arya beside him was in complete confusion. She looked blankly at her fellow tribesmen kneeling in front of her, feeling the heartfelt reverence coming from them, and was at a loss for a moment. The hometown she remembered was Yalindar, but these people. At this strange and solemn moment, a lazy voice sounded at an inopportune time. Ahem. Lu Bufon cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He scratched his messy hair, with a subtle smile on his face, as if he was watching the fun. That, great Elder Elrond, and this, sage? It looks to me like you have found long-lost relatives. It's a very touching scene. But those howling beasts outside don't like to see this. He paused, his eyes swept between Wang Xiaoluan and Arya, and he said meaningfully. We students from the special class won't be here to join in the fun and delay your recognition. Let's first go to the rear supply line you mentioned and take a stroll and clear out the monsters. Xiao Luaner, you can handle this. After saying that, he winked at the other students in the class. Everyone understood. Although everyone was burning with gossip and wanted to move a small stool to eat melon seeds and watch the follow-up, they had to suppress their curiosity after the teacher in charge spoke. Brother! If anything happens, please broadcast it live on the class channel anytime. Wang Xiaoya came over, lowered her voice and gave a quick instruction, her big eyes flashing with excitement, and then she followed the main group away, looking back every few steps. Soon, the main group of the special class left first under the leadership of Lena with a complicated look. In the conference hall, only Wang Xiaoluan, Su Mucheng, Arya, and a group of elf leaders who were kneeling on the ground, too excited to know what to do, were left. Husband. Su Mucheng took a step forward and stood beside Wang Xiaoluan. She didn't ask any more questions, but swept her cold gaze over the elves present. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword slightly, making her position clear. No matter what happens, she stands by her husband. Arya finally recovered from the huge shock. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan for help, her eyes full of confusion. Dear, I. Wang Xiaoluan held her slightly cold hand in his backhand and gave her a reassuring look. Although he himself is confused now, the current situation is very clear. He looked at the great elder Elrond and said in a deep voice. Everyone, as my teacher said, the most important thing right now is to deal with the beast tide in the west, right? His words were like a bucket of cold water, finally sobering up the excited elf elders. Yes, yes. Your Highness. No, this gentleman is right. Elrond stood up quickly, with a look of shame on his face. We lost our composure. With the beast tide approaching, we must prioritize the fight. How is the battle situation in the Swamp of Sorrow on the west side? Wang Xiaoluan asked directly. When the war was mentioned, Elrond's expression immediately became extremely solemn. It's not easy. Although the scale of this beast tide is not as large as in the past, there are also several difficult to handle abyss corrosion beasts. They can pollute the land on a large scale and erode our natural barriers. Simply put, they just happen to be somewhat of a hindrance to us elves. In that case, Arya took a deep breath, the confusion in her eyes replaced by an innate sense of responsibility. I will go to the western defense line. No. Princess. Elrond objected immediately without thinking. How could you, a princess of your wealth, risk your life? The main battlefield of the Swamp of Sorrows is far too dangerous. I'm not some royal family. Arya's tone became firm. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan, as if she had drawn infinite strength from him. I am his warrior, and an elf. My kin are fighting a bloody battle. I have no reason to hide behind. Wang Xiaoluan felt warm in his heart. He squeezed Arya's hand and turned to Elrond and said. She's made up her mind. Also, don't underestimate her. He paused and glanced at Su Mucheng beside him. The two of them are much stronger than you think. Su Mucheng nodded in agreement, and a sharp sword intent emanated from his body, which made several elf elders feel a chill in their hearts. Seeing Arya's unyielding look and Wang Xiaoluan's determined attitude, Elrond and the Great Elder exchanged a glance, and finally, the ancient tree sage, leaning on his staff, spoke solemnly. Since it is Her Royal Highness's will, then please allow us to accompany Her Royal Highness and march together. Swamp of Sorrows. As the name suggests, this is a vast black swamp. The air was filled with a disgusting stench and miasma, and huge bubbles rolled out of the black mud from time to time, like abscesses on the earth. At this moment, a fierce struggle is taking place in this land of death. At the edge of the swamp, a defense line composed of countless huge vines and emerald green light curtains was crumbling under the impact of the madly roaring beast tide. Hundreds of elven rangers shuttled back and forth between the treetops and platforms behind the defense line, their longbows humming constantly and shooting out streaks of light, accurately reaping the lives of the exotic beasts. But there are too many strange beasts. Giant swamp crocodiles the size of hills, thousand-eyed toads spewing poisonous mucus, and swift, swarming rotting wolves. They attack the defense line fearlessly, tearing the vines with their claws and fangs, and polluting the land on which the elves depended for survival with their corrosive blood. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind the beast tide. A giant beast over 20 meters in size, covered with pustules and emitting a strong breath of the abyss, took heavy steps, knocked away countless low-threatening monsters, and appeared on the battlefield. It was the A-level abyss corrosion beast. It opened its bloody mouth, and a huge energy ball condensed with dark green destructive energy began to take shape rapidly. Oh no! It's the Abyssal Decay Cannon. Quick! Activate the Moon Goddess Guardian at full power. An elf commander on the defense line turned pale and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the energy ball condensed too quickly. Just when all the elves were filled with despair, a brilliant silver light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, flashed from the sky behind them. Call out. That's an arrow. A silver arrow composed entirely of pure life energy, its feathers flowing like moonlight. It arrived first, and with a speed beyond the laws of physics, it accurately hit the abyss-withering cannon that was about to be launched. There were no earth-shattering explosions. The moment the silver arrow hit the energy ball, it turned into billions of soft silver spots of light, like a big net, gently wrapping the energy ball full of destructive aura. Then, under the astonished gaze of all the people and the strange beasts, the energy ball that was enough to destroy half of the defense line was like ice and snow illuminated by the sun. It quickly dissolves and purifies, eventually turning into the purest energy particles and dissipating into the air. Silence. There was silence on the battlefield for 3 seconds. All the elves raised their heads and looked behind them. 3 figures slowly walked out from the edge of the woods. The leader was a woman wearing a dark green tight-fitting suit, holding a glittering elven longbow, with silver hair tied up high, looking like a beautiful elf who looked like the moon goddess descended to the earth. It was Arya. Beside her was Su Muchung, who had an expressionless face, holding an ancient long sword, dressed in black, and with a temperament as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. And, standing between them, the seemingly ordinary-looking black-haired young man, Wang Xiaoluan, even had a hint of "wow, this scene is a bit big" expression on his face. That is. The elf commander on the defense line rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Behind the beast tide, the abyss corrosion beast roared in extreme anger after its ultimate move was neutralized. Its huge scarlet eyes were fixed on the tiny figure that dared to challenge it. Arya ignored the roar of the giant beast. She just turned her head and gave Wang Xiaoluan a gentle and confident smile. "Watch this, dear." As she finished speaking, she drew the bowstring again. This time, 3 arrows containing different powers condensed and took shape at her fingertips at the same time. One was entwined with the wind, one burned with fire, and one flashed with thunder. Go! 3 arrows were fired at the same time, drawing 3 completely different trajectories in the air, like a gorgeous dance of death, shooting towards the roaring tide of beasts. A one-sided massacre began. Chapter 92, Unilateral Massacre. The moment Arya's 3 elemental arrows shot into the beast tide, the entire battlefield of the Swamp of Sorrows seemed to have pressed a switch, switching from a brutal meat grinder mode to a gorgeous and efficient arc performance. The arrow wrapped in wind exploded the moment it flew over the beast tide. It did not cause any destructive damage, but instead turned into a small emerald green tornado. The tornado swept across the ground precisely, but did not blow away any strange beasts. Instead, it sucked in and purified all the poisonous miasma in the swamp that was extremely harmful to the elves, turning it into the freshest air. The elf warriors, who had originally been having difficulty breathing and feeling dizzy, suddenly felt a refreshing coolness rushing into their lungs, which lifted their spirits and restored 30% of their combat effectiveness. This is Windtalker's Purifying Cyclone. And its range and effect are even stronger than the Great Elders. An elven wizard screamed in surprise. Immediately afterwards, the flaming arrow fell into the area where the rotten wolves were most concentrated, like a miniature sun. The blazing flames exploded, forming a sea of fire that instantly engulfed dozens of swift-moving rot wolves and burned them into charcoal. But this flame was extremely strange. It only targeted strange beasts and did not cause any damage to the native plants in the swamp. The arrow flashing with lightning turned into a huge electric net, covering the quagmire full of swamp crocodiles. The violent lightning snakes raged in the mud, electrocuting the thick-skinned beasts so that they twitched all over, foamed at the mouth, and temporarily lost the ability to move. Just one salvo can dispel negative status, clear a large area, and control the crowd. This incredibly exquisite manipulation of natural energy left all the elves present stunned. Everyone! Coordinate the attack! The commander at the front finally recovered from his shock, his voice changing with excitement. With Arya's strong support, the elves' pressure was suddenly reduced and their morale was greatly boosted. For a moment, arrows rained down, suppressing the beast tide's offensive. Wang Xiaoluan stood in the back, watching his wife display her prowess, feeling so happy. He originally thought he would have to contribute something, but it turned out that he just had to watch. But that's what it tastes like. Look, this is what professional matching is. This Moon Whisper Forest is a unique environment tailor-made for Arya, even with its own map buff. He could clearly feel that there was a wonderful resonance between Arya and this forest. Every breath she took seemed to be in sync with the entire forest. The natural magic she used was more powerful than the one she used in the Black Forest, yet the energy consumption seemed negligible. This forest was actively infusing its power into her. Roar! The Abyss Corrosion Beast, whose limelight was overshadowed by Arya's series of actions, was completely furious. It gave up attacking the defense line, and instead, with its huge hooves spread out, it rushed towards Wang Xiaoluan and the other two with an earth-shaking momentum. It will tear apart the elf that dares to challenge it with its own hands. Leave that to me. Su Mucheng, who had been silent all this time, finally moved. Her voice was as cold as ever, but her words were filled with unquestionable determination. She didn't even look at Wang Xiaoluan because she knew that her husband would trust her unconditionally. Before she finished speaking, her figure had turned into an inky afterimage, and she took the initiative to face the behemoth that was rushing towards her. Facing the Abyss Corrosion Beast that was crashing towards him like a mountain, Su Mucheng's figure was as small as an ant. But the sword intent in her body soared into the sky at this moment, sharp and pure, as if it could cut through everything in the world. What a strong aura! In the back, the pupils of the ancient tree sage and the great elder Elrond suddenly shrank. They had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a pure and terrifying murderous aura. What kind of expert is this cold and aloof woman in black? At the moment when Su Mucheng was about to collide with the giant beast, he lightly tapped the mud with his toes and rose up from the ground. His body was so agile that he seemed to have no weight. The long sword in her hand was covered with a layer of green sword energy that was as thin as a cicada's wing but as solid as a substance. The man and the sword merged into one in the air, turning into an extremely fast green stream of light, drawing an incredible zigzag line in the air, and instantly circled to the side and rear of the Abyss Corrosion Beast. Phew! A stream of green light flashed accurately across the back of the giant beast's neck. Time seemed to stop for a moment at this moment. Su Mucheng's figure landed silently dozens of meters behind the giant beast. He slowly sheathed his sword, without even a trace of dirt on the corner of his clothes. The Abyss Corrosion Beast, which was running wildly, suddenly stiffened its huge body and its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Next second, a thin line of blood emerged from its thick neck and expanded rapidly. The huge head and its huge body slowly separated in the dead silence, fell to the ground with a loud bang, and splashed smelly black blood all over the sky. Seconds. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence again. All the elves, including those fearless beasts, seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, staring blankly at the cold figure standing with a sword in hand, and the headless corpse that was slowly falling. The beast tide, having lost its leader, fell into brief chaos. As for the elves, their morale reached an unprecedented peak because of these successive miracles. For Moonblade! I don't know who shouted first, but then the shouts resounded throughout the sad swamp. The following battle became a complete chase. Arya was like the elven queen on the battlefield. Every time the longbow in her hand sounded, it represented the fall of a group of strange beasts. Sometimes she shoots sunfire arrows with explosive effects, sometimes she shoots nature's grasp that can summon vines to bind the enemy, and sometimes she shoots moonlight arrows that can turn into streams of light and easily penetrate several enemy weaknesses. Her archery skills were gorgeous, deadly, and full of artistry, which made all the elven rangers fascinated and wanted to become her disciples on the spot. And Su Mucheng transformed into the most efficient god of death. She no longer used those earth-shattering moves, but just wandered around the edge of the battlefield. Every time she struck out with her sword, it was simple, direct, and deadly. There is almost no strange beast that can block her sword. This beast tide was originally expected to last for several days and might even cost Moonlight Glade a certain price. After Wang Xiaoluan and his two wives arrived at the battlefield, it took less than a day for the army of alien beasts to be completely defeated. When the last strange beast was killed and the afterglow of the setting sun spread over the devastated swamp, all the elves put down their weapons. They did not cheer immediately, but instead turned their eyes to the three figures at the same time. Their eyes were filled with gratitude, shock, and worship as if to a god. They knew that what they witnessed today was not an ordinary rescue. It was a miracle that existed only in ancient epics. Chapter 93: The Lost Kingdom and a Corner of the World's Truth. The beast tide receded, and the joy of victory fermented throughout the Moonlight Glade like mellow wine. That night, the elves lit a grand bonfire on the central platform of the main city, Moonlight Glade. They used the sweetest nectar to make wine, used the freshest fruits to entertain guests, and used the most melodious songs and the most lively dances to celebrate this hard-won victory. It doesn't seem that difficult at all. The students in the special class also experienced what Lu Bufan meant by traveling at public expense. The elves responded to these reinforcements from the human world with the warmest hospitality. Especially Marvin, the sea-level mutant who could stimulate plant growth, was now surrounded by a group of beautiful elf girls, his face flushed and he was at a loss. Lu Bufan was leaning on the shoulder of the great elder Elrin, promoting his student with saliva flying everywhere. Lao AI, let me tell you, Malin's ability in our class is unique. What kind of natural magic is this? It takes too long to take effect. Look at this moonlight ancient tree. It was wilting just now. Let him touch it. Doesn't it look more energetic now? Lu Bufan pointed to an ancient tree next to him that was obviously more lustrous than the surrounding trees and said proudly. Elrin stroked the ancient tree, feeling the renewed vitality within it, his eyes shining with wonder. Indeed, incredible. This force that directly affects the very essence of life is completely different from our natural magic, yet it leads to the same goal. How is it? Lu Bufan smiled. Consider it? Let him stay here, provide food and lodging, and give him a gentle and virtuous elf as a companion. I guarantee that the vegetation coverage of your moonlight glade will double in 3 years, and that the entire western mountain range will be green in 5 years. Lao Lu is a down-to-earth person. He really strives for benefits for his students. After a while, on the other side of the bonfire party, the atmosphere was much more solemn. Wang Xiaoluan, Su Muqing and Arya were invited to the deepest part of the conference hall, a secret room that was not open to the public and housed the oldest books of the elves. In the center of the secret room, there were only the ancient tree sage and the great elder Elrond who came to discuss serious matters. Your Highness, Mr. Wang Xiaoluan, Ms. Su Muqing. The ancient tree sage personally poured tea brewed with morning dew for the three of them. His cloudy eyes were now filled with wisdom and emotion. Please forgive our indiscretions during the day. However, Your Highness's presence is of far too great significance to us, the survivors. Remnants? Wang Xiaoluan grasped this key word. Yes, the survivors. The ancient tree sage nodded, his voice carrying a hint of vicissitudes from ancient times. You should know that we are not native to this planet. Our homeland is a world called Yalandel. Arya's body trembled violently, and her blue eyes stared at the ancient tree sage. Yalandel. She murmured softly. This name was exactly the name of her hometown in her memory. Wang Xiaoluan also remembered this name. He glanced at Arya, thoughtfully. It seems that Your Highness still retains the memory of his hometown. A trace of relief flashed in the eyes of the ancient tree sage. In the distant past, Yalandel encountered a world-destroying disaster that we were unable to resist. The ancestors used all their strength to open a space rift leading to the unknown, and sent a small number of tribesmen out. And we are the descendants of those survivors. That rift was extremely unstable. During our journey through it, we lost a great deal of civilization and heritage, and even completely severed our connection with our homeland. Finally, we crashed onto the planet you call Blue Star. We relied on our remaining memories and knowledge to build Moonglade in this mountain range, imitating the image of Arandel. But we know that this is not Yalandel after all. The natural energy here is complex and wild, far less pure and gentle than that of my hometown. Therefore, we can only be regarded as the remnants who are lingering on. The words of the ancient tree sage solved the biggest confusion in Arya's heart. No wonder. No wonder everything here made her feel both familiar and awkward. This place is basically a high imitation built based on incomplete memories. Then, what about the Dawn bloodline? Arya couldn't help but ask. Dawn is the royal family name of our Yalandel. Elder Elrond took over the conversation, his tone full of reverence. The Dawn royal family are the most beloved children of the moon god and the world tree. They are born with the ability to resonate with the essence of Yalandel's life and can perform the purest and most powerful natural magic. In our ancient legends, as long as the bloodline of the Dawn survives, there will always be hope for the revival of Arandel. But we all thought that the royal bloodline had long been cut off in the great disaster that year. Having said that, the two elven elders focused their gazes on Arya with great passion. To them, Arya is not just a lost princess, but also the hope of revival and a living totem. Wang Xiaoluan felt a surge of emotion in his heart when he heard all this. He thought of a deeper problem. Sage, I have a question. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the ancient tree sage. Arya, she didn't escape from that disaster like you did. I used my special powers to summon her from another place to this world. He decided to tell the truth, which was also the key to solving the mystery. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the two elf elders were stunned. Call? Yes. Alia also nodded. She gently took Wang Xiaoluan's arm, with a happy and determined look on her face. I am now my beloved, well, his protector, or to put it bluntly, his wife. The room was silent for a few seconds. Wang Xiaoluan was even prepared for the possibility that the other party might become furious and accuse him of blaspheming the royal family. Then he said arrogantly, so what? However, what happened next once again exceeded his expectations. Far from being angry, the ancient tree sage and Elrond looked at each other and saw unprecedented shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. The ancient tree sage stood up from his seat excitedly, the staff in his hand trembling slightly. The prophecy on the last page of the first birth scroll turned out to be true. The look he gave Wang Xiaoluan changed instantly. What prophecy? Wang Xiaoluan felt like his CPU was about to burn out. The prophecy records, when the glory of Arundel is lost in the unfamiliar stars, and when the survivors linger in the darkness, a score-bearer will come from beyond the realm. He will cross the dimensional barriers, find the lost dawn, and bring us new hope. The ancient tree sage said in a tone that was almost like an exclamation. We always thought it was just a fantasy written by our ancestors in despair. I never thought you, Mr. Wang Xiaoluan, would be the prophesied holder of the score. It was you who found the princess for us. Plop. This ancient tree sage who had lived for who knows how many years, once again knelt down in front of Wang Xiaoluan with great solemnity. Guardian of the ancient tree, meet the great bearer of the music score. Wang Xiaoluan. The holder of the score? What the hell is this title that exploded twice? He closed his eyes and glanced at the Book of Beauties in his mind. So, the so-called golden finger is not a simple summoning system at all? But is it some kind of key item related to these ancient prophecies from another world? He always thought that he was reborn into a parallel world that was very similar to his previous life. But now it seems that things are a little more complicated than he imagined. His time travel, his special powers, the great changes of the era, the arrival of alien races. Behind all this, there seems to be an invisible giant hand weaving a huge network spanning countless dimensions. And he may also have an unusual relationship with that network. But what did Mu Qing say? There shouldn't be any immortal cultivators in this world, right? I don't understand. Sage, please get up quickly. This is not allowed. This is not allowed. Wang Xiaoluan hurried to help. Are you kidding? It would be too short of life to let an old man who looks like he might be buried at any time kneel down to you. No, you can bear it. The ancient tree sage knelt stubbornly. You are Her Royal Highness the Princess's guide and our benefactor. From now on, your will is the will of Moonblade. Looking at the magical scene in front of him, he held his forehead helplessly. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Chapter 94, The Feast of Victory and the Choice of Belonging. As night falls, soft moonlight shines through the layers of huge treetops and falls on the central platform of the forest city. The elves lit a grand bonfire, the flames danced happily, reflecting every handsome and joyful face. There are no neatly arranged tables and chairs like those in human cities. Instead, there are long and wide tables that grow and extend naturally from giant living trees. The table was covered with huge leaves with a fresh fragrance, and was filled with a variety of food. This scene completely overturned the special class students' stereotype of elves. Damn! I always thought elves were vegetarians, at most just nibbling on fruit and drinking some dew. A boy was drooling as he looked at the large plate of barbecued meat in front of him, which was sizzling with oil and exuding the aroma of exotic spices. The piece of meat was golden in color, and the surface was dotted with some unknown glowing herbs, which looked very appetizing. Who told you that elves don't eat meat? An elf ranger nearby explained with a smile. He spoke Dragon Mandarin quite fluently. We just don't kill indiscriminately, and we don't eat creatures that have rudimentary intelligence. These horn rock pigs are a common species in the forest and have delicious meat. If left unchecked, they can damage plant roots. Their crystal cores can also serve as a source of energy, making them incredibly valuable. In addition to the barbecue, there is also crystal clear jelly served in huge petals on the table. Flower wine with rich aroma, as well as various brightly colored and strangely shaped berries and pastries. Each dish is like a work of art, full of natural aura and beauty. The students in the special class completely relaxed, and they curiously asked the elves around them all kinds of questions. Sister Lena, why can your bow shoot glowing arrows? Is it enchanted? Ling Meng held his greatsword and looked at Lena, the battlefield commander during the day, with admiration. That's the result of infusing our own natural power into it. It requires long-term practice and meditation. Lena answered patiently, her eyes filled with kindness towards the lively human girl. Hanling was pestering another elf warrior, enthusiastically discussing combat techniques and the weaknesses of exotic beasts. And Marvin, the sea-level mutant who can stimulate the growth of plants, is now surrounded by a group of beautiful elf girls and enjoying treatment that can be called a national treasure. Mr. Marvin, could you make this moon primrose bloom even more? It hasn't bloomed so brilliantly in 300 years. Yes, the ancient vine of life you touched has become several times more resilient on the battlefield today. Marvin's face flushed with praise, and he was at a loss as to what to do. He could only follow their guidance and continuously infuse his special abilities into various rare plants, which attracted waves of surprised admiration. Lu Bufan had already hooked his arm around the shoulder of the great elder Elrond, holding the elven nectar wine in one hand and gesturing with the other, promoting his students with saliva flying. It's not just Ma Wen. Look at that petite girl named Ling Meng. Her sword may look exaggerated, but it has its own consciousness and is very agile. With these two, it would be easy for you to do some gardening or cutting. And more. On the other side of the bonfire party, in a relatively quiet corner, the atmosphere was much warmer. Wang Xiaoluan was sitting with Su Mucheng and Wang Xiaoya. Arya was temporarily invited away by the ancient tree sage and several elven elders, saying that there were still some things that needed to be explained. Wang Xiaoya's plate was piled high like a small mountain. In her left hand was a skewer of barbecued meat, and in her right hand was a piece of fruit cake. Her cheeks were bulging with food, like a happy little hamster. Hey, there are so many handsome elf guys over there, why don't you go chat with them and expand your social circle? Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but tease his sister as he looked at her unkempt eating habits. No. Wang Xiaoya replied vaguely, swallowed the food in her mouth hard, and then continued. Brother, you know me, I'm not interested in men, and it would be awkward to talk to men I don't know well. If I want to chat, I'll go talk to the elf sisters, but compared to that, it's still the most comfortable to stay next to my brother and sister-in-law and eat in peace. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of crystal-clear meat from an unknown animal's leg and passed it to Wang Xiaoluan's mouth. Brother, try this, it's super delicious. It's tender and smooth, and has a light milky flavor. Wang Xiaoluan smiled and opened his mouth to eat it. It tasted really good. He turned to look at Su Mucheng. She ate very little and had an elegant posture. But as long as it was food handed to her by Wang Xiaoluan, she would eat it quietly, with a soft light in her cold eyes under the reflection of the campfire. Just then, a fragrant breeze blew over. Arya came back, without saying a word, and walked straight behind Wang Xiaoluan. Her soft and plump body pressed tightly against him, her arms wrapped around his neck, and she buried her cheek in the crook of his neck like a big cat seeking comfort. What's wrong? Did they give you trouble? Wang Xiaoluan put down the food in his hand and reached out to stroke her soft silver hair. It's not difficult. Arya's voice was a little tired, but more of a sense of relief that everything had settled. They just gave me a lot of choices. She raised her head, stared at Wang Xiaoluan with her blue eyes, and said softly. The ancient tree sage said that as the last bloodline of the Dawn royal family, I should stay, accept the most ancient inheritance, and become the new leader of Moonlight Glade. They are willing to give me everything, the throne, the wealth, and the loyalty of all their people. Wang Xiaoluan's heart sank slightly. They also said, Arya continued. My dear, as the holder of the book, you are our benefactor. They are willing to build the most magnificent palace for you in the heart of the forest. Let you stay here with us. And you. Of course I refuse them all. Alia's lips curled up gently. I told them that I have many identities, an elf, a descendant of the dawn, and perhaps even the princess they call me. But for me, the most important identity now is always only one. She leaned close to Wang Xiaoluan's ear and said in a voice that only he could hear, that's your Arya. She leaned back on Wang Xiaoluan's back again. Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for Su Mucheng and Wang Xiaoya, who were sitting at the same table, to hear clearly. If it were me before I was summoned, I might have chosen to stay for the sake of my clan's responsibility. But it's different now. She tightened her arms around Wang Xiaoluan, her tone filled with unquestionable determination. My dear, you are more important to me than my entire tribe, and even than the world called Yalindel in my memory, combined. Wherever you are, there is my home. These words brought an indescribable warmth and touch to Wang Xiaoluan's heart. Su Mucheng, who had been sitting quietly by the side, showed a faint smile from the heart after hearing these words. The look she gave Arya was full of recognition and approval. Me too. She spoke softly, her voice cold but firm. Wherever my husband is, I will be there. Wang Xiaoya listened and nodded repeatedly, with something stuffed in her mouth, and wanted to speak excitedly. He choked and quickly took a gulp of the nectar wine before he could breathe again. That's right. My sisters-in-law said it so well. Wherever my brother is, that's where our home is. Wang Xiaoluan's heart was burning with heat. He held Arya's hand with his backhand and glanced at Su Mucheng and Wang Xiaoya beside him. He felt that this was probably the peak of his life. All right, save the corny talk for tonight when we get back to the house. He smiled and patted the back of Arya's hand. Now that we've decided, let's eat first. Don't waste the elves' kindness. The barbecue is getting cold. Yeah. Alia responded happily, and sat down next to Wang Xiaoluan, leaning close to him intimately, picked up a piece of fruit, and began to eat it in small bites. The bonfire was still burning, and the elves' singing was melodious. But for Wang Xiaoluan, the warmth of being surrounded by his family at this moment is the most beautiful scenery in the world. Chapter 95, Whispers in the Woods and the Sweet Trap. The bustle of the dinner party gradually subsided, but the night in Moonlight Glade was just beginning. After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Xiaoluan and his companions of four declined the guide arranged by the elves and decided to walk around on their own to appreciate the night view of this forest city. The moonlit woodland at night is more dreamy and peaceful than during the day. Those dandelion-like glowing plants float slowly in the air, casting a soft and non-glaring light. Suspension bridges woven from living vines sway gently in the breeze, connecting exquisite tree houses built on the branches of giant trees. The air is filled with the fragrance of soil and plants, and occasionally you can hear the soft calls of unknown small animals coming from the distance. Arya naturally took on the role of guide. She held Wang Xiaoluan's arm and introduced them to the place in a low voice as they walked. Look, the tallest treehouse has a spiral roof. In my memory, this is what the Astropath Tower of Yelendel looks like. At night, astropaths use special crystals on the roof to observe the trajectory of the stars and predict the future. But she pointed to the roof. The roof here only imitates the appearance and is not inlaid with stargazing crystals, so it is now just a residence for the elders. She pointed to a stream formed by moonlight that flowed between the tree houses. This moonlight creek is called Quiet Spring in Yelendel. Spring water has the power to soothe the soul and dispel fatigue. Although the stream here also contains some energy, it is more of a landscape and the effect is much weaker. There was a hint of nostalgia in her tone, as well as a subtle alienation when facing high-quality imitations. This made Wang Xiaoluan understand more about her feelings during the day. This is her hometown, but it is not her hometown. Wang Xiaoya was like a curious baby. She would touch the glowing mushrooms, and then tease the bird with feathers as shiny as gems that was perched on the railing. She was having a lot of fun. Su Mucheng still quietly followed Wang Xiaoluan on the other side. She rarely looked at the surrounding scenery. Most of the time, her eyes were on Wang Xiaoluan and Alia. Just as they were strolling along a remote vine corridor, Wang Xiaoya suddenly stopped and pulled at the corner of Wang Xiaoluan's clothes. Brother, look over there. She lowered her voice and pointed to the shadow of a huge tree not far behind her. From just now on, it seemed like several shadows were following us. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Mucheng were so perceptive that they had actually noticed it a long time ago, but they didn't point it out because they saw that the other party had no ill intentions. Come out, we see you. Wang Xiaoluan stopped, turned around and spoke loudly to the shadow. There was a slight commotion in the shadows, and after a few seconds, 3 figures came out from behind the tree somewhat awkwardly. They are 3 very young elf girls. They looked almost identical, both with cascading silver hair and emerald green eyes, and wore the same style of light green dress. If it weren't for the different colors of the flowers decorating the braids, it would be almost impossible to tell them apart. When they saw that they had been discovered, they all showed an embarrassed look on their faces, nervously twisted the corners of their clothes, and did not dare to look directly at Wang Xiaoluan and the others. Sorry. We mean no harm. The leading elf girl with a white flower on her head mustered up the courage to speak, her voice as soft as a mosquito. We're just a little curious. Curious? Wang Xiaoluan looked at them with interest. Yes. Another elf girl wearing pink flowers continued. She glanced at Alia secretly, then quickly glanced at Su Mucheng, her face full of admiration and confusion. We heard that Her Highness the Princess and this powerful swordsman both followed you. In our understanding, whether it's the princess of the Dawn royal family or a powerful being who can kill the abyss corruption beast with a single sword, their vision should be higher than the moon in the sky. So we want to know, besides your handsome appearance, what kind of great charm does he possess to win the hearts of two such extraordinary women? Their tone was sincere, filled with the pure thirst for knowledge that is unique to the elves. This question made Wang Xiaoluan stunned and he didn't know how to answer. You can't just say, because that's how my ability code is written, right? However, Arya beside him, after hearing this question, her blue eyes lit up instantly, as if some strange switch was ignited. She cleared her throat and took a step forward with a holy and proud smile on her face. In a tone that sounded almost like an aria, she began her sermon to the three ignorant elf girls. You only see his handsome appearance, but have never seen the depth of his soul. Arya's voice was full of infectiousness. His wisdom is more vast than the tomes accumulated by the ancient sages. His mind is broader than the forest beneath our feet. Every time I talk to him, it's like being bathed in the morning light of wisdom, and everything in my head is suddenly enlightened. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes twitched when he heard this. When did I get this ability? Don't I usually just complain? Arya completely ignored his expression and continued to perform. You only saw his calmness today, but you didn't know that his courage in the face of danger was brighter than the hottest sun. His will is indestructible, like the world tree that supports the world, and is the most solid support for all of us. Su Muching listened from the side, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile of approval. Wang Xiaoya covered her mouth with her hands, her shoulders shaking, obviously trying hard to suppress her laughter. The three elf girls were stunned by Arya's passionate and epic praise. The look he gave Wang Xiaoluan instantly changed from pure curiosity to starry eyes mixed with admiration and yearning. So that's how it is. The master of the music book is indeed a great man who hides his true potential. After successfully portraying Wang Xiaoluan as a perfect godman, Arya waved mysteriously at the three girls, signaling them to come closer. The three girls immediately came over obediently. Arya whispered something in their ears in a very low voice. The faces of the three elf girls changed from fair to pink, and then from pink to ripe apples at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their eyes also changed from admiration to a complex expression mixed with shyness, expectation, and sudden realization. I see. Is that how you want to share your greatness? We understand. Your Highness, please rest assured. When the time comes, we will definitely perform well. After saying that, the three girls bowed deeply to Wang Xiaoluan and Arya like frightened deer, then turned around with red faces and ran away, disappearing into the night of the forest. Only Wang Xiaoluan was left there with a confused look on his face. He looked at Arya, who had a plan-mastered expression on her face, with a question mark on his face. What did you tell them? Arya turned her head and gave him a gentle and slightly cunning smile. This is a little secret that can make your deer stronger and also benefit them. It's a good topic of conversation among women. After she said that, she winked at Wang Xiaoluan playfully. Looking at her, Wang Xiaoluan always felt as if he had fallen into a sweet and unknown trap. Chapter 96, The Moon Goddess's Spring in Pious Service. In the deepest part of the Moonglade, there is a place regarded as a holy place by the elves, the Spring of the Moon Goddess. Legend has it that after the elves descended here, the distant moon god shed a tear here, which turned into this pool of hot springs with magical effects. The spring water is warm all year round, and the misty steam contains pure life energy and moonlight essence, which can wash away fatigue, heal pain, and even purify the soul. This place is not open to the public on weekdays. And tonight, this holy place is completely open to Wang Xiaoluan and his group. This is a huge natural cave with a natural gap in the top. The bright moonlight pours down from above, illuminating the entire pool. The water in the pond is a dreamy blue, with several huge, glowing water lilies floating on the surface. The warm water vapor mixed with the faint fragrance of flowers makes people intoxicated. Wang Xiaoluan leaned comfortably against the warm pool wall, feeling that all the bones in his body were soft. The fatigue from the day's battles and the mental tension were swept away the moment he immersed himself in the hot spring. The pure energy seeped into his body through his limbs and bones, making him feel as if he was about to ascend to heaven. Su Muching sat not far from him, closing her eyes and letting the warm spring water soak her fair skin. Her cool temperament softened a lot in the misty water vapor. Her long black hair was simply tied up, revealing her smooth neck and perfect shoulder line, like a jade statue that was not stained by dust. Arya is like a mermaid, stretching her breathtakingly proud figure in the water, her long silver hair fluttering in the water, breathtakingly beautiful. From time to time, she swam to Wang Xiaoluan, using a special natural magic to condense the water flow to wash his back with just the right force. Wang Xiaoya completely let herself go, flapping her feet in the shallower water, trying to get a huge lotus leaf to carry her afloat, having a lot of fun. The entire hot spring is filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere. Just as Wang Xiaoluan was enjoying this rare leisure and felt like he was about to fall asleep, a slight sound of footsteps came from the cave entrance. He opened his eyes and saw 3 slim figures appearing beside the hot spring. They were the 3 elf girls that I met earlier on the forest path. They had changed out of their long skirts and were wearing simple swimsuits cleverly woven from large green leaves and vines. It covers up their key parts, but highlights their slender and energetic youthful figures that are unique to the elves. Their faces were filled with piety and shyness, and they held trays in their hands with towels, flower petals, and some fragrant ointments on them. The 3 girls walked to the edge of the pool and bowed to Wang Xiaoluan. "Great master, the master of the music score." The leading white flower elf girl spoke softly, her voice being exceptionally clear in the empty cave. "We are the 3 forest speaker sisters from Moonlight Glade. I am Baiji, and these are Zissou and Xingdai. We follow the instructions of Her Royal Highness the Princess and come to serve you." The girl named Shiso continued, her cheeks flushed. "Her Royal Highness said that you possess the unique power to share the power of life and draw strength from it. We hope to offer you our purest life essence and at the same time feel your blessings as vast as the sun." They spoke in a serious manner, as if they were performing some sacred religious ritual. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned. What the hell? Sharing life force? Draw strength? How come I didn't know my ability had this kind of explanation? He subconsciously looked at Su Mucheng, only to see that Su Mucheng's brows, which had been relaxed, were now furrowed. She opened her eyes and swept her cold gaze over the 3 elf girls. Although she didn't speak, the temperature of the air around them seemed to drop a few degrees. A faint, sharp aura began to spread around her. This is a sign that the jealousy is about to overflow. Just when Wang Xiaoluan was about to speak up to smooth things over and let these kind-hearted girls who were obviously fooled by Arya go back. But Aaliyah swam over from behind him, leaned close to Su Mucheng's ear, and whispered a few words quickly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Wang Xiaoluan only saw Su Mucheng's expression changing at an extremely fast speed. From the initial vigilance and displeasure, to confusion, to sudden realization, and finally, the frown completely relaxed. She even nodded thoughtfully. The cold sword intent instantly disappeared without a trace. She closed her eyes again, regaining her composure, and simply said, "I see. You agree now? Arya's ability to persuade is too strong." After getting the permission from the concubine, the 3 elf girls showed joy on their faces. They slid lightly into the water and slowly approached Wang Xiaoluan with a hint of pilgrim-like piety. "Master, please relax." Baiji came behind him and gently pressed her slender white fingers on his temple, kneading it with a unique rhythm, neither too light nor too heavy. A cool breeze came from her fingertips, making his originally confused thoughts clear in an instant. Zissou picked up the fragrant paste and gently applied it on his shoulders and arms. The paste felt warm to the touch, and wherever it passed, every bit of muscle soreness was soothed, as if injecting new vitality. Xingdai dived into the water and gently massaged his slightly tense calf muscles. Wang Xiaoluan froze. The warmth and softness of her beauty are in my arms. No, she is surrounding me. The girl's unique body fragrance, mixed with the scent of plants and trees, lingered at the tip of the nose. The gentle touch and the pious service made him feel that he was not taking a hot spring bath, but receiving some kind of imperial sacrifice. His mind was racing. What's going on? Is this the welfare benefits for the child of prophecy? This service is incredible. Oh, my Arya. What kind of magic potion have you given them? But to be honest, it's quite comfortable. He could clearly feel that streams of pure, cool life energy like mountain springs were flowing into his body through their hands. And the power in his body seemed to be really resonating with them, and some of the warm energy was also returned to them. A healthy blush appeared on the faces of the 3 girls, and their eyes became brighter, as if they had received some kind of nourishment. It turns out what Arya said, "It's good for everyone," is true. Wang Xiaoluan finally gave up resisting, closed his eyes with peace of mind, and enjoyed this unexpected, extreme tenderness and service. Arya, who was not far away, watched this scene with a satisfied, fox-like cunning smile on her face. Su Mucheng, who was standing next to her, just leaned there quietly, seemingly having no opinion at all about the scene of her husband being served by so many people. Under the moonlight and in the spring water, the spring scenery is boundless, yet it also carries a strange sacredness and harmony. Chapter 97 Second Sister-in-Law's Methods. In the shallow waters of the Luna Spring, Wang Xiaoyao was like a happy little sea otter, playing and swimming among the huge glowing lotus leaves, having a lot of fun. The spring water in this holy place not only washed away fatigue, but also seemed to magnify people's joy, allowing her to temporarily forget everything around her and devote herself wholeheartedly to this dreamlike environment. After playing for a while, until she felt that the barbecue in her stomach was almost digested, she paddled contentedly, ready to return to her family's small circle. However, when she quietly poked her head out from behind a lotus, the scene before her petrified her instantly, and her mouth involuntarily opened into a small O shape. I saw my brother still leaning lazily against the pool wall, his eyes closed, a satisfied smile on his lips, and he seemed to be so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. This is nothing. The problem was that three figures had surrounded him at some point. They were the three elf girls we met on the forest path earlier: Angelica de Hurica, Perilla frutescens, and Indigo naturalis. At this moment, they were surrounding Wang Xiaoluan with an extremely pious attitude. Bai Ji knelt in the pool behind him, her slender fingers gently massaging his temples. Shiso, on the other hand, used a special ointment to carefully anoint his arms. And Qing Dai was lurking underwater. Only slight ripples could be seen occasionally on the water surface, as if massaging his leg muscles. Warm steam swirled around, moonlight poured down, and three slender and beautiful elf girls surrounded a man who had his eyes closed, providing him with meticulous service. This picture, with its holiness, exudes an indescribable beauty and is extremely impactful. Wang Xiaoya's brain buzzed, and countless barrages instantly filled her mind. Wait. What's going on? I just went out to play in the water for a while, and when I came back, there were three more people around my brother? Aren't these the three elf sisters from earlier? How could they? Brother, isn't the speed at which your harem is expanding a bit too fast? You're not even sparing random strangers? Damn your charm. She subconsciously looked to her other two sisters-in-law for help. Sumoching still quietly closed her eyes and rested, as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with her, but the corners of her mouth were slightly tighter than usual, which seemed to reveal that her heart was not completely calm. As for the second sister-in-law, Arya, she had a gentle smile on her face, as if saying everything is under control, and there was even a hint of appreciation and satisfaction in her blue eyes. The culprit has been found. Wang Xiaoya dared to bet her collection of limited edition figures that this was definitely the work of sister-in-law Arya. Just as she was daydreaming, the situation on the field changed again. Arya swam gracefully to Baiji and Zissou, leaned close to their ears, and said something in a very low voice. Two lovely red clouds instantly appeared on the cheeks of the two elf girls, and their eyes became a little evasive, but after hesitating for a moment, they nodded shyly and firmly. Then, they moved closer to Wang Xiaoluan from the left and right. Bai Ji leaned close to Wang Xiaoluan's left ear, her warm breath gently brushing over his earlobe, and she whispered something in a voice that was almost a whisper, with the unique rhythm of the elves. The great master of the music score. You can trust us with everything. Wang Xiaoluan seemed to feel itchy in a half-asleep state. His neck shrank slightly, but the comfortable expression on his face deepened. And Shersu was doing the same thing next to his right ear. Your breath is gentler than moonlight. The gentle breath, accompanied by subtle words, is like the softest feather, gently scratching the tip of one's heart. Arya nodded with satisfaction, like an artist reviewing her masterpiece. Then she dived into the water. Wang Xiaoya widened her eyes with curiosity, and saw Alia lightly coming to Qing Dai underwater and patting her shoulder. Soon, Qing Dai's head popped out of the water, gasping for breath. Arya whispered something in her ear as well. No. Your Highness, that kind of thing. I can't do it. Qing Dai's pretty face turned red as if blood was about to drip out when she heard that. She shook her head like a rattle, and her voice was shy and anxious. It's okay, Arya's smile was full of soothing power. You can't feel it in the water, and this is all for the sake of better serving the master of the score, so don't worry about the details. Hearing this, Qing Dai's expression instantly became extremely conflicted. She looked at Arya's encouraging eyes, then secretly glanced at Wang Xiaoluan, who was closing his eyes and enjoying himself, as if she was having a fierce ideological struggle. Finally, she nodded heavily, as if she had made up her mind. She took a deep breath, as if she wanted to inhale all the air in the cave into her lungs, and then, under Wang Xiaoya's extremely shocked gaze, she dived into the water again. This time, the ripples on the water seemed to be more subtle and complex than before. Wang Xiaoya covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming out. Her cheeks were incredibly hot and she felt as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law's methods are too scary. This is no longer just talking. This is simply a professional harem instructor. And the eldest sister-in-law didn't care at all. She must have been persuaded by the second sister-in-law. Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but recall the night Arya first arrived. Out of curiosity, she had secretly crouched outside the master bedroom door and overheard that beautiful music that had made her blush and her heart pound. Hiss. It's so scary. Wang Xiaoya shuddered. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she might be persuaded by her second sister-in-law who had all the means. She quietly, little by little, sank her body into the water, leaving only her eyes exposed. Like a frightened groundhog, I observed the area of endless spring from afar, my heart filled with deep worry about the future. Wang Xiaoluan, who was at the center of the storm, knew nothing about this. He felt as if he was floating on the warmest clouds, surrounded by countless gentle touches, and pure energy continuously poured into his body, making him so comfortable that he didn't even want to move a finger. Ah! Is this heaven? This was his last thought before he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 98. If you want to fight, then fight. When Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness resurfaced from the warm and comfortable chaos, he found himself lying on a soft and wide bed. Consciousness seemed to have sunk into the deep sea, then was slowly lifted up by a gentle force, and finally broke through the surface of the water. The decoration style of the room is full of natural charm. The walls are smooth wood textures that feel warm to the touch, completely different from the coldness of stone or metal. The ceiling was dotted with some unknown vines, with crystal dewdrops hanging between the leaves, emitting a soft and steady light, illuminating the entire room like a forest under the moon. The air still lingers with the unique fragrance of the moon fountain, a mixture of grass and nectar. Obviously, because of his special identity as the score holder, the elves arranged a single room of the highest standards for him. Outside the window, the moonlight is still bright, casting mottled light and shadows through the carefully woven vine window panes. He tilted his head slightly, focusing his gaze. Su Muqing and Ilea were sitting on the rattan chair beside the bed, talking in low voices in the moonlight. Their voices were very low, but they could not escape Wang Xiaoluan's keen hearing at the moment. Although my husband's strength can indeed be improved by this, and they have also gained a lot of benefits, it is ultimately just a temporary measure. Su Muqing's voice was as cold as ever, but in the quiet night, it carried a hint of seriousness that brooked no room for questioning. It's not possible for them to go that far for now. Their status is still undetermined and cannot be crossed. Arya chuckled and nodded. The outline of her face was flawless under the moonlight, and her blue eyes were like the clearest gems, sparkling with wisdom. I understand, Sister Muqing. Things like this must be handled step by step. We can't rush into anything. Today I just want them to understand how sacred and blessed it is to serve the beloved. Planting a seed in their hearts is enough. She paused, and her tone took on a hint of cunning, like a fox that had stolen honey. Besides, occasionally letting my dear taste different flavors of appetizers will also make him appreciate the deliciousness of our main courses more, right? When Su Muqing heard this, the corners of her pretty face, which was always as cold as snow, raised up a tiny arc. She didn't say anything, but this subtle expression was already a sign of recognition. After hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan finally understood the ins and outs of the imperial service in the hot spring. Good job! He exclaimed in his heart, what a good guy! It turns out that this is a teaching practice and loyalty cultivation activity carefully planned by Arya. What is professionalism? This is called professionalism. He simply stopped pretending to be asleep, sat up, and stretched his muscles casually. Click, click. The joints made a series of crisp popping sounds, and a surge of power surged from deep within his limbs, as if every cell was fully charged and humming happily. The effect of the moon goddess's fountain, coupled with the infusion of pure life energy from the three elven girls, was incredibly effective. He even had an illusion that he could punch through the wall of the dormitory building with just one punch. What are you talking about? He spoke with a smile, his voice full of energy and carrying the unique magnetism of someone who has had a good sleep. Honey, you're awake. Husband. When the two women saw him wake up, they immediately stopped talking and moved to the bedside in tacit coordination, one on the left and one on the right. Arya leaned down, her long silver hair falling like a waterfall like moonlight. A few strands of hair gently scratched Wang Xiaoluan's shoulders, causing a slight itch. She blinked her blue eyes and asked with a smile. How do you feel? Are the three sisters of Moonlight Glade providing good service? As soon as this question came out, Wang Xiaoluan's mind started spinning rapidly. Here it comes, here it comes. The classic segment where the girlfriend asks a fatal question. But who is this Wang Xiaoluan? He is a veteran who has been through many battles. This kind of question is simply a free-point question. He didn't answer immediately, but pretended to recall something seriously before commenting seriously. Yes, it's really good. The technique is professional, the service is thoughtful, the energy is pure, and the experience is excellent. This sentence was said in a balanced manner. It not only acknowledged the efforts of the three elf girls, but also showed that he was not a scumbag who got something for free. Sure enough, the smile on Arya's face became satisfied, and a glimmer of light flashed in Su Muqing's eyes beside her. It's almost cooked. Wang Xiaoluan thought to himself, then changed the subject and added in a tone that was a bit nostalgic and a bit regretful. But, compared to you two, it still feels a little lacking. Their service is a skill, meticulous and precise, but it is ultimately at the technical level. And yours is the Tao. There's still a gap in realm. These words, like the most accurate magic arrow, instantly hit the hearts of the two beautiful women. The smile on Arya's face blossomed completely, bright and charming. She stretched out her slender white fingers and gently touched Wang Xiaoluan's forehead. My dear, you are really good at talking. I like the way you speak the truth. On Su Muqing's cold face, a very faint, almost invisible smile appeared, like an icy lake blown by the spring breeze. But the tenderness in her eyes could not be deceived. The light almost overflowed and enveloped Wang Xiaoluan completely. The praise is on point and the atmosphere is well created. Wang Xiaoluan was about to say something to ease the situation, such as, it's late, let's go to bed early, but Arya obviously didn't intend to give him this chance. In that case, Arya sat down on the edge of the bed, the mattress sinking slightly. Her soft body pressed against Wang Xiaoluan's, and a warm breath, a mixture of forest fragrance and feminine body fragrance, brushed past his ears. My dear, you just finished soaking in the moon goddess spring and had a good sleep. You should not only be completely sleepless, but also be a little overly energetic, right? Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat. He was so familiar with this atmosphere and these lines. It was that familiar, pre-war smell. I have so much energy. If I just wasted sleeping, I'm afraid the moon god would feel it's a pity if he knew. Arya's voice became increasingly lazy, like a cat's whisper, but with a hint of irresistible charm. Wang Xiaoluan's Adam's apple rolled, and before he could organize his words for a strategic retreat, the defense line on the other side was also lost. Su Muqing approached. She didn't say much, but her actions were more direct. She stretched out her boneless hand and gently stroked his chest, feeling the steady and strong heartbeat through the thin clothing. Boom, boom, boom. Every sound seemed to strike at the tip of her heart. She slowly raised her eyes, and her eyes, which were usually as cold as an ancient well, now seemed to be filled with brilliant stars under the moonlight, staring at him intently and passionately. Husband. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried an irresistible power. After watching them serve their husbands for so long, Muqing could no longer bear it. At the end of her words, she lowered her head slightly, and a light blush appeared on her fair jade cheeks, spreading from her ears to her slender neck. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it reached Wang Xiaoluan's ears very clearly. Husband, you can't refuse Muqing. A gentle yet scheming person who plans every step carefully and uses words to lure you into a sweet trap. A cool and proactive one, hitting the nail on the head, expressing the purest desire through actions. Wang Xiaoluan looked at the two stunning beauties in front of him. The identical, undisguised love and possessiveness in their eyes made the blood in his body begin to rush faster. The surging energy just now found an outlet. The thought of wanting to rest was instantly swept away by a surge of passion. War. If you want to fight, then fight. As their man, their score holder, it is his unshirkable responsibility to satisfy them. He no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and then suddenly stretched out his arms, holding the two beauties who screamed in surprise in one hand and holding them tightly in his arms. Of course I won't refuse. He lowered his head and kissed each of their smooth foreheads, feeling the warm and soft touch of jade in his arms, with a flamboyant smile on his lips. Since both my beloved wives have invited me, then, come directly. As soon as the words fell, a new round of beautiful music quietly started playing in the master bedroom under the quiet moonlight. Chapter 99 Self-Healing Ability Obtained. When his consciousness slowly emerged from the warm, lazy, almost chaotic ocean, the first thing Wang Xiaoluan smelled was three completely different yet perfectly blended aromas. There is the cool and refreshing fragrance of Su Muqing, like the clear sky after snow. There is the fragrance of grass and trees on Arya, like the fragrance of a forest after rain. And the unique scent that remained on his body, belonging to the moon goddess's fountain, a mixture of nectar and moonlight. He slowly opened his eyes. The soft morning light shines through the vine-woven window panes, casting mottled shadows in the room. The bed beneath me was incredibly soft, as if I was lying on a large cloud collected by elves. He tilted his head slightly. On his left, Su Muching was sleeping soundly, resting her head on his arm. Her beautiful face, which was always as cold as frost, now had let down all its defenses, looking quiet and peaceful. Her long eyelashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow under her eyelids, and her breathing was steady and long. His long, inky hair spread out like silk, with a few mischievous strands entangled between his fingers. On the right, Arya curled up in his arms like a contented cat. Her plump and proud curves pressed tightly against him, bringing a thrilling soft touch. Her long silver hair was scattered messily on the pillow, and her delicate and flawless face showed a hint of fatigue after the fierce battle, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was recalling yesterday's victory in her dream. The room was silent, with only the sounds of 3 steady breathing intertwined. The air was filled with a sense of peace after the smoke had cleared, and the bed seemed a little messy. Wang Xiaoluan moved his numb arm, and all the muscles in his body felt a sense of relief after the soreness. Goodness, yesterday was a really fierce battle. He was referring, of course, to the battle in the Swamp of Sorrows. But he felt an unprecedented surge of power in his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. This experience point is increasing too fast. Yesterday's battle was more than just killing. In her home turf, the Elven Forest, Arya's natural power has been greatly amplified. Her every command and every attack is closely connected with the pulse of the entire forest. And he, as a being who shared power with her, also clearly felt the magnificent force of life. Su Muching's sword intent became more and more condensed in the endless killing. Every time he swung the sword, it seemed as if he was removing impurities, leaving only the purest edge. His mind moved, and his consciousness sank deep into his mind. The familiar mysterious space composed of countless mosaic light spots reappeared. In the center, beauty of all worlds, was quietly suspended, emitting a soft halo. He turned the pages of the book. Character, Su Muching. Level, 38-100. Favorability, 100-100. Special value, 3-5. Character, Arya Dawn. Level, 38-100. Favorability, 100-100. Special value, 2-5. Hiss. Wang Xiaoluan took a breath of cold air. The level soared directly from level 32 to level 38. One actual battle, 6 levels in a row. As expected, if you want to gain experience, you still need to practice. He was ecstatic. Then, his eyes fell on Arya's special value. From 1-5 to 2-5. This means that he can obtain a new core ability from Arya. As he focused his mind, a new line of golden text slowly emerged below Arya's character panel. Ability acquisition, natural force life. Skill description, you gain the core abilities related to Arya Dawn. The life energy in your body resonates more deeply with the pulse of nature, giving you powerful self-healing and recovery abilities. Active effect, consumes a certain amount of energy to quickly heal one's own injuries. Within 10 minutes, it is enough to regenerate a broken limb. Passive effect, your physical strength and energy limits are greatly increased, and your recovery speed is increased by 100%. When you are in a natural environment such as a forest or grassland, your recovery speed will be increased by an additional 100%. Fuck. Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness couldn't help but swear in the mosaic space. Magical skills. This is another unreasonable skill. Su Muching's 3 special value skills give him top-level attack means. The protection of the Windtalker made him as light as a swallow and his speed doubled. And now, this force of nature resilience directly fills his last shortcoming: survival and endurance. Regeneration of severed limbs. This is different from Lei Hao's previous method of splicing the body with smooth cuts together. This requires at least an A-level healing ability user to do. And now he only needs to expend energy and it will be done in 10 minutes. And the passive is pretty good too. The upper limit of physical strength and energy is increased, the recovery speed is doubled, and doubled again in the forest. What does that mean? It means that he will be a perpetual motion machine in the future. Especially in a home turf like the forest, as long as he is not killed instantly, he can wear down the enemy to death. But then again, with Mu Qing and Arya here, it seems like there's no need for me to do anything myself. My luxurious equipment seems to be just for show, doesn't it? But the stamina and energy boost pack is useful. As for what it is used for, no need to explain. Wang Xiaoluan chuckled and shook his head. He exited the spiritual space contentedly and his consciousness returned to his body. Just at this moment, the two beauties in his arms seemed to feel his movement, their long eyelashes trembled slightly, and they woke up one after another. "Husband, are you awake?" Su Muqing's voice still had a hint of laziness from just waking up, and her cold voice was tinged with a bit of tenderness. "Good morning, dear." Arya rubbed his chest, raised her head, and smiled as her blue eyes sparkled in the morning light. "Looking at you, you seem to have had a good rest last night. You don't look tired at all." Wang Xiaoluan looked at them, especially Arya's cunning look of "everything is under my control," and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He simply turned over and pressed both of them under him. "Yeah, very well rested. I feel like I have endless energy, but I'm worried I have no place to vent it." Looking at his aggressive eyes, Su Muqing's pretty face turned red and she turned her head slightly, but did not resist. Arya giggled and put her arms around his neck. "Really? That's unfortunate." Her breath was as fragrant as orchid. "Sister Muqing and I are exhausted. If you want to do some morning exercises, dear, you'll have to wait until we recover a bit." Wang Xiaoluan laughed and kissed both of them on their smooth foreheads. Then he got out of bed contentedly and stretched. A series of crisp popping sounds came from the joints all over his body, and a surge of power flowed through his body. "The sun is shining, the beauty is by my side, and my strength is skyrocketing." He felt that such a life was simply perfect. Chapter 100: Exercise After Meal. The elves' breakfast was rich beyond imagination. The dining table was filled with all kinds of exotic fruits that could not be named. Some were crystal clear like gems, while others exuded an enticing sweet fragrance. Take a sip of the drink made from morning dew and nectar, and you'll feel like your internal organs have been cleansed and your spirit has been lifted. There is also bread baked with certain plant tubers, which has a crispy crust, soft inside, and a unique nutty aroma. The students in the special classes all praised the food highly, which fully lived up to the reputation of publicly funded travel group. Wang Xiaoluan was holding a cup of fragrant fruit drink in one hand and a piece of toast in the other, eating with relish. Wang Xiaoya was like a little hamster, with her cheeks bulging with food. She kept stuffing some small red berries into her mouth, mumbling delicious. At the other end of the dining table, Lu Bufan was arm in arm with Elder Elrond, holding a wooden cup filled with the elves' homemade fruit wine, his face flushed. If you don't know, you might think they are brothers who have been separated for many years. "Lao Ai, this wine of yours is quite strong." Lu Bufan downed half a cup in one gulp and smacked his lips. "When we go back, bring me 2 barrels, no, 5 barrels. "No problem, if Teacher Lu likes it, just take it." Elder Elrond was also generous and waved his hand. Ahem. After breakfast, Lu Bufan cleared his throat and finally remembered the important matter. He stood up and clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the students. "Classmates, be quiet for a moment and listen to me." He burped, but his eyes were clear. "According to the schedule, our exchange visit will last 4 days. We had a fight yesterday, and we've almost finished resting today. I can't just spend the next 3 days here eating, drinking and having fun. I want to be able to explain to the academy when I return." He paused and said lazily. "So, starting today, you'll be free to do whatever you want. You can form your own teams, in pairs or groups of 3 or 5, and stay in the safe zone around Moonglade. Outside the Moonlight Glade, there are still some low and medium threat beasts that were scattered after the beast tide. This is a good opportunity for you to practice and get familiar with coordinated operations in the wild, especially in forest environments. Of course, safety comes first," he emphasized. "Don't go too deep. If you encounter danger you can't resolve, immediately crush that little sign to call for help. Elrond has already assigned elven rangers to patrol the surrounding area and will help ensure your safety. Consider this a pop quiz." These words made perfect sense, and the students all expressed their understanding. After all, they were students in the special class of Dragon Soul Academy, the future pillars of the school, and they couldn't really be kept in a greenhouse. "Okay, let's disband. Go find your teammates." After Lu Bufan said that, he sat down again and continued to drink with Elrond. Naturally, there is no need to discuss with Wang Xiaoluan and the other 3 here. "Brother, it's okay for our family to be a team, right?" Wang Xiaoya said excitedly after swallowing the food in her mouth. "Of course." Wang Xiaoluan nodded with a smile. "That's great." Wang Xiaoya excitedly waved her fist. "I feel like my abilities are about to break through. I've figured out the basic principles of invisibility and short-distance flash, but I'm still not very proficient in using them, and I keep running into walls. It's a good time to get a feel for it in actual combat. She looked so eager to try it out, just like a child who had just gotten a new toy and couldn't wait to show it off outside. Okay, then I'll practice with you. Wang Xiaoluan rubbed her head lovingly. It's a good opportunity to let my two wives gain some experience points. I reached level 6 last night. I'll try harder today and try to break through the level 40 mark soon. In this way, the fully armed Wang family travel and leveling team was officially established. They said goodbye to everyone and headed into the depths of the forest. The Moonlight Glade's ecological environment truly lived up to its reputation. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun so that only tiny spots of light could be seen through the gaps between the leaves. The ground was covered with thick, soft moss, which made no sound when stepped on. The air was filled with rich life energy, which allowed Wang Xiaoluan's passive effective, natural power resilience to continue to operate. He felt relaxed and energetic. Not long after they started walking, they encountered the first wave of wild monsters. It is a three-headed scaly cat with a body size like a cheetah, but covered with dark green scales all over its body. It is a low, threatening monster. They are extremely fast, have sharp claws, and are lurking in a bush, ready to attack. Xiaoya, 30 meters to the left, in the bushes at 3 o'clock, there are 3 of them. Receive. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and the battle began. She took a deep breath, and her small body suddenly became a little unreal, like a TV screen with poor signal. Divine power. The next second, she disappeared out of thin air. Almost at the same time, the 3 scaly cats pounced out from the bushes, but missed. Brother, I dodged it. Wang Xiaoya reappeared in the original place, with a hint of pride in her voice. Don't just hide, look for opportunities to attack. Wang Xiaoluan reminded. Oh. Wang Xiaoya's figure flashed again, and this time, she appeared behind a scaly cat. Space shock. She held the scaly cat's back with her small hand from a distance, and invisible ripples suddenly appeared in that space. Ouch! The scaly cat let out a scream, as if hit by an invisible hammer, and staggered to the ground. But it quickly got up again, but its movements became a little slow. This move isn't powerful enough. Wang Xiaoya was a little distressed. It's better to just use space slash. Wang Xiaoluan made a sharp comment. Wouldn't that be boring? Of course, we have to keep developing our abilities. At this moment, a white figure flashed by like a ghost. Swish! The cold sword light flashed, so fast that people could not see its trajectory. The scaly cat that was injured by Wang Xiaoya stiffened its body and was then split in half. It was Su Muqing. She stood with her sword sheathed, her white clothes as white as snow, spotless. Seeing this, the other 2 scaly cats let out a terrified roar and turned around to escape. But it was too late. Call out. A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard. An arrow flashing with light green light, with an incredible arc, bypassed an ancient tree that blocked the way, and accurately shot into the eye socket of a scaly cat, piercing its brain. The other scaly cat had just run a few steps when another arrow fell from the sky. A small cyclone was attached to the arrowhead and hit it right on the back. Boom! The cyclone exploded, and the powerful wind pressure nailed it to the spot, making it unable to move. Immediately afterwards, Su Muqing's figure flashed again and beheaded him with a sword. Arya jumped lightly from the treetops in the distance, put away the longbow in her hand, and smiled gently at Wang Xiaoluan. The entire battle process took no more than 10 seconds. Wang Xiaoya was stunned. Is this the strength of the eldest and second sister-in-laws? They are so cool. Wang Xiaoluan nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoya's control, Arya's long-range sniping, Su Muqing's close combat harvest, plus him sitting in Xia's seat to watch the battle, the configuration of this team is simply perfect. Just as they were about to move on, Arya, who had been smiling, suddenly changed her expression slightly. Dear, she listened attentively for a moment, a hint of doubt in her blue eyes. I seemed to feel a very subtle fluctuation. Fluctuation? Wang Xiaoluan asked. Yeah. Arya nodded and pointed deeper into the forest. It came from that direction. Very faint, like the breathing of something in sleep. It has a very ancient, pure natural atmosphere, but it also seems polluted by something. Wang Xiaoluan and Su Muqing looked at each other. The strange fluctuations that even Arya, an elf, could feel were definitely not ordinary things. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 101: The Lost Altar. Following Arya's perception, the four-member team deviated from the safe route planned by the Elven Rangers and headed deep into the heart of the forest. The deeper you go, the more primitive the surrounding environment becomes. The towering ancient trees grew increasingly dense and tall, their huge crowns almost completely blocking the sky. Only sporadic rays of light could penetrate, casting dim spots of light in the forest. The air was moist and warm, with a strong smell of earth and humus. It was so quiet all around that even the chirping of insects and birds disappeared, leaving only the rustling sound of feet stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves. An isolated, time-forgotten atmosphere hangs over the area. Brother, I feel that the space here is a bit unstable. Wang Xiaoya followed Wang Xiaoluan closely and said in a low voice. Her big black eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. It's not a dangerous rift, but it feels very thick, like walking in water, a bit oppressive. Well, the natural energy here is too rich, even a little mixed, which is why it causes a slight oppression on the space. Arya explained. Normally, this kind of place would easily give birth to some powerful native beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, Sima Cheng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. There's something ahead. Her cold voice was particularly clear in the silent forest. Wang Xiaoluan followed her gaze and saw a small clearing in the forest not far ahead. In the center of the clearing stood a dilapidated stone building, like a small altar that had been eroded beyond recognition by time. The altar was covered with dark green moss and thick vines, and its original appearance was almost unrecognizable. And the wave that Arya felt familiar with was emanating from this altar. But what caught their attention was not the altar itself, but the huge creature squatting in front of it. It was a giant bear as big as a heavy truck, but its body structure was extremely strange. Its fur seemed to have been stripped away, replaced by a suit of armor made of tangled tree roots and dark green moss. Where the two eyes were two balls of faintly burning pale green flames, filled with an aura of tyranny and chaos. There were even several twisted, tumor-like strange mushrooms growing on its back, emitting faint poisonous spores from time to time. Roar! As if it had sensed the intruder, the corrupted moss bear suddenly stood up and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves turned into airwaves visible to the naked eye, blowing away the fallen leaves on the ground. Its pair of pale green flaming eyes were fixed on Wang Xiaoluan and the other three. It's guarding the altar. Wang Xiaoluan immediately made a judgment. Bear-like monsters are all medium threat, so be careful. They'll use debuffs if you see them. Clear. Roger that, dear. The three of them responded immediately and the battle started instantly. I'll go first. Wang Xiaoya shouted, and her figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind the giant bear in the next second. Space cutting. She slashed the giant bear's ankle with her little hand, and an invisible, twisted space blade appeared out of thin air. Puff! A half-meter-long cut was easily torn on the tough tree root armor, and dark green smelly juice flowed out. Roar! The giant bear dodged immediately after feeling the pain, not suffering any further damage, and then turned around violently. A bear paw bigger than a millstone came with a whistling sound and slapped the position where Wang Xiaoya was just now. Boom! The ground shook violently, creating a big hole. But Wang Xiaoya had already flashed again, appeared on the other side, and made a face at it. Idiot, you can't hit me. At the moment when the giant bear's attention was attracted by Wang Xiaoya, several green streams of light shot down from the treetops high above. Whoosh! 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 It was Arya's magic arrows. 3 arrows, each with a small whirlwind attached, accurately hit the giant bear's right knee joint. Bang! 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 The arrow exploded, and the powerful impact caused the giant bear's huge body to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Well done! Wang Xiaoluan praised. However, this giant bear seems to have very strong vitality. It just roared, and countless roots at the wound began to wriggle, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it stopped its feet suddenly. With it as the center, countless thick tree roots broke out from the ground, like giant pythons, sweeping madly in all directions. Xiaoya, retreat quickly. Wang Xiaoluan's pupils shrank. Wang Xiaoya also reacted very quickly, flashing short distances twice in a row and narrowly avoiding several roots that were entangled with her. But one of the roots still brushed against the corner of her clothes. Ah! She screamed, lost her balance, and was about to fall. In a flash, a white shadow flashed by, and Su Muqing instantly appeared beside Wang Xiaoya, holding her in his arms. Then, she lightly tapped the tip of her toes on an incoming root and floated back. The whole process was smooth and elegant. Thank you, sister-in-law. Wang Xiaoya patted her chest with lingering fear. Be careful. Su Muching said lightly, but his eyes were always fixed on the giant bear, his eyes as sharp as a sword. This guy's recovery ability is too strong, conventional attacks are not very effective. Wang Xiaoluan quickly analyzed the battle situation, tried to attack the core and take it down in one go. He closed his eyes and raised his perception to the extreme. The Wu Windtalker's blessing allowed him to clearly capture every flow of energy in the air. In his perceptual world, the complex energy in the giant bear's body was like boiling magma. But there is a point on the left side of its chest where all the energy converges and circulates. The light from that point is brighter than anywhere else. Right there. Mu Qing. Wang Xiaoluan suddenly opened his eyes. The left side of the chest, where the heart is its core. Use your strongest penetrating attack. Good. After receiving the order, Su Mucheng placed Wang Xiaoya safely on the ground, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. That cold temperament now turned into an indestructible sharpness. Strands of white sword energy visible to the naked eye began to surround and condense around her. The ancient long sword in her hand made a clear sound, and her whole body and the sword light seemed to merge into one, turning into a shocking white rainbow, shooting straight towards the core of the giant bear. The giant bear seemed to have sensed the fatal threat. It gave up chasing Wang Xiaoya and instead intertwined all the roots that had broken through the ground into a thick giant shield in front of its body. But, it's useless. That long white rainbow was so powerful that it could destroy everything in its path. Puff. There was a tearing sound so slight that it was almost inaudible. The giant root shield was instantly pierced through like paper. Then, the sword rainbow accurately penetrated the core of the giant bear's left chest. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The giant bear's huge body froze in place, and the pale green flames burning in its eyes dimmed and extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The next second, its mountain-like body collapsed and turned into a pile of rotten sawdust and moss, without a sound. Silence returned to the open space again. Su Muching's figure slowly appeared in front of the altar, and his sword was sheathed. Ha, done. Wang Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and trotted over to Wang Xiaoluan. Brother, how was my performance? That's very good, but you're too brave. Don't get so close next time. Wang Xiaoluan tapped her head, with a hint of fear in his tone. Don't worry, your sister, I have quite a few ways to protect myself. At this moment, Arya jumped down from the tree and walked quickly to the dilapidated altar. This bear itself is not a threat. She knows that Mu Qing can handle it by herself, so she was trying to feel it just now. Now, without the interference of the giant bear, she could feel the pure and ancient energy inside the altar more clearly. A flash of enlightenment flashed through her mind like lightning. It was a memory from her hometown that was engraved deep in her blood. I remember now. She whispered softly, her blue eyes filled with excitement and nostalgia. This is the altar of life, a sacred altar used by Yalindel to weave the veins of the earth and spread the blessings of life. To think there's this here, is it? As she spoke, she stretched out her delicate hand and gently placed it on the cold, moss-covered stone surface. Let me try and see if I can reawaken it. She closed her eyes, mobilized the natural power in her body, and slowly injected it into the altar. With the infusion of her energy, a miracle happened. On the altar, a soft green light lit up from where her palm touched. Then, the green light seemed to come alive and quickly spread along the lines of the stone. Under the green light, those ugly mosses and vines quickly withered and peeled off as if they had met their nemesis. The originally dilapidated stone altar began to repair itself, the cracks were filled with green light, and it became brand new. Soon, the entire altar was shrouded in soft green light. The next moment, a visible emerald green halo like water waves suddenly spread out in all directions with the altar as the center. Wherever the halo passed, the withered yellow leaves turned into nutrients, and tender green shoots sprouted from the ground. The ancient trees around seemed to be injected with new vitality, their barks became more lustrous, and their leaves became more emerald green. The chaotic and depressing feeling in the air was swept away, replaced by an incomparably fresh, pure and refreshing breath of life. The entire forest seemed to let out a satisfied and joyful whisper at this moment. At the same time, far away in the meeting hall of the Moonlight Glade main city, the great elder Elrin and the ancient tree sage, who were discussing something with Lu Bufan, were suddenly shocked, stood up at the same time, rushed to the window, and looked into the depths of the forest in disbelief. This pulse. Elder Elrond's voice was trembling, pure, gentle, and full of vitality. This is the pulse of Yalindel. An unprecedented brilliance burst out from the cloudy old eyes of the ancient tree sage at this moment, and his old body trembled slightly with excitement. He looked towards the source of the fluctuation, his eyes filled with shock, ecstasy, and indescribable reverence. It must be the music holder and the princess. The bearer of the music book. He found the lost Princess Dawn for us. Now, the princess is personally awakening this slumbering land. The prophecy is true. He will bring us new hope. Chapter 102, Gift from the Altar. Arya paused in her chanting, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her azure eyes reflected the emerald green of the entire forest, as if life was flowing in them. She exuded an unprecedented sense of holiness and affinity, as if she were the embodiment of the will of this ancient forest. The emerald green halo spread to the distance, and wherever it passed, all things revived. This forest area, which had become lifeless due to the presence of strange beasts, regained its most primitive and pure vitality in just a few breaths. The refreshing freshness in the air is so strong that you can almost squeeze water out of it. Ha! Arya let out a long breath, her body swayed slightly, a hint of fatigue appeared on her face, but more of it was joy and satisfaction from the bottom of her heart. Wang Xiaoluan was quick to step forward and hold her soft waist, letting her lean on his arms. "Thank you for your hard work," he whispered. He could clearly feel that Arya's connection with this forest had reached an incredible depth. "It's not hard, dear." Arya adjusted herself to a comfortable position in his arms, her voice filled with a lazy smile. "It feels like coming home. And I think I got a little reward, too." Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved, and he immediately sank into the space of consciousness. On Beauty of All Worlds, Arya's panel did change. Character, Arya Dawn. Level, 39-100. Favorability, 100-100. Special value, 3-5. The level has been upgraded. And the special value has jumped from 2-5 to 3-5. Wow, this counts as activating a hidden mission and getting an S-level rating reward? Wang Xiaoluan was ecstatic. He focused his attention on the newly added special value without hesitation. Familiar golden words slowly emerged. Ability acquisition, natural force pulse. Skill description, you gain the core abilities related to Arya Dawn. Your perception resonates with the pulse deep within the earth, granting you extraordinary perception and control. Active effect, consume a very small amount of energy to connect your senses to the earth. In this state, all physical activity and energy flows on the surface and shallow underground within a 500-meter radius centered on you will be clearly presented to your mind, just like reading the lines on the palm of your hand. The range and accuracy of perception increase with level. Passive effect, your affinity and control over natural elements such as soil, rock, and vegetation are slightly enhanced. Humanoid self-propelled radar. Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness almost jumped up in the mosaic space. This skill is simply tailor-made for wilderness survival and reconnaissance. A 500-meter radius, what does that even mean? This means that any enemy who wants to attack him will have nowhere to hide as long as they step on the ground. Whether it is a stealthy assassin or a burrowing monster, they will appear as bright red dots in his perception map. Add to that the speed brought by Windtalker's Blessing, the endurance brought by Nature's Force, Renewal, and the top-tier attack power provided by Su Muching. With my equipment, I'm more than capable of being a secret agent, let alone a student, right? An all-around soldier, a hexagonal warrior, that's me. Although, most of the time it's the wives who are in C. He happily exited the spiritual space. In reality, Arya in his arms seemed to sense his emotions, and the smile on her face became even wider. "Brother, look." Wang Xiaoya pointed at the newly renovated altar, her big eyes filled with curiosity. "It's glowing. Will I get an electric shock if I touch it?" As she spoke, she actually stretched out her little hand and wanted to poke it. "Don't move." Su Muching's cold voice sounded, and he grabbed her wrist. Although she didn't know what this altar was, anything that could cause such a big commotion must be extraordinary, so it was better to be cautious. At that moment, two aged figures, each with an unusually powerful aura, shot out from the depths of the forest at lightning speed, landing in the clearing in a matter of seconds. They were none other than Elder Elrond and the ancient tree sage, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. When they saw the altar of life that was intact and emitting a soft glow of life, the two old elves who had lived for who knows how many years lost their composure in an instant. The altar, it really is the altar of life. Elder Elrond's voice trembled uncontrollably, and his face, which always had a certain majesty, was now filled with excitement and disbelief. The ancient tree sage was even more in tears. He stretched out his hand, which was like a dead branch, and tried to touch the altar tremblingly, but stopped in mid-air, as if he was afraid that his touch would desecrate this holy object. Yalandel's pulse. I felt it again, it's my mother's breath. He murmured to himself, and an astonishing light burst out of his turbid old eyes. Immediately, the two elven elders' gazes fell upon Arya, who was held in Wang Xiaoluan's arms. Their gazes contained shock, ecstasy, and a reverence that bordered on pilgrimage. Her Royal Highness Princess Chensi. Elder Elrond was the first to react, and respectfully performed the oldest and most honorable chest-touching ceremony of the elves towards Arya. The ancient tree sage followed closely behind, bowing deeply. This time, Arya is completely at a loss. Although she had already accepted her status as a princess, she was still somewhat overwhelmed by the respect shown to her by two such highly respected elders. Two elders, there is no need to do this, she said hurriedly. No, this is the respect you deserve. Elder Elrond's tone was extremely solemn. You have recovered the lost roots for Moonglade and for all of our people. This altar of life is one of the most important cornerstones of our civilization. It can straighten the veins of the earth, purify polluted energy, and protect the forest from the erosion of external evil. It has been silent for too long. It is your arrival that awakens it again. He turned to Wang Xiaoluan, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect, and to you, the bearer of the Sagebook. Your prophecies have never been wrong. You have not only brought us the lost dawn, but also brought us new hope. On behalf of all the elves of Moonglade, I express my highest gratitude to you. Wang Xiaoluan felt a little dizzy after being complimented. But he still cleared his throat, put on an unfathomable look, supported Arya, and said calmly. It's just a small favor, nothing to worry about. We just happened to pass by and saw some evil creature lurking here, so we cleared it out. These words were spoken calmly and with great dignity, which made the two elders stand in awe. Look, what does it mean to be a strong man? This is it. He accomplished such a world-shaking event, yet treated it as a trivial matter. Only Wang Xiaoya murmured quietly beside him, I also took action, I also have a contribution. Of course, no one paid any attention to her little attempt at credit. We have no way of repaying the kindness shown to us by His Excellency and Her Royal Highness the Princess. Elder Elrond took a deep breath and said solemnly. From now on, Moonblade will be your strongest ally. Your will is the target of all the elves' arrows. Wow, does this count as gaining a territory? Rounding it off, am I considered the Elf King? Wang Xiaoluan was delighted. He was about to say a few more polite words when his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. The atmosphere was broken in an instant. Wang Xiaoluan coughed twice. This might be because he ate too little in the morning, or because of some subtle consumption just now. Arya smiled in his arms, and Su Mucheng's mouth twitched slightly. Elder Elrond was also taken aback, then burst into laughter. Look at me, I'm just too excited. Your Excellency and Her Royal Highness the Princess must have consumed a great deal of food. Please follow us back to the city. We must host the grandest banquet for you, using the sweetest mead and the most abundant fruits to express our respect. That's great. Wang Xiaoluan immediately took advantage of the situation and said seriously, it just so happens that I have some immature suggestions regarding the future ecological development and environmental protection of this forest, and I'd like to discuss them in depth with the elders. Wang Xiaoya rolled her eyes. It's obvious that he's just hungry. Chapter 103, The Elves' Feast and Uninvited Guests. When Wang Xiaoluan and his group of 4 followed the two elders back to the Elves' Treetop main city, they were greeted by the excitement of the entire city. The news that the life altar had been reactivated had already spread throughout the Moonlight Glade through some strange forest network. All the elves, young and old, came out of their treehouses and gathered on both sides of the main road. When they saw Arya and Wang Xiaoluan surrounded by the elders of Elrond and the wise men of the ancient trees, all the elves spontaneously stopped what they were doing and bowed to them. Those handsome or pretty faces were filled with heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Arya, the princess of the dawn whose bloodline has awakened, is now the goddess walking on the earth in their hearts. And Wang Xiaoluan, the mysterious score holder who brought the princess and assisted her in awakening the altar, was given an equally lofty status. The other students in the special class were gathered in the square at this moment, boredly discussing their special abilities with each other. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Oh my god, what's going on? Did the king pass away or did the prince get married? This is too much of a ritual, isn't it? A classmate said in amazement. Look, isn't that Wang Xiaoluan and the others? What did they do? Why are they being welcomed back like heroes? I don't know. Aren't they just out leveling up? Could it be they secretly soloed a boss? Lu Bufan was also startled by the noise and came out of Elrond's reception room with a wineglass in his hand. When he saw Elder Elrond's respectful look, as if he wanted to worship Wang Xiaoluan, he sobered up instantly. He rushed forward in 2 steps, grabbed a familiar elf guard, and asked in a low voice. Hey, man, what's going on? What kind of trouble did my student cause? No, it looks like he's done something great. The elf guard glanced at Wang Xiaoluan with a look as if he were looking at a god, and answered in a low voice with excitement. Teacher Lu, your students, together with our Princess Chenxi, have reactivated our altar of life that has been lost for thousands of years. Do you know what this means? It means the future of our Moonblade is secure. Lu Bufan, ah? His mind froze a bit. He had no idea what the altar of life was, but it was both lost for 1,000 years and future-proof, so it sounded like something truly remarkable. We were just taking students on a trip and doing some diplomacy, but how did this turn out to be a historic event? He looked at Wang Xiaoluan's calm face and suddenly felt that he could think of a title for his performance report when he returned this time. On the great practice and historic breakthrough in cultivating special talents and building cross-racial friendship in the new era. This credit should at least go to me, the team leader, right? It must be. The rest of the day was almost continuous singing and dancing. At night, the elves held an unprecedented grand banquet on the largest meeting platform in the main city. The long dining table was covered with white linen and filled with the elves' most precious foods. Glowing mushrooms provide soft illumination, and the melodious sound of a harp flows on the night breeze. As the chief guest, Wang Xiaoluan was seated at the main seat. Sima Cheng and Alia were on his left and right, while Wang Xiaoya was right next to him, concentrating on eating a golden roasted honeybird, her mouth full of oil. Students from special classes were also invited to participate, and they all sat in a much more reserved manner. They have heard about the glorious deeds of Wang Xiaoluan's team from various channels, and now the way they look at him has changed from the mysterious boss in the same class to a legendary figure to be looked up to. Lu Bufan and Elder Elrond were arm in arm, drinking cup after cup of elven mead, their faces flushed, boasting about how he had a keen eye and discovered Wang Xiaoluan, a rare genius. The atmosphere of the entire banquet was warm and peaceful. Wang Xiaoluan enjoyed the crystal grapes peeled for him by Alia, and felt Su Mucheng's glances with a hint of smile from time to time, and felt extremely satisfied in his heart. These corrupt days are so good. However, just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax, a cold, elegant breath with a hint of blood descended without warning. At the entrance on the edge of the banquet platform, the space was slightly distorted, and a slender figure slowly walked out. The visitor was an extremely handsome man. He was wearing a well-cut dark red aristocratic suit. His face was pale, almost sickly, and his smooth black hair was combed meticulously. His lips were thin, with a subtle, slightly sarcastic smile at the corners. Most striking were his deep red eyes, like 2 bottomless pools of blood, full of temptation and danger. His appearance was like an ice cube falling into a boiling oil pan. The originally warm atmosphere cooled down instantly. All the elves stopped chatting and stood up warily, looking at the uninvited guest. A tense sense of confrontation filled the air. Oh, it seems I came at the wrong time and disturbed everyone's fun. The man spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, with the aria of an old-fashioned aristocrat. He ignored the hostility of the elves, his eyes slowly swept across the scene, and finally stopped on Wang Xiaoluan, who was sitting in the main seat. When he saw Alia and Su Mucheng beside Wang Xiaoluan, a barely perceptible surprise and greed flashed in his blood-red eyes. Elder Elrond, long time no see. He nodded slightly, his posture elegant, but with a condescending arrogance. I came to visit as agreed, but I didn't expect some interesting little mice to sneak into your forest. His words were undoubtedly provocative. Elder Elrond's face darkened, he stepped forward and said coldly. Duke of the Blood, Valerius. You are not welcome here. We will discuss our deal tomorrow. Tonight, we are entertaining our most distinguished guests. Honored guest? Duke Valerius chuckled as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Are you referring to these short-lived, weak humans filled with a chaotic aura? Elrond, your elf's taste is increasingly disappointing to me. His words made all the students in the special class glare at him. Lu Bufan also frowned and put down his glass. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes also slowly turned cold. disturbing people while they're eating and acting like a bitch. He slowly wiped his mouth, put down the scarf handed to him by Arya, then raised his eyelids and looked at the vampire duke. Sir, the tone of your voice reminds me of the clogged drain in my toilet. At this point, he is still very confident in his own strength and the strength of his two wives. To such a guy, he just says whatever he wants to say. It was loud and rushed, and there was a lingering stench. The whole place fell into deathly silence. No one expected that Wang Xiaoluan would respond to a vampire duke so directly and vulgarly. For the first time, the smile on Valerius's face froze. His blood-red eyes stared intently at Wang Xiaoluan, a dangerous storm brewing in them. Human, he said, his voice slow and measured, you are very courageous. I am interested in you. Chapter 10 for the temptation of the Blood Clan. The appearance of Valerius destroyed the atmosphere of the feast. He did not continue the verbal dispute with Wang Xiaoluan. After looking at Wang Xiaoluan deeply, the vampire duke was invited by an elven guard to an independent treehouse on the edge of the main city that had been prepared for him under the cold gaze of Elder Elrond. The banquet ended abruptly. Wang Xiaoluan and his group temporarily returned to the residence arranged by the elves. Yesterday, Wang Xiaoluan was carried back after falling asleep, so this time they could see him clearly. This is a huge treehouse surrounded by 3 giant trees. The interior decoration is luxurious and natural, full of the breath of life. In the living room, fragrant wood was burning in the fireplace, but the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Who is that guy? Wang Xiaoluan asked after taking a sip of the calming flower tea that Alia had brewed for him. Elder Elrond did not leave. He insisted on explaining everything to Wang Xiaoluan in person. At this moment, he was sitting opposite with a serious face. Valerius von Karstein, one of the 9 clans whose blood descended upon Blue Star, one of the dukes of the Vandros clan in Dragon Country. There was obvious disgust in Elder Elrond's tone. Blood race, or vampires, are a race completely different from us elves. They are the darlings of the night, feeding on blood and pursuing immortality and power. And the Vanzuo family is the royal family and the most ambitious among the vampires. Their territory happens to be located on the north side of Moonwhisper Forest, separated by a swamp and a dark forest. We in Moonlight Glade have always kept our distance from them. But recently, a highly poisonous plant called rotten blood moss has appeared on the outskirts of the forest. Only the Moonlight Wellflower produced in the core territory of the vampires can neutralize it. So we had to do some trading with them. Wang Xiaoluan understood. To put it bluntly, they both had something the other needed, so they were holding their noses to maintain a superficial peace. So he's coming this time? It's all for the next batch of Moonlight Wellhua transactions. Elder Elrond sighed. Valerius is notorious for his arrogance and greed, and every negotiation is extremely difficult. I didn't expect him to run into you this time. Your Excellency, the bearer of the genealogy, please be careful. The vampires' methods are insidious and strange, especially their mental magic, which is difficult to guard against. After seeing off the worried Elder Elrond, only Wang Xiaoluan and 4 others were left in the treehouse. Wang Xiaoyao also came to play. After learning that she was the scoreholder's sister, she immediately had the right to do whatever she wanted. Brother, that guy with red eyes gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. Wang Xiaoya curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow. He looks eerie, like a villain in a horror movie. He is indeed a villain. Wang Xiaoluan smiled, his eyes calm. But don't worry, we will fight back if the enemy comes, and we will block the water if the water comes. Su Muching didn't say anything, but just wiped her sword silently. But in those cold eyes, there was already a hint of sword intent flowing. As long as Wang Xiaoluan gives the order, her sword can be used to chop down the ungrateful vampire at any time. Arya gently refilled Wang Xiaoluan's tea and whispered, Dear, do you want me to ask the children in the forest to keep an eye on him? No need. Wang Xiaoluan shook his head, a playful smile on his face. That would be too obvious. I have a better way. He closed his eyes. The power of nature, pulsation, starts. In an instant, his perception spread like a tide and merged with the earth beneath his feet. Everything within a radius of 500 meters was constructed in his mind as an extremely detailed 3-dimensional map that was updated in real time. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the wriggling of earthworms under the soil, the light footsteps and heartbeats of the patrolling elven guards in the distance, nothing can escape his gaze. His perception quickly locked onto the independent treehouse on the edge. In the treehouse, Valerius was sitting elegantly by the window, playing with a crystal glass filled with bright red liquid. In Wang Xiaoluan's perception map, his energy fluctuations appeared as a dark red color that was out of tune with the surrounding environment and full of death and plunder. This guy is really not a good person. Wang Xiaoluan was about to investigate further when he suddenly saw a strand of blood-colored energy separated from Valeria's body, which almost merged with the darkness. This energy was like a silent poisonous snake, silently crawling out of the treehouse, sticking to the ground and the shadows of the trees, and sneaking towards the treehouse where they were in an extremely secretive route. Oh? You can't hold it back anymore? Want to show me your power? Wang Xiaoluan sneered in his heart. He did not say anything, still keeping his eyes closed and resting, and even deliberately slowed down his breathing, pretending to have relaxed his vigilance. The blood-colored energy soon arrived at the bottom of their treehouse. It did not choose any entrance, but directly penetrated the wall made of living plants and floated into the living room like a wisp of green smoke. It circled in the air, as if confirming its target, and finally locked onto Wang Xiaoluan, who was breathing the most steadily on the sofa. The next second, the blood-colored energy suddenly accelerated, turning into an invisible spike, and fiercely stabbed Wang Xiaoluan's eyebrows. This was a purely mental attack. Vicious, swift, and silent. Any other psychic who has no connection with the psychic system would probably be caught off guard and hit. However, this time, Valerius hit a wall that he could not have imagined. Just when the bloody spike was about to touch Wang Xiaoluan's skin. Deep in Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness, the quietly floating beauty of all worlds suddenly emitted a golden halo. At the same time, the unparalleled sword intent from Suma Chang and the majestic natural power from Arya in his body were instantly stimulated by this spiritual invasion. At the same time, there seemed to be an indescribable power mixed in it, which was different from both Suma Chang and Arya. Buzz. An invisible spiritual storm, a mixture of the sharp edge that can cut through everything and the endless power, erupted with Wang Xiaoluan as the center. The bloody spiritual spike couldn't even last for a millisecond before it was instantly torn into pieces by the storm and annihilated into nothingness. But that's not all. After destroying the invaders, this spiritual storm actually followed a thread of connection in the dark, went upstream, and struck back along the same path it came from, like lightning. Valerius, who was far away in another treehouse, suddenly froze, the elegant smile on his face. Puff! He was hit hard and suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. The crystal-clear crystal cup slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. He covered his head, his handsome face twisted in pain, his blood-red eyes filled with horror and disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? His spiritual exploration had probed countless powerful people, including some big figures known as A-level psychics by humans, but he had never encountered a counterattack that was so domineering, so pure, and seemed to be born to be the nemesis of his dark energy. That power contained an edge that was sharp enough to make his soul tremble, and also contained a breath of life that was so vast that made him feel his own insignificance. There is also an indescribable, terrifying suppressive force, as if from a superior. Moreover, these unrelated forces were perfectly integrated together to form a barrier that he could not understand and could not resist. At this time, in Wang Xiaoluan's treehouse, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear, as if nothing had happened. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiaoya was startled by the invisible aura fluctuation just now, and asked with some concern. Su Muqing and Alia also looked at him at the same time, with questioning eyes. It's nothing. Wang Xiaoluan smiled calmly, picked up the teacup, and blew gently. I just got rid of a fly that didn't know how to live or die. He paused, his eyes penetrating the wall, looking in the direction of Valerius, his lips curled up in a cold arc. But this fly seems to be more fragile than I thought. Chapter 105 New Breath. Brother, what happened just now? I felt a jolt in my heart, as if something very dangerous came over, and then suddenly disappeared. Wang Xiaoya came over holding a pillow. Although her brother looked calm, she did feel some indescribable fluctuations and was very curious. Nothing, Wang Xiaoluan stretched out his finger and flicked her forehead lightly. It's that vampire who wanted to use his mental power to spy on us and give me a warning. In the end, I wasn't very good at it, and I got bounced back by the firewall in my head, which probably broke me. He explained it easily, but Wang Xiaoya, Suma Chang and Alia all understood that the danger involved could not be summed up in a few words. Attacks on the spiritual level are invisible and intangible, and are the most bizarre and difficult to defend against. That guy is so despicable. Wang Xiaoya waved her fist angrily. He actually launched a sneak attack. Next time I see him, I'm going to use my space blade to draw an X on his face. Alright, don't be angry. Wang Xiaoluan smiled and ruffled her hair. He's just a clown. There's no need to be angry over him. It's getting late. Let's all get some rest. We might still be busy tomorrow. Hearing this, Arya smiled and said to Wang Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoya, if you're scared, you can sleep with us in the master bedroom tonight. It's very spacious here. Wang Xiaoya's cheeks flushed red. She glanced at her brother, then at the smiling Arya and Su Muqing, who had a blank expression but didn't object. She shook her head like a rattle. And no thanks. I'm going back to sleep in my room from last night. Just kidding, if I stay here, I will definitely see some scenes that are not suitable for children. I might even get dizzy and be dragged onto the bed by my second sister-in-law. It's too scary. After saying that, she ran out of the luxurious room like a frightened little rabbit, holding the pillow. Only Wang Xiaoluan and his two wives were left in the living room. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Arya walked slowly behind Wang Xiaoluan and gently placed her soft, boneless hands on his shoulders, kneading them just right. A warm natural force seeped in through her fingertips, soothing Wang Xiaoluan's possible mental fatigue. My dear, although you look fine, the mental confrontation is the most exhausting. It's better to relax. Her voice was so gentle that water could drip out. Su Muqing sat silently on the other side of Wang Xiaoluan. Although she did nothing, her silent companionship was a kind of comfort in itself. The cool fragrance on her body intertwined with the fragrance of plants and trees brought by Arya, forming a soothing atmosphere. Wang Xiaoluan leaned comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth. It can't be said that she is being hugged by two of the most beautiful women in the world, but the feeling of being taken care of by the two most beautiful women in the world is enough to make any man feel elated. Honestly, sometimes I feel like a kept gigolo. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but complain. Arya paused, then chuckled. My dear, how could you even think that? You are our core, the source of our strength and existence. We would do anything for you. Su Muqing also spoke, her voice as clear as jade colliding. Husband, why do you say that? You and I are one. A simple sentence, but it contains unquestionable affirmation. Wang Xiaoluan felt a warm feeling in his heart and said no more. He knew that arguing with them was pointless. Their cognition is completely different from the common sense of Blue Star. It is an absolute bond and identification that comes from the depths of their souls. As the night deepened, the flame in the fireplace gradually dimmed, leaving only flickering sparks. Accompanied by Arya and Su Muqing, Wang Xiaoluan lay on a bed made of huge leaves and soft moss and soon fell into a deep sleep. My consciousness once again sank into the familiar brilliant starry sky that seemed to be composed of countless mosaic light points. Floating in the center of the starry sky is the ancient and heavy volume, Beauty of All Worlds. Wang Xiaoluan's mind moved, and he appeared in front of the book. He did not open it immediately, but closed his eyes and carefully recalled everything that had happened tonight. In fact, when the vampire Duke Valerius appeared, he faintly felt a faint fluctuation of aura that was completely different from Su Muqing and Arya. And at the moment when the opponent's mental spikes attacked and the power in his body passively counterattacked, that feeling became extremely clear. It was an aura that was difficult to describe in words, and even his level of Chinese language skills was unable to describe it accurately. And that breath seemed to have some kind of faint resonance with the beauty of all worlds. Could it be? Wang Xiaoluan had a bold guess in his mind. He stretched out his hand and opened the Beauty of All Worlds. The first page shows Su Muqing, dressed in white as snow and as cool as an immortal. Her portrait is lifelike, and as her eyes move, one seems to be able to see thousands of sword lights. The second page shows Arya with her silver hair like a waterfall and a proud figure. She holds a longbow and her blue eyes are full of tenderness and wisdom. Wang Xiaoluan's gaze fell on the lower right corner of Arya's portrait, where the special value clearly showed 3-5. He took a deep breath and tried to turn the page. In the past, this page seemed to be welded by a tremendous force, and no matter how hard he tried, it did not move at all. But this time, when his fingertips touched the edge of the page, he felt a very slight looseness. There's hope. Wang Xiaoluan concentrated his mind, mobilized all his willpower, and poured it into his fingertips. There was a heavy and sticky resistance at the edge of the page, as if tearing open an ancient scroll that had been sealed for thousands of years. He could feel that the material of the pages was extremely tough and seemed to be covered with an invisible, dark red film. Open it, for me. With a low shout, he exerted all his strength and finally opened a tiny corner of the indestructible page. It was just a small horn, but it seemed to have drained all his strength. He gasped and looked towards the small corner impatiently. In the gap, he saw only a sliver of pure silver, like the purest moonlight. And beneath that silver, a breathtaking crimson, as if flowing with blood. Silver and red, noble and strange, two completely different colors, but perfectly intertwined. The next moment, an invisible force came, and the pages of the book closed with a snap and returned to their original state. Wang Xiaoluan didn't care at all, and a smile of extreme interest appeared on his face. I was provoked by that vampire duke, and I had a reaction. Combined with the faint color I saw. Could this third one also be a vampire? He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Or perhaps, a being that specializes in suppressing vampires? Like a priest or a demon hunter? TSK, no matter which one it is, it's something to look forward to. With this expectation of the unknown, Wang Xiaoluan's consciousness slowly receded from the starry sky and returned to a peaceful dream. He had a dream. The scene in the dream was a lonely mountaintop, an ancient castle, and a gorgeous sarcophagus. Chapter 106: Confrontation at the Negotiation Table. The next morning, the air in the moonlit forest was so fresh that it seemed to cleanse the soul. The central council hall of the elves is located on the crown of the World Tree Teldra, the core of the main city. The so-called World Tree is more of a name and a symbol. This is not a magnificent palace, but a circular hall formed by the natural growth and interweaving of living trees. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, forming mottled beams of light. The air is filled with the fragrance of ancient trees and soil, solemn and full of the breath of life. In the center of the hall, next to a huge round table woven from thousand-year-old vines, the atmosphere was not as peaceful as the environment. Several high-ranking elves, led by Great Elder Elrond, sat upright with serious expressions. Opposite them, the vampire Duke Valerius sat alone. He had changed into a more elaborate and gorgeous black aristocratic dress, with golden silk embroidered on the cuffs and collar in patterns of bats and thorns. However, his handsome face, which always showed elegance and arrogance, now looked a little pale, and there was even a faint blue color under his eyes. He tried hard to maintain his noble demeanor, but the subtle trembling of his fingers when he occasionally picked up the cup of red liquid in front of him revealed that he was not in a good condition at the moment. The mental backlash last night was far more serious than he showed. That power not only destroyed his spiritual exploration, but also acted like a burning holy sword, leaving an unhealable wound on the source of his spirit. This made him feel a deep fear towards the seemingly ordinary human boy. The heavy wooden door of the conference room was pushed open silently. Wang Xiaoluan walked in yawning, and Arya followed him gracefully. Sima Cheng was still dressed in white, like a silent shadow. He stopped at the door and stood with a sword in his arms. Her cold eyes swept over everyone in the hall, finally landing on Valerius, with no attempt to conceal the warning in them. Sorry, I overslept. Wang Xiaoluan waved his hand insincerely, pulled out a chair and sat down next to Elder Elrond, while Arya naturally sat on the other side of him. Valerius's blood-red pupils suddenly shrank, and his gaze was fixed on Wang Xiaoluan. This guy. This seemingly lazy, harmless, even somewhat careless human, had caused him to suffer the biggest loss of his life last night. He didn't mention what happened last night, that was embarrassing. He failed to provoke and was beaten with internal injuries. If he told others about it, he would only become a laughingstock in the vampire circle. Elder Elrond saw that everyone was present, cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice. Duke Valerius, now that everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. Regarding the next batch of Moonlight Walhua transactions, what conditions do you, the Fanjua clan, want to propose this time? Valerius shifted his gaze away from Wang Xiaoluan and resumed his arrogant attitude. He gently shook his wineglass, but did not look at Elrond. Instead, he looked at Wang Xiaoluan and Arya with interest. We can discuss the terms slowly, but before that, I'm very interested in these two new faces. His voice had a unique, hoarse, cello-like magnetism. Elrond, will you introduce me to him? To be brought to the negotiation table with such seriousness, he must be no ordinary person. They are not the ones you can target. Elder Elrond's tone turned cold. This is Her Royal Highness Princess Arya Dawn, and this is the great scoreholder, His Excellency Wang Xiaoluan. Princess? The holder of the music score? Valerius muttered these two words, and a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. He finally understood why, when he came here last night, he felt that the breath of life in the entire Moonlight Glade had become exceptionally pure and active. That breath made a creature of the night like him feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. I see. No wonder the smell of this forest has become so sickening. He chuckled, the sarcasm in his words undisguised. You two are the ones who caused this change, right? Before Wang Xiaoluan could answer, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. Oh my, it's such a lively occasion, how can you not invite me, a teacher, to join in? Lu Bufan's signature, somewhat lazy voice rang out. He was still wearing a slightly sloppy casual outfit, his hair was messy, and he was holding a thermos cup with the words Dragon Soul Academy printed on it. He walked straight to Wang Xiaoluan and stood behind him, patting his shoulder with a smile. My students were a bit looked down upon last night. As the homeroom teacher, I have to come and hold the fort up. I want to prevent some old monsters who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years from bullying the weak. Lu Bufan's words made Valerius's face instantly gloomy. A human teacher? He snorted coldly, a sinister light flashing in his blood-red pupils. He was fuming after being humiliated by Wang Xiaoluan last night. This sloppy man who suddenly appeared became the target for his venting in temptation. A spiritual energy that was more obscure and tricky than last night, like an invisible poisonous needle, silently pierced Lu Bufan's consciousness. He wanted to make this ignorant human teacher taste the price of offending a vampire duke. However, the moment the mental poison needle touched Lu Bufan, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had disappeared into the sea. No, not disappear. In Valerius's perception, his mental power seemed to have crashed into a maze composed of countless funhouse mirrors, and was instantly twisted, pulled, and refracted beyond recognition. Then, the maze turned into a sticky swamp, trapping his mental power and making him unable to move. Before he could react, the swamp turned into an indestructible wall of size, completely isolating his subsequent power. In just a blink of an eye, his carefully prepared mental attack was wiped out by this endless and incredible defense. Puff! Although Valerius did not vomit blood, his face was 3 times paler than before. The continuous setbacks in his mental strength made him feel dizzy and nauseous. He looked in horror at the man who still looked lazy and was even unscrewing the thermos to drink water. What the hell is this place? A seemingly ordinary boy, his mental defense is as overbearing as a volcano. A slovenly teacher, his mental defense is even more bizarre, like an unsolvable maze. Are all the superpowered people in Dragon Country so perverted? Lu Bufan blew away the hot air in the thermos, as if nothing had happened. He just glanced at Valerius with a mocking smile on his face. What's wrong, Your Excellency the Duke? Did you not sleep well last night? Why do you look so bad today? Would you like me to recommend a soothing and brain-tonifying liquid that's a specialty of ours in the East? Of course he was aware of the other party's tactics, but he would not fight an unprepared battle. Before coming, he had already applied several different kinds of psychic powers based on his understanding of the vampires. After 2 consecutive setbacks, Valerius completely put away all his contempt. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and fear in his heart. He knew that it was no longer realistic to gain the upper hand in the negotiations today. After a brief silence, he placed the crystal glass in his hand heavily on the table, making a crisp sound that attracted everyone's attention. Okay, let's not beat around the bush. His gaze passed over everyone and finally fixed firmly on Wang Xiaoluan. A complex and incomprehensible light flashed in his blood-red pupils. The transaction for Moonlight Wellflower can continue as usual. I can even give you a batch of our Vanzuo clan specialty, the Blood Orchid, to neutralize the toxins in the woods. Elder Elrond was stunned when he heard this. These conditions were too generous. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. As expected, Valerius paused and stated his ultimate goal. I have only one condition. He spoke each word with a clear voice echoing in the meeting room. I want this sage, the holder of the music score, to accompany me back to Caston Castle and stay as my guest for a day. Chapter 107. Should I avoid his attack? The air in the meeting room seemed to solidify into amber after Valerius said those words. Invite Wang Xiaoluan to be a guest? Go to his castle Karstein, which doesn't sound like a good place from the name. The elder Elrond's gray eyebrows instantly twisted into a knot. Without thinking, he refused in a deep voice. Impossible. Your Excellency, the Duke, your request is too unreasonable. The master of the Book of Music is the most distinguished guest of our Moonlight Glade. We have an obligation to protect his safety. Safe? Valerius chuckled softly, as if he had heard some great joke. Elrond, are you questioning the credibility of a Duke of Vandros? I simply wish to invite this interesting lord to a friendly exchange. After all, he caused quite a bit of a surprise to my mind last night, and I have to figure out the source of this surprise, right? He mentioned the mental confrontation last night without hesitation, but he put himself in the position of the victim in his words, and the threat in his words was self-evident. Lu Bufan took a step forward and stood in front of Wang Xiaoluan. The lazy smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a rare sharpness. Old bat, do you think we dragons are easy to bully? If you want to fight, just say so. Don't resort to such empty talk. Want to invite my students to your home? Sure, first invite our entire special class of more than 20 people, plus the principal and dean of Dragon Soul Academy, and we'll consider opening a branch base. These words were half a joke and half a warning, directly elevating Valerius's personal invitation to the level of the two forces. Arya didn't say anything, but her warm hand had already tightly grasped Wang Xiaoluan's hand, and a slightly cool touch and firm strength came from her fingertips. A thought that only Wang Xiaoluan could hear entered his mind. Dear, don't go. The environment in his castle will suppress my power, which is very disadvantageous to us. Wang Xiaoluan understood. Of course he knew this was the Hongmen banquet. Valerius, the old bat, must have been harboring some evil thoughts after hearing his words and feeling the backlash from him. He couldn't get any good results in the elves' territory, so he wanted to move to his own home turf. When the time comes and some vampire secrets or ancient magic circles in the castle are unleashed, it's hard to say whether my mental defense will be enough. To play it safe, you must refuse, avoid the sharp edge temporarily, and be tolerant for the time being. This is the most sensible choice. He was just about to speak, to use his eloquent tongue to criticize the old bat to pieces and then sternly refuse him, when a sudden voice sounded in the deepest part of his mind without warning. The voice was very vague, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It seemed to come from across layers of time and space, with a subtle sense of majesty and intimacy. Go with peace of mind. These three short words exploded like a thunder in Wang Xiaoluan's sea of consciousness. He was completely stunned. What was this? A hallucination? Or was it some new psychic attack from that old bat? Wrong. Wang Xiaoluan immediately rejected this idea. The source of this sound was the same as the beauty of all worlds, within him. It was a resonance at the soul level that could not be simulated by external forces. Moreover, after the mental backlash last night, Valerius is now a paper tiger with a strong exterior but a weak interior, and it is absolutely impossible for him to interfere with him at such a deep level again. Is this a hint from the golden finger? Wang Xiaoluan's heart started beating wildly. Since he came here, this crappy book has never given him any proactive hints except for summoning his wife and upgrading simultaneously. What happened today? The sun is rising from the west? Although he didn't know why, his trust in this score was absolutely 100%. After all, Su Mucheng and Alia, two lively and charming top-notch wives, are the best proof. Now that the golden finger has spoken, what is there to be afraid of? Fortunes are sought through risk, and a wife is a gift from heaven. Who knows, this day trip to the castle might even trigger some hidden plot that will unlock the third page. And if we speculate further, it is very likely that these words came from the next wife. In an instant, Wang Xiaoluan's thoughts took a 180-degree turn. I avoid his attack? Just do it. The expression on his face instantly switched from solemn to a relaxed smile. He patted Lu Bufan's shoulder gently, signaling him to be patient, then held Arya's hand with his backhand and gave her a reassuring look. Facing the surprised and doubtful gazes of the crowd, Wang Xiaoluan stood up, looked directly at Valerius, grinned, revealing his white teeth. Being your guest for a day? Sounds good. But how's the food like in the Duke's castle? Do you have any spicy crayfish from our dragon country? When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Elder Elrond almost jumped up from his chair. Sir Xiaoluan, no. Lu Bufan was also confused. Are you crazy? Are you really going? Arya was so anxious that she called out frantically with her mind, Dear. Don't be impulsive. Valerius himself was stunned, and all the soft and hard arguments he had prepared were stuck in his throat. He had anticipated that the other party would resist fiercely, argue with reason, and even overturn the table and leave, but he never expected that the other party would agree so readily. Is he a fool? But looking at Wang Xiaoluan's clear and playful eyes, Valerius gave up the idea. This kid is very smart. Of course, anything you can think of, Castan's kitchen can prepare for you. Valerius quickly suppressed his surprise and doubts, put on his noble fake smile again, but sneered in his heart. Idiot. You're the one who refused to take the road to heaven and barged into hell. Now that you've reached my territory, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. No matter how bizarre your mental defense is, can it withstand the 1,000-year-old blood covenant and the suppression of the castle's own will? I will pin you up in my laboratory like a specimen and study you inch by inch. Wang Xiaoluan seemed not to see the malice deep in his eyes. He stretched out a finger and shook it. You can go, but I have two conditions. Go ahead, Valerius said with affected generosity. First, I have to bring my people. Wang Xiaoluan pointed at Arya beside him, then raised his chin towards Su Muqing, who was standing at the door with a sword in her arms. They both have to go with me. Valerius's eyes swept over Arya and Su Muqing. An elf princess and a fierce swordsman. Although there are some troubles, it is not a big problem. In his castle, unless someone is extremely powerful and unreasonable, everyone is trapped. Of course. It's my honor to have Her Royal Highness Princess Dawn and that lady with the sword here. He nodded in agreement. Secondly, Wang Xiaoluan paused, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Since we agreed that this was a deal, the batch you just mentioned is too vague. How about this? I'll send 200 plants over first, as a welcome gift to the elves. Oh, and by the way, they have to be of the best vintage. The corners of Valerius' mouth twitched violently. 200 plants? The best vintage? Why don't you just go grab them? Although the blood orchid is a specialty of the Vanzuo clan, it's not easy to cultivate, and the best vintage ones are even more precious. They're one of the key bargaining chips used in trading for moonlight Welhua with the elves. This kid asked for 300 plants right away, which is really an exorbitant request. Looking at Wang Xiaoluan's rogue expression that said, I won't go if you don't give it to me, and thinking of his enormous research value, Valerius gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, deal. Then it's settled. Wang Xiaoluan slammed the table, finalizing the matter. When do we leave? Since you are so forthright, how about this afternoon? Valerius was already a little impatient. Okay. Wang Xiaoluan shrugged and sat down again, looking like you have the final say. The deal was done, and Valerius stood up, bowed slightly to Elder Elrond, performed an impeccable noble salute, then turned and walked out of the meeting room without looking back. He needed to go back and prepare immediately, not only to prepare the 200 blood orchids that had caused him so much pain, but also to prepare an unforgettable welcome ceremony for this daring human boy. As soon as he left, the meeting room exploded. Xiaoluan, what are you thinking about? Lu Bufan grabbed his arm. Do you know how dangerous the vampire's lair is? That's not a game dungeon. Sir, you are too impulsive. We can completely refuse him. Elder Elrond said anxiously. Su Muqing had come up behind Wang Xiaoluan without him noticing. Her cold voice was filled with unquestionable seriousness. Wherever my husband is, I will be there. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step over my sword first. Arya held his hand, her blue eyes filled with worry and determination. My dear, no matter what you decide, I will be with you and protect you. Seeing everyone's concerned expressions, Wang Xiaoluan felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said soothingly. Don't worry, teacher, elder. I know what I'm doing and I won't fight a battle I'm not sure of. He did not explain the origin of the mysterious voice. This kind of thing was too unbelievable and no one would believe it if he told it. He just raised his head and looked towards the north, at the land shrouded in darkness and scarlet. Karstein Castle. I want to see what kind of surprise is hidden in this dangerous place. Chapter 108. The target is the vampire castle. In the afternoon, at the edge of the moonlight glade. The atmosphere here is completely different from the tranquility of the early morning, and there is a subtle sense of tension in the air. Valerius was already waiting there with his entourage. Beside him stood several vampires who were also wearing elaborate aristocratic costumes. They all had cold expressions and a condescending look in their eyes. And on the treetops behind them, several huge, hideous-looking gargoyles perched like real sculptures. Their dark red eyes flickered slightly in the shadows of the forest, emitting an ominous and oppressive aura. On the other side, almost all the students in the special class of Dragon Soul Academy came to see Wang Xiaoluan off. No way, Brother Luan, are you really going to that vampire's lair? A boy with a crew cut yelled. I heard they all sleep in coffins and drink human blood. Don't get infected. Pa, what are you talking about? Ling Meng, who had twin ponytails, slapped him on the back of the head, then looked at Wang Xiaoluan with eyes full of admiration. Brother Luan is representing our Dragon Soul Academy, conducting diplomatic negotiations behind enemy lines. How impressive. The talking red sword Gawain also emerged from behind her, shouting in its demanding voice, that's right. Boy, show some spirit and don't lose face. If those bats dare to touch you, I'll have Ling Meng rush over and destroy their castle. Lilith, holding a teddy bear, blinked her large, doll-like eyes, curiously gazing at the gargoyles in the distance, and whispered, "A vampire's castle, sounds interesting. Wang Xiaoluan, if possible, please take some photos. I want to see the architectural style inside. Maybe it can provide some inspiration for my gaming cabin." Everyone was talking at once, and the scene was joyful for a moment, which diluted a lot of the solemnity of the farewell. Lu Bufan stood aside, still holding his unchanging thermos cup in his hand. He didn't say anything more to dissuade him, but just walked forward and patted Wang Xiaoluan's shoulder heavily. "Remember, saving your life is the first priority. If the situation is not right, run away. If you can't run away, call for help. Dragon Soul Academy is your biggest support." "I understand, Teacher Lu." Wang Xiaoluan smiled and nodded, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Finally, Wang Xiaoya squeezed over. She held Wang Xiaoluan's clothes tightly, raised her little face, and her eyes were full of worry. "Brother, you really won't take me with you? I think my spatial coordinate teleportation skills are pretty good. If there's any danger, I can just open a door next to you and we can be right back in no time." "How convenient." Wang Xiaoluan rubbed her head and laughed. "My silly sister, have you forgotten what those vampires are best at? Mental magic. Your little head doesn't have any mental defense firewalls except for anime and games. If he were to take control of US, wouldn't your spatial ability be like an express delivery that would send him directly to us? That would be dangerous." He explained half-jokingly. Although Wang Xiaoya was still somewhat reluctant, she knew that what her brother said was the truth, so she could only pout and angrily warn him, "Then you must be careful. If any blind vampire girl dares to seduce you, let the eldest and second sisters-in-law chase her away. Your harem quota is already very tight." Puff. Wang Xiaoluan almost vomited blood. "What the hell are you thinking? I'm going there for a negotiation, not a blind date." He waved goodbye to everyone with a helpless look on his face, then turned and walked to Su Muching and Alia. Valerius watched them dither for a long time, with a hint of impatience in his eyes, but he still maintained his noble demeanor, bowed slightly, and made a pleased gesture. "Your Excellency, can we set off now? My carriage is ready." He pointed to a luxuriously decorated black carriage not far away, which was pulled by 3 gargoyles. The carriage was intricately carved with rose and bat patterns, and the wheels gleamed with a cold metallic light, making it look like it could obviously fly. However, Wang Xiaoluan didn't even look at the carriage, but just nodded slightly to Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng understood. She waved her hand, and the ancient sword appeared out of thin air, floating quietly in front of her. The next moment, the sword shone brightly. The long sword grew longer against the wind, and in the blinding light, it instantly transformed into a giant lightsaber several meters long and wide enough for 3 people. A layer of light green sword energy lingered around the sword, emitting a heart-pounding sharp aura, and even the surrounding air seemed to be cut and slightly distorted. "Let's go, my husband, Arya." Su Mucheng spoke in a calm tone, and was the first to lightly jump onto the sword, his white clothes fluttering, not stained by dust. Arya smiled, naturally took Wang Xiaoluan's hand, and jumped up. Wang Xiaoluan stood steadily between the two of them, one hand around Su Mucheng's slender waist, and the other around Alia's soft shoulders. On the opposite side, the vampires were stunned. Behind him, the students in the special class burst into exclamations. "Fuck! Awesome!" Under everyone's gaze, Su Mucheng had an idea. Buzz! The huge lightsaber made a clear sword sound, shaking the whole area. Then, it transformed into a stream of green light, soaring into the sky, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed far exceeding the speed of sound, and rushing towards the northern sky. All that was left was a circle of white sonic boom cloud that lingered for a long time, and a group of stunned onlookers. The speed was so fast that even Valerius only had time to catch a glimpse of the disappearing afterimage. He stood there in a daze, his mouth slightly open, and the carefully prepared words, "My carriage is very comfortable and can effectively isolate the air currents at high altitudes," were forced back into his mouth, stuck in his throat, unable to move up or down. The expressions on the faces of the vampire nobles behind him were even more brilliant. Shocked, stunned, unbelievable. That innate sense of racial superiority seemed to be shattered by this unreasonable sword. Fly with a sword? What the hell is this? Is this how all the supernatural beings in the East travel? I've never seen that before. Valerius's face turned from white to blue, and then from blue to black, like an overturned palette. He felt that his own dignity had been challenged and humiliated like never before. He waved his hand fiercely and shouted at the dazed followers behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up as fast as you can. Before he finished speaking, he transformed himself into a dense group of blood-red bats, wrapped in a strong smell of blood, and madly chased in the direction where the green light disappeared. Far in the sky, above the lightsaber, Wang Xiaoluan felt the whistling wind passing by his ears and couldn't help but give his wife a thumbs up in his heart. So cool. Just thinking about the old badass frustrated expression is more refreshing than drinking an ice cola in the dog days of summer. He turned his head to look at Arya and found that the wind element had formed a soft barrier around her, isolating the violent airflow. Her beautiful long silver hair just fluttered gently in the wind, not at all messy. At this time, Su Muqing's voice, cold but gentle, came from in front of him. Husband, how do you feel? It feels great. Wang Xiaoluan laughed and tightened his arms around her waist. I just don't know if our Lord Duke can keep up with our speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Arya beside him gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. After a moment, she opened her blue eyes and said softly, My dear, they are following us. I can feel a large mass of chaotic life energy behind us, chasing us in a rather awkward manner. There was a hint of smile in her tone. When Wang Xiaoluan heard this, the curve of his mouth became even wider. Let him see what kind of medicine is sold in that guy's castle. Chapter 109 Dinner at Scarlet Castle. The sky in the north is always stained with gloomy twilight earlier than that in the south. When the huge lightsaber controlled by Su Muqing tore through the last layer of cloud, a huge monster came into the sight of the three people, squatting at the intersection of the vast black forest and the steep mountains. Karstein Castle. Rather than being a castle, it is more like a giant steel beast crawling on the ground, made up of countless hideous boulders and sharp towers. The whole place is dark, soaked in time and blood. Countless pointed Gothic towers pierce the lead gray sky like sharp swords, as if to tear apart the thin light as well. At the highest point of the castle, a huge bat statue carved from obsidian spread its wings, silently overlooking everything below, its blood-red gemstone eyes flashing an ominous light in the dim sky. The castle was surrounded by a circle of bottomless cliffs, and the only passage was a suspension bridge made of giant white bones that spanned the abyss. Beneath the suspension bridge, thick black fog rolled endlessly, as if connected to an unknown abyss. Occasionally, a shrill sound of wind could be heard from it, like the wailing of dead souls. The entire castle is shrouded in a cold, depressing and extremely ancient atmosphere, full of all the elements that a vampire lair should have in the stereotype, and even more so. Wow, this is much more impressive than the Harry Potter area at Universal Studios. Wang Xiaoluan stood on the sword, one hand still firmly around Su Muqing's waist, the other hand resting on his brow, and commented with interest, I just wonder if there's any butterbeer for sale. Arya was amused by his words, leaned lightly on his shoulder, and said softly, My dear, the natural elements here are very thin. Instead, it is filled with a kind of, a power similar to decay and silence. It will suppress my magic to a certain extent. Su Muqing's cold voice also rang out, the same is true for sword energy. The aura here will dull the sharpness of the sword intent, but it's okay. Her confidence is not unfounded. Buzz. The lightsaber made a slight sound and landed steadily on the only open space before the bone suspension bridge. Su Muqing waved her hand, and the giant sword quickly shrank and turned into that ancient long sword, disappearing into her palm. The three of them landed and took their time. Wang Xiaoluan stretching his muscles, then casually leaned against a boundary marker engraved with intricate patterns. He pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of the castle in the distance. Send 2 pictures to the class group later. Alia and Su Muqing stood on his left and right, with him as the center, forming a landscape that no one else could interfere with. Time passes by minute by minute. The wind in the forest was chilly, blowing the corners of the three people's clothes and hair. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a rapid sound of breaking wind finally came from the northern sky. A disheveled blood shadow came from afar, staggering and condensing into shape in mid-air. Valerius's black dress, which should have been meticulously crafted, was now wrinkled, and his carefully styled hair was blown into a mess by the high-altitude air currents. His face was abnormally pale, and his chest was heaving violently, obviously very tired. As soon as he landed, he saw Wang Xiaoluan and the other two walking leisurely as if they were taking a walk in their own back garden, and their eyes that said, "You are finally here." An indescribable feeling of humiliation and anger rushed to his head, almost making him unable to maintain his noble dignity. He clenched his fists, swallowed the breath that was about to hit his lips, and forced a stiff smile. "Sorry to have kept you three waiting. The air currents at high altitudes are always so unromantic." Wang Xiaoluan put away his phone and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. "It's okay, Your Excellency. We just arrived, so we've only been waiting for the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. Your signal here isn't very good, otherwise I could have played a couple of games. The corner of Valerius' mouth twitched violently. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette? He was chasing it with all his might, using every ounce of his strength, yet he was still left behind for so long. The speed of this Eastern flying sword was simply unreasonably fast. Another minute or two passed before his equally miserable followers turned into streaks of blood or groups of bats and rushed over in scattered groups. Their faces were pale and their breathing was disordered. They looked at Wang Xiaoluan and the other two with eyes full of fear and horror. The pride of the superior vampire race was crushed to pieces by the absolute speed. Ahem. Valerius coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, straightened his back again, restored his aristocratic demeanor, and made a pleased gesture towards the castle. You three have come a long way, and I'm sure you're hungry. I've ordered a small feast. Please follow me. He turned around first, seemingly walking calmly onto the bone suspension bridge, but in fact he was using his back to cover up the fact that his breath had not yet completely calmed down. Wang Xiaoluan knew this very well, and laughed in his heart, but said, "That's great, I'll try your specialties. I hope it doesn't say blood type O or blood type O on the menu." Valerius stumbled and almost tripped over the bones under his feet. The banquet hall of Castellane Castle is a combination of luxury and eeriness. The dome was frighteningly high, painted with intricate star maps and murals of vampire mythology. Dozens of chandeliers made of human skulls and crystals cast a dim and eerie light. The long ebony dining table was covered with a scarlet velvet tablecloth and set with exquisite silver tableware. Wang Xiaoluan and the other two were arranged in the main seats, while Valerius sat opposite them. On both sides of the dining table sat 7 or 8 vampire nobles with equally powerful auras. They looked at Wang Xiaoluan with a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and undisguised hostility. The dishes at the banquet were quite normal: top-quality steaks, exquisite pastries, fragrant mushroom soup, and even a bottle of very old red wine. Bearer of the score, Your Excellency, there were some misunderstandings when we first met. I will drink a glass as a punishment to express my apology. Valerius raised the high-heeled glass filled with bright red liquid and drank it all. The liquid was naturally not red wine, but the blood of some high-level exotic beast. Wang Xiaoluan also picked up the juice in front of him, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, the Duke is too polite. No friendship without fighting." After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Valerius finally got to the point. "Your Excellency, at such a young age, possesses such a powerful spiritual force. It is truly astonishing." He asked casually, "I wonder where you learned your skills. A force that could produce a figure like you must be renowned in Dragon Country, right?" This is to find out his background. Wang Xiaoluan cut a piece of steak, put it into his mouth slowly, and said incoherently, "Master? Not really. My success mainly comes down to talent and a bit of luck. Our teacher always says I'm a 1 in a million genius." Valerius. He didn't give up and changed his perspective. "Your Excellency has such a close relationship with Her Royal Highness Princess Dawn of Moonlight Glade. Perhaps your power is similar to the natural power of the elves?" "Of course." Wang Xiaoluan said matter-of-factly, "We call this the power of love. Your Excellency the Duke, a single old bat like you who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years, wouldn't understand." Puff. A female vampire sitting next to Valerius couldn't help but almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. She has charming long burgundy curly hair, a beautiful face, and a hot body. The look in her eyes when she looks at Wang Xiaoluan is full of playfulness. Valerius's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Single old bat? That word is even more insulting than calling him a loser. Your Excellency is such a joke. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Wang Xiaoluan seemed not to notice his expression. Instead, he looked at the female vampire curiously. "What's your name, beautiful sister? You seem to have a problem with the Duke's love life?" The female vampire glared seductively and raised her glass to Wang Xiaoluan from a distance. "Camilla. As for the Duke's love life, I just think that what you said makes a lot of sense." "Camilla." Valerius growled, a warning in his eyes. Camilla shrugged nonchalantly, even throwing a wink at Wang Xiaoluan, and muttered in a moderately loud voice, "That's right. You're old enough to still want to compete with someone younger, but you end up getting overtaken all the way from Moonlight Glade to your doorstep. Isn't that embarrassing?" Although these words were spoken lightly, who among those present did not have extraordinary hearing? The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Several vampire nobles lowered their heads, looking at their noses and their hearts, pretending not to hear anything, but the slightly twitching corners of their mouths betrayed their true thoughts. Wang Xiaoluan saw it clearly. It seems that the prestige of Duke Valerius in his own family is not as solid as he appears. This is interesting. Chapter 110, Strolling Through the Castle and the Duke's Decision. The dinner ended in a strange and awkward atmosphere. Valerius was obviously very angry at Camilla and Wang Xiaoluan's concerted efforts. He had a sullen face throughout the whole process and never asked any valuable questions. Instead, he was choked by Wang Xiaoluan's various modern internet jokes and gags. After the banquet, an expressionless vampire butler took Wang Xiaoluan and the other two to a luxurious suite on the west side of the castle. The room is still decorated in that luxurious Gothic style, but compared to the banquet hall, it has a more residential feel. 3 distinguished guests, please go to bed early. If you need anything, you can always pull the bell at the head of the bed. After bowing, the old butler retreated quietly, and the heavy wooden door slowly closed behind him. Finally some peace and quiet. Wang Xiaoluan lay down on the ridiculously large 4-poster bed covered with velvet, sinking into it completely. It's so tiring chatting with these old fogies. Arya walked over to the huge French windows and gently pulled aside the heavy curtains. Outside the window, a blood-red moon was hanging in the night sky, casting its cold light all over the earth. The dark forest in the distance looked like an undulating black ocean under the moonlight. The environment here is indeed not very comfortable. She turned her head, her beautiful face looking holy even under the blood-red moonlight. But, dear, do you feel that there seems to be something in this castle, calling you? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoluan sat up from the bed. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Ever since he stepped into the castle, the beauty chart of all worlds, in his body has been in a weakly active state. And now, in the dead of night, when he calmed his mind, that feeling became even clearer. It was as if, somewhere deep within the castle, there was a huge magnet, resonating faintly with the book deep in his soul. The outline of the 3rd page seems to be a little more solid than before. I feel it. Wang Xiaoluan opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Do you have a similar feeling? It seems that we made the right decision to come to the Hongmen banquet this time. Husband. Su Muqing had walked behind him without him noticing. She stretched out her delicate hands and gently massaged his temples with just the right amount of force. There's no need to rush. Let's find out the truth first. Yeah, my wife is right. Wang Xiaoluan squinted his eyes comfortably, enjoying the service of his virtuous wife. He pulled her into his arms and sat her down, then waved to Alia by the window. Arya walked over with a smile and sat on his other side naturally. Wang Xiaoluan hugged his 2 wives on both sides, feeling the completely different but equally reassuring auras from them, and his heart was at peace. He didn't care what evil plans the old bat had in mind. He would just fight against the enemy with his own army and block the water with earth. He suddenly felt that the atmosphere was good, so he lowered his head and kissed Su Muqing's cold lips, then turned around and kissed Arya's plump lips, causing the elf sister to laugh. Honey, we're in enemy territory. Although Arya said this, her body honestly snuggled closer. Su Muqing's cheeks also flushed slightly, and she just leaned her head silently on Wang Xiaoluan's shoulder. What are you afraid of? Wang Xiaoluan said with a smile. Just think of it as a trip. Tomorrow we won't go anywhere. We'll just wander around the castle, take in the scenery, take some photos, and piss off that old bat. At the same time, at the other end of the castle, in an even darker meeting room. The atmosphere was tense. I disagree. Camilla slammed her hand on the stone table, causing the silver cup on the table to buzz. Valerius, are you crazy? Are you really going to attack him? Valerius sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression, staring at her coldly. Watch your words, Camilla, I am the Lord of Karstein, the Duke of Vandross. Lord? Duke? Camilla sneered. What does this title mean in Dragon Country? Have you forgotten whose territory we're living on now? Have you forgotten how those ignorant fellow tribesmen were wiped out by the Dragon Nation as superpowers 10 years ago? She looked around at the other vampire nobles present, her voice becoming increasingly stern. Don't forget, times have changed. When we first came to this world, those people were indeed ordinary and were almost wiped out by those ugly monsters. But now the Dragon Nation is full of powerful people, and those so-called S-level beings are capable of easily destroying our castle. Enough! Valerius stood up suddenly, and a powerful momentum burst out, interrupting Camilla's words. His eyes had turned scarlet, and his handsome face was distorted with anger. I've had enough. Since we arrived in this damned land, when have we ever been so frustrated? Being ordered around by a group of elves, and humiliated in front of a human boy more than once. Right now, he's even in our castle, hugging his woman, sleeping peacefully. And we're here discussing whether we should fawn over him? His voice echoed in the meeting room, full of resentment and madness. My dignity and the honor of the manhwa family will not allow me to endure this any longer. An elderly vampire frowned and said, "But Your Excellency, Camilla is right. The risk is too great. We still know nothing about his abilities." You know nothing? Valerius sneered. Precisely because you know nothing, it's more worth studying. That guy directly caused the southern elves to return to their ancestral roots. His spiritual core, the source of his supernatural powers, and the connection between him and the elf princess, all of this will be the key to us breaking free from our shackles and restoring the glory of our clan. There was a glint of greed and fanaticism in his eyes. I've prepared everything. The castle's mysterious corridor can easily separate them. It's not offensive and won't trigger his strange defenses. As long as he is separated from those two obviously much more difficult women, he will most likely be a lamb to be slaughtered. When the time comes, I will use the most ancient vampire secrets to pry open his brain and dig out all his secrets. Looking at Valerius, who had fallen into paranoia, Camilla's eyes flashed with disappointment and helplessness. She knew that no matter what she said, she could not dissuade the Duke, who was blinded by anger and greed. She sat down slowly, without saying anything more, but picked up the wineglass and drank the scarlet liquid in it. Valerius looked at the silent crowd with satisfaction, sat back in the main seat, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, I will personally invite them to visit our castle Karstein, our most proud collection. The next morning, Wang Xiaoluan got up refreshed. After he, Su Macheng and Arya enjoyed a hearty breakfast in the room, they walked out of the room like tourists and began to wander around the castle. This corridor is so long, I feel like I can't even run 800 meters. Arya, look at the tapestry on the wall. Is it a story about a vampire being chased and hacked by a paladin? The expressions are quite vivid. Mu Qing, there's a weapons room over there. Let's go see if there's anything interesting there. The three of them acted as if no one was around. Sometimes they stopped to admire the murals, sometimes they commented on the armor sculptures, and they even found a terrace with a wide view to hug each other and whisper something. The low-level vampires who were in charge of surveillance were stunned and their worldview was shocked. Their leisurely and comfortable appearance was presented to Valerius frame by frame through the magic mirror. Veins popped out one after another on the Duke's forehead. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. With a bang, he pushed open the door of the conference room and walked towards Wang Xiaoluan and the other two with a few confidants in a menacing manner. A moment later, Wang Xiaoluan and his two companions, who were reading ancient books that they couldn't understand a single word in a small library, saw Valerius appear at the door. He had put on a kind smile, but it looked a little twisted. My three distinguished guests, it seems that you are quite satisfied with my humble castle, he said politely. However, wandering around aimlessly like this is always a bit boring. How about I personally be your guide and take you to visit some more interesting places? Chapter 111, Mysterious Corridor and Hospitality. Hearing Valerius's cordial invitation, Wang Xiaoluan closed the book in his hand that he couldn't understand, put it back on the bookshelf, and shook his head seriously. No, Your Excellency, you misunderstood. We think it's quite interesting to wander around like this, he said seriously. It's full of fun exploring the unknown, just like playing an old-fashioned open-world RPG game. It has a high degree of freedom and an excellent experience. We just discovered a hidden storage room filled with dusty wine barrels. It's a shame we don't have the lockpicking skill, otherwise we might be able to trigger a side quest. The smile on Valerius's face froze instantly, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally twice. Open world? RPG? Side quests? What is this guy talking about? He took a deep breath and tried to maintain his demeanor as a duke. Your Excellency, you really love to joke. However, I am the owner of this place after all, so I should always show my hospitality. Please, Your Excellency, please give me a favor and allow me to show you the true heritage of Castini Castle. Oh? The real background? Wang Xiaoluan raised his eyebrows, pretended to ponder for a moment, then clapped his hands. Well, since Your Excellency the Duke has said so, it's hard for us to refuse. Lead the way. His expression of, since you insist, I'll do it reluctantly made Valerius feel his fists harden again. Hold it in. You'll cry when we get there. Valerius said to himself, then turned sideways, extended his arm gracefully, and led the three people out of the library. Led by Valerius, they passed through several deep and long corridors. Along the way, the Duke really acted like a competent tour guide, introducing them to the portraits of successive casting lords on the walls and telling them the glorious history behind every piece of armor and every ancient sword. Wang Xiaoluan listened with great interest and occasionally interrupted to ask questions. This lord's hairline seems to be worrying. Do you vampires also have the problem of hair loss? This sword is said to have slain a dragon. Is that true? Is dragon meat delicious? What does it taste like? That vase looks like blue and white porcelain from the Ming dynasty in our dragon kingdom. Where did you steal it from? Valerius felt that his blood pressure was continuing to soar in an extremely unhealthy way, but he still resisted the urge to strangle Wang Xiaoluan and dealt with them one by one with the simplest language. After passing through an archway carved with a two-headed snake and roses, they came to a corridor with a completely different style from the previous one. The walls of this corridor are not made of cold stone, but a material as smooth as obsidian, with tiny light spots like stars flowing on it, and the ceiling is a deep darkness, as if connected to the endless void. The entire space was eerily quiet, even the sound of footsteps was completely absorbed, giving people the illusion of walking in a dream. Wang Xiaoluan's heart moved. He felt that the resonance of beauty of all worlds became clearer than ever before here. The mysterious attraction seemed to come from the depths of the corridor, or rather, from the corridor itself. This is the mysterious corridor. Valerius' voice was filled with a subtle sense of pride and arrogance. It was built by an ancestor of our clan who was proficient in space and illusion. Every wall is engraved with ancient runes, connecting countless mirrored spaces. It is a great work of art in itself. He led the three of them to an ordinary-looking black iron door in the middle of the corridor. Behind this door lies a collection of rare treasures that our casting family has collected over thousands of years, including some from otherworldly sources. Valerius took out a peculiarly shaped key, inserted it into the lock, and looked at Wang Xiaoluan with a smile. I believe you will be interested in what's inside. Really? Then I'd better open my eyes. Wang Xiaoluan still had a relaxed smile on his face, but he was secretly on guard in his heart. He quietly activated the force of nature pulse, but the feedback he got was nothing. Neither this door nor the space behind it had any energy fluctuations, any physical traps, or even the slightest hint of a threatening aura. It was like, it really was just an ordinary storage room. Click. With a soft sound, the black iron door was slowly pushed open. A soft light filled the room, making it difficult to see the specific scene. Please come in, three distinguished guests. Valerius walked in first, and his back disappeared in the light. Wang Xiaoluan glanced at Su Mucheng and Alia beside him, and both women gave him reassuring looks. Su Mucheng's right hand was already clenched, with the sword intent ready to be unleashed. A wisp of natural power also lingered on Arya's fingertips. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Xiaoluan made up his mind, put his arms around the two girls' waists, and walked into the room calmly. However, just as the three of them had completely entered the gate, the black iron gate behind them suddenly closed with a clang. The scene before my eyes also changed drastically. Su Mucheng and Alia, who were originally following him, disappeared. He was currently in the center of a large, empty, circular hall that looked like a planetarium. Above the dome, there are slowly rotating stars, and on the surrounding walls, there are transparent crystal display cabinets, which are filled with a wide variety of treasures. Valerius stood not far from him, with an undisguised grin of triumph on his face. Your Excellency, there's no need to look for them. He spread his hands, his tone filled with the joy of a sure victory. Your two companions have been sent to another VIP room. Wang Xiaoluan's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold instantly. What did you do? Don't be nervous, I told you, this is the mysterious corridor. Valerius paced slowly, enjoying the pleasure of his prey falling into a trap. I just activated its most basic function, space division. This illusion array is not offensive at all, and poses no threat. Its only effect is to randomly teleport anyone who enters it to a different mirrored space. It seems your ability is truly incapable of preventing a welcome ceremony that carries no ill intentions towards you. He smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Now that we're free from the protection of those two women, let's have a good chat about those secrets of yours. At the same time, the light faded, and Su Mucheng and Alia found themselves standing in a wide circular arena. The ground of the venue is paved with huge stone bricks and is surrounded by high stands, filled with a solemn and iron-blooded atmosphere. In front of them, dozens of figures appeared without them noticing. Leading the group was a vampire with a stern face, holding a two-handed giant sword, wearing blood-red heavy armor. His aura was the sharpest among all the vampires, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Behind him were 4 vampire warriors also holding weapons, and 10 gargoyles with wingspans of more than 3 meters, muscular bodies, and hideous faces. Their dark red eyes were fixed on Su Mucheng and Alia, and low growls came from their throats. "Good day, ladies." The leading vampire swordsman plunged his greatsword into the ground, making a heavy, dull thud. He gave the two a standard warrior salute, his voice hoarse and steady. "By order of the Duke, I, Fenris, will hold you two back here. We have no intention of hurting you two, but if you insist on leaving, then we will have no choice but to accompany you to the end." Arya's blue eyes narrowed slightly, and her longbow appeared in her hand. 3 magical arrows flashing green light were automatically placed on the bowstring. Su Mucheng didn't even bother to say a word. She simply raised her eyelids and swept her cold gaze over the enemies in front of her. Her calm eyes seemed as if she was looking at a group of dead things. Buzz. The clear sound of a sword echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 112, Fantasy Arena. Colosseum. A place that perfectly reproduces the bloody entertainment of the ancient empire. The cold stone bricks were stained with dried dark blood, belonging to some unknown creature. The towering stands were empty, yet it seemed as if countless cruel gazes were focused on the field, and the invisible murderous aura almost solidified. In front of Arya and Su Mucheng, the vampire warrior Fenris was like a silent iron tower. The vampires and gargoyles behind him spread out, forming a semi-encircled formation, blocking all retreat routes. "By order of the Duke, I, Fenris, will hold you two back here." Fenris' voice was hoarse and steady, without any emotion. "We have no intention of hurting you two, but if you insist on leaving, then we will have no choice but to accompany you to the end." Arya's blue eyes narrowed slightly, and the moon language bow engraved with the rune of life appeared in her hand. 3 magical arrows shining with emerald green light were automatically placed on the bowstrings, with the arrowheads pointing directly at Fenris's eyebrows. She could feel that although Wang Xiaoluan's breath was blocked by some force and became a little vague, his vital signs were stable and he was not in danger. But even so, she couldn't calm down when she thought about her dear facing the insidious old bat alone. Quick victory. This was the only thought in her and Su Mucheng's mind. Su Mucheng didn't even bother to say a word. She simply raised her eyelids and swept her cold gaze over the enemy in front of her. Her calm eyes seemed to be looking at a group of lifeless stones. Buzz. The clear sound of a sword echoed throughout the arena. The next moment, Su Mucheng moved. Her figure turned into a white afterimage, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Fenris' pupils suddenly shrank, and he only had time to cross the two-handed giant sword in his hand across his chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Fenris only felt an overwhelming force coming from the sword, his knuckles cracked instantly, and he slid back more than 10 meters uncontrollably, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves on the hard stone brick ground. He looked in horror at the tiny gap that suddenly appeared on his enchanted giant sword forged by a dwarf master. And Su Mucheng had already appeared in his original position, with his ancient longsword pointing diagonally at the ground, his white clothes fluttering, spotless. "You are too slow." A cold voice sounded in the arena for the first time. Fenris's face turned pale and he roared, "Form a formation. Gargoyles, move on." The 10 gargoyles roared, flapped their wings violently, and fell from the sky like 10 black meteorites. Their sharp claws tore through the air and pounced on Su Mucheng with a fishy wind. At the same time, the other 4 vampire warriors also surrounded them from both sides. The blood-colored fighting spirit condensed on their weapons, interweaving into a web of death. Facing this 3-dimensional attack from all directions, Su Mucheng remained expressionless. She slowly raised her left hand, raised her index and middle fingers, and gently drew a line towards the sky. Kendo, 10,000 swords. As she breathed softly, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be inspired by something and gathered towards her madly. Behind her, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, countless lightsabers formed by pure sword energy appeared out of thin air, densely packed and suspended in mid-air, each emitting a sharp aura that was enough to sever the soul. This is the true skill of a Sword Immortal that she gradually regained as her level increased. Fenris and his companions were completely stunned. When had they ever witnessed such an incredible sight? This was beyond their understanding of battle. Go! Su Mucheng tapped her jade finger lightly. Swish, 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 swish. Thousands of lightsabers streaked across the sky like a grand meteor shower, carrying the howl of death and covering the entire arena. The gargoyles that pounced down were pierced like sieves the moment they came into contact with the rain of swords. Their iron-hard bodies shattered into pieces and turned into powder. The four vampire warriors didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed by countless sword lights, leaving no trace behind. After the rain of swords, Fenris was the only one left on the battlefield. He was covered in blood, barely holding himself up with the support of his greatsword. His body was covered with wounds so deep that the bone was visible, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and confusion. At this moment, Arya's voice also sounded. Nature should be purified. She released the bowstring, and the 3 magic arrows did not shoot at anyone. Instead, they drew 3 graceful arcs in the air and shot towards 3 different corners of the arena. The moment the arrow landed on the ground, it transformed into 3 balls of rich life energy and exploded. Divine Art, Cradle of Thorns. Emerald green light swept across the entire venue like a tide, and the hard stone brick floor was overturned in an instant. Countless thick, dark green vines covered with sharp barbs broke out of the ground, like giant pythons that came to life, growing, entwining, and squeezing madly. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was transformed into a deadly jungle of thorns and vines. Fenris's final, desperate groan was completely drowned out. Everything returns to peace. Sumaching put away his sword and stood up, and Arya also put down her longbow. However, the 2 women's faces did not relax at all. They looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. "Something's wrong," Arya whispered. "From what I perceive, their life force hasn't disappeared." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him suddenly began to distort, swaying like a reflection in water. The newly formed thorny jungle, along with Fenris's corpse, began to become transparent and illusory. After a few seconds, all illusions shattered like glass. They still stood in the center of the arena, as if they had never moved. On the opposite side, Fenris and his men stood there unharmed, but everyone's face was filled with fear and cold sweat after surviving the disaster. Fenris was breathing heavily, and his hand holding the giant sword was still shaking slightly. That devastating attack just now was actually an illusion? No, that's not right. That was no ordinary illusion. The pain of being cut by the sword's energy, the suffocation of being squeezed by the vines, was so real that it made their souls tremble. Fortunately, the Duke activated the real nightmare illusion array attached to the mysterious corridor in advance. This illusion array confused their mental power and magic power to create an extremely realistic illusion, enough to trap most enemies. But Fenris never expected that these 2 women used only a few seconds to rely on their own strength to break free from the illusion from the inside. What kind of monsters are they? Increase your mental and magical power. Fenris roared at the top of his lungs. We must hold them back at all costs. Buzz. A spiritual wave that was even more powerful and more obscure than before came again. It's a mental illusion. Su Muqing's eyes narrowed. If you want to break through by speed, you'll probably be stuck where you are. I'll do it. Arya stepped forward, standing in front of Su Muqing. She clasped her hands together, and a soft emerald green aura spread out from her. Nature's power, spiritual protection. Just as Arya was about to cast the spell, the powerful mental shock had already arrived. The 2 women's consciousness was dazed for a moment at the same time. But at this critical moment, a crisp crack sound, like breaking glass, but as if it came from another dimension, rang out deep in their souls. It was as if some invisible shackles broke. The spiritual shock, which was powerful enough to make Fenris feel palpitations, melted away quietly like ice and snow under the scorching sun the moment it touched them, without causing a single ripple. Sumachang and Alia regained their consciousness at the same time, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. This mental attack was clearly stronger than before, so why didn't it work at all? Chapter 113: The Duke's Trump Card. In the circular hall that looks like a planetarium. The relaxed and comfortable look on Wang Xiaoluan's face had disappeared, replaced by a cold and solemn expression. He looked at the face of Valerius, which was grinning not far away, without much panic in his heart. He had expected this to happen since he entered the castle. Your Excellency, there's no need to look for them. Valerius spread his hands, his tone filled with the joy of victory. Your 2 companions have been sent to another VIP room. What did you do? Wang Xiaoluan's eyes turned cold instantly. Don't be nervous, I told you, this is the mysterious corridor. Valerius paced slowly, enjoying the pleasure of his prey falling into a trap. I simply activated its most basic function, space division. This illusion array poses no offense, no threat. Its only effect is to randomly teleport anyone who enters it to a different mirrored dimension. He smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. It seems your amazing perception ability really can't prevent a welcome ceremony that meant no harm to you. Wang Xiaoluan laughed when he heard this. Oh, I see. I thought you, Your Excellency the Duke, went to such great lengths to separate us because you had some earth-shattering conspiracy. He looked around, sizing up the crystal display cases filled with treasures, and curled his lips. That's it? I was thinking that aside from having more wives and being a bit more handsome than you, I didn't have any special secrets. Could it be? Your Excellency the Duke, you want to consult me about relationship problems? Do you want to know how I usually improve my relationship with my wives? Puff. Valerius felt that the aura of strength he had just cultivated was completely shattered by these words, and he almost couldn't breathe. His handsome face twisted for a moment, then he suppressed his anger and snorted coldly, "You sharp-tongued brat. Stop playing crazy and stupid." His eyes became greedy and fiery. To cause the elves to experience the phenomenon of it tracing back to their ancestral roots, this kind of power has already exceeded the scope of superpowers. You must be hiding a secret about the origin of the world. Hand it over, and I can let you die more peacefully. Is your true intention revealed? Wang Xiaoluan shrugged. What a shame. I have a problem. I only respond to soft words and not hard ones. If you talk nicely, I might even be able to teach you how to get rid of your perpetual bachelor status. You're like this now, TSK. Court death. Valerius completely lost his patience. His eyes instantly turned crimson, and a powerful spiritual force erupted from him. With the blessing of the mysterious corridor, the power of his mental attack doubled, turning into an invisible blood-red hammer, smashing fiercely into Wang Xiaoluan's sea of consciousness. This time, he was absolutely confident that he could completely crush the soul of this human boy. However, the moment the blood-red hammer touched Wang Xiaoluan, it was as if it had hit an invisible barrier that was harder than 10,000-year-old black iron. Bang! A dull bang exploded not in reality, but on the spiritual level. Valerius felt as if his mental strength had rushed into a meat grinder and was torn to pieces in an instant. Unlike last time, the castle's magic circle absorbed most of the recoil energy. He did not vomit blood on the spot, but he still felt a sharp pain like a needle prick in his brain, which made his eyes go black and he staggered back half a step. How is that possible? Without the power of those two women, how could he still withstand my full-strength attack? Valerius was filled with turmoil. Wang Xiaoluan just rubbed his eyebrows, as if he had just been bitten by a mosquito. Say, Your Excellency the Duke, are your mental attacks a little weak? Are you staying up too late? How about I introduce you to an old Chinese doctor for some treatment? You. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. Since mental attacks are useless, let me see if your body is as tough as your mouth. Valerius roared and disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind Wang Xiaoluan, his 5 fingers turned into claws, his nails became black and sharp, carrying a strong smell of blood, and he went straight for Wang Xiaoluan's back. But he was fast, and Wang Xiaoluan's reaction was even faster. Thanks to the permanent passive improvement brought by Arya's Windtalker's blessing, his reaction speed has long exceeded that of ordinary people. Almost the moment Valerius disappeared, his body reacted instinctively. Sword finger. Wang Xiaoluan did not dodge or evade, but pointed with his backhand. An extremely condensed golden sword energy burst out from his fingertips and shot accurately towards Valerius's claws. A trace of disdain flashed in Valerius's eyes. A mere sword energy thought it could hurt him? The blood light on his claws surged, ready to crush the attack directly. Swish! A soft sound. The scene that Valerius had expected of the sword energy being crushed did not occur. Instead, his vampire body, which he was so proud of, was easily cut open by the seemingly inconspicuous golden sword energy. A slight stinging sensation came from my cheek. Valerius touched it subconsciously and felt a warm touch on his fingertips. He is injured. He was hit on the face by a lamb to be slaughtered in his eyes with the most basic sword energy, during a sudden attack at a speed that he was proud of. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Valerius slowly lowered his hand and looked at the bright red on his fingertips. The expression on his face changed from astonishment to disbelief, and finally turned into pure, crazy rage. He raised his head to the sky and let out a roar that was not like a human voice. The entire circular hall shook violently because of his burst of momentum. The rich, insoluble blood-colored energy gushed out from his body and gathered behind him into a sticky, rolling sea of blood. "I'm going to tear you into pieces." Valerius opened his arms, and the sea of blood behind him surged wildly, with countless faces of people howling in pain floating in it, emitting disgusting resentment and curses. Blood magic, thousand souls sorrow. This is one of his most powerful skills, a large-scale, unavoidable double attack of curse and physical attack. He no longer cared about capturing him alive or digging out secrets. All he wanted now was to completely crush this guy who had humiliated him time and time again into dust. The sea of blood roared and turned into a huge wave that covered the sky and hit Wang Xiaoluan on the head. Wang Xiaoluan's expression was more solemn than ever. He could sense the terrifying energy contained in this attack, enough to vaporize him instantly. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the remaining sword energy in his body, preparing to condense the strongest sword energy for defense. At this critical moment of life and death, something strange happened. Deep in his soul, the silent beauty of all worlds suddenly vibrated violently. The third page, which he had tried so hard to open only a tiny corner of, seemed to break free from all its restraints at that moment. Crash! The pages of the book were completely turned over. The ultimate silver and blood red bloomed with endless brilliance in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the huge wave of blood that was already close at hand and powerful enough to destroy everything suddenly stopped in mid-air without any warning. Then, like a popped balloon, it disappeared in an instant. As if it had never appeared. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. The madness and ferocity on Valerius's face froze. He stared blankly at the empty space in front of him, completely confused about what was happening. Then, a cold, noble, and slightly lazy female voice, yet filled with supreme majesty, sounded leisurely in this space. The voice seemed to have transcended time and space, exploding directly in his soul. "Valerius, you are so brave." Chapter 114. The new wife is the true ancestor of the blood clan. This voice was like a thunder from the sky, exploding deep in Valerius' soul. At this moment, all the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. No, it was betrayal. Every drop of blood flowing in his veins was screaming, surrendering, and forcing him to kneel down. It was an irresistible absolute suppression that came from the deepest part of the blood. It is like a minister hearing the king's decree and a believer hearing the rebuke of the gods. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably with a thump. The sound of bones hitting the ground was dull and humiliating. He raised his head with difficulty, his scarlet pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme fear. I saw a slender and tall figure appear in front of Wang Xiaoluan at some point. She was a woman whose beauty could not be described in words. Her long silver hair, flowing like moonlight, fell to her waist, making her sickly pale skin look almost transparent. His facial features were as exquisite as the most perfect creation of God, and his slightly upturned eyes had a hint of innate charm and aloofness. And those deep, blood-red eyes, like top-grade rubies, were looking at him indifferently. There was no anger, no murderous intent, only pure indifference, as if looking down on an ant. True ancestor? Valerius' voice was trembling, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. As the Duke of the Vanzua family, his bloodline was considered noble among the descended vampires, but in front of this figure, he felt as humble as a speck of dust on the roadside. The pressure from the source of his bloodline almost made him lose the courage to even look up. The woman ignored Valerius, who was kneeling on the ground, but slowly turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoluan, who was surprised. She raised her pointed chin slightly and spoke in a deliberately condescending tone. "Are you the one who woke me from my deep sleep?" "Humph, he's just a mortal." Wang Xiaoluan looked her up and down. From the long silver hair to the blood-red eyes, combined with everything that had just happened, he already understood. The clear connection from the beauty chart of all worlds in his body allowed him to confirm the other party's identity. It was a completely new sense of connection, cold, ancient, and with a strange hint of possessiveness, completely different from Sumuqing's sharpness and Arya's gentleness. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he took a step forward, leaning in front of her, and asked seriously in a magnetic tone, as if reciting lines from a Shakespearean play. "Let me ask you, you are my third wife, right?" At this time, with some moonlight, and then he sat down on the ground, the composition became perfect. "No, that seems to be the opposite." However, what Wang Xiaoluan didn't expect was that such a statement that played on the fate meme seemed to have a bit too much lethality to this vampire lady. Irina's carefully maintained dignity as a true ancestor collapsed in an instant. Her beautiful blood-red eyes suddenly widened, and a suspicious blush spread from her fair neck to her ears at a speed visible to the naked eye. What nonsense are you talking about? She subconsciously took a half step back, her voice stammering. I am the true ancestor of blood, Irina von Karstein. You are nothing but my property. By the end of her speech, her voice had weakened and she felt she lacked confidence. Ahem, although the truth is indeed true, but you can't just say it out loud like that, right? Wang Xiaoluan almost laughed out loud as he looked at the true ancestor in front of him, who was full of majesty one second and blushed to the point of smoking the next. Wow, so he's at Sundara? It's of extremely high purity. Did he just happen to get to the heart of his new wife's personality with just this one sentence? Well, I understand, Irina wife. Wang Xiaoluan readily changed his words and took her slightly cold little hand. Irina's body visibly stiffened. The warmth from that hand was unfamiliar yet made her feel at ease. She wanted to pull her hand back, but she couldn't bear to give up the warmth, so she could only let him hold it. The blush on her face became more intense, and her head was almost buried in his chest. Okay, let's solve the current trouble first. Wang Xiaoluan patted the back of her hand, then raised his chin towards Valerius, who was kneeling on the ground. This old bat's mess is pretty annoying. My 2 wives are stuck somewhere else. Hearing the word 2 wives, Irina pouted subconsciously, but immediately switched back to work mode. She hummed softly, as if to hide her shyness, then raised her other hand and snapped her fingers gracefully towards the air. Pa! A crisp snap of fingers. The entire space twisted and folded violently. The starry dome on the crystal display case shattered like a mirage, turning into countless points of light and dissipating. The next moment, Wang Xiaoluan found himself back outside the archway carved with a 2-headed snake and roses. Suma Chang and Alia also appeared beside him, looking at him with vigilance and concern. The effect of the mysterious corridor was easily removed by Irina with a snap of her fingers. Valerius and his men also appeared not far away, staggering and looking pale. Valerius, in particular, remained kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling like a sieve, not even daring to look at Irina. Are you okay, honey? Husband. Alia and Su Muching rushed over almost at the same time. The moment the illusion was broken, they sensed that Wang Xiaoluan's breath was no longer vague and was nearby, so they didn't even care about Fenris's group of vampires and rushed over immediately following the sensation. I didn't expect that while I was on the road, the scene in front of me suddenly changed and came straight here. From this point of view, Irina did not simply dispel the illusion of the mysterious corridor, but directly reversed the effect of the mysterious corridor. Su Muching subconsciously drew his sword and protected Wang Xiaoluan behind him. His cold eyes were fixed on Irina, and his sword intent was ready to strike. The air became a little cold because of the sharp aura she exuded. Arya was quicker to grasp the situation. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan holding the hand of the silver-haired vampire, feeling the familiar, close connection between the 3 of them that came from the depths of their souls. A hint of understanding and a gentle smile flashed in her blue eyes. There is one more sister. Feeling Su Muching's undisguised hostility and sharp sword intent, Irina finally realized her own loss of composure. She coughed lightly twice, forced herself to suppress the shyness in her heart, and tried to switch back to the noble and elegant true ancestor mode. She shook her hand gently, signaling Wang Xiaoluan to let go, and then lifted the hem of her skirt towards Su Muching and Alia, performing an impeccable skirt-lifting gesture that seemed to belong to an ancient aristocrat. The movements were graceful, as if they had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Nice to meet you. I am Irina von Karstein. Her voice had returned to its cold and proud tone, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear a subtle hint of nervousness. After a pause, she raised her eyes and glanced at the ethereal like Su Muching and the gentle Alia. Finally, her gaze wandered, and she added in a voice that was almost a whisper, a little reluctant but also a little curious. Hello, sisters. Chapter 115, True Ancestor's Judgment. The words hello, sister were as light as a feather, but they hit Su Muching's heart hard. She tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword, and her scrutinizing gaze swept back and forth between Irina and Wang Xiaoluan. Although the silver-haired, blood-red-eyed woman in front of him was incredibly beautiful, and she also had a sense of closeness to Arya that came from the depths of her soul. But that doesn't mean she can accept it immediately. Especially since she just appeared holding hands with her husband. Su Muching's jealous heart was already bubbling with jealousy. Muching. Wang Xiaoluan's voice sounded at the right time. He let go of Irina's hand, put his arm around Su Muching's waist, and whispered in her ear, "We are one family." From now on, you will have another sister. The warm breath brushed past her ear, causing a blush to appear on Su Muqing's cold cheeks. She snorted softly, as if to acquiesce, but the sword intent that was ready to be unleashed did not completely subside, and was still vaguely locked on Irina, as if declaring sovereignty. Arya was much more generous. She walked up to Irina and gently took her other, slightly cold hand, her blue eyes full of smiles. Welcome, Sister Irina. We are a family from now on. Feeling the warmth and kindness from Alia's palm, Irina's tense body relaxed a little. She shook hands back awkwardly, a hint of helplessness flashing across her blood-red eyes. At this moment when the harem first met and the atmosphere was delicate, a trembling voice expressing extreme fear broke the silence. True ancestor, your majesty. Everyone then turned their attention back to the figure still kneeling on the ground, the former Duke of Vandross, Valerius. He looked extremely miserable at this moment. The luxurious dress was covered in dust, his once meticulously combed hair was now disheveled, and on that handsome and arrogant face, there was only twisted fear and dead despair. All the blood in his body seemed to have solidified, and his soul wailed under the pressure of the true ancestor, unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. The vampire nobles and warriors behind him collapsed, their faces pale and their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind. They didn't even dare to look up at Irina, but just buried their heads deeply to show the most humble submission. This is the absolute suppression of blood. In front of the blood true ancestor, any descendant, no matter how high their status or how powerful they are, is just a lamb to be slaughtered. Wang Xiaoluan patted Irina on the back and nodded at Valerius with his chin, his tone as relaxed as if they were discussing what to eat for dinner today. Well, what are you going to do with this unworthy descendant of yours? Just now, you were trying to extract my soul and refine my spirit, and steal the secret from me. Irina took a deep breath, and her cheeks, which had just relaxed, tensed again. She needed to re-establish her dignity as a true ancestor, especially in front of her two sisters. She took a step forward, looking down at Valerius, and her voice returned to that cold and noble tone without a trace of emotion. Valerius von Vandross. The guilty minister is here. Valerius trembled all over and his forehead hit the cold floor tiles heavily. You, as a vampire duke who descended into this world, do not consider how to maintain the glory of our race. Instead, you indulge in greed and attempt to spy on the power that does not belong to you, even to the point of. Irina paused here, as if looking for a suitable word. Finally, her eyes swept across Wang Xiaoluan's face before she continued. You turned on my family and your people. This is your first sin. You ignored the advice of your own kind and acted arbitrarily, disregarding Kastan's hospitality and bringing shame upon the vampire race. This is your second sin. You, weak in strength and short-sighted, yet arrogant and conceited, nearly brought calamity upon your race. This is your third sin. With every charge Irina mentioned, Valerius became a little shorter. In the end, he almost crawled on the ground with his entire body, not daring to make a sound. 3 crimes combined. Irina's voice was like a final judgment. In the name of the true ancestor of blood, I declare that you will be stripped of your title of Duke of Vandro and the Duke's blood in your body will be taken back. From this day forward, you will be imprisoned in the Scarlet Confession, enduring the torment of countless souls gnawing at your heart day and night until your soul completely turns to dust. The moment she finished speaking, she gently raised her hand and pointed at Valerius from a distance. Ah! A scream so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice erupted from Valerius' mouth. Visible strands of rich blood with a golden sheen were forcibly drawn out from his 7 orifices and pores all over his body, gathering into a fist-sized blood bead that flew into Irina's palm. After losing the Duke's blood, Valerius's aura decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his power level plummeted. To put it in terms that the psychics can understand, it is equivalent to instantly transforming from an A-level strongman into an ordinary vampire who was not even as good as an E-level psychic. Immediately afterwards, countless twisted blood-red runes emerged around his body, wrapping him layer by layer, and finally transformed into a huge blood-red crystal. Inside the crystal, his twisted face was filled with endless pain. The Blood Clan's secret technique, the Scarlet Prison. This is a form of mental punishment infinitely more cruel than death. After doing all this, Irina didn't even look at the blood-colored crystal, as if she was just cleaning up a pile of garbage. She casually threw the blood bead formed from the Duke's blood. The blood bead drew a graceful arc and fell accurately into the hands of a female vampire not far away. It was Camilla who had advised Valerius before. She and a group of vampires rushed over immediately because they sensed the arrival of the true ancestor. Camilla subconsciously caught the blood bead, feeling the surging power and noble blood mark in it, and was completely stunned. Your name is Camilla? Irina asked indifferently. Yes, Your Majesty. Camilla quickly knelt on one knee, her voice filled with excitement and awe. You remained rational at the critical moment and upheld the bottom line in honor of the vampire clan. Irina's tone softened slightly. From today on, you will temporarily command Caston Castle and all members of the Vandal clan who have descended upon it. I will make a final decision after I have dealt with important matters. I will obey your Majesty's orders. Camilla's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She knew that this was not just a transfer of power, but also a recognition of her by the true ancestor. The look she gave Wang Xiaoluan was also filled with gratitude and awe. If it weren't for him, I would probably have become the victim of the Duke's crazy plan like Valerius. Okay, this matter is over. Wang Xiaoluan waved his hand, put his arm around Su Muqing, and waved to Aaliyah and Irina. I've been walking around for a long time and had a fight. It's time to go back and rest for a while. Miss Camilla, please change us to the largest and most luxurious room. If possible, preferably one with a hot spring. Yes. Please follow me, Your Majesty, and the two ladies. Camilla immediately stood up and respectfully led the way in front, keeping a very humble attitude. The group left leisurely under the awe-inspiring gazes of the vampires. All that was left was the blood-red crystal that sealed Valerius, and a group of vampires who were at a loss and waiting for orders from the new leader. At the end of the castle corridor, Camilla opened a huge double door carved from obsidian for Wang Xiaoluan and others. Your Majesty, Mr. Wang, this is the castle's top suite, the Moon Goddess's Embrace. All expenses are of the highest standard. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Camilla said respectfully. Wang Xiaoluan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Just don't forget to call us for lunch at noon. Yes. Camilla bowed, tactfully retreated, and gently closed the door. As the heavy door closed, all the noise from the outside world was cut off. Inside the room, warm magical lights came on, illuminating this extremely luxurious suite. There are soft carpets, exquisite murals, and a huge round bathtub that can accommodate 7 or 8 people, with wisps of hot steam rising from the pool. However, the atmosphere in the room became subtle again as the door closed. Chapter 116, The Training Method of the True Ancestor's Sister. The heavy obsidian door slowly closed, completely isolating all sounds from the outside world. Inside the door is another world. The warm and soft magical lights make this top-level suite named Luna's Embrace as bright as day. Under your feet is a carpet of unknown animal skin that you will sink into if you step on it. On the walls hang exquisite murals depicting ancient battles and myths. The air is filled with a light, peaceful incense. The most eye-catching thing is the huge circular bathtub in the center of the suite. The pool water is drawn from underground hot springs, with wisps of white-hot steam rising and unknown red petals floating on the water. Wang Xiaoluan glanced around with satisfaction, and then his eyes fell on the 3 beautiful women beside him. Su Muqing still remained a little vigilant, and his cold eyes swept over Irina from time to time. Arya had a gentle smile on her face, as if she was happy with the current situation. As for the newcomer Irina, after there were no outsiders around, the majesty of the true ancestor that she had carefully maintained quietly faded away, and her blood-red eyes were filled with a hint of restraint and curiosity of a newcomer. A subtle silence spread across the room. Cough. Wang Xiaoluan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He strode over to the huge, most luxurious sofa in the room, sat down without any hesitation, and then patted the seat next to him for the 3 women. Why are you all standing? Come and sit down. Arya was the first to respond. She walked over with graceful steps, sat naturally on Wang Xiaoluan's right side, and took his arm. Su Muqing glanced at Wang Xiaoluan, then walked over and sat on his left side. Although she was not as intimate as Arya, her body was close to him. Now, Irina was the only one left standing by the sofa, all alone. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan, who was sandwiched between the 2 sisters, with her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking about where she should sit. Sister Irina, come and sit here. Arya waved at her with a smile. Irina pursed her lips, took a step forward, and finally chose to sit next to Alia, 1 person's distance away from Wang Xiaoluan. She straightened her back, placed her hands elegantly on her knees, and assumed a dignified and noble posture, trying to regain her composure. Since we are now considered a family, there are some rules that I think need to be explained in advance. Irina cleared her throat, and her voice regained a hint of coldness. I am the true ancestor of the blood, and have existed for thousands of years. In terms of seniority and age, I am the elder. She tried to use her age to establish her status in the family. Wang Xiaoluan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. This guy who seems a bit tsundere really needs to be disciplined. The rest is up to you, Arya. Arya did not disappoint him. She tilted her head, and a cunning light flashed in her blue eyes. Oh, now that Sister Irina mentioned that, I remember it. In my hometown, the elves also have long and enduring lives. As for how many years I've lived, honestly, I can't even remember. Her tone was gentle, but her intentions were hidden. Irina's expression froze. She forgot that this woman with an unbelievably good figure was an elf. He is also an elf whose blood has returned to his ancestral home. Just as she was thinking about how to refute, Su Macheng, who had been silent all the time, spoke lightly. In my world, those who achieve first come first. Age means nothing. Irina was completely speechless. Although she had no idea about cultivation before, now it seemed that through her connection with this person, she had gained some understanding. Thousands of years is a bit of an exaggeration, right? She looked at Wang Xiaoluan for help, hoping that he could come out and uphold justice. However, Wang Xiaoluan just looked at her with a smile, as if he was enjoying the show. All right. Wang Xiaoluan finally spoke. He stretched out his hand, past Aaliyah, and pinched Irina's delicate face. It feels cool, yet incredibly smooth. Woo! Irina's body tensed instantly, her blood-red pupils suddenly dilated, and her face quickly turned a charming blush. You, what are you doing? How dare you? She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She protested quietly but did not dare to struggle at all. What do you mean by you? From now on, call me dear, or husband. Choose one for yourself. Wang Xiaoluan became more and more aggressive and gently scratched her face with his fingers. You. I am the true ancestor of blood, you are nothing more than my possession. Irina's voice became smaller and smaller, with no confidence at all. Oh? Possessions, huh? Wang Xiaoluan gave a wicked smile, suddenly turned around, and kissed Su Macheng on the cold cheek. Su Macheng's body stiffened for a moment, and her ears turned red instantly, but she did not dodge, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. He turned his head again and looked at Arya on the other side. Arya understood what he meant and came forward, pressing her warm lips against Wang Xiaoluan's. Honey, do you need my help in disciplining this older sister? Arya's voice was tinged with a hint of seductive smile. This series of actions made Irina dumbfounded. Her face, which had always maintained its pride, was now filled with shock, shyness, and a hint of envy. You guys, this is outrageous. She held it in for a long time before finally squeezing out this weak accusation. Su Macheng also calmed down at this time. She looked at Irina's cute appearance of being fierce but weak, and a rare smile appeared in her cold eyes. This new sister doesn't seem to be like Arya, always feeling that she is being suppressed. She seems quite entertaining. Irina. Su Macheng suddenly spoke. What is it? Irina responded subconsciously. Since you are a younger sister, you should act like a younger sister. Su Macheng's tone remained calm, but the meaning in his words made Irina choke again. Come here and massage your husband's shoulders. As Su Macheng spoke, he moved to the side to make room for Irina next to Wang Xiaoluan. I don't want to. Irina refused verbally, but her eyes drifted uncontrollably towards the empty seat. Dear, look, my sister doesn't seem to be very obedient. Arya fanned the flames. Wang Xiaoluan chuckled, stood up, walked to Irina, and picked her up horizontally as she screamed. Ah! You, what are you doing? Put me down. Irina's body stiffened instantly, she didn't know where to put her limbs, and her pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. Wang Xiaoluan held her and sat back on the sofa, let her sit on his lap, and then spoke in an unquestionable tone. Now, you have two choices. 1. Just call me husband. 2. I'll help you choose. Irina's body was trembling slightly. She could feel the warm body temperature coming from Wang Xiaoluan and the strong heartbeat. The heart that had been calm for thousands of years was now in a turmoil. She bit her lower lip, her blood-red eyes sparkling with shame, grievance, and a hint of strange emotions intertwined. Finally, under the gaze of a room full of bad guys, she squeezed out two words from between her teeth in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Husband. Chapter 117 The Power of the True Ancestor. At lunchtime, Camilla came respectfully to invite them. In the huge restaurant, a long obsidian table that could accommodate dozens of people was filled with an exaggeratedly sumptuous array of dishes. There are not only the top delicacies from the human world, but also blood pudding and blood sausage that are unique to the vampires and made from the blood of various rare and exotic animals. Wang Xiaoluan ate heartily without hesitation, while Su Muchang and Alia also tasted the dishes that suited their tastes elegantly. Only in front of Irina was placed an exquisite goblet made of pure gold and inlaid with rubies. The cup contained a bright red liquid that emitted strange energy fluctuations. Your Majesty, this is the heart blood of the red flame lion, a precious exotic beast raised in the castle with the purest bloodline. Only 3 drops are taken every day, and it took 100 years to accumulate this cup. This is the finest drink our people can offer. Camilla introduced respectfully from the side. Irina just glanced at him lightly and waved. Retreat. Just keep this crude stuff for yourselves. There was a hint of undisguised disgust in her tone. I no longer need this method to replenish my strength. Camilla's heart trembled, and her awe increased. He even looked down upon the red flame lion's heart blood. The level of His Majesty the true ancestor was far beyond her imagination. She hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered up the courage and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, your humble servant Camilla has a humble request. Explain. Irina wiped the corner of her mouth gently with a napkin and responded lightly. The blood altar beneath the castle is one of the sources of our tribe's power. But since we arrived in this world, the altar's energy has been gradually depleted, and it can no longer provide blood baptism for our people. Your servant dares to ask your Majesty to grant your holy blood for the altar. After Camilla finished speaking, she lowered her head deeply, waiting for the final judgment. Asking a true ancestor to bestow blood is the highest honor in the history of the blood clan, but it is also an act of usurpation that is almost blasphemous. When Irina heard this, a hint of amusement flashed in her blood-red eyes. She glanced at Wang Xiaoluan, who was concentrating on eating, and then looked at Camilla, who was standing next to her with a respectful look on her face. The depression she had just felt from being teased seemed to have dissipated a lot. It feels good to be in control again. Giving blood is simple. Irina said slowly. However, I have a few requests. Your Majesty, please give us your instructions. No matter what your request is, we will do our utmost to fulfill it. Camilla's voice trembled slightly with excitement. First, gather all the members of the Fanjua clan to the altar hall. Second, prepare all the magic crystals and energy gems in the castle's inventory. Third. Yilin paused, her eyes falling on the cup of freshly brewed black tea in front of Wang Xiaoluan. Prepare snacks and the most comfortable seat for my husband. He wants to watch the whole thing. Showing off your majestic self will surely help you get back some face, right? I think so. Camilla was stunned for a moment before she realized who husband was referring to and nodded quickly. Yes. I will obey your Majesty's order. Half an hour later. The deepest underground hall in the castle. It is spacious and magnificent here, with a towering dome and huge stone pillars supporting the structure above. The walls are engraved with ancient and complex vampire runes. Hundreds of vampires stood on both sides with solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on the figure in the center of the hall with fanaticism and awe. Irina stood alone in front of the ancient blood altar. Wang Xiaoluan sat leisurely on a luxurious sofa covered with velvet cushions that had been temporarily moved in, drinking tea and eating snacks. Su Muching and Alia stood quietly behind him, one on each side. All vampires thought that His Majesty the true ancestor would hold a sacred ceremony, cut his white wrist, and drip precious true blood that was enough to shake the world. However, Irina just gently raised her white, slender, flawless hand. In fact, there is no need to make it so exaggerated. Irina thought to herself. Just a hint of thought can bring this dry altar back to life. But that would be too plain and simple. Since you want to show it, you have to do your best and let him see clearly what great power you possess. Now, I should be able to establish some authority. In my name, the bloodline is rekindled here. She sang softly, her voice not loud, but it echoed clearly in the ears of every vampire, as if it sounded directly in their souls. In an instant, the blood clan elements in the entire hall were boiling. The magic crystals and energy gems that Camilla placed around the altar as instructed burst into dazzling light at the same time. Buzz! They didn't even have time to be consumed before they all shattered with crisp explosions, transforming into the purest torrents of energy of various colors. Pulled by an invisible force, they rushed madly towards Irina. A rich energy filled the air, even forming a colorful mist visible to the naked eye. Irina's silver hair moved without wind, her clothes fluttered, and her whole body was bathed in the brilliant energy glow. She didn't use her own blood. She simply extended a finger and lightly tapped the core of the altar. A blood-colored magic power that was pure to the extreme condensed into a tiny beam of light and shot towards the center of the altar. The light was not simply red, but seemed to contain countless miniature blood-red stars, deep and magnificent. Boom! The altar shook violently, and countless silent runes on the ancient stone platform lit up one by one. The scarlet light quickly spread along the carved patterns, instantly lighting up the floor of the entire hall. Liquid did not emerge from the originally dried-up pool of blood out of thin air. Instead, when the runes at the bottom of the pool lit up to the extreme, the tremendous life energy and the magic of blood converged and condensed in the pool, turning into the true source of life, which quickly filled the entire blood pool. The liquid in the pool was bright red, and there was even a golden halo flowing on the surface, emitting a powerful aura that made people's souls tremble. All the vampires present felt at the same time that the blood in their bodies was cheering, leaping for joy, and madly worshipping the source of power. A warm and powerful force flowed into their bodies along the mysterious blood connection. They even felt that their blood had become purer. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. All the vampires opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths, but could not make any sound. They were completely shocked by the miraculous scene before them. After a few seconds, the enthusiastic shouts like a tsunami finally broke out and resounded throughout the entire underground space. Welcome the true ancestor! True ancestor, long live the Lord! Praise you, the supreme Lord of Blood! Facing the enthusiastic kneeling and cheering of hundreds of vampires, Irina didn't even glance at them. She simply retracted her fingers, turned around gracefully, and with her skirt drawing a noble arc, she walked straight towards Wang Xiaoluan. The noisy cheers seemed to be her background music. She came to the sofa, leaned over slightly, stared at Wang Xiaoluan with her bloodshot eyes, and her voice was filled with anticipation and boasting that she thought was well concealed, but in fact it was almost overflowing. How does it feel? Ah? Wang Xiaoluan seemed to come back to his senses and was stunned for a moment. He immediately gave a thumbs up, his face filled with sincere admiration. Amazing! So amazing! This special effect, no, this power. It's simply earth-shattering. With just a light touch, the entire place lit up. It was obvious that it contained the power to destroy the world. You are worthy of being my wife. You easily do things that others can't do. Hearing this series of meaningless but sincere compliments, Irina couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth for a moment, but she forced it down again. She snorted softly, raised her small chin, and had a hint of reserved pride on her face. Humph, it's good to see it. You only need to know that I can display such great power at will. After saying this, she turned around with satisfaction, feeling relieved. Very good, he was completely overwhelmed by his own power. Now, the dignity of being a true ancestor should be established. Great success! Wang Xiaoluan looked at her happy expression, silently picked up the black tea and took a sip, feeling a little uneasy. Actually, when Irina started to cast the spell just now, the light was indeed very bright. But at that moment, Arya, who was sitting next to him, let out a small exclamation, as if she was attracted by the grand scene. Then, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the elf sister hugged his arm and leaned close to him. At that moment, Wang Xiaoluan's attention was completely diverted. Soft, warm, with amazing elasticity and a milky aroma. His brain almost shut down instantly, and all his senses were occupied by the beautiful things around him. As for what exactly happened at the altar, he really only caught a glimpse of a red light. But Wang Xiaoluan glanced again at Irina, who was accepting the worship of the crowd with a hint of pride on her face. It doesn't matter. As long as my wife is happy. Chapter 118 True Ancestors' First Experience. After a careful inspection, Wang Xiaoluan discovered that the luxury of the moon goddess embrace far exceeded his imagination. The entire suite almost occupies the top floor of the castle's main tower. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the deep night sky and the continuous manor below. What is hanging on the wall is actually a magic scroll, and the eyes of the characters in the scroll change as the viewer moves. But the most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the huge circular bathtub in the center of the room. Wang Xiaoluan glanced around, and just as he sighed in his heart, the decadent life of capitalism, he felt that the atmosphere around him became a little subtle. Su Muqing and Alia stood on his left and right, both pairs of beautiful eyes staring at him quietly. One is as cold as the moon, the other is as gentle as water, but at this moment, their eyes are filled with an undisguised intimacy and expectation that is almost tangible. My dear, you've been busy all day. It's time to relax. Arya's voice was filled with a hint of smile, so soft that it could drip water. Husband, please. Su Muqing's words were as concise as ever, but her slightly red ears revealed her inner unrest. Before he finished speaking, the two stunning beauties took action. Arya simply waved her hand, and the off-white knitted dress that outlined her perfect curves turned into specks of green light and dissipated into the air, revealing a perfect body that would amaze any god. The long silver hair falls down like a waterfall, covering part of her beauty but adding to her temptation. On the other side, Su Muqing was the same. The simple white dress she was wearing silently decomposed into countless tiny swordlights and returned to nothingness. Her figure was not as magnificent as Arya's, but it was perfectly symmetrical, with every detail just right. She was like the most outstanding work of art created by God, emitting a warm, jade-like luster in the hazy mist. The two of them walked barefoot on the cold floor, step by step towards the huge bathtub, and then slid lightly into the water. The bright red rose petals clustered around their fair skin, forming a striking and beautiful picture. Wang Xiaoluan's throat felt a little dry after watching this. Irina, who had been standing aside and trying to maintain the dignity of her true ancestor, was now completely petrified. Her eyes were wide open, her bloodshot pupils filled with shock and confusion. Her small mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. What was going on? How could they be so natural in front of a man? Although this is their man, and this is her man, but this. Ah! She turned around suddenly as if she was scalded, raised her hands and covered her eyes tightly, and her cheeks and neck turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if blood was about to drip out. Shameless. Simply shameless. She muttered to herself, her voice shy and anxious. However, her tightly pressed fingers quietly opened a gap in the next second. Like a cover. After the gap, the pair of blood-red eyes widened even further, staring at the scene in the bathtub without blinking, as if wanting to see every detail clearly. Seeing her lovely appearance, Alia in the pool couldn't help but chuckle. She waved to Irina and said in a gentle voice, "Sister Irina, there's no need to be so secretive. Come over here and help me serve my dear." Su Muqing also leaned on Wang Xiaoluan's shoulder, his cold eyes fell on Irina, and he spoke lightly. "We and my husband are one, so it's only natural that we should be honest with each other." I don't want to." Irina was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur instantly exploded. You are so shameless. With so many people together, how can this be allowed?" Her words were filled with true ancestor-style condemnation, but the slightly trembling voice and the gesture of not daring to look back made the condemnation seem unconvincing. Wang Xiaoluan leaned against the warm pool wall, enjoying the service of Su Muqing and Alia massaging his shoulders on his left and right. Hearing this, he calmly looked at Irina's back and deliberately asked in a slightly doubtful tone. "Oh? So, Irina, what you mean is, you don't want to?" Irina's condemnation stopped abruptly. "Do you want to?" This question exploded in her mind like a bolt from the blue. Her heart began to beat wildly, and a strange emotion, a mixture of shyness, curiosity, and a hint of secret desire, instantly overwhelmed her. She had lived for thousands of years and had never had such an experience, nor had she ever thought she would face such a problem. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her stiff back and decided to add fuel to the fire. He sighed in a state of sudden realization. Forget it. It's my fault for not thinking it through. After all, although Irina has lived for a long time, in some aspects, she is probably still just a child who knows nothing. This kind of thing is really too early for you. You can't force it. Who is a child? This sentence was like a needle, accurately piercing through all of Irina's disguises. She turned around suddenly, her blushing face full of dissatisfaction, and a stubborn flame burning in her blood-red eyes. "I am the true ancestor of blood, Irina von Karstein. A mere matter of service, what difficulty is there?" She puffed out her chest and declared proudly. Then, under Wang Xiaoluan's interested gaze, she raised her slender fingers and waved them gently at herself. Crash! The intricate and gorgeous Gothic dress instantly turned into countless blood-red bats, flying in all directions and finally dissolving into the air. A body that was completely different from Su Muqing and Alia's, but equally flawless, was exposed in the air without any cover. Her sickly pale skin seemed to glow under the magic light, with a breathtakingly fragile beauty. Her figure is the most slender among the three women, but it is also exquisite and full of girlish firmness and vitality. However, the courage that was shown in the rush forward was instantly deflated like a punctured balloon the moment it was exposed to the air. Irina's face suddenly turned redder than the rose petals in the pool. She subconsciously wanted to cover her face with her hands, but felt that it was too embarrassing. She froze in place for a moment, at a loss, and glanced around in panic, not daring to look at Wang Xiaoluan. Put. Arya couldn't help laughing. Even Su Muching had a faint smile on his face. This new sister is indeed interesting. What's so funny? Irina was so angry at being laughed at that she gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and rushed towards the bathing pool as if she was going to the execution ground. Ah! Tragedy happened. Perhaps because she was too nervous, or perhaps because her feet were wet, her white jade-like feet suddenly slipped on the smooth edge of the moonstone. She lost her balance and with a cute scream, she rushed straight towards Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan only felt a flash before his eyes, and a soft, slightly cool, and surprisingly elastic body slammed into his arms. The girl's unique body fragrance, a mixture of a hint of blood and roses, instantly filled his nostrils. Irina in his arms was completely stunned, her mind went blank. She could clearly feel herself pressed against a broad and warm chest. The unfamiliar masculine touch and breath made her blood seem to burn. There's no need to be so hasty in throwing yourself into someone's arms, right? Wang Xiaoluan looked down at the true ancestor sister in his arms who had turned into a steam princess, and couldn't help but teasing. Irina finally woke up from her dream and tried frantically to break free from his arms, but because she couldn't exert any strength in the water, she clung to him even tighter. Sister, stop moving. Arya swam over, chuckled, straightened her up, and then pressed her to the other side of Wang Xiaoluan. Now that you're down here, come with us and help your dear wash away all your fatigue. Under the demonstration of Su Mucheng and Alia on her left and right, Irina blushed, stretched out her slightly trembling hands, and imitated them, washing Wang Xiaoluan's back awkwardly. Wang Xiaoluan closed his eyes comfortably. Being surrounded by beautiful women has become a reality, and now the happiness is tripled. He recalled the scene in Moonlight Glade where he was devoutly served by 3 elf girls. The feeling at that time was novel, exciting, and a little guilty. And now, the person who serves him has become his legitimate wife. This feeling is no longer a simple upgrade. This is a one-step jump from the deluxe set meal to the God-selected Manchu Han banquet. I gave him a good time. Chapter 119 Blood Contract, First Throbbing. The warm spring water washed away the fatigue of the body. The personal service of the 3 stunning beauties brought Wang Xiaoluan unprecedented spiritual satisfaction. Bathing is over. Arya waved her hand, and 3 sets of soft silk nightgowns appeared by the pool. She and Su Mucheng put them on naturally. Irina hesitated for a moment and then followed suit with a blushing face. In the spacious living room, the magical flame in the fireplace burned quietly, making a crackling sound. Wang Xiaoluan sank comfortably into the soft velvet sofa. Su Mucheng was holding a dry towel and carefully wiping his wet hair. Her movements were gentle and her expression was focused, just like a most considerate wife. Arya went to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of aged wine that was as red as ruby and poured it for everyone. Only Irina still looked a little uneasy. She hugged her knees and sat on the single sofa farthest from Wang Xiaoluan. She sipped a glass of juice Arya had handed her, made from some rare, glowing fruit. But his eyes always involuntarily drifted to Wang Xiaoluan, who was surrounded by 2 sisters. In her heart, a struggle between conscience and man is taking place at this moment. The experience she just had in the bath had a severe impact on her thousands of years of cognition. The feeling of skin-to-skin contact and the feeling of being surrounded by masculine scent made her so ashamed that she almost fainted. But deep down in her heart, there was a strange throbbing that was completely unfamiliar to her. Arya saw it all. Holding the wineglass, she walked gracefully to Irina and sat down. Sister, are you still shy? She said softly with a smile in her voice. You have to understand that from now on, my dear and I are the closest of family. Some things require you to actively adapt and feel them. Su Mucheng also stopped what he was doing and looked over with cold eyes. Arya is right. My husband is our heaven, and everything we have will revolve around him. Your hesitation and resistance are meaningless. Under the guidance of her 2 sisters, Irina felt her cheeks getting hot again. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something polite like I am the true ancestor, how could I? But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. Because she discovered that deep down in her heart, she didn't have any rejection at all. She slowly raised her head. The blood-red eyes looked at Wang Xiaoluan. The latter was also looking at her with a smile. There was no urging in his eyes, only gentle encouragement and waiting. Irina's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision, and stood up suddenly. She walked up to Wang Xiaoluan step by step with somewhat stiff steps. Under the smiling gaze of Su Muqing and Alia, she slowly bent down. Clumsily, she pressed her slightly cool and soft lips against Wang Xiaoluan's lips. Boom! The moment their lips touched, Irina felt her mind go blank. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Warm. Soft. There was a sense of peace of mind that belonged only to Wang Xiaoluan. The heart lake that had been calm for thousands of years was now filled with huge waves. Her body became hot and her consciousness began to become blurred. The whole person seemed to melt in this kiss. At this moment, an even stronger and more primitive impulse surged up from the deepest part of her blood. Eager. An unprecedented desire. She wants more. Want a deeper connection. Want to taste everything about him. A rich and sweet scent emanated from Wang Xiaoluan's neck, madly stimulating every one of her senses. To her, this aura was the greatest temptation in the world. The urge to suck blood. As a true ancestor with extremely pure blood, she had long since gotten rid of her low-level dependence on blood. This was the first time in her life that she felt such a strong urge to smoke, almost making her lose her mind. She parted her lips suddenly, breathing rapidly. Struggle and desire flickered in his blood-red pupils. Her eyes were fixed on Wang Xiaoluan's neck, and her throat rolled unconsciously. No. This can't happen. It will hurt him. I. Her voice trembled with excitement and had a hint of tears in it. I want your blood. She tried hard to control herself and used up the last bit of her rationality to ask for his permission. Can. Wang Xiaoluan looked at her pitiful yet attractive appearance, his heart softened, and he agreed without hesitation. He tilted his head slightly, revealing his neck. Come, my blood is prepared for you. The moment she got permission, Irina's last line of defense collapsed. She moved closer almost instinctively. The sharpened small fangs popped out instantly and gently pierced Wang Xiaoluan's skin. Wang Xiaoluan only felt a slight tingling sensation in his neck. Immediately, a strange feeling, a mixture of numbness and pleasure, spread throughout the body along the wound. Instead of feeling any discomfort, he felt warm all over and his spirits were lifted. And Irina froze the moment she tasted the first drop of blood. Sweet. It's so sweet that words can't describe it. This is no longer just blood, but a life elixir that contains some kind of origin. It was 1,000,000,000 times more delicious than any sacrifice she had ever tasted, or any so-called top-level magical beast's heartblood. She had only intended to take a small sip. But under the temptation of this ultimate deliciousness, she was completely unable to suppress her instincts and couldn't help but suck a little more. Warm and powerful life energy surged into her body, resonating wonderfully with her ancient true ancestor bloodline. It was as if a spring that had dried up for thousands of years was being refilled with water at this moment. At this moment, the cold prompt tone of "beauty of all worlds" rang in Wang Xiaoluan's mind. Detected that the host and Irina von Karstein have completed their first blood contract. Irina von Karstein special value +1, current special value 15. The host has unlocked Irina's exclusive ability. Please check the beauty profile for details. Irina finally let go with satisfaction. She extended the tip of her pink tongue and licked her lips with satisfaction, rolling the remaining trace of blood into her mouth. The small wound on Wang Xiaoluan's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment she left. Not even a trace was left. After sucking blood, Irina's entire temperament changed drastically. Most of the shyness and innocence that belonged to the girl have faded away. Instead, there is a kind of charm and enchantment that comes from the bones. Her eyes became moist and blurry, and there seemed to be a whirlpool flowing deep in her blood-red pupils, which could suck people's souls in. A healthy and attractive blush appeared on her originally sickly pale cheeks. She looked at Wang Xiaoluan, her eyes full of infatuation, possession, and undisguised love. Husband. She called out again in a voice that was sweet to the point of being cloying and a little hoarse. Then, without waiting for Wang Xiaoluan's response, she took the initiative and kissed him again. This time, the kiss was no longer just a taste. It was full of aggression and possessiveness, fanatical and deep, as if it wanted to completely devour Wang Xiaoluan and rub it into its own bones and blood. Beside the sofa, Alia and Su Muqing smiled at each other. It seems that our true ancestor sister has finally come to her senses. Arya raised her glass and smiled. Sumacheng also nodded, with a hint of relief on his cold face. The night deepens. The flames in the fireplace danced, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Tonight, in this embrace of the moon goddess, a scene is being staged. Nothing else, just pure gaming, a 2-player, undisclosed sequel, and a 3-player flight. Chapter 120 Scarlet Grace. The violent panting gradually subsided, and in the luxurious and spacious bedroom, the air was filled with a charming and rich fragrance. Wang Xiaoluan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling as if every cell in his body was soaked in a hot spring. He felt extremely comfortable, yet also a little tired after the indulgence. He didn't open his eyes, but just quietly felt the warmth around him. On the left was Arya's delicate body, as soft as jade, and her long silver hair covered half of the pillow, with a faint natural fragrance. She seemed to be fast asleep, her breathing quiet and sweet. On the right, Sumacheng was like a docile cat, resting her head on his arm, breathing steadily and long, and her inky hair rubbed his arm, making it a little itchy. And on his chest, there was a figure that was slightly smaller in comparison. It was Irina, the true ancestor's younger sister, who had just experienced her first experience. She clung to him with her hands and feet like an octopus, her saliva almost dripping from her sleep, with a satisfied smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. Wang Xiaoluan carefully pulled out the arm that Sumacheng was resting on, and gently covered them with the quilt. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. This is probably the warmth that comes after fighting side by side. He did not move, but just maintained this posture. As his mind moved, his consciousness sank into the depths of his soul. The world around him instantly turned pure white. Then, an ancient and heavy book appeared in front of him out of thin air, emitting a faint halo. Beauty of all worlds. He turned the pages expertly. The first page is Sumacheng. Her portrait was still as pure and cool as ever, and the special value below remained firmly at 3-5. The second page is Arya. The portrait of the elf sister is gentle and charming, and the special value is also 3-5. Wang Xiaoluan understood. It seems that the 3-person flight just now was not enough to make Sumacheng and Alia, who had had many close contacts with him, achieve a new breakthrough in their special values. Perhaps, there is still some special opportunity missing. His eyes then fell on the third page, which had been completely opened. The moment his consciousness focused on this, the pure white world around him began to change and reorganize violently. When I came to my senses, a magnificent and eerie Gothic castle was standing quietly in the bloody dusk. He himself was in a huge rose garden behind the castle. The air was filled with the sweet scent of roses, mixed with the earthy fragrance after the rain. The gardens are home to countless varieties of roses. There are crimson roses that burn like flames, and there are black velvet roses that are as deep as the night. They bloom quietly in the twilight, with crystal dewdrops on the petals. In the center of the garden, there is an exquisite pavilion carved from white marble. Is this Irina's mental world? It really fits her personality. Wang Xiaoluan turned his attention back to the beauty of all worlds in his hand. On the third page of the book, the first thing that catches the eye is an exquisite ink painting. Irina in the painting is wearing a gorgeous court dress and her chin is slightly raised. Her eyes were proud and distant, yet held a hint of natural charm. However, deep within them, there lay a subtle innocence. The painter vividly displays the charm of tsundere yet pure love. Beautiful, no need to say more. He nodded with satisfaction, his gaze continued to move downwards, going straight to the point. Irina von Karstein. Level, 39-100. Favorability, 100-100. Special value, 2-5. It's indeed 2 o'clock. Wang Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat and a surge of joy filled his heart. It seems that the first intimate contact just now, coupled with the signing of the blood contract, directly increased Irina's special value by 2 levels. This is really a pleasant surprise. He couldn't wait to look at the ability column where the special value was unlocked. Telepathy 2-5 unlocked the following abilities. 1. First Embrace passive. As the companion of the blood true ancestor, your body is blessed by the most ancient bloodline. Your strength, speed, reaction ability, and self-healing ability are permanently increased. You gain permanent night vision and basic blood perception can sense the vitality of nearby creatures. Side effect: when you are emotionally excited or exerting all your energy, your pupils will flash a blood-red luster. Oh wow! Wang Xiaoluan touched his chin and felt it carefully. My body was indeed full of strength, and the fatigue after the battle was gone. He tried to wave his fist in his mental world, and the sound of the wind it created was much sharper than before. He looked at a rose in the distance again and concentrated his mind. Sure enough, I could vaguely feel the faint vitality contained in the flower. As for that side effect, do you think red eyes are just a special effect? He resisted the urge to find a mirror to try it out right now and continued to look at the second skill. 2. Scarlet Contract active. You sign an equal blood contract with the blood true ancestor, gaining access to a portion of her power. You can cast some basic blood magic by consuming your own energy. Currently available. 1. Condensing the bloodthirsty sword. Condensing a physical longsword composed of pure blood energy, it possesses powerful physical damage and the ability to absorb the enemy's vitality. 2nd, cast blood bind. Manipulate blood energy into chains to imprison and bind the target. Here we come. Active attack skills. Wang Xiaoluan's heart was pounding. Su Muqing's ability is swordsmanship, while Arya's abilities tend to be support, perception, and archery. As for himself, apart from the sword energy and sword power from Mu Qing, he had no proper close combat methods. Now, he finally has his own sword. He thought about it and tried to mobilize the energy in his body. A warm current flowed to his right hand. In the palm of his hand, countless blood-colored energy threads appeared out of thin air, quickly interweaving and condensing. Buzz. A gorgeous blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The sword body was a translucent deep red, as if made of flowing ruby, and the blade flashed with a dangerous cold light. The sword guard is shaped like bat wings, full of evil beauty. Holding it in your hand, you can clearly feel the violent power contained in it. Cool. Wang Xiaoluan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He looked at the bloodthirsty sword and suddenly an idea came to him. He put his left hand's fingers together like a sword, and a golden sword energy condensed at his fingertips. Then, he carefully guided the sword energy to the bloodthirsty sword in his right hand. Swish! The moment the golden sword energy touched the blood-colored sword body, the entire bloodthirsty sword shook violently. Countless fine golden lines instantly appeared on the sword, complementing the original blood-colored runes. A sharper and more domineering aura burst out from the sword. Fuck! Wang Xiaoluan was shocked. There are also skill linkages? Dual cultivation of magic and sword energy? A magic sword immortal who cultivates both magic and martial arts? Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? He felt that he had found the way to fight in the future. He put on a layer of sword armor, then held the bloodthirsty sword with a buff, and activated the power of nature to bless it. This is simply the template of an all-round warrior. He excitedly waved the enchanted bloodthirsty sword a few times. The sword wind whistled in the garden, blowing a few rose petals into the air. Satisfied with having released the bloodthirsty sword, Wang Xiaoluan stood by the pavilion for a while. He was in a very good mood as he admired the blood-red rose garden that belonged only to him and Irina. New power, new wife. The days ahead will only become more and more challenging. He stretched and muttered to himself. Sleep. My consciousness immediately fell into endless darkness, and I returned to my tired but satisfied body and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 121 Return and Changes. The morning sun shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Luna's Embrace suite and onto the floor. Wang Xiaoluan was awakened by the itch on the tip of his nose. He opened his eyes and saw a strand of silver hair tickling him playfully. It's Irina's. The true ancestor's sister who was so passionate last night was now sleeping peacefully, with even a hint of crystal at the corner of her mouth. He gently brushed aside the strand of silver hair and quietly got out of bed, fearing to disturb the three heroes who fell into a deep sleep after fighting side by side. He tiptoed into the bathroom, the warm water washing over his body and taking away the last trace of fatigue. Looking at himself in the mirror, he subconsciously activated his energy. Deep in the pupils in the mirror, a very faint blood-red luster flashed by. It really has special effects. Wang Xiaoluan grinned, feeling a little bit childish, but also inexplicably cool. After washing up, he changed into some refreshing casual clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Camilla was already waiting respectfully outside the living room door. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Are the true ancestor and the two ladies still resting? Camilla's voice was filled with awe, and she didn't even dare look directly in the direction of the bedroom. Well, they're exhausted. Let them get some more sleep. Wang Xiaoluan waved his hand and took a cup of black tea with a rich aroma. What's up? Yes, Mr. Wang. Camilla bowed. The 200 high-aged blood orchids you requested, as well as the moonlight wellflowers to be sent to Moonlight Glade, were delivered last night. Also, I have sent a message to Elder Elrond of Moonblade. The Vandro clan will provide the elves with free blood moss purification services for the next 100 years, and they promise never to set foot in the core area of the elven forest. Wang Xiaoluan took a sip of tea and nodded. Camilla did this perfectly. Well done. He praised. It will do you no harm to get along well with the elves in the future. Yes, I will follow your instructions. Camilla's attitude became increasingly submissive. I wonder when you and the true ancestor will depart so I can prepare a convoy for you. There's no need for a convoy. It's too slow. Wang Xiaoluan thought about it, looked back in the direction of the bedroom, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. We have faster transportation options. Half an hour later, Sumuching, Alia and Irina finally walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes. A sumptuous breakfast has already filled the table. Dear, won't you rest a little longer? Arya came over and naturally put her arms around his waist from behind, resting her cheek on his back. I'm already full of energy. Wang Xiaoluan patted her hands around his waist. We'll go back after we finish eating. We've been out for several days. Irina was still a little embarrassed, especially when she saw Sumuching's cold and lazy eyes. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She pulled her gorgeous skirt, sat a little further away from Wang Xiaoluan, and picked up a piece of cake while pretending to be calm. How do we get back? She asked in a low voice, trying to cover up her embarrassment by talking about business. Fly back. Wang Xiaoluan is concise and to the point. Fly? Irina was stunned for a moment, then puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. Of course I can fly. The flying skills of the vampires are a symbol of elegance and speed. But, how can you, a mortal like you? Before she could finish her words, she saw Sumuching just wave her hand. The ancient long sword appeared out of thin air, floating in the center of the living room. The sword body trembled slightly, making a clear sword sound. Flying with a sword? Irina's bloodshot eyes widened instantly. She leaned over curiously, stretched out her slender fingers, and carefully poked the suspended sword. The cool and solid touch made the surprise in her eyes even brighter. So this is what the Eastern immortal arts look like. It's much more elegant than transforming into a flock of bats. She commented seriously, completely forgetting that she was just bragging about the vampire's flying skills. Want to try it? Wang Xiaoluan asked with a smile. Humph, it's just a handful of flying iron pieces. This true ancestor is just a little curious. Irina raised her chin slightly, but her eyes, sparkling with curiosity, had already betrayed her inner thoughts. Finally, on the open-air platform at the top of the castle, the four of them stood on the long sword that Sumuching had enlarged to the size of a door panel. Wang Xiaoluan naturally stood in the front, and Arya pressed tightly against his back with her arms around his waist. Sumuching stood behind Arya, holding the sword gesture with one hand to maintain flight. Irina, after hesitating for a long time, stood at the back with a red face, nervously grabbing the corner of Sumuching's clothes with both hands. Stand firm. Sumuching's cold voice sounded. The long sword shook slightly, then turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. The magnificent Castle Karstein was left behind in the blink of an eye. Wow! Irina let out a short cry of surprise and subconsciously wanted to hug the person in front of her. As soon as she stretched out her little hand, she touched Sumuching's soft yet powerful waist. She was so scared that she shrank back like lightning, her pretty face red as if bleeding. The wind whistled in the sky, blowing the three ladies' long hair into intertwined dances in the air. Muching, don't be too fast, we are not in a hurry. Wang Xiaoluan spoke loudly, feeling the whistling wind in his ears. Sumuching nodded lightly, and the speed of the flying sword immediately slowed down a lot, turning into a smoothly gliding aerial yacht. Now, Irina became bolder. She loosened her grip on the corner of Sumuching's clothes, carefully moved to the edge of the sword, and looked down at the mountains and forests that were rapidly receding below. The feeling of breaking free from the constraints of the earth and flying freely in the sky is completely different from her own flight as a flock of bats. It is more open and more magnificent. How does it feel? Wang Xiaoluan turned around and asked with a smile. It's okay. Irina answered calmly, but the excitement in her eyes could not be concealed. When the flying sword was about to fly out of the edge of the elf forest, something strange happened. Wang Xiaoluan, who was standing at the front, was the first to notice something was wrong. The space ahead seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and an extremely unstable, twisted black crack appeared. The crack was about 10 meters long, with dangerous purple-black arcs flashing on the edges, swallowing up all the surrounding light. Is it a space rift? Arya's voice suddenly became serious. How did it appear here? According to the Elder's observations, the spatial barrier in this area should have been very stable in recent years. Sumuching immediately stopped the flying sword and hovered in the air, staring at the crack with cold eyes vigilantly. Wang Xiaoluan's heart also began to lift. He had read relevant information in the library of Dragon Soul Academy. The space rift was the manifestation of the era change and was also the most dangerous phenomenon that lasted for many years afterwards. The reason why Arya knew this was probably because she shared it from his knowledge base. The appearance of a spatial rift could mean the arrival of an alien race like the elves or the vampires, or... Just as he was thinking, the black space crack suddenly expanded. Roar! A dull and violent roar came from the depths of the rift, and the sound waves caused visible ripples in the surrounding air. Immediately afterwards, a huge claw covered with dark purple shell suddenly stretched out from the crack and grasped the edge of the crack tightly. Then came the second and the third. A huge, ferocious figure was struggling to squeeze out from the twisted darkness. The thing was as big as a small single-story bungalow, and its main body was a mantis magnified countless times. Its body was covered with layers of dark purple carapace as thick as rock, and dark red light like lava flowed between the cracks in the carapace. Its head has no eyes, but instead a huge, constantly rotating cloudy crystal. Below the crystal is a mouthpart with disgusting mucus flowing between its opening and closing. It has no wings on its back, but instead has 6 spider leg-like bone spurs, the tips of which flash with a faint cold light. What the hell is this? Wang Xiaoluan's mind flashed through the records in the illustrated book of strange beasts, but he could not find any corresponding existence. This guy is stronger than any other beast we've encountered. Arya's face was more serious than ever. The moon whisper bow in her hand had already appeared, and 3 emerald green magic arrows were on the string, ready to be fired. Sumuching didn't say anything, but a sharp sword intent began to emanate from her body. Irina looked at the big guy with interest. Instead of being afraid, she licked her lips, and a hint of excitement flashed in her blood-red pupils. A species I've never seen before. It's just right. Let this true ancestor see if your flesh and blood are worthy of becoming my collection. The strange beast finally squeezed out of the space rift completely. It let out a deafening roar towards the sky, and the huge turbid crystal suddenly turned towards the direction of Wang Xiaoluan and the others. It locked onto these few pieces of blood food that seemed extremely fresh to it. A battle is inevitable. Chapter 122, First Test. Facing the unknown beast that crawled out of the space rift, the 4 of them hovered in mid-air, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Wang Xiaoluan immediately activated the passive ability of First Embrace Blood Perception. In an instant, in his perceptual world, the behemoth before him was no longer a hideous shell and bone spurs, but a massive vitality so huge that it was frightening. That vitality was like a volcano about to erupt, violent, chaotic, and full of destructive aura. And at the core of that huge ball of vitality, there seemed to be a more condensed and purer energy flowing slowly. This guy is not simple, be careful when dealing with him. Wang Xiaoluan said in a deep voice and quickly informed the 3 women of his perception results. Humph, it's just a larger bug. Irina snorted lightly, with the arrogance of a true ancestor on her face. She took a step forward, her gorgeous court dress rustling in the wind, and stretched out her white palm, aiming at the strange beast. Tremble and prostrate yourself before the majesty of the true ancestor. Flesh Golem. She did not take action herself, but chanted the ancient vampire spell. On the ground, the blood of those who died or shed in the previous battle near Costini Castle seemed to have received an invisible call, and turned into lines of blood that shot up into the sky and gathered in front of her. In the blink of an eye, 3 flesh and blood golems, each over 5 meters tall and made of pure blood, gravel and soil, took shape. They had no facial features, only a strong body and huge fists, roaring and rushing towards the strange beast from 3 directions. This was the summoning technique Irina excelled at, and also her favorite way of fighting, standing gracefully in the back row, watching her minions tear the enemy to pieces. However, that strange beast was obviously no ordinary creature. Facing the 3 ferocious flesh golems, the cloudy crystal on its head suddenly lit up. Buzz. An invisible sound wave spread out instantly. The flesh and blood golem that was rushing in the front suddenly stopped with its huge body, and then the blood that made up its body seemed to boil, rolling violently and uncontrollably, and finally with a bang, it exploded into a ball of blood mist in mid-air. The other two golems also suffered the same attack. Their huge bodies cracked into pieces and turned into rubble and blood with wailing sounds. After just one encounter, Irina's summon was killed instantly. Interesting. Irina frowned slightly, but she was not discouraged. Instead, she felt it was more challenging. Just as she was about to summon a stronger army of gargoyles, Arya and Su Muqing had already moved. Muqing, the energy flow is weakest at the connection point on its left shell. I'll create an opportunity. Arya shouted, and the moon whisper bow in her hand was fully drawn like the moon. Silver light flickered in her blue eyes, and the natural elements around her began to converge madly on the bowstring. Elf archery trio. Whoosh! 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 3 completely different magic arrows were shot out, drawing 3 strange arcs in the air. The first arrow, wrapped in a storm, slammed into the strange beast's waving forelimb claws. The violent explosion created an air wave, forcing it to stop moving. The second arrow followed closely behind, but halfway through it transformed into countless thick animated vines, which, with natural toughness and strength, tightly wrapped around its joints. The third arrow passed silently through the gaps in the vines like a ghost. An extremely cold frost force instantly erupted, freezing the vines and its claws together. Explosion, binding, freezing, 3 completely different natural magics, connected seamlessly. Just when the strange beast was briefly controlled, a white figure appeared on its left side like a ghost. It's Su Muqing. She had left the flying sword without knowing when, and her figure flashed a few times in the air before she was close to the side of the strange beast. The golden sword energy on the ancient long sword in his hand fluctuated, emitting an indestructible sharpness. Fairy from the sky. Su Muqing shouted, and the whole person and the sword seemed to turn into a stream of light from the sky. On the tip of the sword, all the sword energy instantly condensed into a point of extreme golden light, and stabbed towards the connection point of the shell that Arya pointed out. Sizzle! A teeth-grinding friction sound was heard. The sword blade, which was always sharp, only penetrated a few inches into the hard shell this time before it was stuck, splashing a string of dazzling sparks. What a hard shell! Su Muqing felt a slight chill in his heart, turned his wrist, and slashed the sword horizontally, intending to expand the victory. Roar! The strange beast roared in pain, and its frozen claws thrashed out violently, shattering the ice and vines attached to them into pieces. Its sickle-like forelimbs swept towards Su Muqing fiercely, carrying a vicious wind that tore through the air. Su Muqing lightly tapped the alien beast's shell with her toes, and her body floated back, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Family, step back. You shouldn't be doing this kind of rough work. Seeing that Wang Xiaoluan was also eager to try, Irina immediately spoke out to stop him. Come behind me and watch my servants make it. I want to try it, too. Wang Xiaoluan interrupted her, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To be honest, after gaining so many abilities, he has never fought a serious battle. The power in the body is surging, longing for a thorough release. Although it is really cool to be a spectator cheering in the back row, you still need to stretch your muscles occasionally, otherwise what is the use of all these skills? Irina was stunned. Looking at Wang Xiaoluan's serious eyes, she couldn't say the following words. Although she could sense through a subtle connection at the soul level that this man was not as weak as he looked, she was still unwilling to let him participate in the battle. All right. She compromised somewhat reluctantly. Since you insist on doing this, then. She pointed her fingertips, and a deep blue light instantly flew towards Wang Xiaoluan, forming a translucent shield around his body that was composed of countless tiny ice crystals and emitted cold air. The true ancestor's ice shield can block at least 3 of its attacks. Irina added proudly. Don't die, you are all mine. Thank you, my true ancestor. Wang Xiaoluan laughed and had an idea. Scarlet contract, condensed bloodthirsty sword. A warm current surged towards his right hand, and countless blood-colored energy threads emerged out of thin air, quickly interweaving and condensing. With a hum, the gorgeous and evil blood-red sword appeared in his hand. Holding this long sword that seemed to have life, Wang Xiaoluan felt that a wonderful connection had been established between himself and Irina, and power was continuously coming from the contract. It's not over yet. He put his left hand's fingers together like a sword, and the golden sword energy brought by his first acquaintance with the sword condensed at his fingertips, and then pressed it on the blade of the bloodthirsty sword without hesitation. Swish! Golden lines instantly covered the blood-red sword, complementing the original blood-red runes. A terrifying aura that combined sharpness and dominance burst out from the sword. The magical swordsman who practices both magic and martial arts appears. Wang Xiaoluan gave himself a nickname in a childish way, stomped his feet hard, and shot out like a cannonball. The moment he rushed out, he directly activated the ability from Arya. The Windtalker's Blessing. A green breeze surrounded his body, and Wang Xiaoluan felt his body lighten. His speed suddenly increased, and he turned into a blood gold afterimage and rushed straight towards the strange beast. This guy seems to only be able to use that sonic and physical attack. Wang Xiaoluan was moving at high speed, but his brain was analyzing extremely calmly under the passive effect of the Windtalker's protection. Its weakness is most likely the crystal on its head. Su Muqing's attack has proved how hard its shell is. If you want to break it, you must find its weakness or use stronger force. The next second, a clear thought sounded directly in Su Muqing's mind through his unique ability of telepathy. Muqing, help me create an opportunity. Attack the crystal on its head. Su Muqing, who was dealing with the strange beast, had a flash of light in his eyes and immediately understood Wang Xiaoluan's intention. She stopped fighting and took a deep breath, and her aura suddenly changed. Man and sword become one. She seemed to have merged with the sword in her hand, transforming into a terrifying rainbow, and took the initiative to meet the other huge claw wielded by the monster. Sword dance allures the city. The long sword in her hand was no longer a single slashing move, but instantly transformed into a sky full of sword shadows. Each sword shadow contained a sharp sword aura, like a rushing river of sword energy, rushing head-on towards the huge sickle claws. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Su Muqing's figure was knocked back by the huge force, but the sharp claws of the strange beast were also knocked away by her full-strength attack, revealing a huge flaw. Now is the time. Wang Xiaoluan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the extreme agility brought by the Windtalker's protection allowed him to seize this opportunity in an instant. He flew like a bolt of lightning close to the ground, circled behind the strange beast, and then exerted force with his legs, running wildly upwards along the bone spurs on the back of the strange beast. The strange beast sensed the threat from behind, and the 6 bone spurs on its back stabbed towards Wang Xiaoluan frantically like a living thing. Just in time. Wang Xiaoluan did not retreat but advanced, and the enchanted version of the bloodthirsty sword in his hand danced into a blood-golden light curtain. Ding dang dang! A series of dense collision sounds were heard, and those bone spurs that were strong enough to penetrate the steel plates were all blocked by him. With every collision, the bloodthirsty sword would emit a suction force, as if absorbing the energy contained in the attack, making him feel more and more courageous. In just a few breaths, he had already rushed to the back of the beast's neck, only a few meters away from the huge turbid crystal. Break it, for me! Wang Xiaoluan roared, poured all his strength into his right arm, raised the bloodthirsty sword high in his hand, and chopped it down fiercely at the crystal. Chapter 123, Bringing Experience. When Wang Xiaoluan raised the bloodthirsty sword wrapped in golden sword energy, he became the focus of the entire battlefield. The strange beast below seemed to have sensed the deadly threat from above and let out a sharp hiss. It gave up chasing Su Muqing, and its huge body shook violently. An energy even more violent than before began to gather in the turbid crystal on its head. The energy fluctuation was so violent that it even caused Wang Xiaoluan's body to sway in mid-air, and he almost couldn't maintain his airborne posture. No! Be careful, dear. Arya sensed a huge energy fluctuation, her face changed, and she gave a quick reminder. Almost at the same time, Irina's voice rang out, with a hint of nervousness. Family, get out of the way. She clasped her hands together instantly, and a huge, thicker ice wall carved with intricate magic patterns appeared out of thin air, blocking Wang Xiaoluan. However, Wang Xiaoluan seemed oblivious to all this. In his eyes, there was only the cloudy crystal that was getting brighter and brighter. With the extraordinary perception brought by the power of nature pulse, he could clearly see that the energy of the strange beast's body was madly rushing towards the crystal. This is its strongest attack, and it must also be its most vulnerable moment. There is only one chance. But the violent energy surging around the beast formed an invisible barrier, causing his sword power to stagnate. At this critical moment, 2 completely different attacks came from the side. Su Muqing's figure appeared on the crown of a giant tree in the distance. She put her fingers together like a sword and gently slashed in the direction of the strange beast. Dozens of extremely condensed white sword energies instantly broke through the air and accurately nailed the joints of the void predator's thick limbs. Roar! The strange beast felt pain, and the process of accumulating power was interrupted for a moment, and it let out an angry roar. At the same time, Arya's figure flashed on the other side. She had already drawn her longbow and shot 3 arrows with emerald green light. The arrow did not hit the vital part, but was nailed to the ground beside the monster. In an instant, countless tough vines grew out and tightly wrapped around its hind legs and tail. Blood bind. Wang Xiaoluan seized this flaw, which lasted less than a second. He shouted in his heart. Several blood-colored energy chains instantly emerged from the bloodthirsty sword, like living poisonous snakes, taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak in and instantly wrap around the head and forelimbs of the strange beast, locking it firmly in place. Roar! The strange beast struggled frantically, and the blood-red chains were stretched straight, making creaking sounds under the heavy weight. Now! Wang Xiaoluan's roar resounded through the sky, and the long sword that combined sword energy and blood energy slashed down with the force of thunder. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was clearly heard throughout the battlefield. The thick ice wall summoned by Irina shattered into pieces the moment it came into contact with the invisible sound waves. But it ultimately offset most of the impact for Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan's sword accurately struck the turbid crystal. Time stopped at this moment. A terrifying crack exploded directly on the surface of the hard crystal. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire crystal. Bang! Finally, the entire crystal exploded, turning into countless glittering fragments that flew everywhere. The strange beast, having lost its energy core, suddenly stiffened its huge body. The cracks on its body, where lava glowed, quickly dimmed, and the breath of life disappeared as quickly as the tide. Boom! Its mountain-like body slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battle is over. Wang Xiaoluan gasped and jumped off the corpse of the strange beast. His legs went weak and he almost fell. The series of operations just now almost exhausted all his strength. Arya immediately rushed to his side and supported him. A gentle life energy quickly injected into his body, relieving his fatigue. "My dear, you are too impulsive." There was a hint of fear in her tone, but her blue eyes were filled with pride and love. Su Muching also floated down. She walked to Wang Xiaoluan, stretched out her hand, and gently wiped away the dust on his cheek with her sleeve. Her tender eyes were full of approval. "My husband has also become very strong. Basic operations." Wang Xiaoluan tried hard to act like a master, but he almost choked on his saliva as soon as he opened his mouth. Irina also put away her flying sword and walked over quickly. She walked around the huge corpse of the strange beast and looked at Wang Xiaoluan again, her blood-red pupils filled with complex emotions. You actually did it," she muttered to herself. "With a mortal body, you killed a beast of this level. Although it was mainly due to the power and shield given to you by this true ancestor." At the end of her speech, she puffed out her chest out as usual and tried to save face. Wang Xiaoluan was too lazy to argue with her and just smiled. This battle gave him a clear understanding of his current strength. At least as long as he cooperates with his wives, he will never be a burden who can only watch the show from the back. He can go up when necessary. He, Wang Xiaoluan, is now capable of being the sea. Just as he was happily recalling the earth-shattering sword strike just now, he suddenly sensed something. He immediately closed his eyes and opened the Book of Beauties in all worlds to confirm. Su Muching. Level 43-100. Favorability 100-100. Special value 35. What the hell? He couldn't help but swear. What's going on? 4 levels in a row? This is faster than riding a rocket. At the same time, huge and pure energy surged into Wang Xiaoluan's whole body, sweeping away the fatigue from the previous battle. Wang Xiaoluan was completely stunned. Void Predator. So this guy's name is this. Is this guy some rare elite monster? This is not a strange beast, it is clearly a mobile experience gift pack. Really give experience. I'm rich. Wang Xiaoluan rubbed his hands and stared at the corpse of the strange beast with burning eyes. Such a large and rare monster, the material from its corpse must be valuable. Especially the crystal that he shattered. Although it was broken, the fragments still contained pure energy, which was definitely a good thing. He called on the 3 women to start cleaning up the battlefield and collected the crystal fragments and a few relatively intact bone spurs. After finishing all this, Wang Xiaoluan looked up at the sky. After the death of the Void Predator, the terrifying space rift had lost its energy support and was slowly shrinking and closing. It seems that the appearance of the rift is directly related to this guy. Wang Xiaoluan's expression turned serious. However, it is a fact that the spatial barrier has loosened. This matter must be reported to Teacher Lu immediately, and he can notify the relevant departments. The appearance of a space rift in the wild is no small matter. If one emerges today, who knows if a group will emerge tomorrow? Measures must be taken as soon as possible to strengthen the spatial barriers in this area or set up permanent monitoring outposts. Well, let's go back as soon as possible. Sumacheng also understood the seriousness of the matter. The four of them didn't delay any longer and stepped back on their flying swords. This time, the flying sword's speed reached its limit, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the moonlight forest. Chapter 124 Hello, Third Sister-in-Law. The flying sword turned into a stunning streak of light, swiftly flying above the elf forest. The wind whistled in my ears, and the scenery below was stretched into a blurred green ribbon. On the way back this time, everyone's mood was completely different from when they came. Especially Irina, the true ancestor of blood who had lived for thousands of years, was experiencing this feeling of flying that was completely different from that of the vampires. She didn't need to flap her wings like a bat, nor did she need to rely on complicated magic circles. She could enjoy such pure speed just by standing on a sword. My dear, this thing has quite a good speed. Irina made comments but subconsciously held onto the corner of Wang Xiaoluan's clothes with both hands, fearing that she would fall accidentally. Wang Xiaoluan felt the force coming from behind him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is called sword flying, a unique feature of our eastern land. I'll let you experience it more often when I have the chance. Sumacheng was in front, using all his strength, while Arya was close to Wang Xiaoluan, using her body to block most of the oncoming strong wind for him. Soon, an open area and some shadowy figures appeared at the edge of the woods ahead. They are students in the special class. Sumacheng's mind moved, and the flying sword slowed down steadily, hovering silently in the air, and then slowly landed. When Wang Xiaoluan and his four companions stood steadily on the ground, the classmates who had been waiting for a long time immediately surrounded them. Brother Luan. You're finally back. Are you okay? Did those vampires give you any trouble? However, their greetings soon faded. Everyone's eyes were focused on the strange woman behind Wang Xiaoluan. Waist-length silver hair, sickly pale skin, delicate classical facial features that seemed unreal, and pupils as deep as blood-red gemstones. She was wearing a gorgeous black Gothic dress, with a noble and aloof temperament, as if she was a vampire queen walking out of an ancient oil painting. For a moment, everyone was stunned, and the air was filled with shock and curiosity. At this moment, a lively figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Wow! Wang Xiaoya exclaimed and ran to Irina in 2 steps. Her big eyes were shining with excitement and curiosity, without a trace of fear. She circled around Irina like Columbus discovering the new world. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, Wang Xiaoya bowed crisply and loudly to Irina. Hello, third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law? Irina froze. As the true ancestor of blood, she has lived for thousands of years. What kind of scenes has she not seen? But the energetic and extremely familiar girl in front of her, as well as this unheard of name, completely made her brain shut down. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to put on the airs of a true ancestor and say a few dignified words befitting her status. But looking at Wang Xiaoya's pure and passionate eyes, the words that were on the tip of his tongue could not be said. Wang Xiaoluan found her bewildered look a little funny, so he walked forward and pinched her cool and smooth cheek out of habit. Don't be so tense, this is my sister Xiaoya, I'm just joking with you. The warm touch on her cheek made Irina tremble slightly. The familiar aura that made her feel at ease and embarrassed instantly dissipated the dignity she had worked so hard to gather. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was very light, it was particularly noticeable against her pale skin. She turned her head stiffly and tried to force a smile at Wang Xiaoya. Hello. Puff. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing first. Then, there was a burst of good-natured laughter. This beautiful woman who looks so noble and cold, is actually so innocent? In the corner, Li Lizi, who had been holding a teddy bear, had a pair of beautiful eyes that sparkled with a strange light. She stared at Irina and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. This is true elegance, true nobility. Misha, look, compared to her, I look like a child playing house. Ling Meng didn't have so many thoughts. She skipped over to Wang Xiaoluan, lowered her voice, and nudged him with her elbow. Hey, Brother Luan, you can do it. How come after going to the vampire clan, they brought another one back? The big sword on her shoulder, which was taller than her, also made a buzzing sound, and a thought was directly transmitted into Wang Xiaoluan's mind. Kid, you did a great job. I told you wouldn't die, but you're not only unharmed, you've even brought back a woman. Wang Xiaoluan looked helpless. He cleared his throat and waved to his classmates who were all gossipy. Ahem, be quiet for a moment. Let me introduce you all. This is Irina. Her situation is a bit special. She's considered a new companion, so please take good care of her. His explanation obviously could not satisfy the student's strong curiosity. That's it? Brother Luan, you are too perfunctory. What do you mean by special circumstances? Please elaborate. A good-natured booing sounded again, and the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. All right, stop making trouble. A slightly lazy voice came, and Lu Bufan pushed aside the crowd and walked over. He glanced at Wang Xiaoluan, who was surrounded by his classmates with an unnatural expression, and then glanced at the silver-haired beauty with extraordinary temperament next to him, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He smiled and shook his head, then waved to Wang Xiaoluan. Wang Xiaoluan, come here for a moment. Only when they saw the teacher come out did the students disperse somewhat reluctantly. Wang Xiaoluan breathed a sigh of relief and followed Lu Bufan to a big tree nearby. The smile on Lu Bufan's face faded, and his usual lazy and easygoing temperament disappeared, replaced by a solemn and serious look. Tell me, what's the specific situation? Has everything been resolved with the vampires? Wang Xiaoluan knew that this was not the time to joke. He nodded, his expression turned serious, and he briefly recounted what had happened in Castaigne Castle. From Irina's identity as a true ancestor, to how she judged Valerius, to the appointment of Camilla as the new acting chief, and the peace agreement reached with the elves. Lu Bufan listened quietly without interrupting, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. He also didn't expect that Wang Xiaoluan's trip this time would actually be able to solve the big problem of the vampire clan, the Fanjua clan, from the root in this way. True ancestor. I never thought this legendary being would actually appear. Fortunately, it's on our side. Lu Bufan sighed and then changed the subject. But I think you're in such a hurry to come back, it's not just for this matter, right? Wang Xiaoluan's expression immediately became solemn. Teacher, when we were coming back, we encountered a space rift above the forest. Chapter 125. The official trip is over. Space rift? Lu Bufan's pupils suddenly shrank. The same black rift as during the previous era change. It's very unstable. Wang Xiaoluan said in a deep voice. Furthermore, a strange beast emerged from the crack. It's a mantis-like beast we've never seen before. It's extremely powerful, and its physical defense and energy attacks are extremely difficult to deal with. He described the brief but dangerous encounter to Lu Bufan in detail. This included the strange sonic attacks of the monster, its indestructible shell, and the whole process of him seizing the opportunity and smashing the crystal core in its head to kill it. The most important thing is, I checked the illustrated guide to exotic beasts issued by the Academy, and there's no record of this kind of beast. I named it Void Predator. After listening to Wang Xiaoluan's narration, Lu Bufan fell completely silent. His face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. The lazy air on his body was gone, replaced by the iron-blooded and solemnity of a veteran in the battlefield. Large-scale, unstable cracks appeared in the space barrier again. A brand new, unknown, and powerful beast has arrived. The meaning of these two pieces of information combined is enough to make anyone who knows the inside story shudder. This means that the turmoil brought about by the great changes of the era is far from over. It may even be the beginning of a new, more dangerous era. I see. After a long time, Lu Bufan slowly exhaled, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I will immediately report this matter to the Academy and the Dragon Nation's top brass through the most encrypted channels. Afterwards, the military and the Psychic Association will definitely send someone to survey and deploy defenses. He patted Wang Xiaoluan on the shoulder, his tone more serious than ever. The information you brought back this time is priceless. As for the material from the Void Predator corpse you mentioned. A familiar, slightly ruffian smile appeared on Lu Bufan's lips. Don't worry, it won't rot. I'll personally talk to the higher-ups and guarantee you a good price. They won't cheat you out of a single cent. Thank you very much, teacher. Wang Xiaoluan also laughed, and a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. With Lu Bufan's intervention, the matter was settled. After finishing the business, everyone did not delay any longer and returned to Moonlight Glade together under the leadership of Lu Bufan. When the great elf elder Elrond and the ancient tree sage learned of Irina's true identity, their shock was no less than that of the students in the special class before. In fact, their reaction was more intense. The two beings of high status in the elves performed an extremely solemn ancient etiquette towards Irina, and their words were full of awe. The true ancestor of blood, this is a legend that is on par with gods in the records of any immortal race. They never imagined that they would be able to see such a living legend with their own eyes in their lifetime. Elder Elrond immediately arranged the highest standard accommodation for Irina. No need. Wang Xiaoluan declined on behalf of Irina. Thank you for your concern, Elder. It would be nice if we could live together in my old treehouse. And we'll be leaving soon. That afternoon, a sumptuous farewell lunch was being held under the ancient trees in the center of Moonlight Glade. The long wooden table was covered with a white linen tablecloth and filled with delicacies unique to the elves. Scones with a sweet fruity aroma, drinks brewed with morning dew and honey, and a variety of fresh vegetables and mushrooms, each dish is as exquisite as a work of art. The elves sent everyone off with melodious songs, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After enjoying this lunch full of natural flavor, Wang Xiaoluan and his group were preparing to head to the teleportation array to return to Dragon Soul Academy. At this moment, a slight fluctuation of magical power was heard. In the space not far away, several blood-colored bats condensed out of thin air and then transformed into a vampire woman wearing a housekeeper's uniform and with a respectful face. It's Camilla. She walked quickly to the front of the crowd, first performed an impeccable vampire salute to Irina in awe, and then turned to Wang Xiaoluan. Lord Wang. Camilla waved her hand, and several boxes made of obsidian and engraved with complex magic runes appeared on the grass. As you instructed, this is the Moonlight Wellflower and 200 high-aged blood orchids that Valerius promised, as well as some additional secret treasures that my tribe has prepared as compensation for the trouble we have caused the elves. When the box was opened, rich energy of life and blood instantly spread out. Each of those blood orchids was a strange deep red color, as if blood was flowing through it. The elves nearby felt this energy and showed surprise on their faces. Irina just glanced at him indifferently and let out an almost inaudible hum from her nose. In her eyes, these mundane things were not even worth a second glance. Wang Xiaoluan was very satisfied with Camilla's efficiency. He patted the box and smiled at Elder Elrond. Elder, I leave these things to you. From now on, we are all part of the Dragon Nation. We must get along well with each other, stand united against external threats, and jointly resist the monsters from the rift. Elder Elrond looked at Wang Xiaoluan, then looked at the blood true ancestor with unfathomable aura behind him, and nodded solemnly. I will follow your wishes, bearer of the score. After completing the handover, everyone finally arrived at the teleportation array at the edge of the Moonlight Glade. The students in the special class were saying goodbye to the elves in groups of 3 or 4, with a hint of reluctance on their faces. After spending a few days together, they had already formed deep friendships with these warm and friendly forest residents. Ling Meng was surrounded by several elf children, her face flushed as she listened to them chattering and praising her for being cute. There were even a few brave male classmates who were blushing as they gave some kind of glowing flowers to the 3 elf sisters who had served Wang Xiaoluan before. Looking at this harmonious scene, Wang Xiaoluan felt that this mission was really like a public-funded tour. You are always welcome to visit Moonblade again. Elder Elrond smiled and extended an invitation to everyone. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic elves, Lu Bufan activated the teleportation array. A silver light flashed in space began to distort. The next second, the scene before everyone's eyes changed drastically. The familiar scene of Dragon Soul Academy came into view, with towering teaching buildings, hovercrafts flying through the air, and the hustle and bustle coming from the distant city. Irina's body stiffened for a moment. She raised her head, and the magnificent buildings made of steel and glass were reflected in her blood-red pupils, and a hint of novelty that was difficult to conceal flashed in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed her emotions, trying to maintain the composure and dignity that a true ancestor should have, as if she was already accustomed to all this. But her slightly straightened back revealed her inner unrest. Chapter 126, The Homegirl True Ancestor Cultivation Plan. Back to college, it was still the familiar state of no classes. Lu Bufan said a few words to pay attention to safety, then waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse. School time is coming soon. Let's go home. Wang Xiaoluan said to Sumu Cheng, Alia, and the others. Sumu Cheng's mind moved, and a crystal-clear sword floated under everyone's feet. The flying sword soared into the air, carrying Wang Xiaoluan, Wang Xiaoya, Alia, and Irina, and turned into a stream of light, flying towards Wang Xiaoluan's apartment. Returning to the familiar apartment, closing the door, and isolating myself from the outside world. Without outsiders, Irina's carefully maintained true ancestor disguise was finally removed. Her eyes seemed to be drawn by a magnet, glued to the huge black screen in the living room. What is this black mirror? She stretched out her slender fingers and carefully poked the cold TV screen, her face full of curiosity. Third sister-in-law, this is called a TV. When Wang Xiaoya saw Irina like this, she immediately became energetic and ran to her side happily. She picked up the remote control and pressed the switch skillfully. The screen lit up instantly, and brilliant images and sounds filled the entire living room. Irina was startled by the sudden sound and light effects and subconsciously took half a step back. Look, there are so many great shows to watch. As Wang Xiaoya spoke, she took out her cell phone from her pocket and handed it to Irina like a treasure. And this thing, it's called a mobile phone, it's more fun than a TV. I can talk to people who are far away and play games. Irina watched Wang Xiaoya tapping flexibly on the small glowing cube, and the picture on the screen changed accordingly. Her beautiful blood-red eyes widened. Game? Network? Computer? New nouns popped out of Wang Xiaoya's mouth, opening a door to a new world for this true ancestor who had lived for thousands of years. For the first time, an expression called strong interest appeared on her face. Wang Xiaoluan leaned on the sofa, watching Irina being pulled by Wang Xiaoya, studying the various functions of the mobile phone seriously, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This noble and cold true ancestor of blood seems to have the soul of a housegirl sleeping in his body. If she learns how to play games online, then the scene. Wang Xiaoluan felt that he had foreseen the future. That night, in order to celebrate the official joining of the new member, Wang Xiaoluan cooked personally. He tied an apron and busied himself in the kitchen for a while. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cola chicken wings, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a pot of steaming potato and pork rib soup. These are all the simplest home-cooked dishes, and they are also what Wang Xiaoluan is best at. Irina sat at the dining table, looking at the dishes in front of her, which were completely different from the exquisite but cold food of the vampires, with a subtle expression. With Arya's encouragement, she picked up her chopsticks, picked up a chicken wing awkwardly, and took a small bite. The rich sauce with a mixture of sweet and salty flavors, accompanied by the tender and juicy chicken, instantly explodes on the taste buds. Irina's eyes suddenly lit up. Unfortunately, there are no exposed clothes to see. She finished the whole chicken wing silently, then raised her head, looked at Wang Xiaoluan, and commented in a slightly implicit tone. It tastes okay. It's much better than what Camilla and the others prepared. Although he still put on airs, his satisfied expression said it all. After dinner, Sumachang and Ilia went to clean up the dishes. Wang Xiaoya pulled Irina, each with a mobile phone, and sat on the sofa to play games online. Wang Xiaoluan lent his cell phone to Irina. In the living room, the only sounds were the crisp sound of the game and Wang Xiaoya's occasional shouts. Third sister-in-law, hurry! He's over there, hit him, hit him. Oh, I'm dead. Irina stared at the phone screen intently, her fair fingers tapping on the screen rapidly, her expression unprecedentedly focused. She learned quickly, and under Wang Xiaoya's guidance, she was able to barely keep up with the pace of the game. Suddenly, Irina's phone screen turned gray. Her character was killed by an opposing player. This is not the end yet. The player who killed her was controlling his character, squatting, standing up, and then squatting again next to her corpse. Irina frowned, confusion flashing in her eyes. She turned her head and looked at Wang Xiaoya beside her. Xiaoya, this human, why is he repeatedly squatting and standing up on this body in my game? Is this some kind of special morning ritual? Wang Xiaoya came over to take a look and was immediately furious. What kind of memorial service is this? Third sister-in-law, he's mocking you. Ridicule? A small flame instantly ignited in Irina's blood-red pupils. A cold and dangerous aura emanated from her. How dare a mere mortal? She suddenly exerted force on the hand holding the phone, and her knuckles turned white from the force, as if she was going to crush this little cube that dared to taunt her into powder in the next second. Hey, hey, hey! Don't be impulsive, third sister-in-law. This is my brother's phone. Wang Xiaoya quickly held her hand. Irina took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart. She turned her head and asked Wang Xiaoya in a very serious tone. Xiaoya, tell me, can I follow this so-called network to find that ignorant fellow, and then make him understand what true fear is? Ha! That shouldn't be possible, right? Wang Xiaoya was stunned by her serious look. What a low-level technique. Irina curled her lips in disdain. If I were to build it, I would definitely create a massive spiritual network covering the entire world. At that time, anyone who dares to disrespect me will be instantly punished by God and suffer eternal mental torture. At this moment, the sound of the character's resurrection was heard in the game. Irina's voice stopped abruptly. She immediately lowered her head and refocused her attention on the phone screen, muttering to herself. Mortal, wait for me. This time, I will tear you into pieces. Seeing her gritting her teeth and fully engaging, Wang Xiaoluan felt both angry and amused. Where is the dignity of the blood-true ancestor? If you ignore her gorgeous gothic dress and stunning beauty, she's clearly an internet-addicted girl who just started playing games and is furious after being bullied by veteran players. Chapter 127, True Ancestor is a bit addicted to games. On the second day after returning to Dragon's Soul Academy, the special classes courses returned to normal. But the atmosphere in the classroom was a little different from before. Everyone's eyes drifted towards the new face next to Wang Xiaoluan, intentionally or unintentionally. Irina. She was still wearing that gorgeous black gothic dress today, her long silver hair cascading down like moonlight. She sat upright in her seat with her back straight. There was no unnecessary expression on her face, which was so delicate that it didn't look like a real person. Her blood-red pupils stared quietly ahead, as if nothing around her could arouse her interest. This innate sense of nobility and alienation was more majestic than Su Muqing's coldness, making the classmates around her who were already curious about her dare not ask any more questions. Hey, look, she hasn't moved all morning. She has such a strong aura that it takes courage to even talk to her. I feel like even Sister Sue's temperament is a bit weaker than hers. Whispers rang out in every corner of the classroom, then quickly died down. However, the inner thoughts of the person at the center of these discussions at this moment were completely opposite to the coldness she showed. I am bored. Irina yawned inwardly. Why don't these people come up and talk to me? She had made all the necessary preparations. If any blind man dared to approach her and show his affection, she would immediately reject him harshly with the coldest and most arrogant attitude. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she would secretly glance at her family member beside her to let him see how loyal she was. But now, the whole morning was almost over, and not only was there no man showing interest in her, there wasn't even anyone who dared to talk to her. This made Irina's carefully prepared script completely useless, and she couldn't help feeling depressed. Is it that my style is not liked by these so-called modern people? Her eyes unconsciously turned to the other side. Arya was surrounded by several female classmates, with a gentle smile on her face, and it was obvious that they were getting along well with each other. She was wearing an off-white knitted dress today, which perfectly outlined her amazing figure and was full of the charm of a mature woman. Irina looked at the clothes on Aliyah, thinking, it seems that I have to buy a few sets of clothes from this era. At this moment, Lu Bufan's slightly lazy voice came from the podium. Okay, everyone, be quiet. He knocked on the table and the classroom became quiet instantly. Lu Bufan looked around, his gaze lingering on Irina for a moment, and then he announced. Given the recent rise in instability and spatial barriers across various regions, the Academy's leadership has decided to comprehensively strengthen combat training courses for all grades starting today. Also, we may be organizing elite teams from time to time in the near future to go to dangerous areas around the city to carry out alien beast elimination missions. Everyone, be prepared. When he said this, his eyes inadvertently met Wang Xiaoluan's and he nodded slightly. Wang Xiaoluan understood. It seems that the information I brought back has been taken seriously by the highest level. The appearance of the Void Predator and the reactivation of the Space Rift are definitely not a good sign. A bigger storm may be brewing. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. After Lu Bufan announced the disbandment, he was the first to stagger out of the classroom. The students left in groups of 3 or 4, but many of them kept looking back at Irina. At this time, a figure walked to Wang Xiaoluan's desk. It's Lilith. She was still wearing an exquisite gothic Lolita dress today, with her long light golden curly hair meticulously groomed, and she was holding her teddy bear Misha tightly in her arms. Student Wang. Her voice was soft, with a unique, doll-like quietness. Mr. Li, what's up? Wang Xiaoluan was a little surprised. Lilith nodded, looked at Irina not far away with her beautiful eyes, and asked in a low voice. That Miss Irina, is her ability related to summoning? Yesterday, I seemed to feel a similar aura. Wang Xiaoluan raised his eyebrows. This girl's perception is quite sharp. I guess so. She's proficient in vampire summoning techniques and some, well, rather special magic. Lizzie's eyes lit up and a hint of interest appeared on her face. My ability, in a sense, is also a special calling. So, I was wondering, could I exchange some thoughts with Miss Irina? Wang Xiaoluan looked at her serious expression and smiled. I can't make the decision on this. He raised his chin in Irina's direction. Go ask her yourself and see if she's willing. Upon hearing this, Lilisai couldn't help but tighten her arms around the little bear. She glanced at Irina's powerful aura that kept strangers away, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her fair cheeks. But in the end, she took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and walked towards Irina. Irina was feeling bored when she suddenly saw a petite figure with a similar dressing style to her walking towards her. A hint of curiosity flashed in her blood-red eyes. Hello, Miss Irina. Lilith stood in front of her, bowed slightly, her voice still soft. Irina looked at the girl in front of her who was as delicate as a doll, nodded slowly, and responded in her unique tone with a hint of arrogance. Hello, human girl. What's the matter? Surprisingly, the communication between the two did not seem as awkward or boring as imagined. I don't know what they talked about specifically. Not long after, the students who had not left the area were stunned to see that the noble and cold vampire progenitor and the quiet gothic Lolita who was as quiet as a doll were actually chatting and laughing together. The scene was so harmonious that it was unbelievable. Lunchtime in the college cafeteria. Wang Xiaoluan, Wang Xiaoya, Su Muqing, Aliat and Irina occupied a large table together. As soon as the food was served, Irina put down her chopsticks and looked at Wang Xiaoluan. Dependence. I want to buy new clothes, she said in a tone that left no room for doubt. Wang Xiaoluan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. It came as expected. This seems to have become a regular routine after new members join his harem. Okay, no problem. I'll take you there after school this afternoon. He nodded in agreement readily. After receiving a positive answer, Irina's expression seemed to soften. She thought about it and added. Oh right, my family. I think the girl named Lizzie just now is very much to my liking. You might as well take her into your harem. Puff cough cough cough. Wang Xiaoluan spat out a mouthful of soup, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly. He finally caught his breath and looked at her in disbelief. What on earth did you talk about? We talked about some hobbies. Irina replied as a matter of course. She said she was good at playing games, so I made an appointment to play with her later. Wang Xiaoluan's face was filled with black lines. He held his forehead, feeling a little weak. Well, you are the true ancestor of blood. Is it really okay for a legendary existence that has lived for thousands of years to fall so quickly to the trap of a modern online game? Hearing this, Irina curled up the corners of her mouth into an elegant and confident smile and hummed softly. It is precisely because I am a true ancestor, whose mind and intelligence far surpass those of ordinary vampires, that I understand better. She seemed to be searching for the right word. Wang Xiaoya next to him immediately took the opportunity to remind him. Keep pace with the times. Right. Irina's eyes lit up and she looked at Wang Xiaoya approvingly. That's the word, keep pace with the times. Humph, I don't want to be like those old antiques and be eliminated by the times. Wang Xiaoluan nodded helplessly. Okay, you are good looking, whatever you say is right. It seems that in addition to buying clothes this afternoon, I also have to buy you a cell phone. It just so happens that my family is short of a computer, so let us buy one together. Chapter 128 The New Wife's Regular Clothes Shopping Routine. The lunch incident ended with Wang Xiaoluan's wallet about to bleed profusely. As soon as the school bell rang in the afternoon, Wang Xiaoya was the first to jump up and excitedly pull Irina's hand. Third sister-in-law, let's go. My brother said he'd take you clothes shopping. I know a place with really nice clothes. Irina's body stiffened when she pulled her like that. She did not shake off Wang Xiaoya's hand, but glanced at Wang Xiaoluan with her bloodshot pupils, as if asking for his opinion. Go ahead. I'm also going to buy you a cell phone and a computer. Wang Xiaoluan stood up and stretched. Muqing, Alia, you two should come too and see if there's anything you like. Su Muqing nodded slightly and stood silently beside Wang Xiaoluan. Arya smiled and said, Yes, dear, it's time to change my knitted skirt. There were 5 people in the group, handsome men and beautiful women, all of them were incredibly good-looking. When they walked on the road to the college, the rate of people turning their heads to look at them was almost 100%. Especially when three stunning girls with different temperaments surrounded a boy who looked a little lazy, countless male creatures were envious and their eyes turned red. No, to be exact, there are four. Apart from her personality, the younger sister is undoubtedly a beauty. They did not take the flying sword this time because Irina said she wanted to try riding in a car, so Wang Xiaoluan just called one. It was Irina's first time sitting in this kind of iron box, but she remained very calm. She sat upright in her seat, her back straight, her eyes fixed, like a queen on tour. But Wang Xiaoluan could still see some suppressed curiosity in her eyes that occasionally drifted towards the street scenes passing by quickly outside the window. Third sister-in-law, look at that big screen. Wang Xiaoya pointed to a huge holographic projection advertisement on the exterior wall of a skyscraper. That's the hottest idol group right now, Starlight Girls. I love their leader so much. Irina looked in the direction she pointed and saw several girls in shiny short skirts singing and dancing on the huge screen. She frowned, looked at it for a long time with a scrutinizing gaze, and finally gave her evaluation. She was wearing revealing clothes and behaved frivolously and indecently. Oh, third sister-in-law, this is called stage charm. You don't understand. Humph, I don't need to understand. Irina turned her head away proudly. Wang Xiaoluan was laughing as he listened to it. That's right, that's the flavor of the true ancestor. If she started screaming at her idol right from the start, her character would be completely ruined. The hovercraft soon arrived at the largest commercial complex in the city center. The moment they entered the mall, Irina's composure finally showed a crack. The dazzling array of goods, the bizarre lights, and the bustling crowds around her all had a severe impact on her ancient cognition. She had lived for thousands of years and had never seen such a lively place. Let's go to the women's clothing area first. Wang Xiaoya pulled Irina familiarly, like a happy little bird. When we arrived at a women's clothing store with a very fashionable decoration style, the shopping guide immediately came up to us warmly. When she saw the three stunning beauties beside Wang Xiaoluan, her eyes widened, especially Irina's gorgeous retro gothic dress, which made her think she was a cosplayer from somewhere. What style would you like to see? Let her choose. Wang Xiaoluan pointed at Irina. Suitable for her everyday wear. The salesgirl looked at Irina. Although she had a strong aura, her professional qualities still made her smile professionally. This young lady has such a great temperament and perfect body proportions. Many of the new styles in our store are suitable for you. Wang Xiaoya had already started rummaging through the clothes rack and quickly took out a set of clothes. It was a white short-sleeve top with a cute cat pattern printed on it, and underneath it was a pair of dark blue denim hot pants with very little fabric. Third sister-in-law, try this. This one is super figure flattering. Irina looked at the trousers in Wang Xiaoya's hands, whose legs were so short that they were almost negligible, and her delicate eyebrows twisted into a ball. She stretched out her fingers and pinched the corner of the hot pants with disgust. Can this cover my body? There was doubt in her voice. Oh my, that's how everyone dresses now. It's called fashion. Wang Xiaoya stuffed the clothes into her arms without saying a word. Go try it now. It's guaranteed to look good. Under the gaze of everyone, Irina walked into the fitting room very reluctantly, holding the set of clothes that she thought was indecent, with a bit of resistance and humiliation on her face. While waiting, Wang Xiaoluan was not idle either. He also picked out a few pieces for Su Mucheng and Alia. Su Mucheng still has her usual style, preferring simple black, white, and gray. Arya can handle any style, especially slim-fitting styles that can highlight her figure. A few minutes later, the door of the fitting room opened. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. The store seemed to fall into silence for a moment. Irina stood there, wearing the cat t-shirt and denim hot pants. The simple white top softened her sickly pale complexion, while the hot pants she hated so much showed off the curves of her legs without reservation. It was a pair of straight, slender, flawless long legs, and the skin was dazzlingly white, even having a delicate luster under the bright lights of the mall. Skin that hadn't seen the sun for thousands of years had a texture almost like jade. Her long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and coupled with her incredibly delicate face and pale complexion, she looked like a noble lady who had walked out of an ancient castle and mistakenly entered a modern city. She seemed extremely uncomfortable and didn't know where to put her hands, so they just hung stiffly at her sides. There was a hint of confusion and helplessness in his blood-red pupils, as well as obvious shame. The innate pride and majesty were shattered by this extremely modern and cool outfit, and instead added a sense of fragility that made people's hearts waver. Wow! Wang Xiaoya was the first to exclaim, her eyes full of stars. Third sister-in-law, your legs are so beautiful. They look like they came out of a comic book. The salesgirl also looked surprised, with her mouth slightly open and not closing for a long time. So perfect. These legs are simply works of art. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Sumuching's cold eyes. It fits perfectly. It suits you very well, Sister Irina. Alia added with a smile, her gentle eyes moving over her. Wang Xiaoluan was a little dazed. He knew that Irina was beautiful and had a well-proportioned figure, but he didn't expect that after changing out of that heavy gothic skirt and wearing this modern, cool outfit, the visual impact would be so strong. Those legs are simply at the foul level. Irina felt uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, and a very faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She couldn't help but reach out and try in vain to pull down the legs of her hot pants, but the fabric was so short that she couldn't pull it up at all. She lowered her voice and muttered softly to Wang Xiaoluan. It's too short. It feels like I'm not wearing any clothes on the lower half of my body. There was a hint of grievance in the voice, almost crying. Where is it short? It's so beautiful. Wang Xiaoya ran over and took her around in front of the mirror. Look, how beautiful. Irina looked at herself in the mirror, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her blood-red pupils. This was a completely different feeling from the complicated long dresses she had worn for thousands of years. It was light, simple, and gave her an indescribable sense of freedom. And an intense feeling of shame, as if I were not wearing any clothes. This is it. Wang Xiaoluan made the final decision and came back to his senses from his brief trance. And wrap up the pieces Xiaoya took just now. Okay. The shopping guide was smiling and her service attitude became more enthusiastic. The following time completely turned into Irina's personal dress-up show. From cool motorcycle jackets with leggings, to intellectual shirt dresses, to playful overalls, Wang Xiaoya asked her to try almost all styles of clothes in the store. Irina went from fierce resistance at the beginning to numbness later, and finally she even felt a little pleasure. She found that every time she changed into a different set of clothes, the person in the mirror seemed to have become a different person. This experience was unprecedented for her. After buying clothes, the group went to the electronics area. Wang Xiaoluan directly equipped Irina with the latest flagship mobile phone and a top-of-the-line gaming computer. Watching Irina holding the brand-new mobile phone, under Wang Xiaoya's guidance, she used her slender pale fingers to clumsily poke the screen, with an expression of both curiosity and confusion on her face. Wang Xiaoluan felt that the money he spent today was worth it. Chapter 129 Daily Challenges of the Special Class. After returning to the apartment with bags of loot, the first thing Irina did was to rush into the room prepared for her with her new computer and mobile phone, and then slammed the door shut. By the way, because Miss Shinzu needed a certain amount of private space, Wang Xiaoluan gave her another bedroom in the villa that had never been used as a room. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoya immediately followed, shouting, "Third sister-in-law, let me teach you how to install the game. I'm telling you, there's a game that's super fun. These two guys." Wang Xiaoluan shook his head helplessly and began to sort out the things they bought today with Sumucheng and Alia. "My dear, it seems that Irina has been completely attracted by this era," Alia said with a smile while folding clothes. "Yeah, I just don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing." Wang Xiaoluan sighed, "I have a feeling that it won't be long before there's another internet addict in our family." Sumucheng hung a coat belonging to Wang Xiaoluan in the closet and said lightly, "If my husband doesn't like it, I can go and train her with Alia." There's no need for that sort of thing for now. The next day, the Academy's practical training course officially began. The so-called actual combat training does not mean actually going to the wild to fight with strange beasts, but is carried out in a virtual battle hall inside the Academy. The battle hall uses the most advanced holographic simulation technology, which can simulate various terrains and exotic beasts 100%, and even simulate the pain to 50%. It can not only ensure the training effect, but also ensure the safety of students. The students in the special class had become the focus of the entire college because of their outstanding performance in the freshman performance and became famous overnight. Almost immediately after Lu Bufan announced the start of training, students from other classes came to challenge him. Han Ling from the special class and Zhao Chang from the element class C are here to ask for advice. A tall boy stood up and challenged Han Ling by name. Han Ling had neat short hair. Upon hearing this, she just yawned lazily and took out a pen-sized iron rod from her pocket. "Are you sure?" "Of course." Zhao Chang seemed full of confidence. "I know your ability is to manipulate kinetic energy, but I have great confidence in my earth defense." As he spoke, he let out a low roar, and his body was instantly covered with a thick layer of rock armor. Okay. Han Ling shrugged and casually threw the thing in her hand forward. Call out. With the help of her special ability, the small iron rod instantly broke through the sound barrier and made a sharp whistling sound. Zhao Chang didn't even see the trajectory of the chalk. He just felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a hole as thick as a finger appearing on the rock armor that he was proud of, which went straight through it. It was even obvious that the force was reduced after it reached his chest, otherwise it would not have been just a little painful. The battle hall system immediately pronounced, Zhao Chang, eliminated. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. Challenger Zhao Chang was still standing there in a daze, touching the rock armor on his chest that had begun to dissipate, his face full of disbelief. Next. Han Ling put her hands back into her pockets, looking calm and composed. With the first person to take the plunge, challengers followed one after another. I challenge Chu Feng. I challenge Ling Meng. The result was no surprise. Chu Feng's black weapon changed in many ways. Sometimes it was a long whip, sometimes it was a shield, and sometimes it was a rapidly spinning blade. The opponent could not get close to him at all and was easily defeated. Ling Meng and her greatsword Gaowen were even more violent. The little lowly carried a greatsword that was taller than her and slashed wildly, with flames flying everywhere. Several students from the reinforcement department were knocked out of the field by her sword. The students in the special class were like a group of max-level bosses who had sneaked into the novice village, and they unilaterally crushed the students in other classes. Gradually, the voices of challenge became fewer and fewer. Everyone could see that these people in the special class were all monsters and were not in the same league at all. However, what is interesting is that from beginning to end, no one dared to challenge Wang Xiaoluan and Wang Xiaoya. The reason is very simple. At the freshman performance match, Sima Qing cut Lei Hao into a stick in front of all the teachers and students in the school. That scene still leaves a psychological shadow on many people. Who would dare to challenge such a ruthless ice beauty? Not to mention Wang Xiaoya, who used the space rift slash to cut Yin Qi in half and eliminated him. The strangeness and power of the space ability made everyone feel afraid. As for Wang Xiaoluan, although he just kicked lightly at that time, the fact that he could make someone like Su Muqing obey his orders showed that he was extraordinary. Moreover, given Su Muqing's attitude of being a crazy protector of her husband, anyone who dares to challenge Wang Xiaoluan will probably end up in a worse situation than Lei Hao. As for the newcomer, Irina, her aura that keeps strangers away is even stronger than Su Muqing's. Just standing there is enough to discourage 99% of people. At this moment, the true ancestor who had persuaded everyone to leave was sitting on a chair in the rest area, with his head lowered, holding his mobile phone in both hands, and his fingers poking at the screen quickly. Wang Xiaoluan leaned over to take a look and almost laughed out loud. On Irina's phone screen was the interface of a social software. She was arguing with a person with the ID Keyboard Warrior number 95 in a game forum. Keyboard Warrior number 95, this is hilarious. Vampires belong in the sewers. Why are they playing shooting games? They're so badass. Blood Moonlight Irina's ID, foolish mortal. You simply don't understand my greatness. I'm simply not familiar with your humble creations. Keyboard Warrior number 95, yo, you're even into role-playing? Get out of here, Chunibu. Blood Moonlight, how dare you? Do you know what a great being you are conversing with? Tell me your coordinates, and I will come in person to grant you eternal sleep. Wang Xiaoluan covered his face, unable to bear the sight. The blood true ancestor, who has lived for thousands of years, actually challenged someone to a fight online. This situation has gone astray too quickly. Hey, you're almost there. Wang Xiaoluan patted her shoulder. Why bother arguing with an internet troll? Irina raised her head, her blood-red pupils burning with rage. My kinsman! How dare this man insult me? This is a great disrespect to the true ancestor. Yes, that's very disrespectful, Wang Xiaoluan said perfunctorily. I'll teach you how to use magic to follow the network cable and hit him later. Now, just be quiet for a while. Are you serious? Irina's eyes lit up instantly. Fake. Irina's face immediately fell again. She glared at Wang Xiaoluan angrily, then lowered her head and continued to confront the keyboard warrior. Wang Xiaoluan shook his head and walked to Lu Bufan. Lu Bufan was leaning against the wall, lazily watching the fight on the field, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Teacher Lu, this training is too boring, Wang Xiaoluan said. It's just a one-sided beating. It doesn't have any training effect. Lu Bufan glanced at him and spat out the cigarette but from his mouth. Of course I know. This is just an appetizer, to let you get a feel for it. He paused, his expression slightly more serious. It's been approved from above. Starting next week, we'll be issuing targeted clearing missions. They'll be located in dangerous areas around the city, with difficulty levels ranging from C to B. You can form a team or apply for the mission individually. However, I suggest that your special class should act together. Wang Xiaoluan nodded, I understand. It seems that the leisurely campus life is about to end. Chapter 130, The True Ancestor's Bedtime? As night falls, Wang Xiaoluan's apartment is brightly lit. After dinner, Wang Xiaoya occupied the TV in the living room and was watching her favorite anime. Suma Chang and Alia were washing dishes in the kitchen. They cooperated well with each other and the scene was warm. Wang Xiaoluan was dragged into Irina's room. My kin, come quickly. This thing called firewall cannot be broken by me. Irina's room has been decorated by her to give it the feel of a modern homegirl. There were some posters of her newly bought games on the wall, and some cute pillows piled on the bed. The most eye-catching thing is the gaming table with a top-of-the-line computer and an ergonomic chair. At this moment, Irina was sitting in a chair, pointing at a string of code on the screen, her face full of annoyance. Wang Xiaoluan leaned over to take a look and found that she was still arguing with the keyboard warrior from the afternoon. I don't know where she learned this technique, but she actually tried to dox the other person, but was blocked by the firewall of the other person's computer. I said, are you a little bored? Wang Xiaoluan knocked her head, feeling both amused and helpless. Why are you, a true vampire, getting angry with an internet troll? I can't swallow this. Irina covered her head and said angrily. How dare he call my favorite hero sewer? Unforgivable. Okay, I'll do it. Wang Xiaoluan sighed helplessly, sat next to her, and took the mouse and keyboard. For Wang Xiaoluan, breaking through the firewall of an ordinary netizen is extremely easy. He didn't even need to use any extraordinary abilities. The computer knowledge he had accumulated in his previous life was enough. His fingers typed out a series of dazzling codes on the keyboard, and the data stream flashed across the screen rapidly. Irina watched on in amazement, her bloodshot eyes filled with surprise. She originally thought that her follower was just a powerful psychic, but she didn't expect that he was also proficient in this kind of modern magic that she could not understand at all. In less than 5 minutes, with a click, Wang Xiaoluan pressed the enter key. A window popped up on the screen, clearly displaying the IP address of keyboard warrior number 95. The real addresses found through reverse tracing of IP addresses are also listed. Done. Wang Xiaoluan clapped his hands and leaned back in his chair. I'm just demonstrating to you that it's technically feasible. Don't try to do anything crooked with it. Irina looked at the address for several seconds, then a somewhat dangerous smile appeared on her face. Very well, foolish mortal, prepare yourself for the wrath of the true ancestor. As she spoke, she was about to stand up. Sit down. Wang Xiaoluan pushed her back. Do you really want to come to my house? I helped you look up the address for fun, not to ask you to break the law. Law? Irina tilted her head, as if she was unfamiliar with the word. I am the Dharma. Come on, this is a society ruled by law. Wang Xiaoluan said unhappily. If you really dare to do that, an uncle in uniform will come to your house and invite you for tea tomorrow. Tea? Irina was even more confused. Wang Xiaoluan was too lazy to explain to her and just closed the window. Anyway, this matter ends here. If you really want to get revenge on him, just kill him in the game and delete his account. That's what real skill is. Hearing this, Irina nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Defeating an opponent in the area he's most proud of is the greatest humiliation. She seemed to be convinced by Wang Xiaoluan, and the fighting spirit was rekindled in her bloodshot pupils. My dear, you come and teach me. I will become the strongest being in this game. Wang Xiaoluan felt a headache when he saw her serious expression. What kind of trouble have I gotten myself into? For the next hour or so, Wang Xiaoluan became Irina's exclusive gaming partner. He had to admit that Irina's talent was indeed amazing. As expected of a true ancestor who has lived for thousands of years, although she was unfamiliar with the game operations at first, her learning ability and reaction speed are far beyond those of ordinary people. Under Wang Xiaoluan's guidance, her skills improved rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. From being a master of human body outlining at the beginning, he was later able to perform precise headshots. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, my friends? I won again. When the word victory popped up on the screen, Irina jumped up from her chair excitedly, completely losing her usual aloof demeanor. Yes, yes, you are the best. Wang Xiaoluan clapped his hands perfunctorily and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Okay, it's getting late, time to go to bed. He stood up and prepared to leave. Etc. Irina suddenly called him, her voice a little tense. Wang Xiaoluan turned around. He found Irina standing there, clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands, her knuckles turning white. There was a suspicious blush on her face. Anything else? Wang Xiaoluan was a little surprised. Irina lowered her head, her eyes fixed on her toes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. You. After she uttered one word, she stopped talking, as if she was struggling with herself. Wang Xiaoluan waited patiently, and looking at her conflicted look, a hint of amusement suddenly arose in his heart. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and raised her head suddenly. Those blood-red eyes looked straight into Wang Xiaoluan's eyes, and his cheeks were so red that they almost bled. I say. You sleep in my room tonight. She spoke in a commanding tone, but the slight trembling in her voice completely exposed her inner nervousness. You are my dependent. Serving my master is your duty. Wang Xiaoluan was stunned. He looked at the vampire progenitor in front of him, who looked arrogant but was actually extremely innocent, and suddenly felt a little funny and a little moved. Is this an invitation? He did not answer immediately, but took a step forward and walked towards Irina. His footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet room. Every step made Irina's body tense up a little more. He stopped in front of her, the distance between them so close that they could feel each other's breath. Are you sure? He lowered his voice, with a hint of bewitching tone. Irina's body was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded heavily. A very slight, yet extremely firm movement. Oh well. Wang Xiaoluan smiled. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek. As you command, my true ancestor. The warm touch of his palm made Irina's body tremble slightly. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, like a butterfly fluttering its wings. Wang Xiaoluan lowered his head and kissed her slowly. The lights in the room had gone out at some point. Only the computer screen remained, still emitting a faint light.